The protagonist woke up to a nightmare plummeting into the unknown. Suspended in the void, he stared at a glowing notification window. The Tower of Trials had summoned the worthy from Earth. It demanded Han Sung-jun make his choice, select the difficulty level immediately. He was clueless, but in this world, only the reckless become legends. Han Sung-jun smirked and chose the Hell difficulty. Instantly, he was warped to the first floor to begin his trial. He materialized in a scorching wasteland, a duplicate of the Sahara. His only weapon, a rusted sheathless blade that looked like absolute trash. But the potential reward was God tier, a unique trait, a power he failed to grasp after 7 years of blood, sweat, and tears. Adrenaline surged through him. If this was a game, he was ready to risk it all. First objective, secure that blade to survive this madness. But he hesitated too long, lost in his own hype. The ground exploded as a sand golem erupted from the dunes. This was the brutal price for choosing the hardest difficulty. Survive for 10 minutes. For a novice, it felt like an eternity. Failure wasn't an option. The gates of hell were already creaking open for him. The quiz game had turned into a desperate battle for survival. Han Sung-jun snatched the sword and ran like the devil was at his heels. Retreat seemed wise, but it was actually a death sentence. One stride from the behemoth equaled 10 of his frantic steps. Dressed in winter gear under the blazing sun, he was cooking alive. Mirages of oases danced mockingly in his vision. A rusty twig against a mountain of stone, he could run and collapse or fight and be crushed like an ant. Fear took the wheel as he sprinted blindly. Ghostly whispers of the past haunted him. You are trash. You will never be anything in this world. The monster morphed into his abusive boss, trying to stomp him into the dirt again. Rage ignited in Han Sung-jun's eyes. He refused to die as garbage in this life. His 7 years of failure weren't entirely in vain. He was a master of theory, a scholar of monster anatomy. To kill a golem, you must shatter its mana core. Simple in theory, impossible in practice when the target towers over you. Fate smiled upon him, a sand dune nearby. He scrambled up the slope to level the playing field against the giant. Summoning every ounce of strength, he launched himself at the titan. The crimson core pulsed before him, begging to be destroyed. He swung with all his might, but despair hit him. The blade barely scratched the surface. The golem roared in fury at the audacity. He tried for a second strike, but the monster was faster. A fist of solid rock snatched him out of the air, crushing his body. As death approached, the voices returned louder than ever. You useless failure, you idiot. Han Sung-jun snapped. Shut your mouths, you bastards. With a roar of defiance, he hurled his sword at the beast. A miracle. The blade struck the exact spot he had chipped earlier. Blinding red light exploded as the core shattered. The system chimed, mission complete. The monster crumbled into dust, sending him plummeting to the sand. He was alive, but broken, battered, and bleeding. Yet for the first time, he had slain a monster. Pride swelled in his chest. His path as a hunter had truly begun. The system honored its promise, granting the unique trait Spirit Caller. Eerie black bones rose from the sand where the golem fell. Curiosity guided his hand to the dark remains. Absorb soul, the prompt flashed. He accepted without hesitation. Shadows swirled and dove straight into his body. This was the power of spirit, calling upon absorbing the golem's soul. His proficiency jumped by 7%. It was a small gain, but the rush was intoxicating. A ghostly flame ignited within his chest. His awakening had begun. Closing his eyes, he could feel the essence swirling inside. By devouring these souls, he could boost his stats permanently. His power rose only slightly, but the implication was massive. His destiny had just been rewritten. After 7 years of humiliation, this was pure ecstasy. The loser was gone. A confident hunter stood in his place. A dimensional gate swirled open. Han Sung-jun gulped. There was no turning back now. He surrendered to the system's will to level up. But instead of a smooth ride, reality warped and tossed him like a rag doll. He crashed onto the floor, bloodied and broken. Just as darkness crept in, a warm light enveloped him. His wounds vanished instantly, reborn in a split second. The waiting room, a sanctuary of absolute healing. A tiny cell with a single bed, but to him, it was paradise. Why was he chosen? Was he the main character of some twisted leveling manhwa? The system responded with a flood of tutorial commands. 5 complex rules appeared, but Han Sung-jun had one focus: survive. He expected a break, but the countdown was merciless. Floor 2 would open in just 24 hours. He accessed the community tab. It was chaos, panic, and curses flooded the global chat. Suddenly, the admin silenced the noise to declare the laws of the tower. Points were life, points were power. But the cruelest twist, Even water had a price tag here. A chill ran down his spine. He could die of thirst long before a monster ever touched him. The exit was a lie. He was a prisoner in this tower. His only companion, a useless, rusty blade. Survival demanded an upgrade. He needed a real weapon. Even though his stats had reset upon entry, his spirit remained. He threw himself into training with manic desperation. The room could mend his flesh, but it couldn't cure his hunger. His stomach roared in protest, a violent reminder that he was completely broke after spending every last dime on sales. In this brutal manhwa recap, the rule was simple: no work, no food. Han Sung-jun's eyes burned with determination. He had to clear this trial or starve to death trying. Suddenly, the fabric of reality tore open as a dimensional gate materialized. Unlike the first floor, the second level was a vast, endless expanse of forest and plains. Stepping out of the suffocating waiting room, Han Sung-jun filled his lungs with the fresh, deceptively peaceful air. But make no mistake, this tranquility was merely the calm before a devastating storm. His system quest flashed before his eyes. Assassinate the Orc chieftain within the time limit or face total erasure. Below the cliff lay a genuine Orc village, a nightmare made flesh, where hulking green giants with muscles like steel waited to tear any human intruder limb from limb. That was exactly why Han Sung-jun was currently cowering in the bush's heart, pounding like a war drum. Watching the sentries, he realized the textbooks were right. These monsters had their own hierarchy of hunters. The enemy possessed both overwhelming numbers and terrifying quality. To wipe out this village, you'd need at least a full rank E raid team. Despair clawed at his throat, forcing Han Sung-jun to choose the path of the silent assassin. Glancing at the dry grass around him, a sinister plan formed in his mind, twisting his lips into a wicked grin. He crafted a makeshift torch and tested the system's limits by storing the burning item directly into his inventory success. Relying on 7 years of engineering theory, he knew one truth: orcs might look like lumbering brutes, but they were instinctively industrious creatures. They're hunters, left at dawn and returned at dusk. That was his window of opportunity, the only time he could avoid the high-level elites. To the orcs, the village was just a feeding ground and dormitory, often left with minimal guards. Han Sung-jun decided to set the world on fire. Igniting the perimeter would draw out the goblins and create chaos, giving him a smokescreen to escape if the main hunting party returned early. But to survive, he needed raw power. He decided to farm some souls. Silently stalking a small, isolated orc, he struck from the shadows, his blade piercing straight through its neck. One shot, one kill. He absorbed the soul, watching his proficiency soar by 9%. But suddenly, a blood-curdling roar shook the earth. The orc mother had heard her child's death cry and materialized right behind him. She swung a massive club with enough force to shatter boulders, aiming directly for his skull. Pure reflexes saved him as he raised his pre-purchased shield just in time to absorb the catastrophic impact. Thinking fast, Han Sung-jun burned the soul he just harvested to boost his strength stats instantly. With a roar, he unleashed an explosive counterattack, blowing the mother into oblivion. With his soul gauge filled, he marched forward to hunt the chieftain. Only 4 elite guards stood between him and the boss. He dismantled them one by one with surgical precision, but one of them moved with unnatural agility compared to the rest. It exploited his blind spot, launching a surprise ambush. Despite being caught off guard, Han Sung-jun realized this was the final barrier. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward his blade, finding its mark in a lethal trade of blows. But the chieftain didn't rise to power by being weak. He wielded a mystic staff, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames that threatened to incinerate Han Sung-jun where he stood. The monster was confident that one blast would end the human. What it didn't account for was the protagonist's plot armor. Han Sung-jun survived the explosion, battered and burned, but the system pinged, fire-resistant skill acquired. With this new passive skill, the flames were nothing but a warm breeze. Han Sung-jun glared at the boss, his aura flaring. "You are already dead," he declared. The chieftain panicked, spamming fireballs in a desperate defense. But Han Sung-jun walked through the inferno like a demon, closing the distance instantly to slice off both the monster's hands. Without hands, the mage was silenced. Terror seized the chieftain as he scrambled back into his hut, fleeing like a coward. Han Sung-jun followed with a cold, predatory gait, stepping into the thatched structure to finish the job. He slashed through the partition curtain, but the scene inside froze him in his tracks. Despite his severed stumps, the chieftain was shielding 2 trembling orc children with his own body. Another small orc clung to Han Sung-jun's leg, looking up with tear-filled eyes begging for mercy. The room fell silent. The image struck a chord, unearthing buried memories of his own slaughtered family. You might think he would hesitate, that he would show mercy. You would be wrong. Han Sung-jun ruthlessly executed the creature at his feet. Even if he became a ghost, he would never forget that monsters were the ones who butchered his kin. He swore to exterminate every last one of them. And with that cold resolve, the second-floor trial was cleared. He returned to the safe zone, his wooden shield hacked to splinters. He had danced with death and barely survived. According to the forums, the tower sold question tickets to players. Players used these to extract lore and share it in the chat rooms. It was through this information broker network that he found a potential way back to Earth. Rumor had it that after the 5th floor, a return stone was sold, allowing a visit to Earth for just a few days. Han Sung-jun tore at his hair in frustration. His necromancy skills were restricted to the tower. If he could take his army to Earth, he'd be an S-class hunter instantly. Shaking off the negativity, he focused on the grind, absorbing the day's harvest of souls to level up his stats. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through his veins, sending his agility skyrocketing. He zoomed around the waiting room like a speedster, running along the walls in a blur of motion. The overflow of power was so intoxicating, he couldn't control the brakes, slamming face first into the wall. Flush with cash, he opened the system store in true leveling Manhwa fashion. New gear acquired, he finally looked like a proper main character. 24 hours later, the 3rd floor opened. The objective A, one-on-one duel. Han Sung-jun stood in a cavernous arena, confused, until a red system warning sharpened his senses. His opponent was a shadow guard, an entity that could manifest from anywhere. He dropped into a combat stance. The silence was deafening with no enemy in sight. Without warning, his own shadow betrayed him. The entity rose from the darkness behind his back, slashing across his midsection. A chilling laugh echoed as the enemy reveled in the successful ambush. It was a doppelganger, a nightmare opponent that mirrored its prey. Han Sung-jun gritted his teeth, launching a kick to create distance before the shadow could strike again. He activated his recovery skill, and as his mind cleared, he noticed something terrifying. The doppelganger was perfectly mimicking his combat stance. To test his theory, Han Sung-jun feinted a charge. Mid-stride, he drifted behind the doppelganger and slashed through its torso. But the wound knitted itself together in seconds. The creature's body twisted and cracked in a grotesque display that sent shivers down his spine. Fully healed, it lunged. Han Sung-jun tried to flank it, but the monster mirrored his movement perfectly. Han Sung-jun threw a preemptive kick, intercepting the doppelganger's slash. He had predicted the copycat move. Now he understood why this thing was called a shadow guard. He began to fight using his own weaknesses against the monster. The strategy was working. Han Sung-jun smirked, certain that victory was within his grasp. But suddenly, the doppelganger's aura exploded. In that short clash, it hadn't just copied him. It had evolved, mastering his moves better than he had. It was a classic awakening manhwa twist, the copy surpassing the original. With only 1 minute remaining, Han Sung-jun decided to bet everything on a single strike. He activated the speed buff from his assassin's cloak. He moved like a bolt of lightning, too fast for the doppelganger to simulate. His blade connected, slashing deep into the enemy. Han Sung-jun felt a surge of triumph. He had him. But the doppelganger's arm suddenly elongated like rubber, bypassing his defense to slice Han Sung-jun's sword arm clean off. Blood sprayed into the air, accompanied by a gut-wrenching scream. His energy was fading, but his will refused to break. His final desperate flurry had taken its toll. As Han Sung-jun collapsed, the doppelganger also fell, completely drained of energy. It was a stalemate written in blood. Sung realized this was his 1 in a million shot at victory, but his sword arm had been blown into oblivion. With only 11 seconds remaining on the clock, he faced a grim reality. Failure meant certain death in this manhwa recap. With the resolve of a berserker, Han Sung-jun channeled every ounce of stamina into a suicidal charge toward the doppelganger. The entity froze, paralyzed by his sheer audacity. With a primal roar, he slammed his shield into the beast, sending it careening into the jagged rocks. Broken and twisted on the ground, the monster's eyes bulged in terror, staring up at its executioner. Han Sung-jun dragged his battered body forward, winding up his left arm like a coil of steel. He gritted his teeth, ready to deliver the final judgment right between its eyes. A fountain of crimson erupted as the doppelganger's head went flying. He had successfully cleared the 3rd trial. Back in the waiting room, his severed arm regenerated, a sensation that felt both alien and nostalgic. Testing his new limb, Han Sung-jun drove his right fist into the wall. Boom! The stone surface instantly spiderwebbed under his overwhelming torque. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. His arm was better than new. Having devoured the doppelganger's soul, he could feel a spiritual density that was on a completely different dimension compared to before. The results were undeniable. That single powerful soul pushed his proficiency to 100%, instantly evolving his necromancy from F rank straight to E rank. Reading the new attributes, he froze. He now possessed the terrifying ability to plunder skills from the dead. Just like his near-death recovery passive, acquiring a new active skill was a legendary stroke of luck. Armed with this knowledge, he logged back into the tower's community interface to check on his fellow trapped survivors. The chat was exploding with rumors about the fourth floor's integrated trial, hinting at forced team play and the dark possibility of player killing. Suddenly, the notification chimed. The mission was to hunt the Goblin King before rival teams could steal the kill. A magic circle flared to life, depositing Han Sung-jun alongside two strangers. After so much time in isolation, seeing actual living humans left him momentarily stunned. Lee Hyeon, a girl with a gentle vibe, broke the ice, introducing herself as an E-rank support hunter. Beside her stood Lee Sung-hun, a D-rank combat specialist radiating arrogance. When Han Sung-jun introduced himself as a melee fighter without a hunter license, Lee Sung-hun's expression curdled into pure disdain. He sneered, "Watch yourself, amateur. Just don't get in my way." The insult stung, but Han Sung-jun swallowed his pride. With a calm gaze, he simply replied, "I trust I can handle my own weight." He ignored the man's toxicity. He was used to being looked down upon. Living in the tower had made him forget just how obsessed the outside world was with hunter rankings. Despite the friction, Lee Sung-hun was still a D-rank powerhouse needed for survival. United by necessity, the trio stepped through the ominous gates of the Goblin Castle. Lee Sung-hun took point, but his bravado faded quickly as the Goblin waves hit. Struggling to hold the line, he screamed back at Han Sung-jun, "Hey trash, get in here and fight." While Han Sung-jun silently annihilated the flank, Lee Sung-hun was drowning in enemies. Panic rising, the D-rank barked at the healer, "Where are my buffs? Support me, damn it." Lee Hyeon was trembling, her mana and talismans completely exhausted. Seeing the protagonist step forward, she cried out in terror, "Wait, if you leave, who will protect our rear?" But when she glanced behind her, her jaw dropped. The hallway was silent, carpeted with the corpses of goblins Han Sung-jun had already slaughtered. Up ahead, Lee Sung-hun was falling apart. A massive goblin club sent his blade spinning away, and another monster leaped into the air to deliver the killing blow. Frozen in abject terror, he still tried to mentally blame the rookie. Yet the only thing standing between him and death was the very man he had despised. Lee Sung-hun rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the sight. Han Sung-jun stood there like a god of war, his voice cutting through the noise. Lee Sung-hun stepped back. "You're blocking my kill." With a blur of motion, Han Sung-jun dismantled the goblin horde, stacking up bodies so fast, he unlocked the Goblin Hunter achievement. As a classic protagonist of a system manhwa, he wasted no time absorbing the buffet of floating souls. The influx of spiritual energy granted him a new skill, Goblin's Owl Eye. Instantly, the world shifted as thermal signatures and enemy presences lit up in his vision. When Han Sung-jun regrouped, Lee Sung-hun was leaning back, laughing hysterically. "Ha, you got lucky. My ancestors were watching over us, kid." The others stared at him in disbelief. Han Sung-jun ignored the pathetic taunt and took command. "I'll take point. Lee Sung-hun, guard the rear. Lee Hyeon, keep your eyes peeled for movement." With the formation fixed, they sliced through the dungeon like a hot knife through butter, diving deeper into the darkness. However, the deeper they went, the quieter it got. Han Sung-jun spotted something ahead and dashed forward, only to find the floor littered with fresh goblin corpses. Someone else was here. It was a race against time. If the rival team killed the boss first, Han Sung-jun's squad would face the ultimate penalty, execution by the system. Nearby, a dual-wielding whirlwind named Sion vaulted off a monster's head. "These pests are annoying," he scoffed, twirling his blades. "Let's find the boss and end this." He descended like a storm, shredding the remaining goblins in seconds. A teammate gasped in admiration. "Brother Sion, you're absolutely incredible." Sion didn't even say thanks. Instead, he spat on the compliment, treating Jin Hu like dirt. "Shut up and go open the door, you useless baggage." Jin Hu muttered curses under his breath, but obeyed. However, the boss room was sealed tight, protected by a shimmering barrier, indicating a contested zone. The rules were clear, only the survivors could challenge the final boss. Han Sung-jun's team arrived just in time. Before the clash, he whispered a quick strategy to his allies. Seon's squad was clearly high level. Han Sung-jun turned to Lee Hyeon. "Hit me with every strength buff you have. I'm going in." He had spent his life hunting monsters, but today, he had to hunt humans. failure was not an option. With a burst of speed, Han Sung-jun initiated the team fight. He moved like a phantom, shocking Sion. The dual-wielder panicked and barked at Jin, who blocked him. A golden barrier enveloped the enemy trio, but Han Sung-jun didn't slow down. With a thunderous crash, Han Sung-jun's strike shattered Jin Hu's shield like glass. The impact sent the tank flying, leaving the damage dealers exposed. Han Sung-jun seized the momentum, instantly cutting down the two supports. Now it was a duel one-on-one. But to his shock, Sion parried every single strike with unnatural precision. Sion's defensive stance was bizarre. Han Sung-jun ramped up his speed and power, circling to the blind spot. Yet Sion's blade snapped back to block, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Staring into Sion's glowing crimson eyes, Han Sung-jun realized the terrifying truth: this man had a visual prowess that predicted every trajectory of his sword. If you can see the future, I'll just blind you to the present. Han Sung-jun slammed his shield forward, obscuring Sion's vision. Deprived of his sight, the enemy couldn't react. Han Sung-jun's blade severed his neck in one clean stroke. The system chimed. Mission complete. But victory tasted like ash. Han Sung-jun's hand trembled violently, standing alone amidst the silence of three fresh human corpses. Lee Hyeon noticed the shift in atmosphere, but Han Sung-jun remained ice-cold. "I'm fine," was his only reply. Adrenaline pumping, he decided to hunt the goblin boss immediately before the other scavenger teams could steal his kill. The giant goblin fell before he even broke a sweat. Watching this absolute domination, Han Sung-jun could only whisper to himself, "That guy is a monster." The raid was over. It was time to say goodbye. Lee Hyeon dropped some words of encouragement and sent a friend request. He left Han Sung-jun with one final instruction: "Find me at the White Silver Guild once you return to Earth." His first friend. Yet Han Sung-jun's expression remained flat. Right now he faced a choice only he could make: to feast on human souls, or not. This exclusive skill was a cheat code, a god-tier ability. But Han Sung-jun knew the cost: to kill and consume. That was a path of no return. A descent into darkness he couldn't undo. However, in this brutal leveling, Manhwa world power is the only absolute law. Killing wasn't his priority, but if enemies blocked his path, he wouldn't hesitate to strike them down. Decision made. He devoured 3 souls and ascended the spire. Back in the safety of the waiting room, the system chimed. The ranking board had finally updated. Shock washed over him. 16th place. He was now one of the elite top 50 pioneers, granted special privileges on the 8th floor. He purchased a return stone immediately. 3 days on Earth. It was time to see if he was still the trash-tier loser of the past, or something new entirely. Space warped beneath his feet. The void opened its maw, and his body dissolved into light, dragged across dimensions as if he were melting away. Why does the system's teleportation always feel like a car crash? Recovering from the nausea, our main character stared at his ceiling. The tiny, cramped room. Strangely, it felt like paradise. A soft mattress caressed his back. Absolute luxury compared to the cold, hard stone of the tower's waiting room. But the stench of a week, without bathing, hit his nose. The tower offered sleep, not showers. He sprang up only to freeze. His equipment? It was right there on the floor. Tower gear followed him to Earth. This changed everything. The market was about to be flooded with artifacts from another dimension. He had to liquidate this loot before the market prices crashed. But to trade legally, he needed a license. He had to become an official hunter right now. Gripping his iPhone 14 Pro Max, he dialed the training center director. The old man sounded disgusted, annoyed that the pest was still buzzing around him. But this time Han Sung-jun wasn't begging. He was demanding a hunter assessment. The director scowled, but his greed for cash outweighed his hatred. Han Sung-jun knew exactly how to play him. Fresh from a shower, he caught his reflection in the mirror. Damn, with aura this sharp, who needs a girlfriend? He was in love with his own reflection. Okay, enough narcissism. He geared up. It was time to silence the doubters once and for all. No taxi, no problem. He vaulted over rooftops, parkouring through the city like a shadow. Arriving instantly, he faced the man who once spat on him. But the weakling was gone. Only a predator remained. Inspector Kim Yuju was present watching. Thanks to his bribe, the boring theory and interviews were skipped. Straight to the practical combat test. He stepped into the arena, steel in hand. The director, eyes gleaming with malice, ordered the inspector to crank the difficulty. 10 levels of hell awaited. In the past, level 1 nearly killed him. But he had slaughtered a legion of goblins since then. Give me level 10, he commanded, with ice in his veins. The director choked. Is he insane? He muttered, cursing under his breath. The simulation roared to life. His opponent, the calamitous Fire Phoenix, The beast screeched. A debuff hit instantly, speed reduced by 25%. His blade cracked under the sonic pressure. A cheap weapon provided by the benevolent director, of course. The old man smirked, waiting for the inevitable failure. Seeing Han Sung-jun struggle usually brought him joy. But the boy standing there was different. Forged in the fires of the tower, Han Sung-jun was ready to prove his worth. Director Hwang Man-ho watched, remembering his own bitter youth. He had passed his exams, thinking he was the protagonist. But the hunter world is cruel. Talent is the only currency that matters. He was left in the dust by true geniuses. He hit an insurmountable wall, gave up, and rotted away in mediocrity. That's why he hated Han Sung-jun, a talentless trash who refused to quit. It was insulting. As the sword shattered, Hwang Man-ho leaned forward, desperate to see the boy's dreams shatter with it. Han Sung-jun frowned. Steel shouldn't break that easily. Sabotage. Up in the observation deck, Hwang Man-ho's smile turned twisted and inhumane. Die already, the director thought. The phoenix unleashed a torrent of lava, but Han Sung-jun didn't panic. He triggered the new skill he claimed on the 4th floor. Instant acceleration. He vanished, launching himself toward the ceiling. The phoenix inhaled for a breath attack, but Han Sung-jun was already a blur, diving straight for the kill. He drove the broken blade straight into the beast's eye. The phoenix shrieked in agony, but the jagged metal was too short to pierce the brain. It wasn't enough. Improvisation time. He ripped a stone tile from the floor. Channeling every ounce of momentum, he hurled it. The stone missile tore through the air, blasting the phoenix's head apart like wet tofu. Boom! The tile embedded itself in the glass wall, right between the two observers. Hwang Man-ho froze, sweat dripping. That projectile missed his skull by 5 centimeters. Silence filled the room. Han Sung-jun was officially a C-rank hunter. The gates to dungeons and the marketplace were now open. In the office, Hwang Man-ho screamed at the inspector for rigging it wrong. But what could he do? The kid was strong. Han Sung-jun strolled in, feigning concern. Everything okay, director? The old man grit his teeth, forcing a smile. Congratulations. But Han Sung-jun saw through the mask. He saw the fear. You once called me incompetent, Han Sung-jun mused. But now, we're both C-rank. So doesn't that make you incompetent too? The word struck Hwang Man-ho's ego like a dagger. He snapped. You arrogant little. The director lunged. Han Sung-jun didn't blink. He slipped the punch and buried his fist into the old man's gut. That was self-defense. But the backhand slap that followed, that was pure, vindictive justice for years of torment. As Han Sung-jun walked away, the inspector chased him down. Wait, sign with the association. We offer exclusive contracts. 1 million base salary plus bonuses. Not a bad offer. But Han Sung-jun wasn't a fool. He knew they rigged the test. Money wasn't the issue, working for snakes was. I don't partner with people I can't trust. 2 days later, the secret was out. News of the awakening Manhwa phenomenon and the Tower of Trials broadcast across every screen. The world had changed forever. Han Sung-jun exhaled a long breath of relief. His calculations were perfect. He'd liquidated his entire inventory just in time. As the return stone's timer hit 0, the world dissolved around him. Back to the Tower of Trials. Adrenaline surged through his veins like never before. He materialized back on the cold stone slab of the waiting room. His stash of earthly goods had successfully transferred with him. He organized his locker with military precision. A quick stretch to loosen the muscles, and he was ready. It was time to conquer the 5th floor. Suddenly, a blue system window popped up. Skill acquired. Eye of Truth. Violet mana flooded his irises. The world shifted. He could now see the structural essence of everything, distinguishing lies from reality. A cheat-level ability for a legendary Manhwa recap protagonist. That 3-day vacation on Earth was the best investment he'd ever made. With his pockets heavy with gold, he went on a spree, securing a lightning sword and an enchanted iron shield. The countdown ended. The system warped Han Sung-jun to the 5th floor's arena. The objective, hunt down the alpha wolf of the valley within 24 hours. The system had a twisted sense of humor, spawning him directly in the middle of a hungry pack. They lunged, teeth bared, to tear him apart. But they didn't realize they weren't the hunters. They were the prey. New steel met soft fur. With his upgraded gear, the lesser wolves were swept away like dust. But the scent of spilled blood summoned the true guardians of the territory. Giants emerged from the shadows, 10 times the size of the others, snapping their own kin in half with jagged jaws. Facing these cold-blooded monsters, Han Sung-jun's eyes didn't show fear, they shined with the thrill of the grind. He became a blur of motion among the white fur. He dove into the fray, his blade singing a deadly song as it carved through bone and sinew with surgical precision. As the last beast fell, a wave of knowledge crashed into him. His swordsmanship mastery had leveled up. It was clear now. His beginner skills were finally evolving into something lethal. This was the ultimate power leveling session. As per ritual, he devoured their souls to fuel his growth. His passive lightning effect hadn't triggered much yet, but the potential was there. Pushing deeper into the valley, he found a scene of absolute carnage. Wolf corpses lay everywhere, not bitten, but cleaved in two. The strikes were so violent, they had scarred the cliff face itself. He activated the Eye of Truth. The data was undeniable. These weren't claw marks. They were sword slashes from a master duelist. A bone-chilling howl shattered the silence. Han Sung-jun kicked into high gear, his body accelerating like a bullet toward the cave, echoing with death. A massive carcass was flung from the shadows, landing with a wet thud. It was the Wolf King. His quest target had been butchered like livestock before he even arrived. Space warped, and a stranger stepped out from a dimensional rift. The system barked a new order. Eliminate the dimensional intruder. This was no longer a simple leveling manhwa trial. The stakes had just skyrocketed. The intruder clad in high-tier plate armor sneered beneath his helm. Cat got your tongue, or you just frozen with fear. Either way, this is where your story ends. A variable he hadn't calculated. His boss kill was stolen, but the trial wasn't marked as failed yet. It had evolved into a death match. The knight moved with terrifying speed for such heavy gear. Han Sung-jun improvised instantly. He kicked the massive Wolf King's corpse into the air, creating a wall of flesh and blood to block the enemy's vision. He ghosted behind the blinded enemy, thrusting his blade toward the kidneys. Clang, the steel bounced off. The intruder's armor was impenetrable, hard as diamond. A fatal miscalculation. At point-blank range, the knight countered with overwhelming force. Han Sung-jun's brand-new shield shattered like glass. The impact sent him flying, skipping across the rocky ground. A sickening crack echoed, his left arm was pulverized. The intruder paused, genuinely impressed that his opponent had blocked the lightsaber-like strike. Han Sung-jun roared through the pain. How the hell did you breach my dimensional space? You ignorant rookie, the knight scoffed. You don't even know the basics of the tower. Han Sung-jun cursed his rotten luck. Why was his difficulty setting always on nightmare? The knight raised his glowing blade for the execution. Wait, Han Sung-jun gasped, feigning desperation. If I'm going to die, teach me. Tell me how you cross dimensions. Seeing a dying man, the intruder's ego took the bait. He decided to give the noob a final history lesson. The 8th floor drops a dimensional intrusion ticket. It allows predators like me to invade the trials of lower-level players. I come from the origin dimension. Han Sung-jun's Eye of Truth verified every word. But the knight narrowed his eyes. He sensed the mana fluctuation he was being analyzed. You dare inspect me? Killing intent exploded from the knight like a storm. Han Sung-jun's lips curled into a cold, predatory smirk. And what are you going to do about it? The arrogance stunned the intruder. How could a cripple be so cocky? He didn't know Han Sung-jun held all the aces. The shattered arm. A performance. Han Sung-jun released his grip, and the limb snapped back into place. His rapid regeneration skill made it look like the injury never happened. The intruder stepped back, shaken, but still confident in his superior gear. Poor fool. He didn't realize he was fighting the main character. The souls of the entire wolf pack had been fueling Han Sung-jun this whole time. A swordsman with high-tier healing and necromancy buffs. The intruder's logic crumbled. The two most broken skills in the game were active. Playtime was over. Han Sung-jun vanished, reappearing in a storm of rapid-fire slashes. Humiliated by a 5th-floor scrub, the knight ignited his aura blade. He parried returning fire with lethal waves of energy. The landscape was torn asunder by the aura strikes. Han Sung-jun danced through the destruction, dodging death by inches, but he still needed to crack that turtle shell armor. He had been stacking his passive charges with every clash. Now, the lightning effect triggered. High-voltage death bypassed the physical armor completely. The electricity fried the knight's nerves from the inside out. Han Sung-jun grinned as the invincible intruder collapsed, twitching helplessly in the dirt. How? The knight gasped, unable to comprehend the skill gap. Gear doesn't make the player. Han Sung-jun looked down at him. Your arrogance was your death sentence. Terror finally set in. Wait, I'll tell you anything. I'll be your slave, the knight begged. Denied. Han Sung-jun's voice was void of mercy. Shing. The blade silenced the plea, piercing the throat with finality. The intruder gurgled one last curse. You, savage. A chill ran down Han Sung-jun's spine. Killing was becoming too easy, too natural. But in this tower, hesitation meant death. The intruder's body began to pixelate. He snatched the soul, before it faded into the void. The system chimed. New rewards for the anomaly. A torrential amount of gold, and an A-rank skill. 3-step slash. Back in the safety of the waiting room, silence returned. Han Sung-jun sat in deep thought. The multiverse was hunting him now. The climb had just become a war. To gain a tactical advantage, Han Sung-jun decided to consult the system administrator regarding the hidden rules of floor intrusion. The response was instantaneous and cold. Intrusion is a privilege solely for level 8 players against level 1 novices with 0 interference allowed in special trials. The system granted him only one answer, cutting off further inquiries. He exhaled, relieved he hadn't wasted his precious question on nonsense. Now, it was time for preparation. He pulled out Koken's magic box, brought all the way from Earth, and restored his battle-worn shield to pristine condition. Among his loot was a seemingly useless item, a cleansing stone. However, upon activation, a wave of euphoria washed over him like a mana buff. Using this for a spiritual bath was an unexpected stroke of genius. With over an hour before the 6th floor opened, Han Sung-jun checked the leaderboards, a classic trope in any leveling manhwa. After obliterating the level 8 intruder, his name had skyrocketed to rank 3. The community forums were in chaos, debating the necessity of debuff resistance skills. The chat logs were a mess of toxicity after the 4th floor's brutality. Murder had become just another daily routine for these players. The destroyer of the 4th floor was identified as Princess Sutori. Though she had changed her inn, the hunt was on. A nameless nobody had suddenly sparked a massive wave of competition among the top rankers. Han Sung-jun etched that name into his memory. He needed to avoid her or eliminate her before she could manipulate the entire player base into hunting him down. The countdown hit 0. Floor 6 initialized a 50-minute domination mission to capture a perimeter station. The map loaded, revealing a vast, endless ocean dotted with floating platforms. The system finalized team allocations, yet Han Sung-jun stood alone. Before he could even process his solitude, a spear whistled down from the heavens, aiming straight for his skull. His reflexes kicked in instantly. Han Sung-jun caught the shaft, mid-air, with terrifying ease. The attacker, his own foolish teammate, stared in shock that his ambush had failed so miserably. Han Sung-jun smirked at this hostile welcome. But this wasn't a greeting. The man looked at him with eyes full of murderous intent and greed. The community boards were poisoning minds with rumors that killing teammates was the fastest way to farm rewards. All around him, the ocean stage turned into a slaughterhouse of betrayal. Screams of the dying filled the air, painting a hellish soundscape. His teammate laughed maniacally. Do you get it now? You self-righteous hypocrite. This is survival. On a nearby platform, chaos reigned. 2 girls clasped hands, appearing to form a heartwarming alliance amidst the bloodshed. But in this world, trust is a fatal weakness. In a flash, the short-haired girl drove a blade into her partner's back. As the body fell, she unlocked a new special ability, Backstab. The system rewarded cruelty. Han Sung-jun witnessed the treachery, but his distraction was an opening. His teammate lunged, seizing the moment to strike while his guard was down. Han Sung-jun had no desire for senseless slaughter, but if someone offered up their life on a silver platter, he would accept it. Killing the traitor granted him a new achievement, though the taste of unnecessary violence was bitter. The mission was simple: occupy the point. Across the water, a hydromage conjured a massive defensive barrier, grinning with arrogance. A water attribute mage? In an ocean field, on paper, he should be invincible. But that logic only applied if his opponent wasn't Han Sung-jun. Han Sung-jun launched himself like a cannonball toward the enemy station. He slammed his foot into the magical barrier. The mage laughed louder, confident in his absolute defense. A split second later, that confident grin was replaced by a mouthful of shattered teeth and blood. The shield could stop bullets, but Han Sung-jun was a human siege weapon. One kick, and the mage was forcibly logged out of life. Han Sung-jun felt he might have used excessive force, but the gruesome display worked. The surrounding vultures scattered, terrified to engage the monster who shattered magic with a kick. With 10 minutes remaining, he simply had to hold the point. The 6th floor had taught him a harsh lesson: compassion was a luxury he could no longer afford. Even allies could turn into vipers in an instant. Suddenly, a new threat emerged. A 4-man squad formed from 2 teams, marching in with confident swagger. Their target was clear: Han Sung-jun's stronghold. 2 vanguards charged, while the black-haired mage in the back activated a sinister spell, Synchronized Heart. It was a damage-sharing link connecting Kim Ji-hun to Han Sung-jun. When Han Sung-jun drove his blade into the enemy, a jolt of phantom pain exploded in his own arm. Meanwhile, the tank scooped up seawater and splashed Han Sung-jun. The system alerted him. The salty water of the trial carried a massive debuff, lowering his stats. The narrative seemed to be shifting toward tragedy for Han Sung-jun, but that would only be true if he were a side character. He dodged the massive blade of the blonde warrior and clamped his hand onto the man's skull. With godlike strength, he slammed the man into the deck. A single move to send him to the afterlife, leaving the remaining 3 paralyzed with fear. Achievement unlocked, one-hit kill. This granted him the passive skill Disdain for the Weak, rendering him immune to anyone with lower stats. The shield-bearing tank realized too late that his stats were trash compared to Han Sung-jun. The punishment was swift. A knee shattered the tank's face, followed by a heel drop that crushed him from the crown down. The savage efficiency sent shivers through the survivors. Kim Ji-hun panicked, freezing up while the blonde swordsman swung blindly, slashing his own teammate's leg. A single slash, but 2 men screamed. The blonde fool had forgotten that the mage had linked their pain receptors. Kim Ji-hun cursed in agony, but the nightmare wasn't over. The blonde turned into a human sieve under attack, and Han Sung-jun staggered as the shared pain hit him. His pain reduction skill only mitigated 15% of the damage. There was only one solution: sever the source. Han Sung-jun hurled his shield with all his might. It flew in a perfect line, slicing through Kim Ji-hun's neck. The phantom sensation of a slit throat overwhelmed Han Sung-jun. He collapsed, clutching his intact neck, the pain dangerously realistic. The blonde swordsman saw his 1 in a million chance to kill the boss. As the blade descended for the execution, Han Sung-jun caught it with his bare hands. Steel bit into flesh, blood sprayed, but his grip did not falter. In that moment, the swordsman knew he was dead. Terror shook him to his core. Han Sung-jun snapped the enemy's sword like a twig and drove the broken shard into the man's heart. The enemy could only utter a final curse before fading into the void. Simultaneously, the timer hit 0. In a twisted irony, the winners were the ones who had maintained their humanity and teamwork. Yet there were cold-blooded victors too. To the outside world, Han Sung-jun was likely seen as just another bloodthirsty monster of the tower. Back in the waiting room, Han Sung-jun reviewed his notifications. Most achievements came from slaughter. The system showered him with skills, points, and rewards for his brutality. The completion reward for the 6th floor was a random gold box. Han Sung-jun didn't hold his breath. His luck stat had always been questionable. The box popped open, and a cute creature landed on the floor. It glared at Han Sung-jun with zero affection. He lunged to grab it, but the little beast teleported away every time he got close. Han Sung-jun activated a speed burst and finally snagged the blue blob of fat. He laughed in victory, but the blue fluff ball opened its mouth and chomped down hard on his hand. Feigning tears of agony, he lured the creature in, waiting for the perfect moment. Han Sung-jun watched as the monster revealed its true predatory nature, thinking it could bully a helpless child. He almost hesitated because of that adorable blue fluff, but those razor-sharp fangs snapped him back to reality. Han Sung-jun launched an aerial counter, delivering a catastrophic critical hit straight to its skull. In a split second, the beast exploded into hundreds of data fragments and hidden loot. It dropped a B-rank iron necklace, imbued with the Blessing of Steel. This artifact boosted sword mastery by 7% and absorbed 10% of physical damage. But the moment Han Sung-jun equipped it, his mana reserves were instantly drained dry. The necklace had no cooldown, but it demanded a constant mana tithe to maintain its effects. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. This system Manhwa was changing the rules. The waiting time for the Tower of Trials had been removed. The community boards erupted in chaos. However, for the elites, nothing much changed. The real concern was that player killers would be leashed, unable to strike when the next stage was a solo queue. Han Sung-jun knew he had to watch his back against such dangerous teammates. First, he needed to master a new counter skill that wouldn't be nullified by the diverse abilities of others. His necromancy had reached rank D. Beyond just boosting raw power, it now reinforced his mana core and generated a spectral defensive shield. To test this absolute defense, Han Sung-jun drew his blade, tossed it high toward the ceiling, and waited for gravity to do the rest. The moment the steel touched his skin, the spirits intervened instantly, absorbing the impact damage. Han Sung-jun was genuinely impressed by this automated defense mechanism. However, each activation sacrificed a soul to take the hit, meaning he needed to maintain a stockpile of spirits for survival. Next, he checked the ranking board with a curiosity burning in his eyes. Since he hadn't slaughtered many competitors on the 6th floor, his rank had plummeted to 4th place. A wave of disappointment hit him, but staying within the top 50 was enough. Feeling the itch for battle, Han Sung-jun decided to dive straight into the next floor of the trial. This time, the trial demanded players clear 3 gauntlets in 40 minutes to prove their worth. Han Sung-jun was teleported to a gloomy corridor, the silence so absolute he couldn't sense a single living presence. At the end of the abyss, a blue light flickered. A warp gate materialized, dragging Han Sung-jun into the first zone of the trial. As he opened his eyes, the familiar desert landscape materialized. He realized the system intended to put him through a boss rush of his past conquests, a classic trope in any awakening manhwa. With his current power level, Han Sung-jun was confident he could crush a Sand Golem, but his confidence wavered when he saw the sheer scale of this anomaly. In his memories, the golem was a third of this size. The massive construct raised a sand-covered arm, bringing it down with enough pressure to flatten the entire zone. Han Sung-jun equipped his sword and shield, sprinting up the giant's body. He danced across its surface, but he couldn't locate the golem's mana core anywhere. While he was distracted, searching the monster's head spun a full 180 degrees, nearly giving Han Sung-jun a heart attack. It swatted at him like a fly, its rock-hard hand crushing him in a vice grip. But the stone hand shattered into dust under Han Sung-jun's blade. He could slice through it easily, but was brute force really the only path to victory here? Han Sung-jun continued his assault, piercing through layers of sand and stone. But no matter how many times he severed its limbs, the golem regenerated instantly in the next second. The golem entered a berserk state, its power skyrocketing with its rage. It launched a devastating punch, but instead of aiming for Han Sung-jun, it slammed the ground. Realizing the trap, Han Sung-jun launched himself away. He had to dodge the attack while putting maximum distance between them. The pressure wave created by the golem was immense, but running wasn't enough. The terrain collapsed into quicksand, burying both Han Sung-jun and the golem. He glared at the monster, his patience officially hitting zero. Now he was actually pissed off. Han Sung-jun decided to go all out, unleashing the three-step slash he had recently mastered to dissect the golem. He didn't wait for it to heal. He just kept chopping faster than it could regenerate. He silently thanked that intruder for donating such valuable combat experience. As fast as the golem healed, Han Sung-jun cut it down. He wouldn't stop until its body was reduced to dust. 10 minutes in, he was drenched in sweat. Wearing heavy armor in a scorching desert would make anyone dehydrated. But then he noticed the terrifying golem had become surprisingly petite and cute. The golem seemed to blush with embarrassment. It probably never expected to be looked at as a cute little cheese stick. The sand that made up its body was a finite resource, and it couldn't draw from the surroundings. That was why the golem was shrinking. Han Sung-jun flashed a sadistic predatory grin. "Hey golem, want to lose some weight with me?" And so the two of them began a rigorous workout session. Personal trainer Han Sung-jun, filled with professional passion, helped the golem shed tons of weight in mere minutes. As its body shrank, the mana core finally revealed itself on its back. But a slimmer body meant the golem's agility had skyrocketed. It launched high-speed attacks at close range. With only 40 minutes for 3 trials, Han Sung-jun couldn't afford to play cat and mouse. He smashed directly through to the core on its back. The first trial was cleared. He had proven he could conquer his fear. But the moment the golem crumbled, the system gate opened immediately. Han Sung-jun scrambled to extract the Sand Golem's soul, but he was too late. He cursed under his breath. This damn system didn't even give a guy time to loot. He was warped to trial number 2, the Orc Village. This was a recreation of the aftermath, right after he had slaughtered the village chief, leaving the hunters returning to a scene of devastation. The hunters stared at their chief's corpse with burning hatred, entering a frenzy state and roaring as they charged at the sinner Han Sung-jun. He didn't hesitate, diving straight into the clash. He annihilated them all, until only the leader of the hunters remained. Han Sung-jun looked at the grieving orc. "Hurts, doesn't it? Watching your family die helpless before your eyes?" The orc's rage consumed it. It summoned every ounce of strength for a final punch, but before the fist could land, its head was already severed from its neck. Han Sung-jun instantly triggered the extraction before the system could drag him away again. Luck was on his side this time. He managed to snag the orc hunter's soul. The scenery shifted again, returning him to the ocean of the 6th floor. He assumed the system would follow a chronological order, but skipping from 1 and 2 straight to 6 made no sense. Thinking back, the tower made him fight orc hunters during a trial named Wisdom. He was starting to seriously question the logic of this entire tower architecture. First, Han Sung-jun needed to recover some health after those brutal fights. But checking his inventory, he realized there wasn't a trash can for his empty potion bottle. Seeing he was alone, he figured a little littering wouldn't hurt the tower. But the moment the bottle hit the water, the ocean surged violently behind him and rocks began to levitate. He thought to himself, "I only threw a tiny bottle. Why is the ocean reacting like a catastrophic event?" Han Sung-jun immediately sprinted hunting for the red objective marker he had captured on the 6th floor. Naturally, touching the seawater meant a stat penalty debuff. Han Sung-jun kicked into high gear confident that with this momentum, victory was already in the bag. But suddenly the very ground betrayed him. As the stone beneath his feet shot skyward, Han Sung-jun was drenched, his body screaming from pure exhaustion. He cursed this damnable tower. Logic had completely left the chat. With a grit of his teeth, he activated sprint, dashing across the floating debris like a phantom, until the checkpoint finally locked into his sights. Only 3 minutes remained on the clock. Victory seemed certain until the water below began to churn into a hungry vortex. Massive water dragons erupted from the deep, aiming straight for his life. Han Sung-jun twisted his body in midair, weaving through the deadly hydro cannons. He was inches from safety when a rogue waterspout slammed into his blind spot. The impact launched him sky high, his body groaning under the crushing water pressure. Just as death seemed inevitable in this leveling Manhwa scenario, the blessing of steel passive roared to life. The spirits he commanded surged forward to absorb the fatal physical damage. The Orc Hunter souls he'd harvested were sacrificed as meat shields. Without them, that attack would have torn his body to shreds. Time was bleeding away as he desperately lunged for the red platform. But disaster struck. The steel necklace had drained his mana dry, and his acceleration buff was flickering out. Desperate Han Sung-jun consumed a hunter's soul, forcing a small burst of recovery energy into his depleted veins. Just one step from salvation, but the tower wasn't done playing God. A massive wall of water rose to block his path, while hungry tornadoes closed in from behind. Trapped between death and destruction, there was only one choice. He gritted his teeth and charged straight into the water wall. The tornado shattered his footing, launching him into the air as another soul crumbled to dust. Han Sung-jun tumbled through the sky, plummeting in freefall toward the safe zone. A thunderous crash echoed as his defensive spirits shattered completely. He lay flattened among the debris, but as he looked up, the deadly storm had finally ceased. The vortex dissipated, dumping a final humiliating bucket of water over his head. He mentally cursed this trash tier trial. It just had to soak him one last time for good measure. Han Sung-jun returned to the lobby gasping for air. That was too close. If this was the warm-up, what kind of hell awaited on the 8th floor? But first, the spoils of war. The system window opened to reveal his new aura. The tower offered 3 distinct auras, with a warning to choose wisely. Scanning the descriptions, the system explicitly recommended the Jewel aura for his build. Hanger was decent, but Mang was absolute trash. Trusting his instincts, Han Sung-jun locked in his choice, the aura of Jewel. This power was a game-changer. It granted 3 paths: spirit summoning, a tripling of sword and magic potency, or the god-tier ability to craft items and skills. Leaning into the necromancy route, he chose the summoner class. But the real prize, a unique authority that allowed him to fuse skills. He could merge 2 abilities to birth something entirely new, absolutely broken. He tossed 2 useless skills together just to test the waters, but the result made his jaw drop. The fusion was a success. He had synthesized a powerful D-rank offensive skill, turning 2 trash F-rank skills into a D-rank weapon. That's an insane exploit. Hyped up, he tried fusing marksmanship and fire resistance, but only got a mediocre E-rank result. Han Sung-jun realized the meta. The higher the compatibility between the ingredients, the stronger the resulting skill. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed. To think a nobody like him finally possessed an aura. The feeling of standing above others was strange, terrifying, yet addictive. Suddenly, he remembered the bonus reward. He sprang up to inspect Grace of the Wind, an A-rank item. It boosted movement speed by 10%, stacking up to 7 times with a 24-hour cooldown. At max stacks, that's a 70% speed boost. He'd be moving faster than a speedster comic hero. Best of all, it was a passive buff that didn't drain a drop of mana. As a speed build fanatic, there was no way he was passing up these sleek suede combat boots. He browsed the system shop like it was Amazon, but most skills were overpriced garbage. Still, he dropped cash on Mana Sense simply because his wallet was finally heavy enough to flex. He hadn't forgotten how Kim Jin-hyuk used that nasty pain-sharing curse on him. With Mana Sense, he'd be able to detect and counter those dirty tricks in the future. The moment he learned it, the skill etched itself into his very DNA. Mana surged through his circuits, reinforcing every cell, making his entire body feel like it was being forged in fire. When the pain faded, he felt reborn. He was on a completely different level than the man he was just 30 seconds ago. He felt weightless as a feather. He tested his strength with a simple stomp, and the floor beneath him crumbled into dust. It wasn't just a sense buff. His physical stats had skyrocketed. Fully geared up, Han Sung-jun took a deep breath. The 8th floor wouldn't be a walk in the park, so he decided to take a break and return to Earth for a little vacation. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a nervous young man clutched his iPhone 14 Pro Max, biting his nails in panic because he couldn't find a single hunter to recruit. A square-headed thug waddled over, dripping with sarcasm. He demanded the newbie's entry pass, gloating that he'd already poached every capable hunter in the vicinity. They were freezing him out just because he was a lowly E rank. The young man trembled with rage at their blatant disrespect. Is there really no room left in your party? Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the tension. Han Sung-jun stepped forward, flashing his C-rank hunter license like a VIP card. The desperate E-rank leader accepted him instantly. But the thug grabbed Han Sung-jun's shoulder, clearly offended. "Hey pal, didn't you see us waiting here? Are you blind?" Han Sung-jun just smirked. "Some people have a death wish." Han Sung-jun's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint as he warned the pig to remove his trotter. A suffocating blood-red murderous aura exploded from him, forcing the thug to recoil in pure terror. The clueless minions behind him actually thought their boss was dominating the interaction, unaware that he was sweating buckets. The thug cleared his throat awkwardly and scrambled for an excuse to leave before Han Sung-jun decided to snap him in half. Lee Won panicked, realizing his new recruit just provoked a local gang, but Han Sung-jun didn't give a damn. He just wanted to enter the dungeon knowing that with Lee Won's trash reputation, no one else was coming anyway. Lee Won pointed a shaking finger at himself, then at Han Sung-jun. "Wait, just the two of us. Against a whole dungeon." Inside the gate, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. While Lee Won trembled, Han Sung-jun looked bored, confident he could solo this D-rank dungeon in his sleep. Noticing his rookie behavior, Lee Won started lecturing him on awakening Manhwa survival theories. Listen, statistically, high-ranking hunters actually have higher mortality rates because of arrogance. The E-rank hunter cowered in the back, knowing his place in the food chain, while the C-ranker marched with the arrogance of a king. Chuan's heart raced. Entering a raid without a healer was practically a death sentence. Han Sung-jun played the role of the rookie, perfectly following standard protocol to the letter. To ensure their survival, Chuan took the lead. The protagonist agreed, though a hidden fire burned in his eyes. Truth be told, this was his first official dungeon dive. He wanted to observe a veteran in action. But the lesson began early. A lizardman warrior emerged from the shadows. Chuan started rambling combat theory, like a nervous student trying to draw aggro, according to the manual. The plan: he distracts, while Han Sung-jun delivers the critical strike. But reality is cruel. Chuan just flailed his weapon around, like a court jester, leaving the monster completely baffled by the display. Han Sung-jun sighed. He'd only been back on Earth for 3 days, but he couldn't watch this embarrassment any longer. Activating his speed buff, he blurred into motion. 3-step slash. The mutated beast was severed in an instant. Chuan stood frozen, his brain buffering. Han Sung-jun took command. If he let the rookie lead, they'd be here until the apocalypse. The roles had reversed. From that point on, every monster that dared show its face was instantly annihilated. To Chuan, this wasn't a dungeon raid anymore. It was a one-sided massacre. Han Sung-jun harvested the mana core and tossed it into the porter's overflowing bag like it was trash. But amidst the loot distribution, an assassin struck from the blind spot. He casually tilted his head as if shaking off dust, and the lethal spear missed by a millimeter. Was it Ultra Instinct or just dumb luck? With a casual swing of his multi-purpose shield, he sent the beast straight to hell. Feigning a yawn to hide his true power, he quietly activated his system Manhwa ability to absorb their souls. He had to keep his unique skill hidden from prying eyes. But these trash mobs only boosted his stats by 0.7%. A disappointing grind for a leveling Manhwa protagonist. They breached the boss room. Even as a pack mule, Chuan felt the adrenaline spike. Inside, the Lizard King sat on his throne, waiting for his executioner. Chuan tried to formulate a strategy, but Han Sung-jun didn't need one. When you have the plot armor of a main character, the only plan is search and destroy. The boss launched forward. Its speed defied the laws of physics for such a massive frame. Han Sung-jun was caught off guard, but he hadn't played his trump card yet. He blinked behind the enemy with godlike speed, but he miscalculated. The tail whipped around like a steel cable, swatting him away like a common housefly. The impact sent him flying across the chamber. Chuan screamed his name in despair, fearing the worst. But the soul shield had absorbed the fatal damage just in time. Instead of fear, a maniacal bloodlust surged within him. Chuan's heart pounded harder than a first date. Across the room, the Lizard King's stone throne cracked under the pressure. A chill ran down his spine. The boss went berserk. A piercing roar shattered the air, triggering a massive area of effect debuff. Slow motion. Invisible chains bound his limbs, weighing him down like gravity had increased tenfold. It was the perfect moment to test his new awakening Manhwa breaker skill. But his mana stat dwarfed the boss's. The debuff shattered instantly. The Lizard King's eyes bulged in terror. Its ultimate move hadn't even scratched him. A pathetic whimper echoed from the corner. Poor Chuan, lacking any resistance skills, was wrapped up tight like a mummy in invisible chains. His cry for help shifted the boss's aggro. The beast lunged at the helpless porter with killing intent. Han Sung-jun scrambled to intercept, but the distance was too great. Time seemed to slow. That's when he remembered he wasn't fighting alone. His undead legion was awaiting orders. Arise! Skeletons materialized to shield Chuan. They were crushed instantly by the boss's blade, but their sacrifice bought one precious second. Han Sung-jun activated Windwalk. He descended like a storm, severing the king's head. Dungeon cleared. He claimed the boss soul and the spirit eye skill. Meanwhile, outside the gate, a board association manager checked his watch. Protocol dictated that once the scouting party retreated, the elite strike team would enter to finish the job. He was stuck babysitting the rookies. If he were in charge of the strike team's kill, he'd be swimming in performance bonuses right now. But that was a pipe dream. Unless a monstrous A-rank hunter decided to solo the entire dungeon in one go. Suddenly, Han Sung-jun emerged with his porter. Just 2 survivors. The manager assumed they fled halfway until the gate turned gray and crumbled. The dungeon was closed. Impossible. The manager sprinted over, tripping over his own feet to confirm the miracle. I am Jin Ujin, captain of the monitoring division. Chuan assumed he was here for the mining rights, but he stayed silent. All authority belonged to the monster who solo cleared the instance. Ujin's eyes trembled. This kid had to be a hidden A-rank. But Han Sung-jun cut through the flattery. He didn't care about titles. He cared about the payout. 1 billion won. The offer hung in the air. Elsewhere, Seo Lee Haeon was drowning in paperwork. A survivor of the Tower of Trials, she was now the headhunter for the Awoken. Her mission: find the diamonds in the rough elite, players from the tower who could shake up the current meta. It was hopeless. Most returnees chose easy mode cowardice. Her mind drifted back to the one anomaly, Han Sung-jun, the man who conquered the 4th floor solo. She cursed herself for letting him slip away. Ping a text message from Han Sung-jun. Her gloomy expression instantly brightened like she'd won the lottery. He was waiting at a cafe. The door burst open. Lee Haeon rushed in her desperate pace, betraying just how badly she wanted to recruit this Manhwa recap legend. She pouted immediately, scolding him for ghosting her messages. Han Sung-jun offered a stoic apology, but his mind was elsewhere. Romance, please. His brain was wired for grinding and leveling, not dating. He cut to the chase. I need you to get me into a guild, but I have 3 non-negotiable conditions. 1. I refuse mandatory summons. 2. My tower activities are private. 3. Unrestricted access to gates. Silence descended on the table. Even he knew his demand sounded like the ramblings of an arrogant lunatic. Impossible, Lee Haeon stated flatly. Han Sung-jun prepared to leave defeated. Suddenly she grabbed his hand. Unless you join my guild, White Silver, we can make it happen. But there's a catch. You need to prove you're worth the trouble by solo clearing a C-rank dungeon. And that brings us to now. Lounging on top of a moving bus, contemplating his path. The destination was close. He stood up, time to run. A little warm-up before the real chaos begins. Han Sung-jun tore through the streets like a speeding bullet, moving so fast that pedestrians thought their eyes were glitching out. The moment he slammed on the brakes at the registration tent, a massive shockwave exploded outward, nearly blowing the entire structure into the next zip code. Lee Haeon could barely keep a straight face. It had only been 2 weeks, but his growth was terrifying. Bored of waiting, they decided to dive straight into the action. Inside the dungeon, a golden sea of wheat stretched endlessly. Lee Haeon activated the Queen's Necklace, cloaking herself in a shimmering stealth barrier. This meant Han Sung-jun could focus purely on the slaughter. Suddenly, his spirit eye flashed a red alert: danger was incoming. 3 shadows rippled through the crops. He leaped high just as razor-sharp fangs snapped shut exactly where his heart had been a second ago. Lee Haeon panicked. Those were venom ghouls, monsters with fatal poison that had absolutely no business being in a C-rank dungeon. But Han Sung-jun remained ice-cold. Like the protagonist of a top-tier leveling manhwa, he began dismantling them with surgical precision. Lee Haeon watched in awe, mentally planning their wedding. Meanwhile, Han Sung-jun danced through the chaos, dodging lethal venom with godlike reflexes. His lightning flash skill triggered automatically. He'd almost forgotten he had it. A ghoul lunged from his blind spot, its maw wide open to devour him. It aimed for his head, but Han Sung-jun ducked faster than light. He grabbed its tail and slammed the beast down, shattering the stone floor beneath it. Dusting off his hands, he signaled Lee Hae-on. The path was clear, but she stood frozen, stunned by his legendary one-man army performance. Usually, it took a full squad of veteran hunters to handle these venomous nightmares. But look at him go, armed with just a shield and blade. Our protagonist was rewriting the rules. Lee Hae-on knew he was destined for absolute greatness. Maybe even destined to be her husband. 10 out of 10. Han Sung-jun absorbed the souls, noting a small stat bump. He figured the boss wouldn't be too much trouble. The boss room was a nightmare of jagged cliffs and suffocating silence. The eerie atmosphere made Lee Hae-on's skin crawl. Not a single creature stirred. Then, without warning, a beam of concentrated mana blasted down from the heavens, targeting Lee Hae-on. The boss descended with a savage grin. That was one hell of a surprise party greeting. Han Sung-jun scooped Lee Hae-on up in a bridal carry, sending her heart racing. The boss unleashed a mana breath attack that chased right at their heels. A massive explosion rocked the cavern. Han Sung-jun emerged from the smoke, landing gracefully on a high branch, with the damsel still in his arms. They broke line of sight while the beast hunted for corpses. Lee Hae-on offered to buff him, desperate to be useful. But he shook his head. He only ran to save her. Now it was hunting season. He dove straight at the boss's exposed back. He had stacked Windgrace 7 times, and it was payday. Just as the boss inhaled to recharge its mana, Han Sung-jun was already there. Before the monster could blink, cold steel kissed its underbelly. 3-step slash. The beast was carved into 3 neat chunks, while Lee Hae-on watched trembling. She had to ask herself, who was the real monster here? With the boss slain, Lee Hae-on announced he had passed the test. But she had a warning. The Tower of Trials would only get deadlier. Normal people lowered the difficulty, but she suspected he was different. Watching his absurd growth, she knew he had chosen the path of death. She begged him to survive and come back safe, so they could be friends, of course. That night marked his final hours on Earth. For 3 days, Han Sung-jun prepared relentlessly. His confidence was at an all-time high. It was time to return to the tower. Back in the waiting room, he accessed the trial. Floor 8 offered branching paths. Wanting to sharpen his soul skills, he chose combat. He expected a brawl, but his pioneer title triggered a special event. He was granted an audience with the administrator, the Iron-Blooded Monarch. The system whisked him away instantly. He landed in the Monarch's domain, a world buried under an eternal heavy snowfall. He tried to use his Eye of Truth, but the system remained tight-lipped. This was the Monarch's turf. A holographic message popped up. The Monarch was offended by his prying eyes and ordered him to follow a floating sword. Guided by crimson mana, the blade led him to a humble wooden cabin. Stepping inside, he felt a gaze heavy enough to crush bones. The Iron-Blooded Monarch sat with crossed legs, staring him down. "You finally made it. Welcome, pioneer." He expected a crusty old warlord, but the tyrant was a stunning woman with pink hair and overwhelming charisma. Han Sung-jun was floored. Her beauty was blinding, but like a rose, she had thorns. This was the tower's admin. Suddenly, she flickered and appeared right in front of his face. His eyes widened. He hadn't even seen her move. The monarch casually grabbed a bottle of wine. She scoffed, calling him ordinary, despite his flashy battles. She had seen the results, but no one could watch the trials below the 8th floor. The monarch poured a glass of orange juice. Talk about a plot twist. Admins are just slaves to the tower, she shrugged. As long as she served the system, she couldn't harm him. This meeting was his pioneer perk. He could ask anything, no Q&A ticket required. Han Sung-jun asked about the intruder on floor 5. She smiled. Invading other floors offered insane rewards. Those invaders were veterans with decades of experience. Defeating them meant a jackpot. She revealed the endgame: one day the towers of different worlds would merge into one. Hearing this, Han Sung-jun raised a question. She explained that beyond floor 20, the trials would merge, meaning he would face other intruders in the tower. One final question remained. What lies at the summit? The Iron-Blood Monarch fell silent. Even with her authority, the peak remained a mystery wrapped in shadows. She revealed her past. Administrators were simply fallen challengers from the 14th floor and above, granted a second chance through the system. They were failures who never touched the sky. Han Sung-jun clenched his fist, unable to hide his disdain. I expected you to know the truth of this world. The mention of the peak triggered her aura. In a flash, the Iron-Blood Monarch seized him by the throat, her eyes burning with murderous intent. Do not speak of the summit so lightly, boy. Yet unlike her fury, Han Sung-jun's expression was as calm as a still lake. His lack of fear caught her off guard. Crash! Han Sung-jun shattered the pressure, holding him, and broke free from her grasp. You won't take me down that easily, he declared, cold-bloodedly. His voice was ice. The monarch stared wide-eyed before bursting into hearty laughter. He was the first audacious soul to ever damage an administrator's domain. You are truly entertaining. She immediately offered a master-disciple contract. Back in the waiting room, Han Sung-jun wasted no time checking the exclusive shop unlocked by this bond. Access granted to the Iron Blood Monarch's treasury. However, the true treasures on page 2 were locked behind the 10th floor barrier. His starting SP was limited. He had to choose wisely. Only one of 3 divine items could be his. He selected Steadfast Heart, a passive skill to enforce absolute rationality, purging all unnecessary emotions. Geared up, he stepped into the 8th floor, the zone of destruction. The mission: annihilate the undead summoner. He expected a walk in the park, but the scene before him was a sea of white. Bones were packed so tight, not even a breath of wind could pass through. Did they think numbers could stop a predator? Han Sung-jun scoffed. He launched himself into the horde, his impact detonating the ground like a meteor strike. White fragments rained down like snow. As the skeleton army swarmed to tear flesh from bone, Han Sung-jun stood still, letting their blades strike his body. Pathetic. Their attacks were like mosquito bites. He snapped their limbs like dry twigs, but his proficiency barely crawled up by 0.08%. This was a waste of stamina. Suddenly, a gravelly voice boomed across the wasteland. Who dares desecrate my sacred grounds? The boss had arrived. Han Sung-jun instantly absorbed the lingering souls and cast his own necromancy, raising a legion of dark soldiers to answer the call. Handle the trash. While his army clashed with the bone wave, Han Sung-jun became a gale of wind, cutting through the chaos straight toward the leader. In the distance stood a looming citadel. He found the target, a malnourished lich, clutching a grimoire draped in rotting finery. The lich sneered at the sight of a mere human invading his palace. For your arrogance, you shall pay with your soul. The lich summoned 2 hulking gatekeepers. Han Sung-jun analyzed their aura, comparable to Garm, perhaps disappointing. Was this the best the boss could do? Enraged by the human's boredom, the lich screamed. Tear him, limb from limb. Flash. With godlike speed, Han Sung-jun severed both giant heads in a single motion. Before the lich could even stutter. What the hell? Han Sung-jun's blade took his legs. Mastery spiked by 1.2%. Perfect. To the terrified undead, this wasn't a hero. It was a devil obsessed with the grind of a leveling Manhwa. He considered ending the raid there. But then his gaze fell upon the lich's summoning grimoire. A sinister, inhuman grin spread across Han Sung-jun's face. He tossed the book back to the trembling lich. I have a small favor to ask. Your guards respawn, don't they? Han Sung-jun commanded. Summon them. Again. Right now. The lich hesitated, only to find cold steel at his neck. Terrified, he cast the spell. The massive guards rose again, only to be instantly shattered by Han Sung-jun. Is that enough? The lich whimpered. We're just getting started. Han Sung-jun ordered a full summon, turning the throne room into an infinite slaughterhouse for experience points. The lich was no longer a boss. He was an overworked slave. You demon. When will this torment end? When I say stop? Han Sung-jun slashed and stabbed without mercy. Finally, his soul manipulation mastery hit 100%, evolving to rank C. A withered voice rasped from the floor. You insane lunatic. I curse your very existence. The lich was dry drained of every drop of mana by Han Sung-jun's ruthless farming. Cracks began to fracture his skeletal form. He was at his limit. Han Sung-jun sighed, wishing for more grind, but it was time. Meeting you, the lich gasped, was a fate worse than death. Floor 8 cleared. With his upgraded soul manipulation, he now held a 20% chance to extract skills from the fallen. That floor was tedious. He checked his gear before the next battle. The Thunder Sword hummed, but his dagger mastery had already hit its peak cap. He needed a new weapon, but the shop was full of trash. Fine, Han Sung-jun decided. I'll craft my own destiny. He initiated the system's fusion function. He took his rank D dagger skill as the core and began the synthesis. Ding skill acquired Demon Hunter rank C. Double attack speed against non-human entities. He truly loved this broken fusion mechanic. Riding the high, Han Sung-jun didn't stop. He threw skill after skill into the furnace of fusion, combining the results in a loop of power. The final result, gray blood, high-speed regeneration, and pain suppression. To test it, he disabled the waiting room's auto-heal. With no shields active, he raised his blade. Shing, he severed his own left arm. Before blood could hit the floor, the limb reknit itself. Zero pain. He chuckled. He really was becoming a true protagonist. He adjusted his assassin's cloak. He'd wear this rag until it turned to dust. Idleness is a sin. He stepped into the portal for the 9th floor. The objective: total genocide of all monsters within 24 hours. The system blared a crimson warning. An intruder from the Murim dimension had breached the trial, the monsters already slaughtered by this unknown threat. To clear the 9th floor, Han Sung-jun had to crush this anomaly. Standing atop a mountain of corpses was an elderly man proclaiming himself the alliance leader of the martial arts union B, Sun H. The elder demanded Han Sung-jun's name, but the protagonist remained silent. In a brutal leveling manhwa like this, intruders never came with good intentions. Sun H scoffed about martial etiquette, but Han Sung-jun just rolled his eyes. Why were these interdimensional travelers always such freaks? Talk was cheap. The elder launched forward, his short sword gleaming. Despite his withered appearance, his killing intent was heavy enough to crush a boulder. A storm of steel erupted. Hundreds of sword strikes rained down, but Han Sung-jun activated graceful as the wind, deflecting the barrage in a symphony of screeching metal. They separated, measuring each other's aura. The elder smirked, acknowledging a fellow master, apologizing for his arrogance. But Han Sung-jun just let out a weary sigh. He was exhausted by these self-righteous hypocrites. This old bat didn't care about honor. He was here to murder Han Sung-jun and steal the system rewards. The pretense of a fair duel was nauseating. Finally, the elder dropped the act, his eyes freezing over with bloodlust as he unleashed his signature art, Sword Flash. Black-purple mist swallowed the arena. Han Sung-jun was plunged into total blindness for 5 seconds. The elder's voice dripped with mockery. Farewell, nameless swordsman. Enveloped by the void, Han Sung-jun didn't panic. He triggered mana resistance, slashing the blind duration to 2.5 seconds, while his spirit eye pierced through the gloom. Death arrived instantly from behind. Han Sung-jun twisted his body in a desperate evasion, but the cold steel still grazed his neck. As the sword flash faded, gray blood surged, knitting the wound shut instantly. Sun H gasped at the impossibility, but Han Sung-jun offered no explanation, only a counterattack. Steel collided with steel. The impact was so catastrophic, it sent shockwaves tearing through the bedrock beneath their feet. Han Sung-jun unleashed a venomous kick, blocked by a hardened knee. The elder chopped down with lethal force, while Han Sung-jun's blade sought to decapitate him in a deadly cross-counter. Limbs locked, and muscles screamed as they neutralized each other's strikes. It was a perfect deadlock, a clash of titans with no clear victor. The elder muttered about strange dark magic, but Han Sung-jun tuned him out. Even with his stats skyrocketed by the system Manhwa mechanics, this old monster was still keeping up. Now Sun H stopped playing. He unleashed Sword Flash once more, intending to drag Han Sung-jun into the abyss of eternal darkness. Han Sung-jun cursed, forcing his resistance skills to the limit. The elder's blades flew faster than sound. Han Sung-jun parried desperately, but a jagged line of pain erupted across his back. Blessing of Steel triggered automatically, but the ethereal shield shattered like glass. It simply couldn't withstand the crushing weight of the Murim Master's key. 2.5 seconds later, vision returned. Han Sung-jun pulverized a nearby boulder to create a dust screen, but Sun H cleaved the massive stone in two with a single thought. But Han Sung-jun was already gone, leaping backward to create a critical gap between life and death. Seeing Han Sung-jun fully healed again, Sun H's brow furrowed. More dark sorcery. I took you for a martial artist, but you're just a leech borrowing power. Han Sung-jun rolled his wrists, scoffing at the irony. Look in the mirror, old man. That sword flash is a tower skill, not your own cultivation. Spare me the righteous act. Han Sung-jun, stacked graceful as the wind, 7 times over. He vanished, reappearing instantly. The elder blocked, but his eyes widened. The strike carried the weight of a mountain. Sun H had painted his blade with the blood of countless challengers. To him, earthlings were nothing but weak XP pots, unworthy of even touching the hem of his robe. Yet Han Sung-jun's blade had severed a lock of his silver hair. The strands danced in the wind, fueling the elder's humiliating rage. The protagonist pressed the offensive, a relentless storm of violence. While Han Sung-jun remained pristine, the legendary Murim Lord was now battered and bleeding. The constellations placed their bets on the underdog. Enraged at being pushed back, Sun H roared and unleashed his hidden buffs. Movement speed exploded by 2.8 times. Han Sung-jun laughed darkly. For someone who hates magic, you sure rely on buffs. But the system demanded a penalty for the intruder. All stats plummeted by 8 ranks. Skills were sealed. However, his ultimate technique, Sword Flash, remained active. Han Sung-jun anticipated the dirty smoke tactic. Sun H channeled every ounce of his remaining life force into one final strike, screaming like a demon, "Die!" Han Sung-jun answered with the 3-step slash mana, collided with Ki, blinding the world in white light. When the dust settled, Sun H stood tall, while Han Sung-jun collapsed. But then, a clean line of red appeared on the elder's torso. "Impossible!" he gasped. His body slid apart, separated cleanly at the waist. Han Sung-jun devoured the soul of the Alliance leader stats, surged by 27%. The intruder reward materialized the C+ rank skill, 6th Sense, a massive upgrade over his basic monster instincts. Satisfied, he returned to the waiting room to assess his spoils. The message logs exploded. The constellations were in a frenzy after witnessing the duel finally granted viewing rights for the 9th floor and above. Han Sung-jun smirked. Their attention was proof of his strength. However, the Iron Blood Tyrant warned him not to be seduced by the other constellations. He was spoken for. Han Sung-jun played the obedient disciple. The White Crane Swordmaster petitioned to add a special item to his exclusive shop, and the Iron Blood Tyrant graciously permitted it. These cosmic beings only granted favors to groom their contractors. Han Sung-jun was intrigued, knowing this was just the beginning of their divine meddling. He accepted the White Crane Swordmaster's offer. The legendary skill, Aura Master, was now available for purchase. Back in safety, the system unlocked the public area. Han Sung-jun paused, wondering if the prying eyes of the constellations could follow him there. "Are you still watching?" he called out. Silence. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, at least nobody else witnessed that embarrassing moment. He inspected the Aura Master skill, the ability to coat a blade in pure energy. It was overpowered. Since he cleared the 10th floor, page 2 of the shop was now open. 3 god-tier skills appeared. But with only 2,000 SP in his wallet, he had to make a hard choice: the destructive Aura Master, or the survivalist Bone Regeneration. Haunted by the crushing pressure of that old monster bay, Han Sung-jun knew he needed an evolution. He purchased the Sword Key Master Proficiency, and immediately drew his blade to test its power. While his other skills surged violently like a raging waterfall, this new power flowed with the tranquility of a gentle stream. It was the true essence of Ki. But this power was a glutton. Burning 2% of his mana every minute, he'd be dry in less than an hour. Han Sung-jun cut the flow instantly. Mastering efficiency was now his top priority. The bonus reward was even sweeter, 6th Sense. It sharpened his perception to a divine peak. With his preparations complete, it was time to explore the community. The chat logs were buzzing about the square. It was a hub where players traded authority and mingled. A chaotic gathering of contestants and admins striking deals in the shadows. Smelling a new opportunity for growth in this system, Manhwa Han Sung-jun decided to dive in. The square wasn't just a chat room, it was an entirely different dimension. The atmosphere here was heavy with the presence of flesh and blood players. He wandered through the crowd with curiosity, unaware that predators were already tracking his scent. He was strolling casually when a debuff spell suddenly locked onto him. His body betrayed him, buckling under the weight of the surprise attack. The hunters emerged from the shadows, grinning like hyenas. The leader licked his blade, his voice dripping with malice. Another stray Korean rat. The Korean victim gritted his teeth. The trial hadn't even started, and the scavenging had already begun. A girl behind him screamed in outrage. "Stop this. Do you think the system allows this tyranny? Let's make a deal." Then, the thug sneered, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Leave all your items, and I might let one of you live." But just as he raised his weapon, a shadow blurred past them. The thug blinked, stunned. The figure in black had walked right through their standoff, completely ignoring the murderous tension in the air. Confused that reality wasn't following the script, the thug shouted, "Hey, Black Hat." The figure stopped. Han Sung-jun removed his hood and turned around. "Were you barking at me?" Realizing he was also Korean, the gang burst into savage laughter. To them, Korean players were just prey waiting to be slaughtered. Without hesitation, they launched an all-out assault on Han Sung-jun. Han Sung-jun sighed heavily. He tried to be humble, but these fools clearly didn't know they were attacking the protagonist of a manhwa recap. He raised a hand, effortlessly nullifying their attacks, as the leader stared in horror. Before they could even trigger their skills, Han Sung-jun exploded into motion. It was a massacre. One tried to raise an ice shield, but Han Sung-jun's fist shattered it and him into dust. Panic seized the leader. "Wait, I surrender." But before his knees could even hit the ground, Han Sung-jun's blade had already pierced his throat. After calmly absorbing their souls, Han Sung-jun turned to leave. The girl stammered an apology for her helplessness, while her companion looked at Han Sung-jun with awe, convinced he was a high-tier ranker. Han Sung-jun just shrugged. Think what you want. After all, he used to be in the top 10. The survivor beamed with joy, profusely thanking his savior. Han Sung-jun didn't care for the gratitude. He only killed them to silence potential nuisances. He turned to walk away, but the man called out, clearly wanting something else. The man hesitated, then asked for the 3 corpses. Han Sung-jun was puzzled, but the man promised a skill in exchange. He activated gluttony, and a black void in his palm swallowed the bodies whole. He looked satisfied, like a beast after a feast. True to his word, he transferred a skill he obtained from the gluttony admin, Iron Wings. This ability allowed Han Sung-jun to manifest wings and dominate the skies. Meanwhile, the constellations White Crane Sword and Iron Blood King were furious, ranting about gluttony's illegal trading with their favorite avatar. Han Sung-jun was speechless at the petty squabbling of these admins. But their competition for players only proved one thing: the players possessed something the gods desperately craved. Since they were heading the same way, the gluttonous user shared some vital intel. 3-dimensional worlds were currently invading Earth. Ares, the realm of war, the Murim, home of martial arts, and Kali, a fantasy land of elves and beastmen. Han Sung-jun realized he had already encountered warriors from Ares and the Murim. They arrived at the community zone. The man handed Han Sung-jun a business card. Turns out, he was a team manager for the Hunter Association's Challenger Division, a useful connection for the future. As they stepped into the sanctuary of the public zone, all combat statuses were forcibly deactivated. Challengers were forbidden from fighting here. The manager rubbed his hands together, heading for the auction house, while Han Sung-jun set his sights on a more violent destination, the arena. Stepping into the arena, the air was thick with the scent of desperation. "Lost again, I'm ruined," screamed a gambler, tearing at his hair. Han Sung-jun smirked. This so-called arena was nothing more than a glorified sports betting den. Even the admins seemed to treat it as entertainment. He eyed the VIP seats, wondering if he qualified. But only children hesitate. A grown man simply takes a seat. If they wanted him out, they'd have to force him. The arena system booted up, offering 2 paths: betting or combat. The interface was cluttered, so Han Sung-jun pulled up the detailed rules of this leveling Manhwa feature. The ecosystem was simple. Gamblers placed their bets on fighters, risking ruin or gaining fortune depending on the performance of the gladiator they backed. On the other side were the warriors who issued challenges to climb the ranks and claim the spoils of victory. Once a match was set, names and ranks were exposed to the world. To fight Han Sung-jun had to wager his own assets, skills, items, or authority. Victory meant claiming rewards proportional to the opponent's worth. In Han Sung-jun's mind, the calculation was simple: win and get rich, lose and go broke. But for a protagonist, losing wasn't in the script. He smashed the participate button, hungry for some high-tier loot. Meanwhile, the crowd outside was practically praying. They were witnessing a legend, Catherine the Hellfire Witch, a top-tier US hunter with a combat record as hot as her appearance. But for Catherine, today was another boring day. Not a single challenge. It was lonely at the top when you've never tasted defeat. Her admin giggled in her ear, mocking the cowardice of the other players. Catherine was about to leave in disappointment when a notification popped up. A challenge from a complete newbie named Han Sung-jun, a rookie daring to face the woman with a 17-match win streak. Now this is interesting. Catherine accepted immediately, ready to teach the newcomer a lesson. Both fighters were instantly teleported to the duel grounds. Catherine smiled, her eyes burning with confidence. "I admire your courage, boy, but you should pick your battles more wisely." The duel began, and she wasted no time launching her signature move, Primeval Flame. With a casual wave of her hand, she summoned a colossal fireball that scorched the air itself. The inferno roared across the arena, heading straight for Han Sung-jun. He tried to evade, but the spell had already locked onto his mana signature. It would hunt him down relentlessly until it drew blood. "It's over," Catherine smirked, confident in her victory. She respected his courage, but in this manhwa, recap, bravery without power is meaningless. Or so she thought until his aura flared. With the precision of a swordmaster, he sliced the fireball cleanly in 2. If the spell insisted on chasing him, he would simply destroy its very existence. "No way," Catherine's jaw dropped in absolute shock. "You wanted to teach me a lesson, let me return the favor." Song-gyun let out a cold, predatory laugh. The real battle was just beginning. Meanwhile, in a mystic abode, hidden within a forest, An androgynous beauty watched Sang-gyun through a magical water mirror. A satisfied smile graced their lips. Sang-gyun had perfectly mastered the sword aura technique. The precious gift they had bestowed upon him was not wasted. I must win his favor soon, the observer mused. Perhaps Sang-gyun was the key to settling an ancient blood feud that they could not resolve alone. Back in the arena, Catherine unleashed a chaotic storm of magic. No matter how fast Sang-gyun moved, her attacks were relentless, forcing him into a desperate dance of evasion. Even when he leaped skyward, the homing flames snapped at his heels. His only option was to slash through every single projectile. But dancing in the inferno came at a cost. His cloak caught fire. Sang-gyun touched down rapidly to extinguish the flames. Without the blessing of the wind, he couldn't utilize the cloak's full defensive potential, leaving him vulnerable. You think I'll let you rest, Catherine screamed, launching 4 more spheres of destruction while he patted out the fire. How long can you last? Sang-gyun gripped his blade, eyes narrowing. Dragging this out would drain his mana reserves, a fatal mistake in a leveling manhwa. It was time to turn the tide. He consumed the soul of BSH, forcing a stat breakthrough. A surge of power granted him the rank B lightning sword aura. The sudden spike in his killing intent caught Catherine off guard, and her frustration began to mount. In a blind rage, she fired dozens of flame arrows. Sang-gyun realized that of the 36 stratagems, a tactical retreat was currently the best option. He sprinted away from the bombardment, slicing through any arrow that blocked his path. Desperate, he activated Blood Rush, a skill he had never tested, gambling on its effects. Here goes nothing. With a roar, Sang-gyun unleashed a crescent moon, shattering a massive fireball midair. Catherine flinched, her confidence cracking. Panic set in. She hastily erected a mana barrier, grinding her teeth as she poured every ounce of strength into maintaining the shield against the shockwave. She never expected his counterattack to be a feint. Before she could even process the impact, Sang-gyun flashed behind her, his blade's cold edge resting against the nape of her neck. Catherine froze. Surrender was the only option, unless she wanted to lose her head. Victorious, Sang-gyun plundered the storm sword skill and teleported back to the 10th floor sanctuary. Once safe, Sang-gyun added Catherine to his mental blacklist. He had gone easy on her for training purposes, but she had proven to be a dangerous nuisance. She burned my favorite cloak, he grumbled. I'll make her pay for that later. But now it was time to inspect his spoils of war. Storm swords sounded like a flurry of attacks, but it was just a single heavy strike. A classic system trap. Never judge a skill by its cool name. Lesson learned. The first match was a win, but the reward felt like a scam. Unwilling to end on a loss, Sang-gyun queued up for another fight immediately. His next victim, Owaki Yuji, the 11th ranked hunter of Japan. The moment Yuji saw Sang-gyun, he let out a disappointed sigh. I expected much from Korea's 3rd rank, but you look like a beggar in those rags. I assume your skills are equally trash. Sang-gyun smirked. What's so funny? I'm laughing, because I was thinking the exact same thing about you. Sang-gyun's retort hit a nerve. Enraged, Yuji thrust his 8-meter spear forward, with killing intent. Sang-gyun dodged the strike with effortless grace. Japan's rank 11 is this slow, all flash, no substance. With a casual swing, Sang-gyun swatted the poser aside like a fly. Yuji took critical damage instantly, ending the match. Another victory for Sang-gyun. The thrill of combat was addictive. He began challenging hunters from every nation. He crushed opponent after opponent, with terrifying speed, unwittingly unlocking the legendary Combat Master title in the process. Meanwhile, deep within a bamboo forest in China, a man with an 8-pack physique meditated. No one dared disturb him except for news of catastrophe, the death of Elder BSH. Before his demise, the Elder had sent a final transmission. He spoke of a dimension called Earth that had recently linked to their world. BSH had tried to invade that realm only to meet a gruesome end. Suddenly, the Earth trembled. The bamboo forest swayed violently as a massive presence approached. A colossal beast named Unknown, but clearly radiating boss monster energy, charged toward the meditation spot with savage fury. The young master didn't even flinch. As the monster lunged, he finally moved one arm, summoning a celestial sword. It has been 5 years since I stopped climbing the tower. Just as the beast's claws threatened to tear him apart, he leaped. Years of sitting hadn't dulled his reflexes one bit, a true martial arts prodigy. He descended like a falling star, driving his blade straight into the monster's skull. The sheer weight of his power crushed the creature instantly. His servant watched in awe. To suppress a mythical beast with a single strike, this was the terrifying power of a true cultivator. He pulled his blade from the carcass board of meditation. The Earth dimension piqued his interest, especially the warrior who killed the Elder. Finally, a worthy opponent might exist. Back in the waiting room, Sang-yoon collapsed onto his upgraded bed. The softness was divine after a day of bloodshed. Exhaustion melted away instantly. This recovery room really was a cheat code. It had been a lucrative day for farming. Beyond experience points, he had unlocked a new ability, Steel Wings. It promised high-speed flight, but the mana cost was astronomical. It needed constant fuel to function. Just imagining himself soaring through the skies like a deity made him giddy. It was the ultimate dream for any protagonist in an awakening manhwa. But dreams require currency. Until he farmed enough points to upgrade it, those wings would remain a fantasy. Being rich really is the best superpower, he sighed. Putting the wings aside, Sang-yoon sat up to organize his loot. He spent an hour combining loose skills like a mad scientist. The result? 3 new abilities. A rank B, Reflective Shield rank C Phantom Step, and rank C Wild Sword Dance. The Reflective Shield caught his eye. He activated it, admiring the sleek, high-quality visual effects. Finally, a skill that didn't look like it belonged to a background NPC. The protagonist's halo shines bright today. A new morning begins with a mission on the 10th floor, set to a hellish difficulty level. The objective: a cooperative raid with a 3-hour time limit. We must stop the resurrection of the Dark Devouring King, or the system wipes the entire squad from existence. The mechanics of this system manhwa kick into gear. 4 gates open, summoning players based on their individual rankings. Rank 1, the powerhouse Kim Lee Sung-hun. Rank 2, the hunter, RMC Sanjin. And rank 6, the so-called Princess Sudi. 30 minutes remain to prepare for the boss battle. Cheol-seo rushes toward Lee Sung-hun like a lost puppy finding its master. Sanjin observes them, realizing the top rankers must have crossed paths in previous trials. But peace is short-lived. Sudi points a trembling finger at Sanjin and screams, You're that murderer I met on the 4th floor." Sanjin is baffled. He is literally standing there breathing, yet trouble finds him. Lee Sung-hun eyes Sudi, sensing the bad blood instantly. Pale and shaking, Sudi spins a tale of horror. He claims Sanjin slaughtered everyone in the last cooperative mission just to hoard experience points and power. But Princess Sudi is actually Seung-jun, a pathological liar living by the code deceive or be defeated. His strategy is to sow discord, turning allies into enemies to monopolize the rewards. It is a dirty tactic, but terrifyingly effective in a place as cruel and unforgiving as the Tower of Trials. His administrator, the deceitful clown, cackles with glee every time his puppet weaves a new web of lies to entrap the innocent. Sanjin stares at him like he is looking at a bug. Sudi's acting is so convincing, Sanjin almost questions his own memories for a second. "I think you have the wrong person," Sanjin tries to explain, but the snake cuts him off, accusing him of betraying teammates for greed. Sanjin's patience wears thin, rage simmering in his gut. But before he can act, Lee Sung-hun summons a massive divine hammer, cracking the floor. Better a coordinated trio than a fractured quartet, Lee Sung-hun declares coldly. The liar dies here and now. Simple, brutal, efficient. Sanjin calculates the odds of fighting all 3 at once. Everyone chill out. Cheol-seo steps in, the only voice of reason in this powder keg. He has kept his cool to analyze the gaps in the story. If Sudi truly met Sanjin on the 4th floor, he must know one crucial detail. Nicknames are only applied from the 5th floor upwards. Before that, players used real names. If Sudi knows him, he must know Sanjin's true identity. Sudi freezes. He didn't expect someone to actually use their brain, but a master manipulator never folds. He doubles down on the chaos to confuse them. His name is Lee Yeonmin. Sudi bluffs, betting there is no way to verify identity in this pocket dimension. "Well, Mr. Lee, any defense?" Cheol-seo turns to our MC. "No ID cards in the tower." Wrong. Sanjin has an ace up his sleeve. He hoped to keep hidden his hunter license. He pulls out the card, a relic brought from Earth that somehow validates his status within the system's logic. Who brings a wallet to a death game? Sanjin does. The liar's mask shatters instantly as the truth is revealed. Justice demands blood. Lee Sung-hun raises his hammer to crush the vermin. Sudi grits his teeth, realizing he has finally played himself. But Sanjin raises a hand to stop the execution. "Back off. He slandered me, so I will handle this personally." His eyes burn with cold fury. Sudi sighs in relief. A one-on-one duel. He smirks, thinking Sanjin is a fool for giving up the numerical advantage. If he kills Sanjin, the others won't touch him. They need 4 members to survive. He ignores Sanjin's lecture on responsibility. Power is the only law he obeys. Survival is all that matters. He summons his grimoire, dark energy swirling. "You think you're the only one with a system awakening?" Swamp vines erupt from the ground to bind Sanjin, but useless. The MC's mana resistance shreds the magic as he charges forward like a beast. Sudi panics and erects a mana barrier. He did not expect Sanjin to be a tank, but he trusts his absolute defense. Sanjin's impact shatters the bedrock. Lee Sung-hun warns Chelseo back. This isn't a spectator sport anymore, and the shockwaves are lethal. Chelseo wants to admire the show up close, but Lee Sung-hun drags him away. Die, you trash. Sudi unleashes a barrage of mana spheres. Sanjin weaves through the attacks like water, landing a heavy blow. Sudi grins through the pain. The trap is set. The scattered mana orbs converge. A magical formation locks onto Sanjin, calling down a devastating lightning strike from the heavens. Get wrecked. Sudi laughs triumphantly. But as the dust settles, his jaw drops. Sanjin stands tall, dusting off his shoulder. Is that all you've got? Did he think a top-tier player in a leveling manhwa would fall so easily? Sanjin activates his vengeful shield. It absorbs 25% of the damage and reflects it back with interest. Karma comes calling, and Sudi is absolutely terrified. Sanjin launches himself like a missile. Desperate, Sudi summons massive stone walls to encase him in a tomb of rock. But steel sings against stone. Sanjin slices through the solid rock as if it were tofu. He has cut fire. Stone is a joke. Who is this guy? Chelseo gasps. Lee Sung-hun is silent. He has never seen a high ranker with such raw, unrefined power. Lee Sung-hun realizes the truth. Sanjin isn't just a random player. He is a monster hiding in human skin, and he is barely using a fraction of his strength. In fact, this rank 2 might be just as strong or stronger than the rank 1 powerhouse himself. Chelseo is confused by the rankings, but numbers are just illusions in an awakening manhwa where hidden potential reigns supreme. Sanjin's low rank comes from his solo playstyle, not weakness. Meanwhile, Sudi is defenseless. Sanjin's blade flashes, severing the arm holding the book. The grimoire falls. Sudi collapses. Lee Sung-hun watches in awe. Sanjin didn't just win. He dominated the fight with the terrifying calm of a king. Wait, hold on. Sudi's face turned the color of a bruised plum. He spat out threats, claiming that ending him meant instant failure in this awakening manhwa trial. This floor was designed as a 4-man squad survival mission. The tower's difficulty scaling wouldn't just let them slide if they were down a member. Sang-yoon hadn't calculated that variable, so he glanced at his teammates. Their eyes said it all. Do what you want. Seizing the moment, Sudi drew his blade for a desperate sneak attack. But compared to the MC, he was moving in slow motion. In a flash of steel, Sang-yoon bisected him, yet not a single drop of crimson fell. It was nothing but a mirage. Sudi's trump card had failed before it even began. Cornered like a rat, he unleashed a volley of chains in a final suicidal gamble. Sang-yoon raised his shield, but the chains snaked around his defenses. Instantly, he triggered Wave Glide, boosting his movement speed by 40% in a burst of momentum. By the time Sudi's attack detonated, it was already over. Sang-yoon materialized right in front of him, his reflection shield primed and hungry. Completing this trial with 3 people was risky, but keeping a snake in the grass was suicide. Sang-yoon activated his ultimate counter skill. All the damage accumulated throughout the battle was hurled back at Sudi in a single instant. He vaporized into light, leaving behind the vampire count's old cloak and the heavenly blood demon sword. Trash tier compared to his current gear, but worth analyzing later. Sang-jun stowed the loot just as the other 2 awakened ones dropped down to join him. Chonsok stared with sparkling eyes, singing his praises. That whole ordeal took 20 minutes. Now they had 10 minutes to clear the inner sanctum. Let's move. Lee Sung-hun took point. Guarding the entrance was a colossal stone knight on horseback, magnificent, terrifying, and bound by heavy chains. That thing is massive, Cheon-sok muttered. Please tell me it stays dead. Lee Sung-hun scoffed. In this tower, expect the worst. Sang-jun remained silent, his sharp gaze locking onto a specific detail, the severed head, wearing a crown that the stone knight was clutching. Deep inside the palace hall, 3 more statues stood bound in chains. The killing intent was suffocating. And there on the throne, the headless dark tyrant, the final boss of this leveling manhwa raid. The grace period expired. The Dark Legion was stirring, and their objective was clear. Stop the Dark Tyrant's resurrection at all costs. Just as feared, the chains shattered. The statues awakened with a groan of earth. Lee Sung-hun cracked his knuckles, grinning. Finally, some real exercise. Target the heads, Sang-yoon commanded. His perception stat didn't lie. Each statue was carrying a crowned head on its back. They're trying to complete the tyrant's body. We can't let that happen. Lee Sung-hun nodded. Simple. We each take one. Solo playtime. 3 Stone Knights versus the server's top 3 rankers. Who are you betting on? Sung-jun decided to end this with a single burst of sword ki. But he needed an opening. Bang! As their blades collided, Sang-yun realized the enemy could also wield aura. This wouldn't be a walk in the park. He glanced aside, worried about his teammates. Worried. He should be terrified. Lee Sung-hoon was currently flying through the air like a ragdoll, while his multi-ton opponent thundered toward the tyrant. But Lee Sung-hun wasn't finished. He snatched a boulder and hurled it with monstrous force. Before the knight could react, the projectile smashed into it, sending the construct skidding away. These bastards have boss-tier stats, Lee Sung-hun roared. Don't get cocky, Chon-sok just chuckled. I think you're the only one struggling, tough guy. The mage equipped his witch's hat. He hated the fashion statement, but wearing it meant one thing: Chon-sok was done playing games. He unleashed a barrage of magic missiles. Despite its bulk, the Stone Knight weaved through the spellfire, with terrifying agility closing the gap in a heartbeat. Yet the mage didn't flinch. Everyone assumes that once you close the distance on a caster, the fight is over. That logic only applies to rookies. Cheon-sok was a battle mage. His bow morphed, twisting and expanding into a massive Grim Reaper's scythe. Sang-yun watched in awe. After carrying weaklings for so long, seeing true power from his allies made his warrior's blood boil with excitement. Now, he could focus on his own prey without distractions. But first, he had to survive the incoming strike. Sang-yun spun through the debris, kicking boulders like cannonballs to create cover. Then, flash step. He vanished, reappearing behind the Colossus before it could blink. He combined chaotic blade dance with lightning edge. The strike was clean, shattering the tyrant's head strapped to the knight's back into dust. Across the hall, Lee Sung-hun's thunderblast obliterated his target. Now all eyes turned to Chon-sok, proving that a high-level mage hits harder than a truck. With a clean swing of his scythe, he bisected both the Stone Knight and the spare head in a single beautiful arc of destruction. Suddenly, the statues roared in unison and bolted toward the exit, retreating. Without the heads, the dark tyrant would remain in eternal slumber. Click, clack. A strange sound echoed. The 3 defeated knights suddenly dropped to their knees, forming a perfect bridge with their bodies. A shadow loomed overhead. The horseman from the gate launched itself into the air, using the kneeling knights as a ramp to soar over the players' heads. Lee Sung-hun spun around, but he couldn't outrun a magical steed on foot. Gritting his teeth, Sang-yun aimed and hurled his sword like a javelin of judgment. Just milliseconds before the head clicked into place, Sang-yun's blade pierced it, exploding the stone skull. The crown clattered to the floor, and the knight's eyes glowed a crimson red. The creature howled in pure rage. Cheon-sok jumped for joy. We did it. No head, no boss fight. Sang-jun exhaled, relieved to avoid a catastrophic boss battle. But then, the knight picked up the crown. It placed it on its own head and drove its weapon into its own throat. The trio froze in horror. The knight ripped its own severed head from its shoulders. It wasn't delivering a spare. It was the sacrifice. Stop it. They lunged forward, but the head snapped into place on the tyrant's neck. Boom! A shockwave of dark energy blasted them back. The ritual was complete. The dark tyrant was rising from the abyss. The mission had changed from prevention to pure survival. It was kill or be killed. System alert: boss possesses inviolable. Any damage from players with lower stats is completely nullified. Sang-yun's eyes widened. He'd never seen a monster with such a broken cheat skill before. True to the boss of a system Manhwa, the dark tyrant summoned a massive blade that shattered the earth itself. This bizarre power left Sang-yun momentarily stunned. If physical attacks were useless, what could they even do? But before he could strategize, the tyrant teleported right behind him like a ghost. A merciless slash swept through the air. Sang-yun dodged at max speed, but blood still sprayed from a deep gash. Thank the gods he had healing abilities. This battle was dragging on too long. Was victory even possible against such a monster? His eyes locked onto the 3 remaining knights, standing there like statues. Cheon-sok and Lee Sung-hun rushed to his side. They wanted to clear the minions first to save stamina, but Sang-yun had a crazy request. Block the tyrant for me. Lee Sung-hun was baffled. We can't scratch the boss, so shouldn't we wipe out the trash mobs first? That makes more sense. There was no time to explain the mechanics. I have a way to kill him. Just trust me. After a tense silence, Lee Sung-hun nodded. Fine. We'll do it. Buying time against a monster like that was suicide. Sang-yun had to hurry, or he'd be burying 2 friends today. As they drew the aggro, Sang-yun went to work on the 3 knights. Lee Sung-hun blasted the tyrant with a lightning explosion, but as expected, 0 damage. It was useless. The attack only served to trigger the boss's hidden ultimate skill. Gravity crushed them like the weight of the entire planet. The tyrant swung his blade. Lee Seung-hun activated mana resistance and broke free, but Cheon Sok was pinned. In a heartbeat, Lee Seung-hun threw himself in front of the attack. Blood dripped from his shattered mask as he collapsed to his knees. "Brother, are you okay?" Cheon Sok screamed in despair. The shadow of the tyrant loomed over them, blade raised to execute them both. That was the moment the hero arrived. Song-gyun's shield caught the blade with a deafening clash. "Sorry, I'm late," he grinned. He had absorbed the knight's souls. His stats skyrocketed instantly. Now, he stood on equal ground with the dark tyrant. The counter shield absorbed the impact and blasted it back. The boss staggered. Sang-gyun unleashed a crescent lightning slash straight for its heart. The tyrant blocked with both arms. Though the strike didn't kill it, its armor cracked. Finally, effective damage. The monster roared in fury. It triggered the suppression field again, pinning Sang-gyun to the floor. Gritting his teeth, Sang-gyun flared his mana resistance. He forced himself up, breaking every limit. The counter shield was ready once more. Death was inches away yet. Sang-gyun smiled. Was this the thrill of victory? The burning hunger of a true leveling manhwa protagonist? From the sidelines, his teammates watched in awe. That wasn't a human fighting. That was a monster. Lee Seung-hun felt strange being protected, but pride swelled in his chest. His friend had truly become a top-tier ranker. The counter shield reached maximum charge. Time to return the favor with interest. If he closed the distance, the explosion would be catastrophic. He unleashed the blast at point-blank range, blowing right through the tyrant's arm. Before the beast could process the pain, Sang-gyun lunged. Every ounce of power was poured into this strike. One clean slash sent the tyrant's head flying. Mission complete. Far away, the Iron Blood King watched with gleeful amusement. She never expected a challenger to form a contract with her so quickly. Most climbers wasted their youth preparing, too scared to take risks. They spent decades just to clear a single floor. But Sang-gyun was a different breed. A traveler from another dimension, he was the living definition of infinite potential. However, this brilliance was a double-edged sword. Other administrators would surely start drooling over his talent. She had to secure his loyalty before the others made a move. He was the key to granting her long-awaited wish. Back in the arena, rewards flooded Sang-gyun's inventory for his MVP performance. Cheon-sok stared, his jaw practically on the floor. It looked like he was hacking the system. Sang-gyun shrugged it off. Just got lucky with a counter skill, he lied. He couldn't exactly admit he had main character plot armor. Lee Seung-hun didn't care how he did it. He had witnessed greatness today. Without hesitation, he sent a friend request. The trio returned to the lobby. Over 1,000 survivors remained. Suddenly, a new system menu unlocked: dimensional travel. Sang-gyun theorized it led to worlds like the Miram or Ares, but going there now, that was a straight-up death wish. New features unlocked. He could now DM the administrators and even visit their personal realms. He could also form subcontracts with a single admin. The best part, he could cancel it anytime. It seemed like a raw deal for the gods, honestly. But in this tower, nothing was ever simple. For now, it was time to check the loot. First up, a proficiency potion. It instantly boosted a skill's mastery by 20%. Thirsty for power, he downed it in one gulp. He poured the XP into Grace of the Wind. Boom, the skill leveled up now, stacking up to 7 times. The cooldown was completely removed. Now he could dash across the battlefield like a living hurricane. Next came the rewards from the Dark Tyrant's soul. Permanent stat boosts and a rare skill, mana manipulation. This passive removed all limits on mana control. However, grinding wouldn't level it up. It only grew through sheer enlightenment and talent. Basically, he was now a magic prodigy. Before he could process the theory, 2 notifications popped up. Invites from the Iron Blood King and the White Crane Swordmaster. 2 heavy hitters wanting a private meeting. Sang-gyun made his choice and teleported to the Iron Blood world. The door opened to reveal the queen, fresh out of the bath and laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha. I knew you would seek me out first." It turned out the 2 powerful administrators had made a wager on whose territory he would visit. Since the Iron Blood Monarch won the bet, she decided to reward him with some snacks to kill time. Sang-gyun sighed heavily. He had felt something was off the moment they both sent invitations simultaneously. Turns out he was just a pawn in their little game. As they walked inside, Sang-gyun asked the Iron Blood Monarch about mana manipulation. She was genuinely surprised that a rookie like him had already acquired such a high-tier skill. However, possessing a god-tier skill means nothing if you wield it like a novice, so she decided to give him a crash course. To demonstrate mana manipulation, she ordered him to circulate every drop of magic power within his body. Sang Yoon focused his entire being and suddenly, his aura erupted. It felt as if high-voltage electricity was surging through his very veins. His mana circuits were being forcibly expanded and reinforced by the skill. As the mana circuit skill evolved, he felt his physical strength multiplying exponentially. Testing his newfound power, Sang Yoon punched the ground. Boom! The impact blasted the surrounding snow away with such force that the wind pressure stripped the towel right off the Iron Blood Monarch's body. Once inside, she didn't miss the chance to tease him. "I didn't know you were the type to commit such lewd acts," she smirked. Sang Yoon choked on his water. As they say, if the victim doesn't mind, why should the perpetrator be shy? Jokes aside, the Iron Blood Monarch advised him to activate his magic skills one by one and combine them with mana manipulation whenever he had free time. Once he mastered the flow of mana, his other magic skills would naturally level up in sync. Sang Yoon nodded, though he was still curious why she had summoned him today in this leveling manhwa. The Iron Blood Monarch explained the mechanics behind the expansion of the 11th floor's waiting room. He could access this place without passing through the tower, but that wasn't the real reason for the expansion. The true motive was to allow administrators to personally mentor their challengers, and to demonstrate exactly what that meant, she told him to watch closely. The Iron Blood Monarch commanded the system to use domain interference, and bestowed upon him a special trait called the Iron Blood Sword. Sang Yoon was shocked to receive a special trait for free, but in this world, nothing comes without a price. The Iron Blood Monarch had served the tower long enough to earn this privilege, and she chose him because she saw his limitless potential. You see, administrators receive massive rewards for successfully nurturing their contracted challengers. But their intentions aren't purely benevolent. They invest in challengers solely to fulfill their own ultimate wish. Before Sang Yoon could ask what that meant, the system spammed him with notifications the White Crane Sword Saint was demanding he visit her territory immediately. The Iron Blood Monarch laughed, realizing someone was getting impatient, so she decided to end their session there. After all, she had already given him the special trait. Sang Yoon bade her farewell and stepped into the lush forest territory of the White Crane Sword Saint. He realized this tranquil environment was the perfect place to train. Curious about the method the Iron Blood Monarch had just taught him, he decided to test it out right away. Sang Yoon unleashed the 3-step slash, combined with mana manipulation, and his proficiency instantly jumped by 8%. He continued to apply this boost to his other skills, even the counter shield. Finally, he tried to infuse his sword ki, but it failed to activate through mana manipulation, leaving him feeling hollow. He had planned to level up his slash through sword ki, but no matter how many times he tried, it refused to work. Was it because sword ki was a special trait that it couldn't be leveled up this way? Just then, the White Crane Sword Saint sent another message, urging him to hurry up. Sang Yoon decided to save the sword ki training for later, and headed toward her coordinates. Judging by the nickname and the archaic way the White Crane Sword Saint spoke, Sang Yoon pictured an ancient white-haired old man like Baek Sunhak. Deep in the forest, he found a modest, traditional house. Waiting for him in the center of the hall was not an old man, but a girl with flowing white hair. "You have finally arrived. I am the administrator, White Crane Sword Saint." Sang Yoon stood there dumbfounded. Forget the old geezer. This was a young woman who seemed to defy the laws of aging. Seeing him frozen in place, the White Crane Sword Saint asked what was wrong. Sang Yoon just smiled. It felt amusing, like finally meeting an online friend in real life. She gestured for him to sit and catch his breath. The moment Sang Yoon sat down, a wave of refreshment washed over him. The cool, natural breeze felt infinitely better than any air conditioning. Now, he understood why she chose to sit on the porch instead of inside. The White Crane Sword Saint chuckled softly. She confessed she had been watching him from this very spot. She had been observing him ever since his deathmatch with Baek Sunhak on the 9th floor. Sang Yoon was puzzled. Why would she gift her special trait to a rookie challenger just starting his journey? But the White Crane Sword Saint saw it differently. Even though Baek Sunhak hadn't reached the level of Light Sword Ki, he was still a legendary master of the martial arts world. Although he lost a portion of his power upon entering the tower, defeating a legend like Baek Sunhak was a monumental achievement for a challenger. The reason she knew this so intimately was that she was the one who had formed a contract with Baek Sunhak. Cold sweat trickled down Sang Yoon's back. If that were true, she might harbor a grudge against him for killing her contractor. As if reading his mind, the White Crane Sword Saint assured him there was no need for alarm. She had contracted with countless challengers over the eons, but she had never invited a single one to her home except for him. Seeing that he was catching on, she decided to be direct. The White Crane Sword Saint looked him in the eyes with intense seriousness. "Please form a supplementary contract with me." Sang Yun wasn't surprised. He was only interested in the benefits. If he agreed, the White Crane Sword Saint promised to make him her official disciple. An administrator can only accept one true disciple in their entire existence. Inside the tower, this title holds immense weight. It means they have formed a bond that transcends a normal contract. Furthermore, it meant Sang Yun would gain the right to purchase every single skill in the administrator's arsenal. He finally understood why the master-disciple contract was such a game-changer. Yet the Iron Blood Monarch hadn't even mentioned this despite him being her disciple for quite some time. Perhaps that old lady was getting a bit senile these days. However, a supplementary contract can be cancelled by the challenger at any time. He asked why she would offer him a lifetime contract when the terms were so clearly disadvantageous to her. The White Crane Sword Saint admitted the truth. Just like the Iron Blood Monarch, they chose him for one specific purpose, to fulfill their ultimate wish. I require the sharpest blade in existence, she declared. A sword that will never rust, never break, and never dull. And you have the potential to become that sword. Sang Yun focused on this recurring theme of the ultimate wish both administrators spoke of. He asked point blank, "What is it?" It turned out to be the deep-seated regrets from their past lives and memories. At the same time, it is a special privilege granted by the Tower to the administrators. Similar to the Tower of Trials, this is a unique ordeal that can only be entrusted to a challenger bound by contract. And when that wish is granted, the administrator receives a divine reward. If the White Crane Sword Saint's ultimate wish comes true, Sang Yun might even possess the power to rewrite the past itself. "Say what, me?" he asked, in disbelief. It sounded too good to be true, and in this system, Manhwa, you can never trust a woman's words, especially an administrator's, without seeing the fine print first. The higher you ascend the tower, the clearer the truth becomes, the White Crane Swordmaster declared. Sang Jun realized she had a point. In the real world, it sounded absurd, but inside this system, anything was possible. Yet a heavy question weighed on his mind. Just how high would he have to climb to make her desperate ambition a reality? The Swordmaster scratched her ear nonchalantly. "Oh, simple. Just the very top floor of the trial tower." Sang-jun broke into a cold sweat. "The absolute peak. You call that simple?" Regardless, the pact was sealed. She jumped for joy, beaming like a child. "Wise choice. You won't regret this decision." Wise choice. Sang-jun wasn't so sure, but the die was cast. He knew destiny was dragging him to the tower's summit to fulfill the administrator's wish. System alert. As a true disciple of the White Crane Swordmaster, authority and skills from the Murim dimension have increased by 10%, mana capacity boosted. He wasn't the same rookie anymore. Sang-jun now carried the legacy of 2 administrators and his stats were skyrocketing. This was the essence of a top-tier leveling manhwa. The hunger for power burned within him. But wait, there was a special gift from the Swordmaster. Didn't she mention something about him? The one hunting you. The White Crane Swordmaster narrowed her eyes. Sang-jun blinked. "Another beautiful administrator is looking for me." She shook her head. "I don't know what the Iron Blood King is planning, but it seems she trusts you completely." However, her tone turned serious. "I need to warn you about something, but it will cost a few question tickets." Sang-jun nodded. He was sitting on a mountain of unspent tickets anyway. Ding, the system instantly drained all his tickets. Sang-jun froze in shock. All of them. Just how terrifying is this secret? The revelation dropped. In the Murim dimension, the Murim Alliance rules supreme. And the Viper, the boss he crushed on floor 9. He was their ancient ancestor. Now, an enforcer from the Murim dimension was hunting him down. Sang-jun sighed. "Let me guess. Revenge for the old man, typical." "Not quite," the Swordmaster corrected. "The Alliance is in chaos. The one coming for you is the Blue Sky Sword Dragon Namgong Hiwook. He is a monster among men. A martial arts prodigy who has dominated the Murim dimension's elite for centuries. Revenge is merely his excuse. His true nature. He is a predator, curious about the prey that managed to kill an ancestor. Prepare for death," she warned darkly. "If you cross blades with him, survival is not guaranteed." With that ominous message, Sang-jun was warped back to the waiting room. Great. A homicidal maniac from the Murim world was tracking him. Invading his floor, the headache was real. Shaking it off, Sang-jun finally purchased the gear he needed, the wings of flight, or as he called them, the fairy wings. He grabbed a return stone as well. The goal was clear: power up, fast, before the sword dragon arrived. Back on Earth, he checked his phone. An iPhone 15 Pro Max, blowing up with hundreds of missed calls from Lee Ha-yun. It wasn't just a call. It was a desperate plea for him to rush to the Hunter Association immediately. Sensing disaster, Sang-jun equipped his wings and blasted off at supersonic speeds. Meanwhile, the association was in full panic mode, mobilizing every available hunter. Suddenly, a blur tore through the sky. A giant insect. No, it was Sang-jun. He slammed into the ground with a superhero landing, leaving the crowd in awe before casually skipping inside. My bad. Inside, Lee Ha-yun was waiting with a colleague. Sang-jun cut the pleasantries. Why did you blow up my phone? What's the emergency? Japan, she said, her voice trembling. A catastrophe had struck Tokyo. She was terrified he'd rush in alone, so she called him first. But the situation was critical. She pulled up the footage. Shinjuku, Tokyo. A chaotic scene filmed by a Japanese hunter. Energy rippled from a gate. The Japanese Association sent their elite Squad 7. But then, he walked out. A single human figure destroyed 6 A-rank hunters in a heartbeat. We believe he is a challenger from another world, she explained. An invader trespassing into our Earth dimension. Sang-jun's blood ran cold. The timing was too perfect. The White Crane Swordmaster's warning. This was the awakening Manhwa scenario he feared. International aid is blocked, she continued. Every nation is hoarding their hunters for defense. Even Korea. We aren't sending anyone. Then came the survivors' footage. A blood-soaked demon speaking with chilling calm appeared on screen. I am the blue sky sword dragon Namgong He-wook. I seek vengeance for the Viper. Tell them I am here. It was him. The predator had found his prey. Sang-jun didn't expect the final boss to show up this early. Suddenly, Ha-yun grabbed his sleeve. You look so tense. You don't have to go. Let's just grab dinner. She was pleading with him to stay safe. But Sang-jun's eyes were steel. Tell Japan I'm coming. Accept the request. Ha-yun froze, frustration bubbling over. Why? Why do you always choose the path of death? Do you have any idea how terrified I am for you? Thanks for worrying, he said softly, but he's here for me. Meanwhile, in the past, Namgong He-wook had always wondered why no one else could hear the sword's voice. Even as a child, he was ruthless. During a sparring match, he crippled a subordinate without mercy. His father watched, stunned. Sword aura, at 13, you've surpassed even me. His father, the sword saint, tried to teach him virtue. Martial arts are for transcendence, not slaughter. We do not harm without cause. But the boy was empty inside. He ignored the lecture. He climbed the tower, clearing 20 floors with board efficiency. The world praised him, but Namgong felt nothing. Climbing the tower wasn't enough. His dark soul craved more. He needed invasion tickets. That was when he found his joy. The thrill of invasion. The ecstasy of breaking human beings. It was the only time he truly felt alive. But soon, even slaughtering weaklings became dull. And killing indiscriminately in the Murim world was forbidden by law. Then came the news. Someone killed the Alliance ancestor Sang-jun, finally. A prey that might actually provide some entertainment. Back in the present, Sang-jun touched down in Japan. VIP treatment instantly. He was ushered into a private lounge, where 2 legends awaited Cheon-so and Seung-hun. After that intense raid on the 10th floor, destiny finally reunited them. Sang-jun heard rumors from the association, but seeing them here in the flesh, that was a plot twist he hadn't accounted for in this manhwa recap. It seemed these were the only warriors brave enough to answer Japan's desperate cry for help. Lee Sung-hun mentioned a reinforcement coming from the States, but patience was a luxury they couldn't afford. Sang-yun calculated the odds. The 3 of them might rival an S-class hunter, but Namgong Hook, that man was an anomaly. A literal monster whose power level defied the system, capable of crushing them all like insects. He could only pray the American arrival was a powerhouse. Suddenly, the heavy doors creaked open. Sang-yun's eyes widened. Fate had a sense of humor. It was Catherine. This wasn't how she wanted their reunion to play out. She dreamed of a normal date, not a war zone. But then again, their first encounter wasn't exactly a slice-of-life romance either, so why start now? His icy greeting stung like frostbite. Is this a lover's spat? Lee Sung-hun teased. Sang-yun shut it down instantly. Not in a million years. I walk the path of the lone wolf. Romance is dead to me. Ari, the chairwoman of the Japanese Hunter Association, stepped into the light. Sang-yun had pegged her for a receptionist, but her aura screamed authority. She held the highest seat of power in this crumbling nation. The news was grim. No more reinforcements were coming. The catastrophe was far worse than anticipated, and the world was hoarding its hunters, afraid to send them into the meat grinder. Only 4 nations had answered the call. The realization hit Ari like a physical blow. Her shoulders trembled, crushed under the weight of sheer helplessness. She bowed a perfect 90 degrees, thanking the 4 warriors who stood by them when the world turned its back. Please, chairwoman, lift your head. This isn't the time for bowing, it's the time for fighting. Catherine softened. Beneath that frozen exterior, she saw a flicker of warmth. Save the bows, she thought. If you really want to thank us, just add a few zeros to our paycheck. Then the MC dropped a truth bomb that shocked everyone. Exactly. He might look like an ice prince, but double the reward money. That would instantly make him Japan's loyal best friend. Sung-jun didn't come here to play superhero. He was here for the loot and the massive growth essential to any leveling manhwa protagonist, specifically the XP from slaying Nam Gong-hook. I'm overwhelmed, the chairwoman stammered. Since Nam Gong-hook was a calamity-level threat, she made the executive decision. The reward was now doubled. But hope wasn't entirely lost. They had a hidden ace up their sleeve, a variable that could shatter the villain's dominance. It was Catherine's awakening ability. She possessed the flame of annihilation. If a superior foe made contact with her fire, the ultimate debuff would trigger. All stats slashed by 10 and a random skill permanently sealed. Victory was possible with that flame. But there was a catch. The monster had to actually touch it first. They needed to bait him into a trap. Just then, the roar of a helicopter tore through the sky. Bok Mok, China's S-Class pride, had arrived, and he was heading straight for Nam Gong-hook. It looked like they were having a profound philosophical debate, but only the audience could hear the dialogue. Are you Sung-jun? Nam Gong-hook's voice boomed. Bok Mok smirked, rattling off his full name, rank, and origin story. He was about to teach this villain a painful lesson on what happens when you mess with a master from the mainland. Nam Gong-hook sighed. Why did these small fries keep showing up instead of Cyan? Before he could finish his complaint, Bok Mok activated Godspeed and launched a surprise haymaker. A martial artist. How quaint, Nam Gong-hook muttered. He flashed a terrifying smile that sent shivers down spines before engaging in a brutal exchange of blows. Meanwhile, the squad's chopper arrived. Chonzok cursed under his breath. That guy Bok Mok was trying to hog all the glory. They were supposed to be a 5-man raid team, not watch a solo show. Sang-jun suddenly turned to Catherine. Can you stick the landing if we jump from here? A crazy plan was forming in his tactical mind. I have a passive skill that negates fall damage, she replied. Perfect. If this gambit worked, they could deal catastrophic damage in a single earth-shattering strike. The timing had to be flawless. Catherine needed to ignite her flame at the point of impact. Without hesitation, Sang-jun grabbed her, spread his energy wings, and dove straight into hell. Chonso clicked his tongue. That guy always does whatever he wants, but he couldn't deny the thrill. Following the lead, the rest of the team leaped into the void. Have you lost your mind? Catherine screamed over the wind. Who just jumps without explaining the plan? Tears welled up in her eyes. He was completely ignoring her protests. Sang-jun tuned her out. His eyes were locked on the target. Bok Mok was currently serving as the perfect meat shield, distracting Nam Gong-hook. This was their golden window. We split up here, Sang-jun commanded. Below them, Bok Mok was gritting his teeth. Nam Gong-hook was dominating, shattering the Chinese hunter's defensive aura with pure contempt. You call this martial arts? You can't even infuse ki into your strikes. Nam Gong-hook unleashed the dragon, subduing 18 palms. Bok Mok didn't even have time to blink before the impact. Suddenly, the villain sensed a massive red projectile, hurtling from the heavens. It wasn't a meteor. It was Sang-jun, descending like a god of war with his reflection shield active. Boom! The aerial ambush connected. Nam Gong-hook blocked, but blood sprayed into the air. His hands swelled up instantly. The kinetic energy transfer was massive. The dust settled, revealing Sang-jun. He dusted off his coat and sighed. Note to self, falling from the sky is a terrible travel method. 0 stars would not recommend. Who are you, Rat? Nam Gong-hook hissed, nursing his throbbing hands. Sang-jun smirked, radiating main character energy. I'm the nightmare you've been looking for. Sang-jun activated blood arts to patch up his recoil damage. Intro over. He instantly manifested his sword chi, ready to escalate this battle to the next level. Nam Gong-hook trembled with rage. He had hunted for this man, but now, he looked disappointed. That's it. You're just using pseudo-sword chi. The villain clapped his hands together, crushing the blood clot with sheer force. His face twisted into a demonic grimace. I am truly furious now. Sang-jun didn't care. You're mad. Good. He charged, while the enemy was still unarmed. Surprised, Nam Gong-hook summoned a blade from thin air. Steel clashed against energy. Sung-jun's reflection shield shattered into 1,000,000 pieces after just one exchange. A fraction of a second later, and Sang-jun would have been sliced in half. He triggered his healing factor, shocked. He thought that orbital dropkick would have taken a chunk of the boss's HP bar. Whatever hit him, it bypassed his reflection trait entirely. Realization dawned on him. This was the legendary true sword chi the elders whispered about. Nam Gong-hook looked disgusted as Sang-yoon healed using tower magic. Cheater, his eyes seemed to say. But Sang-yoon ignored the judgment. He swung his blade, unleashing a wave of light energy. The villain didn't flinch. He waited, then sliced the energy wave in two effortlessly. Suddenly Chon Aksok and Lee Sung-hun ambushed him. He backstepped 3 meters to dodge right into Catherine's kill zone. She had been camping there for this exact moment. Diet Hawa activate. A massive explosion engulfed the area, but the flames danced on empty air. He hadn't been touched. Chonzak pointed skyward. Above us, Nam Gong-hook stood perched on a utility pole, looking down like a god. "You insignificant insects," he sneered. "You dare interrupt my playtime." His veteran hunter instincts screamed a single warning. "Dodge now, or meet your maker." The trio scattered desperately. A blast of light struck the ground like a tactical nuke. But let's rewind for a second. The White Crane Swordmaster had bestowed a secret art upon Sang-yoon, a technique of pure mana transmission. But this wasn't just a simple energy transfer. It was a soul-deep connection. The moment their hands separated, Sang-yoon felt the mana surge and the sensation of her spirit dwelling within him. The Swordmaster smirked. "Excellent. Now channel that power into your blade. But wait until you leave this area. The system administrators here might nerf you if they detect an anomaly." Now was the moment of truth in this Manhwa recap. Sang-yoon became the first Earthling to achieve the legendary state of man-sword unity. He completely nullified the enemy's strike. Perfect blade aura hummed in his grip. He glanced back, checking on his team. In that split second, Sang-yoon matched Namgung's power to cancel out the slash. Catherine stared in shock. Both of them were absolute monsters. Then, maniacal laughter tore through the air. Namgung looked like a predator who just found a shiny new toy. Yes, that is the reaction I wanted. I thought I'd be disappointed again. He was the type of psychopath who built sandcastles just for the joy of crushing them. Sang-yoon realized this guy wasn't just strong. He was completely mentally deranged. The impact sent Sang-yoon skidding backward. He didn't want to show weakness, but he barked at his team. "Get back, find cover." If they got caught in the crossfire, he'd waste precious mana protecting them. It hurt to admit, but Seung-hyun agreed. After the hell of the 10th floor, he felt useless, unable to help Sang-yoon once again. "We'll execute plan fire when we see an opening." "Be careful," Seung-hyun yelled before retreating. Now it was a duel of gods in the sky. The collision of their power shattered cars and buildings alike. They moved faster than the eye could track. Just 2 streaks of light tearing up the heavens. Thunderous explosions rocked the gloomy atmosphere. Junso finally understood why they needed to back off. Even from this distance, the wind pressure was enough to blow them away. Catherine thought they were evenly matched, but Sung-hyun saw the truth. Sang-yoon was the underdog here. If this dragged on, the protagonist of this leveling, Manhwa, would die. It was a brutal reality. Sang-yoon thought leveling up his sword ki would bridge the gap, but he was being completely overwhelmed. The White Crane Swordmaster dropped the verdict. Namgung was a solid A-rank monster. Sang-yoon was barely C-rank. Skill aside, the raw power difference was insurmountable. Finally, Sang-yoon collapsed. The villain sneered. "What, is that it?" Sang-yoon had blown all his points on recovery. If he burned his stamina stats now, his combat ability would tank. Desperate Catherine tossed him a bottle of plum wine for a buff. Sang-yoon reached for it, but Namgung kicked him aside and snatched the bottle mid-air. This is tasty. Thanks for the treat." "Haha. You dirty cheating scumbag." Junso couldn't hold back his curses. The hero lay beaten and bruised, while the villain got a free heal. Namgung smirked. Humans always cling to that little thing called hope. You too, Han Sang-yoon. Thoughts like, "I can do this," or "just a little more and I'll win." That kind of optimism made Namgung laugh until he shook. His favorite hobby, ripping those hopes into shreds. Watching Sang-yoon's face go from determination to absolute despair. That was his true entertainment. Namgung launched a frenzied assault, but he wasn't satisfied. He hated that fire in Sang-yoon's eyes. Why wouldn't he just give up? Enraged, he smashed Sang-yoon into the dirt with a devastating punch. Sang-yoon's body trembled, unable to stand. He looked even more pathetic than his first day in the tower. Namgung loomed over him, furious. Why did he still have that defiant look? Even paralyzed, the hero wouldn't break. "Fine, I'll take those eyes away from you." He wanted to see him drown in darkness. Sang-yoon screamed in agony. His vision was instantly stained crimson red. His regeneration factor had hit its limit. If he focused every ounce of remaining power, he had enough juice for exactly one final strike. But he was blind. How could he land a precision hit in total darkness? What was he supposed to do? His friends rushed in to save him, but Sang-yoon knew the truth. "No, don't come here," he screamed. But that was a fatal mistake. Namgung's eyes flashed with bloodlust. He realized something. "Ah, so your teammates are the source of that strength." Catherine unleashed her fire, but he was already behind her. A brutal slash tore down her spine. Seung-hyun charged in, but he couldn't touch a single hair on the monster's head. Instead, he took a boot to the face that smashed him into the concrete. Sang-yoon could only hear the carnage. The screams of his friends were worse than any physical wound. Namgung dragged Catherine by her hair right in front of the blind hero. He pressed his blade to her throat. "I can smell your friend cooking." "Ha ha ha. Stop it, you sick bastard," Sang-yoon roared helplessly. Namgung shivered with pleasure. This was it. This was the face of despair he wanted to see. The more it hurt, the better it felt. While the psycho laughed, eyes closed in ecstasy. Junso froze his arm and snatched Catherine away. "We need a medic now." Namgung ground his teeth. His playtime was interrupted. He shattered the ice and charged at them like a rabid beast. Junso encased Catherine in an ice sphere and threw her to safety. He tried to stealth away, vanish, but Namgung grabbed him by the skull and slashed down. Seung-hyun was down. Sang-yoon was blind. He cursed himself. He was still as weak as he was 7 years ago, unable to protect a single soul. Even the rats in the sewers fled in terror. They knew this battle was a total massacre. This was the climax of this awakening. Manhwa Sang-yoon made a devil's bet. He burned every soul in his inventory to restore his stamina. Meanwhile, Namgung sliced off Seung-hyun's arm just for fun. "Stop it, you martial arts freak," Sang-yoon pleaded. "No," the villain laughed. "Only by doing this can I feel true joy." Suddenly, boom. A fist wreathed in flames slammed into the villain's gut. The attack triggered a seal on his sword key and fire arts for 10 minutes. "I am the hero of China Bakemok, and I'm still alive. You trash." Talk about a last-minute entrance. He breezed in like a hurricane to save the day. He snatched Catherine from the jaws of death, sprinting away before Namgung's flames could consume them both. The tyrant ground his teeth, regretting he hadn't crushed these ants sooner. There was only one way to stop the interference. He unleashed his ultimate domain, the Grand War Zone. Dozens of colossal blades rained from the heavens. They formed an inescapable prison with a 30-meter radius, an absolute territory where no outsider could tread. Namgung's sword aura was sealed, but his battle spirit was overwhelming. How could a blind man like Sang-yoon hope to dodge this slaughter? But Sang-yoon moved like a ghost. He tilted his head, dodging a lethal punch. Without realizing it, he had awakened the spirit eyes, seeing the unseeable. He thought it was a simple skill, but no, the entire 30-meter death trap was mapped in his mind. Every single pebble was visible to his inner sight. Paradoxically, losing his physical sight granted him divine vision. He realized he had been using the spirit eyes wrong this entire time. It was like opening a third eye. The true spirit eyes awakened a power forged only in the fires of a life-or-death duel. His sixth sense, long forgotten, screamed back to life. Evolution triggered in the heat of combat, sharpening his senses to a godlike tier. Pain was just fuel. Even with critical health, his stats leveled up. Namgung leaped back, realizing this prey had just become a predator. As Sang-yoon charged, fear flickered in the tyrant's heart for the first time. How did this trash suddenly master such terrifying martial arts? Sang-yoon vanished into the blind spot. Shadow Step activated. Speed transcending limits, stacking 7 dashes like the wind, combined with the 10-hit combo of his chaotic sword style. Yet the gap in power remained an abyss. One wrong move meant instant death. Mana was critical. 10 minutes until his ultimate skill unlocked. He had to end this leveling Manhwa boss fight right now, while the fire suppression debuff was still active. He bet everything on a single throw. Sang-yoon hurled his blade at Namgung. Foolish. The tyrant sneered easily, dodging the desperate attack. Seeing him unarmed, Namgung threw a catastrophic punch. But it was a trap. Sang-yoon leaned back, and from the depths of his soul, he summoned the Iron Blood Sword. A blade of pure spiritual energy burst from his very body. A critical hit. The blade impaled Namgung, defenseless, piercing his energy center. Blood sprayed like a fountain, pure satisfaction. The tyrant scrambled back in terror as his buffs expired. Namgung ripped the steel from his gut. "I played with my food too long," he growled. "Next time I will erase your existence." He tore open a rift to the martial arts dimension. Everyone froze. If he escaped now, The consequences for Earth would be apocalyptic. Stop him. Do not let the monster flee. 4 heroes charged as one, but the word escape triggered the villain's fragile pride. Who dares say I am running? Nam Gong unleashed a parting strike of pure calamitous fire. Momentum carried them straight into the blast zone. K-boom. The shockwave shattered the city block. Skyscrapers crumbled like sandcastles around them. The smoke cleared. They were alive. Sung-jun had tanked the hit, but his reflection shield shattered and his left arm was reduced to ash. Catherine screamed in horror, but Sang-jun refused to yield. Nam Gong stared back from the portal, his eyes burning with a promise of slaughter. I should have killed you instantly. Is this the ending you wanted? Sang-jun boiled with rage, but he was too weak to retort. The villain vanished with a chilling farewell. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Sang-jun collapsed into darkness. On the other side, Nam Gong fell screaming for a healer. The tyrant engraved Sang-jun's face into his memory. A grudge for the ages was born. Meanwhile, at a Tokyo hospital, consciousness finally returned to our hero. The guildmaster kept vigil by his bed. Guilt weighed heavy in her eyes as she looked at his battered form. I don't know how to repay this debt, she whispered. But watch this. Skill activated weak blood. In a flash of light, Sang-jun's arm regenerated completely. I'm good as new. He flashed his abs, and a grin, casually removing the bandages. Time to check on the squad. First stop, Catherine. Oops. Wrong timing. She was changing her bandages, and Sang-jun got a full view of everything he shouldn't. Meanwhile, Chun-sok was hobbling down the hall, cursing up a storm. But seeing Sang-jun, his face lit up. Though noticing the fresh red handprint on Sang-jun's cheek, it was clear Catherine's strength was perfectly fine. Only one person was missing. Chun-sok's expression darkened at the mention of Seung-han. The price of victory was his right arm. On the rooftop, the fallen warrior stood alone. He smiled, praising Sang-jun's miraculous recovery, even as his own sleeve hung empty. Guilt crushed Sang-jun's heart. But Seung-han laughed, activating a prosthetic skill to comfort him. Look, I can still hold a weapon. I am not finished yet. Sang-jun realized his mistake. He had climbed the tower obsessed, only with power blinded by his own ambition. Strength isn't a sin, Seung-han declared. But true power is used to protect the weak. That was the code he lived by. The words struck a chord in Sang-jun's soul. He had remembered the hero's path he had long forgotten. Relieved the rookie wasn't a power-hungry villain, Seung-han finally relaxed. He lowered his mask to light a cigarette, offering one to Sang-jun. I don't smoke. Sang-jun declined, but then he froze, the face revealed beneath the mask. You are. Sang-jun stammered in shock. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself, Seung-han chuckled. Let's save the big reveal for tomorrow. Days later, they immortalized their victory with a photo. Sang-jun handled the press like a pro and left a special gift for Catherine. He threw on his repaired coat. The stats had evolved, his gear was upgraded and ready for the next arc. VIP treatment for saving the world meant top-tier service. But after 3 days of chaos, Sang-jun realized one thing. He really didn't want to be famous. As soon as he hit the rankings, the footage of his battle went completely viral. Turns out the Hunter Association's chopper caught the whole thing in 4K. Some comments hyped up the Shadow Blade nickname Seung-han mentioned, but the real spotlight was stolen by the Thunder Emperor. This guy stands at the absolute apex of Korea's 30S rank hunters. He clears gates that leave others in the dust, so calling him a hero isn't just for show. Seung-han basically gave him a blank check, telling him to reach out for any reason a recruit offer that could shake up this entire system Manhwa world. But his time on Earth was up. Sang-jun vanished back into the Tower of Trials, vowing to gain power worthy of the Shadow Blade name. Back in the waiting room, reality set in. That duel with Nam Gung-hyuk exposed a fatal flaw. His stamina was absolute trash. Vampiric Touch might be a god-tier healing art, but it is useless if his endurance tanks before he can even trigger it. He needed a stamina recovery skill, and he needed it yesterday. He scrolled through the system shop, but nothing caught his eye. Screw it. The best solution? Buy the entire stock. He swept up every stamina skill available. Retail therapy feels good, but his wallet is screaming in agony. With points to spare, he opened the synthesis window. Time to mash these duplicates together and see what evolves. First up, sun absorption meets moon absorption. Boom, photosynthesis. 200% recovery in light plus mana absorption. Not bad. Now mixing Call of Blood with photosynthesis. Result, Blood Pact. It drains health, stamina, and mana from fresh kills. But for Sang-jun, it was a downgrade. The skill grade didn't jump, and he lost the passive benefits of photosynthesis. Total garbage. Only one way to fix this, buy Call of Blood again and gamble on another fusion. After a tense moment of RNG roulette, Seeker of Blood's Truth B rank acquired. Now, he could drain life force stamina and mana directly from blood, while gaining absolute dominance over the liquid crimson itself. Plus, it granted passive regeneration. The description was vague, so Sang-eun chose the hands-on approach, slicing his own wrist to command the droplets. The blood obeyed him like a loyal hound, shifting into any shape he visualized. He could even extract it without breaking the skin. Though for massive attacks, spilling fresh blood was still faster. A truly broken ability. A wicked grin spread across his face. With time to kill, he upgraded Eye of Truth into the Fire Dragon's Eye. Now the invisible world was laid bare before him. Hidden stats object lore, even lies nothing could hide. He activated the Draconic Gaze and looked in the mirror. Secondhand Vampire Count's tailcoat. Worn-out shoes from Chapter 1. The system was roasting his gear. But then he looked at the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. It revealed a hidden ultimate move, unlocked only at max proficiency. It reminded him of that city leveling strike, Namgung Hyuk, used to erase Shinjuku. So that is the requirement. Only a true monster could awaken the dormant calamity sleeping within this blade. He thought it was just a decent stat stick, but it was a mythical weapon all along. Time to test it out. Floor 11. Purification of the Mind start. A 7-day time limit to complete the 7th trial. The pacing of this manhwa recap just kicked into high gear. Failure meant death, obviously. He teleported in and was immediately greeted. Welcome to the Temple of Purification. From now on, you will face the tests of the gods until your heart stops beating. A lowly insect accepting a divine trial. Prepare for consequences. A wild-looking man balanced on one leg, sneering at him. Sang-eun just asked how to pass. The question only deepened the man's scorn. You don't even know the rules of the 7 High Gods Arena. Sigh. I don't know how a moron like you survived this long, but I suppose I have to explain it to the dead man walking. Simple. Prove your body, your faith, and your mind. Body is the warm-up. Mind is the true nightmare. Behind each door lies a high bishop. Kill them or debate them. Just get to the next room. That is the only law. So I just need to walk over their corpse. Sang-eun didn't wait for a reply. He stepped straight into the first trial. The wild man lunged instantly. Sang-eun analyzed his aura. This guy was definitely on the level of a pioneer. Pressure spiked. Sang-eun condensed a drop of blood and fired it like a sniper round. Thwip straight through the forehead. The bishop didn't even see it coming. Dead on arrival. This skill was absolutely broken. He claimed the sole Bishop Johan. The admin constellations buzzed with interest. They weren't watching for him, though they were just curious about a divine trial. Johan dropped loot. Sang-eun activated the Fire Dragon's Eye. It was a mirror infused with High Bishop Johan's divine power. It could generate a one-time absolute shield. But the hidden text hinted at guiding the user to their destiny. Destiny, too vague. He tossed it into his inventory and moved on. He hoped for more physical fights. Talking wasn't his strong suit. But as the next door creaked open, a mocking voice greeted him. A nameless outsider here so soon? Johan must have really let himself go. A female martial artist sat in the center, the bishop of the second trial. I am Ren, she said before hurling her chair at his face. Sang-eun caught the furniture effortlessly. Violence right out of the gate. This was definitely the trial of the body. Ren charged in with overwhelming momentum. As she swung, her blade energy rippled through the air. Sword key. But this sensation, it felt strangely familiar to him. Sang-jun unleashed a crescent slash of lightning sword. Chi-jin took the hit, but her eyes were locked on one thing, the aura radiating from him. Challengers shouldn't possess aura. That's a divine gift reserved for priests. Yet this godless intruder manipulated sword chi with god-tier precision. In a blink, her wounds vanished. Her regeneration was instantaneous, but her strike carried a nasty surprise. Holy power. The first priest had hinted that killing wasn't mandatory. Sang-eun decided to try his luck with diplomacy first. But talking down a stubborn warrior maiden, you'd need a silver tongue and a miracle for that. How many physical trials are left? Sang-jun asked politely. His casual confidence only fueled Jin's irritation. When, and I might answer, Jin charged. Sang-eun waited, then boom acceleration activated. He disarmed her and pinned her to the wall in a heartbeat. Silence. Don't test my patience. Even with a blade at her throat, the graduate student in him just wanted the syllabus for the exam. Are you planning to steal something? Jin hissed. The admins watched closely, anticipating his next move. But Sang-eun was a stoic monk at heart. Carnal desires meant nothing to him. Why ask that I didn't climb this far for cheap thrills? To her, he looked like a lost deer. 2 physical trials remain, she confessed. Levels 5 and 6, test faith. The final stage tests divine power. Turn back now. The 7th trial is a death sentence. Challengers either lose their minds or bleed out from every pore. His fire dragon eyes confirmed she wasn't lying. Like it or not, this was the hellish reality waiting for him. Jean accepted her fate. It was a glorious duel, but for Sang-gyun to ascend, she had to fall. Why aren't you afraid of death? He asked. Jean smiled ecstasy in her eyes. Fear, I'm simply returning to the tower's embrace. Her head rolled. A wave of nausea hit him, he had to leave. In the next chamber, an old bearded master waited. I am Lucilian Blade of the God of Proof. Golden aura erupted, igniting a blazing sword in the old man's grasp. It was unstable, yet undeniably a fire sword. Dealing with a technique like that at stage 3, things were getting dangerous. They clashed. Strange. Lucilian's physical stats and martial arts were clearly inferior to Sang-gyun's. Yet Song-jun's sword chi kept shattering. Was the fire sword just that overpowered? Or was Namgung simply a monster? No, Lucilian's skill was crude. Another clash, another dissipation. Brute force cannot break this blade, the old man declared. Only those who master the intangible can destroy the divine. He was weaker, yet wielded the fire sword. It felt like watching a cheater ace an exam while Sang-jun studied all night. Infuriating. Intangible. Screw that. Song-gyun charged his mind, focused on a single singularity. Break. That. Sword? Lucilian chanted about faith, but Sang-gyun's blade screamed louder. Crack. The fire sword snapped in two. Talk less, fight more. In that moment, epiphany struck. The difference between sword chi and the fire sword lay in the origin. The fire sword is forged from pure willpower. Lucilian laughed, coughing up blood. Ha! Ha! His eyes sparkled with pride. Your chi is authentic. Mine was borrowed from the gods. You have passed. Sang-gyun was baffled. Why the joy? Did this old man value a warrior's growth over his own life? Perhaps it was madness. Or perhaps the terrifying resolve of true faith. Lucilian accepted the result. He had witnessed true martial potential. Sang-gyun ended it quickly, another head rolled. Too chatty. Soul harvest complete. Necromancy proficiency hit 100%. Rank up. Grade B. What new power awaited him? New perk: absorb authority from stronger foes. This leveling Manhwa system never ceased to amaze him. If grade B was this broken, imagine grade S. The status window glowed beautifully. Pure satisfaction. Back in his academy days, owning such power was nothing but a fever dream. From Lucilian, he gained indomitable will, a massive stat boost against stronger enemies. He entered the 4th chamber. Empty. Something was wrong. Above him, wings fluttered. An angel. No, a boy with dark circles looking like a hardcore gamer. But the admins had issued a warning. Sang-gyun slashed upward. The entity dodged and landed gracefully. Not a talker, huh? The boy smirked. Fine. Let the trial begin. Name: Kirin, training priest. Power level higher than Sang-gyun. Ding, indomitable will activated. This aura was leagues above the others. Kirin fired a mirror shard at light speed. Sang-gyun dodged, but the shard reflected off the wall behind him, a pincer attack. Fire dragon eyes open. He barely deflected the beam, but the reflected light still grazed him. He had to close the distance. Sang-gyun leaped, but Kirin's wings snapped open. A hurricane force gale slammed Sang-gyun back to the floor. Then came the fire sword. Sang-gyun gritted his teeth, barely blocking. This was Kirin's strategy. Unmatchable ranged bombardment. Blocking wasn't enough. Mirrors surrounded the room, firing lethal beams from every blind spot. He was trapped. Kiran unleashed a tempest from above to break his stance, following up with a blazing fire sword. What a vicious combo. Smashing those mirrors is suicide. It would just create smaller shards and multiply the deadly light beams against his 2 eyes. While his masters sweated bullets, Sang-gyun taunted death itself. Kiran fired 4 beams of light, escalating the violence. The light ricocheted off every mirror, converging on Sang-gyun. A massive explosion shook the room, yet not a drop of blood was spilled. The counter shield absorbed every ounce of that destruction. With the energy fully charged, Sang-gyun only had to unleash hell. He returned Kiran's own damage twofold, letting him taste the agony of the weak. Kiran gasped. What is this? You possess no magic. Is this the legendary divine fist? Kiran muttered. Sang-gyun had no clue what that was, but the enemy seemed convinced. Finally, the guardian declared that he neither fled nor fell. officially clearing the body-proving trial. Sang-jun devoured his soul, carving a new power into his very spirit. It was divine power, the same energy the bishops used, like mana. He could feel the raw energy pulsing in his heart, distinct from mana, though he couldn't manipulate it yet. Seeing his master's shock, Sang-jun wondered just how broken this ability was. With this power, could he actually rule the world? At the fifth door, a tiny old woman awaited him. "Welcome, you battle-crazed lunatic," she cackled. Sang-jun frowned at the title. She exposed his true nature, a man obsessed with victory and becoming the absolute ruler. Sang-jun admitted he wanted strength, but ruling the world sounded exhausting. Suddenly, she vanished and reappeared right beside him, speaking as if she were reading his very soul. "I speak only the truth of your destiny." Sang-jun slashed instantly, but her voice echoed inside his head as she materialized in front of him. "Calm your rage. This trial isn't about swinging that hunk of metal or proving your physical prowess. We are here to prove your faith." Sang-jun slashed faster, but his blade cut nothing but air. Her movements defied physics, because they weren't real. She had invaded his consciousness. Thousands of withered hands erupted to drag him down. All strength left his body. The crone's mouth expanded into a grotesque maw, swallowing him whole like a snack. She chewed, tasted, and spat him out. Approved. Sang-jun blinked, realizing he passed the fifth trial, while thinking he was being digested. The trial began with self-awareness. It was the kind of mental challenge you'd expect in a psychological leveling manhwa. She sensed that terrifying resolve within him, a will that would butcher anyone standing in the path of his power. "I remember that feeling," she whispered. "The hunger to grow stronger no matter who you must slaughter." She raised her hands, trembling, in a shamanistic trance. Sang-jun remained silent, as she invited him to send her to the afterlife. "No," he replied coldly. His blunt refusal shocked her. Since he had already passed the gate, killing her was a waste of energy. Why state the obvious? Unexpected? Indeed. Ho ho. If I knew you were this boring, I would have made you suffer through the full torture. Sang-jun wanted to decapitate her. Finally shutting up, she patted his shoulder and wished him luck. Sang-jun marched into the corridor, the shadows deepening with every step. Darkness devoured the mirrors, until he was floating in an absolute void, unable to see his own hand in front of his face. "Hello there," a voice whispered, making him swing his sword. Again, he thought. Yes, again, the voice replied, reading his mind. That old hag, Henya, had planted a spiritual seed in him, allowing this intrusion into his consciousness. That pat on the shoulder was a trap. "Don't worry," the sixth bishop purred. "I'm guarding your physical body while you're here." That made him worry even more. Remembering her threats to castrate him, Sang-jun politely asked how to prove his faith before she got any ideas. The nun giggled with satisfaction. "I like a man who stiffens up properly." According to her, he was now deep within the mental realm. To pass, he simply had to face his own perception, which was heavily warped by the strength of his faith. It wasn't complicated. It felt exactly like closing one's eyes and drifting into an endless dark abyss. Find the essence where nothing can be seen. In the name of the Inquisitor, I declare the sixth trial started. Instantly, Sang-jun plunged into dark water. He held his breath just in time, fighting the panic. Alan whispered in his ear, surprised. "The pain is real, isn't it?" If he didn't find a solution, his mind would drown in this fabricated ocean. When in doubt, use a skill. He activated Steadfast Heart, regaining his cool. He felt something brush against his fingertips in the dark. Alin gasped at his mental fortitude. Even while lost in the mindscape, his physical body began to move on instinct. She scrambled back as Sang-jun blindly swung his sword in the real world. She decided to keep it a secret that he almost sliced her in half. His senses were returning sluggishly, crawling back, but in the outside world, 2 full hours had already evaporated. Alin called his speed monstrous, but Sang-jun was panicking. Time flowed too fast in reality compared to this mental prison. If he stayed trapped, the 7-day limit would expire and kill him. He forced his fire dragon eyes to open. The darkness vanished, replaced by a horrifying sea of blood. Alin clutched her head, screaming, how did he make the abstract realm so vivid? Not only that, 2 pairs of wings erupted from Sang-jun, making him look even more terrifying. No human had ever sprouted such twisted, bizarre wings before. Deep within his spiritual sea, Sang-jun streaked through the realm of consciousness at light speed. Yet, he couldn't grasp the meaning behind this twisted, nightmare-inducing dimension. Moments later, he halted before a circle forged of blades. Seizing a sword, Sang-jun unleashed a slash that obliterated everything, shattering the illusion and snapping him back to reality. He stood dazed amidst the ruins he created. Does senseless destruction really prove one's faith? That makes zero sense. True faith is the path of self-acknowledgement. Ain explained the cruel truth. Humans rarely understand their own convictions, often oblivious to what they truly believe or even think. The true purpose of this trial is to confront the spiritual realm forged by your very own thoughts, beliefs, and actions. He conquered his dark past and grew stronger without losing his humanity. That is what she read in his soul. Sometimes being honest with your desires is the only righteous path. So for now, Ain had to bid Sang farewell. With resolve in his eyes, he pushed open the seventh door, the final barrier of this hellish trial. A giant eye, embedded in the ceiling, stared directly into his soul. The god of inquiry was watching Sung-jun's every move. He recalled Ain's warning that no one had ever cleared the seventh trial. An invisible force crushed Sung-jun to the floor, immobilizing him. His eyelids grew heavy as lead. He recognized this terror. It was the feeling of a tiny insect standing before a supreme being. His body's survival instinct screamed at him to give up and accept the gaze. This was the presence of a god. It mirrored the helplessness he felt when his family died. But Sung-jun had suffered enough. He refused to be a victim ever again. Sang-jun drove a blade into his own palm, using the sharp pain to anchor his sanity while activating blood reduction. I won't let anyone trample on me ever again. Roaring with defiance, he searched for a way out. In this tower, every puzzle has a solution, right? He just needed to slash that damned eye. He had to try. Sang-jun channeled his lightning sword chi, unleashing a crescent moon/god or not. He would cut down anything in his way. The attack reached the eye, only to dissipate like smoke. As his consciousness faded into frustration, his sheer audacity managed to impress the god of inquiry. Pleased to finally meet a challenger with such an unbreakable spirit, the deity demanded he prove his worth. Only then did the seventh door truly open. The giant eye vanished, leaving Sang-jun alone. He was drenched in cold sweat, his body still trembling from the primal terror of facing a god. Now, the true test appeared. A mystical mirror manifested before him. Sang-jun stepped closer, only to see a reflection of his future self staring back. The tower began linking the two entities. Sang-jun touched the glass to begin the trial of mental verification. The synchronization rate with his mirror self began to climb rapidly. Sang-jun plummeted into the mirror's infinite void, landing in the very first trial room where Johan was weeping, searching for his own mirror. A blinding light flashed behind him. Sang-jun was warped to a snowy Christmas in Korea. There, standing before him, was his future incarnation. The future him walked into an alley, slicing his own flesh. He manipulated the fresh blood into lethal weapons, ruthlessly slaughtering countless innocent civilians. Sang-jun watched in fury at the mirror image's atrocity. The synchronization rate spiked, making his chest ache as if his heart were shattering into 100 pieces. A disgusting cocktail of guilt, madness, and rage flooded his mind. "It's you, isn't it?" The ghostly groans of Johan whispered in his ear. The specter clamped its hands onto Sang-jun's head. Instantly, all his magical skills connected to his mind were forcibly sealed. Sang-jun instantly beheaded Johan's ghost, but the barrier held firm. In a trial of the mind, his calm mind skill was sealed. How the hell was he supposed to survive this? Crimson light flooded the alleyway below. His future self grinned with sick satisfaction, absorbing the life force of his victims. I should have acted sooner. The synchronization hit 20%, dealing massive mental damage. Sang-jun fell into a chaotic state, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't believe his eyes. That cold-blooded murderer was his own future self. Sure, he was obsessed with power in this leveling Manhwa world, but he'd never become a monster. Due to the chaotic energy, his mana circuit proficiency plummeted, burning him from the inside out. The scene shifted to another timeline in the Morim world. His future self summoned the Alliance leader, promising to spare the survivors. The Alliance leader Linganan stepped forward. He had heard whispers of a madman terrorizing the martial world, the Demon Sword. An earth-shattering battle ensued. The martial world drowned in a sea of blood. Defeated and on death's door, the old master asked if the monster felt no shame in killing those he promised to save. The answer was a cold no. To him, they were nothing but weeds by the roadside, mere resources to be harvested for his endless conquest. The synchronization rate jumped another 10%. Sang-jun's mind plunged deeper into chaos. As the mirror shifted through countless timelines, he saw himself slaughtering thousands. He had become a monster wearing human skin, obsessed only with the stats of a system Manhwa, an insane beast that never knew defeat. The synchronization rate climbed relentlessly, finally hitting the critical 50% mark. Now, Sang-jun could feel it, the sick thrill of murder, mixed with his own guilt and rage. The scene shifted to a stormy night in Korea, where Sung-hun kicked open the rooftop door in a blind fury. You think you can just walk away after what you've done? Future Sang-yoon stood there, dragging a corpse, his face devoid of any human emotion. Lee Hae-yeon trembled, tears streaming down her face as she screamed. Why? Why choose the path of slaughter, just to gain power? Is there any reason for this? What a pointless question, the monster replied. I kill because it optimizes my growth. He smiled with pure ecstasy, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Seung-hun ripped off his mask and stepped forward. Thunder crashed, and lightning split the sky, charging the atmosphere for the impending clash. With the heavens as his witness, he vowed to deliver justice. Future Sang-yoon waited calmly. He knew Sung-hun was strong, but compared to his current power, this was merely a ghost of the past. A single slash. It was so fast, Sung-hun couldn't even react before his body was sliced in two. The severed halves crashed to the ground in front of Lee Hae-yeon, leaving her frozen in silent horror. Meanwhile, Sang-gun dragged his battered body through a sea of visceral gore. One slip-up in this nightmare, and his consciousness would be devoured by that maniac's insanity. Synchronization was only at 50%, yet his soul felt like it was being cleaved in two. The rising assimilation rate was strangling his mana circuits, draining his strength by the second. He slashed blindly at the void, but his blade found nothing but air. Assimilation hit 70%. The mental backlash was so catastrophic that Sang-gun could no longer distinguish between agonizing pain and twisted pleasure. He began to sink into the crimson abyss, on the verge of becoming one with the blood. A vacant, foolish grin crept onto his face as the light faded from his eyes. But then, a fragment of memory sparked in the darkness. He possessed the mirror imbued with Johan's holy power. Desperately, he summoned the artifact to erect a sacred shield, a last-ditch effort to purge the mental corruption and save his sanity. The barrier around Sang-gun's mind finally shattered the illusion. The hallucinogenic mist evaporated. In the real world, his blade froze mid-air, mere inches from ending Lee Hae-yeon's life. From within the illusionary shell, Sang-gun tore his way out, ripping the false body apart with his bare hands. He roared his defiance. I will never let myself be consumed. The system chimed with a glorious notification Ironheart acquired. He had proven that his conviction was unbreakable. As the mental trial concluded, reality shifted, bringing him back to face the mirror. It turned out he had been standing before the artifact, screaming like a madman the entire time. Watching from the sidelines, his two masters breathed a heavy sigh of relief, seeing Sang-gun return to his senses. The God of Judgment was highly impressed by this spectacular performance and demanded an audience. The stone floor beneath Sang-gun's feet crumbled away, forcibly teleporting him into the divine realm. Naturally, this required the tower's direct intervention, cutting off the administrator's surveillance. When Sang-gun opened his eyes, he stood in a dimension that defied logic, a place where the sky and the ocean were one. A blinding brilliance coalesced into a transcendent form, its voice resonating not in his ears, but directly within the depths of his soul. Who are you? Why do you radiate divinity? This was the God of Judgment. He stared intently, questioning if Sang-gun was actually a divine copy manufactured by the tower itself. Sang-gun was baffled by the term divine copy. The deity explained that administrators were such beings, and he simply needed to verify if Sang-gun had obtained his power through a contract with the tower. I am no administrator, Sang-gun replied firmly. I am just a challenger climbing this Manhwa recap-style world. The god sensed the truth. This human was different. The divinity he wielded belonged solely to him. It seemed the tower had become far more intriguing during the god's absence. The tower must have realized that mere copies could never replicate the authenticity of a true living being. Thus, the tower fabricated a false persona, using the apostles of these divine copies. The God of Judgment reached a startling conclusion. Sang-gun was an irregularity unlike anything seen before. What? Sang-gun blinked in confusion. The god spoke as if he had achieved a miracle, but in his mind he had simply looted the power from Chiron during a desperate battle. He asked just how significant this divinity actually was. The deity merely muttered cryptic riddles in response. Do you truly not understand what you have done? You extracted raw divinity. I assumed you purged the god's traces intentionally because you knew the risks. It seems you acted in pure ignorance. Sang-gun honestly admitted it was a total accident, which only deepened the god's bewilderment. You accidentally purified the divinity I bestowed upon my own servant? The God of Judgment declared that seizing Chiron's power wasn't chance, it was an absolute inevitability, a bond of causality. Furthermore, the trial tower clearly had massive expectations for him. But suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy. The tower was listening, and it was furious that the god had revealed too much. The deity immediately silenced himself, stating he would simply observe Sang-gun's path from the shadows. Wait, I still have questions. What happens to me next? Sang-gun tried to press for answers, but a splitting headache assaulted his skull. The god warned that staring too deeply into the future invites the future to stare back. It was waiting for a crack in his mind to invade, and Sang-gun needed to remain vigilant. Sang-gun wanted to argue, but the connection was fading. Even for a god, the tower was an entity that refused to be bargained with. Bidding him farewell, until they met at the Temple of Judgment, the god left Sang-gun with a chilling piece of advice. Do not trust the other gods. To them, you are now a target to be eliminated. In a flash, Sang-gun was dumped back into the waiting room, surrounded by piles of rewards. He sat there, replaying the dreamlike conversation with that transcendent being. The god claimed absorbing Chiron's power was causality. That implied the tower itself had orchestrated the entire event. And what about those high expectations for a challenger in this leveling manhwa? From allowing contracts with administrators to letting him steal divinity. What was the tower's endgame? Sang-gun tried to assemble the fragmented clues, administrators' divine copies, the fabricated persona, and the dire warning not to trust the gods. After racking his brain, he came to one solid conclusion. He didn't understand a damn thing. The uncertainty was infuriating. The only silver lining was that even if the gods wanted him dead, the tower's laws rendered them powerless to touch him. Earth had been registered as an official climbing dimension, activating the Dimension Invasion Protection. Any challenger invading from another world would be slapped with severe penalties. His two masters were overjoyed to have their surveillance rights restored. But Sang-gun's mind drifted back to the god's words, referring to administrators as divine copies. That meant his masters were technically gods too. Could he even trust them? Sang-gun bit his lip in frustration, realizing he couldn't trust a single soul. Damn it all. To verify his suspicions, he warped directly into the Iron Blood realm. The Iron Blood King rushed over her face, full of concern for his well-being. Sang-gun didn't speak. He answered with steel slashing at her without hesitation. As the Iron Blood King stood there in shock, he asked coldly, "Are all you administrators conspiring with the tower to use me as a pawn?" The Iron Blood King immediately realized what was happening. She assumed he was still suffering from the lingering psychosis of the mental trial. Sang-gun pressed the offensive. "Wake up! Stop acting crazy," she shouted, summoning sharp spikes of frozen blood to deflect his assault. "I know there's a link between the administrators and the tower you're exploiting challengers," Sang-gun yelled. "That doesn't make any sense," the king retorted, batting away his blood projectiles. "Get a hold of your emotions," she pleaded. "Why does everyone keep telling me to control myself? I have never been more sane in my life." Sang-gun let out a manic laugh, mirroring the twisted reflection of his future self. The Iron Blood King signaled for a truce, but Sang-gun wasn't having it. With a deafening boom, half of her palace was reduced to ashes. The iron-blooded monarch didn't take kindly to threats against her sanctuary. Gritting her teeth in fury, she summoned a torrential rain of blades from the heavens to punish the insolence. Sang-gun attempted to dodge with effortless flair, but he was woefully outmatched. In the blink of an eye, she materialized behind him, seizing his skull in a vice-like grip. "Just where do you think you're going, little one?" A split second later, Sang-gun's face was intimately acquainted with the snow. Yet even while pinned, his blade danced, slicing off a lock of the monarch's hair. That was the last straw. Her patience evaporated, and she caged him instantly within a fortress of steel. 12 hours later, reality finally set in. "I am so sorry. I'm awake now. Please let me down," Sang-jun pleaded, his voice muffled and pathetic. He was trussed up like a caterpillar in a cocoon, dangling helplessly before his master. She knew she couldn't leave him hanging there forever, but the fear that he might obliterate her home in another frenzy was very real. She realized the cold entity she saw earlier wasn't Sang-jun. It was the corrupting remnant of the abyss, lingering in his soul, like a parasite twisting his personality into something unrecognizable. Yet even through the madness, the questions he asked came from his true heart. Therefore, as the iron-blooded monarch, she owed him the truth. No one deciphers the will of the tower, not even us administrators. As for the tower having high hopes for him, pure nonsense. With a dismissive wave, she released his bonds in the laziest way possible. In all her eons of existence, never once had the tower revealed its true intentions to a mere challenger. So the idea that the tower holds expectations for a single climber is laughable. When Sang-jun mentioned the god of inspection, fed him that line, the monarch's eye twitched uncontrollably. "So, that was the foundation of your faith," she sighed. "Listen well. Even I am merely a servant of the tower." She relaxed only when he finally sat down to join her for tea. "This is a rare delicacy. brewed from the urine of a black dragon. Sang-Yun's face turned a sickly shade of green. Some things were better left unsaid. He pressed on, revealing the god of inspection claimed administrators were divine avatars bound by contract. The monarch fell silent. She couldn't confirm the truth just yet, but she knew destiny would reveal it to him soon enough. Sang-Yun's final question cut deep. What is the administrator's ultimate wish? The White Crane swordsman had already spilled the beans. So why had his own master kept him in the dark? Because I was afraid, she admitted, her voice dropping. She saw how he looked at himself, crippled by self-doubt, obsessed with his own lack of growth. She knew if he learned the truth, he would dive into the fire like a moth, sacrificing everything for power. It's because I have no talent, Sang-Jun whispered, his head hanging low. His sorrow was palpable. The monarch didn't know how he defined genius, but she knew one thing for certain: he would soon discover the terrifying extent of his own potential. Everything would be laid bare in the trial of the 12th floor. Back in the waiting room, Sang-Yun's mind raced, haunted by the concept of talent, that cruel, unchangeable stat. In the world of hunters, 3 divine gifts determine one's worth: skill, acquisition, stat growth, and attribute awakening. Yet Sang-Yun, aside from his plot armor as the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, he was born with nothing. No skills to learn stats that refused to rise, and an attribute that remained dormant. Climbing the tower changed his surroundings, but not the cold hard truth. He was trash, a defect, a player incapable of evolution because of his cursed restrictions. The iron-blooded monarch must be mistaken, he thought bitterly. If he truly possessed hidden power, he would have been a legendary hunter long before stepping foot in this hellish place. The 12th floor trial was the ultimate mirror match, a duel to the death against his own doppelganger. Sang-Yun exhaled a heavy sigh. Brooding wouldn't sharpen his blade. He had to view this nightmare as a golden opportunity to refine his combat prowess. It was time to power up. He retrieved 3 precious proficiency potions, one from his stash, a gift from the Japanese government, and one from Catherine. He dumped them all into mana manipulation, the foundation of all power. With his core strengthened, he leveraged his enhanced mana manipulation to force-feed proficiency into his other skills. This was the grind of a true survivor. Now for the trump card. The reward from the 11th floor, the ancient mirror of verification. By infusing it with magic, he could manifest a remnant of thought, a glimpse into a potential future, and temporarily borrow skills etched into that timeline. It was a gamble that required insane luck. Taking a deep breath, Sang-Yun activated the artifact. Just as he hoped, the remnant that answered his call was his own future self. The mirror bestowed a passive skill burned into his subconscious combat focus. Merging it with his existing abilities caused an evolution. The new effect was terrifying. Concentration boosted by 20 times. The cost: a mental fatigue that would require serious recovery time. A savage grin crossed his face. He was ready. Sang-Yun stepped into the 12th floor trial, the stage set for surpassing the limit. The objective: kill the doppelganger. Within 48 hours, he was warped to a palace of darkness, where the dark god had crafted the perfect guardian to crush intruders. Standing before him was a mirror image identical down to the stitching on his boots. But this was no empty shell. As the monarch warned, this clone possessed all his experience, all his dirty tactics, and the one thing he doubted: his talent. All right then. Sang-Yun gripped his sword. Time to see if this so-called talent actually exists. He cranked his concentration to double speed. The world slowed to a crawl, the power of combat focus. With killing intent boiling over, he launched himself into the air for a devastating overhead slash. Boom! A blinding explosion rocked the hall. But the smoke cleared to reveal the clone standing firm, parrying the blow with the iron blood sword. Sang-Yun smirked. He knew this pattern. First, the sword, next came the shield counter. It was his only viable combo. He had this read perfectly. But his prediction shattered. The clone didn't block. He transformed the shield into a second blade. Dual wielding. In this system, Manhwa Sang-Yun never dared use that style, because the mana drain was suicidal. Why would the copy use such an inefficient method? Dual wielding burnt through resources too fast for a battle of attrition? It made no sense. He couldn't wrap his head around his own reflection's logic. If he thought he could beat himself with standard tactics, he was dead wrong. Steel clashed against steel. Though subtle, the gap was undeniable. Sang-Yun was being outskilled by his own copy. Was it the passive skill, indomitable will, making the difference? Sang-Jun's superior gear had ironically helped the clone trigger the buff first. Now the doppelganger's physical stats were overwhelming, and if he maxed out his concentration, his power would reach a transcendent realm. But the terrifying truth was in the technique. The clone wasn't just swinging wildly. He was using the signature swordsmanship of Nam Gong Wook. Each strike carried the weight of a mountain driving Sang-gyun back. Sang-gyun had only met him once, but those eyes burning with fanaticism and arrogant disdain were unforgettable. Nam Gong Wook didn't rely on system skills or flashy powers. He was a monster made of pure, unadulterated swordsmanship. He questioned the very essence of power. Could pure swordsmanship transcend the limits of a system skill? Since the enemy used no skills at all, he feared this was a technique he could never copy. So, this was the true monstrosity the Iron Blood King spoke of. The clone had already surpassed the original, triggering the awakening of his indomitable will. In the unforgiving logic of this leveling manhwa, the system declared him at a disadvantage. His copy was evolving in real time, while he, the original, was left in the dust. Sung-jun refused to swallow this defeat. He cranked his concentration to 10 times its normal limit to match the bastard, yet he was still the one shedding blood. It became terrifyingly clear this wasn't just a copy. It was a monster wearing his face. Desperate, he pushed his focus even further, hitting 15 times concentration. Success. He flashed behind the enemy for a counterstrike, engaging his fairy wings for maximum velocity. Combining that with 17-fold concentration, he poured everything into one decisive blow. Gotcha. But the clone was ruthless. Sitting on the ground, he detonated the blood vessels in his own arm, creating a gore mist to block Sung-jun's vision before vanishing into the crimson fog. Sung-jun frantically scanned the area, but a light flashed behind him. The clone unleashed a new technique, his sword acting like a cannon barrel aiming straight for Sung-jun's life. His mind went blank. Was this the end? Hell no. He was the protagonist of this story. Sung-jun shattered his limits, pushing his concentration to 20 times, entering a state of overlimit. He dusted off his face and cursed. Damn it, that was close. You cheap knockoff, you think you can mess with the real deal. Ignore the crazed look on his face. The side effect of the overlimit state was severe mental instability, turning him into a berserker. Unfazed by Sung-jun's provocation, the clone launched an assault at the speed of light. Before Sung-jun could even blink, the tip of a blood sword was already inches from his eyes. The impact was catastrophic. Sung-jun was blasted backward, his body carving a long streak of light across the arena. He slammed into the wall, erupting into a cloud of debris and shattered stone. But as the dust settled, Sung-jun emerged, crushing blood in his fist, his eyes sharp as daggers. With a wave of his hand, thick mana surged into the air. The droplets of blood obeyed his command, shooting forward like guided missiles. The clone moved with godlike speed to evade, leaving the blood mana projectiles to demolish the pillars behind him, filling the air with the roar of destruction. The clone's eyes widened in confusion. Amidst the chaos, a single drop of blood had bypassed his defense, striking him squarely on the shoulder. A successful counterattack. The clone was knocked into the wall, shattering stone and earth. Sung-jun smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. How does that taste, you trash? But before he could get an answer, the smoking figure of the clone appeared instantly behind him, killing intent blazing. Sung-jun's smile vanished instantly. The clash was too fast for the naked eye. A blinding sphere of energy exploded in the center of the arena as both fighters slid back to opposite ends. A wound opened on the clone's shoulder, but a blue healing light immediately enveloped it, knitting the flesh back together in seconds. Sung-jun maintained his bravado, but a bead of sweat betrayed his anxiety. You bastard, he muttered. You're actually pretty strong. Meanwhile, in a dimension beyond, Iron Blood watched the battle through a white magic circle. Seeing the challenger's plight, she slammed her teacup down, unable to stay calm. Again, she clutched her head, sighing in frustration. This is ridiculous. I can't directly interfere, but I can't just watch him die like this. She glanced over her shoulder, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. I wonder how the tower will react to a little nudge. A system notification instantly popped up, contacting challenger Sung-jun. But the screen shattered before her eyes. Iron Blood covered her face and groaned as the tower intervened to block her. The administrator's message was nullified to prevent interference. But Iron Blood smiled, satisfied. Forgive me. I just wanted to give him a tiny hint. Back in the tower, Sung-jun stared at his own hand in horror as his fingers twisted backward. Suddenly, his left arm moved on its own, punching him in the face as his eyes glowed crimson. The self-inflicted blow sent him sliding back, leaving the clone standing there utterly confused by this spectacle. Sung-jun smirked, snapping his broken fingers back into place. Damn, that's dangerous in the middle of a fight. Then he roared in rage, get out of this body and know your place. But deep within his sea of consciousness, something was anchoring itself, trying to seize control. No matter how much he struggled, He could only gasp, "Not this again." Tendrils of fresh blood wrapped around his soul. Sung-jun shouted into the void, "I thought I was done with you, you annoying future self. This is getting old." He swung his arms wildly, trying to break the possession. His mental world, a sea of red, began to churn with vortices of black blood. Suddenly, a voice dripped with disdain echoed in his mind. "I'm fighting because you're about to die, and this is the thanks I get." Another version of Sung-jun materialized in his mind. With no other option, he spat out, "You bastard." It was indeed his future self. Sung-jun thrashed and screamed, "Get the hell out of my body right now, you piece of trash." But his future self only ground his teeth, his voice filled with contempt. "You still don't get it, do you, moron? Open your eyes and look at the situation." The entity sneered, looking down on him. "You've cultivated for so long, climbed to the 12th floor of this tower, yet you can't even face your own reflection." Sung-jun lowered his head, the humiliation stinging like acid. The future self continued his mockery. "You pitiful bastard." Unable to take the insults, Sung-jun clenched his fist and lashed out. So what? Sung-jun regained control of his hand and aimed a punch straight at the entity's face. In response, the future self simply raised 2 fingers. Instantly, pillars of blood erupted from below, forming a cage of black blood that imprisoned Sung-jun. The entity laughed coldly, turning his back to walk away. Sung-jun pounded frantically on the bars, screaming, "Where do you think you're going? Come back here, you coward." His future self simply dismissed him as a madman. He stood there, forced to listen as the entity lectured him. "Shall I teach you a lesson, little boy? If you don't abandon your reliance on system skills, you will never master true technique. Do you understand, idiot?" The future self walked away, dropping the hard truth. "Just sit there and watch for the rest of your life." His body sank deeper into the sea of consciousness as the entity delivered the final verdict. "From now on, I will take the wheel. Sleep tight, you pathetic wretch." Inside the prison of his own mind, Zoom screamed endlessly, rattling the bars of his cage. Meanwhile, in reality, a slash of azure mana crashed violently against the doppelganger. The clone raised his twin blades in a desperate block, but the sheer force of the impact drove him backward, skidding across the floor. The future incarnation stood tall, his eyes burning with an ominous light. He muttered softly, "Fine. I understand what is happening. I know that sensation all too well." Suddenly, a system window materialized, breaking the tension. The administrator Iron Blood Tyrant has granted a divine gift. The essence of the Black Dragon. A legendary consumable that skyrockets mental fortitude and resistance. Deep within his subconscious, Sheng-jo's eyes snapped open as the realization hit him like a truck. With every ounce of willpower, he tore the mental prison bars apart. He fought for control over his left arm, forcing the physical body to twitch in visible irritation. As he hijacked the left hand to access the inventory, the clone cursed at him, "You stubborn pest." At it again. He successfully grabbed the Black Dragon essence. But just as he moved to consume it, the copy lunged, his blood sword flashing, and severed the arm completely. Inside his mind, Zung thrashed and leaped forward, and the physical body mirrored that desperate motion in perfect sync. His jaw unhinged, opening wide like a beast, ready to devour its prey. Defying all logic, he crushed the vial with his teeth. Absorbing the essence instantly, the clone skidded back, staring in sheer disbelief at this leveling manhwa madness. He coughed up shards of glass, spitting them out with a cold, terrifying laugh. Wiping the blood from his lips, his voice dropped to a growl. "I have returned." Thoughts raced through his mind. "While my other self fights, I can feel every vibration of the battle." He widened his stance, grounding his center of gravity. No more relying on system skills. He raised his blade. "If that imposter can do it, then so can I." Mana erupted beneath his feet, forming a pillar of blinding light. System alert concentration has increased 20-fold. He grit his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. His ego, wild and untamed, began to roar within him. He exhaled a long, steady breath. The chaos in his mind vanished, replaced by a moment of absolute clarity. But the enemy wasted no time charging in with dual blades drawn. He didn't just dodge, he flowed like water. His movement was so fast, it left only a fading afterimage behind. Forget the skills. Forget the stats. Instantly, Sung-yo shifted from defense to a lethal offensive stance, weaving to the side. Strip it all away, adapt, or die. The enemy's blade was inches from his eyes. System magic control mastery has increased by 10 due to independent enlightenment. As the blood sword sheared off a lock of his hair, true awakening struck stamina has increased by 1. Sheng stood there, bathed in the light of his own realization. The illusions of the past shattered into nothingness. Achievement unlocked, state of trance mana increased by 4. The thrill of battle surged through him. In this system, Manhwa, no enemy is truly invincible. The indomitable will skill. Deactivated. For the first time, a shadow of doubt crossed the clone's stoic face. A cold smirk played on Zheng's lips. Now the tables turn. In the blink of an eye, he vanished only to reappear in a counterstrike. He unleashed a storm of razor-sharp mana slashes. A zigzag of destruction that forced the copy back, leaving no room to breathe. As steel sang against steel, he realized something. Wielding the Namgung clan's arts at this level, I finally feel like a true master of the blade. The clone was overwhelmed, forced into a disgraceful retreat. But there was no escape. I need more speed, grace of the wind, instant acceleration go. Victory seemed certain, but the enemy adapted. The clone kicked off a pillar-changing trajectory in midair. He missed by a hair's breadth. The clone vaulted over him, crossing his blood blades for a devastating X-slash at his exposed back. But Sung spun like a hurricane, threading the needle between the deadly waves of sword energy. The ambush failed. Ignoring the crumbling debris behind him, he landed softly, a confident grin on his face. The emotionless doll widened its eyes in shock. Refusing to give him a break, the clone charged again. As their blades clashed, clarity washed over him. Fighting this mirror image is the ultimate lesson. I can finally see it. I'm watching him not as an enemy, but as a user of my own skills. The true essence. The root of every technique is laying itself bare before me. A satisfied smile graced his lips amidst the high-speed blur of combat. He brought his sword down in a thunderous vertical slash. The copy barely crossed his blades to intercept. Boom! The impact cracked the stone floor beneath them. The clone grimaced under the crushing weight, while Zhengzhou coldly dissected every micro-movement. It was all becoming crystal clear. Attack. Dodge. Counter. Perfection. I am perfecting the foundation. I can see every wasted motion in his technique, every flaw to be excised. The phantom of Namgung Hyuk loomed behind the copy, but he's a fake, Sung realized. He lacks the soul of the technique. He is merely mimicking the movements of a genius. At that moment, the iron blood sword art roared to life. My will weakens the fire. Now my blade can sever anything in existence. Dual-wielding the iron blood sword, he felt invincible. This isn't a fight anymore. It's a sparring session against the legendary arts themselves. Azure mana flooded the blade, humming with power. Focus. I must amplify the flame sword mastery. A flash of steel. The counterstrike blasted the clone backward. A deep gash tore open the copy's shoulder as Sung raised his hand for the finish. The Bloodclaw Seeker skill activated blood chi, instantly condensed into a swarm of razor-sharp darts around the clone. In a heartbeat, they shot straight toward him. The air shrieked as the projectiles tore through it, contrasting with the clone's dead hollow stare. With a single wave of his hand, blood-red energy surged, blasting a beam of pure destruction straight at Han Sung-jun. Boom! A massive explosion swallowed the spot where Han Sung-jun stood. But from the smoke, a familiar crimson glow began to radiate. As the smoke cleared, shock flickered across the clone's face. Han Sung-jun was already behind him. The strike landed perfectly, spraying blood across the glowing background. The wound on the clone's shoulder pulsed with light. Instantly, a defensive shield materialized in his grasp. The clone grimaced at the injury, his face twisted in irritation. But with a sharp exhale, the wound knitted itself together, healing completely in seconds. Han Sung-jun didn't hesitate and charged in again. He deflected that by spinning the shield. Just then, the shield vanished from the clone's grip, morphing instantly into a sword. The clone spun the blade into a defensive circle. Han Sung-jun's strike came down hard. Steel clashed against steel, erupting in a deafening screech and a blinding flash of sparks. But shockingly, his blade was repelled by the clone's rotating sphere of sword chi. Han Sung-jun's mind raced. What the hell is this power? The clone's technique became clear. Han Sung-jun was baffled. The brutal aggression from before is gone. He switched to a soft style, flowing perfectly with the current of chi. Blood trickled down Han Sung-jun's grip on the iron blood sword. He realized with a start, this was the soft sword technique Namgung had used. This guy can copy me to this level. Seriously, I know it's my own talent, but damn, this is annoying. He tossed the sword aside, his eyes hardening. I guess there's no winning this leveling Manhwa battle without putting my life on the line. Skill-activated shield counter blood chi erupted, wrapping around his body like an impregnable suit of armor. The clone froze, stunned by the display. Han Sung-jun glared at him, his gaze razor-sharp. Why do you look so surprised? His voice turned cold as ice. Anything you can do, I can do better. With that, Han Sung-jun launched himself straight at the doppelganger. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Waves of sword chi forced the clone backward, struggling to defend. It was a clash of titans, unstoppable force meeting immovable object. A blinding light exploded from the point of impact, engulfing everything. Han Sung-jun smirked. Just as I thought. This clone's technique is all surface level. Time for a gamble. He spun around, exposing his back, then snapped a devastating kick right into the clone's chest. The impact sent the clone flying, but he wasn't finished. Even while airborne, he swung his blade for a desperate counterattack. A massive fissure of sword chi tore through the ground, annihilating everything in its path. It raced forward, hunting Han Sung-jun down. Han Sung-jun sprinted to outrun the blast. He tanked my kick with his enhanced sword, but my shield counter converted the damage. He spun around, extending the blood sword. Crimson energy began to pool. He needed to execute the next move perfectly. But as he raised the iron blood sword, it snapped in two. Han Sung-jun's mind raced. Or maybe, this is exactly what I need you to see. The shield counter shatters if hit dead center. Without hesitation, he released his grip, letting the broken blade fall. The crimson aura on the weapon flickered and died. If you really are my copy, you'll sense the energy backlash from the broken sword. You'll think my strongest attack failed. And you'll see an opening. Exactly as predicted. Sensing the vulnerability, the clone dove down, a cold smile on his face and murder in his eyes. The clone slammed his energy into the ground, shattering the earth around Han Sung-jun. But amidst the chaos, Han Sung-jun grinned. You fell for it. I'm actually at my peak right now. It's almost crazy how strong I am. Yet strangely, he allowed the clone's kick to connect, launching him backward. Intentional or not, Han Sung-jun rolled across the ground before sticking the landing. He dropped to one knee, eyes locked on his target. Before he could breathe, the clone was upon him again with a killing blow. It looked like checkmate, but Han Sung-jun wasn't done yet. A sly demonic smile crept onto Han Sung-jun's face. He raised a glowing hand, triumph surging in his chest. Gotcha. Suddenly, the broken blood sword from before impaled the clone's chest from behind. Blood erupted as the doppelganger screamed in agony. A spectral arm formed of blood gripped the hilt. The clone's eyes went wide with confusion, the discarded sword, and the clone's own impatience. Cold sweat broke out on the clone's face as he grit his teeth. Han Sung-jun smirked. Combining those two factors, I knew it would secure the win. Time for the grand finale. Han Sung-jun charged toward the kneeling copy to end this manhwa recap once and for all. But the clone roared, staggering to his feet, despite the blade in his chest. A terrifying energy surged from him, stopping Han Sung-jun in his tracks. The clone's body twisted and swelled, mutating into a hulking berserk monstrosity. Han Sung-jun stared up at the beast. What in the world is happening now? The beast lunged, its massive claws gleaming with lethal intent. Earth-shattering blows pulverized the ground. Han Sung-jun frantically dodged, unable to spare a single second to look back. In a grotesque display, the monster bit off 4 of its own fingers. Infusing them with internal energy, he spat them out like organic bullets. The bone shards screamed through the air toward Han Sung-jun. He pushed his agility to the limit, zigzagging desperately to evade death. What kind of monster is this? Han Sung-jun panicked. His attack patterns completely changed. Ahead, the massive wall of the tower loomed a dead end. No choice. He shielded his head and smashed through the wall. But right at his heels, the monster's colossal hand reached out, closing the gap to mere inches. Before Sung could even process the danger, a blinding radiance erupted from the clone's palm, leaving him momentarily dazed. An explosion tore through the air, sending flesh and blood scattering like rain. As he shielded his eyes, the clone emerged from the chaos, its eyes burning with murderous intent, a new arm forged from blue mana already taking shape. When the dust settled, Sung stood firm, a massive great shield gripped tightly in his hand. That steel fortress had absorbed the brunt of the devastation. He exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding, watching the shield fade. As he thanked the system gods, the counter-shield cooldown had reset at the perfect second. Sung's grip tightened around his blade, his gaze sharpening into a lethal glare as he taunted the beast. What are you waiting for? Come and get some. The monster didn't hesitate. In a blink, it closed the distance. Sung blocked a bone-crushing kick, but the moment they connected, the creature's leg detonated. You insane bastard, Sung cursed internally. It's lost its mind. While the leg was still knitting itself back together, the clone threw a punch and blew its own arm to smithereens. Watching it tear itself apart over and over, he finally recognized the technique. This was body detonation. Sung's focus narrowed to a razor's edge. That move was a nightmare in close quarters. He watched the behemoth's body glow crimson, ready to burst again. Keep raging like that, he thought, and you'll drain every drop of your vitality through blood weakness. And just as predicted, burnt out from excessive energy consumption, the clone's footing began to falter. Its massive frame withered and shrank before his eyes. Sung knew the end was near. The onslaught was about to break. Seizing the opening, Sung swung his blade in a lethal arc, slicing the clone's arm clean off. Time to wrap this up. No point dragging this out, Sung declared with icy confidence. Let's finish it. But the clone ground its teeth, a low growl rumbling from its throat as its killing intent flared one last time. In a fraction of a second, it utilized a 3-step flash step moving faster than human sight. What the hell, Sung gasped. Even a challenger rank couldn't track that velocity. Instinct took over. He kicked off the walls, desperately trying to close the gap. But as he neared a crimson light of pure death, halted him in his tracks. The clone stood there, gathering every ounce of blood aura, manifesting a domain of grotesque red light. Using the last of its life force, it spun into a devastating punch, dripping with murderous blood energy. Sung slammed his shield up to intercept the blow. Upon impact, a shockwave of dark light and blood exploded outwards, the sound deafening like the sky tearing apart. The sheer force dragged him backward, carving a trench in the floor. Yet, Sung's expression remained terrifyingly calm. A smirk played on his lips. You damn monster. What kind of power was that? But the timing was divine. Counter shield was fully charged and ready to return the favor. Sung thrust his hand forward. A sphere of pure destruction coalesced in his palm. The reflected damage had been amplified to its absolute limit. His eyes went cold. Die. As the mindless beast roared and charged, Sung flicked his wrist, launching the energy sphere. It looked small, but it held the weight of a collapsing star. Sung gripped his sword with both hands, winding up like a batter, aiming for a legendary grand slam. Sword met energy sphere, and a blinding flash consumed the world. The projectile rocketed forward at Godspeed, smashing directly into the clone's face. The impact was grotesque. Skulls shattered and teeth scattered like confetti. No time for mercy. As expected of a high-stakes Manhwa recap, Sung delivered the final command with ice in his veins. Release. The system obeyed, unleashing every ounce of absorbed damage in a single burst. A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the tower. The shockwave was so sharp it sliced nearby buildings cleanly in two. When the light faded, only a headless corpse remained, its head reduced to nothing but red mist. A cascade of system windows appeared. Congratulations. Floor 12 of the trial tower cleared. The crown of the ashes of the ancient emperor, rank A-, has been added to your inventory as a completion reward. You have received 80,000 points. You have received 3,500 shop credits. You have obtained the passive skill Dying Breath rank B-. Please proceed to the waiting room. Simultaneously, another notification chimed. Proficiency for Counter Shield, rank B, has reached 100%. Counter Shield has evolved to the next rank. Sung exhaled a long, heavy breath. Battle Focus deactivated. But the cost of pushing his limits in this leveling manhwa came due immediately. Pressure surged from his chest. Cheeks bulging, he doubled over and coughed up a sickening amount of dark blood, each spasm racking his body with pain. Crimson stained the cold floor as the wind howled through the tower. The skill Weakened Blood activated instantly. He reminded himself that weakened blood could purge the backlash of battle focus. His body began to knit itself back together. Thank God, he thought, without a cheat skill like this, I never would have survived this far. He stared into the abyss of the upper floors. How long until I can climb this hell without nearly dying every single time? Was that even possible? Suddenly, the clone's corpse began to twitch. A mysterious blood sphere materialized above it, voraciously sucking in the surrounding aura. Sung watched, perplexed. My soul feels different. Interesting. A system alert chimed. Restrictions preventing administrator interference have been disabled. It was a message regarding the administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant. Apparently, he lodged a formal complaint about being penalized just for offering the contractor a cup of tea. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant, left a warning. You had better treat her well in the future. Sung didn't hesitate. Count on it. He spoke his gratitude aloud, realizing he had just gleaned a crucial piece of intel for this system manhwa. If administrators interfere too much, the system punishes them. Then memory struck him. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant had sent him a gift before, an item from the rank B Black Dragon. An elixir distilled from the heart's blood of a black dragon. Increases mental strength and resistance. Grants enlightenment to the mind. As the realization hit, Sung froze. The floodgates opened. every single blocked message from the administrators suddenly flashed before his eyes. A sea of holographic windows filled his vision. Administrator, the wandering knight without a lord, is in awe of your talent. The administrator left hand of the sanguine tyrant couldn't help but wonder where a monster like you crawled out from. Meanwhile, the millennial dragon slayer was trembling, terrified by the 12th floor's hellish difficulty and your impossible power to conquer it. His eyes went wide as the truth hit him. Every single administrator was watching him right now. Some were in awe of John's raw talent, calling him a beast for clearing this impossible floor. The administrator, hero of 7 deaths, looked at him with weary eyes, asking how a monster like him could even exist on the 12th floor. The Kingslayer couldn't believe his eyes, demanding to know if you were truly the one who crushed the 12th floor. The soldier of the withering world called your growth absolutely terrifying, lamenting that nothing could surprise him anymore. While some doubted if John was the true challenger, one message cut through the noise. The administrator, slave of the Soul Paladin, had locked their gaze on you. The fallen descendant of the Blood Demon sect stared daggers at you, while the Seeker of Divinity watched with burning anticipation. John grimaced, his mind racing. These administrators usually vanished the moment they got bored. Why were they spamming him with messages for no reason? He looked up at the sky, confused. Why act like this now? Why me? Out of all the people in this leveling manhwa, why focus on me? Why try to impress a contractor now? Then a realization struck him like lightning. Could it be that the administrators anticipate the system expansion and want to send requests directly? John stood there, connecting the dots. Their sudden shift in attitude proved his theory was spot on. A devilish grin spread across his face. Looking at the flood of messages, John muttered, "If I play my cards right, I can exploit the administrators who haven't signed a contract yet when the system expands." After a quick calculation, he spoke up, voice dripping with confidence. "Do you divine beings think it's appropriate to just spam me like this?" John continued, "Kindly provide the special skills I ask for. Do that, and maybe I'll remember your names when the system expands later." Responses came instantly. The Millennial Dragon Slayer raged at the sheer arrogance of a mere challenger. The fallen descendant of the Blood Demon sect scoffed, saying no chance. The soldier of the Withering World warned him to know his limits. But John just smiled, unfazed. "As you know, it's first come, first served. I'm only taking 3. John's declaration sent the administrators into a chaotic frenzy. They folded instantly. The fallen descendant of the Blood Demon sect added a special skill to the contractor's unique shop. The soldier of the Withering World added a special skill. Even the Millennial Dragon Slayer swallowed his pride and added a skill to the shop. Having secured the goods, his expression turned cold. John glanced at the swirling blood essence nearby, deep in thought. Now, only one thing mattered. The orb on the clone's corpse remained pulsating with an overwhelming dense energy. He assessed the prize. An enemy with identical stats, skills, and abilities. What kind of power would he gain by devouring its soul? The system chimed. "You have absorbed the soul of the fake John." Proficiency increased by 28%. He stood firm, absorbing every drop of power without missing a beat. Then came a crucial notification. The soul of the fake challenger had merged perfectly with the soul of the true challenger. The trait, Holy Power, met the conditions and activated. Attempting to extract divinity. John's eyes widened. Extracting divinity. The notifications kept coming. By absorbing the clone's soul, your parameters have been permanently enhanced. Strength, agility, stamina, magic, and endurance increased by 10. The clone's essence continued to flow into him. The system announced acquired skills of the challenger fake John. You obtained Light Sword Chi, rank B. Proficiency merged instantly. Light Sword Chi proficiency has reached 100%. The skill, Light Sword Chi, leveled up. John stood there calmly, accepting his hard-earned rewards. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, startling him. What the hell was that? This radiance was the result of the 2 souls merging perfectly in this awakening manhwa. The trait Holy Power was fully active. Divinity extraction was in progress. John was stunned again. Divinity. A success message flashed. Holy Power, ranked up from C+ to B-. Divinity conversion and mythology accumulation are now unlocked. John was baffled. What does that even mean? Mythology accumulation. Sounds ridiculous. But back then, the Holy Power, C+ trait, had been etched into his soul via the clone's body. He had ignored it because he didn't know how to use it. Now, a light shone from his chest, and a mysterious magic circle ignited behind him. Can I finally wield this Holy Power? Before he could answer, the system transported him to the 13th floor waiting room and initiated the system expansion. Global communities merged by nationality. You can now access communities of various difficulties. Trial members were no longer divided by borders. The global ranking evaluation was fully unified. You can now view the rankings across all difficulties. John reached for the screen. So, I'll be meeting foreigners in the trials now. It really is just a massive system expansion. He closed his eyes, contemplating the future. At this rate, Earth and other planets in the galaxy, eventually, even dimensions will merge. The notifications didn't stop. Another blue screen materialized. The information made John's eyes bulge in shock. It was the trial ranking for the 12th floor. The rankings flowed from the top hunter SS Archmage SS+ Kim Lee Sung-hun SS Catherine SS minus Blood Frenzy Sword SS minus Witch of the Time Tower SS minus and Tarkovsky S+. John strode toward the tower, his coat billowing like wings. To become the strongest, that was why he climbed. That was the mission. He told himself he was getting closer. At the very least, he was now the undisputed strongest challenger from Earth in this Manhwa recap. However, the current rankings revealed a harsh truth. Challengers from legendary dimensions like the martial arts world had dominated the Tower of Trials for ages. Compared to those ancient realms, Earth was nothing but a fragile newborn, the weakest dimension of all. Unless humanity's average power level skyrocketed, they were destined to remain prey for the multiverse's predators. Realizing this brutal reality lit a fire in Johan's soul, hardening his resolve like forged steel. He needed power, absolute, unrivaled strength that no one could suppress. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his inventory, revealing the stats of a legendary artifact, the Ashen Crown of the Ancient Emperor. This relic, once used in dark rituals to worship the god of shadows, boosted willpower by 30%. Wearing it granted the user the title of Spirit King. However, it came at a price. The item was a consumable that would slowly lose durability until it shattered into dust. Spirit King Johan frowned. The item grade seemed god tier, but the description was frustratingly vague. Next was the reward for the Dying Will skill rank B+. It provided immunity to fatal damage, effectively cheating death. But the cost was steep. It drained 88% of the user's stamina and required a full week to cool down. Yet the secondary effect was insane. During activation, all 5 senses would be hyper-amplified, pushing every other skill to its absolute limit. Johan stood frozen, his eyes widening. A second chance at life. Even with the cooldown, this system Manhwa cheat ability was a game-changer. He calculated the risks. 1 week of recovery was a small price to pay for immortality. A cold smirk curled on Johan's lips as he muttered to himself. But the real treasure lay elsewhere. The special skills he had plundered from the administrators were waiting. The system chimed in, presenting his options. The Iron Blood Tyrant, the White Crane Sword Sage, and the Patron's Skill. He selected the Patron's Skill without hesitation. First, the Supreme Blood Art for 3,000 points, a power granted only to those chosen by the gods, turning them into saviors of their era. Without a deity's pact, its effects were limited to suppressing divinity and enhancing weapons. Next was the Hero's Grace rank C+. Also costing 3,000 points, this passive skill was the hallmark of legendary heroes across time. It offered similar buffs to weapon mastery and divine resistance. Finally, he looked at Rapid Mana Recovery, rank C+. For another 3,000 points, this skill allowed him to absorb mana from nature when his reserves dropped below half. However, abusing it risked shattering his meridians and causing permanent internal damage. Faced with these choices, Johan hesitated for only a second. All 3 were rank C+ bargains. A devilish grin spread across his face. I'll take them all. He tapped the screen and the system flashed rapidly. Supreme Blood Art acquired. 3,000 points deducted. Hero's Grace acquired. 3,000 points deducted. Rapid Mana Recovery acquired. Another 3,000 points vanished in an instant. Suddenly notifications flooded in from the administrators. The fallen descendant of the Blood Sect, the fallen World Warrior, and the Millennium Dragon Slayer. They all demanded gratitude for their assistance. Johan sighed, his voice dripping with boredom. Yeah, I won't forget your help. Before leaving the waiting room, Johan focused inward. He had absorbed a soul and extracted its divinity. Now he needed to test it. He could feel a strange, warm energy pulsing in his heart. Holy power. It was a sensation unlike anything he had felt before. Johan dropped into a combat stance, channeling the energy into his fist. He thrust his hand forward, expecting a golden explosion of divine might. He braced himself for a cataclysmic impact, but was met with nothing but awkward silence. Johan slumped in defeat. Just as I thought. Awakening the power was one thing. Wielding it without a manual was impossible. He couldn't use a single spell. Images of Jen Lillian and Chiron flashed through his mind. He remembered the healers on the 11th floor and their complex recovery magic. He couldn't just copy their divine arts. Damn it, he cursed, frustration boiling over. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. He sat cross-legged, forcing himself to meditate. Calm down, he whispered. Don't let that temper take over. Suddenly, the White Crane Sword Sage pinged him. She offered to teach him holy power, claiming she was a far better master than that iron blood brute, and invited him to her dimension. Johan's reply was ice cold. No thanks. The administrator practically wailed in the chat, crying about his rejection. She begged to know why he refused, promising to tutor him personally. Johan remained unmoved. I'll learn it when I actually need it. His eyes burned with unwavering confidence. I rely on myself, not others. Defeated, the White Crane Sword Sage sulked. Fine. Have it your way. Johan pursed his lips. Holy power could wait. He needed immediate strength. He had to be ready for his inevitable clash with Namgung Hyuk. Determination hardened his gaze. He wouldn't stop until he had enough power to slaughter that man. Namgung Hyuk was his living nightmare, a demon that would return to haunt him. Johan shook off the thought and turned his attention to the stolen admin skills. He pulled up the details for the Supreme Blood Art. Description: a secret technique of the Blood Demon sect. It converts magic into internal energy, fueling the user's battle spirit with the very blood coursing through their veins. This is it, Johan thought. This is the power I need. He activated the Supreme Blood Art immediately. Instantly, his body began to convulse. His blood boiled like lava, and steam hissed from his clenched teeth as he fought to control the surge. His eyes widened, and his hair stood on end. A terrifying aura exploded from him. He felt reborn as a god of war built solely for destruction. My blood is screaming for battle, but the power came with a price. A sudden splitting headache brought him to his knees, and he cried out in agony. The side effect of this awakening Manhwa power had triggered his inner demon. His expression twisted into a manic grin as the entity seized control, pinching his cheek. Hey brat, are you having all the fun without me? Cold sweat drenched Sung as panic set in his mind, racing with 1,000 questions. What the hell was happening? Why was that accursed dark nature awakening in the same body at the exact same time? This was unprecedented, a chaos never seen before. Grip tightening on the iron blood sword, the malicious entity within Sung swung the blade toward his own neck, cackling wildly. Die, you gullible fool. But Sung wasn't about to submit to this madness. His other hand moved like lightning, pulling a sword from his inventory to block the suicidal strike, just in time. A violent internal war raged for control of the vessel. Sung roared back, his voice straining with effort. If I die, you lose your life too, you lunatic. The inner demon laughed, a chilling sound from the depths of hell. Idiot. I'm discarding you because I can't possess you. Shung gritted his teeth, parrying the blow while his mind scrambled. Damn it. I didn't foresee this. What do I do now? At that critical moment, the blood aura he had absorbed earlier surged forward, wrapping around both blades in a crimson glow. Shung's eyes widened. Was the sword absorbing the energy generated by the Supreme Blood Technique? The system screen flashed into existence. Skill activated Supreme Blood Technique. When the user reaches the Fire Sword realm and maximizes Blood Aura, the ultimate skill unlocks. Realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. That's it. Without a second thought, Sung grabbed the sharp blade with his bare hand, letting fresh blood spray into the air. Instead of blocking, he shifted his stance, using a soft deflection technique to pull the sword back. With a defiant roar, Sung glared at his own shoulder, the one controlled by the demon, and the shining blade in its hand. Ignoring the agony, he drove the steel into his own body. Blood erupted like a fountain. As Sung screamed, the blood didn't fall. It flowed directly into the blade, absorbed by the hungry steel. He told himself he had to use the blood aura to purge the bastard out. Cursing through the pain, he watched the sword gorge itself on his essence. Then the miracle happened. The hidden conditions were met, unleashing the true power of a classic awakening Manhwa protagonist. The item name flickered and changed True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Sung watched in awe as the system created specialized blood-draining slots, and the gaping wound on his chest began to knit itself back together. He raised the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, and 3 mysterious holographic icons materialized above it. These had to be the specialized blood slots the system mentioned. Wasting no time with his evolved weapon, Sung immediately triggered his ocular ability, Fire Dragon's Eye. As the skill-activated dragon scales rippled across the skin around his eyes, the weapon's stats appeared. Grade A. Reaction speed plus 15%. Attack speed plus 15%. A legendary blade, once the heirloom of the Blood Demon sect. Effect Blood Absorption. When a target is slain by this sword, their blood is consumed to permanently increase the weapon's stats. A random skill will be engraved into the blade. Maximum of 3 skills can be stored via Blood Absorption. Aside from cooldown times, these skills cost 0 resources to use. Depending on the liberation stage, even more hidden abilities would be revealed. If the challenger Sung used it, the unique effect, Vampirism, could be triggered. He stared at the empty skill slots, his heart pounding. He could embed 3 extra skills, and they cost nothing but time. A grin spread across Sung's face. This was a growth-type item, the absolute holy grail in any leveling manhwa. Suddenly, the system interrupted his celebration. Trial of the 13th floor initiated. Difficulty hard. Theme, strategic warfare. Time limit 14 days. Clear condition. Cooperate with teammates to kill the vampire count within the time limit. Failure condition. Death of all team members, or time expiration. Completion reward random skill book grade A+. Penalty for failure death. Sung processed the data, his brow furrowing. A team-based trial. Memories of past betrayals and incompetent teammates flashed through his mind, souring his mood. I've never had a good experience with team raids. But the reward? A grade A+ skill book that was too tempting to ignore. The scene shifted to a mysterious void. Around a glowing circle, 4 teleportation gates materialized, accompanied by the system's chime, displaying 13th floor map. Marked city, occupied by the vampire race. Marked hidden monk, within the city. Marked location of the vampire count. Teammates designated. Chung stepped out of his gate, his expression grim. What a hassle. Finding a monk. We can't just storm the city and kill everything that moves. He paused, a dark thought crossing his mind. Actually, with my current power, slaughtering the entire city might be a valid strategy. At another gate, a new figure emerged. The system updated the party information instantly. To fit the game's style, player aliases were displayed overhead. A red-haired giant stepped forward, already complaining. Strange. I wondered why the system expanded. Turns out it's a team raid. That man was none other than Tarkovsky. Next, a third figure stepped into the light. It was the legendary ninja Saki. He waved with a bright, disarming smile. Hello there, fancy meeting you here. Finally, the clock tower mage David Taylor appeared. Pipe in hand, the old man nodded politely. Pleasure to meet you all. Sung narrowed his eyes, recognizing the names floating above them. He recalled the global leaderboards. These weren't just randoms. They were high rankers. I think I've seen that Japanese guy's name near the top. David was about to light his pipe when he paused, slowly turning his head. But this place. The group followed his gaze to a banquet table utterly destroyed and littered with corpses. The old mage sniffed the air. I can smell the stench of blood. He asked a question that hung heavy in the air. Is this the vampire's great hall above? Them hidden in the shadows, predators watched silently, hanging upside down. At the sound of the old man's voice, the vampires dropped behind them, eyes glowing with murderous intent. Correct, the creature hissed. 2 vampires lunged like feral beasts at David, mocking their prey. Dessert has arrived. Thanks for the meal. Bam! In a split second, a massive hand crushed the first vampire's skull like a grape. Simultaneously, Saki vanished, reappearing behind the female vampire in a blur of motion. Before the monsters could even react, Tarkovsky had decapitated one. On the other side, Saki's ninja dagger unleashed a flurry of slashes, shredding the enemy into ribbons. Saki turned to the giant, his eyes gleaming. I had a suspicion. You really are from Russia's largest guild. Tarkovsky shrugged, wiping blood from his hands. I never intended to hide it. That's right. I am the guild master of KPDM Tarkovsky. Saki twirled his dagger, skillfully smiling. I knew it. I'm S-rank hunter from the Japanese Association Saki. Tarkovsky looked at the ninja with genuine respect. You're more famous than me. The only S-rank hunter in all of Japan. Saki scratched his head with a naive grin. Just call me Saki. His expression then turned serious as he looked at the group. Anyway, everyone is ready to go, right? The bloodkin can smell death on the wind. A swarm is inevitable. But David raised a hand, voice calm amidst the tension. Fear not. My arcane barrier is absolute. No filth shall breach this perimeter. John's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine respect. Who are you? The old man took a long drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. I am merely David Taylor, a humble mage from the clock tower. Saki gasped, her eyes widening. The clock tower, you mean the supreme sanctuary of magic known across the world? Tarkovsky grunted. A retired archmage dragged back into this hell. That is rotten luck, but David's smile remained serene. On the contrary, my friend, I consider this a stroke of destiny. For a seeker of truth, the mysteries of this tower are the ultimate prize. Until now, Han Sung-jun had been a ghost in the room, but finally, he broke his silence. He stepped forward, his voice calm yet firm. I am Han Sung-jun, just a C-rank hunter from Korea. David peered through the window, his gaze locking onto the darkness outside. According to the administrators, the 13th floor is a graveyard. Even the lowest vampire spawn could tear a C-rank hunter to shreds. His voice dropped to a grim whisper. And the vampire count that monster surpasses even S-rank hunters. With its immortal regeneration, killing it is a fool's errand. David outlined his conservative strategy. We must follow the tower's guidance. We locate the hiding priests, secure their holy aid, and only then do we attempt the trial. Tchaikovsky sat by the hearth, brow furrowed. The city crawls with bloodsuckers. How do we infiltrate without dying? The risk is extreme, David admitted. Saki nodded gravely. It would drain us before the real fight even starts. In the corner, the C-ranker remained silent, analyzing their fear. Saki David commanded, use your stealth arts. Lure small clusters here. I will bind them with barriers, and we exterminate them piecemeal. It is the path of least resistance. The group nodded in agreement, but John's expression darkened as he listened to their slow, safe plan. With speed, we clear the 13th floor in 10 days. Han Sung-jun scoffed internally. 10 days. In a leveling manhwa, speed is everything. I'll lose the hidden bonus rewards at that snail's pace. He strode toward the fire, resting his hands on their chairs with terrifying confidence. Listen, you are all making a critical mistake. That strategy is not just slow, it is pathetic. David frowned, his pride stung. Pathetic. Do you possess a strategy superior to an archmage's wisdom? A smirk played on John's lips. Naturally. The ultimate strategy. The old mage stared him down, skepticism dripping from his voice. Enlighten us then, boy. I am dying to hear it. Saki sneered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Please tell us how a C-ranker outsmarts the world's elite. Do you have a secret technique? She pressed. John looked her dead in the eye. Step 1. Shut your mouth. Saki blinked, stunned. Excuse me. And step 2. Before David could process the insult, John summoned his supreme blood demon sword. Without a word, he swung the crimson blade at the heavy stone door behind him. Boom. He slammed his hand against the shattered remains, and the massive slab of solid stone groaned, tilting outward. As the door crashed to the earth with a thunderous thud, the nightmare was revealed. Standing directly behind Han Sung-jun was an entire legion of the Bloodkin. They had been waiting. Hundreds of glowing red eyes stared back. John simply smiled, radiating an overwhelming aura. We beat this trial by shutting up and slaughtering every last one of them. The vampires roared in confusion. Humans, how did they find us? The confusion lasted only a second before bloodlust took over. Who cares? Fresh meat? Feast. The party screamed in unison, are you insane? Do you have a death wish? But John didn't hear them. His eyes blazed with the thrill of the hunt. Let the grinding begin. As John charged into the horde like a madman, the enemy flanked them. Vampires shattered the windows, pouring into the room to ambush the mages. A vampire lunged, claws tearing through flesh, but the figure dissolved into mist. The monster froze its brain, failing to comprehend the illusion. It vanished. Sorcery. The beast hissed, looking around wildly. It was David's high-tier illusion magic at work. David gritted his teeth, sweat forming on his brow. Cloaking an entire party is exhausting. He glared at John's back. Why must there always be a lunatic, ruining my perfect calculations? Furious, David made a cold decision as John faced the army alone. It is a tragedy, but we must cut our losses. Leave the fool to die and fall back. Yet amidst the chaos, John stood tranquil. He analyzed the rushing horde. I see. You possess the rudimentary blood arts. Mere tracking skills. The vampire's shrieked, claws extended, driven by ancient hunger. Submit to your fate. Become our sustenance, human. John didn't flinch as a storm of violence descended. Saki glanced back, her heart racing. Why? Why would he throw his life away like this? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A crimson light exploded from the battlefield. Saki gasped, pointing a trembling finger. Wait, look at him. John raised a hand with the authority of a king. Skill-activated blood spear pursuit. Instantly, the air screamed as hundreds of jagged crimson lances materialized from thin air. The vampires recoiled in horror. What is this? He commands the blood. Is he one of the kin? No, another hissed, trembling. His mastery. It dwarfs ours. John smirked a predator, looking at prey, and dropped his hand. Die. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The blood spears launched like missiles, skewering the monsters. The courtyard instantly transformed into a cacophony of agonizing screams. As John basked in the slaughter, absorbing their life essence to fuel his growth, the survivors wailed. "He's a demon, a monster. Call for reinforcements." David watched, stunned into silence. He realized then that against absolute overwhelming power, strategy is nothing but a joke. "Impossible," he muttered. "Such barbaric brutality is actually working. Is my magic so inferior?" He straightened his posture, trying to maintain his dignity. He gripped his staff, knuckles white. David was no amateur. He was a high-ranking battle mage who had survived the hellish frontlines for decades. His brilliant mind raced to comprehend the anomaly before him. Under the dying light of the setting sun, the old mage's silhouette looked ancient and mysterious. In every Manhwa recap, the veteran wins through calculation. David had always conquered the tower, with minimal casualties and optimal time. He was a legend in the hunter community. And his plan for the 13th floor was flawless for a normal team. But Han Sung-jun was anything but normal. There was no strategy more effective than brute force. But suddenly, Han Sung-jun broke the silence. His expression was cold as ice, as he uttered a few cryptic abbreviations. David froze the words, hitting him like a slap in the face. His mind raced as he stammered. "Excuse me, tactics are the foundation of survival. We need a plan first." But words were unnecessary. With a single thought, Han Sung-jun's innate skill erupted. The wall before them crumbled into dust. He turned back, a wild, radiant grin stretching across his face. "We clear this trial simply," he declared. "Shut up, rush in and slaughter everything in sight." In a heartbeat, death descended. He sent the villains to the afterlife before they could even scream in pain. Tarkovsky watched the carnage, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Disbelief clouded his eyes. Is that guy even human? He couldn't stand still any longer. "Screw the plan," he urged. "We need to back up Han Sung-jun right now." Sakyo nodded instantly. "I'm with you." But a withered hand shot up, blocking their path. "Hold it," David commanded. His voice was low, filled with extreme caution. His eyes narrowed, analyzing the battlefield with the confidence of a veteran. "I know Han Sung-jun possesses incredible power," David admitted. "But look at the numbers. He is facing an endless army of the Bloodkin alone." David's voice turned grim, emphasizing every word. "This is their city. No matter how strong a hunter is, clearing an entire city solo is suicide." The image of a lone warrior falling to the horde filled his mind. "Think about the history of the tower," he lectured. "Countless monster-like hunters have risen and fallen. There is a reason the party system exists and continues to thrive." "Variables," David warned. "It doesn't matter how powerful you are. On the battlefield, you will always face unforeseen circumstances that strike from your blind spot." Back in reality, David's logic hit them like a cold shower. Tarkovsky and Sakyo froze, the realization sinking in. Is working alone truly impossible? Their minds conjured images of Han Sung-jun being overwhelmed by the endless tide of attacks in this brutal, leveling Manhwa world. On the battlefield, Han Sung-jun remained the eye of the storm, unflinching. But suddenly, a bloodkin seized his right arm in a vice grip. Then his left arm was snatched. He was pinned. The creatures sneered victory in their eyes as they taunted him. "Die, foolish human." Yet, fear was nowhere to be found on Han Sung-jun's face. Only cold, calculating murder. In a split second, his muscles surged with volatile energy. Body explosion. The blast caught the vampires completely off guard. A shockwave erupted. Bodies flew like ragdolls, screams of agony tearing through the night air. In the blink of an eye, the darkness was cleared. Han Sung-jun stood victorious amidst the carnage. Ding! A system notification chimed in his ear. Skill weak, blood activated. Arms regenerating. Even Han Sung-jun raised an eyebrow at the speed. Healing already, he thought, surprised. He assessed the situation quickly. If I keep attacking like this, I'll burn through my recovery items. Body explosion is powerful, but the resource cost is too heavy. Meanwhile, the few bloodkin who survived the blast were in bad shape. They were broken, crippled things. One roared in agony, clutching a stump where an arm used to be. "Impossible," the creature hissed, eyes filled with rage. "How can a mere human interfere with the power granted by the war god nearby?" Another vampire trembled violently. He clutched his head, stammering. "Apostle." The words spread like a plague. What an apostle terror seized them. Some even dropped to their knees, clasping their hands in desperate prayer. The whispers grew frantic and low. "Did you hear him? An apostle, the guardian god of humanity, has sent an executioner. The god is angry because we slaughtered the humans. Save us, O war god. Save your faithful believers." Han Sung-jun watched the spectacle falling into deep thought. He furrowed his brow. Apostle of God, Is being delusional a racial trait for these vampires? Bam! A massive claw crushed the praying vampire's skull. The Bloodkin leader roared in fury. Weaklings! He pointed a razor-sharp finger at Han Sung-jun, laughing mockingly. Look at him. Across the field, Han Sung-jun was heaving his mouth hanging open as he gasped for air. The leader didn't miss a beat. See that? He's panting like a dog. The sight reignited the bloodlust in the mob. The human is exhausted, they shouted in unison. He's at his limit. Like a pack of rabid wolves, they charged under their leader's command. Attack now. Tear him apart. But suddenly, a crimson sphere manifested in Han Sung-jun's hand. It pulsed, growing larger by the second. The Bloodkin skidded to a halt, eyes wide with confusion. What is that? One orb became two, then four swirling around him ominously. Han Sung-jun smirked, holding their souls in his hand. Looking for these. Without hesitation, he tossed the crimson orbs into his mouth. Crunch. He chewed the spiritual energy like candy. A massive surge of power exploded from his core. He wiped his mouth, mocking them. That was your kin, I just ate. Ding, the system voice echoed in his mind. System message: vampire souls consumed. Stamina fully restored. Mana regeneration complete. A feral grin twisted Han Sung-jun's lips, his excitement bordering on madness. Recovery complete. Let the slaughter continue. In an instant, the vampire horde screamed as agony tore through their ranks. They fell like wheat before a scythe decimated in a heartbeat. Watching from the cliffs above, his party members froze, and Sakyo couldn't hold back his awe. He's a true challenger. A monster in close combat. Tarkovsky nodded grimly beside him. I agree. He's not tiring out. He's getting stronger. After a tense pause, resolve hardened in his eyes. I'm going in to help. Sakyo was swayed by his conviction. Safety is priority, but I can't let Han Sung-jun fight alone. Just then, a barrage of notifications flooded the interface. Remaining souls consumed. Stamina increased by 4. Strength increased by 3. Agility increased by 2. Magic power increased by 5. Raw power surged from Han Sung-jun like a tidal wave. This growth rate, it far exceeds absorbing the clone's soul. He realized, embracing the true potential of a system Manhwa protagonist. His eyes gleamed with predatory delight as he looked ahead. Just wait until I kill the vampire count. The rewards waiting for me will be legendary. Suddenly, the administrators began to whisper. The dictator of the deep sea is intrigued by you. The leader of traitors cackles at your ruthlessness, thoroughly entertained. The night devil declares you are a challenger more demonic than any devil. The demonic realm begins to tremble in terror. The Millennium Dragon Slayer grins at your brilliance, sensing the dormant soul of a true hero. The administrator, fallen descendant of the Blood Demon sect, gazes in awe at your magical prowess. Meanwhile, the administrator of the decaying world smiles with satisfaction, declaring you a prime investment. Han Sung-jun grinned, his heart racing with excitement. Perfect. The administrators were finally watching. In a leveling manhwa like this, gaining their favor was the key to unlimited power. But then, a presence beside him snapped him back to reality. Johann blinked in genuine surprise. Wait. Didn't I tell you guys to go find a healer? David stepped forward, bowing his head in submission. We apologize. From this moment on, your command is absolute law. Sakyo nodded in agreement. I'm with him. Even the stubborn Tarkovsky couldn't remain silent. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Look, I'll be honest. I didn't trust your judgment before, but you've completely shattered my expectations. Johann smirked at their admission. So, you finally realized my strategy works. But his expression hardened instantly as a sharp chime rang out. The system was warning him. Skill activated sixth sense. In a split second, the azure sky was stained the color of fresh blood. The crimson hue thickened, suffocating the city like a heavy blanket. Yet Han Sung-jun stood his ground, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The vampire count, he thought. Tarkovsky gasped, his voice trembling. Incredible mana pressure. Can a mere vampire count truly wield this much power? David analyzed the energy sweat beating on his forehead. This must be a unique passive skill. But to control such a catastrophic force perfectly, Sakyo panicked, gripping his weapon. What do we do? If we stay here, we're as good as dead. Hearing their fear, a realization washed over Han Sung-jun. He looked at them not with annoyance, but with disbelief. The S-rank hunters I once idolized are now trembling sheep needing my protection. I didn't realize the gap between us had become this wide. He took a deep breath, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Listen to me, retreat immediately. Find a healer and bring them back here. Sakyo blinked, confused. A healer, but we can still fight. Han Sung-jun's eyes narrowed, his tone dropping an octave. Let me be blunt. If you stay, you're just baggage. I can't fight him while babysitting all of you. Protecting 3 people against a boss-class monster is impossible, he told himself. Without waiting for an answer, he turned his back on them. A darker thought flashed through his mind. Besides, I need to hunt this vampire count alone. That's the only way to absorb his soul for myself. The contribution system is clear. The more damage I deal, the higher the absorption rate. Sensing his resolve, the party stopped arguing. Tarkovsky forced a smile. All right, kid. We'll do as you say. It stings my pride to stand on the sidelines like a scarecrow, but you're the boss. Even David nodded, awestruck by Johan's command. We'll return with a healer. Just stay alive until then. They vanished into the ruins, running as if their lives depended on it. Finally, alone, Han Sung-jun let out a long breath. A shockwave of pure energy erupted from his body. His voice cold as the abyss echoed through the empty streets. Now, shall we begin the real party? System alert skill battle focus activated, concentration increased by 500%. Special art, supreme blood technique initiated. Instantly, raw mana exploded from Han Sung-jun like a supernova. He shifted into a stance, his body radiating a murderous aura, thick enough to choke a normal man. Skill, blood chaser activated. This was the perfect counter. It hijacked all blood manipulation abilities within the domain. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the city, drowning the world in crimson light. Meanwhile, deep within a shadowed chamber, a figure sat upon a throne. Insolence! The figure roared, his claws crushing the armrest of his golden throne into dust. How dare a filthy human insect oppose me? His fury shook the very foundations of the castle. Outside, a tsunami of blood rose higher than the skyscrapers. I spent years maintaining this livestock farm of a city. The vampire count bared his razor-sharp fangs, pointing a trembling finger at the horizon. But today, I will turn this entire kingdom into a living hell. The blood-red deluge crashed down, crushing the surrounding districts. Han Sung-jun's eyes widened. A chill ran down his spine. This power. Johan grimaced, the pressure weighing on his shoulders. He's stronger than the walkthroughs said. If I'm not careful, this manhwa recap ends right here. Back in the castle, servants struggled to hold up a massive platter of grapes. A pale hand reached out, lazily plucking a fruit. The monster tossed it into his mouth, chewing with arrogant grace. The servants trembled violently, their muscles screaming under the strain. Sitting there with hair as white as bone was the nightmare of this world, the vampire count say. For him, time had lost its meaning. There was only the eternal crusade. Battle wasn't just a hobby. It was the very essence of his existence. Like all conquerors drunk on power, he eventually found himself standing atop a mountain of corpses. His ambition soared higher than the heavens themselves. His sculpted body was a tapestry of scars, medals of his brutality. It was this savagery that caught the eye of the war god, who chose Sei as his most promising disciple. Sei's ultimate desire, total annihilation of the Four Nations Alliance. He had already raised 3 kingdoms, dyeing the sacred monument of life deep red with the blood of millions. Only one nation remained. If he conquered this final stronghold, the war god would officially ascend him to true discipleship. He would become the Vampire Emperor, a legend of terror. But his fantasy was shattered as a subordinate burst into the room, hyperventilating. My lord, we have an emergency. Sei's eyes flashed with irritation. The mood was ruined. He furrowed his brow, glaring at the intruder. Speak. Your forces. They're being slaughtered. It's a massacre, and it's all the work of a single human. Frantically, servants dragged a massive scrying mirror before the count. What did you say? The shout shook the room. C leaned forward on his throne, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper that froze the blood of everyone present. I already exterminated every so-called hero in this land. Which empire sent this assassin? The trembling butler kept his head low, stammering the truth. They just appeared out of thin air, my lord. This answer only fueled Sei's rage. He ground his teeth, the sound like stones crushing together. Suddenly, my army is being wiped out suddenly. Impossible. How can you be this incompetent? You useless piles of trash. He roared, his voice cracking with fury. How does an enemy infiltrate the heart of my city without triggering a single alarm? With a wave of his hand, dark energy lashed out, vaporizing the messengers where they stood. The surviving servants threw themselves to the floor weeping. Please, my lord, have mercy. But their pleas fell on deaf ears. The monster's rage had only just begun to boil. The vampire shrieked in pure fury. I only needed to completely conquer this city to be recognized as a true disciple. But he ruined everything. How dare he? You insignificant insect. A tide of crimson death hangs above us, waiting for my command. I intended to preserve this city for my own use later. But now, under Sei's command, the blood magic flooded down like a wild beast. Released from its cage, I will turn this place into a living hell. Witnessing the apocalypse descending, even Han Sung-jun felt a cold sweat. The scale is bigger than I calculated. His expression stiffened as he muttered, I don't think I can block a technique of this magnitude. I'm done for. In a split second prioritizing survival, Han Sung-jun flashed away from the epicenter to avoid meaningless damage. As he sprinted, his eyes darted around the chaos. A thought seized his mind. I have to abandon the city infrastructure. My priority is saving the team. Then he spotted David's party huddled inside a magical barrier. Relief washed over him as he shouted from the distance. The torrent of destruction was snapping at his heels. Pushing his agility to the limit, he raised a hand channeling his mana for a counterspell. In a move that defied logic, Han Sung-jun spun around. He manifested a colossal barrier to stem the tide of blood. But holding back a calamity wasn't simple. The crimson waterfall hammered against the edges of his shield. His stamina draining rapidly, he gritted his teeth, his face a mask of sheer determination. Just a little longer. But reality was cruel. With a shattering sound, Han Sung-jun's shield pulverized in an instant. For a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. The pressure blasted him backward. A cataclysmic flood crashed down, swallowing the residential district whole and obliterating every structure in its path. Yet, as quickly as it came, the tide receded in a bizarre phenomenon. All that remained on the jagged rocks were stains of dried blood. As the dust settled, Han Sung-jun lay amidst the rubble, gasping for breath. Suddenly, Tarkovsky's voice cut through the silence. Han Sung-jun, are you all right? Recovering his senses, he called back. How? Is everyone else? David confirmed. We're all in one piece. Sakio reached out, with a grin, his face beaming. It's all thanks to you tanking that hit directly. I thought we were dead meat. But suddenly, their gaze snapped to the same direction. Shock painted their faces. The vampire Count Sei descended from above, landing before them with an arrogant thud. For a moment, the monster looked genuinely surprised. Impressive. They actually survived my ultimate art. But that surprise instantly curdled into rage. His brow furrowed. So it wasn't just blind luck that brought you this far. His eyes scanned the survivors, assessing their threat level. That frail-looking one, and the three unharmed trash. They must be the core party. Without wasting a second, Sei began channeling a new dark magic. Crossing his arms above his head, a jagged blade materialized on his left gauntlet. Sei roared his challenge. You lowly humans, I will carve you into ribbons. The party froze at the killing intent. But Han Sung-jun fully recovered, as if by a miracle strode forward with dominance. His voice resonated with authority. Everyone fall back. I will handle him. Sensing the danger, David and Tarkovsky immediately retreated. As they ran, David shouted, We're clearing out. Call if you need backup. But Sei bellowed with insane arrogance. Who gave you permission to leave? None of you escape my grasp. In a blur of motion, he blitzed towards David's group, the shockwave sending rocks flying like shrapnel. Sei's eyes were locked forward, consumed by fury. He completely ignored the hunter standing in his path, rushing past Han Sung-jun like a gale. Han Sung-jun blinked, thinking, did a fly just buzz past me? Meanwhile, as Sei passed, he glanced back in confusion. Wait, when did that pest get there? Their gazes locked. Han Sung-jun didn't hesitate to drop a cold taunt. Haven't you heard the saying, be careful what you wish for? A cocky smirk played on Han Sung-jun's lips. I'm about to return every word you just said. That broke the camel's back. Sei shrieked in rage, changing targets to dive at him like a moth to a flame. The vampire screeched, you lunatic. Han Sung-jun remained icy calm. First move. But his sentence was cut short by the enemy's approach. How dare you act superior before me? But the main character's eyes sharpened into deadly daggers. His voice dropped to absolute zero. I said I will tear you apart. A desperate scream tore from Sei's throat. The sound snapped David's group to attention. Their jaws dropped. They watched in awe as Han Sung-jun bisected the vampire with a single clean strike. The silence was broken by the hunter's calm command. Go find the priests. Now. Sakio, looking utterly confused, blurted out, but you already turned him into sushi. Is that necessary? Han Sung-jun paused, then looked back at the corpse. Doesn't it feel off? He pointed at the fallen boss. In a standard system manhwa, the clear notification for the 13th floor should have popped up by now. There's no victory screen. Right on cue, the corpse began to twitch. The familiar mechanical chime of the system rang out. Skill activated, Fire Dragon's Eye. The scattered remains of Count Se were pulling themselves together, fueled by an unholy regeneration magic. Tarkovsky screamed in terror. No, how can he revive from that state? Even the stoic David cracked. That's impossible. Only Sakio kept his cool, pointing to the ruins. Look at the city. The priests are probably buried under that rubble. Should we jump in and help you fight? Han Sung-jun shut that down immediately. No, I'll hold the aggro. You guys find a priest or a holy relic. Anything. A dark thought crossed his mind. Sorry guys, but I need to kill the boss solo for the rewards. David nodded. Understood. If that's the plan, we're on it. Sakio turned to run. Scouting is my specialty. I'll find it. Meanwhile, the flesh of the vampire was knitting together at a terrifying speed. In mere seconds, he stood whole again, his eyes burning like red suns. Se roared, his aura exploding with hatred. You wretched worm, how dare you? How dare you humiliate me? Yet facing this overwhelming killing intent, Han Sung-jun remained as tranquil as a still lake. He coolly analyzed the data. His regeneration is broken. The recovery rate and raw stats are higher than I estimated. But the enemy didn't wait. He lunged forward like a rabid beast. Faced with this onslaught, Sung-jin weaved through the danger with supernatural grace. His mind raced, calculating the gap between them. His combat prowess was in a league of its own. Suddenly, Sione's face twisted into a mask of pure malice as he roared, "You filthy insect!" In an instant, gravity bowed to his will, lifting massive boulders into the air. With a flick of his wrist, Sione launched the rocky barrage at breakneck speed. Yet with reflexes honed by countless battles, Sung-jin danced through the chaos untouched. However, reality defied Sung-jin's expectations. The stones shifted mid-flight like guided missiles. They locked onto his signature, refusing to let their prey escape. Cornered by physics, Sung-jin braced himself, shielding his vitals against the inevitable impact. Explosions rocked the battlefield. Seeing the dust settle, Sione laughed maniacally. How does that taste, you frail human? I am a tier above you, but before the echo faded, Sung-jin materialized behind him like a ghost, freezing the vampire in absolute terror. His voice was calm, a terrifying contrast to the violence as he whispered, "Yeah, I figured. Thanks to that little stunt, I just unlocked a new skill." Siona whipped around, his eyes wide with incomprehensible shock. A guttural scream tore from his throat as jagged cracks began to splinter across his very being. Strange, familiar energy rippled through the air. Sung-jin stood motionless, a silent observer, watching Sone's body disintegrate cell by agonizing cell. Even the main character felt a chill run down his spine. I sliced him thinner than sashimi this time, yet he still regenerates. That healing factor is giving me goosebumps. Sung-jin's gaze drifted into the distance, his mind clouded with doubt. Is this trial truly impossible without a support class or healers to back me up? The city had become a graveyard of hope, choked by suffocating gloom and pillars of black smoke. In this hellscape, finding a survivor would be nothing short of a miracle. Meanwhile, Seone's flesh knitted itself back together, emerging larger and more grotesque than before. His distorted laughter grated on Sung-jin's nerves. Tisk, what a drag. The monster stood tall, drunk on his own immortality. Do you truly believe you can kill me? You don't stand a ghost of a chance. Sung-jin's response was silence, but his eyes gleamed with a predator's curiosity. A smirk of pure, unadulterated arrogance slowly curved his lips. I'm just conducting an experiment. How many times do I have to slaughter you before you stay dead? The sheer coldness of his words paralyzed Sone where he stood. The vampire ground his teeth in fury, but his hands betrayed him, trembling uncontrollably. A horrific realization struck him like lightning. Was he, the great Sione, actually feeling fear? Rejection of fear fueled his rage. His face darkened as he raised a hand to the heavens, his voice booming like thunder across the wasteland. Do not look down on me. I am the one who will become the Vampire King. But his declaration was cut short by cold steel. Sung-jin flicked his blade and whispered, that makes 3. Sione's body dissolved into mist, only to reassemble seconds later. The cycle of death and rebirth was sickeningly efficient. He wiped his forehead, sneering, don't think a few scratches mean you've woe. But Sung-jin didn't wait for the monologue to finish. 4. The blade sang. Seone, unfazed by the death, scoffed. It is useless. You are no true warrior. You lack the power to end my existence. Before the sentence ended, he was bisected cleanly down the middle. 5. The air filled with the wet sounds of butchery and regeneration. Sione lectured as he reformed. As long as you are human, you are bound by stamina limits. You will tire, you will falter, and you will fall. 6. Sung-jin was getting creative with the anatomy. 7. Face split. Sione screamed in disbelief. You must be a legendary class. How are you spamming mana without exhaustion? But the answer was a flurry of sword strikes that minced him into confetti. The grim count continued. 8. Suddenly, the blue screen flashed. System alert. You have unlocked the achievement, Artist of the Battlefield. This really is the peak of a system Manhwa experience. Passive skill activated advanced torture technique. Sung-jin pondered aloud like a chef. Should I go for thin slices or mincemeat next? Terror finally shattered Sione's resolve, and he fled for his life. That thing is not human. It's a monster. He didn't dare look back, sprinting with every ounce of strength he possessed. Escape was the only option. But suddenly, Sung-jin was perched casually on a pillar ahead of him. I told you, didn't I? I'm returning every word you said. A blade materialized in his hand, accompanied by a devilish grin. Who gave you permission to leave? The hunt isn't over. The sheer pressure of his presence made Sione shriek like a banshee. You psychotic, sadistic lunatic. The insult was silenced by a swift decapitation. 9. The vampire's pride was gone, replaced by whimpering fear. Wait, stop. Let's make a deal. I can give you anything. We can trade. Sung-jin was deaf to the pleas. 10. Sione screamed in desperation. I said anything. Wealth. Glory. Just name your price. Chunks of flesh rained down as Sung-jin calmly intoned 11. Sione was hyperventilating, begging for the end. Just kill me, please, I can't take this anymore. The horror loop continued to number 12. Sione sobbed broken. You aren't a warrior. You're just a cruel, rotten butcher. Ding system notification. You have obtained the achievement, Origin of Wrath. Skill pain amplification has been awakened. A perfect twist for this awakening Manhwa scenario. Tears streamed down Sione's face, mixing with blood. Please, stop. I surrender. I will do anything you say. Unluckily for him, Sung-jin was in a bad mood. Can you shut your mouth and just die? Seriously, how many extra lives do you have left in that tank? Suddenly, Sung-jin's eyes locked onto an object nearby, and a wicked idea lit up his face. He beckoned to the regenerating vampire. Hey kid, get over here. Despite his body being half-formed, Sione didn't dare hesitate. He scrambled over like an obedient dog. Why, yes sir. Sione bowed his head to the dirt. Sung-jin loomed over him, whispering a devil's bargain. I have a way to set you free. Cooperate, and I will grant you the release of true death. How about it? The vampire stammered, desperation in his eyes. What? What must I do? A pillar of light erupted from the ground as the system announced counter shield activated. Sung-jin gestured to the energy form taking shape. It's a variation of my shield skill. A holy cross stood tall in the light. I call it the counter-strike scarecrow. The construct stood between them, radiating an ominous pressure that made Sione gulp. Sung-jin folded his arms, commanding attack. That thing with everything you've got, until I tell you to stop. Meanwhile, Song Ji-hoon stood there, his patience wearing thin as the silence stretched on. Why the hesitation? Do you actually want to live? In a flash, Se scrambled to his feet, obeying the silent command like a puppet on strings. He responded with forced obedience, I strike now. Yet, beneath the surface, frustration boiled. The events of this Manhwa recap this entire day were a chaotic mess he couldn't comprehend. Seong Ji-hoon simply watched, arms crossed, exuding the calm confidence of a predator toying with its food. Se's mind raced. A human slaughtering the strongest vampires in history. It was madness. Pushing aside the doubt, he unleashed a devastating strike against the counter-reflection decoy. At that exact moment, a blinding light tore through the air, seizing the vampire count's attention instantly. As he rained down lethal blows, a thought took root. Could this be a divine trial? A human wielding blood domination was unheard of in any leveling manhwa. Marks appeared on the crucifix, signaling the accumulation of power. Perhaps this Punisher was the savior the vampires needed to cure their complacency. He is training us, Se thought, deluding himself. Suddenly, a pillar of light erupted from the cross. The system chimed. The reflect shield skill could now withstand the total accumulated damage. That was the signal. Song Ji-hoon spoke, his voice ice-cold. That is enough. The words froze his opponent in place. Shadows danced over Ji-hoon's face as a cruel smirk formed. Time for you to expire. Se's hope shattered instantly. This was no savior. This was the Grim Reaper. Titanic energy surged from the cross, engulfing the vampire like a storm. In a heartbeat, he was imprisoned within a massive sphere of light. Ji-hoon narrowed his eyes, calculating the trajectory. It doesn't matter how immoral you are. This strike ends it. He readied his blade for the perfect kill. The moment his blade made contact, the sphere detonated. A shockwave of pure energy expanded outward, accompanied by the relentless ping of system notifications. The reflect shield had unleashed every ounce of absorbed damage in a single cataclysmic burst. Ji-hoon's intent was absolute erasure. Not a scrap of flesh would remain. Yet, amidst the destruction, Sei screamed in euphoria. Finally, the sweet release of death, a colossal pillar of light drilled into the earth. Ji-hoon watched the devastation with a stoic expression waiting for the dust to settle. Then the message appeared. Congratulations, Floor 13 of the Tower of Trials cleared. Reward 1 random A+ rank skill book, delivered to inventory. Additional rewards, 90,000 points, 4,000 production materials, and 5,000 consumables. Please proceed to the waiting room. Only now did Seong Ji-hoon allow himself a satisfied grin. The tension left his shoulders. It is done. The monster is dead. He lowered his blade into the pool of fresh crimson left behind. It was time to harvest the spoils of this awakening Manhwa battle. The system explained. When a target is slain by the heavenly blood demon sword, the user may absorb their essence to enhance the weapon and acquire a new skill. The remnants of the vampire count swirled into the blade like a vortex. The unique skill Blood Absorption had been activated. Consuming Count C's blood pushed the item level to rank a 300 out of 1,400. A new skill, Blood Enhancement rank C+, was engraved into the specialized slot. A holographic window popped up, detailing the specialized slot. Skill Blood Enhancement rank C+. Origin Vampire Count Sei. Effect amplifies all blood domination abilities. When using mana, both resistance and control over blood-type magic are significantly boosted. A crimson droplet symbol etched itself onto the blade surface. Ji-hoon reached out eager to test the newfound power immediately. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword activate blood enhancement. As the energy flowed, his eyes widened in genuine shock. The power of the vampire count. His control over blood was now even more potent than the original owners. Ji-hoon basked in the aura, looking every bit the Vampire King. A smirk played on his lips. Sure, people might mistake him for a villain, but power was power. As Sei's essence flooded his veins, the system Manhwa interface lit up again. Soul of Vampire Count Sei absorbed. Increasing stats. Strength +5. Agility +4. Stamina +6. Magic +7. Resistance +5. A golden light suddenly materialized before him. You have seized the divinity within the soul. Conditions for the trait Holy Power met. Extracting divinity now. Ji-hoon stared dumbfounded. Extracting divinity. He recalled seeing this rare notification once before, when he absorbed the clone's soul. The system chimed happily. Extraction successful. Trait Holy Power has evolved to rank B-. Accumulating mythology through the Holy Power trait will accelerate rank progression. Ji-hoon spread his hands, an epiphany striking him. I didn't realize it back then. The condition for extraction depended on whether the target possessed holy power, something Sei had crushed in the past. I can't get this from just any vampire, he mused. It must require a target with a divinity level comparable to my own. His expression twisted into a grimace. It was also vague. Every time holy power was involved, it was a headache-inducing riddle. Just then, another alert popped up, catching him off guard. Absorbing 1 intrinsic skill from Vampire Count Sei. Skill, acquired Charm rank C. Because the consumed soul was stronger than the user, a special evaluation began. Ji-hoon stared at the screen and scoffed. He grumbled, looking unimpressed. Enemy strength? Unresolved status? Who sets these criteria? Is the system just making subjective guesses now? But his playfulness vanished in an instant. A sharp realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait. Souls linked to gods or apostles are always classified as high tier. The evaluation finished. Count Sei possessed a hidden trait. Extraction commencing. Ji-hoon's eyes went wide as the final notification rolled in. This was unexpected. Trait, Captivating Trust. Rank C+ has been engraved onto player Song Ji-hoon. He blinked, repeating the word slowly. Captivating Trust. A shout pierced the air from behind, snapping his attention back instantly. Someone was calling out for Han Sung-jun. The owner of that voice, none other than Sakyo. With eyes shining, he reported that House Cleric had deployed their ultimate barrier to shield the civilians. There were far more survivors than anyone dared to hope. Even Tarkovsky was stepping up to calm the restless crowd. The nightmare is over. The vampires have been purged. Behind him, the survivors erupted in cheers. They couldn't believe one man had single-handedly crushed the vampire count. You are the savior we prayed for. A true hero stands before us. They cried out, believing the heavens themselves had sent this divine messenger to rescue them. Thank you for saving our lives. But as their praise washed over him, a familiar chime rang out. The system announced that the Skill Faith Collection had detected a massive surge of belief directed at the player. The scene gave Han Sung-jun pause. He watched the jubilant crowd, his expression softening. Were these people genuinely placing their absolute trust in him? His gaze turned thoughtful. Well, even if this was just trust within an illusion, it was still a resource to be harvested. A perfect calculating smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. I need to milk this moment for everything it's worth. Han Sung-jun drove his blade into the earth. Ding, skill charm enhancement activated. The crowd didn't hesitate, roaring his name with even greater fervor. Your reputation has skyrocketed. Your influence over others has expanded significantly. You have unlocked the achievement, I do not speak falsehoods. Mana increased by 1. Han Sung-jun stood tall, basking in the golden glow of adoration. The Skill Faith Collection triggered a wide area effect, harvesting every ounce of belief from the surrounding area. Skill Holy Power activated across the zone. The system began calculating a new myth, weighing the actual results against the fervent faith of the believers. Suddenly, his expression hardened as the final notification scrolled past his eyes. The myth, the Slayer of Vampires, has been successfully completed. Han Sung-jun stood like a statue enveloped in a radiant aura, while the system alerts chimed relentlessly in his ears. The myth, the Exterminator of Blood Demons, has been fully activated. Effect Nullify Recovery is now syncing with the Holy Relic. Effect Purification is now syncing with the Holy Relic. A terrifying vision of the beast flared up in his mind's eye. This development forced him into deep contemplation. Because I severed the Vampire Count's endless regeneration cycle, I earned the Nullify Recovery effect. And because I unleashed a massacre upon the Vampire City, I was granted the Purification effect. A thrill shot through Han Sung-jun, and he grinned. I finally get it. He had cracked the code on how to build a myth in this leveling manhwa world. The faith he harvested, combined with his holy power skill, had evolved. Under the guise of a myth, a brand new ability was being forged within his existing arsenal. Han Sung-jun's heart hammered against his ribs, his mind racing. He had never used this before, but he could feel the raw holy power spilling out of him like an overflowing dam. It seems activating the myth burns the holy power stored directly in my heart. But right now, the system warned that he lacked sufficient legend and faith points to sustain it. However, the accumulated faith would be stored for the next myth activation. That knowledge only fueled Han Sung-jun's growing arrogance. I guess the harvest is over for now. The Skill Faith Collection deactivated. He stood there, hands on his hips, surveying his domain. While the NPCs bowed in reverence, Han Sung-jun remained lost in thought. This floor was cleared without a hitch. In the distance, Sakio and Tarkovsky waved happily, ready to step through the warp gate. A voice gritted out from behind him. I took you for a foolish brat. But it seems I vastly underestimated what you are capable of. The speaker was David. The old fox extended a hand with a plastered-on smile. Allow me to offer my sincerest apologies. Han Sung-jun accepted the handshake with a cordial expression that didn't reach his eyes. Think nothing of it. Suddenly, a crimson warning flashed before him. The god of war has detected the scent of death on his potential artifacts. The pressure was so immense, Han Sung-jun was forced to one knee instantly. The god of war has locked onto your presence. He senses your holy power, and his killing intent is spiking. David stared, completely bewildered by the sudden shift. What is happening to you? David stammered. Cold sweat drenched the protagonist's face. Han Sung-jun's mind reeled. The god of war here. The ground beneath them shattered like glass. An eerie light erupted from the abyss, and the cheering civilians were instantly swallowed by a sea of rising flames. The system alarm screamed like a siren without pause. Warning! You have fallen into the divine sanctuary. Watching innocent people plummet into the magma pushed Han Sung-jun to the brink. What the hell is this? He gritted his teeth, unleashing a wave of murderous intent. The trial was supposed to be finished. Even David's mask crumbled, replaced by a look of sheer terror. Boiling lava filled his vision. David shrieked, "My warp gate, it's disappearing." But Han Sung-jun had a different plan. Hey, Mr. British Mage. Let's shake on it one more time. In a blur of motion, Han Sung-jun grabbed him and hurled David straight toward the fading portal. Sailing through the air, the old man grumbled internally. The kid has zero manners, but his methods are undeniably effective. The cliffside continued to crumble, trapping more survivors. Han Sung-jun stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chaos. Clear the way, move. He slammed his fist into the earth, splitting the rock to create a path. The entire zone was being consumed by the ferocious inferno. Ding skill shield reflection activated. As David drifted into the portal, a melancholic thought crossed his mind regarding this system Manhwa scenario. I don't know if he's a soldier or a saint, but if a hero can still exist in this cruel, inhuman world, perhaps that is exactly what he looks like. Han Sung-jun was still screaming, herding the survivors to safety. As David's body dematerialized, he couldn't help but reach back one last time. Please make it out alive. Hero of Earth. To him, Han Sung-jun was a legend. To Han Sung-jun, this was just work. I can't hold this forever. Get through the gate now. Suddenly, Han Sung-jun's frantic expression vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. I guess I expected too much. They aren't generating any more faith points, he scoffed. What a waste of time. I need to get to the portal. The system notifications flooded his vision again. The god of war is repulsed, that a mere mortal dares to possess divinity. Suddenly, the bystanders screamed in agony, clutching their skulls. In the blink of an eye, their bodies detonated into a grotesque mist of blood. The phantom voice lingered, threatening to shatter his very sanity. Han Sung-jun's eyes widened in sheer horror. As he stood alone amidst a sea of cold, mutilated corpses, he stood frozen in that hellscape, ignoring the relentless pinging of the system notifications. The god of war mocked them, claiming these mere lab rats of the tower dared to overstep their boundaries. Rage boiled within Han Sung-jun as he spat back the deity's words. Overstep boundaries. A terrifying aura exploded from his body, thick with killing intent. He snarled at the invisible presence. You're the one who crossed the line, you divine piece of trash. As long as I'm under the tower's protection, you can't touch a hair on my head, can you? If you're done barking, get lost. Without looking back, Han Sung-jun stepped into the dimensional gate, silencing the system's frantic warnings. Behind him, the god of war's presence faded with a chilling, malevolent smile. As he traveled through the void, a single thought consumed him. I must evolve. This leveling Manhwa logic was cruel. The god of war wouldn't wait patiently for his turn to strike. Han Sung-jun's expression hardened into steel. He would become strong enough that even a god would tremble before him. As the portal sealed shut, the system interface flooded his vision. Welcome to the 14th floor waiting room. System expansion complete. Challenge rewards have been transferred to your dimensional inventory. High-grade elixirs have been acquired. Accumulated experience points are being processed. Han Sung-jun calmly wiped the dried blood from his face, exhaling a heavy sigh. After all, that massacre was likely just a twisted simulation created by the tower. He couldn't let his mind fracture over illusions real or fake. His gaze sharpened, burning with a new vendetta. The god of war. He had officially declared war on a deity revered by humanity. The system had warned him, trust no god. To them, you are nothing but prey. It seemed his destiny was sealed. In the empty room, his silhouette looked incredibly lonely, bearing the weight of a world-ending grudge. Forget it. Focus on what you can change, not the inevitable. Han Sung-jun grabbed a nearby stone, his mind shifting to the shop interface. The environment shifted, leaving him in his base gear. Opening player shop. Points deducted 11,500. Accessing skill list. Category Special Arts. Options Iron Blood Tyrant White Crane Swordmaster. Confirmed. Purchased Special Skill Path of the Swordmaster S rank. Cost 10,000 points. Skill Details. Path of the Swordmaster rank S. Description: a path for those torn between getting strong to survive and surviving to get strong. Exclusive to sword practitioners. Drastically increases the chance of independent enlightenment and allows for the creation of unique sword arts. Instantly reality warp, transporting Han Sung-jun to a serene bamboo forest. Standing before him was the White Crane, her voice calm as a still lake. It's been a while, Han Sung-jun. As they sat, she cut to the chase. I heard the rumors. You made an enemy of the Namgung clan's young master. He took a moment before responding, his tone casual. Yeah, that sounds about right. Fate has a funny sense of humor. She paused, surprised by his calmness, but quickly smiled. I assume you used your points to purchase my legacy because of Namgung Hyuk, correct? Exactly, Han Sung-jun admitted. Then you made a wise choice, she replied, her demeanor shifting from casual to intense. To put it bluntly, you are what the martial world would call a monster of a genius. Han Sung-jun, you absorbed complex sword forms without a manual or a master. Your ability goes far beyond simple mimicry. It's instinctual mastery. She recalled his battle on the 12th floor vividly. You didn't just recognize the sword intent, you warped it to fit your own dual blade style instantly. Han Sung-jun pondered this silently. It's just my talent for copying skills. Nothing that grand. Seeing how you evolved just by watching the Namgung techniques, I believe you have the potential to reach the realm of a grandmaster. Han Sung-jun's jaw dropped. A grandmaster, he exclaimed. White Crane continued smoothly. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if you founded your own sword sect one day. Is my potential really that terrifying? She flashed a radiant, confident smile. Choosing my art was the perfect move. Any insight you gain will become a lethal weapon within this tower. And I intend to teach you everything I know. Her voice suddenly wavered, her eyes dimming with a touch of sorrow. But I have one condition. Han Sung-jun stiffened. Will you form a master-disciple bond with me? Without skipping a beat, he replied. Done. I accept you as my master. White Crane was thrown off balance by his speed. Wait, Han Sung-jun. I'm not forcing you. This is a serious bond. Think it over carefully. He raised a hand to stop her protest. No need. I've already decided. Seeing his resolve, she regained her composure. If that is truly your will, then I won't refuse. Meanwhile, Han Sung-jun was running the numbers in his head. She's a ranker who climbed to the 40th floor. Refusing a master like her would be idiocy. Suddenly, she pressed him. Don't you dare regret this later. Why are you planning to beat me during training or something? No, she shouted indignant. A memory of a lone swordsman, atop a cliff, flashed in her mind. In the Morum world, a master is a parent for life. Loyalty is everything. I just need to know you understand the weight of this bond. Han Sung-jun replied effortlessly. If that's all you're worried about, then I definitely won't regret it. Inside, he was screaming, where else am I going to find a master this powerful anyway? White Crane rose gracefully, her demeanor shifting to that of a true sect leader. Then, let us follow procedure. I shall introduce myself properly before the ceremony. Her expression turned solemn and majestic. I am the 17th sect leader of the White Clan and the sword saint of the previous generation. Her declaration hit him like a thunderclap, leaving Zhongdan momentarily dazed. I am the White Crane, and from this day forth, I am your master. His inner thoughts screamed in pure ecstasy, the #1 martial artist. Without hesitation, he bowed low, sealing the master-disciple bond. Listen well. Martial arts are divided into two distinct paths, internal arts and external arts. Internal arts involve the technique of refining spiritual energy from the atmosphere and channeling it into your very core to forge your internal force. External arts focus on the physical vessel, lightness skills, body conditioning, and sword techniques perfectly matched to your footwork. That is the essence of our way. Of course, there are forbidden techniques that manipulate special mental energies. But as with any good manhwa, recap questions began to arise in the protagonist's mind. A thought struck Sungdan. Was his high blood technique considered a mental art? He probed cautiously. Master, I have a curiosity. Would it be an issue if I utilized a different mental technique I previously acquired? The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Her expression darkened terrifyingly. What did you just say? You already possess knowledge of another internal art. Her pressure bore down on him. Explain. Now, leave out no details. Sensing the danger, he scrambled to reply. Well, your explanation sparked a realization. I might possess something similar. Her eyes lost their light, replaced by a predatory gaze. Similar. Do not tell me you know how to cultivate aura. Did you learn that filth from the Iron Blood King? The sheer intensity of her accusation left Shungdan paralyzed. Wait, is aura cultivation just another branch of internal arts? He waved his hands frantically. No, absolutely not, but the White Crane wasn't buying it. I am not a woman easily deceived. Her cold distrust froze him in place. I cannot take your word alone. I will verify it myself. In a flash, her hand clamped onto his abdomen, sending panic screaming through his mind. Wait, seeing her shamelessly lift his shirt, his dignity screamed out in protest. Hey master, what are you doing? He yelled in pure shock. Master, but she remained unfazed, commanding coolly, quiet down. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she peered at his core. He had a feeling this would happen. She spoke, her voice laced with confusion. When I strip away the pure mana, there are zero traces of you ever learning an internal art. Sungdan hesitated. Well, about that. Memories of his origin began to resurface. The high blood technique wasn't a cultivation method. It was a special trait, granted by an administrator, the fallen heir from the 12th floor. I've used it to heighten my combat senses countless times against the 30 challengers ahead. Back in reality, the White Crane realized her position and her cheeks flushed crimson. She stammered, pulling away. That is an authority, not an internal art. It seems the techniques you learned were absorbed into this special trait. Therefore, it cannot be classified as traditional cultivation. Changdan nodded, relieved. I understand now. Then he asked timidly, but, Master, how long do you intend to stay in that position? The realization hit her like a truck. Her face exploded into red, and she fled the scene without a backward glance. She buried her burning face against a bamboo stalk, stuttering. Forgive me. That was incredibly rude of me. Sungdan blinked, baffled. It's fine, really. She kept her back to him, a dark aura radiating from her form. However, I still do not like it. When she turned, her eyes were sharp enough to cut glass. To think a mongrel of the blood sect would sponsor such a low-tier technique as a special trait. Shungdan watched her, realizing he needed to completely rethink his impression of this swordmaster. They stood amidst the bamboo grove as she recomposed herself. Actually, it might be better if you do not learn a traditional internal art. You can gather mana without it. And if you acquire multiple techniques through authorities, you can rotate their usage seamlessly, like a true system Manhwa user. Cold sweat trickled down his neck. Is that safe? Her face still flushed, she assured him. It is fine. My martial arts do not rely heavily on internal cultivation. Though the internal art is crucial for the master-disciple bond, let us forget what just happened. She cleared her throat. First, I will teach you swordsmanship. Watch closely and mimic my movements. Understood, he replied, his gaze sharpening. As she prepared, the system chimed in his mind. Skill activated, combat focus. His concentration amplified tenfold instantly. With a decisive motion, the white crane drew her blade. A tangible wave of power rippled from the steel. She moved like a phantom. Each strike flowed into the next, with breathtaking elegance and deadly precision. Shungdan analyzed every frame. Gone was the gentlewoman. Before him stood a true warrior. This was a grandmaster of martial arts, and her spirit was undeniably ferocious. Her expression was steel. Behold, the foundation of the 7 white sword styles, the sea-splitting slash. Her blade didn't just move. It danced with lethal grace. She wove through the bamboo, the wind from her blade bending the stalks, before she touched the ground as light as a feather. Changdan's eyes went wide, burning the image into his memory. She glanced back, apologetic. If you could not follow, I apologize. I tried to go as slow as possible, but Changdan simply walked past her, focused. No need. I will begin the simulation now. He mirrored her stance perfectly. He could feel it, the concept that space itself was unavoidable. He just had to pull it close and sever it. He swung. The air distorted instantly, and a flash of silver light sliced cleanly through the bamboo grove. Sungdan's eyes shone with satisfaction. Something like that, right? He turned to her, expecting a critique. I tried my best to replicate it. How did I do? Her jaw practically hit the floor, her mind reeling. This is absurd. Every generation produces geniuses. But this? There are those born with the divine ability to absorb information and achieve results far surpassing the realm of ordinary men. True geniuses display the pinnacle of understanding and judgment. Yet even they require practice. Oblivious to her internal crisis, Sungdan asked again, but did I get it right? She clutched her head, her inner thoughts screaming. What kind of monster is this? He copied it perfectly after a single glance. She looked at him, realizing, you do not understand the magnitude of what you just did. She began to break down the technique's complexity. The 7 white sword styles utilize principles far more profound than the azure sky sword art of the Namgun clan. Changdan's curiosity piqued at the comparison. You previously copied the light sword and rain sword techniques. Those are merely fragments of the Namgun clan's true power. A jolt of realization hit him. Was this the legendary technique Namgung Huk had unleashed before? The white crane stared in disbelief. This wasn't just about speed or timing. It was a high-tier art that manipulated the very fabric of space itself, using complex principles. You replicated the white sword, severing sea instantly, she gasped. A single glance and your execution was a perfect mirror of my own. Sung stood frozen, searching for words. In his mind, the concepts of fast and slow had already dissolved into nothingness. A smile graced the white crane's lips. Your intuition is terrifying. I've never seen anyone master a skill through observation alone. Others spend lifetimes grasping what you just did. Yet no arrogance appeared on his face. Sung remained stoic, his hunger for knowledge unsatisfied. I still don't fully grasp the depth of your words, master. She pointed at him with absolute certainty. Mark my words. One day, you will hold the essence of every martial art under the heavens in your hands. Normally, a warrior needs a secret manual to decode the foundation of these techniques, she explained, as a spectral tome materialized. Mana flowed from her fingertips into his core. But you transcend manuals. You only need to see it to become it. I will guide your mana flow, and your eyes will do the rest. A fire lit up in Sung's mind. Footwork, fist arts, grappling, movement techniques, he would devour them all. The sword was his true calling. He unleashed the White Sword 7 style, severing sea. Space itself ripped apart, leaving the enemy no escape. Piercing void. A thrust, so devastating it could drill through absolute defense. Void destruction, space twisted around him, nullifying all attacks. The White Crane cheered with delight, while Sung rubbed his neck, a rare, shy smile on his face. He bowed deeply. I have learned much. Thank you, Master. Her eyes sparkled. The title, Master, tasted sweet to her ears. I am glad you think so, she replied. But as he prepared to depart, her expression fell. Leaving so soon, the lesson has barely ended. Sung turned his back, his resolve firm. I will return when I am stronger. Take care, Master. She watched him go, hiding her emotions behind a cough. Take care, Sung. With your monstrous talent and work ethic, your future knows no bounds. The dimension shifted. The system chimed, welcome to the 14th floor waiting room. Sung stepped into the solitude of the new safe zone. I gained a lot, he mused. It was shameful he couldn't master all 7 styles, but his current level was a shackle he couldn't break yet. A spectral skull materialized, warning Demon Slayer class B+ detected. But Sung didn't even flinch. His gaze was cold as ice. Another Demon Slayer skill, he analyzed calmly. His swordsmanship had evolved, but compared to the legends he faced in this leveling manhwa, he was still lacking. The system screen reflected his inadequacy, plunging him into silence. I'll forge my own path. He activated the S-rank authority path of the Sword King, a power granted to those torn between survival and the obsession with strength. An authority reserved only for the true sovereigns of the blade. Authority, Iron Blood Sword activated. Skill combat focus activated. Every battle, every slash, every near-death experience replayed in his mind with crystal clarity. He visualized the Azure Sky Arts and the White Sword styles, merging into a single dual-wielding symphony. In the past, his blade was a tool to sever problems. Now that sharp resolve was honing the technique to perfection, his expression hardened. Perfection wasn't enough. The system had to acknowledge its existence. As the White Crane said, a skill isn't real until the world recognizes it. The words echoed in his mind, pushing him deeper into a trance of martial enlightenment. White Sword is the foundation. Azure Sky is the variable. A dual sword dance, where defense becomes offense, 10,000 cuts, slashing through space and time. Chaos swirled in his eyes as the system finally responded. Authority path of the Sword King successful. New skill acquired, Immortal Crossing Sword Art. Rank, A-. Mastery, 0%. Description: A. Forbidden art born from the fusion of the White Sword and Azure Sky styles. Effect: basic forms of both styles are amplified. Lethality increased. Detail: when dual-wielding, attack speed and destructive power are doubled. A smirk tugged at his lips. Finally. But as he stroked his chin, he noted the description was still vague. It wasn't finished. Thud. A tome landed at his feet. Inventory, floor 13. Trial reward. Random skill book. Rank, A+. Item grants, a random B+ skill. Soulbound to the challenger. Sung snatched it up, flipping the pages. Why not? I have nothing left to lose in this hell. The book dissolved into light. Item consumed. Rolling for random skill. Passive Hero's Blessing activated, luck stat temporarily skyrocketed. Skill acquired, Blood Spirit Ghost Sword. Rank B+. Origin: the lost art of the Blood Demon Sect. Basic effect: demonic energy infuses the blade. Inflicts catastrophic damage to all living organisms. Detail: dual-wielding triggers. Chain combo. Effectiveness of basic techniques doubled. Sung's eyes narrowed as the implication sank in. But the system wasn't done with him yet. System alert: unique authority skill synthesis has been triggered. The fusion of the Immortal Ghost Sword Art begins at the core. The authority, Hero's Blessing, activates. Luck stats are skyrocketing temporarily. Synthesis complete. You have awakened a brand new skill. A blinding golden blade manifests, sending out a massive shockwave. Acquired the S- rank skill, Immortal Ghost Sword Art. Zungdan strolls casually into the portal as the system chimes, initiating the 14th floor trial. Difficulty level, very hard. It's the ultimate challenge of this leveling manhwa. Current objective, underwater combat. Time limit, 7 days. Victory condition: eradicate every single monster lurking beneath the lake's surface. Failure leads to death or timeout. Reward A+ rank. Win spirit shoes. Penalty for failure. Instant elimination. His eyes go wide with shock. A powerful foe has appeared. Passive skill, indomitable will, automatically engages. Standing before him is a majestic youth with flowing hair. The stranger speaks, "How long did you intend to keep this young master waiting? I slaughtered every beast here, yet you never showed up. I was beginning to think I came to the wrong place." The man flashes a radiant smile that freezes Sung-jun in place. It's Namgang Hyuk. Our MC simply smirks in return. The system floods his vision with notifications. Instant acceleration, combat focus, and grace of the wind. Activated speed buffed by 70%. Skill linkage complete. 7 out of 7. The unique effect of the C+ speed shoes is pushing his velocity to the limit. In a heartbeat, Sung-jun launches forward with godlike speed. They collide mid-air, right above the center of the lake. Boom! A blinding explosion of aura erupts. The sheer pressure sends massive geysers of water shooting into the sky. As their massive energies grind against each other, Hyuk realizes something. "Fire sword," he roars. "How are you using that technique?" Sung-jun remains icy calm. Why so surprised already? The real show is just getting started. The air around them warps violently. The shockwave from their impact blasts everything away like a hurricane. Sung-jun wields his dual blades with arrogant confidence, weaving a complex dance. Hyuk, a veteran fighter, effortlessly parries every strike. Sung-jun lands a heavy kick. Hyuk plummets toward the water, but twists his body, landing perfectly on the surface with unnatural grace. He glares up at Sung-jun, but then a frown creases his forehead. A thin line appears on his cheek. Blood begins to trickle down. The attack isn't over. 3 streaks of sword aura descend from the heavens. They close in, instantly threatening to shatter the very earth. A blinding blue flash engulfs the scene. As the dust settles and debris floats in the air, Hyuk stands there barely having neutralized the kill shot. Sung-jun taunts him from above. "Well, how do you like the taste of my new S-rank sword art?" Hyuk gazes up as rocks rain down. The mountain behind him has been sliced into ribbons, and the lake is carpeted with monster corpses. The water turns crimson with blood. System window, Immortal Ghost Sword Art. Rank S-. Proficiency, 0%. Description: a fusion of peerless martial arts giving birth to a demonic technique. The blade is infused with potent ghost chi, dealing continuous heavy damage. Special effect: Phantom Double Strike. Activates randomly firing 2 to 3 additional sword blasts at the enemy. Every beam carries equal destructive power. Sung-jun grins. This move was already broken, but with this effect, it's a cheat code. He smirks down at Namgang Hyuk. "That little scratch on your cheek, it's going to torment you until your last breath." Hyuk's expression darkens. He stares daggers at Sung-jun, radiating pure killing intent as he feels the warm blood on his face. Hyuk summons a purple flame with 2 fingers and scoffs. He cauterizes the wound instantly. "You think a drop of blood means you've won?" Hyuk vanishes. He skims across the water like a phantom, closing the distance to Sung-jun. He unleashes a frenzy of vertical and horizontal slashes. Sung-jun relies on his agility and dual blades to survive the onslaught. But the momentum has shifted. Hyuk is dominating the fight. In a flash, Sung-jun is forced on the defensive. Hyuk slashes at his legs and demands, "Your sword art, your footwork. That belongs to the Martial Alliance. Why did you hide your true power?" Sung-jun parries and retorts, "I wasn't hiding anything. I was genuinely terrified I'd die fighting you. That's why I learned all of this just yesterday." Hyuk's eyes bulge in disbelief. Such learning speed is impossible. He grits his teeth in rage. "You lying, arrogant piece of trash." He unleashes another golden slash, his voice dripping with venom. "Claiming you mastered these arts in a single day. You're insane." Sung-jun spins out of the way. "Believe what you want." They collide head-on. A pillar of light erupts from their crossed blades, the shockwave churning the lake into a frenzy. Sung-jun's voice brims with pride. "But someone once told me, I'm a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy." They lock heads literally, while Hyuk grimaces in strain. Our MC grins like a devil. "Oh, and I'm not done yet. I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve." Sung-jun delivers a devastating slash that knocks his opponent back. Giving him no time to recover, Sung-jun leaps high. He slams down a heavy blow, driving Hyuk all the way to the shore. The noble fighter is stunned. Hyuk's eyes widen as realization hits him. He stammers, "Wait, this sword art is..." He gnashes his teeth in fury. "You utter bastard." Hyuk's expression, darkened killing intent, flooding his eyes as he spat through gritted teeth. "You arrogant trash. How dare a low-born like you steal the Namkung family's secret sword art? Han Sung offered a cold, mocking smile in return. Don't blame the thief. Blame the master who left the door unlocked. If I could copy it after seeing it just once, isn't that a flaw in your technique? He twisted the knife deeper into Hai-Huk's pride. The only mistake here is your pathetic inability to unleash the true potential of your own family's arts. That shattered the last of his sanity. Roaring like a beast, Hai-Huk swung his blade, charging at Sung with reckless homicidal fury. As the strikes rained down, Shung analyzed the battle spirit with awe. Incredible, he noted silently. His swordplay, his footwork, his erratic rhythm has completely evolved. Leaping back to create distance, Sung smirked internally. You'd never guess in your wildest dreams that you're currently giving me a masterclass in high-tier combat. A calculating glint sharpened his gaze. I'll memorize every movement, and then pay you back with interest. Suddenly, Hai-Huk raised his left hand to the heavens. A column of violet light erupted, piercing the sky. Combat domain, he screamed, summoning purple lightning and manifesting sword aura around the beacon. Shung froze his focus, sharpening to a razor's edge, as he deciphered the terrifying new technique unfolding before him. Colossal blades of pure energy crashed down from the clouds, piercing the lake's surface. A suffocating wave of violet mana exploded outward, saturating the atmosphere. The energy solidified into an inescapable octagonal prison. This was the ultimate trait of his combat domain, a four-stool arena spanning a 30-meter radius. Within this zone, all outside interference was severed. Hai-Huk stood amidst the power, a sinister grin distorting his face. I've got you now, you little rat, he growled. But his triumph was short-lived. Rising from the lake wasn't water, but a crimson tide of boiling blood. Shung brandished his blood sword, his voice cutting through the tension. Do you know what they call this situation back on Earth? Hai-Huk's eyes widened in shock. As confusion paralyzed his opponent, Sung leveled his blade. The blood aura surged forward as he delivered the verdict. It's called shooting yourself in the foot. Hai-Huk desperately raised his blade to guard his mind racing. He's a martial artist, so how is he casting high-tier magic? The octagonal prison was instantly flooded by the crimson deluge. A blood-curdling scream tore from Hai-Huk's throat as the blood sword slammed viciously into his gut. The onslaught didn't stop. The aura coiled like a viper, slashing toward his arms. Hai-Huk frantically crossed his gauntlets, barely holding on. Impact after impact rang out like thunder. Finally, Hai-Huk was launched skyward, but as he ascended, panic replaced pain on his face. His back slammed against the invisible ceiling of his own barrier. Damn it, he cursed. Suddenly, a notification from the system interface flashed before his eyes. Alert, the combat domain's authority has been forcibly breached. The violet barrier shattered like glass, dissolving into nothingness. Before gravity could take him, Sung materialized behind him like a phantom. With a single devastating blow, he spiked Hai-Huk's body downward like a meteor. The force was absolute. Hai-Huk became a streak of light crashing into the earth with a shockwave that threatened to split the silent forest in two. The ground was gouged open, leaving a massive trench in his wake. Shung touched down gracefully as Hai-Huk scrambled to his feet, trembling. Staring down at the wretched figure, Shung sneered. I bet a supreme martial genius like you never imagined ending up in the dirt like this, huh? Hai-Huk's body convulsed, a wet, rattling cough escaping his lips. Then he threw his head back and laughed, a manic, unhinged sound that sent shivers down the spine. Zheng frowned, sensing a shift in the air. What now? Has the bastard finally snapped? Hai-Huk clawed at his own face, peering through his fingers with crazed delight. Thrilling. Truly thrilling. To think you mastered such power in so little time. It actually brings me joy. He retrieved an artifact from his inventory, his voice trembling with ecstasy. And mixing magic with martial arts, you continue to exceed my expectations. I acknowledge your strength. As Hai-Huk spoke, Sung lunged forward, sensing imminent danger. Do you think I'll just stand here and let you power up? Too late. Hai-Huk crushed the artifact. Just as Zung's blade was inches from his face, the energy detonated. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the forest, the shockwave violently shaking the very foundations of the dimension. He had used a rank A penalty nullification stone, a legendary item often seen in a leveling manhwa, to bypass the tower's restrictions. As the smoke slowly drifted away, it revealed a wasteland. The surrounding vegetation had been obliterated. From the haze, Hai-Huk emerged, draped in a dense shroud of mana. He raised an arm bearing a glowing cross seal. Tell me, Zung, were you curious? From the violet aura, a majestic, terrifying dragon materialized, its eyes burning with celestial light. The beast was born directly from the blade in his hand. Do you want to know why I bear the title of the Azure Sky Dragon Sword? Exung felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the scale of the threat. Oh hell no. Hi-Huck spoke with arrogant calm. Reinforced sword aura isn't something a bottom feeder like you gets to witness often. Consider your death an honor. He swung, sending the violet radiance hurtling toward Sung. In that split second, the words of the White Crane Sword Master echoed in Sung's mind. I speak of imbuing the blade with ki or magic. Sword aura is the art of granting specific elemental properties to your weapon. Fire, for instance, is an attribute you can layer upon the sword. But that is merely the beginning. Reinforced sword aura is the realm beyond that. As the violet light swallowed the forest, Zung analyzed the threat. It's an ultimate skill, a technique that lets the user manipulate elemental magic for devastating attacks. The energy coalesced into a roaring violet dragon, its jaws gaping wide as it closed in on him. To think I'd face reinforced sword aura this early. With reflex honed by death, Zhang dropped low, barely evading the dragon's maw. Chung assessed the damaged sweat forming on his brow. Hearing about it was one thing. Facing it is another. That power is absolutely insane. The dragon aura coiled around him like a living nightmare. He analyzed the pattern, but the enemy's sword art was a storm of lethal strikes, making any approach impossible. The danger level was off the charts. It was as if that blade had transformed into a living, breathing dragon with a soul of its own. He raised his blade to intercept the beast. The collision erupted in a blinding flash, his grip tightening until blood seeped from his palms without him even realizing. The impact sent him skidding backward. Crossing his blades for defense, his mind raced. He thought this guy was just above a blood kin. But this power was in a different dimension entirely. He activated his sword enlightenment technique. Recalling the sensation from Master White Crane's teachings, he tried to grasp the flow. But doubt crept in. Had other martial artists skipped this crucial step because the enlightenment was too difficult? Damn it, this monster was overwhelming. Just then, the enemy slammed onto the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them with a deafening boom. The villain sneered. Where did all that arrogance go, little rat? Han forced a smile through the tension inwardly, cursing that he should have gone all out from the start. Damn it. He flared his aura, realizing his plan to learn gradually before winning was a mistake. Things had just gotten infinitely more complicated. He instantly triggered the high blood arc crimson energy, exploded around him like a volcano. Get ready, he roared. No more holding back. His opponent laughed. Struggle all you want, trash. Both fighters charged collision imminent with their ultimate techniques primed. The enemy unleashed a purple dragon manifestation. In response, our hero countered with the white void destruction art. Blue and red auras crashed into a chaotic storm. Stunned, the villain screamed, "Did you steal secret sword arts from another sect? Your efforts are futile against my enhanced aura." The massive mana dragon opened its maw, ready to swallow him whole. A system window popped up. Skill activated combat focus. Perception increased by 20 times. Like a doping shot for the brain, ping. He moved instantly. He ghosted behind the enemy with supernatural speed. Seizing the opening, he gripped his blade, thinking, perfect, I've got his back. Now, die. But the opponent wasn't a pushover. He recalled his dragon aura to block the fatal strike instantly. Another blinding explosion rocked the battlefield. The counterforce crushed Han into the earth. The ground shattered beneath his knees as agony racked his entire body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal energy running wild. Struggling to look up, his eyes widened in sheer terror. The dragon construct lunged again before he could recover. Relying on pure instinct, he somersaulted to the right, barely evading the jaws of death. But the aura shifted from a spear of pure energy, aimed straight for his gut. He swung his sword in a desperate parry. He avoided death, but at a terrible cost. His leg was severed, clean off. Gritting his teeth, he realized, did his aura just merge with my white void technique? He triggered weak blood regeneration instantly, but the enemy had already vanished, reappearing right behind him. Before he could turn, a brutal kick slammed into his midsection. He was launched like a cannonball. Skidding across the rough terrain, he smashed through rocks, kicking up a cloud of debris. Momentum carried him skipping across the lake's surface like a stone. His body finally halted, only after crashing into the cliff face on the far shore. Regeneration kicked in, his severed limb knitted itself back together. Yet, he coughed up more blood, his eyes flickering with the first true signs of fear. The enemy didn't give him a second to breathe. Die, you filth. A lightning-infused dragon tore through the air, aiming to obliterate him. He could only throw his hands up in a futile guard. The impact was cataclysmic, shattering the mountain behind him and dyeing the lake red with his blood. The villain stood calm amidst the destruction, looking across the water. You're still standing after that. Impressive. Han panted heavily, his armor stripped away to reveal battle-scarred muscle. I'm shocked, the villain admitted. I didn't expect a bug like you to survive this long. He raised his blade to the heavens, gathering a catastrophic amount of energy. But playtime is over. This ends now. Laughing maniacally, he screamed, I had a blast. Han Sung-jun. Broken and bloody, our hero forced himself up his sword, hand trembling, but his spirit unbroken. He channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into a sphere of energy at his blade's tip. You think, he roared, that I'll die that easily? System alert skill shield. Reflect activated, releasing all accumulated damage. Red and purple energies collided in an apocalyptic shockwave. The world turned white as overwhelming power flooded the battlefield. But the enemy adapted instantly. Stomping on the water, he flashed forward, and in a split second his blade pierced straight through Han's throat. Absolute madness filled his eyes. Yes, that's the look I wanted. Time to lose your head. It was a gruesome sight. Han's severed head spun through the air, shock frozen on his face. But then, the light didn't fade from his eyes. A desperate notification flashed, the ultimate save in this leveling Manhwa passive skill, near death, activated. Fatal damage, negated. All senses amplified. All skills maximized. Cooldown 1 week. Like magnets snapping together, his severed head flew back to his neck. Miraculously, flesh and bone fused back together instantly. The near-death skill, he thought. The secret reward from the 12th floor trial? When HP hits, 0 death is rejected and damage reversed. He never thought he'd have to use his ace in the hole so soon. He gasped for air, a roar of survival tearing from his throat. The villain froze, eyes bulging. What the hell? But he wasn't done. He summoned the crown of the ancient King Arthur, a unique B-rank artifact. As he donned it, his humanity faded, replaced by the cold, emotionless state of Heart of Stone. The crown settled on his brow. His eyes glowed with ruthless determination. Time to go all in. The item statistics materialized in the air. The Ashen Crown of the Ancient King, rank A-. It grants a 30% boost to willpower, a relic worshipped by an ancient ruler of darkness. But power comes with a price. When equipped, the user's sanity destabilizes as the crown degrades, granting unlimited mana usage until the artifact turns to dust. Shung's voice dropped to a chilling command. I order you. Devour him. From his shadow, a legion of nightmare abominations rose up, their numbers overwhelming. With a single thought, he crushed his opponent's defenses. The beast horde lunged at Hook. Rage exploded in Hook's eyes, veins bulging like snakes across his skin. You bastard, you still rely on cheap necromancy. Hook unleashed a single devastating slash that obliterated the minions. You will never defeat me with such trash magic. Bloodlust distorted his face as the veins spread. He reached out for Xung with one hand, his grip tightening on his sword with the other. In a heartbeat, his fingers closed around Sung's throat. Sung feigned shock, hiding his calm beneath a mask of fear. Hook growled, let's see if you can revive yourself after I take your head. The blade aimed straight for the kill. Yet Sung's expression shifted to terrifying tranquility. Just as the steel tip grazed his face, the attack halted in midair. Hook froze, his eyes bloodshot and wild. His hand trembled uncontrollably. My body, he stammered, fury mixing with confusion. Shung gently removed the trembling hand from his neck. What did you do to me? The swordsman screamed in terror. Looking down at Hook, who now knelt in defeat, Shung spoke with ice-cold contempt. I told you. That scar I gave you, it is a curse that will haunt you until death. Behind Hook, a massive beast materialized from the gloom, its razor-sharp fangs glistening. A second later, the swamp monsters descended. Fangs tore into flesh, painting the water red as Hook's agonizing screams echoed through the dungeon. Memories flooded back in the chaos. Since childhood, Hook was the shame of his clan. He lived every day under the crushing weight of his father's poisonous words. He can't even perform the basics. How did the Nam Kung bloodline produce such a useless piece of trash? The father would scream, taking his anger out on Hook's mother, right before the boy's eyes. Is he even my seed? The young Hook could only curl up in the corner, absorbing every venomous syllable in silence. But deep inside, Hook held a secret truth. I just love the sword, he thought bitterly. He practiced relentlessly, his swings so perfect, no one believed a child could execute them. He believed one must master the path of the blade before learning any fancy techniques. Until destiny intervened. One day, he met his grandfather. With a single glance, the old master recognized the diamond in the rough. A true genius. Hook remembered the moment through the mist of time. It was the first time anyone had looked at him with pride. I was taken in by the sword saint himself, Hook recounted slowly. Under that legendary guidance, his swordsmanship exploded like a supernova. Years later, he returned to the estate a grown warrior. "Father," he called out. He threw the severed corpse of an enemy at the patriarch's feet, his head held high in triumph. "I slaughtered the blood cult spies, pretending to be travelers," Hugh declared, with arrogance. "Look, father, look how powerful your son has become." But the old man's eyes were cold as ice. He dismissed Hook's blood, sweat, and tears as nothing. "Get that filth out of here. Why are you always killing? Go cultivate your mind." He turned his back on his son, leaving one final cruel remark. "Before you turn into a complete monster." The words stabbed deeper than any dagger, leaving a grudge carved into Hook's bones. Back in reality, tears mixed with blood as the monsters continued to feast on his living flesh. Suddenly, the ashen crown shattered into particles of light. A system notification rang out. The durability of the ancient king's crown has been fully depleted. Item destroyed. With his final reserve of strength, Hook unleashed a devastating shockwave. The monsters were blasted out of the water, clearing the battlefield in an instant of pure destruction. Zung watched, genuinely surprised by the dying man's tenacity. Hook lay broken in the bloody water, barely clinging to life. "You're still alive?" Zung asked, bewildered. "Just finish it," Hook wheezed. Sung didn't strike immediately. He sat on a nearby rock, observing calmly. "You know," Sung said softly, "this was actually interesting. By all laws of nature, we should never have met. Two warriors from different dimensions clashing in this reality." Remembering the intensity of their duel, Shung felt a strange thrill. It was difficult. It was painful. But honestly, Shung admitted his true feelings. "I enjoyed it." Hook's eyes widened in shock at the next words. "If things were different," Sung continued, his voice steady, "we might have climbed the tower together as friends." "That's what I thought." Hearing this, Hook's face twisted into a mask of manic desperation. "You naive fool," he spat, blood fury burning in his dying eyes. "You still have such soft thoughts while climbing the tower." Shung remained silent. Hook laughed, a dry rasping sound like crumbling leaves. "Let me tell you a secret. I didn't invade this dimension just for the thrill of murder. After all that effort to reach the pinnacle, he had hit an impossible wall. They say when you obtain divine power, you become an enemy of the gods." Hugh saw visions of celestial beings demanding his death. "My life was forfeit the moment I ascended. The chosen ones are forced to use divine power to survive. And the moment they do, the gods descend in their myriad forms to destroy them." Hook looked at Sung with pity and arrogance. "You are next. You will end up just like me. If you keep climbing with that naive mindset, even with divine power, you cannot stop the gods from erasing your earth." Hook's face contorted in pain as he gasped his final words. "No, there is no hope." Zhang raised his hand. Red energy swirled in his palm, heavy with the weight of judgment. "Anyone who threatens my origin will be destroyed by my own hands." Sung declared his absolute resolve. He activated Blood True Pursuit, tearing through Hook's remaining life force in a burst of agony. The final blow landed. Hook's screams vanished into the void. The holographic system window flashed gold in front of Sung's eyes. "Congratulations. You have cleared the 14th floor of this brutal awakening Manhwa trial. Reward: Wind Spirit Shoes rank A+. Sent to your inventory. You have received 10,000 points. Bonus reward: 4,000 points for defeating a superior opponent. Hidden piece acquired." The system chimed with a glorious sound. "You have received 4,000 items. The legendary reward, the A-rank Heaven Breaking Sword, has been transferred to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room." Mechanical chimes rang out like a symphony. The fundamental elements for creating a myth were complete, and an overwhelming divine power roared to life. Calculations commenced, fueled by his combat results and the blind faith of his followers. A blinding golden light erupted from Sung's chest, flooding his muscular frame, signaling the birth of a brand new myth. After a moment of intense calculation, the system finalized its judgment. The myth of the Challenger Warrior had been forged in the fires of battle. Divine energy surged as the Challenger Warrior myth took hold. The indomitable effect was now permanently bound to the Challenger Han Sung-jun's spiritual core. But that wasn't all. The reversal effect locked into place. A brilliant golden aura cloaked his form, unleashing a terrifying pressure that would make lesser beings tremble. His stats skyrocketed in an instant. After devouring the soul of Challenger, Nam Gonghyuk, his proficiency surged by 47%. The unique skill Soul Summoning hit 100% mastery, evolving from B rank to A rank. A rank Soul Summoning. Sung mused silently. Usually, when a challenger from another world falls, their physical body disintegrates into nothingness. But with the dimensional penalty lifted, the corpse remained. Suddenly, the sword in his hand began to hunger, draining the very essence from Hyuk's body as system alerts bombarded his vision. The true Heaven Blood Demon, sword's vampiric nature awakened. It greedily drank the blood of challenger Nam Gong Hyuk. The weapon evolved. Experience points jumped to 1,174 out of 1,400. By consuming such potent blood, the sword unlocked a new unique skill, engraved strengthening, in the blood drain slot. Han Sung-jun's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Another powerful attribute added to his fire sword. This was a legendary haul. He stood triumphantly, hands on his hips, though he looked like a beggar in his tattered pants. My clothes are ruined. Guess I'll have to go shopping back on Earth, he sighed. But then, a holographic window flickered to life beside him. 2 messages arrived. The administrator, Iron Blood Monarch, claimed she had a high-grade armor set ready to gift her favorite contractor. Meanwhile, the White Crane swordsman insisted his fighting style was better suited for a martial artist's robe. It was a windfall of luck. Sung couldn't help but grin, realizing this was the perk of a system Manhwa protagonist. Braving the chill air, he traveled solo to the Iron Blood Monarch's domain. As the massive estate came into view, a gasp of genuine awe escaped his lips. Approaching the grand entrance, he muttered, "It certainly fits her style." With a deep breath, he pushed the heavy doors open. The Iron Blood Monarch was already waiting. Her face lit up with a radiant smile as she welcomed him. "You've done well, Han Sung-jun. It has been too long." She handed him a necklace pulsing with magical energy. "Congratulations on overcoming such a massive mountain. This is my reward to you." However, the gift left him bewildered. Sung bluntly asked, "I thought you promised me armor." She chuckled gracefully. "Inject a little mana into that necklace, and the armor will manifest automatically." Without hesitation, he clasped it around his neck. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, whispering with a mischievous glint in her eyes, "Just to be safe, try it on outside the tower first." Han Sung-jun bowed gratefully. "Thank you, I'll put it to good use." The scene then shifted to a secluded bamboo forest, the sanctuary of the White Crane swordsman. Sung approached with a respectful bow. "Master." The White Crane swordsman gasped Sung. But realizing she wasn't his first stop, her expression instantly soured. She pouted, her cheeks puffing up in annoyance. "I thought you'd visit me first. But no, you went to that woman instead. I'm extremely disappointed in you." He bowed lower, trying to soothe the sulking deity. "Please forgive me, Master." Hearing the title Master, she muttered happily to herself before snapping back. "Right, not that woman. This Master." Regaining her composure, she politely asked for permission to do one thing. Her request, however, caught Sung completely off guard. A shy blush dusted her cheeks as she whispered, "I want to cut your hair." Sung recoiled in sheer terror, his eyes widening. "Excuse me, don't you know that medicine and haircuts are best left to professionals? You don't even have scissors. This is a bad idea." Slowly drawing her blade, her aura turned deadly serious. "The 7 arts of the white sword are all I need. If you move, you bleed. Stand still." Sung screamed. "Wait." But it was too late. Steel flashed in a blur of motion, slicing through the air. Locks of hair drifted down, mingling with falling bamboo leaves in a display of martial arts mastery. He checked his reflection in a mirror, genuinely shocked by the sharp new look. Turning back with a dazzling smile, he praised her. "You actually have a hidden talent for this." She averted her gaze, beads of nervous sweat on her forehead. "Just luck." She laughed awkwardly. Then, shoving an item into his hands, she hurriedly pushed him toward the exit. She practically chased him out the door. "This item will help you equip the martial artist's robe. Just make sure you use it outside the tower." She waved frantically with a forced smile, shouting, "Good luck." Her bizarre behavior left Sung scratching his head. What on earth was that about? It was incredibly suspicious. But before he could dwell on it, a system alert chimed. "You have entered the Floor 15 waiting room. System update complete. Mission commands unlocked." From now on, challengers could accept specific quests directly from administrators. These missions would replace the standard personal trials based on the administrator's own history. Completing a request meant receiving a direct reward from that administrator. However, he was limited to 1 mission per floor. A mission, he echoed in his mind. Han Sung-jun stared at the flood of notifications, realization dawning on him. The administrators weren't just being nice. They were grooming him to be their mercenary. He pondered for a moment before swiping the window away with a tired sigh. "There's too much on my plate right now. I need to take this one step at a time. First things first." He decided to inspect the myth he had just acquired. The system interface materialized, glowing with fresh data. Myth Challenger Warrior activated. The indomitable effect was now active. This passive ability allowed his body to exert maximum force in absolutely any condition, defying all physical limits. Then there was the reversal effect. Whenever the odds were stacked against him, this power ensured he received buffs that far outweighed any disadvantages in battle. A predatory grin spread across his face. Unlike the situational exorcism effect from the Vampire Slayer myth, the Challenger Warrior was a purely combat-focused powerhouse, the holy grail of any leveling manhwa. But the excitement didn't stop there. His joy doubled as he looked at the new ability added to his A-rank soul summoning. The interface shimmered, unique attribute soul summoning, rank A. Detailed effect. The qualities of the death god have been enlightened. He stood there in total confusion, asking himself, what the hell just happened? The divine power had definitely activated. He felt a wave of disappointment. He expected an earth-shattering event, not this silence. Suddenly, his body erupted with brilliant golden aura. His features sharpened, giving him the look of a true transcendent being. He questioned his very existence in that moment. But then a sigh of boredom escaped his lips. He shrugged it off with the nonchalance of a pro gamer. Whatever he thought, time will reveal the truth. Out of nowhere, a magnificent blade materialized. Azure light danced with silver steel in a perfect union. The system window popped up with the details, just like in a high-stakes leveling manhwa. Heaven-breaking sword rank. A+/power killing intent attack speed and magic damage. All boosted by 10%. This was a demonic blade forged for one purpose, to slaughter the heavens themselves. The more it destroys indestructible objects, the stronger it becomes. When infused with mana, the unique effect, Heaven Break, triggers. The sword gains the attribute of pure destruction. Every swing unleashes a chaotic mix of killing intent and magical power. And once mastery reaches its peak, the unique effect, Sword Sense, unlocks. This allows the weapon to generate a beneficial skill, tailored specifically for its master. A skill that adapts perfectly to the current situation. He scanned the description. Heaven Break seems incredibly compatible with my sword aura, he noted. Sung-jun analyzed the blade with a tactician's eye. He realized that Sword Sense had no skill limitations. It could evolve endlessly, depending entirely on the user's potential. He recalled the previous notification. Because he defeated a challenger stronger than the system's calculations, he earned a hidden reward. The realization hit him like a truck. Excitement surged through his veins. These bonus effects, they were absolutely broken. It's because I defeated Namgang-huk, he realized. A monster who surpassed the trial's difficulty. He used Sword Sense to synchronize with the heaven-breaking sword. Instantly, the blade pulsed with a mystical blue aura, and the system voice rang out. You have reached the state of unity with the sword. The unique effect of the heaven-breaking sword, Sword Sense, has been activated. You can now absorb the sword's unique effect as your own skill. After confirming, the robotic voice continued. Selection complete. Skill Sword Sense rank A+, has been fully absorbed. Uses of Sword Sense remaining 1. Seeing that notification, he couldn't help but let out a gasp of awe. Sung grinned, baring his teeth in pure delight. His face was the picture of a man who just won the lottery. This works. This actually works. 4 effects unlocked, 1 used. The potential was limitless. He cheered internally, his heart racing. I used Sword Sense to steal the effect. Now, I can learn 3 more skills just like this. Minutes later, the notifications kept pinging. More effects were unlocking through the fusion of Sword Sense. The power of the heaven-breaking sword was becoming his own. Sword Sense activated. You can transform the sword's unique effect into a personal skill. Selection complete. Skill Heaven Breaking has been fully absorbed. Uses of Sword Sense remaining 0. The well had run dry. He had drained the sword of its essence. The unique effects of the heaven-breaking sword were gone. Sung gripped the hilt tightly, his eyes and smile radiating the satisfaction of a complete victory. I've mastered the heaven-breaking skill. Now, I can unleash that destructive power whenever I want without relying on the blade. Then came the stat, boost the bread and butter of any system manhwa. Having absorbed the soul of the challenger Namgang-huk, his limits were shattered. Strength plus B. Agility plus B. Stamina raised to rank S magic. Power increased by 7. Resistance plus B. But human greed knows no bounds. I can't absorb any more skills, he sighed. What a waste. His hand lingered on the system window, but he froze. A telepathic message from Hyan cut through his thoughts. My God, you should have at least told me before you went back to the tower. Even if you're not human anymore, we're supposed to be partners. Sung swiped through the angry notifications, cold sweat dripping down his face. You're the one going to Japan. You're the one in danger, he thought. I'll text her later. Suddenly, his expression hardened. A priority message from Bill No on the 9th floor arrived. Sungjo, I don't know what's happening inside the tower, but I have news. The climbers from the otherworld, they've appeared. It's the climber who caused the massacre in London. Sung's blood ran cold. An invasion from another dimension. Deep in his mind, Nam Gong-hook's dying curse echoed like a nightmare. You will never stop the gods of destruction from claiming this earth. That face, that voice. It was burned into his memory. Rage boiled up from his gut, hot and uncontrollable. He gritted his teeth and hissed, damn it all. Meanwhile, in the real world, a massive sphere of dark energy hovered over London, crackling with lethal electricity. Smaller orbs shot out, forming a defensive net of lightning that scorched the city streets. And from the core of that emerald nightmare, monstrous shapes began to emerge. They dove toward the clock tower, tearing through steel and stone. The energy spheres pulsed in unison, creating shockwaves that shook the entire district. The beasts broke free from their containment, descending upon the city below with blinding speed. Chaos reigned supreme. The monsters slaughtered every civilian in sight, tearing them apart without mercy. This was the second-dimensional cataclysm on Earth. At that very moment, inside a secure briefing room, an emergency meeting was underway regarding the monster threat reported by Director Choi. The screen displayed the devastation in London from the previous day. It all started when that mysterious black sphere appeared in the sky. The grim-faced officials listened intently to the report. After the initial massacre, the creatures vanished. The sphere remained silent until today. On the monitor, the black void grew larger, swirling with ominous dark energy. No one dared to approach it. But now, the sphere is expanding rapidly. We estimate a 90% chance of a second massacre. A massive wave of monsters is coming. Director Choi slammed his fist on the table. We must stop this catastrophe. We believe all Korean hunters must unite for the sake of justice. But Sino, his face twisted in suspicion, fired back. Since when is the Korean Hunter Association so eager to help? You people blocked hunters from intervening during the Shinjuku incident. Director Choi fell silent, sweating nervously before offering a vague excuse. That was a strategic decision for profit. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension like a blade, silencing the room instantly. South Korea's status skyrocketed after the Shinjuku incident. The Korean Hunter Association was poised to reap massive profits from the fallout. But amidst the excited whispers of the crowd, Han Sung-jun stood silently in the shadows, a dark presence observing it all. That demon's sword. Isn't that the cursed blade from Shinjuku? It has to be him. He just changed his hairstyle. But that overwhelming aura is unmistakable. The meeting finally adjourned. As the crowd dispersed, Johan approached Lee Hae-yeon. It's been a while. Sorry for climbing the tower solo without telling you. She responded with frigid formality before letting out a weary sigh. It's fine. At least I know the truth now. From this moment on, let's act like true partners. Lee Hae-yeon's eyes narrowed as she scanned him. But wait, where is your weapon? Johan stammered, pointing vaguely. It's inside there. Inside where, she asked, bewilderment written on her face. At that exact moment, Ujin was shouting orders nearby, desperately trying to maintain order, rallying everyone to rush for support. Anyone volunteering for the London Gate crisis, please move to the transport vehicles immediately. We need every able-bodied hunter. Han Sung-jun turned away, his expression cold as ice. He glanced at her. We should get moving too. But suddenly, Lee Hae-yeon gripped his hand tight, refusing to let go. No, this time, we won't be needing that. She led him straight to the rooftop, kicking the doors open with a flare of confidence. She stood tall, radiating arrogance and power before the world. I didn't just sit around while you were gone. I picked up some new gear in the tower. She stepped into a glowing magic circle, pulling Johan with her. I mastered subspace manipulation. It was hell to learn, but worth it. She flashed a dazzling, triumphant smile. As long as I have a support anchor, I can teleport us there instantly. Plus, I already have the association's authorization. She raised her hands, channeling the mana. Johan felt a shiver of respect. Teleportation magic. The moment the spell activated, their figures began to fade into light. And the familiar robotic voice of the system chimed in. You have been selected as a target for teleportation support magic. Initiating transfer to the designated coordinates. This was the convenience of a high-tier awakening Manhwa world. Meanwhile, in London, spheres of chaotic energy floated in the air, birthing monsters with terrifying speed. The support team could only watch in horror at the overwhelming power. Panic spread like wildfire as the beasts broke their cocoons. Magical beasts detected. They're breaking free. A young commander stood firm, his aura blazing as he barked orders to the mages. The second wave is incoming. Defend the mage tower at all costs. The monsters roared, jaws dripping with malice, as they unleashed their dark mana upon the defenders. The commander blocked a lunging beast with his staff. Gritting his teeth, focus on the gate. If these alien abominations breach the tower, it's game over for everyone. A young mage trembled nearby, his voice cracking under the pressure. Understood. But fate was cruel. A cocoon shattered right behind him. The boy froze, fear paralyzing his limbs as the beast lunged. He could only scream in helpless terror. Suddenly, a magic circle exploded into existence. A vortex of reverse energy swirled, signaling a powerful arrival. The beast and the boy were sucked towards the light. Screams tore through the air. But miraculously, only the boy landed safely unharmed. He stared blankly at the pulverized remains of the monster beside him, then whipped around, eyes wide with shock. Seeing Han Sung-jun and Lee Hae-on standing there like gods of war, Ion looked down coldly. What is the meaning of this mess? What are these magical beasts doing here? The boy bowed frantically, trembling. I apologize. We were overrun. We lack the manpower. Her expression softened instantly. It's all right. You're safe now. She shifted back to business mode. When does the main assault begin? Johann stepped up from behind, his presence commanding, we are here to assist. The commander from earlier rushed over, offering polite words before barking more orders. Thank you for coming in our darkest hour. Please forgive our lack of hospitality. The situation is critical. Leave the front lines to us. You two need to head to the command center and assist the elites. He turned to the young mage. You escort our guests to the underground facility immediately. The boy snapped to attention. Yes, sir, this way. He led them sprinting toward the depths of the tower. Deep underground, the atmosphere was suffocating. Elite hunters and archmages sat in a magnificent chamber, waiting in grim silence. Johann analyzed the room. The World Association must have sent reinforcements. He locked eyes with David, who sat with his head bowed, flanked by subordinates, glaring with icy hostility. Their silence was heavy, oppressive. But why is the mood so bleak? Johann wondered. And what is wrong with the British mages? Inner scorn rose within him. People are dying outside, bleeding for this city. While the top brass sit here in a meeting, bureaucracy is the same everywhere. Suddenly, David looked up. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief, terror flickering across his face, as he recognized the man standing before him. A moment of stunned silence, then David screamed, a sound mixed with shock and hysteria. Oh my God, is that you? Terror melted into ecstatic relief. I never dreamed I'd see you here. It is an honor, a true honor to meet you again. David shouted his name with reverence. Mr. Han Sung-jun and Lee Hae-on blinked, stunned. You know this guy? Johann tilted his head, confused. Huh, isn't that the old mage I saved on the 13th floor? He shrugged it off, calmly taking control of the room, as if recounting a grocery list, while mages outside fought to contain the black sphere. So, that massive black sphere has a barrier, making it impervious to standard magic bombardment. Johann casually sat in David's seat, the head of the table. And previously, you almost destroyed it when it was smaller, before it absorbed all this mana. Correct. And the reason the first attack failed was because of the recoil from that collision. He looked down at the old mage, his voice cold, authoritative. Now that it has fed on mana, it has grown, and no matter what you throw at it, it remains scratched. Is that the situation? David bowed deeply, humble as a servant. Yes, that is exactly it. The room exploded into whispers, the other mages losing their minds. I can't believe it. He gave up the chairman's seat to a challenger. Who is that man? I know him. Isn't that the hunter who decimated the dungeon in Japan? Did they meet during the trial? David's eyes narrowed, calculations running wild in his mind. I'd give up my seat. I'd kneel in the dirt, anything to save England from this crisis. His face darkened, a shadow passing over his gaze as he glared at Han Sung-jun. You all might be blind, but I see the truth. David concealed a sly grin, masking his calculations with false admiration. I know exactly how monstrous this kid's power truly is. The old fox feigned friendliness, probing for weakness. So, what do you think is the best strategy to handle this crisis? Han Sung-jun released the crushing spiritual pressure of a ruler. With eyes cold as steel, he declared his verdict. I will destroy that black sphere myself. David froze, his words caught in his throat. He quickly regained his composure, but the question slipped out, shocking the mages. You can actually do that? The group of mages trembled, whispering in disbelief at the sheer audacity. That sounds impossible. Isn't the elder being too hasty, trusting a kid? Han Sung-jun interrupted their doubts with arrogant confidence. However, I have one condition. David flinched, fear flickering in his eyes. A conditioned shadow seemed to coil around Han Sung-jun, half his face swallowed by darkness. A suffocating, dangerous aura flooded the room as he emphasized his terms. If everyone here pays the price I deserve, I will handle the destruction. The mages exploded in outrage, their pride stinging. That's ridiculous. Who do you think you are making demands? David panicked internally, sweat forming on his brow. That demands is a bit too much. He hesitated, scrambling for an excuse. I need to discuss this with the other representatives first. Han Sung-jun remained terrifyingly calm. He casually reminded them of the ticking time bomb above their heads. That black sphere is growing. It will devour everything. I don't mind waiting. I have all the time in the world. But looking at the situation, if we hesitate any longer, London will be wiped off the map. A heavy silence fell as Han Sung-jun calculated his own benefits. In a true emergency, I could act without a reward. But this is a Manhwa recap moment where the hero takes it all. I must claim everything I deserve. David stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring grimly outside. He watched the black sphere expand, pulsing with chaotic energy. The pressure broke him. David screamed, his resistance crumbling. Fine, I'll do it. Just do whatever you want. He didn't even care about dignity anymore, screaming at the top of his lungs. David pointed frantically towards the apocalypse outside. Please, just destroy that damn thing already. A mage gasped, trying to intervene. Elder, you can't make such a decision so easily. Han Sung-jun smirked, a satisfied glint in his eyes. He nodded, accepting the surrender. I accept the quest. The moment his fingers brushed the gemstone on his necklace, it erupted with blinding light. Han Sung-jun transformed instantly, shedding his casual vibe for the aura of a god of war. He unleashed the blood demon sword technique effortlessly. 2 slashes of wind pressure tore through the room, cracking the very walls. A deafening boom shook the building. Blinding light exploded from the clock tower's side as he blasted the window and a chair into oblivion. Hei rushed forward, screaming his name. Han Sung-jun. Her heart hammered in her chest, but she could only watch in silence, her eyes filled with terror. Han Sung-jun smiled confidently under the moonlight, a silent promise to return. He stepped onto empty air, walking the sky as if it were solid ground. I'll be back soon. With a blur of speed, he vanished into the night. The system Manhwa interface materialized before his eyes. Effective Wind, Spirit Soul, rank A+, has been activated. He used the system's invisible platforms as a staircase, leaping toward the doom-filled sky. He closed in on the sphere, which swirled with dark mana. The mages who had mocked him were now trembling on the ground. He's almost there. Can a human really do that? Han Sung-jun touched down gently on the sphere's surface. Immediately, the dark energy hissed, reacting violently to his presence. Standing atop the world, Han Sung-jun let out a shout of pure adrenaline. He looked down at the city, awestruck. Damn, this thing is massive. He gripped his dual swords, his knuckles turning white. It was time to unleash hell. He raised the blades high, activating their ultimate art. The system chimed, Skill Heaven Slaying Sword rank A+. Proficiency, 0%. Basic effect. Applies a destruction attribute to the weapon. By consuming mana, damage output is increased exponentially. Detailed effect. You can now sever magical energy itself. However, the harder the target, the more mana it demands. Han Sung-jun's expression turned feral. Time to hunt some rats. He withstood the torrent of energy coursing through him. He forced 2 conflicting powers to merge, amplifying his attack power to the limit. The system flashed. A critical alert common in an awakening Manhwa. Skill Heaven Slaying Sword activated. Destruction limits removed. In the next second, a cataclysmic explosion rocked the sky, shockwaves, pulverizing the atmosphere. Han Sung-jun gritted his teeth, planting his feet against the magical tremors. The surface of the sphere began to crack under his overwhelming power. A triumphant grin spread across his face. A skill that can cut through absolutely anything. Han Sung-jun chuckled, pleased with his new toy. Now this is a good skill. He tightened his grip on the hilts. He channeled his origin chi into the blood demon sword, the blade humming with lethal intent. With a roar, he crossed his swords and slashed. The X-shaped energy wave tore forward with devastating force. Thousands of slash marks erupted, threatening to blow the entire structure apart. A beam of azure light pierced the heavens directly where he stood. It traced the cracks he made, spreading like a virus. This was the barrier, the shield stopping the destruction from annihilating the city below. Han Sung-jun stood amidst the smoke, staring at the massive breach he had carved into the shield. The hole was smoking, a gateway to the abyss. With the grace of a predator, he swung his swords and leaped into the gaping black hole. As he plummeted, Absolute darkness swallowed him whole. The system pinged a warning. You have entered the zone of indefinite magic. Han Sung-jun frowned in midair. A magic zone. His eyes darted around, scanning the void. Is this another dimension inside the barrier? Seconds later, a new notification appeared. Skill Spiritual Eye has been activated. Suddenly, monsters materialized from the dark jaws, unhinged and dripping with hunger. The system spammed warnings. Non-owners of this zone will suffer hallucinations that cannot be dispelled. Non-owners of this zone will lose all sense of direction. Sensory-related abilities are now sealed. Non-owners of this zone suffer a severe penalty. All stats reduced by 18 points. Han Sung-jun sensed the killing intent instantly. He spun around just as the starving beasts lunged. One monster clamped its jaws onto his right arm. Pain shot through him, forcing a groan through his clenched teeth. Panic flared in his chest as reality blurred. These hallucinations? They're strong enough to inflict real physical damage. Just then, his status window glowed like a beacon. Skill Indomitable Will has been activated. A cascade of notifications filled his vision. Effects of the indefinite magic zone have been neutralized. Sealed skills unlocked due to magic resistance. Stat penalty of 18 points removed due to overwhelming power. A brilliant light erupted from his body, shattering the darkness. The blinding aura washed over the monsters, leaving them stunned and defenseless. In a single heartbeat, Han Sung-jun moved. With absolute precision, he minced the monsters into 100 pieces, a whirlwind of death and steel. Sung-jin touched down with the weight of a mountain, channeling the shockwave through the blood demon and heaven-breaking swords to dampen the impact. Watching his flesh knit together in seconds, a smirk touched his lips. His armor was a mana-hungry beast that feasted on energy to regenerate. Convenient. Suddenly, a cold presence materialized right behind him. Pure instinct took over as his eyes snapped open. The figure adjusted his brim, voice dripping with malice. To think a mere human could breach my magic zone in this reverse dimension. Impressive. Silence was his answer. With a flash of the heaven-breaking sword, Sung-jin took Sen's head off. But the mage only laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally. Predictable. All part of the plan. A cataclysmic surge of energy erupted from the severed body, forcing Sung-jin to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. The blue screens flickered to life. Title Unyielding Warrior activated. Effect Divine Reversal engaged. Despite his broken body, Sung-jin stood immovable like an iron tower. This is the peak excitement of a leveling manhwa. Witnessing this defiance, the mage's composure finally cracked. His clones voiced his confusion in unison. Holy power, are you an apostle of the gods? Impossible? No deity holds sway in this reverse dimension? Sung-jin didn't explain. He condensed a sphere of blood-red ruin in his palm, a silent challenge. As the clones disintegrated, Sen shrieked in denial. No, this cannot be. The MC unleashed the gathered energy, a shockwave of pure destruction that distorted the very air around them. Sen threw every copy he had at Sung-jin, but they shattered like glass against the rebound force. The clones dissolved into worthless dust upon impact. Yet the mage's voice boomed with arrogance. Even if you carry the blessing of a god, you are still a rat in my magical domain. Sung-jin narrowed his eyes, mind racing to analyze the situation. Another decoy. Where is the real body hiding? Sen began his incantation, ripping open rifts to summon a horde of twisted, mutated spirits. Accept your death, mortal. The spirits shrieked, charging to self-destruct. Sung-jin calmly opened his inventory. He pulled out a baseball bat, skill reflection shield activated. With the swagger of a pro athlete, he batted the monsters away with surgical precision. Each impact triggered a chain reaction of fiery explosions around the mage. Sung-jin paused, sensing the rhythm of the battle. Is he just trying to buy time? He panted sweat, mingling with blood. Combining 3 weapons, he muttered, these attacks are too easy to counter. It's definitely a trap. Technique be damned. Sung-jin's eyes glowed with cold resolve. Time to clean house. He channeled everything into a single earth-shattering finisher. The system interface scrolled rapidly. Shield reflection damage cap reached. Converting absorption to offensive output True Blood Spirit Ghost Sword. Rank B enhancement slotting complete. Ghost Sword Fusion skill active. Unique effect double strike initialized. A deafening roar tore through the darkness as dust swallowed the battlefield. In the real world, the massive black sphere containing them began to fracture. One tap would bring it all crashing down. Inside the dimension, vision was reduced to 0 by the choking smoke. Sen lay broken, trembling in the dirt, a groan escaping his lips. He glared up with venomous hate. What kind of monster are you? How do you exist in this dimension? Sung-jin stepped out of the gloom, voice icy. Hurry up, dispel this black sphere. The mage blinked, confused. The void, Sung-jin clarified. Delete this space. Sen ground his teeth. Damn you. Do you have any idea the mana cost to create this masterpiece? A crisp notification chimed. Blood manipulation activated. Just another brutal day in a system manhwa as Sen's right arm twisted and shattered. The effect amplified the agony twofold. Sen writhed on the ground, screaming like a slaughtered pig, clutching the ruin of his limb. Sung-jin remained stone-faced. I said dispel it. Sen, clinging to his pride, spat back. You bastard. Do you know who I am? I am the future archmage of the Empire. You dare snap. Blood manipulation struck again. His left arm imploded, reducing his threats to wails of despair. Sung-jin looked down like a king at an insect. Dispel it. Sen collapsed, weeping. Wait, please. Snot and tears ran down his face. Damn it, I can't. It's irreversible. I swear on my life, I lack the power to undo it. Sung-jin activated the Fire Dragon Eye. Status truth confirmed. He leaned in, aura menacing. Fine. Then tell me your home dimension, your name, and your purpose on Earth. Sen stammered, pathetic and small. Can we make a deal? I promise it will be worth your while. Sung-jin crushed the mage's spine under his boot. Shut your mouth and answer the question. The mage folded instantly. Ares, I come from Ares. My name is Send. I came to this tiny dimension. I mean Earth. He spilled the beans, but the answer left Sung-jin stunned. The hunter frowned. I came to harvest faith. Sung-jin tilted his head. Faith, Send sneered momentarily, forgetting his pain. Don't tell me you live here, and don't know the power of faith. Sung-jin ground his heel deeper. I thought I told you to cut the nonsense. A fresh scream ripped from Sen's throat. Wait, stop. I'll explain. Just get your foot off me. Send lay flattened, shivering in terror, forcing the words out. Ancient ruins. I found records. They say mages and knights can shatter their limits using faith. His eyes burned with greedy madness. Through human belief, holy power accumulates within your mana circles. With that power, one can ascend to the sixth circle, a realm beyond magic. I could become a true archmage. Sung-jin processed this. If you want, faith wouldn't being a hero and saving people be more efficient? Sen's face twisted, stripping away all pretense. Fear is just another form of faith. I calculated that slaughtering humans was the fastest way to harvest it. Sung-jin's curiosity piqued. And why choose Earth? Sen's mind drifted back to the image of the blue planet glowing in the cosmos. According to the ancient scriptures, a mage's rank hits a hard ceiling. It cannot rise through mere resistance in a realm dominated by other deities. Sendo's logic was irritatingly sound. That is exactly why I chose this insignificant dimension. Han Sung-jun's voice dropped to a terrifying guttural growl. A godless wasteland where no higher being watches. His eyes narrowed, focusing on his prey, like a predator cornering a rat. So you slaughtered innocent people just to harvest their faith? John asked coldly. Sendo nodded with a twisted lack of remorse. That is correct. Snap. John's boot crushed down on him without hesitation. You absolute lunatic, Sendo shrieked, writhing in agony. Please make it stop, the mage begged. John frowned, his killing intent flooding the room like a suffocating heavy fog. He enunciated every word. Next question. What do you know about the god of proof or the god of war? Sendo desperately tried to weave another web of lies. I have no knowledge of these gods you speak of. I swear. John's expression turned savage. He activated his ocular ability, the Fire Dragon's Eye. The system interface flashed red. Lie detected. He stared down at the broken man, his mind racing with deductions. I was just fishing for information, but his reaction confirms it. Sendo definitely knows them. John's face darkened, casting a shadow over his victim. He hoisted the mage up by his collar, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. I get it. You want to keep the juicy secrets to yourself, don't you? It must be very important information. His patience snapped. A terrifying aura exploded from his body as he began a session of brutal, merciless torture. The blue system windows chimed in rhythm with the violence. Skilled torture technique has been activated. It was a classic mechanic in this dark system manhwa world. You can now inflict pain with greater precision. Fear inducement increased. Torture efficiency increased by 10%. John's eyes glowed with a demonic light. Let's see how long your sanity lasts, he whispered. Moonlight filtered through the cracks in the ceiling, illuminating the gruesome, blood-soaked contrast within the dungeon. Sendo was no longer a mage. He was a ruin of flesh. Splash freezing water hit Sendo's face, jerking him back from the sweet release of unconsciousness. he wailed in despair. Just kill me, please stop healing me, let me die. John looked down with eyes as cold as the abyss. Why did you have to make this difficult? You could have just spoken up from the start. As he cleaned his hands, John analyzed the harvest. He had extracted a treasure trove of lore, holy power magic circles, the god of proof, the god of war, and even intelligence on the Ares dimension. Fatigue finally washed over him. He had been exerting himself for hours. He cracked his neck, the sound echoing in the silent room. I think it's been 7 hours since I entered this place. John sighed heavily. Torture really takes a toll on the mind. It's exhausting work. But the results were worth it. His expression turned grim as the realization hit. I finally understand the nature of holy power. He grasped how this new energy source flowed through the body. First rule: having holy power didn't make you a god. However, to stockpile it, martial artists needed to unlock their dantian, while mages required a mana circle around their heart. It was the fundamental law of cultivation. John analyzed the mana fusing within him. It is energy in its purest form resonating perfectly with one's will. The primal form of mana is actually holy power. A golden aura began to shimmer around his body as he tested his theory. And there is one more crucial detail. If you accumulate holy power, you break past your mortal limits. You become faster, stronger, and reach a higher realm of existence. It was the ultimate cheat code in a leveling manhwa. It reacts to sheer willpower and allows the user to achieve proficiency far beyond their natural potential. John stared blankly into the void, calculating his next move. The problem is I still don't know how to wield it, and I know for a fact it clashes with my sword key. A massive source of power pulsed within his chest, manipulating the magic around it. There were 2 ways to gather this power. Method 1, isolate and refine mana bit by agonizing bit. That path was too slow and arduous. Method 2 involved the massive red stone in the city, a relic glowing with strange runes fueled by the blind faith manipulated by these warlocks. Worship or fear. As long as the emotion was intense enough, the recipient could harvest that faith directly into their heart as holy power. That is everything I learned from Sendo. The thought ended with a violent stomp, crushing Sendo's leg and forcing a final scream of truth from his throat. There is a prophecy forbidden to be spoken. Sendo, pale as a ghost and twitching in agony, finally spilled the deepest secret. A priest who worships the god of war told me, I swear it's the truth. The prophecy says you must seek the scriptures within the ancient ruins to understand holy power. John gripped the hilt of his true blood demon sword, his knuckles turning white. God of war. To think a deity was interfering this directly. He recalled the warning from the past. Do not trust the other gods. They will be hostile toward you. The god of proof had been right. John's mind swirled with conflict, trying to piece together the divine puzzle. I don't know why a god I've only seen in system messages hates me, but the god of war's hostility toward Earth is undeniable. He ground his teeth in fury. The disasters ravaging my home world. They confirm it. That bastard is behind the chaos on Earth. If this continued, humanity was doomed. John's face hardened into a mask of resolve. The god of war is my enemy. The true blood demon sword swept through the air, silencing Sendo forever. A shockwave blasted through the room. System, you have absorbed the soul of Sendo. Proficiency has increased by 4.4%. The demonic blade drank the surrounding aura, its crimson steel glowing with an eerie, beautiful light as it feasted on the blood. Item rank upgrade. The A- rank weapon has reached full potential by absorbing the life force of Challenger Sendo. Rank increased to A. Skill ego embedding has been engraved into the exclusive slot of blood arts. John stood amidst the carnage looking like a sovereign of death, his mind already on the next war. If I want to stand a chance against a literal god, I need to evolve. I must increase my holy power. His expression was pure ruthlessness. Days later, the scene shifted. John sat in a safe house, the atmosphere deceptively cozy. A dimensional bag sat beside him. He sipped a cup of hot tea, glancing around with suspicion. I've been resting for 2 days. It's too quiet. No ambush, no attacks. He remembered Ha-Yun's nagging voice. That dimensional bag is incredibly precious, so use it carefully, okay? A faint smile touched his lips. He patted the bag. After that raid, I'm loaded. Proficiency potions, physical enhancement, elixirs, random skill books. It's a massive haul. But for him, it was never enough. John looked toward the dark horizon, his instincts screaming that the calm was merely the breath before the storm. The United Kingdom certainly didn't walk away empty-handed. They took exactly what they wanted. As colossal structures loomed before Sung's eyes, his deduction deepened. Once they analyze that artifact, it will become a massive asset for their nation. Perhaps I should have claimed ownership right then and there. He lifted his hunter license, staring at the text stamped upon it. Rank A. Combat class. His gaze grew heavy as he muttered the words, Hunter, Rank A. There was a time when he only dared to dream of such a title. But now, with a surge of frustration, he slammed the card onto the table. Why am I not S rank yet? That Hunter Association. Their pettiness knows no bounds. After the raid, the British Association begged him to join. They offered citizenship and a mountain of cash. Even Korea scrambled to offer tax exemptions to keep him. Unemployment benefits, endless luxury. Baits thrown to hook him. But to Sung, money and fame were now nothing but dust in the wind. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as a dark realization took hold. No matter how much wealth I amass, it means zero if the earth itself is destroyed. Sitting like a king on the sofa, his resolve solidified into steel. My true goal must be self-cultivation. A profound aura radiated from him. Absolute power. Strength enough to stop even a god in their tracks. He recalled Ares's words. Holy power is the purest form of magic. Sung crossed his legs, focusing his energy deep into his core. Crimson currents of energy began to coil around his beating heart. But after moments of cultivation, the power faded. Just as he feared. No matter how many times he tried, the result remained the same. The wisps of energy vanished into the void. He could purify his magic, yes, but transforming it into divine holy power, impossible. This is too difficult. Sung shifted his focus, entering a new state of trance. Golden bands of light encircled him. Without the hero's grace skill, he wouldn't even be able to sense this power, let alone purify it. Luckily, I already possess some holy power. Sung's eyes snapped open, filled with a sudden desperation. Even in the void realm, I managed a little. But no matter how hard I study holy power, I cannot forge it into sword aura or magic force. The energy dissipated, leaving him in deep contemplation. Is it a matter of faith? Can sheer will alone trigger the divine? Was it the faith of a veteran warrior? Or the resolve of a vampire slayer that activated it before? His expression darkened as the truth hit him. I see now. As I am, I cannot wield holy power properly. Sung pulled his hood over his head, shadowing his face. Blue energy crackled around him as the system chimed. Time to return to the Tower of Trials. I'll figure this out while climbing. A pillar of blue light descended, bringing a new message. You have entered the 15th floor. Difficulty hard. Trial theme, the battlefield. We await a satisfying conclusion to your training. The 15th floor was chaos. The rotting heads of the undead were already bursting from the earth. A roar shook the air. Slaughter the heretics who rejected our god of darkness. On the other side, mercenaries mocked them. What a pain. Years of mercenary work and I still can't stand this sight. You guys look more like cultists than they do. Why did Reno accept a mission like this? Suddenly, a tent flap was ripped open by a man named Sean. With a face twisted in rage, he bellowed, "Hey, idiot! Wake up!" He marched over and seized Sung by the collar, leaving the protagonist bewildered. He pointed aggressively outside. The war horn blew ages ago. Why are you still sleeping? Sung thought to himself. What is this? Is he a player? Or an NPC? Sung stepped out slowly. Seeing his outfit, Sean barked, "What are you wearing?" "The holy war is starting. Where is your weapon?" Sung's eyes sharpened. "Holy war," he muttered. "Is this a religious conflict?" He gazed at the smoke rising in the distance. An army charged furiously towards them as the system window appeared. 15th floor trial start. Time limit 17 days. Victory condition successfully achieve the Holy War's objective within the time limit. Failure condition, challenger, death or time expiration. Reward protection bracelet of the nameless god rank S+. Penalty death. Sung scanned the battlefield. Enemy forces. Number in the thousands. The cultists rode their horses like madmen screaming for glory. Soldiers. Win this holy war, and the world will honor us. Support Reno at all costs. Walking behind, Sean Sung asked, "Who is Reno?" Sean puffed out his chest with pride. "Good question. She is the commander of our mercenary corps." Reno. Sean grinned, revealing white teeth. "She is an aura user." On the enemy side, a giant wielding dual axes shouted from above. "The heretics are here. Prepare for battle. It is time to judge those fanatics who worship the war god." Sung realized the situation immediately. He observed the chaos, the dust, and the wooden shields forming a wall. "I understand my role now. I am a mercenary hired by these troublesome zealots, worshipping the god of darkness. Looking at the ironclad soldiers ahead, Sung analyzed further. And I am fighting against the faction of the war god. A devilish grin formed on his lips. Suddenly, I'm feeling excited. This was the thrill only a true leveling manhwa could provide. Special mission. The path of the ruler has begun. Objective. Be acknowledged by the mercenary army as an exceptional leader. Her ambition for the holy sword burned brighter than any flame. Reno wasn't just a soldier. She was the commander of a fierce mercenary legion. She possessed no noble bloodline nor a golden spoon. Her classroom was the brutal battlefield, and her teachers were the countless brushes with death she survived. Through sheer grit, she forced her body to evolve. She reached the realm of an aura user, a level usually reserved only for officially knighted nobility. However, without the guidance of a master to cultivate her core, her foundation was flawed. Her potential had hit a cruel ceiling. But she refused to yield. She threw herself into the jaws of death, seeking enlightenment through combat. In this intense leveling, Manhwa Reno leaped from her horseblade, ready to taste blood. She crashed into the enemy formation like a meteor. Steel flashed and heads rolled. She danced through the carnage, slicing through armor as if it were paper. But amidst the slaughter, Sung analyzed the battlefield with cold precision. They just keep coming, he thought. The enemy numbers were overwhelming, thousands against a handful. Doubt gnawed at him as he surveyed their forces. Even with the 700 undead summoned by the dark monks, the odds were catastrophic. Reno fought like a woman possessed, bathed in enemy blood. But Sung realized the bitter truth. The intelligence report was a lie. This wasn't what they signed up for. If this plan fails, we're all dead, he muttered. Suddenly, a desperate cry rang out, "Support Commander Reno." But the reinforcements froze in their tracks. "Hold your fire." The ground beneath them began to rumble violently. A massive shadow rose from the depths, cutting off Reno's path to safety. The earth shattered as a colossus emerged, a giant golem, with eyes glowing like molten lava. Beside this stone titan, the soldiers looked as insignificant as ants. Terror seized their hearts as the monster's shadow eclipsed the sun. Someone screamed, "It's a giant golem." A panicked soldier rushed to the vice commander. "Sir, Reno is cut off. She's on the other side." Sean's face went pale. "What?" He spun around, rage and fear in his voice. Damn it all. Isolated and alone, Reno was instantly swarmed. A sea of enemies closed in blades, thirsty for her life. Her arms felt like lead. I can't lift my sword," she realized with horror. Above her, a blade descended carrying the weight of execution. Time seemed to stop. She couldn't move. Is this it, she thought, despair crashing over her, dying like this, without ever reaching the peak of martial arts. A single tear traced a path through the grime on her cheek. How foolish, she lamented. If I knew my destiny ended here, I never would have joined this cursed crusade. But fate had other plans. A blur of motion flashed before her eyes. Zung appeared like a phantom, his blade drawing a perfect arc of death. Reno gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. The enemies before her were severed in half before they even knew they were dead. Sung rested his glowing greatsword on his shoulder, radiating pure dominance. His voice was ice cold. "I'll hold them off. You need to retreat. Now." Reno's mind raced. How can he be so calm in this hellscape? Am I hallucinating? Before she could answer, Zung launched himself forward. Every strike was a masterpiece of violence. Reno watched mesmerized. "That isn't just skill," she whispered. "That is absolute power." Enemy soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe. They panicked, shouting, "Who is this monster?" But their questions were silenced by his blade. "Careful, he's dangerous," they cried too late. Sung leaped into the air, a whirlwind of destruction. In a heartbeat, dozens of lives were extinguished. Reno stood, rooted to the spot, her warrior's soul trembling. Strength, reflexes, instinct. He is the perfect weapon, she thought. It's like watching a deadly art form. A flush of admiration colored her cheeks. "Beautiful," she murmured. Suddenly, the air grew heavy, as black souls and red blood began to swirl around the battlefield. The spectral energy spiraled, drawn into Zung's chest like a vortex. He gripped his sword, a smirk playing on his lips. Chaotic battles are my breeding ground, he thought. Thanks to this system manhwa mechanic, I recover stamina and mana with every soul I devour. Bodies floated helplessly as he drained their essence. Necromancy proficiency increased by 0.001%, he noted dryly. Not much, but it adds up. Then the system chimed with a sweeter reward skill, absorption complete. He unleashed 2 casual strikes, yet the impact was devastating. Stealing skills is always a nice bonus, he mused. Boom, the ground exploded. Debris and enemies were launched into the sky by the sheer force of his pressure. The enemy captain trembled, raising his hands in desperation. "We can't fight that monster with human flesh," he screamed. "Send in the golems, crush him." On his command, the earth cracked open, and an army of stone giants rose to confront the main character. A massive stone fist descended to flatten him. But Sung didn't flinch. He spun his blade, chanting an ancient technique, 7 arts, white sword style. His blade shone with blinding brilliance, heaven-severing slash. A flash of light, and the golem's roar turned into the sound of crumbling rock. It was sliced clean in half. Through the gap of the falling giant, Sung stood unharmed, a god of war amidst the dust. The dark priests dropped their jaws. He destroyed a siege golem with one hit. Is he even human? Reno clutched her chest, her heart pounding. I knew it. That was the same move he used to save me. I wasn't imagining things. Jung's silhouette burned into her memory, towering and invincible. She realized with a shudder. He's not just cutting stone. He's warping space itself. That is a technique that transcends mortal swordsmanship. The massive chunks of the golem crashed down in front of the war god's followers, sending shockwaves of dust. The enemy soldiers were losing their minds. He one-shot a golem that costs a fortune in mana crystals. Impossible. That shouldn't exist. But from the panic, a bald figure stepped forward with terrifying calmness. That man is, someone whispered. The bald commander stood with hands behind his back, exuding the aura of a final boss. Calm down. We only have one enemy. His voice carried a strange weight, instantly rallying the troops. The war god's army cheered, their morale restored in an instant. War priest Mobius has arrived, and he didn't come empty-handed. He brought the sect's ultimate secret weapon, the Great Binding. The enemy mage initiated a massive ritual, while a soldier announced that this spell was powerful enough to temporarily seal even a dragon. Capturing that bastard meant that total victory was finally within their grasp. Sung was focused on slaughtering the enemies one by one, completely unaware of the doom approaching from his blind spot. The spell closed in mere inches from impact, but his instinct screamed. With a single strike, he shattered the incoming magic. The enemy faction's hope crumbled instantly, leaving them frozen in shock, with their mouths hanging open. Even Priest Mobia watched in horror, cold sweat drenching his face like rain. He couldn't understand how a mere human could nullify his ultimate spell so easily. Was this guy a priest too? Before the thought finished, Sung vanished into the wind. He reappeared like a phantom, driving his blade straight into Mobia. The priest was still in shock. His eyes couldn't even track the movement. The power behind the strike was devastating. The blade pierced through his back, spraying blood into the air. Suddenly, those droplets hardened into lethal projectiles, launching forward. The ambush was unstoppable. Soldiers fell, clutching their heads and screaming, "What the hell? What is attacking us?" Sung stood amidst the carnage, with his arms spread wide, powerful energy surging behind him. He realized that using blood manipulation openly would cause unnecessary trouble, so he improvised. Recalling his training, he smirked. He would use the crystallized blood like guided missiles. Mobia collapsed into a pool of his own blood. The system announced his death, sending the enemy forces into a panicked retreat. "We need to find the bishop. We can't kill that monster," they screamed. While they fled, the Dark God's forces roared in triumph. System notifications flooded his vision. His legendary performance was now etched into the battlefield's history. Mission complete. The captain's journey. The rewards for the 15th floor skyrocketed. A familiar blue aura enveloped Sung as he listened to the system voice. He unlocked the Champion Warrior achievement. A massive buff applied. All skill levels increased by 4. Back at his tent, Sean's voice interrupted the silence. Sung turned to see the goblin scratching his head, looking awkward and hesitant. The goblin bowed 90 degrees, offering a sincere apology for his earlier disrespect. Sung chuckled. "Forget it. You goblins are hard to figure out." Thinking about the creature's nature, Sung waved him off. "I'm exhausted. Get out of here so I can rest." Sean bowed again, respectfully. "Please rest well, sir." Sung smirked as he walked through the luxurious tent. It was amazing how slaughtering thousands in a leveling Manhwa world made people treat him like royalty and upgrade his living quarters instantly. He opened the interface, recalling a specific notification from the heat of battle. He had harvested and absorbed the souls of countless enemies. His god of death aptitude was awakening. Since his necromancy reached rank A, his evolution into a true reaper had accelerated. Standing alone amidst the swirling magical energy, he pondered the weight of that title. What did it truly mean to become a god of death? Dark visions flashed in his mind, but a sudden presence snapped him back. Instinct took over. He drew his blade and slashed at the shadows without hesitation. Reno was sent flying by the impact. She crashed to the ground with a scream face-planting right in front of him. She stood up slowly, dusting herself off, while muttering praises about his sharpness. When she looked up, Sung recognized her immediately. Reno. He was baffled. What are you doing here? If you had actual killing intent, you'd be a corpse right now. Reno cleared her throat, locking eyes with him. I survived today because of you. Sung raised an eyebrow, joking. Is sneaking around like a burglar the traditional way to say thanks here? She flustered, trying to explain. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. You aren't just a mercenary, are you? Sung froze, sweat forming. This was getting complicated. Denying it wouldn't work. He had displayed too much power. Suspicion had already taken root in her mind. Reno pressed on. From that godlike performance earlier, I realized that isn't something a mere hired blade could achieve. Her eyes pierced through him with intense seriousness. Who are you really? Silence was no longer an option. Sung took a deep breath. I am. He put on his most solemn face and dropped a bombshell. An apostle sent by the god of darkness. Inside, he sighed at the ridiculous lie. It was a hassle, but he needed a cover story fast. Reno trembled, her voice shaking. And Apostle Sung tensed up. Did she realize he was lying? Suddenly, she slammed her hands on the floor and bowed her head. Greetings, Lord, Apostle. Please forgive this lowly servant for her rudeness. The bluff worked too well. Sung panicked slightly, losing his confident facade. Whoa, wait. No need for all that formality. He helped her up, flashing a smile that was both charming and cunning. Just keep this a secret. It would be annoying if enemy spies learned of my true power. Reno looked at him with awe. Is it really okay to tell me such important intel? Sung beamed, his eyes forming crescents. Of course. True comrades can trust one another. Those words pierced her heart. Reno blushed, completely moved by his supposed honesty. A glowing marker appeared over her head. The system chimed. Special quest initiated. The follower's loyalty. By gaining the trust of the strongest mercenary ally, buffs are activated. The target is now marked with an indicator visible only to the duelist class player. During this special mission, even if you cannot lead the strongest, mercenary will take command in your place. Upon clearing the special quest, a notification chimed a reward of legendary caliber, the strongest mercenary from the Renal Air Barracks. In Han Sung-jun's mind, the blade was already raised high. Having cleared the captain's journey special mission, a new question weighed on his soul. How does one lead such power? The timing was impeccable. He caught Reno's wrist, his gaze softening just enough to make her heart skip a beat and her cheeks burn with a sudden flush. A faint smirk tugged at Han Sung-jun's lips. The thrill of the hunt rose within him. This upcoming trial would be far easier than anticipated. He locked eyes with the holographic panel, analyzing the stats governed by his ruler's aura: strength, agility, stamina, endurance, and magic power. A silent victory rang in his mind. Every single attribute had finally breached the 3-digit realm. His smile turned arrogant. This was the peak satisfaction of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. His thoughts drifted to the harvest of the last battle. He had devoured countless new abilities, but now came the question, was it time to reorganize his arsenal? The refreshed skill window cascaded down: Charm C+, Alchemy C-, Warcry D+, Rising Battle Spirit E+, Gluttony F+, Continuous Combat E-, Multicast F-, and Wolf Step D. Spirit Enhancement F+, Rapid Reflexes D-. Han Sung-jun rubbed his chin in thought. The haul was massive, but most of these were destined for the trash heap. It was time to fuse them all. He spread his arms as the screens spiraled around him, triggering the ultimate privilege of this system: Manhwa skill synthesis. The authority known as Hero's Grace roared to life. A golden notification flashed before his eyes. Your luck stat has been temporarily amplified to its peak. Han Sung-jun's eyes widened as brilliant energy erupted from his chest, forming a pillar of light that pierced the tent roof and shot straight into the heavens. As the authority took hold, willpower ascended to the absolute rank of B+. Black Wolf Step evolved from D all the way to A-, while the life drain skill surged to a potent B+. Han Sung-jun's grin stretched ear to ear. This was the overwhelming power of the authority he unlocked after synthesizing the S- rank demon sword earlier. Who knew the hero's grace was this broken? He grabbed the blade he had driven into the earth beside Zeman, suddenly remembering another ace up his sleeve. 3 options materialized in the air. Inlay skill, blood reinforcement, C+ aptitude reinforcement, and finally soul infusion, ranging from rank B to C+. Without a second of hesitation, Han Sung-jun slammed his finger against the soul infusion option. The system detailed the ability absorbed from the challenger Zeman: transfer a portion of a soul into a shield or artifact. The sacrifice was the disappearance of associated skills, but in exchange, the soul-infused artifact would evolve and support its master with limitless potential. An idea sparked in his mind. Since the skill vanishes upon use, it was perfect. He had already secured life drain for this trial anyway. He held the blade level with his eyes as the text scrolled, True High Blood Demon Sword. The inlay skill Soul Infusion B+ activated, demanding a vessel for the soul. He did not rush. He stood motionless, his gaze piercing the empty air as he weighed his destiny. Moments later, his hand shot toward the sword. Soul Infusion was essentially trapping a sentient ally within a weapon to serve him. This was not a power he could wield lightly yet. The most logical choice was the High Blood Demon Sword, an item capable of infinite growth. Mana swirled violently around his grip. A new prompt flashed. You have selected the rank A True High Blood Demon Sword as the target for inlay. Suddenly, the blade erupted with a blinding crimson light, blasting into his face, before a pillar of energy shrieked into the sky. The sword floated in midair, bathed in a chaotic storm of energy, while the ancient engravings on the blade began to glow with an ominous rhythm. The soul of the seven-blood demon Jam Chong-gu fused with the steel. A maniacal cackle echoed in Han Sung-jun's ears, followed by a rasping voice. I have endured humiliation and torture for far too long. The demon sword convulsed violently. The voice boomed with arrogance. Submit to me, worship me, glorify me. I, the blood demon Jam Chong-gu, have returned. A cold drop of sweat rolled down Han Sung-jun's cheek. A sinking feeling hit him. He had trapped a complete lunatic inside his weapon. Under the cover of midnight, a senior necromancer of the Ghost faction wove his dark arts, commanding the bones of beasts to rise, until a monstrous half-human skeleton stood before them. The onlookers gasped in awe. Fusing bones like that is pure art. The senior skills are truly god-tier. Laughter was cut short by the heavy rhythm of approaching footsteps. Han Sung-jun walked past with regal indifference, ignoring the whispers trailing in his wake. Isn't that the butcher? That kid? The butcher? You haven't seen him. He's a literal monster, like something out of an awakening manhwa. He severed 1,000 heads without blinking. Let's get out of here. He's bad news. As they scurried away, Han Sung-jun scoffed internally. He had no desire to listen to their chatter anyway. He strolled down the open path, bathed in the silver glow of the moon. The serenity washed over him. What a beautifully silent night. But the silence was shattered by the soul in his sword. You little mutt, are you mocking me? How dare you ignore my greatness? Countless mortals would kill for a single word from me. Han Sung-jun sighed internally. The night would be perfect if not for this noisy parasite. The spirit wasn't finished. Insolence, absolute insolence. To ignore the blood demon Jam Chong-gu, I am speaking to you, boy. Han Sung-jun was left speechless. Unbelievable, the blood demon groaned. I finally escaped my eternal prison, only to be stuck with the most boring master in existence. Han Sung-jun finally broke his silence. I'm not boring. I just have zero tolerance for meaningless noise. As he continued walking, the sword cheered. Oh, you finally decided to grace me with words. Han Sung-jun ignored him, noting that the surveillance around him had finally vanished. The blood demon scoffed with disdain. Foolish child. Do you not know how to use telepathy? I thought you were a predator like me. Han Sung-jun glanced down at the blade, his expression dead serious. Telepathy, never heard of it. Were you perhaps a challenger when you were alive? The eyes on the hilt flared with crimson light. Are you jesting? There isn't a soul in this world who doesn't know the name Jam Chong-gu. Getting straight to the point, Sung fired off the burning question. So how high did you actually climb? The answer was short, sharp, and shocking. The 41st floor. Floor 41. Sung's lips curled into a smirk, a calculating glint in his eyes. If the old ghost wasn't lying, this was a goldmine of intel, a massive advantage for his future growth. But then a wave of confusion washed over him. Wait a minute. If he reached the 41st floor, curiosity got the better of him, and he voiced the doubt immediately. I thought the system administrators resurrected any challenger who died past the 40th floor. Why are you dead? The spirit paused, weighing his words, before snapping back with disdain. You think I'd live as a guard dog for that tower? I'd never lower myself to such a disgusting existence. Even as he shook his head at the spirit's overwhelming arrogance, Sung kept his tone polite. I see. But then his aura shifted, his eyes sharpening into daggers. I get that you were a legend in your time, but right now you are just a soul trapped in my weapon. He held the blade at eye level, his voice dropping an octave to emphasize every syllable. Don't ever forget that. Suddenly, the ground beneath Sung quaked violently, the earth shattering in an unnatural geometric pattern. As Sung stared intensely at the cold steel, the spirit's voice softened, trying to de-escalate. I know. You think I don't know my place. I'll aid you in battle, so relax. The blood demon's eyes glowed crimson as he analyzed his new master. He's trying to establish the pecking order. This kid is tougher than I gave him credit for. Regaining his composure, the blood demon declared with unshakable confidence, I may not have shown much power while alive, but make no mistake, I was a prodigy in both martial arts and magic. Whatever you desire, I can make it happen. Like this? No sooner had he spoken than 7 or 8 distinct blades of aura erupted from the sword. Sung stood there, arm raised as the demonic energy swirled around him. A vortex of power, threatening to devour the very space they occupied. His eyes widened. The sheer density of the mana was a shock to his core. Sung barely had to grip the hilt. The sword alone felt capable of annihilating everything in range. He scanned the area, his voice turning icy. Looks like I found myself a competent support, didn't I? Chong-gu bristled at the description. Support? What kind of mechanical game-like term is that? Actually, you aren't from this dimension, are you? Trees around them toppled from the pressure. Sung clarified. I'm from Earth. You've probably never heard of it. The spirit scoffed immediately. Earth. Sounds like some backwater, low-tier dimension. Probably just got its official registration, didn't it? Too much time has passed. The spirit's tone turned serious. Listen, this sword is too weak to house my soul properly. I can't maintain consciousness for long, and someone is approaching. A figure was sprinting desperately towards Sung's position. The blood demon faded out, whispering, I'm cutting the connection now. Call me when it's time to kill. Just as Sung sheathed the demon blade, Reno burst into the clearing breathless. Sir, there you are, Sung frowned. Why are you here in the middle of the night? She raised her weapon, panic evident in her voice. I apologize for interrupting your training, my lord, but we're under a surprise attack. A clash between the Ghost Sect and the elite monk squad has broken out. Sung's eyes lit up with the thrill of a battle junkie. Interesting. This is exactly what I love about this leveling manhwa world. The tower's trials never get boring. He walked past Reno with a feral grin, demanding, tell me more about this elite squad. Then Sung launched himself forward like a bullet, his voice cutting through the wind. I'm joining this holy war. Right now. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the allied soldiers were screaming orders. Protect the priests. The enemy is targeting the healers and nullifying our magic. The formations broke apart. Curses flew through the air. Damn these Ghost Sect bastards. A sneak attack, coward Sung and Reno arrived, running shoulder to shoulder toward the carnage. Sung quickly analyzed the battlefield. Not as many as before, maybe 100 tops. But as he saw an enemy unleash a technique, his assessment changed. But their individual power, it's on a different level. They're even using arts, infused with holy power. Of course, it's nothing compared to mine. The two armies collided with the ferocity of starving tigers. The Ghost Sect cultists were frenzied, slaughtering and taunting simultaneously. Die faster, you insects. Reno stood frozen amidst the chaos, watching her allies fall one by one. She couldn't even draw her sword, paralyzed by the sheer horror of the power gap. What is this? How are they so strong? Suddenly, a firm hand gripped her shoulder, grounding her reality. Sung stepped in front of her, his presence like a mountain. Miss Reno, can I ask you for a favor? He didn't wait for an answer. No matter how strong the enemy is, no matter how hopeless it looks, please just trust me. Sung flashed a blinding, confident smile. Because I trust you, Reno. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing not from fear, but from the impact of that smile. Sung's voice turned authoritative. All right. Maintain formation and protect the priests. We need them alive to end this war. Reno's lips parted, trembling slightly. Yes, sir. Her fear evaporated, replaced by a burning resolve. She leaped into action, shouting, I will protect them with my life. A holographic window popped up, with a classic system Manhwa notification. Mercenary Reno now worships you. Congratulations, hidden condition met, object of worship. Ally morale increases by 200%. Due to precise command, the formation will not break. Bonus rewards for the 15th floor trial are being calculated. Reno dashed past Sung, her eyes steeled. Good luck, my lord. If we survive this and meet again, drinks are on me. Sung chuckled, his blood boiling with anticipation. Sounds like a plan. We'll swap war stories over ale. Without wasting another second, his legs exploded with power. He activated his movement skill, Black Wolf Arts, a footwork technique mimicking the legendary Black Wolf. Effect speed increased by 40%, presence erased. At night, effectiveness doubles. Utilizing the skill perfectly, Sung became a blur weaving through the ghost sect lines like a phantom. The enemies felt a breeze, realizing too late that something had passed them. They had no idea. A predator overflowing with vitality was already behind their lines. In the blink of an eye, the demon's sword sang. A fountain of blood erupted as the ghost sect members were cut down. A bald cultist barely survived his face, drenched in the warm crimson of his comrades. Leaving no survivors, Sung spun around, a terrifying aura rising from his back. He extended both swords, issuing a death sentence. You all are going to regret attacking tonight. Seeing the tide turn, the allied captain realized the momentum had shifted and roared to his troops. Hold your positions. Fight. Screams tore through the air as the situation spiraled into chaos. Damn it. The enemy had already breached the rear healer lines. In the eye of the storm, Sehon stood his ground against a powerhouse from the ghost faction. Muscles straining, he locked hands with the enemy. He poured every ounce of strength into the clash, roaring over the din. Stay calm. Maintain the battle formation. But the allied forces were being crushed under the sheer weight of the assault. The enemy fought with the madness of berserkers. As soldier after soldier fell, Sehon's voice grew desperate. If we fall here, only death awaits us. But before the words could finish, leaving his lips, a heavy fist buried itself deep into his gut. His vision blurred, his consciousness wavered on the brink of collapse. Damn it all. Just as the end seemed near, a silhouette launched into the air. Reno descended like a Valkyrie, her blue eyes blazing with killing intent. Her sword was already raised for judgment. The enemy realized her presence too late. He twisted his body in a frantic attempt to survive. But fate had already been sealed. A flash of silver light, hot blood sprayed through the air, dripping right before Sehon's eyes. Reno completed her stroke as the enemy's torso split cleanly in two. Sehon gasped out Commander Reno. She walked over, a playful smirk on her lips, making a fuss over a little tummy ache old man. Sehon managed a pained laugh. Just a little tickle, that's all. Reno took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the scent of the battlefield. She stood amidst the troops, her sword held high as a beacon. Everyone execute the strategy. Except for the vanguards, fall back immediately. In a flash, the tank units slammed their heavy wooden shields into a fortress wall. Archers, you are the main firepower. Take positions behind the shield wall. Melee unit, guard the healers with your lives. Prepare for impact. The chaotic rabble transformed into a disciplined army. Suddenly, a system Manhwa window popped up. Effect activated from the special quest, the one who is admired. Reno had taken command in Sung's stead. Allied morale skyrocketed by 2,000 points. With her calm leadership, this formation would become an unbreakable iron wall. The Ghost faction warriors turned purple with rage at this sudden resistance, yet they sneered with arrogance. You filth, struggle all you want. The enemy wave crashed forward with a roar. Only the Ghost clan is worthy of the Holy War's glory. The two forces collided in a violent explosion of steel and flesh. The Ghost vanguard was met with a rain of deadly arrows. Realizing the threat, a group broke off and charged. Kill the woman in the center first. They had marked Reno for death. Though she stood behind the shield wall, the impact was devastating. The Ghost soldiers hammered against the wood, shaking the defenders to their bones. The rear guard sensed the line buckling. Commander, we can't hold this forever. Please let us join the fray. Reno refused without hesitation. No, hold your positions. She stared ahead, her voice cutting through the noise. Our only objective is protecting the priests. If we hold the line, he will come. And at that very moment, Sung had already warped into the shadows behind the enemy army. Dual blades drawn, ready to harvest souls. He moved like a phantom, using the Black Wolf step skill. The enemy didn't even sense their doom approaching. When did he get here? Sung's eyes glowed with cold fury, his killing aura suffocating the air. In a blink, he tore through the ranks. Every step left a trail of devastating slashes. Seeing the carnage, a bright smile broke across Reno's face. He stood unparalleled amidst the chaos, the demon sword pointing forward. Red chains erupted from the void. In seconds, the Ghost soldiers were bound and forced to their knees. The soul within the demon sword grumbled in protest. How ridiculous! You use my power for bondage instead of glorious combat. A spectral light manifested near Sung's eyes. However, I do enjoy the ruthless way you crush your enemies. The blade pulsed with ominous energy as the spirit spoke. If you were born in the martial world, you'd be a legendary demon lord or a cult leader. But Sung's mind was focused on something else entirely. What the hell is this magical energy? The aura spiked higher. He looked up to see the blood demon's thoughts manifesting above the sword. Sung finally realized the truth. So, this is the telepathy he mentioned. It's just manipulating mana to transmit thoughts directly. The demon sword shuddered in disbelief. You mastered telepathy in such a short time. Sung tilted his head, genuinely confused. Can't anyone with mana control do this? The spirit retorted. By your logic, half the grandmasters in the martial world are complete idiots. The blade trembled seemingly out of sheer exasperation. The spirit cackled with glee, its ego inflating. Indeed, the one I entrusted my soul to is a peerless genius. Sung, tired of the antics, simply played along. Yes, whatever you say. After his laugh, the spirit let out a long, dramatic yawn. All this talking has drained me. I'm going to sleep to recover my energy. Sung nodded. Rest well. I'll call if I need you. Just as the conversation ended, a voice called out from behind. Sir. A cloaked figure stood there, 4 square markings on his face. Please follow me. The Archbishop requests your presence. Sung blinked, taken aback by the sudden invitation. When Sung arrived, Archbishop Kenan greeted him with a sly smile. Welcome, Butcher. Thank you for coming. Make yourself at home. Sung's voice was ice-cold, his guard visibly up. Drop the grand titles. Just call me Nameless. The old man chuckled darkly. A name that is barely a name. How interesting. I am certain the god of darkness favors a man like you. Sung maintained his polite facade. I appreciate the recognition. The Archbishop's expression hardened instantly. You know I called you here to discuss your remuneration, correct? Sung nodded. The assistant priest mentioned it on the way here. Excellent. Then, I will not waste words. The old man didn't hesitate, cutting straight to the chase. Tell me, what price do you place on your services? But Sung wasn't going to make this easy. He flipped the script. Let me ask you instead, Archbishop. His eyes went cold, radiating an intense pressure. How much is my silence worth to you? In that moment, the leveling Manhwa system activated his skill, Absolute Charm. This ability allows the user to inflict status effects like fear, charm, and dominance. The effect was instant. The Archbishop was seized by a status abnormality, terror. His judgment clouded, his mind paralyzed. He was now overwhelmed by an irrational fear of the man standing before him. The old man's body trembled uncontrollably, his voice fracturing into a stutter. For you, this is the greatest reward an archbishop of my standing can bestow. Kenan revealed a cross-shaped artifact radiating divine light, proclaiming it the most precious treasure of the Dark God sect. His reckless decision ignited a storm of protest from the surrounding priests. Archbishop, we cannot surrender a holy relic to an outsider. Tears streamed from Kenan's eyes, yet he snapped his head around and roared with surprising ferocity. Silence. He continued speaking while Sung-woo stood like an unmoving statue, listening intently. This battle, he is the one who delivered our victory. Cold sweat drenched the old man as his mind spiraled into chaos. For a split second, a crushing wave of murderous intent had washed over him. It wasn't just fear. It was like staring directly into the eyes of a primordial evil dragon. 2 priests trembled as they presented the gifts, accompanied by Kenan's trembling explanation. These holy relics possess extraordinary divine power. As the box was raised before Sung-woo, the archbishop didn't forget his warning. This is the crown jewel of our sect. I beg of you, use it with caution. The protagonist didn't rush. First, he activated his leveling Manhwa cheat skill, Fire Dragon's Eye, to inspect the goods. The hidden details instantly flashed before his retina. First, an SS rank item, the Seal of Worship. A pitch-black crest granted by the Dark God to the Pope, one who has sacrificed everything for the Abyss. Stamping this on the hand carves a unique skill directly into the soul. Once used, the item vanishes forever. Next was the SS rank Devouring Dark Sand. The Veil of a God that once consumed all light, even the primordial fire itself. Its unique effect triggers only upon the master's death. It drains the owner's entire divine power to reconstruct their body. Upon resurrection, the user enters a state of absolute immunity. However, both items lose their power the moment the player leaves the 15th floor of the trial. Seeing the description's pure shock cracked Sung-woo's stony expression. He reached out, screaming internally with excitement. Good heavens! SS rank. But then, his face fell. The joy turned to misery as the realization hit him he couldn't take these god-tier items beyond this floor. Sung-woo pursed his lips, his mind shifting into tactical mode. In the Tower of Trials, coincidences don't exist. Receiving 2 items of unseen rank, his brows furrowed. This generosity confirmed one thing: an ordeal was approaching that would force him to use them. Every possibility he calculated led to disaster. What a cruel joke. Yet outwardly, Sung-woo remained the picture of composure. As he accepted the treasures, as the items vanished into his inventory, Kenan issued a final reminder. The nameless holy war has begun. You must display power worthy of the payment you just received. I say this only as a precaution, but if you dare flee, the dark god will punish you. Sung-woo turned back, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. Why would a puny human run away with such holy relics? With that, he turned to leave. I'll be going then. The old man, still trembling with regret, stammered a weak, very well. The moment Sung-woo was gone, the archbishop collapsed. He clutched his face, wailing and sobbing uncontrollably over the loss of his precious artifacts. In stark contrast, Sung-woo was in high spirits, humming a tune as he strolled away. But just as he was enjoying the peace, a voice called out from behind. My lord. Reno approached with a beaming smile. Did your private meeting with the archbishop go smoothly? He turned, offering a gentle smile. Yes, all thanks to you. But, have you been waiting for me this whole time? The blunt question sent a flush of red across her cheeks, making her stammer. Well, yes. She quickly turned her head to hide her embarrassment. To be honest, I did promise to treat you to a drink. Reno glanced back with shy eyes, her voice dropping to a whisper. Moreover, there is something I need to ask you. Sung-woo's expression hardened. Curiosity piqued. They settled at a tavern. Reno immediately downed a massive mug of ale, slamming the empty glass onto the table with a satisfied ha. He took a sip, pleasantly surprised. Not bad. But staring at the brew, he wondered, is this really high-proof alcohol? He didn't feel a thing. Meanwhile, Reno was already flattened on the table, wasted. Ah, right. To a high-level player, alcohol is just another toxin to be neutralized. His body had long surpassed human limits. Seeing him sitting there perfectly sober after so many rounds, she slurred. Why? Aren't you drunk, my lord? With a flushed face, she muttered in awe, heavens. You really are a monster. Sung-woo remained stoic, his voice steady. I just enjoy the flavor. But tell me, what was it you wanted to discuss? Her eyes shimmered as she repeated the words. What did I want? Suddenly, the light vanished from Reno's face. A dark shadow fell over her as painful memories surfaced. The image of her wretched father scrambling for food filled her mind. If you take everything, how will we survive? A rough hand shoved the old man aside. A bandit in knight's armor sneered. Filthy lowlife. Young Reno, fueled by love for her father, had charged forward, clinging to the brute's leg. Why are you hitting him? You call yourself a knight. Her mother screamed helplessly. Reno, stop. But the knight, void of humanity, drove his boot straight into the little girl's stomach. Get off, you crazy brat. The fragile child was sent flying. Her eyes went wide, tears streaming down, mouth gaping in a silent scream of agony. The knight walked away with an arrogant laugh, tossing back a rotten piece of advice. If you hate being treated like trash, then become a knight yourself, you annoying beggars. As her parents scrambled to check on her, the trauma burned itself into her soul. Back in the present, Reno couldn't contain the surge of emotion, her fists trembling on the table. With burning determination, she slammed both hands down. Please accept me as your disciple. Teach me your swordsmanship. Sung-woo froze his glass, halting midair. Instead of answering immediately, he slammed his glass down with a heavy thud. His lips pressed into a thin line. He had been curious about her request, expecting a hidden quest trigger. But this was just a personal desire unrelated to any special scenario. Sung-woo's gaze turned calculating. He had already completed the special quest, one who is admired, and reaped all the rewards he needed from her. He rose slowly, eyes shadowed, dismissing the tower's illusion as nothing more than a waste of breath. With a gaze cold as glacial ice, Han Sung-jun delivered his verdict in 3 simple words: I refuse. He turned sharply, dropping a final warning before preparing to vanish. Rest now. The real battle begins tomorrow. I'm leaving. But Han Sung-jun froze, halted by a desperate voice calling from behind. Reno's jaw tightened, determination flushing her cheeks. I must transcend my limits at any cost. She sprinted like a gale, closing the distance in a single heartbeat. Abandoning all dignity, Reno slammed her forehead into the ground before him. A move so reckless, it actually put Han Sung-jun on guard. With her head buried in the dirt and teeth grinding, she pleaded, I beg of you, master. She was staking her entire existence on this moment. Please grant me this one favor. Han Sung-jun chuckled, his cold heart actually thawed by her sheer will. Fine, a little entertainment won't hurt. Instantly, Reno dropped into a combat stance, her expression turning to stone. Seeing her rigid tension, he approached and patted her shoulder, laughing heartily. Relax. You don't need to be so serious. She looked where he pointed, absorbing his lecture. Diligence is a virtue, but too much pressure turns you into a statue. You lose your flow. That applies to swordsmanship and life. He spun her around, offering a revolutionary concept. Reno, you don't need combat experience right now. You need to reinforce your mana circuits. How about we refine your aura breathing? Han Sung-jun raised his palms, preparing to demonstrate. Energy coalesced his pupils, contracting as azure light flared within them. In a flash, he struck 4 pressure points on Reno's body, infusing her with power. She immediately realized he was manually guiding her magical flow, commanding her body to memorize the path. She focused intensely, surrendering to the sensation. It mirrored her original technique, yet the subtle deviations made it infinitely more potent. A perfect refinement. Reno was awestruck, gratitude swelling in her chest. He is truly magnificent. As the energy surged, he continued his lesson. I've optimized your mana circuits based on your natural habits. Practice this aura cultivation method every single day. Mission accomplished. Han Sung-jun returned to his quarters, moonlight bathing the room. He collapsed onto the bed, letting out a breath. Finally, time for the inventory check. He summoned his dimensional pouch. Like a protagonist in a system manhwa, he dumped the loot across the floor to inspect his haul. These were the rewards from the UK Hunter Association for slaying the calamity, Noel. He scanned the pile, initially impressed by the volume, but his excitement quickly faded into disappointment. Just as I thought. A mountain of trash. Then he remembered his new arsenal. The 3 skills fused during the trial: Shadow Wolf Step, Absolute Charisma, and Iron Eater. Time to test this one out. Instantly, the B+ rank skill Iron Eater activated. A jagged metallic mask materialized on Han Sung-jun's face. Mechanical components flew from the void, clamping onto him with a grotesque hiss. The mask covered everything but his eyes, leaving him looking like a mechanical demon. This was Iron Eater Mastery Level 0. Passive effect: consumes steel to enhance physical stats. Active effect: devours items to skyrocket power based on their rank. Basically, he could eat artifacts to gain permanent stat boosts. He grabbed a sword, slightly unnerved by the mask's predatory instinct. Looks terrifying. He opened the serrated maw and slid the blade slowly into his mouth. Crunch. He bit through the steel like candy. The system chimed. You have absorbed the Iron Cloud Staff. Digestion complete in 9.5 seconds. Digestion complete. Mana increased by 1. Han Sung-jun froze. It raises stats that fast. His eyes narrowed with greed. Again, the maw opened wide, crushing the Heavenly Iron Jade. You have absorbed the Heavenly Iron Jade. 9.5 seconds to digestion. Suddenly, Han Sung-jun gagged, spitting something out. Digestion complete. Constitution improved from iron absorption. 0.8% of body impurities expelled. He stared at the pitch-black sludge. Impurities. Seriously. Then it hit him. His body felt lighter than air. So this is what physical reconstruction feels like. He retracted the jagged jaw. The transformation is gruesome, but with results like this, I can't possibly hate it. Euphoric Han Sung-jun gorged on the artifacts, savoring the power like a starving beast. He never imagined eating metal could be this addictive. Suddenly, a notification blocked him. Limit reached. You have absorbed 8 iron items. Digestion cooldown. 1 minute, 19 seconds. He looked at the leftovers with regret. Capped at 8 items per session. What a drag. Removing the mask, he shrugged off the limitation. Compared to the insane growth speed, the cooldown is nothing. Skill deactivated, he pulled a priceless artifact from his inventory. Holding the treasure, he whispered, I've been dying to test this theory. It was the SS rank Seal of Veneration. A pitch-black relic, granted by the God of Darkness to his most devout pope. Stamping it engraved a unique worship effect. Normally, the item would be consumed by the mark and vanish after he left the 15th floor's personal trial. But Han Sung-jun had a plan. If I engrave this double S rank artifact directly into my flesh, can I cheat the system and keep it forever? Marking my body is a bit extreme, but for this kind of power, it's worth the gamble. He raised the seal high, slamming his other hand onto the table to steady it. Thud. He pressed the seal violently onto the back of his hand. Unique effect Veneration of the SS rank seal has been engraved. The artifact began to liquefy on his skin. The item is being absorbed by the mark. The seal dissolved, transforming into bands of dark energy that wrapped tightly around his arm. In a blinding flash, a wolf sigil seared itself onto his hand, clear as day. System windows erupted in a chaotic frenzy immediately after. The notification was absolute. The mark on his hand was eternal, a brand that would never fade. Sung stared blankly at the cascading screen's confusion clouding his gaze. What was going on with the administrators? Then the system offered a chilling explanation. Administrator Dragon Slayer trembled in fear after 1,000 years gazing upon the seal of worship administrator. warrior of the fallen world, screamed in sheer disbelief that he dared to wield such a forbidden mark. Administrator Divine Pursuer declared that the tower had crossed a line by granting him that seal. He looked down at the brand on his skin. They had been silent for so long, yet the moment the seal was carved, the chat exploded with chaos once more. A barrage of new notifications flooded in. Administrator Ruler of Heaven was fiercely protesting the tower's decision, calling it utterly ridiculous. Administrator Priest of the Seven Gods was dazed, asking, "What the hell were you thinking?" Administrator Hero of Black Island demanded the seal be revoked immediately. Reading this, Sung froze for a moment, a cold sense of unease rising in his gut. "Don't tell me this is a useless item." The administrator's reactions were far too abnormal. Cold sweat broke out. Sung's heart skipped a beat. As the realization hit him, the tower had handed him something it shouldn't have. But the system kept spamming messages. "We have detected an unauthorized information leak." The administrator's messages were temporarily blocked. The trial tower was issuing a severe warning to the constellatants. If they dared leak any more unauthorized intel, they would be banned from observing the trials of challenger Han Sung. He clenched his fist, staring at the mark, and whispered, "This sacred relic, the secret hidden here, is far greater than I imagined." Regaining his composure, Sung's eyes sharpened like blades. He raised the hand bearing the seal high into the air. He wondered just how magnificent this power would be. Suddenly, the world before him erupted in blinding light, followed by a system proclamation. The exclusive effect of the seal of worship had been activated. You may now offer any talent, skill, or treasure as a tribute to a god. His pupils dilated, shock plastered across his face. Sung's expression twisted in doubt. Offer it to a god. There's no guarantee the god won't turn out to be my enemy later. What is the point of a tribute then? He bit his lip, making a snap decision. Screw it. Let's just try. Sung opened his spatial bag, genuinely curious to see the result. He quickly pulled out a weapon, thinking, out of all the items absorbed by magnetic force, let's test this trash item and see what happens. The space around him trembled as the notifications continued. You have selected a treasure to offer to the god. Please confirm the treasure for tribute. You have selected the small witch's staff, rank D+. Moments later, a new prompt appeared. Please select the god you wish to offer this to. Sung's face hardened, trying to stay calm. What now? An error message flashed, and a portal tore open. Information. There are no traces of any god within your divine power. You have been recognized as a possessor of self-divinity. The treasure will be offered to yourself. In the center of the room, the sword he offered floated in suspension. It began to radiate a brilliant light. You have offered the small witch's staff, rank D+, to yourself. Simultaneously, a fierce light burst from his own chest. The two lights connected, blinding in intensity as a new status window materialized. You have converted this item into divine power and stored it within your heart. The sword dissolved into the void, consumed completely. Hundreds of questions raced through Sung's mind. What happens now? Offering items to myself. He stood there, stunned as the light faded away. He couldn't be sure if it was a total success, but one thing was certain: he could now increase his own divine power, something impossible before. This was a pivotal moment in this awakening manhwa. The dimensional door slammed shut with a heavy boom. Sung slipped his hand into his pocket, muttering to himself, the only issue is, I suck at controlling divine power. Whatever. As long as I keep stockpiling it, divine power will become more useful over time. I'll just keep gathering it bit by bit, because nobody knows when I might desperately need it. He pulled the second sacred relic from his inventory. Sung wrapped the cloth strip around his sword hilt, deciding to keep it close at all times. The world outside had turned dark and gloomy. His thoughts drifted. The tower wouldn't give this to me without a reason. The time to use it will come. Day after day, battles between the factions raged on. Sung secured several victories, and the mercenary allies, along with the priest, began to regain their faith in him. The enemy forces screamed curses in panic. Run, you butchers! That damned necromancer is here! You finally summoned a demon. Truly, everyone was in mortal danger except for him. With slash after slash, Sung charged forward, executing every enemy in his path, like a scene from a top-tier manhwa recap. The sacred relic fluttered on his sword hilt. Sung thought to himself, is there anything to worry about? At this rate, the trial will be a walk in the park. Just then, the soldiers froze, pointing in the same direction. What is wrong with the sky? Look up there instantly. The world was bathed in a deep crimson hue, and mana began to swirl violently in the heavens. A bizarre sensation hit Sung, forcing him to whip around. The sky looked like it had been punctured by rays of mystic power. Waves of mana expanded outward from the horizon. Anxiety clawed at his chest. His mind raced in panic. Sung's expression twisted, his eyes filled with pure terror, as his heart screamed, "That's impossible." At that very moment, a pillar of light carrying earth-shattering pressure slammed down. The system announced, "The authority divine punishment has descended." With Godspeed, it crashed down inches from the bewildered soldiers. Sung narrowed his eyes, realizing instantly this was lethal. Wasting 0 seconds, Sung raised his hand and roared. Ultimate Art Counter Shield, expanding it to the limit. The divine power struck like a descending tiger, but his small figure charged up to meet it head-on. The power was overwhelming. Upon impact, the divine punishment shattered his absolute defense into dust. It vanished, leaving a terrifying void in the cloud layers above. Dust and smoke billowed from the crater. Sung, supporting himself with dual blades, struggled to his feet and frantically turned to check on his squad. A god-tier crater scarred the earth where the soldiers had stood. Some were dead, others left with broken bodies. Sung clicked his tongue in fury, his gaze snapping to the source of the attack. White feathers began to drift down from the void. Jirhan Nevia descended with massive white wings spread wide. Hearing Sung's curse, "You dog of the shadow god." The angel merely snapped his fingers, closing his eyes with a chilling smirk. "I have good news for you, human." Then he spread his arms wide, unleashing a terrifying divine pressure. Jirhan's dark eyes widened into a twisted grin as he proclaimed, "I shall personally deliver divine retribution upon you." Shung stood frozen, his eyes locked on the unfolding nightmare. He gritted his teeth, his worst fears confirmed. Jirhan floated in the void, but the system flashed a critical warning. The war god has exhausted massive holy power for an incomplete descent. In this state, a god cannot wield their full authority or mythic arts, descending into a mere apprentice vessel. Jirhan's holy power was severely restricted. Suddenly, the difficulty for challenger Han Hung's 15th floor trial spiked insanely. Anxiety gnawed at him as those two words, "war god," seared themselves into his soul. Mere seconds later, the system made a ruthless announcement. The Tower of Trials deemed this hellish difficulty acceptable for challenger Han Sung. The trial would proceed. Rage boiled within him. "You couldn't ask me before deciding my fate." Jung glared upward in defiance. Floating high above, Jirhan looked down like a predator. A cruel thought echoed in his mind. "Finally, I can slaughter this mongrel with my own hands." His gaze was cold steel, radiating a deathly threat. "Die regret the moment you dared to challenge a god." Xung regained his composure, brows furrowing. If he didn't go all out now, death was certain. Han Sung erupted with power, revealing his majestic form. Instant acceleration activated. Windwalk activated. Speed increased by 70%. Skill stacking 7 out of 7. Combat focus activated. Concentration boosted 20 times. The High Blood Arts Authority awakened. Han Sung smirked, satisfied with this cascade of buffs. His trademark confidence returned in full force. Good. At this rate, I can end this battle in an instant. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Jirhan vanished and reappeared right in front of him. Ironclad fingers crushed Sung's bewildered face. With godlike speed, he slammed Sung's body into the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. It didn't end there. Jirhan raised a hand, commanding a manifesting blade of light. He swung it down like an executioner's axe. Blood sprayed violently from Sung's throat. A devastating strike. He couldn't even defend himself as blood geysered into the air. In a split second, Han Sung's life essence painted the battlefield crimson. The merciless notification popped up. "You have died." Chung plummeted into a dark, endless abyss. He squeezed his eyes shut, falling alongside his own scattered blood. Suddenly, Han Sung's eyes snapped open. That's right. He looked down at the gaping hole in his chest. The god's apostle had killed him. He was truly dead. Memories of his school days flashed before his eyes. Then came the day he received the system, and the frantic grinding in this brutal leveling manhwa. Throughout Han Sung's climb up the tower, so many things had happened. He had faced different gods, and met allies who supported him with all their hearts. But he also faced those consumed by jealousy, enemies who wanted him erased from existence. Yet he had fought tooth and nail to overcome every obstacle. Familiar faces drifted through his fading consciousness. Through it all, he had forged countless bonds. Back in the void, Shung's eyes grew heavy with sorrow. Failure or success. I really did try my best. That is the inevitable law of life. The circular wound on his chest was still drenched in blood. Shung silently admitted, "It really is over." He forced a bitter smile. Tears threatened to spill from the corners of his eyes. There was nothing left to do but accept it. I just have to accept my fate. So, this is what death feels like. Facing this eternal night. The silence forced Shung into deep introspection. Or perhaps, his mind just hadn't caught up yet. This endless void felt strangely peaceful. But suddenly, a woman cloaked in mystery rushed forward and embraced him tightly from behind. He froze, stunned by this unexpected warmth. Instinct kicked in. Sung spun around, instantly raising his guard. But she wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled gently. "Do not fear, my child. I am not your enemy." Sung frowned, cold sweat dripping down his face. "Who are you?" She placed a hand over her heart. "This is merely a fragment of my true self, but it saddens me that you do not recognize me, even after I waged a holy war for your sake." Hearing this realization dawned on him. "Wait, are you the god of darkness?" The dark goddess reached out, her finger drifting toward his chin as she praised him. "You found the answer quickly. You truly are a clever child." But before she could make contact, Shung slapped her hand away. His eyes burned with warning. "Do not touch me." The goddess offered a cryptic smile. "Perhaps it is not yet the right time, but you will understand soon. I am absolutely not your enemy." She began to fade backward, leaving him with a final message. "The tower has detected my presence. I must depart. Remember, the more you worship me, the greater your power becomes." Now, when you open your eyes again, Shung felt a wave of confusion. A brilliant light began to shine from behind him. "Everything around you will change." Her voice faded as reality warped. Chung found himself standing amidst a crimson rain of swords. He stood silent, surveying the domain. Zung reached out, gripping a sword hilt. The system flashed a legendary notification. "The god of darkness has smiled upon you. She has granted you authority available only to her most devout apostles." Meanwhile, in the real world, Jahan stared at his weapon impaled in Sung's body. Suddenly, the weapon of light dissolved into nothingness. Jahan's face went blank with shock. He stared at the massive hole in Shung's chest, muttering, "This is the end for those who defy the gods." The villagers witnessing this tragedy clutched their heads in terror. "The swordsman is dead. What do we do now?" Their despair reached his ears. Jahan glanced over, eyes filled with contempt. Truly, humans are such fragile, pathetic creatures. He watched the protective barrier fading away with glee. That human created a shield to save you. But now, there is no one left to protect you. Jahan spread his pristine white wings, floating above them like a harbinger of doom. "Now you shall all face my divine punishment." Reno's jaw dropped, screaming in utter despair. "Sir Swordsman." But in that moment of tragedy, a sword plummeted from the heavens, wrapped in a terrifying dark aura. Reno froze in her tracks, her eyes wide with total shock, as a shroud of absolute darkness began to consume Zung's motionless body on the ground. Meanwhile, Jahan was soaring into the heavens, his majestic wings shedding feathers that rained down like white snow with every beat. He furrowed his brow, watching the white fabric dissolve from his hand, and realized the truth. Indeed, this mortal vessel was far too unstable to handle the full burden of a successor. Jahan scoffed with a sneer, disgusted by the hopeless limitations of his host body. But suddenly he froze in midair, as the system chimed with a transformation alert. The god of war had forcefully severed the connection. In an instant, the crimson hair and divine energy vanished, stripping Jahan back to his original mundane face. Cold sweat instantly drenched him, his blonde bangs falling across his eyes in a desperate attempt to maintain some shred of mystery. He forced a nervous laugh, calculating his odds. That was likely the last time he could channel the god of war's might. If he tried to maintain the successor state any longer, this frail body would have exploded into meat chunks. Suddenly, Jahan gasped, a tremor running through his limbs, as he realized the residual divine blessing still coursed through his veins, leaving him far stronger than before. He threw his head back and cackled like a maniac, screaming at the sky. "Finally, this power belongs to me, and me alone. In this tower, I am the apex predator." But his delusion was cut short as a system notification slammed into his face like a bucket of ice water. The god of war sent a direct mental command: "Stop daydreaming and execute the divine punishment immediately." Jahan scratched his head awkwardly, forced to accept the order. Fine, it'll be over in a heartbeat," he muttered. "That human trash can't resist me, and I'll wipe out his pathetic followers just as easily." But before he could lift a finger, a pillar of blinding light crashed down from the heavens, and ominous dark clouds swirled above, crushing the atmosphere with suffocating pressure. Below, eldritch energy surged like a tidal wave, shooting a beam straight into the sky, causing Jahan to stare into the swirling black vortex in pure panic. "What in the blazes? What is happening?" he stammered, while down below a flood of blue windows appeared, signaling a classic trope seen in every awakening manhwa: the activation of a rank SS recovery skill. Due to the skill effect, resurrection is initiated. Upon revival, you will receive a divine blessing. Zhang, who should have been dead, rose slowly from the thick dust and debris. The sweet melody of the system rang in his ears. You have been revived. A deity has bestowed a new power upon you, the essence of the death god. Notifications cascaded like a waterfall. Access to holy power granted. The essence of the death god has been etched into your very heart. All previous injuries were instantly erased. The challenger was now recognized as an apprentice apostle, stepping onto the path of true godhood, though the road ahead was still long. Shung stood tall in his battle armor, blazing with fighting spirit. The challenger could now wield the authority of a god and unleash the sacred words. The sacred words were absolute death, darkness, and fury. The full arsenal of the dark god was now at his fingertips. Jirhan couldn't accept it, screaming in denial. Impossible, this cannot be. How can a disciple of the dark god exist in this place? There is no manifestation of the dark god here. His screams were met with deadly silence from Sung, whose pupils glowed with a predatory hunger to devour his enemy. Jirhan reached out, desperately clinging to his pride. No matter what, I am still the strongest existence in this tower. Shung didn't flinch, as Jirhan summoned a titanic blade, with a razor-sharp tip, hurling it down at light speed, destined to impale him in a millisecond. The blade closed the distance, but Shung didn't move a single muscle. He simply raised a hand, letting abyssal black mana flare around him. Shung's eyes flashed with blinding light as he uttered a single command, devour. The terrifying weapon was instantly swallowed by the black void, turning soft and twisting like a dying snake before vanishing into nothingness, leaving only wisps of dark smoke around Sung. Jirhan's eyes bulged his brain, short-circuiting in confusion. What? How? The helm on Shung's face dissolved, revealing his cold, determined features. Jirhan gasped. You are Xung. Xung stared back with eyes full of murderous intent. I remember now. You're the bastard who killed me. Remembering the 36 stratagems, Jirhan decided running was the best option and turned to flee, cursing. Damn it all. Sung didn't chase, simply summoning a long, dark blade into his grip. Shung watched the retreating figure, calculating the distance. 70 meters. The system chimed instantly. Sacred word death activated. The essence of the death god harmonized with the sacred word, amplifying the dark divine power within him to catastrophic levels. He pointed the blade, unleashing a wave of horror. The command, drop dead, echoed, and instantly Jirhan's body was sliced clean in half, his screams of agony piercing the air. Zhang stood amidst the lingering energy of his strike, stunned. This power, it's overwhelming. It far exceeds even Nam Gong Hyuk's sword techniques. He walked forward, the rest of his armor dissolving into mist. The system confirmed. Your form as a vessel of the dark god has achieved optimal synchronization. Sung let out a long breath. It's finally over. He looked down at Jirhan's bisected corpse on the ground, telling himself, job done. Now that I'm a disciple of the dark god, and he's no longer the war god's successor, crushing him was as easy as squashing a bug. Shung muttered, he's been cut in two. There's no coming back from that, and turned his back on the enemy. Surveying the devastated land and scattered bodies, he deduced that the other zealots had already fled. I need to move out now. The other soldiers might need my help. Their battle is far from finished. But just then behind him, the corpse of Jirhan twitched violently. The two halves of the body began to drag themselves together, a grotesque red line, stitching the flesh back into one piece. Jirhan cursed through gritted teeth. You son of a... His eyes darted around maniacally as he spat. I didn't think you'd actually have the power of a dark god disciple. But don't think you can take me down that easily. In a flash, Jirhan's pupils turned a blood-curdling crimson. He roared with pure hatred. I will fight you with my own power this time. And you won't find me such an easy target again. The system's sudden chime shattered his focus. In this high-stakes awakening Manhwa moment, a countdown appeared. 12 minutes and 47 seconds remaining before his state expired. Jirhan raised his arm, commanding the very air to bristle with lethal blades. Zhang gazed upward, pupils trembling as the steel rain began its descent. Familiar dread washed over him. Were these the same spears that once ended his life? The system roared to life. Passive skill, Indomitable, will activated. Mythic title, Suicidal Warrior engaged. All stats increased by 18. Special effect, Resilience online. Another surge of power coursed through him, as all stats climbed by 18 points. Sung-jun stood ready, dual blades gripping tight, his battle aura raging like a storm. From his vantage point in the sky, he thrust his palm downward. A barrage of spirit-forged weapons, manifested by Jirhan's immense power, screamed through the air like meteors. Shung moved with the speed of light. Wherever he vanished, the spears struck the earth, pulverizing the ground into dust and rubble. He dashed forward, but a beam of blinding golden energy intercepted his path. The searing light missed his skull by a mere fraction of an inch. Relying on his godlike reflexes, he twisted midair. The energy blast slammed into his previous position, obliterating everything in its wake. Zung skidded backward feet, tearing up the terrain. He raised his blade to strike, but an iron grip clamped around his wrist from behind. It was Jerhan. He locked Zung's arms in a vice-like hold. Jerhan's eyes went pitch-black, pupils constricting into predatory slits. He whispered one cold command, "Crush him." Zung glared back over his shoulder, teeth ground together in fury at this bastard's overwhelming strength. Jerhan's wings twisted and morphed, transforming into grotesque appendages tipped with razor-sharp talons. The monstrous claws lunged for Shung's skull. "Desperate," he roared. "Insect swarm." A cloud of black spiritual energy erupted, devouring Jerhan's hands without mercy. Flesh and bone severed in an instant, leaving Jerhan stunned. Seizing the opening, Shung broke free from the deadly hold. He raised his blade high, bathing the battlefield in blinding light, a savage maniacal laugh escaping his lips. The sword's ego awakened, declaring, "Finally my time to shine." But the voice faltered. Jerhan's severed limbs snapped back together, healing instantly, as if they were never cut. The sword's voice trembled with disbelief. "What the hell? Is that a deity? Why would a god descend into a mere mortal trial? Why has the difficulty spiked to hellish levels?" Sung sweated, replying, "It is a long story. Just cut to the chase." Shung glared at his weapon. "Channel every ounce of support magic you have into me." But the sentient blade hesitated. "This isn't something magic can solve." "Wait, have you become an apostle?" Zung screamed in rage. "Do it now. This is no time for chit-chat." In that split second of distraction, two beams of golden energy pierced Shung's arm and leg before he could even react. Shung grimaced pain and tension, etched on his face. Above them, Jerhan's four arms conjured a massive magic circle, birthing a swirling inferno within. Energy blasts rained down relentlessly. The system flashed. Passive skill, blood weakness activated. As Zung danced through the deadly barrage, the sword's voice echoed in his mind. "Very well. I will lend you the entirety of my power." Notifications flooded his vision. Skill activated, Master Soul True High Blood Demon Sword. Magic explosion engaged. Rank A+. Your magical capacity has skyrocketed. Skill effect. Cognitive acceleration. Your thoughts are sharper. Your reflexes have been amplified multiple times over. Subskill created core detonation. Magic flow optimized. Warning, sword durability is decreasing by 0.4% every second. The weapon was destroying itself to fuel him. Sung grinned savagely. "I thought you were all talk, but these system Manhwa buffs are actually insane." Shung leaped into the sky, his mind racing. Fighting this monster head-on is still suicide. The heavens darkened as clouds swirled together. Two pillars of crimson light shot upward, piercing the sky. Jerhan stared in fury at the light. The sword chimed in, goading him. "Use that brain of yours. You might just buy us a few more seconds of life." Zung looked down, shouting, "Forget the divine lecture. Just tell me how to survive this. Give me the summary." The sword rambled on. "Hold on, I need to calculate. Let's see." "No, that won't work. That is impossible too." Shung groaned. "Hey, you useless artifact." But in a blink, Jerhan tore through the clouds, hovering directly in front of him. Jerhan gathered energy in his palms, sneering. "Your cheap parlor tricks will not save you this time." The fallen angel declared, "I will vaporize you until not a single cell remains to regenerate." Zung screamed in frustration. "I am losing my mind." The sword finally spoke up. "I have analyzed his skills with my genius intellect. Conclusion: you can defeat this monster with the power of belief." As four beams of death rushed toward him, Sung roared. "Everyone knows that." The sword retorted. "I am merely stating your current statistical probability." A voice cut through the chaos. "Use the power of the divine. Use your divinity. As an apostle, your access is limited, but the power is yours to command. Wait for my signal. Expand your senses, feel the flow of space, and catch him off guard." Jerhan was unleashing hell, but suddenly he froze. A chill ran down his spine. Something was wrong. The sword continued its chatter, but the warning was clear. You have 1 minute and 19 seconds before detransformation. Only one shot remains. Seizing the moment, Sung rocketed forward. He drew his dual blades back, gathering momentum, and unleashed a devastating cross-slash of azure and crimson energy. But Jerhan sidestepped the attack with effortless grace. "This guy just won't die." Shung ground his teeth, glaring at the invincible monster before him. His blade danced in a frenzy, slashing empty air. All he got in return was a look of pure contempt. Jurhan soared high above Sung-jun like a predator. He scoffed, looking down on him. You think such predictable swordsmanship can touch a god? His expression darkened as he began the summoning ritual. White Ocean Slash. A blinding flash materialized right beside his face. Jurhan froze the overwhelming force, slamming into him, forcing a scream from his throat. What the hell is this? The energy smashed straight into his cruel visage. But in a split second, the spectral hands from his wings caught the devastating attack. Jung-jan's eyes widened in shock. Jurhan stood his ground, his winged arms tearing the azure energy apart with raw power. Jurhan clenched his fist, a twisted smile forming. Interesting. Suddenly, the blade in Shung's hand vibrated with a warning. Brace yourself, he is coming. The warning was real. He moved faster than the eye could follow. In an instant, a jagged spear materialized, thrusting straight for Sung-jan's heart. A barrage of lethal attacks whistled past him. Sung-jun danced through the storm, dodging death by inches. Jurhan closed the distance, driving his spear forward with killing intent. The sheer pressure of that divine body sent shivers down his spine. Sung coiled his body, desperately trying to evade the twin spear tips. But reality betrayed his expectations. The enemy's power ensnared his twin blades instantly. Impossible, my sword. Space itself is locking it down. At that critical moment, Jurhan summoned yet another spear, poised to strike from directly above. Shung glared upward, cursing. That bastard. He copied the seventh form of the white sword. After seeing it just once, he ground his teeth in fury. You think I'll just roll over and die? A desperate plan formed in his mind. If I counter with the white void strike. But the sword's voice cut through his thoughts. No, do not dodge. Let him strike you. Sung froze, completely bewildered. What are you talking about? Even as his weapon remained bound, the voice urged him on. Trust me. Just hold your ground. Sung-jun watched the deadly tip hurtling toward him and cursed. Damn it all. In that split second, a crimson aura erupted. Blood-red spiritual energy enveloped him, rising to meet Jurhan's weapon. Jurhan sneered as his spear made contact with a barrier. You arrogant fool. Do you really think your feeble power can stop this? Sung-jun stood immovable as a mountain within the crimson sphere. Then that familiar voice echoed once more. As the spear tip hovered millimeters from his pupil, he activated his divinity. He leaned back, his eyes transforming sclera, turning pitch-black pupils, glowing pure white. The system announced immortal divinity activated. All recovery limits ignored, instant death judgment negated. He shifted aside the spear, grazing his cheek by a hair's breadth. The sword spirit roared. Now he cannot block the encroaching blood mist. From the heavens, a rain of crimson meteors descended. These will shatter his focus and seal his movements. It worked perfectly. Jurhan twisted and turned in a frantic dance of evasion. But against such a deluge, escape was impossible. Within seconds, the crimson energy swallowed him whole. Jurhan clawed at the air, struggling to break free, but the trap was absolute. The voice screamed, "The seal won't last. Destroy him now." Sung panted heavily, his mind racing. Damn, this apostle transformation drains too much. Holy power. I only have 1 or 2 shots left. No time to hesitate. Sung exploded forward, charging straight at his imprisoned foe. System alert divinity of death. Activated absolute death enchantment applied. He unleashed a magnificent slash, sending a wave of terrifying energy ripping through the air. The impact was devastating. Jurhan's head was severed instantly, sending a fountain of blood into the sky. With his blade raised high, the sword spirit spoke again. Finish it. But suddenly, Jurhan's headless body twitched. Cracks formed on the crimson seal, and with a shatter, his prison crumbled. Sung stared in disbelief. What the hell? The headless corpse remained standing, a voice booming from the void. Did you think this fraction of holy power was all I had? Do not compare the limits of a divine body to that of a mere mortal. Shung's eyes narrowed as he realized the truth. Time perception glitch. Dual strike. The system chimed as he unleashed another desperate slash. Skill celestial sword art. Dual strike effect. Activated. Jurhan recoiled as the catastrophic energy surged toward him. What is this power? He threw his hands up in panic. Wait. Too late. The spiritual energy crashed down like a falling star. He strained against the blow with all 4 arms. The pressure was crushing. I have never witnessed such power on the 13th floor. The twin strikes crossed, forming a deadly axe that tore through his defenses. His body was ripped to shreds in an explosion of gore. Then the sweet sound of victory notifications. Congratulations, Floor 15 of the Trial Tower cleared reward bracelet of the Nameless God rank S acquired 100,000 completion points awarded. Bonus reward. 5,000 supplies added. Item divine. Jade of the Nameless God rank S, transferred to inventory. Initiating transfer to the waiting room. Sung-jun let out a breathless laugh. It's finally over. Suddenly the ground rumbled beneath him, nearly knocking him off his feet. He stuck the landing, slamming his fist into the ground like the hero of a leveling manhwa. System achievement unlocked rebirth title. Acquired the rebellious one. All attributes increased by 4. His eyes burned with renewed fire as he gazed ahead. He stood tall amidst the ruins waiting. All skills of the Supreme Blood Demon Sword deactivated. Weapon durability reduced to 9.4%. Sung glanced at his blade with concern. Hey, are you all right? Silence greeted him at first. Then he turned to see Chu sitting behind him looking exhausted. Damn it. Do I look okay to you? We just fought a god using divine descent. She brushed her hair back, sighing. You're lucky it wasn't a complete descent, or we'd both be dead meat. Sung's jaw dropped to the floor, his eyes popping out. Wait, you're a girl, but your voice sounded like a total dude. Changgu's gaze sharpened into a glare. Do not dare measure my worth by something as trivial as gender. Flustered Sung-jun could only stammer. Right. Wait a second. You mean you could manifest a physical form this whole time? She watched him awkwardly wave the blade. Of course not. It depends on the resonance between your holy power and mine. That is my theory, at least. Sung-jun stood frozen, processing the information. Changgu leapt from the rock, extending her hands. As blood dripped from her palms, she urged, This form drains me quickly. We need to finish this business now. He blinked, echoing the word business. Killing intent flooded Changgu's eyes as she looked at the floating blood. Blood absorption. Crimson energy exploded from her body, triggering a cascade of system windows. Special effect of the True Blood Demon Sword activated. Devouring Apostle Jerhan Nevia. This was a classic power-up moment in a system manhwa. Item rank increased 2,801 out of 4,800. Greater Divinity B has been inlaid into the specialized blood slot. Sung-jun's eyes went wide as the blood aura swirled around him to seal the deal. The blood vanished into the blade. Her voice rang out. This is the true form of blood absorption. It is far superior to the previous version. While he stood there speechless, she yawned, fighting off sudden fatigue. Why pick a fight with a god anyway? You can explain it to me later. I'm exhausted. Changgu vanished into the steel, leaving only a whisper. We will talk later. Silence returned to the vast wasteland, leaving him alone once more. Sung-jun approached Jerhan's fallen body. Suddenly, a wing twitched among the wreckage. Sung-jun's eyes snapped open in shock. He raised his guard instantly. Still alive. Impossible. The system notification said the trial was complete, but the corpse was rising. A blood-red circle hovered ominously above its neck, pulsating with malice. The circle morphed into a grotesque staring eye. As the body shuddered and stood, Sung-jun cursed. Damn it, how is this even happening? He frantically recalled the system's condition, successfully lead the holy war within the time limit. Sung-jun analyzed the threat with cold precision. The tower declared the trial complete because his body was broken, but the will of the god remains. I remember the message. The war god paid a massive price in holy power just to descend. He shouldn't have enough left to manifest again. The eye glared with divine fury, its voice booming. I will kill you. Do not think this ends here, mortal. Gripping his sword, Sung-jun realized a crucial truth he had learned after becoming an apostle. A vessel receiving holy power bears no trace of the god itself. Silence fell. He pictured himself ascending beyond Earth, reaching the realm where the gods resided. Dark energies surged around him. He stared down the red circle. The war god hates me because he fears the birth of a new divinity. The blade materialized in his grip. It's all clear now. He pointed the sword at the grotesque eye. He forced a descent, just to eliminate a future rival. Jerhan sneered. You are nothing but a dog of the tower. Sung-jun didn't hesitate. A single slash cleaved the eye in two. As the blade connected, the deity's voice boomed. You will regret seeking divinity. He drove the sword deeper, forcing the vessel down into the dirt. I will slaughter anyone who stands in my way. That is the only path I walk. System alert. The moving heaven sword has destroyed a divine construct. Rank up A+. Proficiency, 8,700 out of 10,000. Even as the eye disintegrated, hatred echoed, I will tear you apart next time. Sung-jun simply tightened his grip on the hilt. Devour. Dark divinity activated. Consuming target. Pitch black aura flooded the battlefield, swarming the remnants. The darkness rushed into the gap between the shattered eye, draining every ounce of its remaining power. You have absorbed the soul of Apostle Jerhan. Proficiency increased by 7.7%. A vessel used for divine descent is a treasure trove. But then, a strange sensation washed over him. The war god was gone, but something else remained. Soul potency exceeds user level. Power extraction initiated. This was the best part of a leveling Manhwa. Authority from the apostle confirmed. Light erupted from his chest as the system extracted the divine authority directly from the soul. Authority Blink Rank B has been inlaid into your soul. You can now teleport instantly within your line of sight. Whoa! Sung-jun surveyed the desolate landscape. Instant teleportation to anywhere I can see. He prepared to launch wings spreading wide. But the system had other plans. Apostle transformation. Time remaining 0 seconds. Before he could move, the power cut off. Transformation dispelled. He froze in mid-step. Armor and wings dissolved into mist. The sudden loss of power sent him stumbling forward, unbalanced. His body vanished into the twilight, leaving only black smoke. Divinities of death, darkness, and immortality are fading. The scene shifted abruptly. Laughter filled the air at a peaceful school. Sung-jun was lagging behind his classmates on the field. A boy with amber eyes looked back. Hey Han Sung-jun, pick up the pace. But Sung-jun stood there dazed and out of place. Moments later, a soccer ball hit the net. Cheers erupted as the students celebrated the goal, unaware of the impending doom. Suddenly, the earth shook. Something massive crashed down behind Sung-jun. He turned to see the ground, shattering into dust. A nightmare unfolded. A colossal hand with razor-sharp claws crushed a student into the earth. Cold sweat drenched Sung-jun's face as terror took hold. He scrambled backward, eyes wide with terror as the colossal shadow eclipsed his small frame. Looming over him was a monstrosity of pure muscle, its 6 grotesque arms clawing at the air with murderous intent. His pupils trembled, shrinking to pinpoints as cold sweat drenched his body. Time seemed to freeze as one of those massive boulder-like hands crashed down toward the earth. Boom! The ground shattered with every strike, the deafening roar of destruction mixing with agonizing screams. Frozen by the carnage, he could take no more, his face twisted in horror as a desperate shriek tore from his throat. The scream was still echoing in the air as Han Sung jolted awake, escaping the nightmare. His chest heaved violently, gasping for oxygen, while raw panic remained etched deep into his features. He sat up in a daze, his mind still reeling. What kind of hellish dream was that, he thought, rubbing his temples? Did I pass out from exhaustion? System alert skill. Unshakable mind activated. Like a cooling breeze, the system purged his instability, erasing the fear instantly. Regaining his composure, Han Sung stepped out, sweeping aside the tent flaps to face the world. He paused, his body going rigid. Before him stood a sea of strangers, an entire congregation staring back at him in a silence so heavy it was suffocating. Suddenly, the silence shattered. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of worship. Our hero, the savior of the Dark God sect, has returned. A sturdy warrior stepped forward, scratching his head in embarrassment. I beg your forgiveness, he stammered. I was blind to your greatness before. Commander Ren has opened my eyes to the truth. But the celebration was cut short by a trembling voice from the back. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, revealing a shaking figure limping toward the apostle. Are you truly the savior sent by the Dark God? The old man collapsed to his knees, raising his withered hands in desperation. Answer me. Oh, apostle of the shadows. If you possess such power, why did you watch in silence while we suffered in hell all this time? Han Sung's expression darkened, the weight of the accusation hanging in the air. He approached slowly, placing firm hands on the old man's trembling shoulders. In war, timing is everything. To lure out the rat from the blood demon cult, I had to be a ghost. A cunning smirk played on his lips, the look of a true schemer. And now, the glory of this holy war belongs solely to the Dark God sect. Victory is ours. The old man looked up, stunned by the absolute conviction in Han Sung's voice. So please, Han Sung whispered, dry your tears. System skill, absolute charisma activated. Bathed in a sudden divine spotlight, he made his proclamation. All of this was written in the stars by the Dark God. I am merely the vessel for his will. A cascade of system notifications flashed before his eyes. The crowd fell into a trance, struck by a status effect. Fanatical worship. Under the influence of the system, their logic crumbled, replaced by blind devotion. They smiled like children, whispering in unison, Apostle. Han Sung glanced at the blue holographic screen, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. The god of verification is impressed by your sophisticated manipulation. He applauds your ability to weave lies into truth. The dark god is highly amused by your theatrics and is laughing heartily. Authority trust conversion is surging. A brilliant light expanded from his body, cementing his image as a living deity in their eyes. The sweet sound of the system rang in his ears. Collecting faith from the surrounding area. Sufficient faith has been accumulated to generate a legend. Calculating a myth, suitable for the believer's expectations. Han Sung bared his teeth in a feral grin, his ambition burning bright. Finally, he muttered, "Let the myth begin." Processing complete. The first myth, the Savior, has been established. The final myth is being assimilated into your divine power. Han Sung threw his head back, arms wide, as he absorbed the torrent of golden energy pouring from the heavens. The system logs scrolled past at breakneck speed. Effect salvation added. When Challenger Han Sung activates this myth, all attributes will increase when performing acts to save the weak. It was a classic buff, seen in a system Manhwa, rewarding heroism with raw power. Effect Path Seeker added. Your divine power will scale infinitely based on the number of believers worshipping you. Objective complete. He waved a cheerful hand, his job here done. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Stay healthy. With a burst of mana, wings erupted from his back, carrying him into the sky. The cultists gazed up in awe as Ren whispered reverently, "Apostle." But Han Sung was already thinking ahead. Time to go back to where I passed out. Moments later, he spotted his target. Found it. A swirling dimensional gate materialized on the ground below. He stuck the landing like a superhero, dust swirling around his boots. Han Sung let out a long, exhausted sigh. I've never endured a trial this long. God keep this up, and I might actually start caring about these NPCs. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal. System. You have entered the waiting room of the 16th floor. Administrator notifications are now unmuted. Administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, lets out a breath of relief, glad his contractor's alive. Administrator White Crane Sword Saint is sobbing, saying you worked so hard. The Tyrant King invites you to his domain. The Sword Saint invites you to her domain. Han Sung glanced at the invites with mild surprise. Most would hesitate, but he simply walked past the screen, rejecting them cold turkey. Sorry to worry you guys, but I'm beat. Catch you later. He collapsed onto the bed, his twin holy swords resting beside him, as he fell into deep thought. Divine power. The energy accumulating in my heart. It's basically a currency. I pay to trigger myths and authorities. He looked down at his chest. Instead of gold, a pitch-black aura now swirled around him. Things have definitely changed. He pressed his palms together, molding his mana. Thanks to the apostle transformation, I've tasted what it's like to be a false god. I can wield divine power directly now. A dark smile touched his lips. But somewhere along the line, my holy power turned black. They say it's connected to the death god's influence. He clenched his fist, letting the primitive dark energy dance around his fingers. Raising his arm high, his expression hardened with focus. Bam! He slammed his palm into the floor without holding back. A flash of energy erupted, and what he saw made his eyes widen. He stared at the crack, running along the wall perplexed. The waiting room is supposed to be indestructible. Usually walls regenerate instantly after an attack. But this, the regeneration is visibly slower. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. Interesting. Now for the loot. Show me the reward for the 15th floor trial. A holographic window popped up, displaying a white bracelet with a glowing blue gem. Item bracelet of the nameless god, rank S+. Description. A defensive artifact used by a nameless god. Effect. When the user faces an unstoppable attack, absolute defense is prioritized, completely nullifying the damage. This was the ultimate item for an awakening Manhwa protagonist. However, this cheat-like ability wasn't infinite. It only had 4 charges remaining. Next up was a radiant azure gem. The S+ rank divine stone of a nameless god. A relic infused with holy power by a deity before their fall. By channeling holy power into a target, the absolute seal activates. It completely locks away the opponent's strongest skill. It was a one-time consumable, and the duration was short, but still. Han Sung-jun couldn't help but gasp. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. 2 S+ rank items. Now that is what I call a haul. Suddenly a crimson sphere materialized, crackling with raw magical energy. You have acquired the soul of the promising apostle, Jirhan Nevia. This was the best part of a leveling Manhwa system. His stats were about to skyrocket permanently. Strength +4, agility +6, durability +4, magic +7, stamina +3, and he was absorbing a skill. Acquired skill Roar of the strong rank B-. Sung let out a weary sigh. Compared to the hell I just went through, this reward feels like pocket change. I'll just sacrifice it to the altar later to boost my divine power. But then the system flashed a new alert. Seizing the divinity within the apostle's soul. Conditions for holy authority met. Activation confirmed. Attempting divinity extraction. Extraction successful. His eyes widened in shock. Looking down at the brilliant light glowing from his chest, he realized the truth. His own divinity had just increased exponentially. He commanded, "Open quest board." A flood of notifications appeared. Player Han Sung-jun is viewing quests. 7 different administrators had sent him offers. The ruler of the heavens offered the island of the ruler quest. The divine chaser proposed the path of the chaser. Even the hero of the Black Island sent a request, calamity of the island. Sung stared blankly at the wall of text. Since when was I this popular? With the constellations? Well, I'm not complaining. More options mean better rewards. He scanned the holographic blue panels weighing his destiny. Then one quest caught his eye. It was from the administrator monarch of the decaying world. The quest title, Savior of the Apocalypse. The reward, an absolute durability attribute that prevents an item from ever breaking. Usable twice. Completion condition. Make a choice you won't regret. Sung's eyes lit up. This is it. His mind immediately went to his heavenly blood demon sword. He had been worrying about how to restore the blade's durability, especially after the sword spirit overused it in the last battle. Without hesitation, he reached out. Talk about luck. You have accepted the quest, Savior of the Apocalypse. The classic awakening Manhwa scenario began. The 16th floor personal trial had changed. Most administrators are restricted from viewing this trial. Only authorized entities may watch. The system announced the start of the 16th floor. Time remaining 48 hours. Theme Warrior. Clear condition, make a choice you will not regret within the time limit. Failure condition, death of the challenger or time expiration. Reward, absolute durability attribute for 2 items. Penalty, none. With a flash of light, reality warped and Sung was transported. He woke up groaning on a simple cot. My body. His head was wrapped in bandages and agony shot through his nerves. Damn it, why does it hurt this much? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Initiating quest, Savior of the Apocalypse. Usage of current equipment is restricted. Selected items have been moved to inventory. Challenger Han Sung-jun possesses skills exceeding the quest difficulty. All stats are now fixed at 50. They will not change until the trial ends. However, growth-type skills acquired during the scenario will be recalculated upon completion. He forced his broken body upright. Suddenly, bile rose in his throat. His eyes bulged, and he scrambled outside, retching violently on the ground. As he gasped for air, a young woman approached from behind. You're finally awake. Her voice pulled Han Sung-jun back to reality. He turned bewildered. What is going on? Another wave of excruciating pain crashed over him, nearly bringing him to his knees. It was the DJ. She turned away, her tone masking something darker. Don't overexert yourself. I'll call the others. Her eyes narrowed with a sinister glint. They'll be here soon, so just wait. Something about her tone made him pause. Han Sung-jun looked down, catching his reflection in a puddle. The face staring back wasn't his own. It was the face of the administrator, the monarch of the decaying world. Amber eyes stared back emptily. He rubbed his forehead, piecing it together. In this, Savior of the Apocalypse quest, I'm role-playing a character named Noel. He slumped to the ground, assessing his vessel. The condition of this body was absolute trash. His heavenly blood demon sword and all his defensive artifacts were sealed. My cheat items are gone, he realized. How the hell am I supposed to clear this? Sung slowly stood, clutching his injured arm. It hurts like crazy, but I have to stay in character. Healing myself now would break the immersion of being Noel. Good thing I came prepared. He quickly summoned his purchases. Enemy detection. Eye patch rank B+. Cost 9,200 points. Effect. You will sense killing intent when it is directed at you. Adventurer's homemade gloves rank B+. Cost 8,500 points. Effect helps you adapt to unfamiliar situations. Now he had a loadout. He adjusted the gear. This eye patch acts like a radar. It's going to be a lifesaver. Just then, 2 teammates rushed over. Noel. Thank the gods you're awake. It's a miracle you survived. As expected of the apostle, chosen by the dragon god, Han Sung-jun waved awkwardly, forcing a smile. I need to act natural. Just follow the script. Suddenly, the eye patch vibrated violently. Detected multiple enemies approaching Sung. Froze his hand, flying to his face. Already, he frantically scanned the perimeter. Where are they? What's wrong? As Nell turned his gaze, the familiar robotic chime of the system rang in his ears. Exclusive skill. Blindfolds enemy detection rank B+ has been activated. The world shifted as red markers burned into his vision, branding the targets before him. It was a twist he never saw coming. The three people standing there were Han Sung-jun's mortal enemies, yet they wore masks of concern, asking with sickening sweetness, "Are you still hurting? Don't push yourself. Just rest." Han Sung-jun froze, his jaw dropping as cold sweat trickled down his spine. What the hell? My entire party, every single one of them is an enemy. He bit his lip, forcing his expression to remain neutral. Now it made sense. He finally understood why this mission was rated Hell Difficulty, a classic trope in any system manhwa. Moments later, the four of them sat inside a humble tent. Han Sung-jun calmed his racing heart. Right now, surely they wouldn't dare make a move inside this cramped space. He dove deep into his thoughts. Thank God most of my active skills are still online. Suddenly a voice sliced through the silence, snapping Han Sung-jun back to reality. So, is that really what happened? The old man Zeppa leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. You've truly lost your memories. The other two fell silent, waiting like predators for his answer. I suppose so. I don't remember who I am, or why I'm here. Dij closed her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. The side effects. They're far worse than I anticipated. Zeppa nodded gravely. I see. Dij quickly took charge. We don't have the luxury of time, so I'll give you the short version. Nell, listen closely. You are a chosen warrior, and the sole apostle of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Your destiny is to save this world from destruction. Dij recalled their long journey across the lands. We are currently on a quest to slay the great demon king. Images of Nell, pointing his blade at the ultimate evil, flashed through her mind. During your duel with him, you suffered a catastrophic injury. Han Sung-jun nodded slowly. And that trauma caused my amnesia. She hesitated for a split second, picturing a towering entity with eyes like burning coals. The Demon King. He is merely a servant to the demon god. He is planning to summon his master. If that happens, it's game over. This world will cease to exist. Johann kept a straight face, processing the gravity of the lie. In short, the only one capable of killing the Demon King is a warrior blessed by the divines. And just like that, Han Sung-jun, despite his terrible condition, was shackled to this cursed adventure. He pictured the path ahead, a solitary warrior wielding his sword against the darkness completely alone. You must face countless horrors until we reach the Demon King. Use that time to recover your lost powers. It mirrored their earlier conversation in the carriage when he first awoke. We've told you the critical parts. As for the rest, we will explain on the road to the demon realm. The carriage thundered down the road without rest. The muscular young man next to Zeppa Allen looked over with curiosity. So you really lost your memory, Nell? Sung, playing the role of Nell, simply grunted in affirmation. Allen pointed to his own face, looking awkward. Wait, you don't even remember my name. Johann hunched over, feigning weakness. The battle's aftershocks. My mind is blank. Hearing this, Allen let out a long, dramatic sigh. Allen flashed a confident grin. I'm Alan Nick. Just call me Alan. And drop the formalities, it makes you sound weak. Han Sung-jun glanced at him, his internal guard raised higher than any fortress wall. Zeppa chimed in from the side. Your memory might be gone, but you're certainly calmer than before. Seeing Johann's confusion, he quickly added Zeppa-dania. Just call me Zeppa, or Old Mage, whatever suits you. Han Sung-jun gave a cold, detached reply. Understood. Amidst the serious atmosphere, a loud growl erupted from Alan's stomach. He scratched his head, cheeks flushing pink. Even with the apocalypse looming, my stomach keeps perfect time. Allen shouted, raising his hand. Hey Dij, let's stop for a hunt before we move on. The three of them disembarked. Dij glanced back with a stern warning. We're out of rations. If we don't hunt now, we'll starve. Rest up, Nell. We'll find something. Not long after, they returned, tossing a pathetic dead rat at his feet. Here's your share. Night had already fallen. While the three of them feasted on roast boar by the crackling fire, a voice whispered in the dark. Nell has lost his edge. He can no longer serve as the warrior of salvation. People might call our decision immoral. But as they spoke, they looked at the dead rat, picturing Sung suffering the exact same miserable fate. They stared at the succulent roasted meat, justifying their treachery. We aren't wrong. Immoral or not, this is the only path to save the world. Alan tore into a piece of meat, outlining their scheme. Let's just drive him out so he doesn't die on our watch, then hand him over to that guy. Dij chewed noisily, nodding in agreement. Agreed. That settles it. Zeppa added his cruel wisdom. He's no longer a warrior. He is nothing more than a disposable tool for world peace. They thought Han Sung-jun was asleep in the tent. In reality, he was perched high on a tree branch, eyes glowing in the dark. Having heard every word, he frowned. These scumbags. Should I just slaughter them all right now? He quickly shook his head, banishing the intrusive thought. No. His eyes widened as he calculated his next move. The quest completion conditions forbid it. Acting rashly now will only trigger a catastrophe. He scanned the 3 traitorous comrades below. If it's just these 3, I could wipe the floor with them, even in my current state. But I have time. I'll play along and watch them closely. Days turned into nights. As they traveled, Sung's so-called party frequently stopped to hunt, leaving him behind. Clutching meager scraps, he stared at their retreating backs. They hunt so much, yet never spare a bite for the wounded. Moments later, Han Sung-jun vanished, leaping into the sky. Thanks to their neglect, I have plenty of time to escape this carriage prison. Moving like a ghost through the dense jungle, he smirked. Good. At this distance, their sensors won't pick me up. Han Sung-jun scanned the clearing. This looks like the perfect spot to grind some levels. Suddenly, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun. He glanced back to see a behemoth with razor-sharp fangs towering over him. Did I wander too deep into the danger zone? But in a flash, the beast collapsed lifeless. He casually tore a chunk of raw meat from the monster. Chewing with gusto, he analyzed the flavor. Not bad. Tastes just like chicken. His mind drifted back to the pathetic rat they offered him, and he scoffed. My body can sustain itself without sleep or food for now, but that rat. A shiver of disgust went through him. That was revolting, even by my survival standards. Night after night, Alan's banging kept me awake. These so-called teammates acted like petulant children, and my patience was wearing thin. I walked into the forest alone to clear my head. It was time to flip the script and take control of this game. System alert skill. Weak blood activated. Body regeneration rate has significantly increased. Power flowed through my veins as the wounds closed up. Fully healed and feeling invincible, I returned to the camp to face them. Just stretching my legs, I said, breaking the silence. You guys finished the hunt early today. Dai rose slowly to meet me. My eye of truth flashed a warning instantly. Exclusive effect enemy detection B+ activated. Hostiles incoming. Killing intent radiated from her as she scolded me. You shouldn't be moving around in your condition. I just scratched my head playing the fool. She was just annoyed I had slipped her leash. Lying around was boring me to death, I shrugged. Zeppa reached out, his hand trembling. Hold on. He grabbed my arm, eyes wide. How is this possible? You're completely healed. I lied through my teeth. Just needed some rest. A dark smile touched my lips. Strange though. I thought you weren't a healer, Zeppa. How could you sense my physical recovery instantly if you don't possess healing magic? Sweat beaded on his forehead. He couldn't stop shaking, stammering to find an excuse. That's... Alan stepped in to cut the tension. Enough chatter. We're crossing the border to the demon realm. As we moved, Zeppa whispered inside the carriage. Did your memories return? I paused for a beat. No. Truth was there was nothing in this wretched life worth remembering anyway. Suddenly the carriage lurched violently. The horses screamed in terror, breaking free from Dai's control as chaos erupted. We were forced to dismount. We looked up, and ahead of us lay a nightmare landscape. System warning. Entering high-density demon zone. Stamina will deplete rapidly. Sharp spikes tore through the earth like jagged teeth. Welcome to hell, Dai sneered. We walk from here. And don't expect us to baby you anymore, nay? Fine by me. Her eyes widened at my dark grin. I prefer doing things my way. The demonic miasma here drove ordinary men mad in seconds, and monsters capable of slaughtering armies lurked in the shadows. Even veterans agreed that surviving this hellscape was impossible, a scenario straight out of a brutal awakening manhwa. Yet, one man stepped boldly into the abyss, facing the twisted forest of spikes. I stood there, wearing Nay's face, surrounded by allies who were actually wolves in sheep's clothing. So this is the demon realm, I muttered. Alan took the bait. He doesn't even remember this place. Alan thought, convinced my mind was blank. Then the sound of steel drew my eyes. Zeppa unveiled a weapon wrapped in white cloth, holding it with mock reverence. Take it. He revealed a massive blade that gleamed with a cold light. You may have forgotten, but this sword was once your life and soul. As I gripped the hilt, the ground exploded. A monstrous claw crushed the boulders in front of us. The beast tossed the rocks aside like pebbles, revealing a legion of demons waiting behind it. In the memories, the original Ne had slammed his hand down, conjuring a wall of ice to hold them back. He gasped for air, whispering, "I thought we were safe." System notification: worldline deterioration detected. Rage consumed him. The memory of that betrayal was a wound that refused to heal. He had stood there, small and pathetic against the horde, praying his teammates would save him. But help never came. He punched the frozen earth, screaming, "How could you do this to me?" His golden eyes widened as the cruel truth of their betrayal finally hit him. But that was then. Now, I am in control. My blue eyes flashed with cold amusement. Okay. Very well. I raised the blade, feeling the weight of destiny. Let's get this party started. Item effect. Explorer's Gauntlet rank B+ activated. Combat analysis initiated. System demon energy assimilation complete. Mental corruption negated. Mana increased by 2. My treacherous teammates watched my back, smirking. He's still a reckless fool, they thought. Brain damage must have made him suicidal, Alan scoffed. He can't handle a swarm like that alone. They held their ground, refusing to engage. Let him burn himself out, they whispered. We'll just watch him suffer. They wanted to see me break. Instead, I launched myself into the sky, the heavy blade winding up for a strike. Slash. A single devastating vertical cut cleaved the behemoth in two. The traitors froze their jaws, hitting the floor in absolute shock. What the hell? Just when it seemed the battle was over, the horde surged forward, like moths to a flame. Exung raised his blade high, conjuring a blinding golden halo of divine judgment. The radiance was so intense, even he had to look away. Feeling the energy reach its peak, Zhang Dan roared in his mind. Take this. With a savage swing, he unleashed the holy sword. The beam of light tore through the air, piercing the center of the monster swarm before detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. An inferno swallowed everything in an instant. The monsters vanished into the abyss of fire, and just as quickly as it began, the flames flickered out. The beasts were incinerated so thoroughly, not even ash remained. Shang Dan gazed at the holy sword, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. This power is savage, he muttered, embracing the thrill of a true leveling Manhwa protagonist. His eyes narrowed with anticipation. Maybe I'll unlock a hidden ability in this trial. The scene shifts to the previous night, where the treacherous trio Alan, Daisy, and Zeppa conspired by the flickering campfire. If his memories are truly wiped, one whispered, he should have lost his combat experience from the battlefield too. Daisy frowned, her eyes cold and dripping with murderous intent. Then our choice was inevitable. We had to do it. Back in the present, D.J. hesitated. What do you guys think? The older man next to him objected, shocked. But we sacrificed his memories and authority as a tribute to the dragon god. Zeppa gritted her teeth, fear creeping into her voice. It's bizarre. Even with his mind wiped, he moves like a veteran, with decades of war in his blood. Alan's face darkened with jealousy and rage. Damn it, why? Why does he only get stronger? Darkness fell, and the four of them sat around the fire, in suffocating silence. Each ate their rations without a word, the tension in the air thick enough to choke on. Xiong sipped his soup, his sharp eyes scanning the group. He sensed the anomaly. Immediately, a heavy, unnatural silence hung over them like a shroud. Even though a lazy soldier had awakened and saved them, not a single teammate showed joy. Their hearts were cold. As Zeppa's hand trembled holding her spoon, Zhang saw right through their facades. Hatred, anxiety, guilt, terror. He narrowed his eyes. I only sensed negative emotions from them. Soon, the bowls were empty, and the traitorous party retreated to their tents. Xiong lay in his humble tent, closing his eyes to seek rest. But suddenly his eyes snapped open. He silently teleported outside, glancing back at the four tents by the dying fire. Turning his gaze forward, he pondered, should I? In the distance, a mountain loomed within the mist, sparking his curiosity. Shall I head up there? His wings manifested instantly. The system chimed, instant acceleration activated. Holy power consumed. Teleporting to the target within line of sight. Cooldown 10 minutes. Shangdan shot through the night sky at the speed of light. In a blink, he arrived near the mountain peak, letting out a gasp of surprise. He looked down at his hands, awestruck. That was 50 kilometers away, yet I cleared it in a single leap. Zhang clenched his fist, adrenaline pumping. Instant acceleration. This ability is God tier. A minute ago, he had tested the skill. The system displayed consume holy power to move instantly to a visible location. Zhang spotted a white glint 50 kilometers away. I've moved that far before, he calculated. He visualized a massive wall with a do not enter sign. The description implies, I can't pass through physical obstacles. Like walls, only open space. Zhang recalled his past battles, his tactical mind racing. In combat, I can use this to time my counterattacks perfectly. And in a crisis, it's the ultimate escape card. I could dodge a point-blank explosion in a heartbeat. Back in reality, his gaze locked onto his palm. There was no doubt he had awakened a power that defied the laws of physics, a staple of any legendary awakening Manhwa. Hovering in the void with the holy sword, Exung used his ocular powers to trigger the Dragon Man skill. A cascade of system windows popped up. Holy Dragon Sword Rank S. Plus. Damage plus 40%. Intelligence plus 40%. Magic power plus 40%. A blade blessed by the dragon god himself. Only when judging evil does the Holy Dragon Sword reveal its true potential. Infusing holy power activates the unique effect Holy Light. Draconic energy sheathes the blade. An image of a praying figure appeared. For sincere prayers, the blessing is activated. By offering a tribute to the dragon god, the user gains temporary overwhelming power. Finally, a crimson circle appeared, the mark of the Slayer. Against demons and monsters, the unique effect Punishment is unleashed. When Punishment is active, all stats increase by 7 against dark entities. You wield the dragon's might to crush the wicked. Your mana will not be consumed. However, there was a catch. The Holy Sword will be destroyed once the challenger Zung leaves the 16th floor individual trial. Even Zung had to admit the sword's specs were broken. He swung the blade aside, whispering, "It's a limited item strictly for the 16th floor. I need to use the sword sense to absorb its power before it vanishes." Decisive as ever, Zung slashed his own palm, blood spraying into the air. The system announced Blood Chaser skill activated. The droplets of blood morphed into massive crimson projectiles, raining down toward the earth. They screamed toward the monsters gathering below. One beast sensed the danger, turning its head in confusion. Too late, the Blood Chaser struck home. The red energy drilled into their bodies, causing them to shriek in agony as they were torn apart from the inside. Jung landed softly, watching the carnage with a predator's grin. "Caught myself some lab rats." He slammed the holy sword into a nearby rock. A second later, Shung summoned his own weapon. Peach Heaven's Sword Rank A+. Skill Devour. Rank A-. Effect can absorb the unique skills of other sword-type items. He analyzed the razor-sharp blade, his mind working like a machine. The holy sword has 3 unique effects. Time to feast. The Devour skill had the capacity to strip 2 abilities, but the choice for the ultimate power-up was already crystal clear. With a masterful swing of his blade, he triggered. Devour azure rings erupted around him as he stripped the unique effects from the sword-type items. A blinding holy radiance flashed. The system had locked in his selection. Skill acquired Holy Light. Rank S-. The first slot was filled. 1 charge of Devour remained. Next came the offensive capability Punishment. Skill acquired Punishment. Rank S-. Charges depleted. 0 of 2 remaining. With its purpose fulfilled, the Devour skill shattered into nothingness. He released his grip, letting the holy sword hover in the air through telekinesis while he calculated his next move. Sacrificing a god-tier ability like Devour was a heavy price, but walking away without the holy sword's essence would have been a crime. His eyes locked onto the prize Holy Light. This wasn't just a simple beam. It packed more destructive force than a fully charged strike, but with 0 cast time. Unlike the counter shield, this was instant death delivered on demand. Holy Light. As he muttered the command, the system Manhwa interface responded instantly. He thrust his palm forward. By absorbing it as a skill, he had bypassed the need for the sword itself. Golden brilliance coalesced in his palm, shining like a miniature sun, ready to incinerate everything. But suddenly, a violent distortion. His instincts screamed at him to abort, but the energy went critical. Boom! A catastrophic explosion engulfed him instantly. He lay flattened in a smoking crater, the ground scorched beneath him. Coughing, he cursed. "What the actual hell? I couldn't even aim. Why did it detonate right in my face?" Passive activated weakened blood armor. If the system hadn't shielded him, he'd be toast. But as he sat there analyzing the failure, the shadows began to move. Monsters drawn by the noise. "You scumbags chose the wrong time," John growled. He scrambled to his feet, snatched the holy sword from the air, and roared Holy Light. A pure beam decimated the beasts before they could even screech. As their ashes settled, confusion hit him. It works perfectly when channeled through the blade. So why did it backfire with my bare hands? His pupils constricted. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He sheathed the blade and thrust both hands forward again. This time, he didn't draw on mana. The fuel source was wrong, he realized. I need to control it with holy power. A crimson aura began to bleed from his fingers. Channeling every ounce of his focus into the red sphere, he invoked the skill. Holy Light. Instead of gold, a sinister crimson beam materialized. A wicked grin spread across his face. Gotcha. It creates a feedback loop without the proper energy source. The remaining monsters didn't realize it, but they had just been promoted from predators to test subjects for John's new toy. Frozen in fear, they could only watch as he assumed a martial stance. With a maniacal laugh, he unleashed the energy. Boom crash. The forest erupted in a symphony of red destruction. Now I have total control. He raised both palms to the heavens, pouring everything into one attack. Above him, the sky turned blood red as a colossal sphere of blackened holy light formed. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Alan was in the middle of a peaceful bathroom break. A strange pressure made the hairs on his neck stand up. He zipped up and spun around. In the distance, a pillar of crimson doom descended from the heavens. Alan's jaw hit the floor, eyes bulging out of his skull. Cold sweat drenched him instantly. What in the world? Back at Ground Zero, John stood amidst the smoke, cackling like a villain. He propped one foot on a boulder, resting the holy sword on his shoulder as he checked the notifications. This power's insane, he muttered. Achievement unlocked, Heir of the Dragon God. New authority acquired, Dragon Transformation. Warning. Due to special trial restrictions, this authority is currently sealed. Full access will be restored upon trial completion. John blinked, reading the text again. Dragon Transformation. Seriously. The Dragon God has sensed the presence of Challenger John. The Dragon God is gazing intently at your achievements. The Dragon God is intrigued by your potential. A divine offer has been received. The Dragon God proposes to take Challenger John as his direct disciple. Denied. He didn't hesitate for a second. The message popped up again. I said no. It blinked again. Still no. The system was practically spamming him. Great, he sighed, rubbing his temples. I've attracted the attention of a clingy deity. By the time the notification slowed down, the sun was high in the sky, casting light over their humble hideout. John had slipped back before anyone noticed his absence. Now sitting with a bowl of soup, he silently reviewed the lore while eating. The Dragon God. He recalled the plot of the original story. The guardian deity of the 16th floor and the protector of this realm. He pictured a majestic obsidian giant, with vast wings and a divine halo. But honestly, his eyes darkened. After getting death threats from a god before, I'm not exactly a fan of the divine. Memories of his lonely, brutal struggle through the thorny path of survival surfaced. He scoffed. They pick a hero to save the world, but are too stingy to grant them the actual power to do it. That's why this world went to hell in the first place. He slurped his soup, his mind made up. That's why I'm ignoring the Holy Sword's prayer effect. If I don't pray, I don't get noticed. I'm staying off their radar. Ding, the Dragon God is once again offering to take you as a disciple. A drop of sweat rolled down John's temple. I spoke too soon. This guy is obsessed. Don't you have anything better to do? The messages kept cascading down his vision. The Dragon God asks why a speck of dust like you dares to refuse. The Dragon God emphasizes that your choice is incredibly foolish. John stared blankly. Wow. Toxic much. Is he a telemarketer? I'm not buying what you're selling, pal. The divine voice seemed to echo in his mind. The Dragon God insists that one day you will comprehend his majesty and beg to join him. The God of Trials is laughing hysterically at the Dragon God's pathetic desperation. The God of Shadows says, he said no, you lizard. Beat it. The Dragon God advises Challenger John to reconsider before fading his presence. The mental noise finally stopped. John massaged his aching head. Administrator, iron-blooded tyrant praises your backbone and sighs in relief. Administrator, White Crane swordsman nods in approval of your strong will. Administrator Monarch of Ruins finds your audacity amusing. John ignored the chat log and went back to his soup. Can I just eat in peace? Suddenly Alan leaned in, his face pale. Hey, I think there's a high-tier demon lord training nearby. Last night, I saw a beam of destruction shoot out of the mountain. John waved him off, keeping a poker face. You're probably just seeing things, man. Alan shook his head frantically. No way, I saw it with my own eyes. Zeppa immediately cut in to offer an explanation. I recall reading a document in the Magic Tower. It mentioned strange phenomena occurring near the demon realm caused by the overflow of demonic energy. It is best to simply regard this as a natural occurrence fueled by that dark aura. To be logical, how could any human possibly train in such a desolate, god-forsaken wasteland? He exhaled a long sigh of relief after finishing his theory. Well, that does make sense. Darkness descended in the blink of an eye. Neil stood alone, wielding the holy sword to clash against the horde of monsters. Even though repeating these battles was becoming a tedious grind, like the early stages of a leveling manhwa, he could still utilize a few abilities during the process. The system finally activated the mythic trait Savior of the Apocalypse. A flood of information streamed into his mind, triggering the salvation effect. All stats were permanently increased by 0.7. However, due to the penalty of the current special trial, all stats had been reduced, so the permanent increase would not apply yet. Once the trial concluded, his stat growth would return to normal. Neil analyzed the situation internally. Just how large is the range of this Savior of the Apocalypse effect? I still do not fully understand it. Suddenly, the Seeker effect activated, but with no believers present, his holy power received no buff. He felt a spark of curiosity. I have learned quite a bit from this newly acquired mythic narrative. But what exactly is the unique Seeker ability, referring to by believers? Neil swung his blade in a wild dance of destruction while deducing. It seems salvation triggers when I save someone weaker, while Seeker remains dormant if they do not serve me or worship me. In no time at all, they breached the perimeter of a massive castle. Neil stepped forward, engaging the monstrous entity, blocking their path single-handedly. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and Neil's teammates appeared to be handling their side of the battle. He slashed a decisive line through the air, mentally rejecting that previous thought. Perhaps things were only going well because I alone was wiping out every enemy in sight. The monster collapsed instantly, dead on the spot before their very eyes. Standing before the colossal double doors, Neil rested the holy sword on his shoulder and glanced back. Why aren't you entering? The gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle has fallen. Let us move. Yet their faces were completely shadowed. A heavy, gloomy atmosphere suffocated the area, causing Neil to pause and reflect. If anything had changed, it was their expressions stiffening with every display of his growing power. Casting hesitation aside, Neil pushed the heavy doors open with force. The other three trailed behind him, following him into the depths. Alan, unable to contain his curiosity, suddenly asked, "Neil, you did not actually lose your memories, did you?" Neil forced a stiff smile, turning back with a cryptic retort. "You are free to think whatever you like." Zeppa cut off the conversation abruptly. "Enough. Let us just focus on the battle ahead." He produced a glass vial containing a swirling purple liquid and urged him on. "Drink this." Neil listened, with a solemn expression. "It is a rare strength-enhancing potion." He reached out and took the vial, while Zeppa continued his persuasion attempts. "You will be facing the Demon King soon. Why not give it a try?" Neil let out a dry chuckle, half teasing and half probing his companion. "A potion, huh? I assume it is not poisonous." At that moment, Day's body trembled violently. As if her dark secret had been pierced, she clutched her chest and raised her voice in defensive anger. "Neil, are you doubting us right now?" He smiled, his eyes curving into crescents, as he made an excuse. "No, I was just frustrated that no one was helping me, but now, I receive this gift." No, receiving something this precious is actually quite moving. With that, Neil downed the strange purple liquid without hesitation. The moment it poured into his mouth, the system flashed a red warning. "You have been infected by the hungry ghost poison of the demon realm. Within 5 minutes, the toxin will spread throughout your body, sealing your mana usage." Instantly, his knees buckled. He hunched over, vomiting a pool of pitch-black blood. Notifications flashed rapidly. The unique effect of blindfold rank B+ has automatically detected hostile entities in the vicinity. Multiple enemies are approaching the user. The sources were Neil's 3 teammates. Every single one of them had drawn their weapons and positioned themselves behind him. Alan's voice dripped with killing intent. "Do not hate us, Neil. We have no other choice." Yet, contrary to the fear they expected, a cunning grin spread across Neil's face, even as cold sweat drenched him. Finding his silence incredibly unsettling, the 3 traitors froze in surprise for a split second. Neil opened his eyes, his voice sounding like an asura crawling up from hell. "I never expected my teammates to be the traitorous bunch. How interesting." The 3 slowly advanced behind Neil, with Alan leading the charge. His holy sword lay silent on the cold floor. Suddenly, golden chains materialized from thin air, wrapping tightly around the blade. It was Zeppa extending his hand to conjure a golden sphere, and those binding chains. He furrowed his brows and declared, "I have sealed the dragon sword, Neil. From this moment on, no one will be able to wield it." Neil questioned them with bitter resentment. "Since when? And how did you people think to betray the hero?" The system continued its relentless warnings. "You have been infected by the hungry ghost poison of the demon realm. Within 5 minutes, the toxin will spread, sealing your magic completely." Day suddenly screamed in fury. "Do you think we wanted to do this?" Zeppa justified himself with self-righteous arrogance. "We had no other way out." Neil wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice dropping to a low growl. No other way. Neil's pupils dilated as a strange booming voice echoed through the hall. Fools. From the ceiling, massive gears began to turn. A mechanism suspended high above, bristled with thousands of spikes pointing down, while the floor revealed an identical trap with spikes aiming up. The Demon King, with wings fully spread, continued the speech. Even if you ask them, nothing will change. Hero. He bared his fangs in a twisted grin, answering the unspoken question. They are simply doing their absolute best to fulfill the contract between them and myself. Neil struggled to stand before the colossal figure challenging him boldly. Are you the Demon King? A massive foot slammed onto the ground, shaking the chamber. The Demon King confirmed. Correct. We have never met before, have we? Even when you defeated the Archdemon. Neil could not help but wonder. The battle with the Archdemon left the hero weakened. Was it during that time you approached the hero's party? The demon narrowed his eyes silent for a moment, before scoffing with disdain. Why do you keep asking questions as if you are talking about someone else and not yourself? But I will admit, you are correct. Neil visualized a puppet master controlling Alan Day and Zeppa, and the realization clicked. Fine, I understand the plot now. Like a twist in a system manhwa, while the hero recovered his strength, you turned every remaining member of his party into traitors. But Neil still had one lingering question. Why did you not just kill him right then and there? The beast flashed a toothy grin and answered nonchalantly. Well, because it was fun. The system instantly reported skill Fire Dragon Eye confirms the subject is telling the truth. Neil scoffed immediately. You are truly boring. But that is not all there is to it, right? The question caused the Demon King to freeze in his tracks. Then he threw his head back and laughed like a madman, praising the hero's sharp instincts. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Sung-don bit his lip, cold sweat drenching his skin. Let's be real. In this scenario, I am nothing more than a sacrificial lamb for the demon god. The demon lord slowly moved his arm, offering a twisted logic that sounded almost reasonable in the darkness. Just as you sacrificed everything to be recognized as a hero by the dragon god, I am also striving to become an official apostle. The demon lord presented his proof. Like your comrades, you endured hunger and solitude to reach this point. But the only thing waiting for you here is death as an offering to the demon god. Sung-don listened in silence, absorbing every word. My punishment ends now. The demon lord sneered at the hero's darkening expression. I wonder how does it feel? The demon lord taunted relentlessly. Does despair consume you? Does rage burn inside you? You should have kept a closer eye on your so-called friends. Sung-don ground his teeth against the humiliation as a crimson aura engulfed the entire chamber. Memories belonging to Nu flooded Sung-don's mind. He saw the image of that smiling girl. Then the muscular youth Alan, laughing in the water. Finally, the old mentor bandaging wounds Deba. It was as if Sung-don could physically feel every emotion Nu had buried deep within. Nu had trusted them with his life, unable to comprehend their betrayal. But Sung-don's mind sharpened on the mastermind. He glared at that evil face, glowing eyes and jagged teeth. That bastard demon lord dies today. Sung-don forced himself to calm down. Steady. I am getting a little too worked up. No matter how many times I witness this scene, it still makes my blood boil with absolute fury. Suddenly, the system chimed. The administrator's steel army of the apocalypse awaits your decision. Enveloped in a blue-green aura, he steeled himself. All right, Sung-don. Sweat continued to pour down. He asked himself one question. What is your choice? While he hesitated, the demon lord raised a hand, unleashing a dense, suffocating purple energy. Invisible chains materialized from that spiritual pressure. They instantly clamped around Sung-don's neck and wrists, catching him completely off guard. An unseen force dragged him toward a contraption of lethal spikes powered by arcane machinery. The demon lord's voice echoed like a curse in his ears. The final step of my baptism. Across the room, the demon lord spread his arms wide, manipulating the mana with terrifying precision. Eyes overflowing with bloodlust, he roared. I sacrifice the hero to the demon god to become a true apostle. He kicked the lever with his long, twisted leg. The chains holding the ceiling trap snapped. Massive razor-sharp spikes plummeted, rushing closer to Sung-don's face by the millisecond. He bit his lip, bracing for impact. The deadly trap closed in from below as well. With a deafening boom, the two halves slammed together, spraying blood across the floor. Crimson patterns ignited around the demon lord as maniacal laughter filled the void. The traitorous trio stood frozen, watching red symbols glow beneath their feet. The demon lord shouted in ecstasy, Demon God! As requested, I offer the hero's blood. Now make me your apostle. But the response was silence. The demon god looked down, with contempt at the filth he had been offered. The demon lord froze his face, paralyzed in sheer confusion. Somehow Sung-jun had vanished from the trap. A crimson holy light erupted right behind the demon lord's back. Sung-jun's voice cut through the air. I vomited that poisoned blood, and you dared offer it to the demon god. No wonder he is pissed. The holy light intensified as the system activated the skill. Sung-jun raised the glowing energy high into the air. Normally, I would choose the optimal path in this leveling Manhwa scenario. But he looked up, his eyes cold. This world is too hopeless to be saved. Deba screamed in disbelief. Holy light. But the holy sword was sealed. Zeppa was equally terrified, while Alan stammered. How can he use the holy sword's power? The demon lord panicked internally. Is holy light supposed to be that bright? Is he really the hero I know? Yet, the demon lord blustered on. Do not dream of resisting. As long as you die, the demon god will spare this world. He pointed furiously at the traitors. I made a pact with them. If I kill the dragon god's apostle, the hero, the world will not collapse. Sung-jun sighed, unimpressed. Man, you talk too much. Let me correct 3 major misunderstandings you seem to have. A hazy mist swirled around him as the system notification pinged again. The Administrator's Steel Army of the Apocalypse awaits your decision. Sung-jun raised his arms, expanding the holy light into a massive beacon. The 3 traitors watched in horror as the energy surged while he explained. First, I am not the man named Nu. The demon lord ground his teeth in silence. Second, I am not the true hero. As Sung-jun spoke, the holy light grew to catastrophic proportions. Third, I do not care if this world is destroyed. Panic seized the demon lord. Stop, or the world will. Sung-jun frowned, delivering the final verdict. If you wanted to kill the hero, you should have done it properly from the start. Without hesitation, Sung-jun swung his arm down. A wave of crimson energy crashed into the demon castle, tearing it apart with a thunderous explosion. Walls and bedrock shattered into dust, suspended for a moment in the air, before raining down on the ruins. The demon lord, his wings shredded and robes torn, barely stood amidst the devastation. He groaned in frustration. You damned bastard! He screamed at the lone figure standing before him. What the hell are you thinking? Did you not hear me? I made a deal with your comrades. As long as I kill you, this world is saved. Sung-jun simply raised his hands and shrugged, offering a different perspective. Isn't it the same result if you die? Rage peaked in the demon lord's eyes. You think I don't have a backup plan? If I perish here, the demon god will descend, and his apostles will overrun this world. The system pinged instantly. Skill Fire Dragon Eye confirms the subject is telling the truth. Sung-jun's expression hardened. The backstory of this trial is pitch black. If this wasn't just a trial, I can't imagine how twisted the reality would be. The hero gazed up at the demon king's theatrical performance. With the world on the brink of destruction, the stage was set for a demon god's descent. A fragile reality like this could be erased in a heartbeat. Han Sung-jun's voice was ice cold. Yeah, so what? Even if this world burns, it has nothing to do with me. The sheer apathy in his tone sent shivers down the demon king's spine, sweat pouring like rain as he stammered what? Disbelief washed over the demon king. This wasn't how a hero acted. He gritted his teeth and roared. You bastard! Are you truly not a hero sent to save us? The protagonist remained unfazed. I already gave you my answer. But the monster pointed a trembling finger demanding answers. If you aren't an apostle of the long god, how can you wield such divine authority? Just who are you? At that precise moment, a crimson aura surged, swirling like a vortex into Han Sung-jun's body. The MC simply smirked, arrogance radiating from him. Is that all you have to ask? In the next second, his casual attire vanished. Golden light erupted, ancient magic circles materializing in the air. The legendary Bloodslayer armor formed around him, a sight worthy of a top-tier manhwa recap. The system window flashed before his eyes. Skill punishment activated. Immense mana began to surge, amplifying his magical power by 7-fold in an instant. As the skill took effect, his aura intensified wildly. The ancient power of the Dragon Clan coursed through his veins, boosting his total magical capacity by 100%. Boom! He stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath him to assert dominance. Han Sung-jun clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. I am the challenger. He launched himself into the sky. Simultaneously, he summoned a barrage of crimson energy projectiles. They sharpened into deadly spears, hurtling toward the Demon King, who desperately raised his arms in defense. Wait, you've got it all wrong. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The spiritual energy tore into him, shredding the Demon King's arms into ribbons of flesh and bone. Agony twisted the villain's face. as he stared in horror at his own mutilated body. Realizing he was outmatched, terror seized the Demon King's heart. He spread his wings to flee, thinking, I'm going to die. I need to escape. But did he really think running was an option? Han Sung-jun was already hot on his tail. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, the MC froze. Han Sung-jun furrowed his brows. What is this trickery? He looked down to see tiny motes of blue light gathering at his feet. It was Jeppa. The mage was casting a binding spell, vines erupting from the ground to ensnare Han Sung-jun. He shouted desperately, just die peacefully for us. Pure panic was written all over the old man's face. As long as you exist, this world is doomed. Following his cry, thousands of arrows rained down like a swarm of locusts. Ji-yeon fired her bow like a madwoman, trying to guilt-trip him amidst the chaos. If you really are a hero, then think about the greater good. The arrows screamed through the wind, aiming for Han Sung-jun's blind spot. But as the sharp tips grazed his skin, he simply let out a disappointed sigh. Whoosh! Han Sung-jun unfurled his energy wings, spinning violently to shatter the incoming barrage. Taking advantage of the distraction, Aelin leaped from the shadows, weapon raised high. He screamed with raw hatred, "You selfish bastard! If you live, we all die." Alan put every ounce of his strength into a final desperate strike, roaring like a beast. It looked like a fatal hit, but just as the blade seemed to pierce Han Sung-jun's skull, he vanished. A split-second teleportation saved him from the lethal blow. System combat focus activated. In typical leveling Manhwa fashion, all Alan hit was empty air and dust. The warrior stood there completely dumbfounded by the MC's speed. The challenger appeared in the sky above them, looking down with disdain. You cowards won't sacrifice yourselves, yet you shamelessly demanded of others. His eyes were cold enough to freeze hell, his voice dripping with venom. Trash like you aren't even worth killing. Dismissing them, he turned his gaze back to the Demon King, who was frantically flying toward the horizon. Azure energy exploded from Han Sung-jun's body. He whispered a single word, blink. Meanwhile, the Demon King glanced back, grinning like a fool. Ha ha ha, I survived. I actually escaped. But that smile vanished instantly. Han Sung-jun materialized right beside him, his hand clamping onto the Demon King's skull like a vice. The demon's eyes rolled back, turning stark white as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Rip. In a heartbeat, his head was torn cleanly from his body. Han Sung-jun tossed the corpse aside and flew on, leaving the headless remains to plummet. This horrifying display of power was being watched through a mystic blue mirror. A strange, unfamiliar voice echoed in the darkness. It was Neiyu standing before the magical screen. His eyes went wide with shock. Is this truly your choice? Memories flooded back, memories of a time when he was critically injured and chose to run away. He remembered the flames consuming his world, the apocalyptic destruction. When the tower called to him, he fled from his duty, escaping into this awakening Manhwa reality by climbing the tower. Niu bit his lip, swallowing hard as guilt gnawed at him. He could never forget the day he abandoned his home to climb for his own survival. But unlike him, Han Sung-jun wore a smile of absolute confidence. This is the correct path. The system chimed in immediately. The challenger Han Sung-jun's choice has been confirmed. Confirmation. No regrets detected. Congratulations on clearing the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials. It was time for the stage reward. Reward: imbue indestructibility onto an item gifted by the administrator remnant soldier. Returning to the waiting room. Back on the ground, Ji-yeon watched the devastation, whimpering in despair. Oh God. What is happening? She watched as fiery tornadoes tore the land apart, her voice trembling uncontrollably. This can't be real. Our life force. It's gone. The world was truly ending. System noticed administrator remnant soldier is silently observing the hero's former companions. The three traitors stood frozen like statues. Han Sung-jun didn't even spare them a glance. He turned his back, walking toward a shimmering blue portal. Before stepping through, he paused, glancing over his shoulder with a cruel sneer. You trash forfeited the right to a peaceful death long ago. I hope you suffer a slow, agonizing end, along with this rotten world. Good luck surviving that. With those parting words, he stepped into the light, leaving them to their doom. Han Sung-jun's silhouette faded into the gate, but suddenly the notifications changed. Alert, return to waiting room has been paused. The administrator is personally selecting a reward for the trial. Initiating transfer to the Hall of Heroes. This was an unexpected twist in this system manhwa. Han Sung-jun raised an eyebrow in surprise. In a flash, he appeared in a majestic, eerie hall. A massive statue of a long god loomed ahead. Walking past colossal pillars, he mused, is this some kind of ancient temple dedicated to the long god? Suddenly, a voice echoed through the vast hall. Not that way. Over here. Han Sung-jun halted. Far to the side, a figure sat on a throne clad in radiant golden armor. He squinted, trying to identify the stranger. "And you are," it was the man from the mirror, nay. Han Sung-jun's eyes narrowed. "The administrator. Remnant soldier." No nodded slowly. "That is correct. It seems we have communicated a few times already." Han Sung-jun strode forward, correcting him with a scoff. "Communicated? You mean you spammed me with one-way notifications, didn't you?" The administrator closed his eyes, a weary sigh escaping his lips. "It's always the same. So much scrutiny. It's exhausting." His piercing gaze locked onto the challenger, weighing every word. "Since you've made it this far, satisfy your curiosity. Ask whatever you wish." However, Sung-jun's question caught the god off guard. "Why did you choose me for this trial? Surely a being of your power could fulfill your deepest desires through a simulated challenge you control." The administrator paused, silenced by the audacity. Then laughter erupted from him, echoing through the void. He stood tall, a realization dawning. "Now, I understand. I see exactly why the other gods are so fascinated by you." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a warning tone. "Listen closely. Do not mistake my interest. Not every challenger is a monster like you obsessed with climbing the tower at any cost. Most who enter this awakening Manhwa world lack your overwhelming power. They lack the iron will necessary to ascend these deadly floors." He pictured the thousands who had fallen into the abyss. No. Even if they had the will, it wouldn't change fate. No matter how high they climb, most administrators can't even see the tower's true peak. Sung-jun narrowed his eyes, piecing it together. "So, instead of hoping to rewrite the past through the tower, you use us to witness possibilities that are otherwise invisible to you. Is that the truth of it?" The administrator didn't shy away. "I wish I could deny it, but your sharp instincts are correct." Suddenly, he clapped his hands together, the sound sharp like a thunderclap. "Enough talk. It is time to settle our debts." The system voice rang out. "Special authority, the Dragon God's equipment set, has accepted Challenger Sung-jun as its master. Please select the item you wish to imbue with the indestructible attribute." A satisfied smile played on his lips as golden aura swirled around him. His trusty blade materialized, confirming indestructible inscription on the heaven-moving sword. Next came the crimson blade, confirming indestructible inscription on the True Blood Demon Sword. Warning: the ego consciousness of the True Blood Demon Sword is slowly awakening. Once the ego is fully restored, a usage time limit will be imposed on the weapon. Process complete. Sung-jun gripped a legendary blade in each hand as the administrator spoke. "You realize, most administrators would never grant such an insane reward. But I'm in a generous mood, so you should be grateful." Sung-jun sheathed his weapons, offering a nonchalant shrug. "Why not? We both achieved our goals. Why should I thank you for a transaction?" The administrator sighed, shaking his head. "You really aren't cute at all." A dimensional gate swirled open before Sung-jun. But as he stepped forward, the administrator's voice halted him. "One last thing. Never doubt the tower." His tone turned grave. "Even if we gods failed to reach our goals, you are different, Sung-jun." He looked at the determined warrior. "You are one of the few brilliant candidates the tower is personally observing." Sung-jun didn't waste breath on a retort. He simply stepped into the swirling portal, leaving the god behind. The moment he crossed the threshold, the system chimed. "You have entered the 17th floor waiting room. All stat limiters have been released. Stats increased. Authority calculations revised." Sung-jun scanned the floating blue window. Achievement unlocked: Successor of the Dragon God. Rank S. Obtained by acquiring a skill belonging to the Dragon God. Reward: Special Authority. Dragon Transformation acquired. His mind drifted back to the grueling trial on the 16th floor, pondering the weight of his new title. "I always thought the tower and the gods were sworn enemies." He sat on the edge of the bed, confusion clouding his mind. So why would the system create an achievement honoring a god? He recalled the divine beings he had met. Come to think of it, the tower doesn't seem to blindly hate every god or test. The image of the colossal tower pierced his thoughts. It went so far as to integrate their powers, even creating specific achievements for them in this system Manhwa. The administrator's words echoed in his memory. "You are one of the few brilliant candidates the tower is observing." The weight of those words settled in his chest. Sung-jun narrowed his eyes, a hypothesis forming. Perhaps being chosen as a candidate means I am on the path to becoming a god myself. Determination hardened his features. He recalled the golden aura he wielded against the Demon King. It's not a baseless theory. I've already wielded holy power. Then came that bizarre all-seeing eye. He had clashed steel with a literal deity and survived. Sung-jun was evolving, transcending humanity. It's all connecting. The battles the impossible, rewards the accelerated growth, like scattered puzzle pieces, snapping together in his mind. The tower's trials. There's no doubt. This entire structure is a crucible designed to forge challengers into gods. And, if he survived this hellish gauntlet, he wouldn't just be a survivor. He would be a candidate for divinity. He stood up, shaking off the heavy thoughts. Well, it's just a theory for now. I'll figure out the tower's true endgame when I'm strong enough. A grin tugged at his lips. For now, let's test this new toy. Crimson light flooded his vision as he roared dragon transformation. Suddenly, violent tremors racked his body, catching him off guard. A hand clad in obsidian scales with razor-sharp claws materialized. A blinding red aura exploded from his core, weaving itself into a majestic new form. He hunched over, examining the transformation. I thought it was just a name, clad in black and red draconic armor, he gasped. But this skill, it literally turns me into a dragon. Special Authority Dragon Transformation has been activated. He looked down at his new armor, a surge of satisfaction coursing through him. Mana rolled off him in waves. I feel a bit like a lizard man, he joked, though his pulse raced. Still, the transformation was instant. That was a surprise. A stream of data flooded his brain. Remaining mana doubled for 10 minutes. Dragon race characteristics applied for 10 minutes. Mana manipulation efficiency increased. The air around him screamed as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He crouched low, his instincts screaming. It wasn't just physical armor. His very senses had been sharpened to a razor's edge. Standing in the empty room, he realized the truth. I don't even need the fire dragon's eye. I can feel everything. The flow of magic was clearer than ever before. He bared his serrated fangs, intending to just exhale. Whoosh! A small flame escaped his lips. Curious, he opened his maw wide and unleashed a roaring torrent of fire. Sung-jun stood frozen, staring blankly at the result. The entire room was engulfed in flames. Okay, he muttered, watching the furniture turn to ash. Breathing fire is definitely not a joke anymore. Jung-hyuk deactivated his dragonification skill. The system's voice echoed in his ears, confirming the unique authority was disabled and locked for an 8-hour cooldown. Simultaneously, his mana armor dissipated into thin air, leaving him standing alone in the scorching heat of the chamber. Jung-hyuk frowned, running the tactical numbers. 10 minutes of activation for an 8-hour cooldown meant he had one shot per battle in this system Manhwa. Suddenly, the heavenly demon materialized behind him. Slumping against the wall near the lingering frost, she groaned. Damn it, my head is splitting. What is wrong with this waiting room? Hearing her complaints, he turned. Feeling any better? Chianma replied coolly, yeah. I don't know what you did, but the sword's spiritual pulse has intensified. She raised her hands, her body trembling as shock colored her voice. Wait, it is more than that. I can fully suppress the sword's consciousness now. Whatever you did, my condition has stabilized completely. Jung-hyuk explained simply, I imbued it with the indestructible attribute. She gaped at him. But how? No. Never mind. She let out a sharp breath, a smirk forming on her lips. There is no point questioning a madman who dares to challenge a god. I knew you were insane, but this exceeds my expectations. He remained silent, listening intently. From what I heard, you are just a challenger on the 8th floor, hailing from a minor dimension, correct? Her eyes narrowed, piercing through him. Yet, for a mere dimensional challenger, your strength is abnormal and your connection to divine beings is excessive. She dropped her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. And I know a few secrets. Jung-hyuk pressed immediately. What secrets? She didn't hesitate to share her intel. You are one of the candidates chosen by the tower. That is why the constellations and gods are watching you. His face hardened. Is that so? The heavenly demon stood up abruptly. I thought you were ordinary, but I was wrong. She glided past him, whispering, You must have many questions. Jung-hyuk's eyes followed her, his mind racing. This aligned with Niflheim's words. This was his chance to uncover the truth behind this leveling Manhwa world and the gods. She tapped his shoulder, her expression grim. What are candidates? What is the tower's goal? Why are gods wary of you? Sadly, I cannot answer those for you. Jung-hyuk guessed. Because of the tower's restrictions? Precisely, she confirmed. Even if you fail and die, I do not wish for your soul to be obliterated. He froze, muttering 2 words. Is that so? Internally, he sighed. Neither the administrators nor the dweller of the heavenly blood demon sword could speak freely. He knew this, yet disappointment still stung. Chianma walked ahead, shifting the mood. However, there is one thing I can tell you. Regardless of the past or future, the tower desires only one thing from you. Jung-hyuk asked sharply, what is it? She glanced back over her shoulder. To become endlessly stronger and crush every opponent. She emphasized every word. That is all the tower demands from you and the other candidates. He visualized himself ascending an infinite staircase. The tower may have chosen him from the start, but he was the one who desired to climb to the apex. No, he corrected himself. At least that is what I believe. She placed a hand on her hip. You probably realized it already. Your ascent is due to your effort, but it also depends on the matchups the tower feeds you. Jung-hyuk replied quickly, I know. The tower at the very least does not seek to harm me yet. She reached out playfully. You catch on fast. Then again, if you were only selected as a candidate on the 10th floor, it makes sense you were in the dark. Suddenly, she froze at his next words. Then, I will stop asking. I will resolve all these doubts once I become strong enough, correct? The heavenly demon clenched her fist, grinding her teeth in frustration. The more I look at you, the more I regret that you were not born in my homeland. If you hailed from the martial realm, you would already be sitting on the throne of the strongest. In a flash, Jung-hyuk summoned his dual blades. The blood demon sword shot toward her, forcing her to leap back instantly. Hovering in the air, aura blazing around her, she declared, I have made my decision. She looked down at him with burning intensity. You shall become my disciple. The sword pulsed with a crimson light, ancient runes etching themselves into the air. Her voice boomed, shaking the very walls of the room. My sect is the divine cult. Do you wish to learn the blood demon divine art? She smiled, thinking, I am bored anyway. Having a disciple might be entertaining. But the answer she received was a single rock-solid word. No. She jolted, throwing her hands up as if she had heard a blasphemy. What? She pointed a furious finger at him, the floating sword mimicking her movement. Why the hell not? If you master this art, your power will skyrocket. She flew at him, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him frantically. You made it this far, so you must know the supremacy of the martial realm's techniques. It is leagues above the trash from minor dimensions. He nodded nonchalantly. Yes, I am aware. She screamed in frustration. Then why are you refusing? He stepped back to explain. I know because I learned martial arts from an administrator. But if I cultivate a specific internal energy method, it will restrict me from learning other systems. She paused, stunned. Wait, who taught you? Jung-hyuk placed a hand on his hip, completely honest. I already have a master. I have a teacher-student bond with an administrator. The heavenly demon's face went blank. Son of a... She smoothed her hair, trying to hide her embarrassment. I finally decided to take a disciple after eons, only to lose him to some unknown rival. Suddenly, he raised a finger. Ah, Jung-hyuk added, I just remembered. I did learn a breathing technique called the Supreme Blood Arts. She blinked, completely dumbfounded. What did you say? He thought, right, you were the one who told me. The descendant of the blood demon cult stammered, how? How could you learn a secret art reserved only for the cult's direct bloodline? He closed his eyes, answering vaguely. It just happened. At that moment, his pendant flared with light. Instantly, his appearance shifted, equipping a majestic new set of robes. She eyed him critically. A gift from the Baekga clan woman. I hate it. She sighed, defeated. But it suits you. Fine. You will be my half-disciple then. Let us begin. The heavenly demon opened her palm, condensing a sphere of swirling violet mana. The blood demon god arts weren't mere martial arts. They were closer to dark sorcery. Instantly, the surging energy rushed toward him like a tide. This technique possessed the terrifying ability to transmute pure mana into blood, meaning Seong-johan no longer needed to sacrifice his own life force to fuel his power. Although Chu had boasted of it as a peerless divine technique, it seemed to be a set of skills focused on regeneration and blood manipulation. Johan glanced at the cackling spirit deep in thought. However, the real issue was its uncanny resemblance to the blood demon cult's arts and his own weak blood trait. Who would have thought the core of this system, Manhwa ability, would mirror his innate powers? Chu shouted arrogantly. What do you think my martial arts are capable of now? He rubbed his wrist, accepting her challenge coolly. Fine then, show me exactly what you have learned. Hey, my half-disciple. The moment the words left her lips, Seong-johan threw his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that flooded the entire space. Chu's jaw dropped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she witnessed the energy swirling before her. What kind of insane power is this? He has already transcended the limits of the blood demon god arts. She regained her composure, her voice dripping with pride. Well, it seems my understanding was correct. But inwardly, she admitted the truth. There was no monster in this world quite like him. Chu asked, What happens now? He answered, without hesitation. What else? We continue climbing the tower. She blinked, stunned. Right now. Johan dropped 2 cold words. Of course, Chu groaned in frustration. You just completed a hellish trial. Won't you rest for even a single moment? He refused instantly. No, I cannot stop for something like fatigue. As if on cue, a blue system window materialized on the wall. Johan pointed at it, his voice steel. I need to become stronger. A blinding light erupted as he whispered his vow. Strong enough that no one can stop me, not even the gods themselves. Moments later, the brilliance swallowed him, transporting Sung Johan to the next deadly trial. The system announced trial of the 17th floor initiated. Difficulty hard. Theme massacre. Time limit 7 days. Clear conditions. Eliminate all hostiles within the time limit and reach the end of the heavenly martial hall. Failure penalty. Death. Completion reward. S+ rank elixir of cultivation. He found himself engulfed in an abyssal darkness. Johan scanned his surroundings, but the void offered nothing. I can't see a thing. This darkness is paralyzing my very senses. Suddenly, the sword at his hip spoke up. This is tricky. You had better be careful. In this gloom, you won't know when the killing blow will strike. The system chimed instantly. Skill Fire Dragon Eyes activated. His pupils ignited with a golden glow, and instantly, the heat signatures of human figures burned into his vision. Johan muttered the count. 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 targets. But as he analyzed the slaughter theme, a razor-sharp blade materialized from the shadows, aiming straight for the nape of his neck. His instincts screamed. He stepped back and executed a flawless mid-air spin, his momentum forcefully deflecting the assassin's blade. Johan raised his hand, summoning a crimson holy light to banish the shadows. So, we are in a cavern. He fired the light toward the ceiling, noting, using holy light in an enclosed cave puts me at a tactical disadvantage. The ambushers shielded their eyes from the sudden flare. Seizing the opening, Johan landed silently standing, face to face with the group of warriors. He identified them one by one. Mount Hua Sect Shaolin Temple, a shaman, the heavenly demon cult, and the triads. What kind of chaotic combination is this? His sword offered a grim warning. When facing masters of the Murim, you must be doubly vigilant. Since the theme is massacre, avoid becoming their common target. Ignoring the caution, Johan roared a challenge. You lot, if you plan to fight, then come at me all at once. The sword stammered, confused. Hey, semi-disciple. Johan gripped the hilt, his eyes glowing crimson with overwhelming killing intent. It doesn't matter. You are all going to die here anyway. As the sword shrieked, you lunatic. Johan brought his blade down in a decisive, fatal arc. He cleaved the nearest enemy in 2, triggering a system alert. You have defeated a powerful foe. Empowered by the kill, Johan felt a surge of energy, his subsequent strikes becoming even more precise and deadly. Under his relentless blade, their numbers dwindled rapidly. The system chimed again. All stats temporarily increased by 3 for the duration of the 17th floor. He continued his cold-blooded assault until the system confirmed total annihilation, only then allowing his movements to slow. Radiating suffocating bloodlust, Johan approached the survivors gasping for air. The notifications kept flowing. All stats temporarily increased by 2 on the 17th floor. He towered over them like a god of slaughter. A cunning survivor stammered. Wait, we are fellow adventurers, aren't we? Let's sit down and talk this out calmly. Before the man could finish, Johan drove his sword through the man's skull, silencing him instantly. The system reported. All stats increased by 1. He looked down at the corpse and scoffed. You were going to die anyway. Why waste breath on conversation? Johan yanked his blade free, sending a spray of blood across the stone. He calmly sheathed his weapon and asked the empty air, I have handled everything. Is there anything left? The system confirmed. You have cleared the path of venomous insects. Suddenly, the ground before him cracked open with a deafening roar. Watching a massive structure rise from the earth, Johan grinned with excitement. That makes sense. A towering gate materialized before him. As the heavy doors groaned open, he stood tall before the entrance, deducing the administrators must have ramped up the difficulty significantly. There's no way it would end this easily, right? But the only response was the mechanical voice. All conditions met. The gate is opening. Johan clicked his tongue and stepped forward. He walked with a fearless stride, shrugging. As long as the reward is generous, I don't care what comes next. While walking at a steady pace through the gloomy corridor, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Hey Song Johan, I remember that. Instantly alert, he snapped. What are you talking about? His reflexes kicked in as he scanned the area, only to turn his head and find Chu right there. Caught off guard, Johann let out a startled shout. Good heavens! His reaction panicked her as well, and she yelled, "Wait, why are you freaking out like that?" Recovering, he complained, "If you are coming out, give me a warning. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Then Johann softened his tone to negotiate. "Can you make yourself smaller? Like a child?" Chu laughed, replying, "Whether I become a child or manifest is my choice." But she complied instantly, shrinking her form. Seeing the dagger-like stare he was giving her, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you looking at me with those eyes?" Han Sung-jun ignored the question, his voice cold and sharp. "Forget that. You said you remembered. Explain yourself." Jong-gu replied instantly, "I recall this place, and why the martial artists gathered here." He pondered for a moment, the pieces clicking together. "Right. The tower sometimes recreates historical tragedies. Is this one of them?" Her voice was steady. "Precisely. This is the Heavenly Martial Hall." Ancient memories resurfaced. Jong-gu explained. Centuries ago, the Swordlight Emperor was the supreme martial artist. He hid his ultimate techniques in a secret library behind the 17th floor. Han Sung-jun raised an eyebrow. "So everyone here is hunting for the Emperor's secret manual." "Exactly," she whispered. "Greed for power turned this hall into a river of blood. Climbers died in droves for a mere glimpse of it. His techniques were universal. Even a novice could achieve godlike results in days." Through her words, the ghosts of fallen masters seemed to manifest in the air. She added a grim warning. "That is why monsters gather here. In this leveling Manhwa scenario, caution is your only lifeline." Jung-gu shuddered at a specific memory of a bloodthirsty prodigy. Among the slaughter, there was one they called the Genius. "I can still smell the metallic stench on him." She sniffed, the air tension rising. "He is here. The scent of blood is getting stronger. We are close." Han Sung-jun asked, curiosity piqued, "Can't you put a name to the face?" Jong-gu answered vaguely, "It's been too long to remember the details." However, her tone dropped an octave, becoming deadly serious. "I don't know who is stronger between you two, but do not underestimate him." Suddenly, they came to a halt. Han Sung-jun looked up, his presence imposing. "We're here." A massive stone gate loomed before them, clearly etched with the words, "Heavenly Martial Hall." He asked cautiously, "The blood scent comes from behind this Jong-gu focused her senses. Faint, but undeniable. I can smell it." With that confirmation, Han Sung-jun stepped forward. "Then, let's speed run this." He slammed his palms against the stone gates, channeling his inner force. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he pushed. With a thunderous groan, the ancient stone yielded to his monstrous strength, slowly grinding open. His gaze sharpened, scanning the darkness like a hawk. "System alert. You have entered the Black Heaven Way. Penalty activated, internal energy circuits sealed. 5 senses nullified." The curse of the zone took hold instantly. Vision obscured by absolute darkness. Han Sung-jun stood in the void, completely unfazed by the sudden blindness. Another pitch-black room? He calmly opened his interface, plotting his next move in the dark. The poison way blocks senses too, but the penalty here is on another level. Then a ping echoed. Item Effect Explorer's Light War Gloves rank B activated. He tapped another command. System notification, internal energy seal neutralized. A smirk touched his lips. A rank B item breaking the rules of a legendary zone jackpot. The system voice returned with the rules. Navigate the abyss. Only the first 4 to exit will survive. As candidates fall, the darkness will recede. Han Sung-jun's eyes narrowed in the dark. Blind or not, it doesn't matter. Skillfire Dragon Eyes activated. Crimson energy swirled around him, piercing the veil of shadows. The cave lit up in his vision. Huge area. More players than the last round. "I can see now, but which way is forward?" Immediately, the system answered. Skill 6th Sense activated. The path is revealed to you alone while your enemies remain lost. A radiant trail blazed through the darkness. Han Sung-jun grinned. There's the exit. A circle glowed beneath his boots. Excitement boiled in his veins. Follow this line and first place is mine. Han Sung-jun stepped into the blinding light, his senses dull and his vision fading. It was a brutal trial designed to break anyone else, but for him, he just smirked. The victory was already his. His absolute confidence seemed to trigger the system instantly. A notification chimed navigation, acquired upon objective completion. All attributes were temporarily boosted by 4. A hidden shortcut to the final stage cracked open. Han Sung-jun stood frozen for a second, before a grin spread across his face. Power coursed through his veins. He called out to Jong-gu, "Is that so-called genius here?" But only heavy silence answered him. Her silence sparked his irritation. He drew his blade, his aura flaring dangerously. Fine then. Keep your secrets about this prodigy. The system screamed a bloodthirsty command. Eliminate the lost souls immediately. Han Sung-jun's eyes went cold. If it's a massacre you want, I'll kill them all. The system added a chilling warning. Do it before you encounter them at the next gate. Suddenly from the shadows, the wet sound of slaughter echoed. In the gloom, a swordsman in blue robes was in a frenzy, plunging his blade repeatedly into a fallen body. Only when his bloodlust was sated did he stop. Panting, he cursed, "Damn it. Is this really the secret library left by the legendary Swordlight Emperor?" He calmed himself with a dark thought. It doesn't matter. For 60 years, I have sacrificed everything to become the strongest. Just moments ago, he had been groveling at the feet of the man in yellow robes, begging like a dog for his life. His mind twisted with greed. If I can obtain the Emperor's secret martial arts, I will pay any price. I will swallow any insult. Darkness took root in his heart. I will become a monster if I must. I will betray anyone to get what I want. And he proved it. The moment his savior turned his back, the swordsman rose his eyes, gleaming with malicious intent. In that split second, the swordsman's mind was consumed by a single dark truth. To ascend the ranks, he would slaughter anyone in his path. With malice in his heart, he unsheathed his blade from the shadows behind the man in yellow. Without a shred of mercy, he delivered a fatal strike to the very man who had just spared him. The swordsman stared blankly, justifying his treachery. He simply had to possess the legendary arts of the Swordlight Emperor at any cost. But as he looked up the scene, before him shattered his composure. Panic gripped his heart as he asked himself 1,000 times, "Who in the hell is that monster?" Following his gaze, we see Zung in a state of absolute frenzy. It was a massacre. Not a single soul within his range could escape the biting edge of his sword. The interface flashed constantly, a classic sight in any system Manhwa. Another tower climber eliminated. The darkness that once blinded his vision was finally fading away. Sung charged forward like a juggernaut, sweeping away every obstacle in his path. Suddenly, a massive axe cleaved through the air, aiming for a blind spot. But Sung's instincts were sharper than steel. With a casual lift of his sword, he deflected the heavy blow. The muscular attacker roared, putting his full weight behind the axe, but Sung dodged every strike with ghostly precision. The brute tightened his grip on the control chains and growled, "I cannot let the secret martial arts manual fall into anyone else's hands." Shung suddenly launched himself into the air. A system window popped up. The skill, graceful, as the wind, has been activated. Moving faster than the eye could follow, Sung closed the distance instantly. The brute had no time to react. As their eyes met, Sung spoke with cold disappointment. "So you are not the genius I am looking for either." Before the words could settle, Sung ended it. A single slash sent the brute's head flying. The treacherous swordsman watched the entire sequence trembling. He muttered in disbelief. Impossible. All color drained from his face as a terrifying realization struck him. Every single recognized swordmaster in this martial world, they were all dead. The swordsman shook violently as he looked at Sung standing alone amidst a field of corpses. Sung slowly turned his gaze toward the trembling survivor. With an overwhelming killing aura crushing the air around him, Sung walked coldly toward the man. With every step, Sung took the swordsman's terror multiplied. For 60 years, he had honed his survival instincts to a razor's edge. A sixth sense that could only be forged by dancing with death countless times. But facing Zung now, his instincts screamed only one thing. There is no escape. I cannot defeat this monster. Realizing resistance was futile, he collapsed to his knees and begged, "Please spare my life. I am a weak man. I have an elderly wife and young children waiting for me." The swordsman screamed with the desperation of 3 lifetimes. "If I didn't seek the Swordlight Emperor's arts, I wouldn't survive in this cruel, cutthroat world. If you let me live, I will give up everything and vanish." But even as he begged, a sinister thought lurked beneath. "The moment you drop your guard, kid, I will cut your throat." Shung stood silently, his presence weighing down like a mountain. His pressure alone could crush the man into paste. Finally, Shung spoke, shocking the swordsman to his core. "Liar." Zhang's voice was devoid of warmth. "If I let you live, you will try to kill me the second I turn my back." The cold steel of Zhang's blade pressed against the man's cheek. "I saw everything. The dirty tricks you used on the others. Although, I admit, I am also obsessed with becoming stronger." Memories of his own past flooded Sung's mind. Days when he was so exhausted, he had to use his sword as a cane just to stand. He looked down at the swordsman. But no matter how weak I was, an image of Sung trembling during his harsh training flashed by as he continued. No matter how much I suffered or how slow my progress seemed, His voice dropped to absolute zero. Rather than becoming stronger through your filthy methods, Shung swung his sword with terrifying finality. I would rather die. Blood sprayed across the cave, painting the stone walls in crimson. The notification chimed, giving him the rush of a true leveling manhwa. You have slaughtered the lost ones. Congratulations. You have completed the special tutorial, Guide of the Gods. Instant acceleration rank B has leveled up. Graceful, as the wind rank A has leveled up. Sixth sense rank B acquired. Shung ignored the carnage and moved on. I suppose I just need to follow this blue path. As he walked, he scanned his skill list on the holographic screen. After a moment, he mused aloud. My skills leveled up significantly. It must be because of the high kill count. He turned to the person beside him. But Chu, that bastard isn't here either. He swallowed the rest of his words. She wasn't listening to a word he said. Chu was practically vibrating with excitement. It has been so long since I drank this much blood. This sensation is intoxicating. Another notification popped up. The Heavenly Blood Demon Sword rank A has absorbed blood. Item grade has increased to rank A. Sung looked at her undignified behavior and sighed. The priority right now isn't finding that genius. It's seeing how much the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has evolved. Suddenly, Chu's mood flipped. She stomped toward him, fuming. Hey, Sung. He blinked in surprise. What? She glared at him. Did you just think of me as a tool? Shung stammered. You can read my mind, Chu gritted her teeth. Yes, I heard those blasphemous thoughts loud and clear. Her eyes held zero amusement. If you want my help, show some respect. Just as she finished scolding him, the system chimed again. You have cleared the Heavenly Martial Hall of the Black Heaven Way. You have met the requirements to open a shortcut. The Light Heaven path has been opened. In an instant, a glowing portal materialized before them. The gateway to the Light Heaven path. Shung nodded in satisfaction. Perfect timing. But even for a shortcut, isn't a gate appearing in the dimensional Murim a bit unstable? Chu chimed in. I've never seen this happen before either. There must be special conditions involved. Seeing him fall into deep thought, she snapped. That doesn't matter right now, she screamed in his face. Stop treating me, your partner, like some inventory item. Shung was taken aback by her intensity. He whispered softly. Chu. She fell silent, waiting for an apology or a promise. Instead, Sung grinned brightly. All right, don't be sad. Let's go. Chu denied it instantly. Who is sad? Seizing the moment, he asked. By the way, can you smell the blood of that genius? She replied coldly. I don't know. Moments later, Sung found himself dancing through a storm of lightning strikes. Walking through a thunderstorm would be an understatement. Dodging a bolt of energy, he yelled. Hey Chu, I took this path because you said you smelled blood. What the hell is this? I'm going to die at this rate. Chu laughed maniacally. Look at you. That is the karma for treating me like a tool. Han Sung-jun sensed the malice and cursed, you scum. But instantly, a beam of destructive light targeted him. His reflexes were godlike. System alert, reflect shield activated. A shimmering barrier materialized before him just in time. A massive pillar of light slammed down, shaking the very foundations of the dimension. Han Sung-jun barely escaped the blast radius. Gritting his teeth, he dodged another volley. That was too close. Where is the temple? Why is this place just a trap of endless light beams? Jong-gu seemed amused by his struggle. This is the Swordlight Emperor's private realm. A secret dimension forged with his own divine power. These attacks prove we found the shortcut, she explained. But shortcuts are paved with traps for the unworthy. Han Sung-jun scoffed in irritation. A trap-filled maze. I can already tell what kind of twisted bastard this emperor was. 4 beams of heavenly light descended. He was a lunatic. Han Sung-jun roared. Reflect shield engaged. The impact triggered a cataclysmic explosion. As the smoke cleared, Han Sung-jun's impenetrable shield had a gaping hole burned right through it. A grim notification popped up, a classic twist for a leveling manhwa. The reflect shield was shattered. His primary defense was now useless. Panic flared for a second. His cooldowns were blown. He had no defense left. His eyes hardened. There was only one option remaining. Jong-gu, he commanded, activate every buff you have. Confused, she asked. What are you planning? He drew his blade with cold precision. This dimension is an infinite loop, he declared. The only way to beat a rigged game is to destroy the board itself. Jong-gu didn't even blink. Honestly, I'm not even surprised anymore. She paused. Wait, didn't you have something to say to me first? Han Sung-jun blinked, dodging a beam. What? You treat me like an item, not a partner, she yelled, her voice cutting through the chaos. Where is the respect? Han Sung-jun groaned. Jong-gu, not now. He vaulted over a lethal ray of light. If that holy energy hits me, we are both dead. But she was relentless. Answer me, Han Sung-jun. He was about to explode, but he had no choice. Fine, I'm sorry, I value you as a comrade, okay? Jeong-gu smirked. Good. You are forgiven. With their bond restored, the system roared to life. Skill-activated Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. Magic Explosion, Class A. Mana surged through his veins. Skill-activated Thought Acceleration. The world seemed to slow down as his mind raced. Passive skill. Micro Heart Class B. Engaged a magical circuit formed to synchronize his movements with the flow of mana. Fully buffed Han Sung-jun's eyes blazed. Let's do this. Jeong-gu whispered. Trust in me. Han Sung-jun. Ascension Beam of Destruction locked onto them. It was the peak moment of this manhwa recap. Skill combat focus activated. Concentration multiplied by 7. Ethereal wings burst from his back. The ground erupted in flames, but Han Sung-jun soared into the sky, dancing through the chaos. Skill Holy Light. Entering a state of hyperfocus, Han Sung-jun and Jeong-gu became one with their blade, diving straight into the hellfire. He commanded a storm of crimson energy to clash against the golden beams. Red met gold in a violent collision that tore the air apart. Han Sung-jun twisted the energy flow, turning their own attack back on the source. A new notification flashed before his eyes. Ultimate Skill Heaven Mover. A pillar of catastrophic energy erupted from the earth, piercing the heavens and devouring all light in its path. The target point in the sky glowed blood red. The energy slammed home. A supernova explosion ripped through the fabric of the dimension. System alert. Dimensional durability depleted. The barrier shattered. Han Sung-jun floated amidst the debris, stunned by his own devastating power. Confusion washed over him, quickly replaced by pure disbelief. The sky itself was fracturing, cracking apart like a shattered mirror. Shards of reality rained down, revealing an endless gray void behind the veil. Suddenly, the system chimed. You have acquired the title Dimensional Slasher. The Swordlight Emperor gazed down with amusement at challenger Han Sung-jun. A triumphant grin spread across Han Sung-jun's face as he shouted, I think we finally pulled it off. Jeong-gu hesitated, his voice trembling with disbelief. Are you sure? But the next system notification erased all doubt. System message. The Swordlight Emperor has officially recognized your completion of the inheritance trial. The avatars of the gods materialized. The Shadow God applauded wildly, congratulating challenger Han Sung-jun, while the God of Judgment warned the Sword Emperor against any reckless actions. The Dragon God seethed, with jealousy roaring. Why give the inheritance test to him and not me? Another goddess expressed her fury as the system logged their divine reactions. The Swordlight Emperor growled at the divine gallery, stop bothering me and get lost. Han Sung-jun watched the chaos, thinking I honestly wish you'd all disappear too. Jeong-gu couldn't stay calm, stammering, what the hell did you do to cause this kind of uproar? Ignoring the panic, Han Sung-jun replied, I just have a few questions. He paused for a beat before speaking. Hey Jeong-gu. But before he could finish, a loud notification pierced the air. The true heavenly path had opened. A blinding white light descended from the heavens. As they both looked up in awe, Han Sung-jun quickly shifted gears. Time to move to the next stage, he declared. Jeong-gu, whipped around by his changing attitude, gaped at him. Wait, what were you about to say earlier? Han Sung-jun shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing important. As they stepped into the portal, the system announced, entering the heavenly martial hall of the true heavenly path. Moments later, Han Sung-jun found himself standing in a paradise of breathtaking scenery, a place in perfect harmony with nature. The atmosphere was deceptively serene, almost too peaceful. Jeong-gu, however, remained vigilant. Don't let your guard down, she warned. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced the silence from a nearby pavilion. I've been waiting for such a long time to meet you. John instantly shifted into a combat stance, scanning the area for the source of the voice. The Swordlight Emperor descended with an ethereal grace. You have endured much to reach this domain, John. I am the Swordlight Emperor, the master of this heavenly martial hall. You have successfully cleared the hidden gate. John blinked in confusion. Wait, that previous area was a gate. Indeed, she confirmed with a gentle smile. And your performance was exemplary. But John wasn't ready to celebrate just yet. Does this mean the trial is finally over? Not quite. One final challenge remains. Sensing a deeper meaning, John pressed on. Then why summon me here personally if there's still a test? The Empress covered her face, hiding a flush of embarrassment. Please don't be angry. I simply wish to see you with my own eyes. You have no idea the chaos you've caused. Every deity in the realm is clamoring to claim you. John was speechless. Is this goddess out of her mind, he thought? She waved a dismissive hand, regaining her composure. I wish we could converse longer, but destiny awaits. The final trial must begin. If you survive, I shall bestow my personal martial arts legacy upon you." Her eyes burned with intensity as she pointed at him. "It will be a crucible of pain, but I trust you will conquer it just as you have before." John's eyes widened in alarm. "Hold on a second. What kind of hellish training are we talking about? And what do you mean harder?" But before he could finish his protest, the Emperor placed a finger on his forehead. Space warped around him. Moments later, the cold mechanical voice of the system rang out. "You have entered the heavenly martial hall of the endless path. Only the victor shall inherit the Swordlight Emperor's legacy." This was a classic awakening Manhwa scenario. John sighed, utterly defeated. She really just does whatever she wants, doesn't she? Scanning his new surroundings, he called out, "Chianggu, do you have any read on this location?" The spirit's voice was grim. "John, look forward." Now, John raised his gaze and witnessed a scene of absolute brutality. Two figures were locked in a dance of death. One of them was the heavenly demon herself. With a single brutal strike, she ended the duel, tearing her opponent's head from his shoulders. The severed head hit the ground with a sickening thud. Chunggu hissed in warning, "Be careful. That woman. She is drowning in bloodlust." John narrowed his eyes. "Is she the prodigy we heard about?" "It appears so," Chianggu replied. Suddenly, the heavenly demon froze. Her freezing gaze snapped directly toward them like a predator spotting prey. Instinct took over John, and Changgu shifted into a defensive formation. His hand hovered over his hilt as cold sweat trickled down his back. "What on earth is this crushing pressure?" Chianggu's voice trembled with rare fear. "That aura. No mere mortal possesses such power. Watch yourself, John. A single misstep here means instant death." Seeing they remained silent, the demon broke the tension. She stared into John's soul, a provocative smirk playing on her lips. "Did you come here to offer me a challenge?" Her eyes gleamed with intelligence. "You seek the Swordlight Emperor's legacy, don't you, John?" Remained silent, but his darkened expression gave him away. When he refused to speak, a chilling chuckle escaped her throat. Ignoring a direct question, how rude. Murderous intent exploded from her body like a tidal wave. The air grew heavy with the scent of death. "I suppose you have a death wish." Before John could blink, she was there, a fatal blade slashed straight for his throat. But then, her eyes widened in genuine shock. Ding unique item effect. Activated protection of the nameless god. Priority defense protocol engaged. An unavoidable attack has been nullified. Remaining charges 3. Seizing the split second of hesitation, John flashed backward. He created distance, his boots carving deep furrows into the stone floor. John gritted his teeth, his heart pounding. "If not for that artifact, my head would be rolling on the floor." The heavenly demon tilted her head, intrigued. "You took my blade and didn't bleed. Interesting." She licked her lips, a predator eyeing a particularly rare meal. "Finally, something different in this hellhole," Steele sang as she launched herself at him once more. Her laughter echoed through the hall. "You really are fascinating." Clashing blades sparked a storm of violence. "Tell me, warrior, who are you? I've never met anyone worthy of my curiosity in the Murim world," she cried. John parried a strike and shouted back in anger. "Where are your manners? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for a name?" She smirked, her eyes dancing with madness. "Manners? Do you truly not know who stands before you?" Purple and gold energy collided in a dazzling display. But John was being pushed back by her overwhelming force. The impact sent shockwaves through his arms. He was sliding backward, his heels digging desperately into the cracking pavement to halt the momentum. He glared at her sweat, dripping down his brow. "I make it a rule not to give my name to psychopaths trying to murder me." She paused, considering his logic. "Fair point. I suppose that makes sense." She lowered her weapon, adopting a regal posture. "Then, allow me to grant you this honor. I am the supreme ruler of the demonic path, the one who has crushed countless challengers beneath her heel." She raised her blade again, and the atmosphere screamed in protest. A dark, suffocating aura engulfed the arena. "I stand above all living things under the heavens. I am the heavenly demon." The system windows flashed red. Warning: powerful adversary detected. Passive skill: indomitable will has been force activated. Title effect: mythic battlefield warrior engaged. Special buff: Mantis stops, the chariot is now active. John struggled to hold his ground against the crushing weight of her aura. "Now I see what Changgu meant," he thought. "She isn't just strong, she's a monster." Chianggu's voice echoed in his mind. "Her thirst for blood is endless. Brace yourself, John. I will lend you every ounce of my power." John entered a state of hyperfocus. The world slowed down. His eyes narrowed as he detected a minute shift in her stance. In a blur of motion, he leaned back. The deadly blade sliced the air millimeters from his nose. The heavenly demon beamed with delight. "Oh, I really like you now." But her expression twisted into something truly grotesque. A smile that belonged to a demon from the abyss. "You remind me of my arrogant father." Memories flooded her mind. The day her blade tasted her own father's blood, ignoring his desperate pleas for mercy. Her laughter was manic. "I ascended to the throne of the cult leader by stepping over his corpse. It was exhilarating. Back then, he was the only one capable of entertaining me." She unleashed a flurry of strikes, forcing John to dance on the razor's edge of death. "Since that day, the Murim world has been so boring. No one could withstand my blade." With a roar, she unleashed a catastrophic blow. John was blasted backward, barely keeping his footing. Her eyes burned with obsession. "But now, fate has delivered you to me." He slammed into a massive boulder, the impact shattering the stone into dust. The heavenly demon stepped through the debris, grinning. "You came to this realm to seek power, didn't you? Then let us see how much agony your ambition can withstand." Her questions came like rapid-fire arrows. "Tell me, have you severed the heads of your kin? Have you stabbed your brothers in the back? Have you bathed in a river of blood?" Her face was a mask of pure ecstasy. "Just imagining it makes my blood boil with excitement. If you possess strength that rivals mine, then your hands must be stained with the blood of thousands." The heavenly demon's bloodlust instantly evaporated, replaced by cold disgust at Song's declaration. She snapped, "What did you say?" But his voice cut through the dust and rubble, calm and unwavering. "Let me make this clear. I desire strength just as much as you do." The image of his broken family flashed through his mind, hardening his resolve like steel. "But there is a line I will never cross." In a heartbeat, Song's aura exploded into a frenzy. His eyes glowed crimson as he gritted his teeth. "I won't commit atrocities." Flames ignited within his very core. He scoffed. "Just to gain power." Entering his draconification state, he delivered his final verdict. "I would rather die." Ding, the system announced unique authority draconification has been activated. His overwhelming pressure shook the earth, causing debris to rain down around them. The heavenly demon stood frozen, speechless. Suddenly, a blinding radiance pierced the darkness, snapping her back to reality. A primordial dragon roar shattered the air, scorching flames erupted, threatening to incinerate the very void, yet she remained unmoving. Only when the inferno licked at her boots did she leap, swinging her blade in a counterattack. She laughed. "That heat is terrifying, but it won't even scratch my skin." Suddenly, Sung burst from the blazing inferno like a descending war god, charging straight for her. Seeing his transformed state, amusement danced in her eyes. "So you were hiding an interesting costume, were you?" Her grin widened maniacally. She raised her blade, taunting him. "But do you really think that changes anything?" Immediately, the system screamed a warning. "Warning, Heavenly Demon Yusan has activated Heart Sword." In a split second, she unleashed a devastating strike, but Sung narrowly evaded the fatal blow. He wasn't about to just take it. He instantly countered, thrusting his sword toward her. But she just stood there, wearing a sinister smile. As he closed the distance, she leapt and delivered a reverse slash. The system blared, "Heavenly Demon Yusan has activated Heart Sword." She flipped in midair, launching another assault. The attack was too fast for Song to react to. A notification window popped up. "The bracelet has blocked an undefendable attack. 2 charges remaining." Sung lost his balance and stumbled back as the heavenly demon landed gracefully opposite him. She chuckled with pure delight. "You have plenty of tricks to entertain me, breathing fire like a dragon, and that absurd dodging skill even after taking a hit." She looked down on him with utter mockery. "I do hope you'll continue to amuse me just like this." The moment she finished speaking, the system warned, "Heavenly Demon Yusan has activated Heart Sword." Before he could blink, her blade tip was already at his forehead, freezing him in place. Miraculously, he dodged in the nick of time. The blade missed its mark, merely grazing past his skin. Sweat beaded on his brow. That Heart Sword technique is a nightmare. But she gave him no respite, launching another wave of attacks. He dodged desperately. "It's too fast. It's too heavy. I don't even have an opening to swing my blade." Jung gritted his teeth in frustration. "If I could just learn that move, I'd reach a new level." "But how does it work?" Suddenly, Chu's voice echoed. "The dragon's devotion." Shung glanced down at the spirit in surprise. "What?" Glaring at the arrogant heavenly demon, Chu continued. "Fill your heart with holy power. That is what elevates you to a higher realm." Sung's eyes widened as the pieces clicked together. "Wait, if that's true, then could it be?" Chu instantly caught his train of thought. "Yes, you are correct. She committed patricide to seize the throne, planting deep-rooted fear in the subconscious of countless people. The image of the heavenly demon sitting on her high throne harvesting the terror of the masses became crystal clear in his mind. Recalling her wicked smile, Chu added, "Therefore, her holy power is fueled by the collective fear of the masses." In other words, the driving force behind that heart sword is the holy power accumulated within her very heart. The demon grew impatient and unleashed another strike at Sung. Chu whispered urgently into his ear, "Focus on her heart. If you look closely, you will see the trajectory of her sword. And if you swing your blade along that same path, you can execute the heart sword using your own holy power." Sung absorbed the revelation confidence flooding back into him. "I see it now." Immediately, the system chimed, activating skill battle focus. Just as Sung prepared to strike, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind, a classic turning point in this system Manhwa. Staring at the heavenly demon, he internally screamed with triumph. "I can see it. I can actually see the sword path originating from her heart." Pushing down his excitement, Gung formulated a strategy: observe, evade, and mirror the trajectory perfectly. He raised his blade, his fighting spirit burning like a supernova. The heavenly demon's heart sword. Calculations complete. Sung launched himself at her with godlike speed. His strikes were devastating, carving through the air with terrifying precision. The heavenly demon stood stunned for a moment. After the first exchange, he smirked. "So, that's what it feels like. Now that I understand, the mechanism dodging is child's play." The demon remained motionless, observing his every twitch. Suddenly, her lips curled into a grotesque, twisted smile. Despite the grin, her eyes were drowning in pure killing intent. "I can't believe you mastered the heart sword in such a short time," she purred. "You're making me even more excited." Shung replied with icy detachment. "There's nothing to get excited about." Internally, he thought, because now that I've learned the technique, the mechanical voice of the system interrupted his thoughts. Activating special effect Absolute Seal of the Nameless God's Jade Rank S. Blue chains materialized from thin air, obeying his command as they shot toward the heavenly demon. The mystical chains struck true, piercing straight into her heart, one after another. The system announced, "Heavenly Demon, Yusan's strongest ability has been sealed. Holy power and specific skills are now disabled." The chains constricted around her heart, binding her so tightly that even moving a finger became a struggle. A timer appeared, 29 minutes and 59 seconds until seal removal. Han Sung-jun pointed his blade at the heavenly demon, his voice booming, "I'm ending this battle right here, right now." His eyes went cold as ice. "I have to finish this." Immediately, the system confirmed, "The divine jade of the nameless god has been consumed." Han Sung-jun blurred into motion, rushing the heavenly demon. Payback time. As his resolve hardened, a cascade of activation messages flooded his vision. The turning point of this leveling Manhwa battle. Skill Storm Sword Rank C. Infused Wind Attribute passive activated, enhancing True Blood Demon Sword. Potential special effect triggered Twin Strike of the Immortal Ghost Sword. He charged with everything he had. "I'll boost my heart sword stats using Dragon Transformation and take her down in one blow." Channeling every ounce of power into his blade, Han Sung-jun unleashed a critical slash, aimed straight at the heavenly demon's vitals. The ground exploded, sending debris flying. But as the dust settled, shock paralyzed him. She hadn't moved an inch, yet his blade hadn't touched a single hair on her head. Han Sung-jun gasped, his mind racing. My attack had zero effect. Just as despair started to creep in, Chu shouted a warning. Han Sung-jun fall back. Reacting on instinct, he scrambled backward. The heavenly demon just watched him in terrifying silence. What the hell was that defense? He wondered. Her body felt impenetrable, like striking solid diamond. Does she have another secret technique hidden beyond her heart sword? Finally, the heavenly demon broke her silence, her voice dripping with disappointment. You sealed my heart sword and attacked with full power. Yet, is this truly the limit of your reach? A system window popped up. The heavenly demon Qian Yosun has activated body protection Qi. The fake smile vanished. A murderous aura erupted around her as she glared at him. I must say I am quite disappointed. Seeing his grim expression, she continued. You better start entertaining me. Because if you don't, she raised her blade, killing intent, flooding the arena. I might just accidentally kill you. Another notification flashed. Qian Yosun has activated Heavenly Demon Black Sword. Han Sung-jun felt the shift immediately. Death was knocking at his door. He gulped sweat, trickling down his face. The atmosphere has changed completely. This is bad. Meanwhile, back in the peaceful garden, the tranquility stood in stark contrast to Han Sung-jun's desperate struggle. The sword-light emperor sipped her tea, though a frown of worry creased her brow. I wonder if he's making good use of the relic I gave him, she mused softly. It was a reward for surviving that hellish gate in the previous mission. I can't guarantee that the item will show its full potential in his hands just yet. She paused, gazing up at the sky, as if watching him from afar. I just hope he survives. Back in the arena, Han Sung-jun was dodging frantically, the heavenly demon's voice taunting him. Where did all that confidence go? Exhausted, he jammed his twin swords into the ground just to stay upright. She sneered at his pathetic state. If this is all you have, you're dead. Han Sung-jun cursed internally. Damn it, I can't even tell where her attacks are coming from. Even with my dragon eyes active, she's invisible to me. How is that even possible? Han Sung-jun glared at the baffling notification floating in front of him. It read, "Please mark your target." His expression darkened. Mark the target? I can't even see the target. Is this some kind of broken system manhwa mechanic? He gritted his teeth, the frustration boiling over. It's impossible. But in that moment of darkness, Chu's voice cut through the noise. Han Sung-jun, if your eyes are deceiving you, then close them. Focus your other senses. You may be a novice in the martial arts, but you are a challenger who has defied the odds time and time again. Her voice softened. Trust in your own strength. Her words reignited the fire in his soul. Han Sung-jun loosened his stance, shutting out the visual chaos. He closed his eyes and began to visualize the world through pure perception. Clarity began to form in the darkness. Yeah, just like that, he whispered. Focus. Absolute focus. As his mind sharpened, a new notification chimed. Skill, activated sixth sense. The heavenly demon was still flashing around him at supersonic speeds, but now, Han Sung-jun could feel the disturbance in the air. In an instant, her location became crystal clear in his mind's eye. A smirk tugged at his lips. Gotcha. The system interface flashed crimson, locking onto the target instantly. Heavenly Demon Yusin. The artifact roared to life, unleashing a blinding array of photon blades, while an ancient relic materialized from the void. Sung's eyes widened in shock. What on earth? Since when did I possess a relic of this tier? But there was no time for questions. The heat of battle demanded his absolute focus. A magnificent sword formation circled Sung, radiating lethal intent toward the heavenly demon. The system notification chimed. Auto pursuit mode engaged. All blades will hunt the designated target. Gravity seemed to bend. With Godspeed, the blades tore through the air, shrieking toward the heavenly demon like a pack of hungry wolves. A smirk tugged at Sung's lips. He didn't know when he'd acquired this power, but the timing was divine. His confidence skyrocketed as he thought, just stand there and accept your fate. He raised his primary blade, resonating with the floating formation. The air crackled with energy. He was ready to unleash a symphony of destruction. No second was wasted. With a sharp gesture, he commanded the storm of steel. Instantly, the barrage descended upon the heavenly demon like a meteor shower. The ground quaked as the blades struck. But they didn't just hit. They formed a perfect prison of light, trapping the heavenly demon in the center of the kill zone as she struggled to defend. Triumph surged through Sung's chest. I've got you now. But from the dust, her voice cut through the noise cold as ice. Is this truly the limit of your power? His blood ran cold. Doubt crept in instantly. Before he could utter a syllable, a wave of sword ki slashed through reality, cleaving his body in two. Sung's eyes bulged, staring into the abyss of his own demise. He couldn't believe it. Before he could process the pain, the heavenly demon unleashed a cataclysmic follow-up. A storm of attacks battered him. Then the system's robotic voice pierced his consciousness. Emergency activation, S-rank, Nameless God's Guardian Bracelet. The fatal blow has been nullified by absolute defense. Remaining charges, 0. Sung's mind reeled, trying to replay that invisible strike. What kind of monster is she? He shook his head violently. No. Focus. He couldn't afford to lose his mind now. Johann dashed toward the heavenly demon with reckless speed, his mind racing to calculate a mind sword strike. He had to end this now. He unleashed a chaotic barrage of slashes, but a notification popped up like a system manhwa trap. Heavenly Demon Tron. Yusan has activated body reinforcement chi. It was hopeless. Johann's blade couldn't even sever a single strand of her hair. Seeing his pathetic struggle, the heavenly demon let out a sigh of pure boredom. Then the atmosphere shifted. She launched a counterattack, so decisive Johann didn't even have time to blink. He gritted his teeth, barely twisting his body to escape death by an inch. But the heavenly demon wasn't done. She analyzed him coldly like a predator preparing to slaughter its prey. Too fast. A fatal slash to the neck, then the waist, then the knees. It all happened in a fraction of a heartbeat. Ding. The system chimed, just in time. Effect activated, Nameless Goddess's Guardian Bracelet. The unblockable attack was nullified by divine protection. Durability depleted. The Nameless Goddess's bracelet shattered into dust and vanished into the wind. The heavenly demon stared at him, her eyes void of emotion. She scoffed. You vowed to kill me. Is this boring display all you have? Her voice dropped to sub-zero temperatures. If you're out of skills, then prepare to die. A notification flashed. Heavenly demon uses skill heaven-shaking sword. Johann struggled to keep his footing, his inner voice screaming. Her killing intent is crushing me like a mountain. I can't let her aura paralyze me again. Not now. But Johann forced himself to snap out of it. He readied his weapon, preparing to charge into the jaws of death. Anxiety gnawed at his soul. Can my divinity stats even withstand this overwhelming pressure? Jong-gu's scream cut through his thoughts. Wake up, she's coming. Too late. The heavenly demon was already there, her blade pressing against his armor. He parried, frantically, rage burning inside him. She's too fast. All he could do was defend against the onslaught. She drove her blade forward with terrifying force, aiming to pierce straight through his armor and into his flesh. And in an instant, she succeeded. The sharp steel buried itself deep. Blood sprayed into the air. She ripped the sword out mercilessly, turning the wound into a fountain of crimson. A guttural scream tore from his throat. Then, the blue window appeared. Skill near death activated. Fatal wound nullified. All senses temporarily amplified. Skill effects have been upgraded. Cooldown. 1 week. As the gaping wound on his chest knit itself back together, the heavenly demon sneered. I assumed that was your final cheap trick. Johann felt the cold truth settle in. He had zero hope of winning. He was just a toy dancing in the palm of this monster. Seeing his spirit break, Jong-gu shouted, Don't you dare give up. No matter how hard it gets, as long as you breathe, there's a chance. He shook off the despair. Right. As long as I'm alive. Ding achievement unlocked. Beginning of transcendence. Boiling sword intent is evolving into sword chi. The blade in Johann's hand vibrated violently. A massive surge of power rushed through his veins. This sensation, the heavenly demon noticed the shift instantly. Learning sword chi, in the middle of a fight, impressive, but ultimately futile. She held up 3 fingers. Since you amused me, I'll finish you with just 3 basic moves. Johann ground his teeth, then let out a manic chuckle. Oh! He spun his blade eyes wild with defiance. Thanks for the handicap. He launched a barrage of strikes at the heavenly demon. She danced through the storm of steel effortlessly. Parrying his blade aside, she sighed. Still not enough. How disappointing. Whoosh. A wave of sword chi erupted from her blade. Johann threw himself out of the way just in time. The shockwave forced him back, but Johann regained his footing and pointed his sword straight at her, fear forgotten. Skill, activated holy light. Blinding energy erupted. A massive explosion of light shook the heavens and the earth. But a voice cut through the smoke, dripping with disdain. Always relying on tools instead of your own strength. The heavenly demon emerged from the debris, completely untouched. I have no expectations left for you. Bam. A fist buried itself in his gut. Before he could blink, Johann gagged, coughing up a massive amount of blood, eyes wide in shock. She didn't stop. The force launched him into the cliffside. Boom. He slumped against the shattered rock, his body broken. His armor flickered and vanished into light particles. The heavenly demon looked down at his motionless form. That was 2. Only 1 strike remains. Jong-gu screamed desperately. Hey, Johann, get up. He wasn't unconscious. He was just done. Crushed by the realization that nothing worked. It's over. My attacks are meaningless. The question echoed in his mind. Can I ever defeat a monster like her? Jong-gu's voice felt miles away. The heavenly demon observed him. It seems your will is broken. Johann looked up and a terrifying realization struck him. Why are you looking at me like that? He knew that look. He hated that look. Burning in her eyes was one thing. Absolute contempt. Johann thought bitterly. Is this scorn where my failure begins again? Jong-gu kept screaming his name. Johann snapped awake, but the weight of failure threatened to drown him. He remembered the scornful eyes of the past. What gave me the strength to survive this leveling manhwa world until now? I've tasted failure enough for 1 lifetime. I won't let anyone look down on me again. In the depths of his mind, Johann forced his broken body to move. I refused to lose. I refused to be trampled on. But as he knelt there, he felt like a helpless child again. But it's so damn hard. Suddenly, Jung-gu's voice cut through clearly. Is that it? Is it really that simple? Johann jolted, turning his head. Junggu. A gentle presence materialized beside him. It was Chu. I've been calling out to your soul, but you were deaf to my voice. I had to come here, into the depths of your despair. She paused, her gaze piercing his soul. But deep down, don't you already know the answer? You fight. You grasp at straws. You crawl toward power just to prove your worth. She leaned in her voice, echoing with truth. But tell me, Sung, who are you trying to impress with this strength? His eyes snapped open. The realization hit him like a truck. The answer was simple. Myself. Hidden condition met. Chu pressed on her tone, urgent, driving him to the core. And why is that? Because I refuse to live with regrets. The system flared gold. Notification player is approaching the state of a transcendent entity. Sung rose from the darkness, his spirit igniting. I want to be the one who dictates my own fate. No one will ever look down on me again. He looked at the girl before him, his resolve hardening into diamond. I want the power to stand tall when the world tries to crush me. That is my path. Crack. The darkness, shattering his mind, exploded into a million pieces. Golden light flooded his inner world. System alert. Divine authority. CCS. Holy power has been forcefully awakened. Chu watched the transformation awestruck. Then, a proud smile graced her lips. Her efforts hadn't been wasted on a fool. Her smile turned mischievous. Whack, she smacked him hard. Tears welled up in his eyes. Ow, what was that for? She laughed. You finally look like a warrior, instead of a corpse. She pointed outward. Now go. Finish this Manhwa recap with a legendary victory. You got it. Fire burned in his eyes. Back in reality, Sung stood up. An aura of pure golden divinity erupted from his body. He could feel it. The raw energy. He savored the sensation of the holy power coursing through his meridians like a raging river. The heavenly demon flinched. He recovered. Something was wrong. Sung gripped his sword, engulfed in golden flames. Round 2. And this time, it's personal. Amongst the ruins and dust, Sung stood like a god of war. The air grew heavy time, seemingly freezing between the awakening hunter and the demon. Confusion marred the heavenly demon's face. That energy. Infinite and pure. What is that? Did you hide this power? Until now, Sung tightened his grip, his voice dripping with icy confidence. Think what you want. The only certainty is your death. His brow furrowed with killing intent, yet the heavenly demon merely smirked, her arrogance returning. Is this your final struggle? How pathetic. She sighed, bored with this leveling manhwa cliché. I'm losing patience with you. I still have 3 handicap moves left. Make them count. Sung's blood boiled with excitement. You want a beating? I'll be happy to serve it to you. She scoffed. With that broken body, you're delusional. Whoosh. Before she finished her sentence, Sung vanished. He reappeared behind her faster than sound. Impossible. She spun around, slashing instinctively with terror in her eyes. Thunder roared as she struck. The system pinged. Opponent has activated defensive skill, Celestial Body Protection Chi. A cruel smile returned to her face. She looked down on him like an insect. That speed. Surprising. But against me, utterly futile. Sung's blade pressed against her chest, buzzing with power. She didn't flinch. I admit awakening such power in seconds is impressive. But is that all? Show me more. Sung didn't back down. So against your protective aura, my attacks mean nothing. Exactly. What else do you have in your bag of tricks? Her grin widened, savoring his struggle. Her eyes gleamed with disdain. Listen well. Until you can pierce this aura, you will never, and I mean never, leave a scratch on me. Suddenly, the system screamed divine authority, fully activated. Sung's lips curled into a predatory smile. The game had just changed. The heavenly demon smirked, certain of her victory. But seeing his calm smile, confusion struck her. How dared he mock her in the face of death? I will obliterate you, she screamed. But as she struck, the tip of his blade dug in. A hairline fracture appeared on her absolute defense. The system chimed instantly. Holy power unleashed. Skill cave heaven activated. Physical limits broken. A critical strike of cataclysmic force. Crimson lightning wreathed his blade as it pierced her barrier, triggering a shockwave that tore through the very air. Her eyes widened in horror. The heavenly demon's invincible aura shattered like glass, leaving her defenseless against the collapsing world. Moments ago, she had relied on her body protection aura, a legendary defense said, to nullify every known attack in this leveling manhwa world. It was supposed to be the ultimate technique, unrivaled under the heavens, impossible to breach. She clutched her staff, blood dripping from trembling hands. Her mind raced. Had her supreme defense truly been crushed so easily? The strike had ravaged her internal energy. She collapsed to her knees, her mind a blank void of despair. Panic set in. The system chimed mercilessly. Holy Power Authority is currently active. The spirit within his sword spoke coldly. Her middle dantian is destroyed. Holy power cannot restore a shattered core. Reaching out with a shaking hand, she stammered. Did you deceive me this whole time? He stared down at her fallen form, searching for words. Her hand trembled violently as she whispered, "Is that the truth?" Defeat washed over her. The shame was unbearable. She realized I slaughtered thousands to reach this peak, yet the Swordlight Emperor still rejected me. The heavenly demon fell, her mind screaming with one final question. Why him? Why does he possess the qualification that I was denied? That resentful thought was her final mark on this world. She collapsed completely, her life force draining away to form a crimson pool beneath her. Han Sung looked down at her fading form, his expression unreadable. You clawed your way to power through filth and treachery. I won't waste my breath explaining why the heavens chose me over you. He flared his aura, his voice cutting through the silence. Trust me, even if the Swordlight Emperor stood here, his verdict would remain exactly the same. Suddenly, the blue windows of this system Manhwa flickered to life. Absorbed soul of heavenly demon Chan. Target soul exceeds user level. Commencing authority, extraction judgment. As the energy flooded him, a realization hit. Damn. Her raw power was actually leagues above mine, wasn't it? The notifications chimed relentlessly. Judgment complete. Extracting authority. Unique authority. Heavenly demon's might has been carved into the soul of user Han Sung. The blade resting on his back pulsed with light, sensing the shift. A voice resonated in his mind. It has finally begun. Gather your holy power now. The great severance starts this instant. Han Sung eyed the swirling dark mist. Severance? You mean this ominous black fog? The sword clarified precisely. That fog represents the very authority the heavenly demon coveted with her dying breath. You may now select a divinity. Once a divinity is chosen, you shall ascend to the rank of true God. As the words faded, a dimensional rift tore open, revealing a golden gate. Han Sung stood alone in the void, his gaze locked on the majestic glowing portal. Particles of pure light danced around him like fireflies. The gate swung open, inviting him into the unknown. Han Sung stepped forward, his heart steady. I always knew I might get a shot at the top, but the sight that greeted him shattered all expectations. An entire cosmos, infinite and breathtaking, unfolded before his very eyes. He gasped. I never imagined destiny would look like this. Strange artifacts floated in the starscape, catching his attention. And what are these? The system presented his fate. Will you choose transcendence? Will you choose the blacklight divinity of death? Han Sung smirked. Well, that's certainly a surprise. Will you choose the red light divinity of immortality? Immortality, he mused. This is wildly different from the godhood I imagined. He turned to the green orb. Will you choose the green light divinity of harmony? Harmony. I wonder what kind of power that entails. 3 orbs, 3 destinies. Han Sung rubbed his chin, calculating. This is the turning point. To become a transcendent being, I can't afford a single mistake. Survivability should be priority 1. He paused, his eyes widening as he spotted a 4th presence. Wait, there's another one. A satisfied grin spread across his face. If that option exists, there's no need to hesitate. He reached out. You have selected the Transcendent Divinity. Transcendent Divinity resonates with Death God abilities. Acquired Special Authority Eyes of the Death God. Title Acquired God. Carved into user, Han Sung's Soul Elementary Authority, Deification Rank SS. Carved into Soul Unique Authority, Transcendence Rank SSS. Deification temporarily amplifies divinity. Allows fusion of system skills with divinity to create transcendent abilities. Having secured the ultimate prize, he stepped through the threshold. Chu followed close behind. I feel the divinity settling in your veins. You made your choice. Han Sung glanced at her, catching a flicker of emotion. That look. You've stood before these choices in the past, haven't you? Chu fell silent, a shadow crossing her face, before deciding to bare her soul. I destroyed the divinities offered to me. She explained, I refused to walk a path carved by others. I destroyed my chance at godhood on a promise that one day I would be truly free. Han Sung let out a soft sigh of understanding. Chu continued, I didn't expect to end up in this state, but fighting by your side hasn't been a terrible consolation. She locked eyes with him. You are a singular existence, Han Sung. The compliment caught him off guard, flushing his cheeks slightly. He rubbed the back of his neck. Having you as a partner isn't bad either. You've had my back every time death knocked at my door. So, thanks. Seriously. He flashed a bright deflecting smile. Without you, I'd probably be a corpse by now, right? Chu's lips curved upward. Why the sudden sentimentality? It's not like you. Han Zheng awkwardly looked away. Hey look, let's check the loot. Ignoring her teasing, he decided to focus on the rewards before she could roast him further. Skill-activated Iron Hand. He donned a mask. The drops that aren't from the Heavenly Demon are trash. Shall we just scrap them? He got to work dismantling and absorbing. Process complete. Acquired blood bracelet. Absorption finalized. Han Sung sat in meditation as blinding light erupted from his chest. Holy Power Authority activated. Converting mana into holy power. He stared at the glowing orb, hovering before him. Incredible. I even inherited her ability to transmute magical energy directly into divinity. Instant holy power generation. This is broken. It's too powerful. Beside him, Chu tapped her foot, her patience wearing thin. Are you done yet? She groaned. I'm dying of boredom. Han Sung stood up. Just finished. Ready to inherit the Sword Light Emperor's legacy. Suddenly, the world shook. Notification. You have cleared the Heaven's End Road of the Earthly Heaven Martial Realm. The ground split apart, revealing an abyss. Passing the final gate grants access to the library. A colossal crater yawned open before Han Sung and Chu. A winding staircase spiraled down the crater's edge into the darkness. Exiting the library will lead to the terminus of the martial realm. Han Sung looked down, unimpressed by the architecture. A bit overly dramatic for a library entrance, isn't it? Chu sighed. Walking down, that will take half a day. Han Sung smiled, a mischievous glint in his eye. Who said anything about walking? Chu glanced at him, realizing exactly what he planned to do. She hissed, "What is your scheme?" Suddenly, Sung-jun grabbed Chu's wrist. Sung-jun, why are you holding my hand? She gasped. Before she could finish, he yanked her into the abyss, plummeting downwards. She couldn't believe this maniac chose jumping as their travel method. She screamed, "You're doing this because I teased you earlier, aren't you?" He smirked. "Why would I do that? It's just the fastest way down." Finally, they crashed onto the solid ground below. Chu sprawled out seeing stars, while Sung-jun stood perfectly composed. "Welcome," he said, "to the library of the Heavenly Martial Hall." He grinned with satisfaction. "I have arrived." A massive gate loomed before them, yielding only to his overwhelming strength as he pushed it open. Scanning the room, he noted, "Cleaner than I expected." The sword at his waist chimed in. "Fascinating. Not a speck of dust." Sang-jun sighed, looking at the endless shelves. "Finding the Swordlight Emperor's manual here will be a nightmare." "Is there no shortcut?" he asked. The sword scoffed. "Do I look like a librarian?" "Fine," Sang-jun decided. "I'll just loot the entire collection." Suddenly, a voice rang out. He spun around. "What now?" A white-haired beauty charged at him, screaming his name. Han Sang-jun. She opened her arms wide for a tackle hug. He froze, unsure how to handle this aggressive affection. Chu recovered instantly, shouting, "Damn it, an ambush." The system interface popped up with a message from the administrators. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster asks what foolishness you are committing. Administrator Iron Blood Tyrant asks if you are enjoying yourself. Meanwhile, Seogwa squeezed him tight. "You made it all the way down here. I'm so proud." "Let go," he grunted, peeling her off. "Personal space, please. We need to talk." Moments later, Chu and Seogwa sat glaring at each other across a table. Sang-jun sat between them, suffocating in the awkward tension. Seogwa broke the silence. "Who is this leech clinging to Sang-jun?" Chu huffed. "I am the Seven Bloods demon." "And his partner?" Seogwa scratched her head, dismissing the threat. "I'm the Blood Demon sect leader. I think I saw your name on the candidate list." Her eyes turned icy as she sneered, "Though I believe you were stripped of your qualification. How tragic." Chu trembled with rage. "And what about you?" "The Sword Light Emperor. You're just a relic of the past." Both women, having struck fatal emotional blows, slammed the table and stood up in fury. Sang-jun intervened before blood was shed. "Enough. Let's discuss the reward." Seogwa instantly switched to a sweet smile. "Of course, my darling Sang-jun." She produced a manual. "This contains my ultimate secret arts. With your abilities, simply reading it will grant you instant mastery." Sang-jun thought, if she had it in her sleeve, why build this massive library? But he bowed politely. "Thank you." He flipped the pages, thinking she's definitely eccentric. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the book. This was a classic system Manhwa moment. Achievement unlocked. Master of Close Combat. Achievement unlocked. Sword Arts Mastery. Achievement unlocked, divine footwork. He stared in shock as the notifications cascaded. Strength +3. Stamina +3. Agility +3. Xiaohua giggled at his expression. Is it safe to gain power this quickly? He asked. She beamed. Well, are you impressed? You used the light control artifact so well earlier, I just had to reward you. Sang-jun broke into a cold sweat at her overwhelming generosity. So it was your doing all along. Regardless, my gratitude is yours. Xiaohua offered a tempting invitation. Should you step into the martial arts dimension, a secret treasure awaits you there. She kept rambling, ignoring the seething annoyance radiating from Chu across the table. This upgrade allows the light control creation to hunt down artifacts scattered across realms. Chu shot up, fury blazing in her eyes. Excuse me, scattered artifacts. She jabbed a finger in his face, her voice cracking like thunder. Sang-un, delete that search function immediately. Those aren't just items. They are the divine collection stolen from the gods by the Sword Light Emperor himself. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Are you truly willing to risk everything? To trade your future for a ticking time bomb, as if it were nothing? Hearing her concern, a gentle smile touched his lips. Chu, thank you for your worry. But listen, once I possess the strength to wield it, I will claim it by right. If I gain the power to uncover it, then I shall seek it out. Chu's aura settled as she listened. I don't believe discarding this function is the path I must take. And even if the gods descend to hunt me down, Sang-un continued with absolute conviction, I have you by my side. So what is there to fear? Chu whipped her head around her resolve, crumbling under his trust. Flustered, she stammered, well, if it is you, I suppose you will find a way to manage. Xiaohua crossed her arms, a satisfied smirk gracing her lips. My eyes did not deceive me. In fact, my fondness for you has only grown in this short time. She produced a radiant azure gem that pulsed with energy. I shall infuse a fragment of my divinity into the light control creation. Invoke it only when dire necessity strikes. As the exchange concluded, the system chimed with a notification special effect of the light control creation activated divinity storage initiated. Chu couldn't hold back her judgment. You must be insane. Handing over your own divinity to a mortal is pure madness. I cannot fathom the schemes in your mind. However, if this gift is given with true sincerity, then I shall raise no objections. Sang-un felt a surge of satisfaction. My thanks for this gift, but why go to such lengths for my sake? Soa's reply was cryptic and brief. I had no choice in the matter. The words struck Sang-un like a physical blow. He blinked, stunned. Excuse me. Xiaohua offered a deflection with a smile. I cannot divulge the details. Simply consider it a necessary contract with the tower itself. That mindset will serve you well. He sensed the heavy subtext, his mind racing with endless theories. Suddenly, Xiaohua clapped her hands together. All right then, it appears our time has run out. In a blink, she utilized a movement technique instantly, creating a vast distance between herself and the duo. With a dazzling smile, she left her final words. Please make good use of my gift. A chill ran down his spine as the system alerted the Swordlight Emperor is watching you. Congratulations. You have cleared the 17th floor of the trial tower. Rewards were transferred to his inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room. Stepping through the void, he entered a new dimension. The notification flashed. You have entered the waiting room of the 18th floor. Suddenly, the air exploded with digital fireworks and colorful streamers, a celebration of his achievement. Sang-un froze his eyes, scanning the system prompt with laser focus. 1,000 climbers from all dimensions have officially cleared the 15th floor. The trial tower will now initiate a cross-dimensional event for all qualified climbers. Static overtook the holographic screen, the image distorting into noise. Though the visual failed, a voice cut through the interference. Can everyone see this? It was a live broadcast. A desperate reporter shouted into her microphone from the scene. A colossal labyrinth has materialized in the heart of the city. This phenomenon is occurring simultaneously across every dimension participating in the tower climb. This is an optional event, but participation requires a formed party. Meanwhile, Hyan stood in a high-rise office, gazing down at the chaos below. She gripped her phone until her knuckles turned white, anxiety gnawing at her. Sang-un, why aren't you picking up? Desperately redialing, she watched the city deceptively calm on the surface but boiling with dangerous undercurrents. This is an emergency situation. System prediction. High probability of this event evolving into an interdimensional war. Please proceed with full awareness of the risks. Deep within a desolate cabin, amidst a freezing snowstorm, a lone lamp flickered. Sang-un knelt there, teeth gritted, a low guttural laugh escaping his lips. As he bowed, the rewards flooded and heavenly martial points acquired. Fairy wing cultivation complete, all skills leveled up. But from the shadows, the Iron Blood Empress watched him intently. It seems you enjoyed your little excursion. Perched on a throne-like chair with legs crossed in dominance, she narrowed her eyes. With the sword-light emperor, no less. Panic rose in his throat. I was forced to. Her eyes flashed with terrifying rage, cutting him off instantly. She snarled, "Answer me." Withed by her overwhelming presence, terror gripped his heart. Sang-un bowed his head, voice trembling. I sincerely apologize." Hearing his submission, her mood shifted instantly to delight. "Very well. Since you seem to have reflected on your transgression, I shall show mercy this once." He wondered what crime he had even committed, but pivoted quickly. "You promised information on the labyrinth. That is the reason for my summons, is it not?" The Iron Blood Empress interlaced her fingers. "Correct. Listen closely, for this is crucial for any leveling manhwa protagonist. I will explain the Great Tree Labyrinth. This labyrinth mirrors the tower's structure, consisting of 10 floors." She held up 4 fingers. "The difficulty settings are easy, normal, hard, and super hard." Sang-un's eyes widened at the classification. The sheer absurdity escaped his lips. That is absolutely insane. He envisioned a hellscape teeming with colossal beasts. She dropped the final bombshell. "If you select super hard difficulty, you will be stripped of every single ability you possess. Such is the cruelty of that path." However, she added a glint in her eye, "Do not despair. With every floor you conquer, one sealed skill shall be restored." He fell into deep calculation. Then the strategy relies entirely on the prioritization of skill recovery. She nodded approvingly. "Excellent deduction." Sang-un summoned his interface. "With risks that high, the rewards must be legendary. Let's see." But the system mocked him. "Error rewards for super hard difficulty cannot be viewed." Sang-un turned to the Iron Blood Empress with a burning question. "Why is the hell difficulty reward hidden from my sight?" She simply waved her hand, her expression as cold as ice. "You have exhausted your questions," she declared. "Even if I wish to speak, I cannot." Realizing the audience was over, Sang-un rose to his feet and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, master." He gave a confident thumbs up, his eyes shining with resolve. "I will do everything within my power." Iron Blood looked at him surprised. "You are truly ready to depart?" Sang-un flashed a fearless smile. "Yes. The other challengers are already making their moves. I cannot afford to fall behind." A flicker of approval finally softened the Empress's gaze. She smiled, a rare sight, and praised him. "You have evolved, boy. You are stronger than before." Raising her hand in farewell, she offered one last piece of advice. "Next time we meet, I shall teach you a supreme technique. Tread carefully until then." Suddenly, the system voice boomed through the air, signaling a classic transition scene you would expect in a top-tier leveling manhwa. Return request confirmed. Regression stone absorbed. Warping to Earth. In a flash of light, he was back in his sanctuary. The familiar air of his room greeted him as Sang-un began changing out of his battle gear. Freshly cleaned up, he paced around the room, scrolling through his phone. "Missed calls from Haeon," he muttered. "I should call her back before." A sudden system alert made him jump. The Authority Whisper of Fire is requesting communication with challenger Han Sung-jun. A voice immediately echoed directly into his ear. "Hello, testing 1 2 3 4. Can you hear me?" Sang-un blinked. "I can hear you." "Who is this?" The woman on the other end pouted audibly. "Wow, you are so mean. Not only did you forget me, but you also forgot to say hello back in Japan. Isn't that a bit heartless?" Sang-un paused, a memory sparking in his mind. Wait, this voice. The woman currently lounging in a private jet laughed as she heard his whisper. "You really don't remember? It's me," she introduced herself with flair. "Catherine Bennett. You haven't erased me from your memory, have you?" Sang-un realized who it was and quickly recovered. "Of course not. How could I ever forget a rancor like you?" Catherine sighed in relief. "Good save. Listen, I'll get straight to the point." Her voice turned serious as she brought up the upcoming maze event. "I want you on my squad. We have 1 slot left." Sang-un smiled, the mastermind holding all the cards. Without hesitation, he replied, "Deal." Catherine couldn't hide her astonishment. "Excuse me," she stammered. "You decided just like that?" Sang-jun shrugged effortlessly. "You saved me the trouble of headhunting. Consider this my thanks." Catherine marveled. "Your growth rate is monstrous, but your decision-making is even faster." Sang-jun just smirked. "It's nothing special." "Then I'll see you at the labyrinth gate," she confirmed. "Understood." With that, the magical transmission cut off the earpiece, dissolving into light. Sang-gun stood before the door, realizing the true value of connections in this awakening manhwa world. He recalled her stats: Catherine Benet, wielder of the S-rank ability, Flame Nullification. All enemy stats reduced by 10, plus a random skill freeze. A satisfied grin spread across his face. If we're challenging Hell Mode to restore our skills, she is the ultimate support. Spirits High Sang-gun stepped out. A thought crossed his mind: should he contact Haeyeon before the raid? Before he could move, a frantic pounding shook the door. Sang-gun, are you in there? Annoyance flared in his eyes. Who dared to try and smash his door down? He swung the door open, ready to rage, but froze instantly. The sight of the woman standing there stopped him cold. She was gasping for air, hands on her knees, looking like she'd just run a marathon. Haeyeon, Sang-gun asked, confused. She struggled to force the words out. I called you a dozen times. You didn't pick up, so I ran all the way here. Sang-gun rubbed his neck awkwardly. Sorry, I was busy. But wait, how did you get my coordinates? A mischievous glint entered her eyes. I have my ways. Sang-gun's sweat dropped internally. Isn't that a violation of privacy laws? She snapped back to reality, grabbing his wrist. Forget that. She dragged him outside, panic in her voice. The labyrinth has spawned. Top guilds from every nation are hunting you down. Your location was leaked on the Hunter network. They're already closing in. More illegal activity. Sang-gun sighed, realizing the irony. You're no better. Haeyeon scanned the area. We need to vanish. Now. But they froze dead in their tracks. The street was already swarming with a chaotic sea of people. A recruiter shouted over the noise. Player Han Sung-jun, will you join the Garden of Eden Guild? We offer a blank check. A hulking man shoved him aside. He's already taken. Back off. The first man snarled back. Who do you think you're touching, you bastard? Haeyeon watched the madness helpless. We're too late. Suddenly, she felt a firm grip on her shoulder. Sorry about this, Haeyeon. She looked up, startled. Sang-gun. Without warning, he swept her into his arms, his eyes locking onto an escape route. He flashed a charming smile. Hang on tight. Huh. Before she could process, he launched them into the sky with explosive force. He soared through the air, clothes whipping in the wind like a superhero cape. The recruiters below gaped at the sky. He just flew away. High above the chaotic city, silence reigned among the skyscrapers. Sang-gun executed a perfect landing on a rooftop. In his arms, Haeyeon was still in shock. Sang-gun glanced back. That should have lost them. Haeyeon whispered weakly. Sang-gun. Her world was spinning. Her voice trembled. Can you put me down? I think I'm going to faint. He gently set her down, scratching his nose sheepishly. My bad, little too much G-force. Then, he dropped the bomb. Also, don't worry about recruiting. I already have a squad. Haeyeon's soul left her body. Comic tears streamed down her face. I ran all the way here to save you, and it was all for nothing. Guilt stabbed him. I'm sorry. Next time I'll text you first. Sniffling, she regained her composure. Fine. So, are you entering the labyrinth immediately? Sang-gun looked up at the colossal tree, piercing the heavens. Yeah, we're at the entrance zone. The system chimed. You have entered the labyrinth entrance area. Haeyeon smacked his arm playfully, but firmly. Be careful this time, Sang-gun. Her smile blossomed like a flower. Don't push yourself too hard. That radiant smile struck him harder than any monster. Flustered, he averted his gaze. Yeah, I know. In a flash of light, he vanished. The system announced, you have entered the labyrinth gate. He materialized on a massive platform atop the ancient tree. Sang-gun blinked, taking in the scenery. This is it. The towering gate of the Great Tree Labyrinth loomed ahead. Catherine spotted him instantly, her face lighting up. You're early. He turned to the familiar voice. Behind Catherine, Lee Sung-hun stepped forward. Been a while, hasn't it? Chan Sok added with a grin. How have you been? Sang-gun nodded. Long time no see. He scanned the group. Lee Sung-hun, Chan Sok. He hadn't expected an S-rank hunter like Lee Sung-hun to actually show up. Glad you made it. Lee Sung-hun laughed. Looking at these titans, Sang-gun felt a wave of relief wash over him. This lineup is perfect. Catherine cut to the chase. What difficulty setting are we aiming for? Sang-gun didn't hesitate. The absolute hardest. High risk, high return. That's the rule of this leveling manhwa. Catherine sighed, resigned. I knew you'd say that. Lee Sung-hun cracked his knuckles. Unanimous then? Let's do this. Invite sent. Just hit accept. A holographic window popped up in front of Sang-gun. Party invitation code E781. Team leader S3A1. has accepted your request. The party formation was complete. Lee Sung-hun pushed the massive doors open, revealing a swirling abyss of darkness. The sword at Sung-gyun's waist vibrated. Are we entering a dungeon? Sung-gyun whispered. Yeah. And because of the nightmare difficulty curse, even ego swords get sealed. We're going to be separated. The sword whined. I'm going to be so bored. The necklace chimed in. Don't cry about it. Sang-gyun gripped the hilt. Relax. Every time I clear a floor, I can restore one skill or authority. I never said I was worried about I'm going in. Sang-gyun interrupted, stepping forward. Do not cut me off, human. The sword roared. He crossed the threshold. System entering Great Tree Labyrinth Floor 1. Current equipment sealed. Basic equipment has been provided to your inventory. The team plunged into a darker dimension as the system listed the cruel rules. All abilities temporarily sealed. All stats reduced to 10. It was the ultimate nerf. Inside the maze, all outside skills and authorities are void. Conversely, any power gained here will vanish upon exit. It was a battle of pure fundamentals. Sang-gyun and the team stuck the landing. He shifted his weight, feeling the sudden heaviness of his nerfed stats. Lee Sung-hun grumbled, I can't believe all our hard-earned powers are locked away. But then, an anomaly occurred. Condition met, the system chimed. The attribute, Divinity Against Divine Will, has forcibly activated. This attribute rejects the system's suppression applied to challenger Han Sung-jun. His authority skills and holy power shall remain untouched until he escapes. He was a glitch in the matrix. Sang-jun smirked, feeling his power surge. Looks like I'll be carrying this team. Catherine and the others stood frozen, watching him with wide eyes. Is that really the movement of someone with 10 speed? Catherine gasped. Chun-suk was equally dumbfounded. Did he just recover his full skill set in a split second? Before their eyes, Sang-gyun charged at a colossal monster. The beast raised a massive blade, aiming to crush him. The sword slammed down, shaking the entire cavern. Debris exploded everywhere, but Sang-gyun, utilizing his unsealed agility, danced through the chaos. He was already launching his counterattack. Authority Grace of the Wind activates. Sang-gyun clenched his fist as his speed skyrocketed by 80%. He unleashed a devastating strike, his combo count stacking to 8. The monster crumbled. The system announced remaining goblin life force absorbed, converting to energy for the world tree. Catherine was floored. That thing would have been a boss-level threat for us right now. And he cleared it in seconds. Catherine shook her head in disbelief. We aren't even in the same league as him anymore. The dungeon was bathed in ominous red light. Sang-gyun thought to himself, if I hadn't learned martial arts from the Sword Emperor, losing my powers would have been fatal. Foundation is everything. He smiled, satisfaction radiating from him. At this rate, even if the enemies get 4 times stronger, I can crush them all. The system rewarded him, all captured souls consumed. Stats permanently increased. Catherine stepped forward, her voice firm. Sang-gyun. He looked back. Yeah. Let us fight in the next battle, she demanded. Sang-gyun paused as she continued. We were useless back there. If this keeps up, we'll just be dead weight. Lee Sung-hun nodded from the back, his fists clenched. I agree. We need to pull our own weight. Chun-suk chimed in, equally determined. Exactly. I hate being carried from start to finish. Sang-gyun grinned, appreciating their spirit. All right then. Let's get stronger together. He walked across the battlefield, stepping over the fallen beasts. The system pinged. 4 goblins defeated. The hidden room of the maze has materialized. A new mysterious space revealed itself before the quartet. A hidden room, Sang-gyun mused. Catherine analyzed the situation. The key must be inside. Let's move. The 4 of them stepped into the unknown, steeling themselves for whatever horrors lay ahead. But as they crossed the threshold, the sight that greeted them left Sang-gyun speechless. Massive statues lined the path, surrounded by overgrown vegetation and swallowed by shadows. Sang-gyun narrowed his eyes. These statues, they resemble the dark deity. As he examined a statue with clasped hands, the system recognized him. Talented challenger detected. You have received the grace of the dark deity. Catherine called out, examining a stone tablet. There's an inscription here. Sang-gyun, it seems you can receive a divine blessing. Lee Sung-hun and the others gathered around. Look, it seems we need to touch it to activate the trial, Lee Sung-hun noted. Chun-suk looked worried. There might be a limit to how many can receive it. We should choose carefully. Catherine hesitated, then stepped up. I'll go first then. She reached out her hand, gently brushing against a stone statue shaped like an open book. A surge of energy enveloped her. Challenger Catherine Bennett has been chosen by the dark deity. Grace bestowed. Catherine let out a long breath, relief washing over her. Her face lit up with joy. I did it. I received a skill that lets me cloak my presence by consuming mana. Absolute stealth. Sang-jun watched her analyzing the text. It says the dark deity's grace persists even outside the tower. And I have the right to become a future apostle. Suddenly, a chilling notification appeared. The dark deity is looking down and smiling. Sang-jun stared at the statue confused. What is this entity planning? The system clarified. The dark deity says the reunion is near. You must wait a little longer. Sang-jun furrowed his brows, trying to decipher the cryptic message. But his thoughts were interrupted as a hand landed on his shoulder. Sang-jun, Catherine's gaze sharpened, scanning the distance. What caught your eye over there? Is someone watching us? Sang-jun dismissed it coldly. Nothing. If we're done here, let's move. They stepped out as the system announced the altar of gods was sealed. Catherine sighed heavy with regret. Damn it. A one-time opportunity wasted. Lee Sung-hun patted her shoulder. Let it go. As long as one of us awakened the power, that's all that matters. Catherine took point, her expression serious. I believe we've cleared this area. Should we head to the next zone? At this rate, it'll take half a day with these pathetic stats. She forced a smile, whispering to herself. I just hope this grace helps Sang-jun. He stepped forward, his hand resting on her shoulder to stop her. 1 second. Sang-jun scoffed internally. Half a day. With these stats, Catherine frowned, sensing a shift in the air. Sang-jun, do you feel different? Different, he smirked. Not at all. Suddenly, the system chimed. Wind Grace Authority activated. His figure blurred as his speed skyrocketed by 100%. He vanished before she could blink. Catherine screamed into the empty air. Are you insane? Going solo is a death sentence. Get back here. He didn't look back. I'll return once I grab the key. System skill stacking has reached 10. Catherine slumped, realizing there was no stopping a storm. Geez, his fiery temper hasn't changed a bit. Sang-jun calculated the risks. Sticking with the group was inefficient. He dashed into the hollow of the colossal ancient tree, his senses razor sharp. I'm the fastest, he reasoned. It only makes sense for me to hunt the key alone. Suddenly, a presence spiked nearby, making him freeze. He stuck the landing and scanned the shadows. There, it was a massive gate looming above, marked by 2 terrifying hollow skulls. Beyond the gate, a beast sat gorging itself on raw flesh, crunching bone with sickening delight. But just as it took another bite, a thunderous boom shook the chamber. The world around the monster erupted in flames. The beast looked up stunned. System alert. You have entered the floor 1 boss room. The Great Tree Maze begins. Behold, the fallen goblin King Kenzel, the glutton who devoured every monster on the first floor. Trapped in this maze, his hunger knew no bounds. Sang-jun scoffed, his patience wearing thin. Spare me the lecture. It's getting on my nerves. Just then the system chimed. Combat concentration rank C has activated. He hurled his weapon, aiming for a single devastating strike. His focus sharpened, intensifying twofold in an instant. Caught off guard, the beast froze, unable to comprehend its impending doom. Sang-jun analyzed the battlefield with cold precision. Unlike the tower's rewards, this place granted actual skills. At this rate, he mused, I'll clear this leveling Manhwa dungeon in record time. Suddenly, a new notification flashed. Achievement unlocked. The Miracle Worker. Making the impossible possible. Sang-jun gripped his weapon as the rewards poured in. You have received 15 maze points. He casually tossed his new weapon into the air, a smirk playing on his lips. Time to conquer the second floor. Item, obtained key to the normal maze exit. The key clicked into the lock, sealing his progress. Congratulations. You have reached the end of the Great Tree Maze Floor 1, the Maze of Beginnings. Access granted to the Great Tree Maze Floor 2. Select your reward item, authority skill, or ability restoration. Tears streamed down Catherine's face as she read the prompt. A wave of relief washed over her. I never thought I'd get my powers back. Cheonse exhaled sharply. Finally, I can breathe again. Sang-jun assessed the situation, a satisfied glint in his eyes. Perfect. First, I'll unseal the Supreme Blood Arts to maximize efficiency. With a few swift taps, the system responded. Seal removed. Authority Supreme Blood Arts is now active. Sang-jun turned to the group. We're done here. On to the second floor. Catherine stared at him in disbelief. Are you not even exhausted? As they descended, the system bombarded them with alerts. Welcome to the Great Tree Maze Floor 2. The Evil God's Whisper. This is the convergence point for all challengers in this dimension. The Evil God demands a bloody festival. Mission, slaughter 1 or more challengers to complete the ritual. Offer them as a sacrifice. However, should you deceive the Evil God and offer no one, the ancient devil shall descend upon this realm. Song-jun paused the notification, sparking an idea. So, if we refuse to play by the rules and sacrifice no one, the ancient devil shows up. A wicked grin spread across his face. He was already plotting his next move. Catherine caught sight of that smile, and a chill ran down her spine. Planning something insane again? She asked, her voice trembling. She sighed, defeated. It's not like we can stop you. Do whatever you want. Sang-jun raised an eyebrow. Aren't you even a little curious? About what you're planning? Catherine shook her head helplessly. With a personality like yours, knowing wouldn't change a thing anyway. She turned her back on him, cold and detached. Leave him be. We're heading to the waiting area. See you later. Song-jun blinked, confused. Wait, what? Catherine and the others walked away without hesitation. She glanced back, offering a grim word of encouragement. If anyone can handle this mess, it's you, right? She waved dismissively. We'll return when it's over. Good luck. Watching their silhouettes fade into the darkness, Song-jun shrugged. Actually, this makes things much simpler. Excellent. He pulled up the system interface, his eyes narrowing. From his inventory, Sang-jun drew a gleaming blade. He slammed the weapon down. I am claiming this altar. Meanwhile, in a distorted dimension, a trembling voice echoed. This is too much. A woman struggled to rise from a sea of fallen bodies. Her lips moved in a feverish whisper. You've gone too far. It was Katya. Her limbs trembled with exhaustion, but her eyes burned with defiance. Why are you doing this? She screamed. If you don't offer a sacrifice, the ancient devil will destroy us all. Crimson lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the carnage. Song-jun sat calmly amidst the chaos, scrolling through his notifications. All around him, innocent challengers lay broken and defeated. He frowned, annoyed by the interruption to his focus. You're too loud, he snapped coldly. Can't you see I'm trying to think? Shut up. He returned to his thoughts. I've annihilated several teams already. The amount of maze points and new skills I've farmed is ridiculous. I don't know what these points do yet, he mused. But hoarding them will definitely pay off later. Suddenly, the timer hit 0. You have failed to sacrifice any living being within the time limit. Sang-jun stood before a massive glowing fissure that tore reality apart. The system's hidden scenario was about to begin. Penalty enforced. The ancient devil is being summoned to the altar. From the abyss, a monstrous entity with a glowing eldritch eye emerged. Its presence alone distorted the air around it. A booming voice shook the ground. It has been an eternity since I descended upon the world of insects. The monster declared, I am Kennel. I bring you your final judgment. Facing this colossal nightmare, Song-jun didn't flinch. He looked bored. His lack of fear left the demon completely baffled. Below, the defeated challengers writhed in agony. My arm, someone help, oh great ancient devil, please save us from that maniac. Hey, demon, what are you waiting for? They cried out. Kill that monster, we'll pledge our loyalty to you. Kennel looked at the humans, then back at Song-jun. Well, the intimidating aura vanished instantly. The terrifying ancient devil shrank back, scratching his head nervously. He looked like a scolding victim, rather than a god. Apologies, oh great being, Kennel stammered. I think I made a wrong turn. I'll just be going. But Sang-jun wasn't about to let his prey escape. Hey, Song-jun's expression darkened, radiating pure, suffocating, killing intent. He glared at the demon. Did I say you could leave? Kennel's forced smile twitched as cold sweat poured down his face like rain. Realizing the power gap, the demon dropped to his knees instantly. He let out an awkward chuckle, desperate to please. These are my greatest treasures, Kennel offered, hands shaking. Please take them. They suit a magnificent being like you. Item acquired Mask of Despair. Rank B. Induces fear in low-level demons and conceals your presence. Item acquired Moonblade. Rank D. Effect attack speed increased by 15%. Imbuing mana summons the Moonlight Aura. While active, all stats are amplified by 1 rank. Additionally, allies bathed in the moonlight receive a boost to magic power. Kennel beamed a friendly, ingratiating smile. Now that I have offered tribute to the Great One, may I dispose of these insects who dared to deceive the evil god? Sang-jun waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Kennel's eyes lit up with sadistic joy. Then if you'll excuse me, it's dinner time. Kenzel rose to his full height, roaring like a true nightmare, his voice shaking the very souls of the living. You little maggots, prepare to die. He cackled maniacally, an aura of pure madness radiating from him, freezing the blood of any normal challenger. Please, I don't want to die, the victims cried out. But Song-gi-won watched the chaos with a twisted grin. This wasn't a tragedy. It was a harvest straight out of a leveling manhwa. Authority Sword Keymaster activated. In a flash of steel, Sang-gyun lunged, delivering a devastating slash across Kenzel's chest. The Goblin King's red eyes bulged blood, spraying from his maw as he howled in shock. Sang-gyun leaned in, his voice a cold whisper. "Hey, I think you misunderstood." Sang-gyun's eyes glowed. "I never promised you'd leave this room alive. System, you have unlocked a dungeon achievement. Unique achievement, Incarnation of the Devil. You received 15 maze points. Skill King of 10,000 demons activated. Pain overwhelmed the beast. Yu Kenzel spun around, raising a massive claw. "You bastard! How dare you betray me? I'll tear you into 100 pieces." System holy power absorbed. Your authority power has quadrupled. The air crackled with his escalating energy. Sang-gyun danced through Kenzel's attack effortlessly. He sprinted up the monster's massive arm, aiming for the sky. Authority Supreme Blood Art activated. Skill 1 Strike Kill activated. Accuracy and destruction power for the next hit maximized. With the grace of a professional acrobat, Sang-gyun flipped over Kenzel's head. A single vertical slash cleaved through the air, silencing the ugly monster forever. Dust settled. Hidden quest Destroy Ancient Evil completed. Additional rewards granted. You may now recover and add abilities for every floor descended. Floor 2 Trial the Evil God's Whisper completed. You have earned the right to descend. Staring at the gate, Sang-gyun smirked. Floor 2, too easy. But suddenly a voice echoed from behind, catching him off guard. What the hell happened here? It was Catherine's group. She looked around in confusion. What is this situation? Lee Sung-hun analyzed the debris. A fierce battle took place here, no doubt. Catherine scratched her head. Why did all the other challengers run away? Suddenly, a survivor rushed past them. Don't go in there. There's a demon inside. Sang-gyun flinched, sweat forming on his brow. It's all handled. But, are we done exploring? Lee Sung-hun nodded. It was messy, but we gathered plenty of items while you were busy. Behold, the water of life from the maze. Drinking this clears all status ailments instantly. If consumed inside the Great Tree Maze, it restores 40 vitality. We also found the life box. Equipping it here restores 1 health and mana every minute. Plus, if equipped inside the maze, all user stats increase by 10. Sang-gyun eyed the loot, impressed. Nice. Those buffs are insane. He grinned. I grabbed a few things from the second floor myself. Time to organize. Catherine sat down, eyeing his massive pile of loot suspiciously. Sang-gyun, exactly how many challengers did you beat up to get all this? Suddenly, a screen popped up. Access granted to floor 30. Reward selection. Choose 200 items, powers, or skills, and restore 2 abilities. This was the peak of a system Manhwa experience. Unique authority God's Fist seal removed. Skill Cave Heaven seal removed. Sang-gyun felt his power return. He turned to the group. I'm ready. Let's move. They warped into a new dimension. Welcome to the 30th floor territory of the Corrupted Fairy. Warning, all living creatures here are suppressed by the Corrupted Fairy. She loves to prank challengers. A glowing figure floated down, hovering before Sang-gyun's team. She giggled maliciously. Foolish humans. Who wants to play with me? The fairy beckoned, her eyes gleaming. Come on, join my game. System warning, refusal may designate you as a hostile enemy. Catherine buried her face in her hands, groaning. Great. Another enemy. Lee Sung-hun stood beside her, looking just as exhausted. As soon as they stepped onto the 3rd floor, the atmosphere shifted. The fairy guide, annoyed by their lack of enthusiasm, snapped at them. What is with those long faces? But Sang-gyun simply replied calmly to her. Look behind you. The fairy floated around, her curiosity piqued as she stared into the gloom. But something about the shadows behind them felt wrong. Terribly wrong. It wasn't Catherine's party standing there. In a flash, Sang-gyun materialized directly behind the fairy. His new skill activated King of 10,000 Demons. She froze, trembling as she slowly turned her head in sheer terror. Impossible. Her tiny body shook violently, paralyzed by fear. How could a mere human emit such a suffocating, monstrous aura? Before she could scream or flee, he didn't hesitate. With cold indifference, he slammed his fist straight onto her head. There was no mercy for the cute fairy today. The impact was devastating. Her small frame plummeted like a meteor, smashing into the floor with enough force to shatter the earth beneath her. Flight was no longer an option. Catherine flinched, her heart going out to the creature. Sang-gyun, isn't that a bit much? But he just flashed a reassuring smile. Don't worry, just trust me on this. He produced a thick, sturdy rope from his inventory, his voice dropping an octave. Now then, shall we claim our reward? The System Chime Challenger, chosen by the Corrupted Fairy, may access the exclusive dungeon shop. As expected of a system manhwa, the best rewards were hidden behind brutal requirements. Catherine approached, still worried. Did we really have to go this far? Relax, be glad we're teammates. By then, the fairy was tightly bound to a pillar. No matter how much she wailed or cursed her fate, the knots held firm. What is this indignity? Release me at once, she shrieked. Sang-yoon stepped into her view, his gaze piercing. Oh, you're finally awake. I heard you enjoy playing mischievous pranks on travelers, he said, a predatory grin spreading across his face. What a coincidence. I enjoy them too. He raised a massive hand over her head, and she screamed in panic. Wait, what are you doing? With a casual flick of his finger, the tree trunk behind her snapped in half with a deafening crack. Terror seized her completely. She shook like a leaf in a storm. Sang-yoon laid out his terms calmly. Open the dungeon shop for me and I'll let you live. Simple. He glared down at the trembling girl, terror etched on her face, and demanded in a voice cold as ice, make your choice right now. Later, Sang-yoon's party arrived at the shop only to find the owner was an adorable cat beastkin. It chirped happily. Welcome to the maze shop. Just name your desire and we'll warp it straight to your inventory. Please come again. Sang-yoon smirked, satisfaction washing over him. Perfect. Everyone acquired the gear they needed for this leveling manhwa journey. Catherine, however, was enchanted. So cute, she squealed. Meanwhile, the fairy was prostrate at Sang-yoon's feet. He barked, Hey Pixie, open the gate to the 4th floor. Now, you cannot pass without facing my trial, she cried. Sang-yoon's patience snapped. He clenched his fist. Argue with this then. Terror seized her. She flinched back, screaming, Wait, stop. If we form a master-servant pact, I can transfer ownership of this floor to you, Sang-yoon declared. This domain is already mine. Do it. As tears streamed down her face, the system chimed. You have formed a pact with the fallen fairy Ara. Summoning authority granted. Guardianship of the Great Tree, Maze's 3rd floor, has been transferred to Challenger Sang-yoon. You may now enter the 3rd floor freely. Please establish new entry conditions for other challengers. Ara sobbed. I can't believe I'm enslaved to a human. But Sang-yoon ignored her, calculating the most profitable restrictions. He recalled a loophole. Let's ban high-ranking items for outsiders. That seems like a good start. Catherine asked. What rule did you set? Sang-yoon smirked. Unless they pay me a tribute of a C-rank item or higher, they cannot pass. That is so like you, she sighed. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Achievement unlocked, unique floor dominator. Reward 15 maze points. Skill rank B Guardian. Ara muttered bitterly, You stole my entire playground. Access to the 4th floor granted. Distributing advancement rewards now. Select 2 powers or skills. 2 talents restored. Unsealed Hero's Grace and the Supreme Blood Demon Sword. The Blood Demon Sword materialized. Jom Chung-gyu, he called out. Warning item rank exceeds floor limit. Special effects sealed until the 7th floor. Sang-yoon gripped the hilt, feeling the suppressed power. What a waste. Bad luck, but we move on. He turned to the group. Ready. Suddenly, Ara grabbed his coat. Take me with you, she begged. I can't stay here. I'll die of boredom without my games. If you take me, I can craft you a magnificent ego sword. I can even amplify the sword's hidden potential. Sang-yoon wagged his finger. I'll summon you if I need you. Until then, stay put. Tyrant, she pouted. As they stepped through the portal, the atmosphere shifted. Welcome to the 4th floor, the Dark Territory. The Shadow Monarch has terraformed this zone since his arrival in the Great Tree Maze. Shadow minions patrol this area. Currently, the floor is ruled by the Monarch's subordinate Mish. Objective slaughter, the obstruction, and descend to the Monarch's throne. Inside the dark castle, a minion rushed in. Lord Cabot. Cabot looked down lazily. What is the meaning of this panic? The minion gasped for air. A challenger. On the 4th floor, Cabot waved him off. Impossible. General Bohack guards the entrance. No one survives him. Suddenly, the heavy doors groaned open. A figure stepped into the hall. Ah, Bohack, Cabot smiled. Did you dispose of the trash? The minion cheered. Hail Bohack, I knew you would, but the figure cut him off. Run, Bohack screamed. Behind the fleeing General Sang-yoon stepped into the light. Game over. I win. System alert sword aura has evolved into sword intent. Cabot froze. Impossible. Bohack's power level equals mine. Sang-yoon smirked. Hey Skullface. His eyes narrowed. I have a question regarding this awakening manhwa scenario. Why do monsters here possess holy power? The minion roared. Insolent cur. Do you have any idea who you are addressing? Cabot hissed. You fool, silence. He is not someone we can underestimate. One wrong word, and you're dead. Cabot turned to Sang-yoon. You see, it is a blessing from the Shadow Monarch, our future leader residing below. Sung-jun raised an eyebrow. A future leader with that much influence already. Impressive. That is merely his authority within the maze, Cabot clarified. Why does the system grant him such dominance here? Sang-yun pressed. Cabot scratched his bony head. Well, because this maze is essentially an arena for the gods. Sang-yun paused. An arena. The Great Tree Maze, Cabot continued, is where gods turn challengers into their avatars and force them to battle. That is the extent of my knowledge. Sang-yun's mind raced. That explains the Temple of the Dark God back on the first floor. He finally saw the board clearly. I don't have the full picture yet, but it seems we challengers are just pawns on a chessboard played by the gods. I really hate this system, he thought. In this awakening Manhwa world, his goal was clear. Reach the absolute peak and destroy the very system that controlled them. A notification popped up, achievement unlocked, truth of the maze, legend rank acquired, 100 dungeon points awarded. He realized interrogating her further was a waste of time. He turned to the skeletal figure, Cabot. So, is every monster on this floor currently receiving holy power? Cabot nodded. Correct. They are all elite soldiers empowered by divinity. These units are extremely valuable assets to the Demon King's army. Sang-yun didn't blink. Gather them all in one spot. Cabot froze, his hollow sockets widening. Excuse me, what did you just say? I said, bring every holy empowered monster here. I'm going to slaughter every last one of them. The massacre was instant. System messages flooded his vision. Divinity extraction, successful. Divinity extraction, successful. Divinity extraction, successful. In moments, the army before him was reduced to a towering mountain of skulls. Cabot looked on in horror. My masterpiece is ruined. Sang-yun checked his status. Necromancy has ranked up to grade B. A satisfied smirk appeared. Now he could absorb their authority directly. Catherine beamed, holding up a radiating weapon. Sang-yun, look at this magic staff. I traded all my treasure for your friend's loot, she explained. This staff allows the user to wield multiple attributes simultaneously. It means different magic types will synergize perfectly regardless of their origin. Sang-yun nodded approvingly. That will be incredibly useful for you. He had considered getting her something like that before. Watching her celebrate, he thought, she really does act like an excited child sometimes. He turned to the skull guide. We're done here. Take us to the 5th floor immediately. Cabot bowed stiffly. Very well, please follow me. The group followed Cabot into a suffocatingly dark corridor. The skeleton explained as they walked. Continue down this hall and you will find the entrance. However, you lack the entry conditions, so you must wait here until Sang-yun cut him off. We aren't waiting. Cabot paused. Pardon. Before the skeleton could react, Sang-yun cleaved him in two. The guide vanished along with his minions. System alert. You have absorbed the soul of High Spirit Cabot and the demonic dragon. The authority of evil spirit domination has been engraved onto the soul of challenger Han Sang-yun. Catherine stared aghast. Do you really have zero mercy in your heart? Sang-yun replied coldly. Mercy is just a waste of time in a leveling manhwa. A new message appeared. Access to the 5th floor granted. Rewards incoming. He looked at his skill list. Time to clean up. I'll use all these trash skills I picked up as fusion material. Seal released skill synthesis and last gasp skill acquired. With his preparations complete, Sang-yun addressed the team. All right. Good work on this floor, everyone. Let's head down. Catherine sighed, shaking her head. You say everyone, but you did 90% of the work. The scenery dissolved as they warped to a new dimension. System announcement. Welcome to the 5th floor of the Giant Tree Maze, the Hell Fortress City. This was a stronghold built by demons specifically to conquer this maze. In this fortress city, only you and your party exist. It is a separated dimension, isolated from all other challengers. Catherine scanned the ominous architecture. This place looks seriously dangerous, Sang-yun. Another notification rang out like a warning bell. Main quest: defeat the Shadow Monarch ruling the Hell Fortress to proceed. Alternatively, if the Shadow Monarch acknowledges your strength, you may descend without penalty. Suddenly, a roar tore through the air. Challengers, we have you surrounded. Hand over all your items and beg for mercy. Catherine looked at the sea of enemies, fear creeping into her voice. That's too many. Fighting them all at once. This isn't just a simple manhwa recap. This is a death sentence. As a beast lunged at her, a barrier snapped into existence. System Guardian skill activated. Magic shield deployed. All talents increased by 1 point for the protected target. Seeing Sang Yoon step forward to solo the army, Catherine shouted frustration mixing with concern. Wait, are you planning to fight this entire army by yourself again? Sang Yoon didn't look back. I'll handle the offense. You just keep the buffs coming and stay inside the shield. The monster leader growled, patience wearing thin. Hey, you puny humans actually dare to resist. We are the elite of the Hell Fortress, the strongest of the strong. If you know what's good for you, submit now, and we might make this quick. Sang-jun scoffed at the rumor. The strongest demons reside here. Impossible. Gripping his blade, he declared with arrogant confidence, that is merely what you believe. As steel left its sheath, the system chimed instantly. Effect activated. The twin strike of the immortal devil sword art. By consuming divine essence, the skill's destructive power quadrupled in a heartbeat. Sang-jun growled low. Die. A catastrophic beam of azure energy tore through the dimension, obliterating everything in its wake. The system flashed a legendary achievement, the epic fall of the Maze City. Watching from the sidelines, Sung-hun could only gasp in awe. The more I watch him fight, the more I realize he is a monster among men. While the trio remained safe inside their barrier, the world outside had become a slaughterhouse of blood and ruin. Sang-jun, however, was a relentless machine of war. He approached a towering structure, eyes narrowing. The aura is unmistakable. The Shadow Monarch awaits within. A warning popped up. The Shadow Shield reduces all fortress damage by 68%. Sang-jun sneered internally. Useless resistance. Skill-activated heaven-moving strike. He launched himself into the air above the ruins' weapon, ready to strike as a brilliant blue aura erupted from his back, like wings of judgment. Sang-jun charged through the chaotic debris, his golden blade humming, finally coming face to face with the ruler of darkness, in an atmosphere thick with suffocating tension. But the figure in the shadows spoke calmly. Relax. I am merely a passing challenger following the rules. The man on the high throne was indeed the Shadow Monarch. The monarch continued, I knew a challenger had entered the city for the first time in eons, but your power, it is far more severe than I anticipated. The Shadow Monarch stood descending slowly toward Sang-jun. If you hand over your item, there will be no need for meaningless bloodshed. Sang-jun's eyes went cold. I do not know where a demon like you finds the audacity to make demands of me. The Shadow Monarch felt his pride shatter like glass. Rage blazed in his eyes as he roared. You dare call me a mere item? Do you know whose domain you have trespassed into? He scoffed at Han Sun, noting that even the strongest challengers in this manhwa recap never dared to show such arrogance. What exactly do you think noble demons like us are? His voice dropped to a freezing whisper, the air thick with killing intent. Noble demons. Before the words could even fade, Han Sun moved. Faster than light. In a heartbeat, he was right in the Shadow Monarch's face, fist raised high, ready to force total submission with a single devastating strike. The Shadow Monarch froze his mind, unable to process the fist looming before him. He stammered, paralyzed by fear. No way. But before he could utter another sound, Han Sun's punch slammed him ruthlessly into the earth. The impact was catastrophic. The ground itself couldn't withstand the force, cracking open like a spider web. Looking down at the monarch's battered face, ruined by just one punch, Han Sun delivered a cold, biting taunt. So what if you are a demon? He strode toward the throne, finishing his sentence with supreme arrogance. Do you even have a shred of honor? The hierarchy had shifted instantly. The mighty Shadow Monarch was now forced to grovel on the floor before Han Sun. The predator had become the prey, and their positions were completely reversed. After a brief interrogation, the truth clicked for Han Sun. So the only thing sustaining this citadel is the loot you stole from challengers. What a waste of resources. The Shadow Monarch snapped, offended by Han Sun's ignorance of their world. Waste. You know nothing. Without those artifacts, this entire fortress would crumble to dust. Han Sun clenched his fist, his patience wearing thin. Oh God, you talk too much. I will make this quick. Hand it all over. As he spoke, the interface of this system Manhwa chimed with a notification. Achievement unlocked, City Plunderer. Rank unique. You have gained 15 labyrinth points. Skill plunder activated. As his beloved fortress began to crumble before his eyes, the Shadow Monarch wept in despair. My city, my kingdom, he wailed. Han Sun looked down with pure disdain, still yapping. Suddenly, the demon spun around, slamming his head to the floor in a desperate plea for mercy. I will give you everything, all the items, even my life. Just please, I beg you, do not destroy the city. Pity stirred in Han Sun's eyes as he looked at the pathetic creature. Fine. I am still human after all. I can listen. He scratched his head, thinking back to his preparations. The thing I did before arriving. It should be fine. While the Shadow Monarch bowed in gratitude, rage boiled in his heart. He cursed Han Sun with every fiber of his being, hiding his venom behind a mask of submission. You are crueler than any devil, he thought. Han Sung pointed ahead, cutting through the tension. Hey, I have been wondering since I got here. What is that? That is the sanctuary, leading to the basement, the monarch replied. It is our altar to the demon god. They approached the ominous heavy doors. Is there anything inside? Han Sung asked. There is an achievement inside, but only a demon can unseal it. But the moment Han Sung grabbed the handle, the system flash skill activated human elimination. Race altered. You are no longer classified as human. The massive door creaked open under his touch. Han Sung smirked. He remembered picking up this transformation skill back on the 4th floor. I threw it aside thinking it was trash, he mused. Who knew it would be the key here? As the seal broke, notification windows flooded his vision like a storm. Achievement: Legendary Sanctuary. Unlocked. Reward 100 Labyrinth points. Total vitality and mana increased by 40. Han Sung turned back casually. It is open. The Shadow Monarch's jaw dropped in disbelief. Impossible. A human cannot open that door. Are you actually a demon? Losing patience, Han Sung dragged the Shadow Monarch inside by the collar. God, you are noisy. Is talking too much a demon passive skill? Just guide me, unless you have a death wish, the demon stammered. Why, yes. Inside the chamber, Han Sung looked around. What is this place for? The monarch explained. Here we offer sacrifices to the demon god to gain achievements and infuse monsters with divinity. Han Sung raised an eyebrow, skepticism in his voice. You can just infuse divinity into monsters or demons without paying a price. There are limits, the demon clarified. The stronger the vessel, the more they can receive. They stopped before a vast glowing lake. This pool imparts divinity to all monsters who enter. Really? Han Sung grinned. Simple enough. The Shadow Monarch panicked as he watched Han Sung step toward the water. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you entering the lake? Relax, Han Sung replied coolly. Once I am done, I will just grab the achievement. As he submerged, the system announced, entered special area Demon Lake. Divinity absorption rate depends on subject synergy. The water swirled around him like living energy. Han Sung analyzed the flow. Thanks to the human elimination skill, the system no longer recognizes me as a human being. Holy power rank A- upgraded. Now compatible for fusion with body and soul. A voice echoed in the depths. A boy just beginning to form divinity, yet unaware of his place and full of greed. I am surprised, the voice hummed. You possess more than 3 divinities, yet you entered here in a human body. How amusing. A figure materialized through the water. The woman smiled, her presence overwhelming. I see why the gods are watching you. You must have immense talent to be so beloved by the tower. Han Sung blinked, bubbles rising around him. Who are you? No, wait. What do you mean by beloved by the tower? The woman crossed her arms, drifting closer. Do you know why the tower grants you holy power and expects you to become a god? What Han Sung asked, confused. She revealed the truth. The tower desires a perfect transcendent, a puppet to fulfill its purpose. But in this dimension of the universe, no such being exists. Han Sung's eyes widened as the pieces clicked. Does that mean the gods who were kicked out of the tower until now were flawed? She winked playfully. Correct. Even if they are stronger than the tower or the ancient gods, they are not the perfect transcendence it seeks. Han Sung was stunned, his mind racing. The tower isn't transcendent itself, yet it has the power to create one. That is all I can share, she teased, floating back. So, now, it depends on you. Unless you want to know more, she extended a hand. But remember, no reward comes for free. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the demon god, Challenger Han Sung, and I wish to form an alliance with you. She outlined the terms. This alliance has one goal, to destroy the gods' competition within this great tree labyrinth. In exchange, I will give you the prize reserved for the winner. The deal was struck. Moments later, Han Sung and the Shadow Monarch exited the sanctuary. How much holy power did you take? The demon asked. Han Sung brushed off the question coldly. Don't ask. Just lead me to the connection for the 6th floor. The demon hesitated. You aren't going to kill me. Han Sung tilted his head, a dark thought crossing his mind. It is time. He turned, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the intricate tattoo etched into his skin. He revealed his trump card. I have formed an alliance with your god. Even if I wanted to, I am physically unable to kill demons now. The moment the monarch saw the tattoo, he trembled in terror. That is the mark of the demon god. I understand now. In this awakening Manhwa, the will of the god is absolute. A barrage of system notifications flooded his vision. You have gained access to floor 6, the Great Tree Maze. Rewards are being distributed. Choose 2 items, authorities, or skills. Additionally, 2 sealed abilities have been restored. The Reflect Shield and the Unwavering Mind are now unlocked. Suddenly a familiar voice called out. It was Catherine's group. Seeing the demons prostrating on the ground, she asked, bewildered, "What did you do to make these monsters bow to you?" Sung-jun scratched his cheek, playing innocent. "Who knows, I didn't do anything." Catherine stared at him, their eyes locking in a silent exchange, searching for the truth. She finally asked the heavy question, "Why do you always take everything on yourself? We are strong enough to help you now." Guilt washed over Sung-jun's heart. He lowered his gaze. "I'm sorry. I didn't have the confidence to guarantee everyone's safety, so I did what I had to do." Catherine sighed helplessly, scratching her head. "No, don't apologize. Just understand that we worry because we care about you." Sang-jun was left speechless, a warm, fuzzy feeling spreading through his chest. He looked at Catherine with a genuine smile. "I will remember that." With the 5th floor cleared, he pointed to the portal. "Let's grab what we need from the shop and descend." The shopkeeper chimed in brightly. "Welcome." After gearing up, the notification arrived. Entering floor 6, the Great Tree Maze, the origin of interrogation. This domain is controlled by the God of Judgment. This was the convergence point, where challengers from the Earth dimension and the martial arts dimension united to defeat a common enemy and advance. A blue-haired martial artist smirked arrogantly. "Isn't this too easy? We just have to beat that thing." But the system had a cruel reminder. Warning: if your contribution to defeating the boss is below 10%, you will be expelled from the maze. It was a brutal rule, typical of a leveling manhwa. From the swirling dark energy, a body began to form. It was the Earth Dimension Challenger, a copy of Han Sung-jun himself. The clone's level was catastrophic, far exceeding the limits of this floor. The doppelganger stared back at Sung-jun with eyes burning crimson red. As the transformation completed, the crowd surrounded the fake Sang-jun. With a unified war cry, they shouted, "Everyone attack!" The clone in the black coat was besieged, blood spraying as one attacker landed a slash, while others prepared their follow-up strikes to bring him down. But the clone stood firm in the eye of the storm. He swung his blade, unleashing a crimson crescent that sliced through the air and annihilated the incoming wave of attackers. The system intervened to balance the game. The clone's skills would be revealed via message before execution, a classic mechanic in a system manhwa. The clone unleashed another devastating strike. Blood rained down as his red blade impaled a white-haired rival, his expression cold and merciless amidst the chaos. The clone's face was a mask of death, in the fiery light eyes signaling another wipe mechanic. Facing him was the real Sang-jun, with Seung-hun right on his heels. Sung-jun charged forward, his red sword blazing, focus sharpened to a razor's edge, while Seung-hun mirrored his movements perfectly. They synchronized their attacks in a high-speed dance of death. But Sung-jun frowned. Only minutes had passed, and only 10 of the original 40 fighters remained standing. Sung-jun realized the grim truth: none of these martial artists could stop him. He calculated rapidly, if his original team were here, victory would be certain. Seung-hun would cover Catherine from the back, and she would pump out endless buffs. Sung-jun's resolve hardened. "We can do this." A system window popped. Special Authority White Fire Song increases all stats by 50%. The Blessing of Fire adds a temporary +2 to all attributes. As seen in this manhwa recap, the Righteous Chi of Mount Hua increased mana recovery by 100%. Buff to the max. The duo clashed with the clone, their damage amplified by 50%. A massive explosion rocked the arena. Debris flew like shrapnel as a shockwave of blinding light pulverized the ground, shaking the very foundation of the maze. The boss entered its final phase. Buff activated. Enlightenment return. When health drops below 40%, all stats increase by 10 points. Seeing the tide of battle turn in his favor, Sang-jun grinned, his confidence surging. Perfect. Time to crush him under pure pressure. He unleashed the White Sword Ocean Slash, sending waves of lethal energy toward his foe. But the system chimed in. The imposter Han Sung-jun used soul summoning to devour spirits and completely nullify the damage. Sung-jun and Seung-hun struck in unison, their blades colliding with the enemy's defense in a symphony of destruction, sending shockwaves and azure sparks ripping through the air. Far away, a mysterious figure stood, watching, his eyes locking onto every nuance of the duel. Shock washed over the observer. That technique, it belongs to the Saint Sword. He planted his blade into the earth, disbelief coloring his thoughts. To think I'd witnessed that legendary art here. The battle raged on as the clone summoned a new weapon, the Saint Sword itself. Sang-jun instantly raised his shield, activating the counter shield skill just in time. The counter shield began devouring the kinetic energy. Sang-Yun pointed his blade at the barrier, channeling his own power to overcharge the reaction. Once the damage threshold was met, it would be unleashed in a single, devastating blast. Meanwhile, the clone received a grim notification. The imposter Han Sang-Yun had depleted his soul reserves. The clone stood dual-wielding weapons, fueled by the soul-summoning trait. But as he faced the real Sang-Yun, his arsenal lost its power and clattered uselessly to the ground. Sang-Yun stepped forward, his voice calm yet terrifying. Usually, a fight is decided by a gap in raw power. But you relied on brute force without a single spell proving. My judgment wasn't something you could copy. He stared deep into the clone's eyes, dripping with disdain. You wanted to use martial arts, didn't you? But you can't, because you don't know the first thing about channeling mana. You're just a hollow fake. Consumed by shame and panic, the doppelganger triggered his flash trait to escape. The system flooded with alerts. The imposter activated Heaven-Moving Sword, followed by the false blood drop technique. Sang-Yun didn't waste breath on words. He deployed his water shield to dampen the impact. Your skill control is garbage, he scoffed. And using flash now. Worst timing possible. The combo effect of the demonic fairy sword art triggered, absorbed holy power amplified his output by 400%. Realizing the disparity in their strength, the doppelganger's eyes widened in sheer paralyzing terror. Sang-Yun seized the opening. With the white sword void slash, he severed the fake's existence. The clone collapsed, dissolving into nothingness. He looked down at the fading ashes with cold disdain. Boring. I expected more from a mana manipulation user. He didn't stop there. The one-finger strike technique activated precision and destruction. Maximized, he delivered the final mercy to the pathetic imitation. The atmosphere grew heavy, suffocating under his killing intent. Xiangsuk watched, trembling with awe. He analyzed the enemy's fatal weakness instantly and adapted. Catherine whispered, "Is he even human?" The dust settled, and the leveling Manhwa system interface materialized. You have devoured the soul of the awakened Han Sun replica. Proficiency has increased to 61%. Soul summoning proficiency reached 100%. Rank B skill flash step has been engraved onto your soul. A predator's glint flashed in Sang-Jun's eyes. With flash step, no one can escape my blade now. Trial complete. Rank 1 Earth Dimension, Han Sang-Yun. Contribution, over 80%. Rank 2 Martial Arts Dimension, Jin Kyung, 7%. Rank 3 WJH, 3.78%. Rank 4 Guzhuang. Only contributors above 10% may ascend to the 7th floor. The stragglers erupted in fury. Impossible. This system is broken. How do you calculate these rankings? But the system replied coldly. The God of Judgment is displeased by your insolence. The God of Judgment has issued a penalty to the martial arts dimension. Those who cannot prove their worth shall pay the price. Instantly, the complainers collapsed. Agonizing screams filled the air. My eyes, I can't see. Sang-Yun watched the chaos indifferently. The God of Judgment smiles at the new view. Suddenly, a figure approached Sang-Yun. "Excuse me," the elder bowed respectfully. "May we speak?" Lee Sung-han stepped forward, a human shield. "Back off. I don't know who you are, but stay away from my teammate." The elder raised his hands calmly. "You misunderstand. I only wish to thank the one who saved us." His eyes locked onto Sang-Yun. "I never expected to see the legendary White Clan's sword art performed by an outsider." Sang-Yun frowned. "White Clan? Never heard of it." The observer stepped in, questioning him. "Is that so?" He narrowed his eyes. "You moved with the grace of the White Sword first form. I honestly took you for a descendant of the White Sword family. Manhwa owes a debt to that bloodline," the man revealed. Sang-Yun paused, the pieces clicking into place. This legacy was connected to his system administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster. System alert. Participants below 10% contribution have been purged. The elder turned to leave, time running out. "We will speak later. As a successor of the White Clan, you will be repaid. When you reach the martial arts dimension, find Jin Kyung of Manhwa." He vanished with a bow. "We shall discuss destiny then." The week had been cold. Catherine stepped up, curious. "What did that old man want?" "Nothing important," Sang-Yun replied. "Form up. We're heading to the 7th floor." Catherine smiled, relief washing over her. "We survived. Thanks to you, the end of the maze is in sight." Sang-Yun glanced back. It wasn't a big deal. Access granted to floor 7. Distributing rewards. Select 2 relics. 2 stats restored. Holy Light and Trust Mastery unlocked. Equipping his new gear, Sang-Yun's voice turned serious. "Stay sharp. The real danger starts now. Let's move." His mind raced ahead. Next is the true meaning of the Great Tree event. Space warped around them. Welcome to the 7th floor, the Sanctuary. Challengers from all dimensions may now cooperate. Select a realm based on your patron deity. The strongest challenger will be crowned the Apostle. Available realms: Transcendence, Darkness, Devil, Judgment. Make your choice. Sung-jun calculated rapidly. I have a shot at the Apostle seat. Catherine frowned. Transcendence? I've never heard of a god like that. Lee Sung-hun agreed. Origins unknown. Sang-jun realized his team was clueless about the higher entities. Everyone pick Transcendence, Sang-yun ordered. Catherine grinned, intrigued by his confidence. We're clueless, but you seem to know the secrets. We'll follow your lead. The decision was made. Team Consensus Transcendence realm selected. Han Sung-jun selected as the Ancient God's Apostle for the Transcendence realm. Item received. Fragment of the Holy Grail. A glowing shard manifested before him. Sang-yun gripped the artifact. Other teams have these fragments too. It's going to be a battle royale to collect them all. Suddenly, he smashed his fist into the earth. Boom! The ground shattered. The trio stared in confusion, but this was just typical Sang-yun behavior. Standing over the massive crater, he commanded, I don't know what's coming next. Get in the hole. I'll set up a barrier. Do not move until I say so. Lee Sung-hun nodded, trusting him implicitly. Understood. If the barrier falls, we come for you. Catherine sighed, accepting her role. Fine, I'd just be baggage out there anyway. I'll be a good girl and wait. A pang of sympathy struck Sang-yun. She must be heartbroken seeing this, he thought, accepting the reality. Suddenly, the system pinged. The Guardian skill had been triggered by his new ability. Target marked. Sanctuary established. A magical barrier now enveloped the protected target, raising all stats by 1 point. Sang-yun dusted off his hands, a sense of relief washing over him. That should be enough. He glanced back one last time, ensuring his secret remained buried. I hit it perfectly. No one will find out. Suddenly, the blade at his hip spoke up. You really do have a soft spot for your teammates, don't you? You're acting awfully emotional. Not like you at all. Sang-yun gripped the hilt, eyebrows raised. When did you wake up? The sword hummed. Since the 7th floor. You looked like you needed to focus, so I kept quiet. System notification. The item True High Blood Demon Sword has been unsealed. Sang-yun smirked. Thanks for the concern. The spirit in the sword haughtily replied. Just make sure you show me some respect. I'm the only one who looks out for you like this. Sang-yun's expression hardened. Whatever. Focus up. From here on out, we're fighting at full power. The sword seemed confused as it scanned the area. Full power. But the battlefield is empty. Sang-yun gripped his weapon tight. Not for long. I'm going to draw every enemy on the map right to us. The sword realized his plan. You're thinking exactly what I think you're thinking, aren't you? Sang-jun grinned. Bingo. Activate skill Holy Light. A pillar of crimson light erupted from the earth, piercing the heavens. It unleashed a storm of lightning and debris, a display of apocalyptic power, designed to signal every monster for miles. The moment the skill fired, the system rewarded him. Achievement unlocked: Unique Artificial Disaster Maze. Skill Massacre rated B+. 50 maze points acquired. The kill feed scrolled rapidly. 37 challengers from the Domination Camp eliminated. 41 from the Suppression Camp eliminated. Another 18 from Domination, wiped out. The gods of nature, suppression, domination, and war looked down from the heavens, their eyes fixed on challenger Han Sung-jun. But deep in a cave far from the carnage, Catherine's group was drowning in silence. Not a word was spoken. Each was trapped in their own mind. Catherine slumped against the cold stone wall, a storm of chaotic emotions swirling within her. Finally, she broke the silence. Can we even call ourselves a team? Her voice trembled. We're completely useless to him. Jeon-seok felt the same crushing weight. There's nothing we can do, he admitted. From the start, that wasn't a battle. Humans were meant to fight. We're just spectators. Catherine couldn't hold it back anymore. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she wailed in helplessness. I tried so hard, she sobbed. I designed the most complex skill trees, mastered every magical theory I could find. Desperation poured out of her. I rambled endlessly about optimizing shields and buffs, desperate to matter in this leveling manhwa reality. But look at me now. I risked my life for this build. And for what? Just a few flimsy shields, she screamed in anguish. I'm powerless. Seung-hun and Jeon-seok stood frozen behind her, unable to offer any comfort. The silence returned heavy and suffocating, until a chilling giggle echoed from the shadows. Fufu. A mysterious woman stepped into the light, looking down at Catherine. Poor little thing. Your thoughts are so tragically cute. She reached out. cupping Catherine's face. "You really want to help that moth flying into the fire, don't you?" she whispered like a serpent into Catherine's ear. "I have a way. Do you want to hear it?" Meanwhile, back on the surface, a dark ritual reached its climax. Someone was chanting, "Come forth, my summon." A colossal wolf wreathed in purple hellfire tore through reality. Its eyes burned with malice as it roared, shaking the very foundations of the world with its overwhelming pressure. Sung-jun was a blur of motion, his legs pumping like pistons. He tore across the battlefield, shattering the ground with every step, a testament to his explosive speed and power. He charged forward with unwavering determination until something made him skid to a halt, his eyes widening in shock. Looming directly in his path was a nightmare made flesh, a gigantic monster charging straight for him. The majority of the glory rites were consumed by challenger Han Sung-jun, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Moving at the speed of light, he closed the distance to the beast in a heartbeat. The mob behind him cried out, "God of Domination, witness this." The challenger serving the God of Domination smirked, declaring, "Just watch my summon tear that fool into bloody ribbons." The challenger serving the God of War chimed in with a dark chuckle. "It seems the gods we serve have been waiting for you all along. Surrender now, and we might just grant you a painless death." Flanking him stood the challenger serving the God of Nature, silent and watchful. Behind them, the challenger of the God of Suppression drew his blade, thirsting for blood. He barked an impatient order. "This is getting tedious. Just kill him and be done with it." Amidst the chaos, Sung-jun glanced at the gathering crowd, and a cold smirk curled his lips. "I used that flashy skill earlier, just to leak my coordinates. Looks like the bait worked perfectly." The sword of impotence scolded him in his mind. "We are in mortal danger, and you are congratulating yourself. You moron. We do not even have a countermeasure ready." The war challenger stepped forward, his aura flaring. "Ignoring me? Fine. We will just butcher you slowly then." Behind him, the domination challenger narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. Sung-jun descended from the heavens like a falling star. But the moment his boots touched the earth, grotesque tentacles erupted from the ground beneath him. His sword screamed a warning. "Incoming, get ready to defend." But Sung-jun remained calm, watching the enemies gathering before him with the eyes of a predator. Suddenly, a massive tentacle snapped around the war challenger's neck, choking the life out of him. Gasping for air, he stammered, "Wait, we formed an alliance to kill him. What is this madness?" The traitor revealed himself. It was the challenger, serving the God of Domination, controlling the vines. He offered a cruel smile and shrugged. "I thought it over, and honestly, killing you yields better rewards. Don't take it personally." The war challenger exploded with fury. He roared a curse. "You backstabbing dog, if you have a death wish, I will grant it myself." System messages flooded the air as the God of War roared in indignation. The God of Domination smiled with twisted delight, mocking the chaos. In this brutal awakening, Manhwa world alliances are as fragile as glass. Suddenly, the colossal beast stomped the ground, sending a shockwave that shattered the earth. The system screamed a warning. War, dominion, nature, and oppression. The gods are burning their divinity to force a catastrophic descent. To trigger the avatar descent, the gods seized control of their challengers' bodies. The God of Dominion roared a command. "Trust no one. Slaughter every last wretched soul." Sung-jun watched the chaos unfold, cold sweat running down his back. This is a disaster. They're turning on each other like rabid dogs. A behemoth rose amidst the carnage as challengers tore at each other's throats. Sung-jun stood frozen. "I never expected them to abuse the divine descent like this. Staying here would be suicide." But from the shadows, the God of Darkness grinned. Suddenly, violent whirlwinds erupted right before Sung-jun's eyes. And, from the storm, Catherine emerged. The system window flashed red. "The God of Darkness has initiated descent on the Apostle Catherine Bennett." Sung-jun froze, unable to process the shift. Catherine turned her back to him. Her aura was ice-cold, malicious energy, dancing at her fingertips like a puppet master's strings. With her arrival, the battlefield's killing intent skyrocketed. The air itself became heavy with bloodlust. Suddenly, the behemoth was shackled. The God of Dominion stared in disbelief. Darkness, magic, impossible. How could he? How does a primordial god like darkness exist in this realm? Watching the spectacle, Sung-jun couldn't help but smirk. Damn, she's actually doing it. Catherine's lips curled into a twisted smile. "I told you, didn't I? I am not your enemy." Her eyes glinted with a cunning scheme. "Relax. I'll take out another piece of trash for you." Sung-jun frowned. Is this the price of that blessing she took on the first floor of the Great Tree Maze? Damn it. Meanwhile, the avatar of the God of Nature was being crushed. He trembled, pleading for his life. "Darkness, stop this madness." The god of darkness roared through her lips. Oppression, you coward! Why did you flee alone? Catherine, fully puppeted, now giggled darkly. Hubby, how can I possibly stop? To protect this vessel, I'll burn the world down if I have to. Seeing her lose control, anxiety gnawed at Sung-jun's gut. This is getting out of hand. I should have stopped her from accepting that dark blessing back then. Suddenly, the sword's voice cut through his thoughts. Do not let sentiment cloud your judgment. Without reason, you are nothing. Focus on the mission. Sung-jun snapped back to reality. Understood. He vanished, re-entering the fray at light speed, like the hero of a system manhwa. System alert. Descent nullified. Apostle Eris Ron Wesley has been eliminated. You have obtained a fragment of the Holy Grail. The god of war, boiled with rage. That accursed darkness. Why must you always interfere with my plans? Sung-jun stepped forward, his voice dripping with mockery. Do you not possess a brain, god of war? If you had any intelligence, you would have fled like the god of oppression. The god of war blinked, stunned. What did you say? Forget about the darkness. Sung-jun pointed his blade, asserting his dominance. Right now, your opponent is me. Fury exploded from the god of war. He raised his hand, gathering energy. You filthy hound of the tower, how dare a mortal look down on a god? You cannot even activate avatar mode, and you think you can defeat me in this wretched state. Die, but Sung-jun was faster. Activating high-tier blood arts, ancient power surged through his veins. Seeing the crimson aura, the god of war laughed maniacally. You fool, I've seen that technique before. I am already prepared for your little trick. Don't you know? Demon blood is a fatal poison to humans. Let the corrupted blood rot you from the inside out. Sung-jun's expression didn't waver. No, the god of war paused. What? What do you mean system alert activating skill? Humanity erasure. According to the system, I am no longer classified as human. Due to humanity erasure, you have fully absorbed the vampiric essence. Your anti-human curses are useless against a monster like me. The system window expanded with details. Vampiric racial traits have been integrated. The battlefield turned into a wasteland. The very earth seemed to die around them. Amidst the ruin, only 2 warriors remained standing. Sung-jun smirked, his eyes glowing with predatory coldness. He tilted his head, his voice laced with venom. Is that the best a god can do? The god of war trembled with humiliation, grinding his shark-like teeth. You rely on borrowed skills from the tower, yet dare to act superior. I will gouge those arrogant eyes out of your skull. Prepare yourself, mortal. Silver hair whipping in the wind, he condensed a sphere of emerald ruin. A vortex of chaotic mana swirled around him. The god of war had sacrificed his own divinity to the tower for this strike. System warning. Due to the Holy Pact, a portion of Challenger, Han Sung-jun's mana, is being siphoned to the opponent. Feeling the surge, the god of war grinned. Your mana is exquisite. Quite unlike your rotten personality. The longer you fight, the weaker you become. He launched himself at Sung-jun like a cannonball. Let's see how long you can survive, while bleeding dry. Steel clashed against magic in a symphony of destruction. Sung-jun weaved through the attacks, his focus sharpened to a razor's edge. But he couldn't dodge them all. A blast tore through his defenses. Blood sprayed from his arm, painting the air crimson. The god of war cackled with sadistic glee. Where is your arrogance now? Scream for me. Moving at light speed, he toyed with Sung-jun, landing blow after blow. Despair, suffer. Make it worth the divinity I wasted on you. Sung-jun, exhausted but unyielding, narrowed his eyes. Shut your mouth and fight. Activating skill, extreme concentration. Time seemed to slow. He ducked under the killing blow with a hair's breadth to spare. Crimson blades tore through the atmosphere as the war challenger unleashed a strike heavy with killing intent. Sung-jun countered at lightning speed. Their attacks collided in a symphony of destruction, sparking a blinding shockwave. But right at the climax of this epic clash, Sung-jun suddenly froze. He dropped to one knee, his body heavy. A system window popped up. Due to combat sanctity challenger, Han Sung-jun's senses have been severely dulled. Worse yet, his mana was being forcibly siphoned to his enemy. His sword panicked. Master, your power is draining away. At this rate, you are going to die. Yet Sung-jun hid a cunning smile. This was all part of the script. The war challenger, intoxicated by the stolen power, jeered at him. I am putting your combat sanctity to good use. Look at you trembling like a leaf. Out of juice already. He raised his weapon, eyes glowing. Allow me to end your misery with excruciating pain. But just as he stepped forward to deliver the final blow, an invisible force crushed him into the dirt. His hair fell over his face as he vomited blood. What? What is happening to me? The agony triggered a hidden penalty, the curse of endless pain. Sang-yoon struggled to his feet and walked toward the groveling fool. Did you really think you could borrow my power without a price? The system clarified. If an opponent's stats spike unnaturally, the recoil damage equals the power gained. Watching the war challenger's face twist in absolute terror, Sang-yoon grinned. So tell me, how does it feel? He loomed over his enemy like a grim reaper. But before I send you to hell, I will be taking my power back. A cascade of notifications rang out. The battlefield warrior myth was forcibly cancelled due to power instability. The stolen sanctity vanished from the enemy's body instantly. The war challenger grasped at the empty air, horrified. My power. It is draining away. What did you do to me? Sang-yoon explained coldly. I cast Battlefield Warrior on my own sanctity before we clashed. Once the skill cancels, everything you stole returns to its rightful owner. The enemy ground his teeth until they nearly shattered, rage consuming him. He could only scream one name in helpless fury. Han Sang-jun. He looked like a madman, eyes bloodshot. This is not over. I will claw my way back from hell, just to kill you. As the war challenger tried to stand, Sang-jun raised his sword, eyes cold as ice. Shut your mouth. The blade fell, and the system chimed with victory. You have received the Future Apostle's Command Orb. Skill proficiency has increased to 9.8%. You have obtained a fragment of the Holy Grail. From the shadows, Catherine emerged, clapping her hands in slow, rhythmic applause. The god of darkness possessing her body spoke with a distorted voice. I intended to intervene if things got messy, but it seems you are more than capable of handling pests on your own. Sang-jun accepted the item she offered. The system confirmed. You have acquired a fragment of the Holy Grail. Catherine chuckled darkly. I can see the curiosity burning in your eyes. Ask away. My restriction on information disclosure has been lifted slightly. Sang-jun did not hesitate. I will be blunt. Is my existence that special to you? Or are you just trying to groom me into becoming your apostle? Catherine smirked. I do love a sharp child. She teased him with a glint in her eye. Though sometimes being too direct can be dangerous. Her expression turned serious. Yes, kid. I want you as my apostle, but I also desire something else. She recalled the moment he was granted that terrifying power to fulfill the tower's secret wish. Whether the story ends as the tower dictates, or you carve out a new destiny, I simply want to witness the finale with my own eyes. The tower seeks an omnipotent being to serve its purpose. Sang-jun paused. The demon god had said the exact same thing in this Manhwa recap. He visualized the invisible hands manipulating fate. The tower needed a god, and he was the sacrifice. And how does that connect to a new ending, he asked. But Catherine covered her mouth, yawning deeply. Ah, forgive me. My time in this vessel is running out. She bowed slightly, her presence fading. It will be difficult for us to meet again on this floor. But do not worry, I have instructed a few of my followers to aid you. Catherine's voice echoed one last time. I will also send the rewards from the Great Tree Maze through them. Until we meet again. She left him with a lingering promise. See you back inside the tower. As the dark divinity faded, the corrupt energy seeping into the earth vanished with it. Then Chong-gu materialized to handle the aftermath. She stared at the piles of blood-soaked corpses, gasping in disbelief. No matter how many times she looked, her mind refused to accept it. Death lay scattered everywhere. A chaotic hellscape of rotting flesh and endless blood. Chu stood beside Sang-jun, who was cradling the unconscious Catherine in his arms. She remarked, for the god of darkness, to eliminate this many enemies while you fought the god of war. That is truly impressive. Chu's expression turned grave as she warned him. Listen to me. If the god of darkness becomes your enemy, things are going to get incredibly complicated. Sang-jun added darkly. She could probably kill me in a heartbeat right now. Chu nodded, her voice serious. Remember this well. Compared to the god of darkness, the god of war is nothing but small fry. Sang-jun stood up, his resolve hardening. I know that. Without you telling me. He furrowed his brows, lost in deep thought. I need to train like a madman. The moment we return to the tower, I will not end up like these corpses. Suddenly, the air shimmered as a system notification rang out. You have received the body enhancement Moonlight's favor, derived from the remaining vampire traits in the dehumanization skill. Thanks to Moonlight's favor, your abilities will increase by 10% when standing under the moonlight. Chu's jaw dropped in absolute shock. No way, the system continued to explain. Thanks to Moonlight's favor, all skill levels are increased by 4, and all growth rates are increased by 10%. Chu stared blankly, shouting. What kind of broken race is this? This is total cheating. There is no way a system Manhwa reward should be this overpowered. Sang-jun smirked, teasing her. It is all thanks to pure skill. Immediately, he used every command point he possessed to to permanently lock in these new ability stats. Chu felt a wave of injustice crash over her. She clung to Sang-yoon, wailing about her tragic fate. Skill? Do you have no shame? Back in my day, I had to grind day and night, just to get a fraction of that power. Sang-yoon ignored her deep in thought. Using command points. This new skill is interesting. Suddenly Chong-gu roared in annoyance. Are you daring to ignore me? Sang-yoon replied patiently. I heard you. Suddenly, a gentle female voice drifted through the air. You are the challenger Han, Sang-yoon correct. She stood silently behind him, her sudden presence making Sang-yoon freeze in surprise. The woman answered her own question. It seems I am correct. I am an apostle of the god of darkness. The girl introduced herself proactively. My name is Arya. By the will of the god of darkness, I am here to assist you. Challenger Sang-yoon narrowed his eyes at the proposal. Until the end of the floor, he wondered. Was she truly just an escort? Or was there a dagger hidden behind her smile? The living sword spoke up to reassure Sion. Fear not. The sheer density of her holy power is proof enough. She is a genuine apostle. If the god of darkness commanded her to serve, she will obey your every whim. He confirmed, your name is Arya, correct? She bowed her head. That is correct. Please do not hesitate to ask me anything. Sang-yoon didn't mince words. Unfortunately, trust isn't given so easily. Internally, he smirked. Perfect time to test my new ability. He materialized a scroll from thin air. However, if you sign this, he held the parchment before Arya's eyes. Then, I will have no choice but to believe you. The blue window of this system Manhwa flashed into existence. Skill-activated master-servant contract. Target 4th rank apostle Arya. Sang-jun's voice was cold as steel. Sign it. The system issued a final warning. Once the contract is sealed, the hierarchy is absolute and inviolable. A chime signaled the completion. Mutual consent verified. Master-servant contract established. 4th rank apostle Arya is now bound to your will for eternity. Immediately, Arya's eyes lit up with ecstasy. The grace you have bestowed upon me, my stats have increased by 14 points. The notifications continued to scroll. All ability scores of 4th rank apostle Arya have increased by 14. In that moment, her gaze shifted from respect to fanatical worship. Incredible. Your generosity rivals even the god of darkness himself. Sang-yoon cut through her flattery with an icy tone. Enough. I have a task for you. He strode toward Catherine, his command calm but absolute. Heal my comrade over there. Faced with this sudden order, Arya froze, visibly flustered. She clenched her fists, lowering her head in shame. Lord Sang-yoon, forgive me, but I cannot heal this prospective apostle. Her voice trembled with regret. She is suffering from divine fever due to the descent. Sang-yoon blinked, caught off guard. Divine fever? What is that? Arya answered awkwardly. Mortals with low physical stats cannot withstand the pressure when a deity descends into their vessel. The backlash manifests as a high fever. She will not wake for at least a week. Sang-yoon nodded grimly. This was a problem. But Arya interrupted with urgent news. More importantly, you are in grave danger. Since you possess more than 2 Holy Grail fragments, every other camp will be hunting you down. Sang-yoon froze as the realization hit him like a truck. If he was a target, his other teammates were walking bullseyes. Without a word, he vanished, leaving Arya in the dust. Left to support the unconscious, Catherine Arya cried out in panic. Lord Sang-gun, where are you going? He glanced back over his shoulder. Arya, protect her and follow me. He sprinted away, his mind racing. Damn it, I was so focused on the battle I forgot about the others. Catherine being out cold means the protective barrier around Lee Sung-hun and Choke has shattered. They're sitting ducks for the enemy camps. Behind him, Arya hoisted Catherine onto her back, panting as she struggled to keep pace. Lord Sang-gun, please wait for me. The scene shifted to the base of a giant ancient tree, the earth scarred by recent combat. Twilight descended as Sang-gun arrived, stepping silently onto the battlefield. Bodies littered the ground. As Sang-gun assessed the carnage, the spirit sword's voice echoed in his mind. The situation is far grimmer than we anticipated. He knelt beside a still figure. In this world, an early death is hardly a surprise. Arya finally caught up, emerging from the shadows behind him. Poison arts, she stated calmly. It seems the enemy coated their blades in venom. Her expression darkened as she inspected the other corpses. They may have defeated the ambushers, but the toxicity clearly exceeded their physical resistance limits. Sang-gun ground his teeth, rage bubbling beneath the surface. They waited until we were separated to strike. Cowards. Seeing his anger, Arya quickly offered a solution. However, this specific poison can be completely purged with a few months of treatment. So, do not worry. I suggest we forcibly log them out and return them to Earth by draining their mana. Sang-yoon calmed himself. Do it. The system chimed instantly. Challenger Kim Lee Seung-hun mana depleted. Initiating return to Origin World. Challenger Suk mana depleted. Initiating return to Origin World. With the allies safe, Arya turned her gaze to Sang-yoon, her instincts flaring. Now that your comrades are safe, prepare for battle. Several challengers are converging on our position. Sang-yoon didn't flinch. I know. Just buy me a second. A dangerous idea sparked in his mind. I'm going to grind these useless artifacts into pure holy power. He crushed the orb of power in his hand, absorbing the essence. Done. That should be enough. Suddenly, a global announcement shook the world. Condition met. 11 of 20 divine camps have lost their grail fragments. The divine camp possessing more than 10 fragments shall now receive the Holy Grail. The Grail is awakening. Power surged through him. The god of the transcendental camp, though a lesser deity, has fulfilled the conditions, temporarily granting deification and incarnation authority. The unseen observer smiled, releasing the seal on divine deification for Challenger Sion. A cocky grin spread across his face. I achieved deification just like that. But the system wasn't finished with him yet. The bizarre fallen god, the clumsy observer, and the false god of agony have granted the special authority Incarnation of Flesh to Challenger Sang-yoon. The location of Challenger Sang-yoon has been exposed to all camps. He drew his blade senses heightened. Incarnation of Flesh, that's a new one. What does it even do? He furrowed his brows, a thought striking him. Wait, why are they all so obsessed with capturing me specifically? From behind, Arya's voice dropped an octave, trembling with rage. These petty little gods, they dare try to toy with Lord Sang-yoon, she exploded. Lord Sang-jun, just give the order and I will slaughter every single one of these pathetic insects. Not one shall survive. Sang-yun felt a chill run down his spine at Arya's expression. She looked ready to devour everything in her path. Chu clicked her tongue. Wow, apostles really are a bunch of lunatics. Under the cover of night, a group of armored figures moved swiftly through the dense forest. The system notification chimed again. Challenger Redvik has been selected as the apostle of the corruption camp and has been granted a fragment of the Holy Grail. Redvik marched in front, screaming incessantly. For the great god of corruption, we will punish that bastard Sang-yoon. Suddenly, the moon began to glow, with an eerie brilliance dominating their field of vision. Redvik looked up, confusion clouding his eyes. He could not look away from the celestial body. The moon. Why now? The system announced the grim truth. The special authority Sorrowful Deceit of Moonlight is forcing the targeted enemies to experience devastating grief. Suddenly, Redvik's followers collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. My head is splitting. They clutched their skulls, tears streaming down their cheeks uncontrollably. It was a torrent of sorrow they could not stop. Watching the scene unfold, the system explained further. When enemies targeted by the sorrowful deceit of moonlight feel sadness, their life force is rapidly drained. Redvik began to wail in despair. This cannot be happening, the system voice continued mercilessly. The special authority gaze of contempt has reduced all enemy stats by 10 points. The bizarre god of corruption screamed, ordering them to march forward. But the soldiers fell to their knees, their voices thick with hopelessness. I am sorry, my lord. If we take another step, we are going to die. The life was draining from their faces. The bizarre god of corruption spat. You useless trash. You are just nameless mercenaries. Redvik struggled to lift his sword, screaming in frustration. Tears still poured from his eyes, as he broke down completely. I understand now. Instantly, massive explosions erupted throughout the forest. As the holy light skill was triggered, 17 members of the corruption camp have perished. 11 members of the observer camp have perished. 14 members of the suffering camp have perished. Sang-yun stood atop the cliff, amusement coloring his voice. Using the moonlight to inflict debuffs on them increased the accuracy of my holy light bombardment perfectly. A thought flashed through his mind. I destroyed the corrupted artifacts I looted and received the moonlight in return. This is the game changer I needed. Suddenly the system warned him. The bizarre god of corruption, the clumsy god of observation, and the false god of suffering have sworn an alliance to destroy the challenger Sang-yoon. He gripped his sword tighter. Chong-gu's voice echoed in his mind. It looks like they finally realized that there is strength in numbers. Sang-yoon walked slowly toward a massive crater, Chu's familiar voice nagging in his ear. Get ready. Those petty gods are coming. You have to face 3 of them at once, so watch your back. He swung his sword into a ready stance. Sang-yun replied softly, I know. He stepped forward to face the entities appearing before him. The god of corruption gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with venom. How arrogant. I will show you just how pathetic you really are. The system explained the phenomenon. The bizarre god of corruption activates the special authority flesh incarnation and manifests before Sang-yun. Immediately after, the clumsy god of observation chimed in. You are clearly a deity. How were you able to enter this labyrinth? The clumsy god of observation activates the special authority flesh incarnation and manifests. The false god stood to the side, expressionless. So this is the candidate the tower chose. This is clearly a violation of jurisdiction. The false god of suffering activates the special authority, flesh incarnation, and manifests before Sang-yun. Witnessing this, Sang-yun frowned and reached a conclusion. Judging by their doll-like appearance, this flesh incarnation isn't possessing a human body. They are stuffing their souls into effigies, shaped like themselves. A confident smirk spread across Sang-yun's face. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he calmly mocked the divine beings. I thought this flesh incarnation technique was something terrifying. Turns out you guys are nothing but cheap dolls. Sang-yun emphasized every word, causing the gods' faces to darken with rage. How pathetic. A voice boomed in response. You will regret those words. The mob closed in with killing intent. You'll pay for provoking us. A catastrophic blow shattered the earth, sending debris flying like shrapnel. With godlike reflexes, he vanished into the air, just as the ground erupted in a chain of explosions. Sang-jun glanced up at the devastated cliffside, looming before him. His pursuers hadn't slowed down one bit. Their aura was dripping with pure, unadulterated hatred as they hunted him down. A cold sneer curled on Sang-jun's lips. He thought to himself, even if they're just puppets, a god is still a god. Without hesitation, he plunged into the abyss, taking on all three at once in this awakening manhwa. That might be pushing his luck. The fallen god and the observer god surged forward, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks. Yet Sang-jun parried every single strike with terrifying ease. Suddenly, a beam of light grazed his shoulder, drawing first blood. Before he could react, a verdant streak of energy slashed across his leg. He gritted his teeth, suppressing a groan of pain. But there was no respite. A massive sphere of energy roared toward him. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion swallowed him, sending a mushroom cloud of dust into the sky. Debris rained down like a meteor shower. But amidst the destruction, ding! The familiar mechanical chime of the system echoed in his ears. As the smoke cleared, the forest trembled under the weight of the chase. The fallen god and observer god flanked the false god, their voices dripping with arrogance. Run all you want, little rat. You're dancing right in the palm of our hands. Sang-jun glanced back, his mind racing like a supercomputer. If I could just take one of them out of the equation. But for now, is fleeing my only option. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. Sang-jun, leave the small fry to me. It was Arya. Despite carrying Catherine on her back, her voice was steel. I can buy you time. I'll handle one of them. Just trust me. Ding. A holographic window materialized. System alert rank B. Apostle Arya has activated the unique trait Shadow Shift. Her physical form dissolved into pure darkness, warping through space at will. In an instant, a fracture in reality ripped open right beside the gods. A hand materialized from the void, her voice dripping with disdain. You incompetent fools. She stood there, eyes burning with fury, as a sphere of abyssal energy condensed before her. How dare you act so insolent in front of Lord Sang-jun? Allow me to show you what true darkness looks like. The system chimed again, signaling a shift in the battle. System Apostle Arya has activated the unique authority of the endless abyss. Tendrils of shadow erupted like vipers, lunging for the observer god. He froze, completely caught off guard. Before he could blink, the shadows constricted, binding him tight. His eyes bulged in sheer disbelief. He couldn't move. With a sharp yank, Arya pulled the chains, dragging the white-haired deity toward her with unwavering resolve. The observer god lost his footing, tumbling backward into the void. As his terrified scream pierced the air, a new notification flashed. System warning. A fanatic apostle of the ancient god has been detected. Target will be banished to the abyss for 10 minutes. In a heartbeat, the observer god was consumed by the eldritch black magic, vanishing from this dimension. A horrified voice trembled in the air. Impossible. The connection to his divinity has been severed. While his comrades stood paralyzed in shock, Sang-jun's deep voice cut through the silence. All right then. He stood tall, his gaze razor-sharp, leveling his blade at the remaining two. The hunter had become the predator. I've got 10 minutes to play with you two. Hearing this, the fallen god glared at Sung-jun, her face twisted in pure malice. She snarled, "To think you're in league with the shadow god. You are an aberration that shouldn't exist." Even Sung-jun raised an eyebrow, surprised by the revelation. "I will make you suffer a death far worse than your wretched friends." Sung-jun's expression darkened. He interrogated her coldly. "You are the fallen god, aren't you? So you're the one who poisoned them." The fallen god threw her head back, laughing maniacally. "Correct. It was all to back you into a corner. I enslaved those pathetic challengers and slaughtered the two who got in my way. They were annoyingly resilient, like cockroaches, so I had to use poison to rot them from the inside. She just wouldn't shut up." "Don't worry," she sneered. "I'll take my time killing you just like I did with them." Sung-jun's aura turned frigid. "Are you done with your last words?" The sudden shift in pressure made the fallen god gasp. Instantly, a violent crimson aura erupted, coiling around Sung-jun's body like a dragon. "I'll take that as a yes." System activating divinity, godly fire armor. In a flash of blinding light, Sung-jun was clad in legendary flame-wreathed battle gear. "I'm going to tear you apart, limb from limb." The notifications began to spam the screen in true Manhwa recap fashion. Activating owner skill, True Blood Demon Sword. Magic explosion initiated. Mana capacity increased. Skill activated, True Blood Demon Sword. Thought acceleration. Time seemed to slow as his mind raced. Skill activated, Evil Heart, rank B+. Constructing virtual magic circuits to optimize mana flow. Activating mythological title, Warrior of the Trial Grounds. All stats increased by 41. Special buff, Divinity Rejection active. Damage from outer deities reduced by 20%. The air grew heavy, suffocatingly silent. But Sung-jun wasn't done. His eyes burned with greed for power. "No, it's not enough yet." The system went into overdrive, authority, boiling sword intent. Max power. Activating Divinity of Death. Effect, inescapable mortality, imbued into the blade. Boom! Sung-jun stomped the ground, unleashing a shockwave of dominance. The sheer pressure forced the gods to their knees, their faces twisted in absolute horror. The Reaper's power is resonating, holy power infusion complete. Activating unique art, Immortal Ghost Sword style. Lotus Twin Strike. Consuming holy power to amplify pressure by 400%. The false god shrieked in terror. "What the hell is this crushing pressure?" He turned desperately to his ally. "Fallen god, do something. Use your authority of corruption." The system answered Sung-jun's rage. Skill activated, True Blood Demon Sword passive. Aptitude enhancement, rank B+. The fallen god gritted her teeth so hard, they nearly cracked. I can't. System effect, fear amplification has taken hold." The false god's jaw dropped. "Ah!" A collective scream of despair echoed through the battlefield. How are we supposed to defeat a monster like this? The aura coming off him. It's canceling out my powers. I can't even activate my authority." The false god roared at her. "You useless trash." He frantically conjured a sphere of platinum energy. "Damn it, I can tank at least one hit from him. The moment I give the signal, we run." But it was too late. Sung-jun blurred, launching himself into the air and vaulting over their heads with god speed. They stood there, statues frozen in time, unable to react. He landed with the weight of a mountain. The false god let out a blood-curdling scream. Sung-jun, bathed in the infernal glow of his divine armor, turned his glowing eyes upon them. The executioner had arrived. His voice cut through the void like absolute zero, chilling the very air. "Judging by your flinch, it seems even gods can feel pain." As his words faded, a suffocating silence descended, heavy with the scent of death. Suddenly, Sung-jun unleashed a storm of sword strikes. In mere seconds, the flurry of steel tore through the air, forcing agonizing screams from his enemies that echoed in the emptiness. Only then did Sung-jun slow his pace, his voice dripping with venom. "Do not dare hope for a quick or painless death." His eyes burned with a terrifying, vengeful light. He drove the point home with cold fury. "That is the price for touching my comrades." System notifications began to cascade in the air as the fallen god lay broken and motionless on the ground. Ding! You have unlocked the legendary achievement, Godslayer of the Maze. It was the ultimate dopamine hit of a leveling manhwa. You have gained 100 maze points. HP and mana increased by 100. Special authority activated, God-slaying swordsmanship, rank S+. The fallen god was reduced to a gruesome sight, half her face obliterated. She stared at him with wide, trembling eyes, her voice barely a whisper against the wind. The tower. It has created a true monster. The fallen god couldn't hide her shock. Is the tower's twisted desire finally becoming reality? Sung-jun frowned, confusion clouding his gaze. The tower's desire. Before he could demand answers, A system window popped up. The physical vessel of the fallen god has sustained irreparable damage. Entity elimination confirmed. You have absorbed a soul fragment. Materializing in Sang-jun's hand were 2 glowing shards of divine energy. His mind raced as he analyzed the loot. So, destroying a god's physical form drops a soul fragment. He crushed the shards in his grip until they dissolved into light. That makes 2. Now there's only 1 target left. Alarm bells rang out as a new notification appeared. The clumsy observer has activated the unique authority of the Maze Agent 007. The clumsy observer has sacrificed a massive amount of divinity and holy power. A tear in the fabric of reality caught his attention. It was a classic system Manhwa dimensional rift. The observer was frantically clawing his way out of a black hole amidst a flurry of system alerts. The clumsy observer has escaped the abyss, using the unique authority of Maze 007. Panting heavily, the god cursed under his breath. That crazy fanatic witch. But in his panic, he failed to calculate one thing. He had teleported his face directly into Sang-jun's waiting fist. I wasted my divinity for nothing. The impact sent the observer flying backward, tumbling helplessly. Even Sang-jun was taken aback by the stupidity of it all. Hey, he looked down at the pathetic deities sprawling in the dirt, unable to suppress a sigh of disbelief. Whatever. Suddenly, the system interrupted the beatdown. Time limit exceeded. Divine Transformation Authority deactivated. Cooldown 8 hours. Sang-jun stared at his hand as the overwhelming power dissipated like smoke. He muttered darkly, "My current strength isn't enough to kill him permanently." Meanwhile, the observer, now tied tightly to a tree, screamed profanities. "Damn it all, how did it end up like this?" Sang-jun shot back calmly. "You're the one who started this mess by meddling with us." That accusation made the god snap. He roared in indignation. "Bullshit. If you didn't exist, none of this would have happened. You are a glitch. You shouldn't even exist in this world." Sang-jun's patience snapped. He gripped his sword, the killing intent rising. "You ate a fist, and you're still running your mouth." Waves of sword aura lashed out, striking the god's body repeatedly. The observer's eyes bulged in sheer agony. Sang-jun's voice was ice cold. "Even in a physical vessel, I see you can still feel every bit of this torture. I will beat you into a pulp until you learn your place." The forest echoed with the pitiful, high-pitched screams of a divine being. "Stop, please, stop." Broken and trembling, the observer finally stammered out the truth. "I get it, you killed the other gods, but you spared me because you need information." Still bound to the tree with a face swollen beyond recognition, the observer questioned him. "What is your goal, Challenger Sang-jun? What do you want from me?" Sang-jun stared him down, his gaze piercing through the god's soul. "I have questions. I want to know everything about this maze competition." The observer quickly tried to pivot. "I want to make a deal. Will you listen to my terms?" Sang-jun stroked his chin, adopting a thoughtful pose. After a tense pause, he admitted, "It's true, I can't permanently kill your physical body right now anyway." The god panicked. "No, that's not it. I just want to guarantee you won't harm me after I talk." He continued to babble fearfully. "If we touch you, we pay the price." "I know that now." Sang-jun shrugged nonchalantly. "Fine, deal." Instantly, the system intervened to seal the pact. Warning: if the observer violates the terms, the Tower of Trials will revoke the divinity pledged in this oath. Having secured a massive win, Sang-jun looked at his prisoner with mocking praise. "Good. Now we can have a proper Q&A." The observer resigned himself to his fate. "I'm waiting." Sang-jun ignored the god's expectant look and dove straight into the interrogation. "Tell me about the tower first." The observer's answer was immediate and disappointing. "I don't know anything." The air instantly grew heavy with menacing silence. Sang-jun's grip tightened on his sword hilt. His eyes went dead cold. "It seems you still haven't realized your position." Seeing the murderous aura flare up, the observer shrieked in panic. Wait, I only know the basics, I swear." "I haven't been a god for very long. My knowledge is limited." Sang-jun frowned, annoyed by the incompetence. "Fine. Then tell me about this World Tree Maze competition." Relieved to change the subject, the observer nodded rapidly. "All right, that I can do." As he spoke, images of the maze's construction flashed through Sang-jun's mind. The World Tree Maze is an event created by redesigning the World Tree itself. The Tower of Trials takes control and completely reconstructs the layout. The observer continued, describing a mysterious white letter. Invitations are sent to the gods. It states that the tower is hosting a grand competition specifically for deities. Flashbacks of the past emerged with his words. The invited gods can choose the maze's difficulty, modify altars, and turn challengers into their believers. He recalled the gods dancing and celebrating their power over mortals. Then came the crucial rule. The winner is decided by which challenger reaches the final floor first, and the god that challenger serves takes the glory. And the prize is a random authority drawn from the tower's administrators. Sung-jun's eyes widened. This was information that changed everything. Images of the powerful administrator gods flashed in his mind. Sang-jun analyzed the situation. So effectively, I have to choose one of the tower's administrators to align with. A moment later, Sang-jun asked the heavy question. What do you know about the god of darkness? The observer answered without hesitation. Only that she is one of the 7 ancient gods who have existed since the beginning of time. Sang-jun, listen to me. You might feel close to the god of darkness right now. As the observer's body began to fade into the void, he offered a final chilling warning. But you never know when she will decide to devour you. His voice grew desperate. Even the brightest light must eventually fade. Moments later, the forest was empty, leaving Sang-jun alone. The observer's warning echoed in the air before dying out, leaving the protagonist standing in the encroaching shadows. The Lord of Darkness found the situation thoroughly amusing. Meanwhile, Sang-jun stood in stoic silence, his arms hanging loosely at his sides after delivering his answer. While he stood there frozen, a system window materialized in mid-air. Soul fragments absorbed. The observer divinity will now be replaced by a superior authority. The very reality around them began to shift. Suddenly, Arya collapsed, clinging to his legs and sobbing uncontrollably. I am so sorry, Lord Sang-jun. I lost the little god. I have committed a sin worthy of death. Flustered by her dramatic reaction, he shook his head. No need for all that. I already caught him, so please stand up. Hearing his forgiveness, Arya bowed her head deep, overflowing with reverence. Truly, he is the one blessed by darkness, she thought in awe. His existence is on a level far beyond ordinary beings like us. Her instant change in demeanor made him mentally roll his eyes at how fast she switched up. Suddenly, Arya presented a mysterious pouch, catching Sang-jun off guard. Please accept this, she urged frantically. The system chimed in with an explanation. Holy Grail fragments from the camps of darkness, nature ruins, and demons have been acquired. They sat together, mesmerized by the radiant glimmer of the shards. Arya broke the silence. The little god's grail requires 10 pieces. Instantly, the fragments fused together, forming a flawless, complete chalice. A blue notification window flashed before his eyes, hidden conditions satisfied. Reward the Holy Grail of the Gods. Rank SS+. This is a unique labyrinth item, the kind of legendary loot you only see in a top-tier leveling manhwa. Unique effect grants immediate passage to the labyrinth's final floor, allowing the user to bypass all intermediate trials. Without a second of hesitation, Sang-jun reached out and grasped the artifact. Requirement: you must enter the labyrinth temple to activate the warp. Warning: the final floor houses all divine entities participating in this Great Tree Labyrinth event. For this coming war, you must possess both faith and hope. Sang-jun paused, his mind racing with 1,000 unspoken questions as the weight of the situation settled in. Meet all the gods, he wondered. Answering his unspoken doubt, Arya smiled sadly. We have reached the end. Lord Sang-jun, I have no more grail fragments to give you. Her gaze hardened, her voice dropping to a solemn tone. From the next floor onward, I cannot follow where you are going. Hearing her resignation, Sang-jun offered a gentle, reassuring smile. It was inevitable. I will walk this path alone. It was an honor meeting you, Arya. Thank you, she whispered. She stared at him for a long moment, a sudden heat rising to her cheeks, flushing her face crimson. She quickly covered her face, stammering as her emotions overflowed. Lord Sang-jun, saying such sweet things to a lowly servant like me. She really is full of surprises, he mused. Suddenly, Arya pressed a ticket into his hand and whispered, Please, use this if your life is ever in danger, Lord Sang-jun. The system analyzed the item Labyrinth Escape Ticket, rank A+, a unique artifact found in the Dragon's Sanctuary on the 4th floor. His expression turned grave as he accepted it. Upon tearing this ticket, designate a target to activate the unique escape effect. If used to escape the labyrinth, the target will return to their original dimension instantly, without suffering any skill reduction penalties. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang-jun ripped the ticket in half. Note: if targeting another person, the ticket will not function unless they are currently out of combat. Witnessing his selfless act, Arya gasped, letting out a heartbroken cry. In a flash, Catherine's body began to glow. Uses remaining 0. Item destroyed. A magic circle spun into existence in the void nearby. Challenger Catherine has returned to her home dimension. Arya stole a glance at Sung-jun, who was calmly watching the light fade, and a warm, admiring smile graced her lips. Her voice broke the silence, drawing his attention. Now, it is my turn to depart, Lord Sung-jun. She stepped into the magic circle, her voice thick with emotion. It was my greatest honor to serve you even for a short time. I pray for the day we meet again. In mere seconds, she was gone, leaving Sung-jun standing alone in the vast emptiness. Arya's final wish echoed in the air. Please stay safe until then. His sword pulsed with light, breaking the silence after the bells faded. Well, are you planning to leave too? Sung-jun tapped the system window, his voice deep and resolute. No. If I am going to the realm of gods, he shattered the screen. I need to increase my power to face them at my absolute peak. Make it quick, then the sword scoffed. I'm getting bored. The scene shifted rapidly. Sung-jun strode toward a colossal gate as the system blared a new alert, setting the stage for the climax of this manhwa recap. Initiating floor skip. Destination: Labyrinth Temple final floor. The massive doors creaked open, spilling divine light onto his stoic face. Before him lay a majestic hall filled with presences that commanded absolute authority, the rulers of this world. A booming voice welcomed him. Glad to see you in one piece, kid. To his right sat the demon god. Beside him, the Lord of Darkness. The demon god declared, an entertaining trial indeed. You fulfilled the contract, Sung-jun. Reward shall follow. Sung-jun's pupils constricted, his analytical gaze sweeping over the deities. His eyes locked onto a specific figure as a notification rang out. The eccentric fallen god glares at Challenger Sung-jun with burning jealousy. Identity: the fallen god, false deity of agony. Nearby, the observer god's expression darkened like a storm cloud. The system clarified. The clumsy observer god feels fear toward the challenger. Suddenly, the air grew heavy, crushed by the pressure of a clenching fist. The owner of that massive hand possessed eyes full of savagery. The war god emits lethal killing intent toward Sung-jun. Entity war god. A blinding light erupted. The system screamed, silence, cease all hostile actions immediately. Sung-jun watched cautiously as a holographic ballot appeared before every god. Agenda: should Challenger Sung-jun be granted the truth. The votes tallied rapidly in a tense silence. Voting complete. In favor 81, against 77. The verdict was finally in. Challenger Sung-jun had earned the right to uncover the tower's darkest secret. On his throne, the demon god's grip tightened. Be proud, Challenger Sung-jun. The truth is finally yours to behold. The woman sighed, her patience wearing thin as she spoke. Fine, I hate complications, so let's make this quick. Beside her stood the god of light, an ancient entity of immeasurable power. Silence fell over the room. You must already know what the tower wants from you, right? Sung-jun frowned, his mind racing as he pieced together this system manhwa puzzle. An ancient existence meant power accumulated over eons. Sung-jun's voice cut through the tension. It wants something transcendent. Absolute control. The entity nodded, confirming his worst fears. Exactly. The tower seeks a being capable of the ultimate taboo. To slaughter every single god until none remain. Shock hit Sung-jun like a physical blow. He stood frozen, his mind reeling. That is the sole reason the tower groomed you. That is why you were forced to grow. A dark realization took root in his heart. The tower helped me level up, just to turn me into a god slayer. From the abyss, glowing red eyes bore into his very soul. Why keep me alive? Then Sung-jun remained paralyzed by the weight of the truth. Why would gods help me? Are they planning to execute me right here and now? Think his mind was a chaotic storm, nearly driving him to madness. Thousands of questions pierced his nerves like invisible needles. His expression darkened as paranoia set in. Could it be? Suddenly, a system notification chimed, pulling him back from the brink of insanity. Do not worry. If we wanted you dead, you would already be dust. Sung-jun's eyes went wide. We are only here to judge if you are worthy. Do you have the potential to kill a god? Cold sweat drenched his back as the pressure mounted. His voice trembled slightly. If I'm right, you're asking me to destroy the tower itself, aren't you? A steely voice answered instantly. Correct. The word hung in the air, leaving Sung-jun stunned into silence. Fighting the crushing pressure, he forced the words out. It took a moment to compose himself. I am not strong enough to defy the tower. I cannot destroy the tower as I am now. A voice interjected with amusement. Well, obviously. So, do you want to make a deal? The offer instantly put him on high alert. The ancient gods will cease all interference with you. In exchange, you must not provoke any god that does not threaten you first. A booming voice echoed through the endless void, demanding an answer. If a god stood against you, would you slaughter them or show mercy? It was his choice to make. Sung-jun nodded his gaze, lifting with cold approval. I understand. Those terms are acceptable to me. The mysterious voice spoke once more. Then the contract is sealed. Speak your mind, my friend. Suddenly, the demon god burst into maniacal laughter. I thought I would die of boredom in this place. The god of light scoffed at the display. Demon god, how rude. I was trying to wrap this up quickly. She couldn't hide the smug look on her face as she addressed him. Sang-jun, you fulfilled the heavenly demon's contract perfectly. To think you could expel countless gods from the 7th floor. You are far better than I anticipated. But what the demon god said next left him stunned. Here is your reward. Unique authority, A9871 vision block, acquired. You can now block the sight of gods, and administrators a crucial skill in this system Manhwa. It can be toggled on or off by the user at will. Sang-jun fixed his determined eyes forward, but then another voice interjected. Challenger, I can offer you something as well. I will give it to you, so come to me. Do not follow that bastard. Sang-jun's pupils constricted as he realized something, his mind racing. This voice. Suddenly the audio reverberated through the space again. Unique authority 1547 browse information acquired. You can now view the details of lower existences through the system. This unique authority even works on non-living entities. What do you think? I gave you something magnificent, didn't I? So come to my side. You read the dragon god's war tactics, so I will treat you well. Sang-jun forced a smile, but internally he was calculating. This insane voice could only belong to the dragon god. He couldn't help but speak up. I thought you were a dragon because of your title, but it seems I was wrong. The entity replied with a playful teasing tone. I can transform into a dragon whenever I please. Cool, right, now join me. Sang-jun rejected him smoothly. I don't want to, but I am grateful for the gift you gave me. The dragon god flew into a rage, cursing him viciously. What? You ungrateful bastard. Even after you learned the dragon god's war arts. Meanwhile, Sang-jun ignored the tantrum and kept manipulating the system interface. His mind focused on one thing, the power to browse information. Data began to scroll across his screen. Target Jan Chongyu, one of the 7 blood demons of the blood demon cult, and a challenger who had climbed to the 41st floor of the Tower of Trials. Although she once possessed the crimson blood divinity, that power had been revoked. She was waiting for the decisive moment, trembling in fear. Sang-jun fell silent as the dragon god ground his teeth in fury. Sang-jun's screen was suddenly flooded with countless notifications. The dragon god was spamming requests for challenger Sang-jun to become his disciple. His brow furrowed as he read the desperate spam. Unique authority A9871 vision block activated. You have completely blocked the dragon god's vision. The dragon god tore at his hair, screaming in pure madness. If you accept my power, shouldn't you at least accept my request? The god of verification, witnessing this chaotic farce, cleared his throat to intervene. Enough. Challenger Sang-jun, you have proven your worth. I will grant you a reward. If we harm you, we will pay the price. The clumsy observation by the gods has violated the rules, and the Tower of Trials will strip the divinity etched in their oaths. Good. Shall we begin the questioning now? Sang-jun smiled coolly. I certainly hope so. Immediately, the god of verification spoke with a gentle tone. First, tell me about the tower. I know nothing of it. These words made Sang-jun freeze for a moment before the god continued. You don't know your own condition, do you? Sang-jun interrupted him sharply. Wait, I know the basics. The verification god told me, but I became a god long ago, so my knowledge is limited. Initiating transport to the final floor of the maze. Since you skipped floors, you will not recover any skills upon arrival. In exchange, the difficulty of the final floor will be adjusted to match your recovered skills. A ruined city suddenly materialized before his eyes. The system announced, you have entered the giant tree maze floor 10, the apocalypse dimension. This is the ultimate test for any protagonist in a leveling manhwa universe. The scene made Sang-jun gasp in shock. What is this place? But before he could react, the system voice cut in. If you can withstand the power of the apocalypse god 4 times, you will clear the final floor. Thousands of eyes glared at him, hungry to devour his very soul. The gods of despair, fallen, and madness were rejoicing over your divinity. Sang-jun looked up at the sky, feeling the pressure crushing him. I looked up, and I felt it in my bones. I cannot win this battle. The familiar mechanical voice rang out again. The gods of despair, fallen, and madness are laughing at you. Massive tentacles erupted from the ground as the system notification pinged. Survival quest. Withstand the power of the Apocalypse God 4 times to clear the dungeon. Sang-yun didn't hesitate. He grabbed the massive limb with his bare hands. Under his guidance, the giant tentacles began to knot and weave into each other. The octopus beast's eyes widened in sheer terror as its own limbs were being used against it. Seeing Sang-yun skillfully dodge every attack made the monster roar in anger. "Mortal, this power is not for the likes of you." But he pretended not to hear a thing. "Hand it over, mortal." Pitch black ink began to spew endlessly from the beast. "If you don't give it to me, I will kill you and take it." The corruption slowly wrapped around Sang-yun's body. Within seconds, agony twisted his face as his inner thoughts screamed, "My body, it's melting away." Sang-yun was dissolving into the void. "I need to use my divinity immediately to recover." The octopus beast created a massive vortex to swallow everything in its path, but Sang-yun was the anomaly. In an instant, he burst out from the center of the beast. A brilliant light shone from the center of Sang-yun's chest. The system notification chimed, marking a classic moment in an awakening manhwa. "You have survived the power of the gods of despair, fallen, and madness 1 time." A voice echoed in his ear. "You were a split second away from death. You must stay alert." But the octopus beast had no intention of letting Sang-yun go so easily. It slammed into the ground, turning the battlefield into absolute chaos. Countless massive tentacles and dozens of pitch-black eyes materialized in the air above the ruined city. Facing the beast's relentless tracking, he danced through the air, dodging every strike. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged at Sang-yun as the monster growled. "Arrogant mortal, there is nowhere left to hide. You will die here." But in a flash of movement, he dodged the attack. With supernatural ease, the familiar chime of the system rang out in the heat of battle. Main soul skill True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Thought Acceleration rank. A- activated perception. Speed boosted. Sub-skill Caution rank. B+ activated. A magic organ was synthesized to support his mana flow. Passive skill True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Divinity Amplification rank B- has activated. Sang-yun's evasion only fueled the enemy's rage. The creature roared, its voice shaking the earth. "Impudent wretch." But Sang-yun noticed something. His brow furrowed in concentration. That monstrosity. It was another attack from the octopus beast. With a grimace, he barely escaped the jaws of death yet again. Suddenly, his system interface shattered. A new ominous notification sound echoed in his mind. "Divinity has been absorbed. Passive skill Divinity Amplification B has been temporarily sealed." Sang-yun gritted his teeth. "My skills. They're being locked away." Meanwhile, the octopus beast's massive black hole continued to expand, swallowing everything. The system whispered a chilling message. "The gods of despair, depravity, and madness are smiling upon you." In mere seconds, the city was carpet-bombed by a torrential rain of energy. Sang-yun was pinned down, struggling to survive the apocalyptic onslaught. With the heart of a lion, he pointed his blade forward. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. The system chimed again. Mythical Warrior Battlefield Trial activated. All stats increased by 47. Hundreds of energy orbs swarmed toward him at breakneck speed. Skill, Holy Light activated. He raised his sword high to meet the incoming storm. In this critical moment, the system delivered a miracle. "You have survived the power of the 3 dark gods twice." The octopus beast's eyes bulged in disbelief. It shrieked in horror. "You foolish mortal, your arrogance ends here." Suddenly, a red system window popped up, shocking Sang-yun. "Warning, Divinity Absorbed Skill Holy Light has been temporarily sealed." He clenched his jaw in frustration. Special Buff Blessing of the Unyielding activated. All divinity-based attacks are resisted. But the blue system kept shattering every time it tried to appear. The octopus beast trembled with sadistic glee. It mocked Sang-yun relentlessly. Resistance is futile. Even its corrupted system seemed to be laughing at him. Divinity Absorption exceeded the designated limit. Resistance penetrated. He was left exposed to the enemy's wrath, stripped of his system's protection. The red system taunted him again. Divinity absorbed. Skill Holy Light sealed. The octopus beast stared at him, eyes wide with manic intensity. But a thought flashed through Sang-yun's mind like a bolt of lightning. Designated limit. Another tentacle lashed out at the speed of sound. The beast roared, ramping up its provocation. "There is no time to rest, mortal." But the moment he struck back, the tentacle recoiled instantly. And then, the system notifications began to flood in like a waterfall. Skill Heaven Shaker activated. The limit of what you destroyed has been lifted. The red system interrupted. Passive skill Divinity Amplification B, unsealed. This was the turning point of a true awakening manhwa legend. Skill Heaven Shaker is temporarily sealed. A thrill of excitement raced through Sang-yoon's veins. My skills are back. Even Chong-gu couldn't hide her admiration. Just as I thought. She smirked, watching the tide turn. That is his true holy power, Sang-yoon shouted across the battlefield. You have a ceiling limit, don't you? Realizing its secret was out, the octopus beast erupted in fury. It muttered uncontrollably. You think knowing that changes anything? System alert passive skill. True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Divinity Amplification B. Activated. Sang-yoon's blade hummed with restored power. Chong-gu's voice cut through the chaos. I am always ready. In a heartbeat, Sang-yoon launched himself at the enemy, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Good. Keep going. The tentacles lashed out, but were forced to retreat again and again. The system continued to feed him new combat data. Divinity fully assimilated. Passive skill Divine Amplification B is temporarily sealed. Skill Cave Heaven has been sealed. The moment Sang-ion crouched low, a blinding radiance exploded, flooding the entire dimension with light. The system went berserk. Skill Cave Heaven activated. The destructible limit has been shattered. Immortal Dragon, Ghost Sword Art. Unique effect Twin Lotus Strike. Online Holy Power absorbed power tier rising to 4. Determination carved itself into the faces of Sang-ion and Chong-gu. Their minds synchronized, and in that heartbeat, the battle stance was set. Sang-ion leveled his blade with cold precision. Flash. In a fraction of a second, the Leviathan tentacle of the octopus beast was sliced clean in two. As the system notification chimed, the heavy shackles weighing down his soul finally shattered. Survival Streak 3. You have withstood the might of the god of despair, fallen and madness. The severed limb dissolved into the void. You absolute fool. Sang-ion's robes whipped in the wind. But look at his leg. It was swelling with a grotesque alien power. The octopus beast cackled at the sight. Stupid mortal, submit and hand over that power. But as Sang-ion's physical form dissolved into mist, the red system flashed a new alert. The gods of despair, fallen, and madness have returned a massive amount of holy power to the tower. They have been granted limited authority to ascend to myth status. His mind screamed one thing, escape. But a demonic force had already claimed half his face. His knees buckled, crashing to the ground before the monstrosity. Chong-gu screamed in pure terror. Sang-ion, your leg. But the protagonist's inner voice was grim. At this level, I don't think I can block it. But then miracle, his body snapped back to perfection. System alert skill last gasp activated. Fatal damage, nullified. He gripped his sword, eyes burning with renewed fire. Survival Streak 4 against the gods of despair. A spectral stopwatch began to manifest within Sang-ion's mind's eye. Conditions met. Great Tree Maze Floor. 1 cleared. Apocalypse Dimension Reward. Granted. You are the first challenger to conquer insane difficulty in this leveling manhwa. The rewards for the S-Class Regressor flowed into his inventory, a luxury timepiece of destiny. Meanwhile, the White Clan Beast refused to accept its fate, glaring with defiant eyes. Tower. My old friend. The moment the Great Tree Labyrinth's restrictions vanish, look at its neck. The cracks are spreading. You're about to be torn into shreds. In an instant, total destruction followed. If we meet again, I will end you. The sky returned to its serene azure state as if nothing had happened. Sang-yin stood there, lost in thought, muttering, so the Great Tree Labyrinth has finally fallen. Even I'm surprised. Chu couldn't help but gasp. I honestly thought you were going to die. She awkwardly cleared her throat. Ahem, but you fought well until the very end. Good job. Her praise caught Sang-yun's attention, and a satisfied smirk played on his lips. Of course, it was only possible because I was here. So be grateful. But as she spoke, a strange realization seized his mind. No matter how he looked at it, something was off. Sang-yun's finger instinctively pointed forward. It desires my power. He rapidly scrolled through the system interface. It called the tower its friend. I need to see that again. The system displayed the logs for unique power, K1478. The gods of despair, corruption, and madness. This was the lore of a top-tier awakening manhwa, the tower's very first chosen candidate. They weren't classified as challengers. They were preserved entities. 3 ancient gods who once existed within the tower, their names etched at the very peak of existence. And now they harbored a gluttonous hunger for the challenger Sang-yun. It left him deep in thought. The tower's first candidate, and ancient gods. Suddenly, a massive hourglass manifested before Sang-yun's eyes. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations. You have cleared the final floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. All labyrinth data will now be deleted. Initiating return to reality. The hourglass radiated a brilliant light, but just as quickly, it shattered into dust. Sang-yun stared at the fragments in silence. Then the system glitched. Error, system failure. Challenger Sang-yoon will be transported to a random coordinate. Instead of panicking, a radiant smile broke across his face. Maze Benefit Absolute Preservation SSS has activated. Sang-yoon looked thoughtful as he spoke calmly. I bought this item because that cat in the maze shop recommended it. I just hope it actually works. Chu immediately responded. Don't worry, that cat is famous for a reason. It's totally reliable. Hearing this, an amused grin spread across his face. It cost a fortune, but it looks like I got my money's worth. Suddenly, the system's voice boomed through the vast space, announcing the SSS Plus benefit. All authorities acquired within the labyrinth will be integrated into the Challenger's current data. Transcendent myth potential has accumulated sufficient divinity. Sang-yoon sat there looking pleased. Activating myth. Effect causality reversal is now active. When facing an unbeatable opponent, causality will be inverted to create a path to absolute victory. Effect divinity enhancement is now active. Upon defeating a god, your divinity will increase in rank. Higher divinity grants special rewards. Each victory brings you closer to ascension. After a long pause, he finally broke the silence. Closer to ascension. I don't fully understand what that means yet, but I'll find the answer on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the sands of the hourglass continued to flow. Suddenly, the sand reversed flow. Integration complete. All powers from the labyrinth have been merged into Challenger Sang-yoon's data. He slowly rose to his feet. Note blood and mana functions are exclusive to the labyrinth and will not carry over. Sang-yoon's face was now pure excitement. He muttered to himself, checking his status window. To think all my stats have breached the 200 mark. I've really stopped being human. Chu chimed in immediately. Compared to before, your growth is insane. With a single punch, now you could easily level a few skyscrapers. Suddenly the terrain shifted, turning rough and uneven. The system notification rang out one last time. Challenger data integration complete. The area transformed into a barren, rocky wasteland. The hourglass dropped with a heavy thud, making Sang-yoon jump back in surprise. Challenger Sang-yoon will be teleported from the dimensional rift to Earth. A bright, relieved smile washed over him. Sang-yoon floated in the void, ready for the next phase of this system Manhwa. Time to go back. The system responded urgently. All equipment has been transferred to your inventory. You may equip items from your inventory upon returning to the tower. In seconds, a swirling teleportation gate opened before him. You have returned to Earth. Current location, 18th floor waiting room. Chu let out an exhausted sigh. Finally, we're back in the tower. Sang-yoon cut in. Right, that took way too long. His casual tone left her stunned, but she quickly snapped back. We may have returned safely, but don't let your guard down. This time it was Sang-yoon who froze in place. I never want to see the gods of despair or madness ever again. But we're bound to cross paths with them as we climb higher. Chu continued passionately. So when that time comes, we must be stronger. Her intense determination made Sang-yoon burst into laughter. He gently patted her head, comforting her. Don't worry. The unexpected affection made Chu's face flush red, while his voice remained warm and steady. I won't let us die. We'll become stronger than the gods of despair, corruption, and madness. Chu stood there like a little kitten, accepting his teasing pat. Next time we see him, we'll shake his very existence. Suddenly Chu grit her teeth, annoyance flaring up. She swung a critical punch at him. Her high-pitched voice pierced the air. Look at you, who gave you permission to pat my head? Facing her wrath, Sang-yoon backed away in fear. Are you seriously trying to hit me? But his next words surprisingly tamed her. You're small, but your strength is dangerously annoying, you know. However, Chu's attention shifted elsewhere. She stared at his arm. Wait, what is that watch on your wrist? Sang-yoon glanced down at the dial, his voice slow and deliberate. This, if I recall, it was a reward for the giant tree maze on the 10th floor. I wonder what its stats are, Chu pressed on. It looked like a simple wristwatch, yet it was a reward from the 10th floor. Peanuts compared to the effort, Sang-yoon scoffed, his voice steady. Let's see the stats, but his boredom vanished, replaced by a gaze burning with greed. Item SSS rank regressor's worn watch. A relic once worn by a regressor chosen by the god of time himself. Effect randomly, designates an attack within 50 meters, and rewinds time to the state before the strike hit. Active nullify attack, cooldown 30 minutes. Passive, if the user dies, the world rewinds 10 minutes. Revival, cooldown 30 minutes. Even Chong-gu gasped, his jaw hitting the floor. That item, it breaks the laws of physics. Sang-yoon held the watch aloft, voice cool as ice. Nullification and revival, huh? Thinking that a god would just hand this over, the image of that beast's black eye flashed in his memory. If the reward is this broken, god of despair, fallen, and madness, I'm starting to get curious about who you really are. He stared at the ceiling eyes, piercing through the dungeon. Administrator. Question. I don't care who picks up, just invite me in. Silence. Only a thin wisp of smoke answered him. Song-yeon smirked, amused by the cold shoulder. Not watching. Guess I'll force the door open. System alert, privilege authority. B714. Activated domain teleportation, initiated. Memories flooded back. Arya handing him the artifact. An apology for letting the minor god escape. Take this, Sang-yeon. It'll keep you safe. But the system cut through the memory. You may teleport to an administrator's domain from any location. If the administrator's title is known, teleportation is unlimited. The world warped. A bamboo sanctuary appeared, a crystal waterfall flowing outside, and a soft, unsuspecting voice drifted through the air. It was the White Crane. She looked utterly blissful, wrapped in a blanket, sipping hot tea, snacking like a squirrel in winter. She thought of her disciple, a radiant smile blooming on her face. These snacks are divine, perfect with the tea. Next time Sang-yeon visits, we'll share th. She paused. Is that dust falling from the ceiling? Do we have rats? Crash. Sang-yeon plummeted from the heavens, landing right in front of her. A scream tore through the serene sky. Sang-yeon, what are you doing here? The tea table flipped water, splashing everywhere. Sang-yeon blinked, genuinely confused. Why did it warp me precisely here? White Crane shrieked back. Why did you fall from there? So rude. Cut 2. The natural fountain. Sang-yeon stood there looking dazed, with a bright red handprint stamped on his face. White Crane pouted, voice dripping with injustice. My God, you show up without warning. She stomped her foot, looking adorable in her anger. Barging in like that is bad manners. He stammered. I apologize. But suddenly, the air grew heavy. Her eyes darkened. The temperature dropped below freezing. Also, rumor has it you had a wonderful time with the Light Sword Empress. A chill ran down Sang-yeon's spine that had nothing to do with the cold. He whispered, terrified. Misunderstanding. Just like that, the darkness vanished. She smiled brightly. I trust my disciple. Relax. Changgu watched the madness trembling. Heavens above. Is no one in this story normal? White Crane sat down, her aura softening. Anyway, congratulations on conquering the Great Tree Maze. She reached out gently. To me, you are an amazing contractor, and a disciple I am truly proud of. Sang-yeon sat still, letting his master's hand cup his cheek. She showered him with praise. You did well. But he cut her off, voice firm. It's all thanks to you. They pulled back the air, settling into a comfortable silence. It was your blade that carved a path through my despair. Every ounce of strength I wield today exists solely because of your guidance, master. Sang-yeon's words struck a chord, painting a rare flush across Bakhok's cheeks. To hear you call yourself my proudest disciple, that brings me more joy than you can imagine. A moment passed before her. Lips curved into a radiant, satisfied smile. She chuckled softly, the warmth reaching her eyes. Hearing you say that, it truly gladdens my heart. Gu, however, watched this display with utter disdain, practically gagging. What does she even see in this guy? But Bakhok suddenly cleared her throat, her demeanor shifting instantly. Anyway, you came here to learn about the first candidate chosen by the tower, didn't you? The accuracy of her statement caught Sang-yeon off guard. His eyes narrowed slightly. How did you know that? Her reply was immediate. I observe the flow of all things. Knowing you survived an encounter with the avatar of that lunatic gives me peace of mind. Standing before these revelations, Sang-yeon remained stoic, his expression unreadable. I couldn't speak of it before, but the restrictions have been lifted. The despairing god, fallen and deranged. A grotesque image of a mysterious beast flashed through Sang-yeon's mind. He resembles a glitch in the tower's design. An early failed experiment in the pursuit of creating a being capable of god-slaying. A creature of razor-sharp claws and fangs. Yet his bottomless greed was his undoing. He exploited the tower's authority, attempting to seize 3 divine titles simultaneously. Its eyes glowed with an eerie crimson luminescence. The problem is simple. Obtaining even a single divine title pushes a mortal soul to its absolute limit. The divinity begins to corrode the vessel. However, that lunatic forced 3 titles into his being. He tried to shoulder a torrent of conflicting divine beliefs that no existence was meant to bear. The result was a total fracture of his psyche. This revelation sparked a new chain of reasoning within Sang-jun. So even bastards like the war god cause chaos for similar reasons. His gaze grew contemplative. They are immature, utterly unfit for divinity. Bok Hak's voice sliced through his internal monologue. Furthermore, even with 3 titles, the lunatic cannot evolve any further. According to her, the creature leaked a constant stream of corrupt, dark energy. Whatever price he paid, he has lost the capacity to absorb true transcendent power. In other words, the tower discarded him like trash. It smiled, that twisted smile, signaling its treacherous intent. As time passed, madness consumed him until he became the tower's greatest enemy. Hearing this dark history, Sang-jun's brow furrowed in deep concern. A deity's title represents their very divinity. To possess 3 combined titles. White Crane's eyes trembled with anxiety. This meant the enemy's power was in a league of its own. You must be careful. Suddenly, the system blared a warning, restricted information. The White Crane's gentle voice faded, leaving only a whisper in the empty house. That is all I can tell you. I just received a warning from the tower. A second later, Sang-jun rose slowly, his voice calm but resolute. Then, there is no other choice. I've heard enough to satisfy my curiosity. She couldn't hide her intrigue. What will you do now? Sang-jun turned his back, leaving behind a chilling declaration. The god of despair, depravity, and lunacy. White Crane froze, stunned by his aura. I must prepare, so I do not fall before him. He materialized instantly within the city. The system Manhwa interface flashed before his eyes. You have entered the 18th floor of the Judgment Tower. Difficulty level hard. Trial theme caution. Time remaining 30 days. A blue-haired man spotted Sang-jun immediately. The clear condition. Protect this world. A world teetering on the brink of destruction, caused by a mad god. Success reward. SS. Rank usurpers leather gauntlets. Failure. Penalty. Death. A sharp voice cut through the air, triggering Sang-jun's instincts. He spun around. His gaze locked onto a group of strangers. The voice belonged to a woman named Katya. She pointed her blade directly at him, arrogance dripping from her words. You. Hand over everything you have while we're still feeling merciful. Sang-jun felt a spark of irritation. But before he could speak, a thug named Chong-gu sneered. Man, what a hassle. Katya scowled. Did you not hear me? Rage ignited around her, manifesting as blazing red flames dancing along her arms. I am a wish-class esper. Resist, and I'll show you the true meaning of agony. Sang-jun finally broke his silence. A wish-class esper, his tone made them pause. The air grew heavy, suffocatingly silent. Sang-jun spoke coldly. Do you mean something like this? Katya's eyes blazed with fury. Are you blind? Can you not sense the power? The flames on her arms roared higher. She gritted her teeth. I'm a manifestation type, you idiot. Look away again, and I'll burn you to ash. Suddenly, a familiar voice mocked her. A manifestation type, is it? Katya's eyes went wide with shock. Sang-jun stood there, radiating an overwhelming majestic pressure. The silence returned heavier than before. He cleared his throat, his eyes like ice. You mean, like this? In a split-second, reality bent to his will. Massive waves of energy surged forward like a hurricane. The sheer pressure left the group trembling in confusion. Katya gasped. Another manifestation type. Her teeth ground together as humiliation turned to rage. She pointed a trembling finger and screamed, You're from the High Force Guild. A massive fireball materialized in the air instantly. Sang-jun instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. Boom! The fireball detonated, sending a powerful shockwave ripping through the street. The blue-haired lackey smirked. Did you get him? Katya snapped back, veins popping on her forehead. Shut up. Blue system windows cascaded down. Skill Eternal Absorption activated. All spells touching the host are converted into pure mana. As the smoke cleared, Sang-jun remained untouched. His cold gaze swept over them, like a predator looking at prey. His calm demeanor sent a chill down their spines. She thought her attack failed. Fine. Before Katya could react, her henchmen foolishly charged forward. They screamed like banshees. Let's get him all at once. Facing their aggression, Sang-jun looked bored. He muttered, So, these are espers. Smack. A heavy fist slammed into the blue-haired man's face. Before he could even blink, Sang-jun's mocking voice floated over the battlefield. You guys seem a bit lacking. Seeing the terror in their eyes, a thought crossed his mind. Pathetic. Their skills, their strength, it's all trash. Their movements were too basic. Sang-jun dashed forward without hesitation. With a look of disgust, he rained critical hits upon them. If you used actual combat skills, this might have been entertaining. Thud. A bone-chilling impact echoed through the alley, followed by the blonde thug's agonized scream. When the dust settled, Sung-jun stood amidst the carnage, looking indifferent. Oops, I think I used a bit too much force. Looking at the weaklings groaning on the ground, he sighed. You're making a mess, a familiar voice teased in his head. You're right. I'll control my strength better next time. His sharp eyes focused forward. He was calculating something. Opposite him, Katya panic-fired her ultimate move. Damn it, you monster. A beam of crimson light shot toward Sung-jun at light speed. He didn't move. Die. With a casual wave of his hand, Sung-jun swatted the lethal attack aside like a fly. Katya froze. Her mind couldn't process what she just witnessed. Black smoke rose from Sung-jun's hand. The system chimed Skill Blood Weaver activated. Katya collapsed to her knees, legs giving out from pure terror. She stammered this. This can't be real. My laser cutter slices through everything, even reinforcement types. She sat there, the picture of total defeat. Her voice cracked, filled with self-pity. Is this how I die? She whispered. Don't worry. Sung-jun looked down at her, making a cold offer. As long as you cooperate, you live. I will spare your life. Suddenly, the crisp chime of the system rang out. Skill Absolute Charm has been activated. He stood there, his expression like ice, emphasizing every syllable. Is this arrangement not beneficial for both of us? Sung-jun's cold logic threw Katya into a whirlwind of hesitation. She bit her lip until it nearly bled, eyes darting away in distress. The choice was hers. In this world, power awakens randomly at the age of 7. This is the brutal reality of an awakening manhwa. There are 4 distinct classes: enhancement, materialization, modification, and creation. Modification and creation permanently alter your physical form, while enhancement and materialization grant you explosive raw power. But then the High Force group emerged from the shadows. They rained terror upon the cities, declaring that ability users were the rightful rulers of this world. Humanity tried to fight back with technology and machines, but our resistance was short-lived. After the High Force group unleashed their weapons, and the sphere appeared, most conventional technology became scrap metal. Only machines modified by ability users could still function. Katya collapsed to her knees, her voice trembling with the weight of a broken world. That is how everything fell into the hands of the High Force group. Now the cities are graveyards of hope, unable to rise from the ashes. The others listened in silence, absorbed by her tragic tale. Scavenging for food is a death sentence, so we steal just to survive. Suddenly, Chu, standing beside Sung-jun, interrupted with casual indifference. She pointed a finger at Sung-jun, then shifted it toward the horizon. So that thing she mentioned is right there. Yeah. Her casual attitude left Katya stunned. What is wrong with them? How can this brat speak so rudely? Above them, a luxurious airship pierced the clouds, accompanied by a low, rhythmic humming sound. That object in the sky. 8, that is the sphere. Strangely, whenever the citizens cried out in agony, the object pulsed larger and shone with a blinding intensity. The system chimed instantly. Conditions have been met. Sung-jun's sharp gaze locked onto the target as the mechanical voice continued. You have discovered the birthplace of a false god. Special quest? The Messiah has commenced. This entity has achieved absolute faith and is currently evolving. Until the source of faith is severed, the god's core cannot be destroyed, and its evolution will continue unchecked. Stop the false god from devouring this realm. Save the world. Upon completion, you will receive a bonus reward. Hearing the stakes, Sung-jun froze for a heartbeat. Authority Hero's Grace activated. Luck stat temporarily increased significantly. Special skill SSS rank analysis complete. Skill Faith Absorption is now available. This is the turning point of a legendary leveling manhwa. In a split-second, arcs of lightning crackled and converged in Sung-jun's palm. He clenched his fist, thinking, I can feel it. The air between Sung-jun and Chu grew heavy, suffocatingly silent. He was drowning in a sea of calculation. Pain, terror, panic, rage, denial, and sorrow. To think such massive amounts of faith could be harvested solely through the suffering of the masses. Even for someone who values efficiency like me, his brow furrowed in disgust. I have no desire to gain power by trampling on the agony of the innocent. Special skill Faith Absorption deactivated. Suddenly, Gu spoke up, her voice dropping to a grave whisper. Sung-jun, if my theory is right, crisis and fear count as a type of faith here. They are farming despair to feed that thing. Her words deepened the shadow over his eyes. Therefore, we must crush that deity before it completes its evolution phase. A moment later, Sung-jun responded, his voice steady. So, basically, we just need to destroy the High Force group and cut off the supply of faith. He shifted his gaze to the trembling girl. Katia, was it? Do you know where their main base is? Her answer came without hesitation. I can't pinpoint their exact coordinates, but I know a broker who deals with them. Hearing this, a smug grin curled his lips. In that case, you're coming along for the ride. However, Chu floated beside them, his voice dripping with mock comfort as he addressed Katia. Relax, girl. We won't kill you yet. Our destination is the 17th Earth Sidan City. A crystal goblet of crimson wine materialized from thin air, accompanied by a voice trembling with twisted delight. Ah, simply magnificent. The owner of that voice was none other than Laxian. From his high-rise tower, he gazed down at the anarchy consuming the city, offering nothing but praise. It's beautiful. The supreme leader of the High Force will be absolutely pleased with this masterpiece. Arrogance painted his features as he swirled his wine. Toss them a single scrap of food and watch them descend into madness, fear, and greed. That is all that drives these insects now. A fleeting memory surfaced in Laxian's mind, the image of a desperate man trying to protect a meager ration with his life. Yet that same man was crushed like an ant in seconds. Recalling the brutality, Laxian couldn't help but gasp in mock wonder. Oh my. Truly tragic. Suddenly, maniacal laughter erupted from his throat, echoing through the room. Exquisite. This world has truly evolved into a paradise, just as His Excellency predicted. Laxian continued, his delusional rambling eyes gleaming with fanaticism. The day the bridge completes its mission is the day he returns as the god of this new world. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the atmosphere behind him, followed by a blinding pillar of light. Stepping out from the dust and debris was the Reaper himself, Sung-jun. He stood there, an imposing mountain of pressure, and scoffed. For the hideout of a broker connected to that fancy group, the security here is pathetic. Meanwhile, Katia trembled in terror, her face pale. She let out a piercing shriek. Are you insane? Why would you obliterate his office like that? I haven't even said hello yet. Sung-jun turned his gaze toward her, his eyes void of emotion, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. I detest guides who talk too much. The killing intent in his voice silenced her instantly. Katia bowed her head, choking back tears. I'm sorry. I'll stay quiet. Satisfied with her submission, his expression softened slightly. Good. Now I have business with this trash of a middleman. The intrusion finally registered with Laxian. Stunned, he stammered. Who are you? Sung-jun replied, his tone calm yet threatening. Just a curious soul looking into the High Force. The protagonist's blunt answer ignited a wildfire of rage in his opponent. Crushing the wineglass in his hand to dust, he roared. It's been ages since I met a lunatic like you. In a heartbeat, Santo morphed into a grotesque, half-human, half-demon abomination. He sneered. You look like some mental patient playing pretend, but unlike those comic books, there are no heroes here to save you. Santo stood tall, radiating arrogance as he spat out his threat. Demonization, I will end your little hero roleplay right this second. Slamming his fist into the ground, he bellowed, I will offer you as a living sacrifice to him. The king of 10,000 demons. Yet facing this horror, Sung-jun remained terrifyingly calm. Judging by that appearance, you must be a fiend from the demon realm, huh? Too bad your cheap tricks won't work on me. The blue status window materialized instantly. System alert, special power K147 information scan has been activated. As the system chimed, Laxanto glared daggers at him. His eyes burned with extreme fury. Laxanto, one of the 12 executives of the Ultimate Force, a transformation-type awakener capable of morphing into a hellish entity. In this ascended state, he wields terrifying demonic energy, and right now, his guard is fully up. Sang-yun's fingers danced across the system interface, his icy gaze never leaving his prey for a second. He muttered, I thought I'd get more data, but this is disappointing. Suddenly, the monster spoke with genuine shock. How surprising. Sang-yun paused, confused. Excuse me. Laxanto cackled with delight. Who would have thought a controller this powerful was hiding in the shadows? His eyes gleamed with unmasked conceit. What do you say join the Ultimate Force? Those of us who transcend humanity deserve to stand at the apex of this world. Facing this overwhelming arrogance, Sang-yun didn't flinch. He just scoffed. Trash like you calls yourself transcended. Don't make me laugh. Surprisingly, Laxanto didn't deny it. He replied clearly, exactly, think about it. You were born with immense power. If not, you wouldn't be able to make me tremble like this. A satisfied smirk curled on his lips as his shrill voice echoed. That is why you must join us. You'll enjoy the absolute privileges that our leader bestows upon the strong. Sang-yun asked subconsciously, privileges. It sounded like a trope from a generic leveling manhwa, but the villain was dead serious. Yes, once you know what they are, you'll be addicted. Memories of the men Laxanto had trampled resurfaced in his twisted mind. His ego swelled as he declared, "We have the privilege to do whatever we want to the weak. No rules. No consequences. We basically own this world already, so we do as we please." Sang-yoon's eyes wavered slightly, his gaze shifting as he asked the crucial question. "Is that what you call privilege?" Meanwhile, hiding behind a crumbling wall, Katya's face twisted in horror as she overheard them. "Take that woman behind you, for example. She dared to resist the ultimate force." Laxanto's words sent a chill down Sang-yoon's spine. For a moment he stood frozen, his eyes going hollow. "So we killed her little sister. You know how hard it is to find food these days, right? We set a condition. Whoever killed that brat first would get rations." Filthy hands had reached for Katya, terrifying her as the mob rushed to strangle the child. Yet, until the very bitter end, she chose to protect her sister with her life. One of them even sliced her arm off while she shielded the girl. But what bad luck, a sharp dagger pierced her little sister's chest in the blink of an eye. She was too panicked to react. But in the end, it seems the brat died anyway. Back in reality, Katya bowed her head, crushed by the weight of her guilt, absorbing every cruel word Laxanto spat out. "She is a living example of what happens when you defy us. Only the strong have the right to dictate fate." He laughed, basking in his own twisted glory. "I am truly a genius for inventing such entertainment." Suddenly, Sang-yoon interrupted his voice, cutting through the air. "You're too loud." His words shocked Katya. "So, trampling on those weaker than you, is that your idea of fun?" Even Laxanto was taken aback. He shouted back, "What did you say?" Sang-yoon's eyes had gone completely dead, devoid of any warmth. He growled, "You think you're a god with that tiny speck of power? Don't make me laugh. System alert. Skill. Instant acceleration has been activated." In a split second, Sang-yoon vanished, reappearing right in front of him. He delivered a devastating blow before Laxanto could even blink. Sang-yoon's voice was ice cold as he looked down at the trash. "Let me play with you for a while." The system chime rang out. Achievement unlocked. The price of humiliation. Stamina has increased by 1. The scene left Katya in a trance. A realization flashed through her mind. He defeated Laxanto, an executive of the ultimate force, like it was nothing. A ray of hope finally illuminated Katya's face. She whispered the truth to her heart. "He is our savior." Meanwhile, Laxanto, his face reduced to a bloody pulp, screamed in panic. "Wait, hold on." But Sang-yoon didn't care for his words. His fists rained down like a merciless storm, bone breaking upon bone. Snapping the demon's horn like a twig, he leaned in close and whispered, "Where is the Ultimate Force's headquarters?" Battered and broken. Laxanto trembled. "Wait." Sang-yoon didn't stop. Instead, he struck harder, each blow heavy with judgment. Satisfied with the violence, he grabbed the villain by the hair, glaring into his soul. "Where is the main base of the Ultimate Force? Speak." He dragged Laxanto's limp body across the cold floor. Laxanto was helpless in his grip, unable to do anything but let out a pathetic whimper. "Save me." Before the man could blink, Sung-jun slammed him into the floor. Crash. The impact created a massive crater, forcing Laxian to cough up a fountain of blood. He realized resistance was futile. "I'll talk. I'll tell you where the headquarters is." But Sung-jun didn't care. He unleashed a devastating kick. Suddenly, the familiar chime of the system rang out, signaling a leveling manhwa event. System mythical power transcendence has been activated. Sang-jun stood amidst the wreckage, his expression icy, as waves of terrifying magical energy began to swirl around his body. System effect. Inverse causality activated. Condition met. Every time you defeat a false god, your divinity increases. System. Each victory brings you one step closer to ascension. Current progress for Challenger Sang-jun increased by 0.001%. Witnessing the growth, Chu floated over, genuinely impressed. "Seriously, your divinity went up just by stomping on this insect." To think simply, winning battles can grant infinite divinity. Another notification flashed. "You are approaching the status of a transcendent entity." Sang-jun clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power. "So this strength really has the potential to turn me into a true god." Chu mused about the infinite possibilities. "If you keep this up, you might even surpass the gods of despair, corruption, and madness." Sang-jun remained silent, contemplating his path. The battle over Katya finally gathered her courage. She dragged a massive cart of supplies toward them. I brought everything from the food storage," she stammered. Sang-jun glanced at the haul and gave a rare nod of approval. You did well. But Katya hesitated, her voice trembling. Is it really okay for me to take all this? She didn't wait for an answer, guilt clouding her eyes. I don't know if I have the right. I couldn't even protect my own family. If only I had your power. If only I had the strength to crush monsters like that broker. Tears streamed down her face, her voice cracking with grief. Then my little sister. She wouldn't have died over a piece of bread. Sung-jun turned fully, his voice surprisingly gentle. I think you deserve far more than this. Most people wouldn't have had the wits to lead me here like you did. He placed a hand on the cart. Stop looking down on yourself. If you can't survive for your own sake, then do it for your sister. A faint smile touched his lips. That's what she would have wanted, isn't it? His words struck a chord in her heart, and suddenly, a new system notification pinged. System, the seed of hope, has begun to bloom. Overwhelmed, Katya struggled to speak, her emotions choking her. Finally, she bowed low, her forehead nearly touching the ground. Thank you. Thank you so much, she sobbed openly now. I will never forget this kindness as long as I live. Seeing her spirit restored, Sung-jun smiled. Take it all. It's yours, he declared. But in exchange, I need you to do me one small favor. Without hesitation, she wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. Anything, just name it. System. You have acquired the achievement, Seed of Hope. Location District 7 Ryunansan Food Processing Plant. Amidst the ruins, a demon crawled on the ground, screeching in terror. Help someone save me. Shing a blade pierced through its spine. Sung-jun stood over the corpse, slaughtering the demonic horde. The last surviving demon slumped against a wall, wheezing. Why? The creature gasped, its life fading. Why don't you join the Supreme Power Federation? The demon screamed in frustration, pointing a trembling finger. With power like yours, you could rule alongside us. Sung-jun didn't waste breath on words. Whoosh. He closed the distance in a blink and severed the creature's head. As the head rolled, Sung-jun flicked the blood from his blade. Simple. I just don't like how you scumbags operate. The system chimed once more. System exclusive effect. Blood absorption of the True Blood Demon Sword has been activated. Chu watched the carnage with glee. Ah, finally. It's been ages since I tasted such high-quality blood. System absorbing massive quantities of blood. Item rank upgraded rank A. Progress 8,431 out of 9,200. Dozens of system windows popped up behind him, filling the air with blue light. Sung-jun stared at the glowing text, lost in deep thought about the path ahead. The members of the Ultimate Power Federation were nothing but stepping stones. Having crushed them beneath his feet, his level exploded. A holographic interface materialized. It was time for a stats reveal in this leveling manhwa. Status window name, Sung-jun. Title Ruler's Aura. Strength 285. Stamina 287. Agility 284. Magic Power 299. Endurance 282. Trait Spirit Channeling Rank A. Unique Authority Synthesis Skill. Transcendental Unique Authority. SSS+. Basic Authority Deification SS+. Divine Power Rank A. Supreme Blood Arts. Law Rank C+. Hero's Grace Rank C+. Immovable Heart Rank C. Trust Gathering Rank C+. Blink Rank B+. Sword Intent Reinforcement Rank S+. Evil Spirit Domination Rank B+. Sky Demon Stats Rank S+. Iron Blood Sword Rank A. Rapid Mana Recovery Rank C+. Path of the Sword King. God-Slaying Sword Style Rank S+. Total Faith Rank A+. And finally, Detailed Inspection. Sang-jun locked his eyes on the ominous sphere ahead. Now I just need to hunt down the boss. Suddenly Chun-woo's voice cut through his thoughts. Sang-jun, look. That orb is glowing blood red. Far more intense than when we first found it. His expression didn't waver as he replied. That just means the countdown is over. A new god is about to descend. Crack. The sphere fractured. System alerts flooded his vision. The origin of a god has absorbed infinite faith. Development process complete. The god of usurpation is gazing at you. In a blink, a massive crater blasted open, gale force winds whipped around them as Chun-woo shouted a warning. The entity inside is emerging. This isn't a possession case. It's a physical incarnation. Born from that sphere, the shell crumbled away, the breach widening by the second. Chun-woo's voice trembled. A god's true body holds unfathomable power. But Sang-jun just smirked, his confidence soaring in this high-stakes awakening manhwa. With my current stats, I think I can hunt a god. A blinding light erupted. From the radiance, a figure slowly descended, feet touching the ruined earth. Sang-jun's eyes narrowed. White hair. Arrogant aura. There was no mistake, it was Balkan. The system translated the god's rage. You are the insect that interfered while I was gathering power. Balkan raised a hand, energy surging. Ch. Well, it is of no consequence now. I have already obtained everything I desired. With a mere gesture, Balkan pulverized the tectonic plate beneath them. I no longer have a use for this world. Debris floated in zero gravity as the system chimed one final ominous note. Farewell. A deadly trial pulsed from the tower's peak. Suddenly, a foreign sound pierced the air, freezing Sang-jun in his tracks. The fallen divinity had collapsed, triggering the immediate destruction of this world. A blinding pillar of light erupted, scorching the heavens and illuminating the entire region. An apocalyptic explosion followed, accompanied by the sudden chime of a system window. The system announced a grim fate. Because the fallen divinity was consumed, a 100-year ice age had begun. Reality fractured as the ground crumbled, debris floating into the void, with a cruel notification that this collapse was irreversible. But then the unique regression effect of the luxury wristwatch, a legendary item in this awakening manhwa, suddenly activated. The watch defied the laws of physics, halting the crumbling earth in its tracks. A brilliant, overpowering light flooded the dimension. The debris that had floated away was violently pulled back, reassembling the shattered ground. It was as if the clock of the universe was winding backward. Amidst the flash of light, the terrain around Sang-jun restored to its original state. The temporal light grew more intense until it was blinding. Sang-jun stood paralyzed, staring blankly ahead. Shock overwhelmed him, cold sweat drenching his back as he gasped in disbelief. Damn it all, a new system notification popped up. Achievement unlocked, false regressor. A rank B+ skill, resistance to time manipulation, had been created. The realization struck him with terrified awe. The destruction of the world. How is this possible? Chong-gu, hearing his muttered words, looked at him in total confusion. What nonsense are you spouting? A realization flashed through Sang-jun's mind like lightning. It seemed Chong-gu had no memory that time had reversed after the world's end. Chong-gu's voice, filled with suspicion, broke his train of thought. What is with that expression? Did something happen? Sang-jun immediately stepped back, shifting into a combat stance. There is only one way to stop the apocalypse. Crimson energy exploded around him as he activated his full-body enhancement. Before the deity manifests, I must breach that sphere. The system chimed again. The authority iron wings had been activated. Chong-gu shouted after him, annoyed. You are ignoring me again. But Sang-jun was already soaring through the sky, completely disregarding her presence. A desperate thought raced through his mind. I need to get inside that orb before it turns crimson red. The system delivered a fresh update. The skill combat concentration was now active. The user's focus multiplied tenfold instantly. The efficiency of the rank A+ combat concentration skill had reached 100%. The rank A+ combat concentration evolved to a higher tier. Sang-jun tore through the air at supersonic speeds. The authority supreme blood technique roared to life. He slashed violently at the sphere, but his blade failed to leave even a single scratch. The system bombarded him with urgent, frantic warnings. Passive skill activated blood reinforcement, rank C+ of the True Blood Demon Sword. Passive skill activated aptitude enhancement of the True Blood Demon Sword. Passive skill activated fear amplification, rank B+ of the True Blood Demon Sword. The unique effect, Twin Strike of the Immortal Dragon Ghost Sword art, triggered instantly. It absorbed the divine power, amplifying his authority strength fivefold. Sang-jun unleashed a barrage of slashes against the orb, chanting a mantra in his mind. Break. He repeated the command like a prayer for destruction. Break. His relentless assault finally caused shards of the sphere to chip away. Gathering every ounce of his power for a final strike, he thrust his sword and screamed, Shatter. The system responded immediately. The skill, Cave Heaven, had been activated. Sang-jun's rapid thrusts created a web of fractures across the surface. Light began to bleed out from the cracks. Under his overwhelming barrage, the celestial sphere finally shattered and began to plummet. A notification flashed before his eyes. You have achieved the destruction of the deity's origin. Having succeeded, Sang-jun immediately triggered his next move. The authority supreme blood technique was reactivated. He maneuvered in midair to find a landing spot. A new zone notification appeared. You have entered the land of heavenly usurpation. The moment his boots touched the ground, Sang-jun sensed a shift in the atmosphere. No status window popped up. I must have entered before the incubation phase was complete. Suddenly, a voice dripped with amusement from the shadows. It has been an eternity since I encountered such an interesting entity. Standing there was none other than Balkan. He continued smoothly. Or perhaps I should say, It is a pleasure to meet you. A chilling notification appeared. The god of usurpation is smiling at you. Bakan looked down at him with a twisted grin. You filthy hunting dog chosen by the tower. Sang-gyun frowned deeply, offering no reply, while the god let out a mocking chuckle. I suppose this isn't a beautiful sight for a guest, is it? But I cannot help it. I always collect whatever my heart desires. Every word Bakan spoke was dripping with divine arrogance. These are the talents and beliefs I plundered from countless souls trembling in fear, and destroying that machine was your only hope. How futile. He pointed to his collection, praising himself without shame. Cool, are they not? These are my badges of honor. Those books are the talents I stole from others. Warm light reflected off his cold platinum hair as he gestured to the machinery. And these parts are the symbols of civilizations I have completely usurped. After the villain's monologue concluded, Sang-gyun asked his first question coldly. Does this mean you are the one who ordered the 12 Alliance commanders to slaughter civilians? Bakan threw his head back and laughed maniacally like a lunatic. Precisely. Because when they tremble in terror, I can harvest their faith. Isn't it stimulating? Sang-gyun's grip on his sword tightened until his knuckles turned white. So you really are a piece of trash. The god pushed himself up from his throne, his leisurely demeanor vanishing. That hurts my feelings. Perhaps it is because you are a tower challenger. He asked a question softly, yet the air grew heavy. You know who I am, don't you? To some extent, I know you are capable of god-slaying and your goal is my death. He spoke gently, ignoring Sang-gyun's stoic face. And you possess the power to rewind time. Bakan's voice echoed with malicious intent. There is a being known as the god of despair, depravity, and madness. You know him, correct? His eyes widened, and a flush of twisted excitement colored his cheeks. Do you know what crazy thing he told me? He said that because you have the potential to kill all gods, we must eliminate you. His fingers trembled not from fear but from insanity. You know what? For the first time in ages, I felt a thrill at the thought of the monster we have to put down. You are incredibly strong. Bakan's expression shifted into that of a feral beast. I wonder, how would it feel to make you tremble in fear, like those insects below, and then kill you? The god's hand clenched into a tight fist. I want to see it. I want to see you break me, like the rest, and die. His grin widened, revealing predatory fangs. And finally, I will kill you and absorb your power. That essence will make me stronger than any other god. No wonder the commanders were so obsessed. Facing a maniacal deity, Sang-jun remained ice-cold. Is that so? I was thinking the exact same thing. Crimson energy exploded around him. Divine authority deification activated. Pitch black armor materialized, wrapping Sang-jun in an aura of absolute dominance. I'm going to make you tremble in fear before I end you. Lightning crackled across his plate mail. Your divinity's transcendence, death, immortality, anti-god observation. The mortal and the god locked eyes. The real battle starts now. Bakan's expression shifted to amusement. You possess divinity, magnificent. He extended his hand, magic swirling. Then it is only proper that I demonstrate my power as well. Domain of the usurper god activated. Effect drains mana from all targets within the domain and transfers it to the caster every second. Against the magical gale, Sang-jun calmly tightened his grip on his blade. His mana was being ripped from his body, condensing into a small orb in Bakan's hand. I thank you for the tribute, Bakan sneered. Now take this. Sang-jun didn't speak. He analyzed. Finally, his finger twitched. System override. Skill punishment activated. All stats increased by 7. Authority effect, your mana will not decrease. A spectral avatar loomed behind Sang-jun, dragon's power infused. Mana capacity increased by 100%. Bakan paused, genuinely confused for the first time. I received 0 mana. But the god didn't falter. His arrogance was absolute. How unfortunate that my talent was nullified. But do not despair, Bakan grinned. I have plenty of toys left. Hundreds of magic circles ignited instantly. The usurper god is utilizing stolen talents. A shockwave of pure destruction tore through the air. But Sang-jun was faster. He wove through the barrage, dodging every single strike with fluid precision. Skidding to a halt, sparks flying from his boots, Sang-jun realized something was off in this system Manhwa showdown. Strange, he thought. He's not fighting to kill. He's testing me. A cold yellow light pulsed from his armor. Just probing the waters, huh? It was time to turn the tables. Unique power code 1547. Information analysis activated. An invisible wave scanned the battlefield, decoding the enemy's secrets. Target Bakan. Ascended to god of usurpation after harvesting sufficient souls. Source faith in legends. Unique authorities, usurpation, collapse, rule, and prayer. Balkan unleashed another volley, giving Sung-jun no room to breathe. Warning: unique authority, collapse, is currently on cooldown. So that's it, Sung-jun realized. He's stalling until his ultimate move is ready. Balkan laughed at the smokescreen he created. Delicious. But suddenly, his eyes widened. The dust settled, revealing Sung-jun completely unharmed and casting a spell. Skill Infinite Magic Absorption activated. All magic contacting your body will be converted to mana. Sung-jun launched himself like a missile tearing through the air. I don't know what nuke he's hiding, but I'm not letting him trigger it. He layered another power on top. Authority Sword Intent Reinforcement. Unique effect: Immortal Ghost Sword, Twin Strike, Slash, Steel Sang, and Blood sprayed from the God's Leg. Power Wings of the Chosen Angel. Rank A+ activated. Magnificent wings burst from Balkan's back. He grinned maniacally and shot into the sky. In a split second, he created a massive gap between them. Sung-jun's eyes glowed with predatory intent. Oh no, you don't. Where do you think you're going? Giant gears materialized in the air. Unique effect: the Regressor's Luxury Watch rank, QSS+. Ability Nullify Attack activated. The hands of the clock spun backward. Balkan froze in midair. Time reversal. The activation of the angel wings was undone, returning him to the state before he took flight. Cooldown for Regressor's Watch 30 minutes. The god didn't panic, but he was too slow. Authority Blink activated. WP Sung-jun vanished from the ground instantly. Cooldown 10 minutes. Like a demon hunting divinity, Sung-jun materialized directly behind Balkan's neck. The hunter had become the executioner. Harnessing the raw momentum of his swing, Sung-jun unleashed a lethal slash, aimed straight at the jugular. But the scene that followed forced a gasp of disbelief from his lips. What the? He saw the severed arm fly, yet a leg came crashing toward him. I was certain I struck his neck. A devastating blow slammed into him before he could react. The impact sent Sung-jun crashing into the earth with bone-shattering force. High above Balkan, landed with the grace of a god, and sneered, "You know, I really detest getting my hands dirty in close combat." The arm that had just been severed was already regenerating. In the blink of an eye, the flesh knit together, he was completely restored. I didn't discard my reinforcement talents. I hoarded them. As Sung-jun's shattered mask slowly began to reform the skill, blood weakness silently activated. Balkan's eyes narrowed in appraisal. Surprising. For someone who took that much damage, your recovery speed is top tier even for a leveling Manhwa character. You might actually be the best. Balkan raised his hand high, a twisted grin stretching across his face. But I've already seen through the foundation of your power. His pearly white teeth glinted, making his expression utterly grotesque. Now, let's see how you handle this. He unleashed a cascade of abilities. The divine rule of usurpation descended, overriding reality itself within his domain. Rule number 1. All combat within the domain of usurpation is restricted to long-range attacks only. Rule number 2. All entities within the domain lose 90% of their physical stats. The atmosphere turned a suffocating purple, signaling the absolute authority of his law. Rule number 3. Engage in melee, and a random talent will be forcibly transferred to the domain master. Rule number 4. Most close combat skills are instantly sealed. And finally, rule number 5. Item usage is strictly prohibited. Balkan's manic laughter echoed through the void. Now, neither of us can rely on brute strength. We must fight on equal terms. Seeing Sung-jun's silence, he mocked, "Oh, don't look so grim. Try to enjoy the despair." After a heavy pause, the protagonist finally spoke. "Rules to make us equal, you say?" He gently adjusted his grip on his sword. "If that's true, I hope you still believe that when this is over." Suddenly, a crimson cross materialized above Sung-jun's head, radiating ominous energy. A surge of unimaginable power cloaked his body. The skill, Holy Light, had awakened. A massive pillar of crimson energy erupted, piercing the very clouds above. That pillar of light wasn't just powerful, it was cataclysmic. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the very zenith of the dimension. Under that devastating strike, the fabric of reality began to fracture. The cracks spread like a spiderweb right before Balkan's eyes. In a single second, his divine domain collapsed into a gaping void of nothingness. He ground his teeth, unable to comprehend the impossible feat the main character had just pulled off. "I told you this because you mistakenly thought you held the advantage," Sung-jun alongside his justice declared, with overwhelming dominance. "Your pathetic rules governing this domain won't be violated, because I'm going to completely obliterate them." Balkan tilted his head back, letting the chaotic winds ruffle his robes. The shock on his face twisted into a smile of sinister amusement. You intend to destroy my territory. Futile struggle. The massive void Sang-Yun smashed open was already stitching itself back together. This sanctum of usurpation is restored by the relics of the god of destruction himself. Hundreds of mechanical parts soared into the air, mirroring his triumphant arrogance. I knew a rat like you might try this, so I gathered every machine available. As long as you stand within my domain, you are powerless. Facing this stubborn insect, he only needed to trigger his skill one more time. If that's how it is, Sang-Yun retorted, then I'll just keep destroying everything until you have nothing left. The familiar crimson glow flared to life again. The holy light skill was active. Bakken snapped his finger with decisive mockery. Are you sure you have the stamina for that? What followed was a clash of titans, a tug of war between skills and abilities warped by the domain's prayers. But then, the skill nullification from the returner's worn watch was forcibly triggered. Due to the interference of the laws, a temporary rule was stamped onto the returner's worn watch. The system was glitching. The watch's hands froze in place. It was being manipulated by Bakken's will through the domain's authority. But suddenly, the cooldown time for skill nullification was temporarily erased. Every time the challenger Sang-Yun activated Holy Light, it was forcibly cancelled by his own nullification skill. Bakken looked up and realized the crimson light had vanished into thin air. Sang-Yun calmly spun the watch on his wrist and asked, surprised, "This artifact has the power to reject rules. In other words, I am not bound by the limitations your pathetic domain tries to impose." This revelation sent a shiver of anxiety through Chu. You didn't just steal another person's item, you have the power to forcibly activate their items against their will. Seeing the main character's silence, she gave him a sharp warning. That guy is finding his own loopholes in the rules just like you. His fingers twitched, his voice dripping with disdain. It seems you have no other long-range attacks besides Holy Light. Suddenly, he slammed his hand onto the ground and roared, "Then this victory belongs to me." A cascade of blue system windows filled the air. The god of usurpation has activated the skill, Steal. God of usurpation Bakken used mantra amplification. C+ god of usurpation Bakken used magic formula D. A massive array of magic circles ignited beneath Sang-Yun's feet. From the earth titanic stone chains erupted like leviathans. They snapped shut, locking Sang-Jun's sword arm in a vice grip. A legion of sword blades materialized from Bakken's side. God of usurpation Bakken used spell stacking B+. God of usurpation Bakken used magic finalizer A. The god of usurpation has triggered the skill, Steal. Shockwaves and lightning crashed down on Sang-Yun's head. The summoned blades hovered, ready to turn him into a pincushion. To Bakken, Sang-Yun was no longer a threat, he was prey. Let's end this farce. I'll take your life right here, and then I'll strip the power from your corpse. Bakken's smile widened until it nearly split his face in two. I have a feeling it would be dangerous to let you live another second. A wall of razor-sharp spikes rose up beside him. Don't worry, I'll clean up your remains from under the rubble. Before the crushing pressure of the wall, he offered a mocking farewell. Goodbye, Hound of the Tower. As the trap slammed shut, he dusted off his hands, praising his own work. Looked beautiful. A chaotic light sparked at Bakken's fingertips. Now, for the finale. A barrage of destructive energy blasted the prison where Sang-Yun was buried. The expression on his face twisted into pure madness. I promised to take good care of your power, so sleep tight. But then, the scene suddenly shifted to a tranquil memory. This is the relief supply. Please be careful. A man's voice responded warmly. Thank you, I will accept it with gratitude. The girl smiled brightly, her voice soft as a spring breeze. I am not the provider. These are provisions from the Savior. Please offer your thanks to the Savior. A sudden system window popped up, echoing with the intensity of a legendary awakening manhwa. Inside the stone cage, a rumbling sound began to build. Skill spread. Hope has been activated. Hope regarding you is spreading like wildfire. The devout followers have been rallied to the challenger Sang-Yun. Bakken's eyes widened in shock. A blinding white light was slowly consuming his summoned blades. In an instant, the stone prison shattered into dust. The salvation effect had triggered. Bakken stood there, his mind unable to process the sight. What the hell is this power? A pale blue aura floated around Sang-Jun, majestic and divine. Thanks to the loyal subjects of the adventurer Sang-Yun, his holy power is skyrocketing. The memories of his preparation began to replay the seeds he had sown for this very moment. Katia watched him packing gear, her curiosity piqued. What kind of mission requires so much time? Sang-Jun suddenly upended his dimensional bag. I'm going to empty it all out. She stared in awe at the mountain of food piling up. He turned a confident smirk playing on his lips. And, I'm going to give all of this to you. Under her stunned gaze, Sang-gyun gave his orders calmly. Katya, there is something I need you to do for me. Consider this, a special commission. The sound of hooves clattered dryly against the road. Katya drove the carriage through a desolate wasteland. With a cart stacked high with goods, she moved forward without fear. The horse stomped twice and came to a halt. She turned to the starving villagers and shouted with all her might. Everyone, listen up. We are starting the food distribution right now. Her words left the crowd stunned. The benefactor has come to grant us food. Come and receive it. A weak, trembling voice caught Katya's attention. Could it be? An old man shaking on his cane spoke up. Is there some food for this old bag of bones too? She beamed a smile brighter than the sun. Of course there is. Please send your thanks to the savior Sang-gyun. And this act of kindness became the source of his infinite power. The power of faith in Sang-gyun continued to climb without limit. Back in the memory, Sang-gyun walked down a quiet road with Chu. She suddenly called out to him. Sang-gyun. She was puzzled by his generosity. Are you sure about giving away that much food? Sang-gyun simply replied with a shrug. Don't worry. I still have plenty left, he declared with the confidence of a true strategist. Throw a sprat to catch a whale. Jung-gu looked up, whispering softly. What kind of bizarre scheme are you plotting this time? But in his piercing blue eyes, a calculated plan was already in motion. Let's take a look back. In the memories of the past, Sang-jun's voice rang out. All right, everyone gather around. Standing before a stockpile of supplies, he smiled. Take it. It's all free. He had triggered food creation, a skill that converted mana into harvestable crops instantly. Tears of joy streamed down their faces. Is this real meat? You're really giving this to us? He didn't stop there. He channeled his energy into a dry well. Water creation activated, turning mana into pure drinkable water. The crowd erupted in euphoria. It's real water. We can finally drink something other than dust and despair. They chanted his name like a deity. Long live our savior Sang-jun. You are magnificent. The cheers were endless, and this faith was the catalyst for his awakening Manhwa moment. The power of faith surged within him. Back in the present, that accumulated belief was fueling his armor's rapid reconstruction. This was completely outside Bakan's calculations. What is this overwhelming divine power? When did you prepare such a countermeasure? Sang-jun remained silent, his eyes burning with resolve. Even so, the usurper pressed on. Fine. It doesn't matter. Your fate is already written in my script. Let's see what futile tricks you have left. Space warped behind Bakan as a massive construct emerged. It seems I must use extreme measures. A combat android forged from hundreds of rare components towered over them. The god of usurpation began stacking buffs like a madman. Activated, emotion transfer rank SS, sure hit rank S+, skill optimization rank A, and absolute attack rank S. A cold azure light flared in the android's eyes. Its mechanical voice buzzed, I will make you regret surviving the first blow. Terrifying energy rippled through the dimension. Die by my greatest masterpiece. With a flick of his finger, Bakan ordered the slaughter. Begone. But just as the metal fist crashed down, Sang-jun's eyes sharpened. He dodged the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. Moving like a phantom in the wind, he circled behind Bakan instantly. The villain's playful smirk vanished, replaced by icy malice. Have you forgotten where you are? His voice dripped with mockery. Did you forget my rules control your very muscles? Yet, Sang-jun didn't slow down. Just a little longer. The system interface flashed a countdown 5. The cross on Bakan's hand glowed blindingly bright. Well, this just saves me time. He clamped down with his authority. Rule number 2. Enforcement intruders in the sacred domain lose 90% of their stats. Instantly, Sang-jun felt his body grow heavy as lead. Gravity seemed to crush him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Bakan looked down with his pale purple eyes, a mix of pity and scorn. Utterly pointless. Yet, Sang-jun stabbed his sword into the earth, forcing his trembling body up. The system counted down 4. Bakan and his machine stood still, waiting for the inevitable collapse. The more you resist, the more the rules will drain you. Stop struggling against the absolute law. The android's fist wound up for a finisher. Your stamina is gone. Just die peacefully. Suddenly, Sang-jun released his grip on his sword. Almost there. The system flashed 3. Sang-jun swayed, barely evading the blow. Bakan blinked, stunned by this cockroach-like persistence. He discarded the blade Chong-gu and summoned his shield divine power, diverted to activate counter guard. Ba Kan couldn't help but sneer at the desperation. Wouldn't it be easier to just lay down and rot? Why fight the inevitable? He commanded the robot to crush him once more. If you wish for a painful death, I will grant it. But Sung-jun reached out, his fingers digging into the incoming metal fist, with every ounce of strength he had left. With a roar, he ripped the components right off the machine's arm. Yet, the mindless construct continued its assault. The countdown ticked again. 2. He braced against his shield legs, trembling but unbroken. 1. Ba Kan stared at the battle, his confidence wavering. The rules. They should have nullified his physical strength. For the first time, fear crept into Ba Kan's purple eyes. How is he still deflecting attacks despite the penalty? A fist charged with crackling thunder crashed forward. With sheer grit, he channeled every ounce of energy into that single strike. Just a little more. The system countdown hit 0. No. The sky filled with glitching decimals as lightning swallowed Sang-yun whole. Effect Salvation activated. Fueled by 30,000 followers, holy power surged like a tsunami. Man and machine collided in a symphony of destruction. Now, unleash it all. The suppression broke with a boom that shook the earth. As he pulled back, the machine's arm shattered from the inside out. The sight made the false god grind his teeth in fury. He could feel the overwhelming weight of Sang-yun's loyal army. Sang-yun gasped, forcing air into his burning lungs. 30,000 souls against one god. The robot's arm was dust, but Sang-yun was on his knees. A trembling whisper escaped Ba Kan's lips. Why? His eyes bulged in madness. Why aren't you dead? This is impossible. The system rules should have crippled you. He questioned his own reality. How are you still standing? After a flash of rage, Ba Kan panted, listening to the hero's mockery. You are absolutely disgusting. Sang-yun's charred hand reached out. If scum like you hadn't invaded this world, these people would still be living peaceful lives. He pointed a finger, voice thundering. Invaders who use rotten religion for power. You make me sick. He lowered his head, eyes burning with lethal determination. I will tear you apart piece by piece. Seeing his exhaustion only made Ba Kan sneer. But then slender hands caught Sang-yun's falling body. Changgu looked down at his weakened form, her voice soft. Somehow that selfish brat has grown into a man who cares for others. She glanced at the sword he had thrown aside. So, that's why you lowered your blade. You were afraid it would shatter under the strain. As she healed his gruesome burns, she sighed. I can tell just by looking at your hands. Even with a shield, that metal Goliath was too much for you. Your hands might regenerate, but you feared mine wouldn't. A tender smile graced her beautiful features. Thank you for your kindness. The sword Chu trembled, as if reacting to her will. But worry no more. I will lend you my strength. In a heartbeat, the blade was back in his grasp. She guided his hands on the hilt. Just as you protected me, let me aid you now. Together, their murderous intent locked onto the enemy. Use the divinity you've harvested. Let's end this in a single strike. Ba Kan grit his teeth, mind racing. Where the hell did you come from? What is this nonsense? What is happening? It was supposed to be over? He summoned debris to rebuild the mechanical arm. So annoying, I'll just kill you both. A massive energy beam gathered, promising to end this manhwa recap with death. With a roar, Ba Kan fired. A blinding pillar of light tore through the air. Die, yet neither of them moved an inch. The sword raised. Her spirit shifted. Without a word, Sang-yun moved in perfect sync. A cerulean slash tore through the incoming energy stream. The salvation holy power spiked to critical levels. The blade didn't stop cleaving through the robot and the false god's head. Holy power unleashed Aura Blade. Before he could react, his neck was severed. You die here. A joint declaration of absolute power. It's over. As Ba Kan's head disintegrated, the notification appeared. Congratulations, floor 18 of the Tower of Trials cleared. Rewards have been sent to your inventory. Clear reward, 150,000 points. Item reward, 10,000 credits. Hidden floor reward, reversal force rank B+. Even as he faded, Ba Kan's consciousness reeled. Impossible. There's no way I lost. A thread of golden mana tried to stitch his severed head back to his body. I just need holy power to regenerate. Sang-yun approached coldly, driving his blade into Ba Kan's chest. Active skill, Death's Gaze. He forced a fatal weakness onto the dying god. Ba Kan screamed, his face twisting in horror as flames consumed him. You bastard, this is cheating. His final words were a rejection of reality. No, I cannot die. Not like this. Even with half his skull incinerated, he refused to believe it. A brilliant golden light flooded the divine realm. The battle armor dissolved, replaced by casual clothes, a trope of this leveling manhwa. Challenger Song-jun has defeated a deity ascension increased by 7.4%. Reward unique effect. Divinity recovery speed rank B+. From now on, Challenger Sang-yun's holy power will regenerate rapidly. A faint smile touched his lips. It's finally over. He called out without turning back, his voice raspy. Chu. Once again, you saved me. Without you, I couldn't have won. His words brought a confident smile to her face. Thank you. She stepped to his side, her presence warm. Of course I helped. If you die, it would be quite inconvenient for me. A breeze carried her words. We are partners, aren't we? You are not allowed to die unless I say so. Song-jun paused, then the corner of his mouth lifted. Thank you for calling me your partner. His eyes looked ahead, brimming with confidence. But we have some business to finish first. Crimson mist drifted from Bakhan's corpse. You have absorbed the soul of the usurper god. Proficiency increased by 27%. Proficiency of trait Spirit Caller has reached 100%. But then a glitch typical of a system Manhwa occurred. Song-jun's eyes widened. It should have evolved to rank S. The notification was corrupted, with glitch text sparking his curiosity. Is there a hidden condition I missed? The system immediately responded. Conditions not met. Rank will not increase until requirements are fulfilled. Proficiency locked at 99.9 to 9%. A twist fitting for an awakening Manhwa. You may now extract powers from souls stronger than yourself. Even with the fierce resistance, Sang-jun successfully ripped the soul free. The system engraved the special authority domain expansion of the god C+ directly into his spirit. A violent gale whipped through his hair. In an instant, 4 shimmering spheres materialized, symbolizing the 4 divine attributes. The system chimed. Special conditions met after consuming the usurper god Bakhan. It was time to choose a divinity from the fallen god's soul. The potential divinities floated before him: usurpation, collapse rule, and activation. Chu's face glowed in the light as she whispered, "What kind of power is this exactly? I never imagined you'd gain divinity just by slaughtering a god," she murmured softly, impressed. "Truly top tier. Your method of collecting power is unique to say the least." Sang-jun's sharp gaze cut through the air. As that ancient god said, this is only possible because the tower chose me as a candidate. His mind drifted back to the beginning. When he selected the transcendental divinity, he had somehow acquired the divinity of death and immortality as well. The strange memories flooded back. When he devoured the heavenly demon's sword, his body transmuted it into holy power, granting him the divinity of will resistance. He rubbed his chin deep in thought. Considering his insane luck so far, it was undeniable. The tower had marked him as a candidate from the very start. Song-jun lowered his hand, his fingers twitching with anticipation. He reached out and crushed the violet sphere, finalizing his choice. The system converted the divinity of rule into a usable anomaly. Suddenly, her clear voice broke his focus. Song-jun. He looked over. Anxiety flickered in her eyes. The dome. It's coming down. The system delivered a cold, mechanical explanation. Since the usurper god Bakhan had perished, his domain was crumbling. Debris rained from the sky. She turned to him, urgent. We need to leave. Now. But Song-jun just smirked, a playful glint in his eye. Oh, don't worry about that. His hand landed firmly on Chu's shoulder. In a heartbeat, he scooped her up into his arms. Song-jun, I can just turn back into spirit form. He dashed forward laughing. Stay out here, it's more fun this way. Behind them, the divine realm shattered into fragments of light. They burst out of the dungeon, landing with a powerful thud in the heart of the city. Every soul present widened their eyes in pure shock. Chu laughed aloud, loving the rush. Successful escape. Feeling the wind on my face is amazing. A gentle smile softened Sang-jun's handsome features. A child's innocent voice pierced the air. Look, it's Mr. Song-jun. Instantly, the citizens swarmed around him, their faces glowing with awe and relief. Sang-jun is back. Katya pushed through the throng of people desperate to reach the front. Is he really back? Her voice rose above the noise. Let me through. She parted the crowd, her face lighting up at the sight of him. You're safe. Thank God. Song-jun met her gaze with trust. It's all thanks to your help, Katya. But she shook her head humbly. No, I only helped because you asked. The sphere of the divine realm had vanished completely. Sang-jun spoke softly to the crowd. The domain is gone. There is nothing left to fear. From now on, you can all live in peace. After a moment of silence, Katya whispered, You saved so many of us. Her cheeks flushed pink, a satisfied smile on her lips. You didn't just destroy the Supreme Alliance. You gave us food when we were starving. She bowed low on behalf of everyone, shouting, Song-jun, Thank you for saving our lives. Suddenly, a system window popped up, startling him. Myth activated, the final salvation. All stats permanently increased by 6. Unaware of the system, she held out a neatly folded set of clothes. Will you accept this? Sang-jun looked at the fabric curious. What is this? Katya beamed with pride. It's an outfit we made for you. The surrounding crowd nodded in unison. We made it to honor your deeds forever. Jeom Chung-gyu glanced at Sang-jun and slapped his shoulder heartily. Take it. It's the will of the people you saved. Chu watched with a confident, delighted smile. This steam engine world is real, and your hard work has earned you true followers. Encouraged by her words, Sang-jun donned the coat. Your story will be passed down for generations. It will become a legend, granting you continuous holy power. Confidence and hope surged through his veins. The legend of Challenger Sang-jun would echo far and wide. Current disciples, 31,000. Later, in the waiting room of the 79th floor, he focused on the holographic screens. Sang-jun muttered, as he worked. Useless items sold. New authorities purchased. His long fingers danced across the interface. He stopped. Ready. Chu stood with her hands on her hips. Finished already, that was fast. Shall we climb the tower immediately? She asked. Sang-jun shook his head. Not yet. I still have the quests promised by the administrators. He tapped the system screen carefully. Let's check the inbox. The system booted up and a number flashed. 4,182 administrator requests. Sang-jun gasped disbelief, coloring his voice. What the hell is this? Chu's eyes bugged out. It seems you're the star of this system Manhwa universe. The administrators are obsessed with you. The screen shifted to a dark aura. Administrator, Lord of Iron and Blood, is wary of other administrators eyeing his contractor. It scrolled to another. Administrator White Crane Sword Fairy emits killing intent toward the pests following her contractor. Sang-jun grimaced. This is awkward. Seeing his distress, Chu pointed sharply. Sang-jun, ignore the drama. Look at this one. He turned his head as she forcefully rotated it. What? What is it? A specific window glowed before him. Administrator, lost successor of the Blood Demon Cult, has sent a request. The Blood Succession Ritual. Completion Reward 1. Acquire Special Authority, Wandering Soul, Divine Art Rank SS. Completion Reward 2. Exclusive access to Secret Shop E00. Success Condition 1. Be officially recognized as the heir to the Blood Demon Sect through the Blood Succession Ritual. Success Condition 2. Prove your martial prowess within the ceremony. Cheon-gul analyzed the data, her curiosity piqued. She asked the soul-shifting art. That isn't a technique from our sect. That belongs to the Drinking Emperor, a legendary assassin from the old era. Her eyes suddenly flashed with realization. She lowered her voice, visibly stunned. To think my own descendant would become an administrator of this tower. While she was still reeling from the revelation, Sang-jun kept his eyes glued to the screen. It was fascinating to see the sect from this perspective. Sensing her interest, he said, if it bothers you that much, why not test it out? The moment Sang-jun's finger brushed against the system interface, a notification window instantly popped up. The Blood Succession Ritual quest was selected. With a challenging smirk, he declared, let's see what happens. The system screen flickered. The personal ritual for Floor 19 will be replaced by the Blood Succession scenario, a twist typical of a high-stakes system manhwa. Other administrators were restricted from viewing this trial. Only a select few with high clearance were permitted to witness him stepping onto the 19th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty, level hard. The theme of this trial was absolute victory. The moment the scenario activated, Sang-jun materialized in the center of a colossal arena. Deafening cheers erupted all around him. Simultaneously, the system displayed the objectives. Complete all mission conditions within the time limit without missing a single one. Standing in the center of the ring, the referee spread her arms wide and bellowed. Thank you for the enthusiastic support, all you faithful followers of the sect. The Blood Succession Ritual is the sacred ceremony to select the true heir of the Blood Demon Sect. As her words faded, the system flashed the failure conditions. Death of the challenger, or running out of time. The referee paused for dramatic effect, her voice dropping an octave to emphasize the gravity of the situation. Now witness the candidates, as they gamble the very future of the sect on their lives. Following her declaration, the system clarified its own rule, no penalty for failure in this specific trial. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the roar of the crowd shook the arena once more. After the brief introduction, she wasted no time launching the event. Then let us begin the Blood Succession Ritual right now. The referee gestured towards Sung-jun amidst the thunderous noise. She loudly introduced the lowest-ranked candidate in the Blood Demon sect, the low-class swordsman Jeom Do-jun. The moment his name was spoken, the stands erupted in mockery and disdain. The system notification chimed. The ritual begins with Jeom Do-jun's entrance. High above the crowd, gazed down at his unyielding spine, with eyes full of judgment. They had only heard the intro, yet they had already written his defeat. He's just staining the sanctity of the blood ceremony. One strike is all it will take. Mockery rained down on Sang-jun's back like poisonous arrows. Hey Jeom Do-jun, I know you struggled, but talent is something you're born with. Learn your place, you perpetual loser. Effort without genius is just stupidity in motion. Sadistic laughter and sneers echoed through the hall thick with malice. Jeom Do-jun finally showed up, but look at him. No backing, no technique, zero finesse. Once this ends, he's exiled from the sect for good. A cold light flashed from the blade at his hip. At that moment, the whisper of the ancestor Chu drifted into his ear. In my era, as the blood demon leader, no one was oppressed. The path of cultivation was open to all within the sect. She sat casually on the spectral railing, wine cup in hand, gazing down at Sang-jun. Looking at this mess, were my efforts in vain? To think my descendant has fallen so low. It truly breaks my heart. What a depressing sight. Sang-jun blinked momentarily, surprised by the voice. But that shock quickly faded, replaced by a look of sheer boredom mixed with annoyance. The referee's voice boomed again, announcing the opponent for the low-rank Jeom Do-jun. A platinum-haired youth stepped forward, the Blood Dragon swordsman. The moment he stepped into the light, the arena exploded with deafening cheers. So-yeon swept back his snow-white hair and sneered. Little brother still blindly crashing into walls. You really don't know when to quit. With a confident smirk and eyes cold as ice, he addressed Sang-jun. Fine. I'll acknowledge one thing, you've been stubbornly banging your head against the wall for 7 years. But wake up to reality. To put it bluntly, your talent is absolute trash. The administrator, the lost successor of the Blood Demon sect, grit his teeth in fury watching this. He recalled the memories So-yeon's venomous sarcasm. Seeing you train at dawn every day. It's almost inspiring. What a waste. Actually, it's not a waste, it's just stupidity, ignoring its own limits. As the memories flooded back, Sang-jun's body trembled. The malicious words of the past crashed over him like a tidal wave. But the truth was, he had endured 7 years of hell for this single moment, swallowing their merciless criticism every single day. Your talent is garbage. The memory shattered. Sang-jun's eyes turned glacial and a terrifying aura began to erupt from his core. The referee raised a hand. The match will commence now. Prove your worth by any means necessary. This is a battle of pure strength. Hold nothing back. Sang-jun's expression darkened, a deadly silence enveloping his very being. Yet So-yeon's nagging voice kept buzzing like a fly. Jeom Do-jun, my foolish little brother. The referee chopped her hand down. Ready. So-yeon drew his blade with arrogant grace. Time to end your pathetic little charade. The shout rang out, begin. In a heartbeat, Sang-jun vanished. He moved with godlike speed, blasting So-yeon away. A single slash, and the arena was painted in crimson. The referee stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock. The stands erupted in disbelief. Was that sword chi? How is that even possible for him? So-yeon collapsed, his white hair trailing in the dust. The system chimed, marking the peak of this awakening manhwa moment. Authority sword chi activated. Sung-jun sneered. No skill. Trash talent. Low-rank swordsman. Is that what you call Jeom Do-jun? Sang-jun slowly turned, his presence dominating the arena. Let me show you. His cold gaze pierced through them. Pure energy crackled around his body. The trash, Jeom Do-jun, had just swept the blood succession ceremony. The next match began instantly. A swordsman charged with sky-high killing intent, raising a massive blade. Jeom Do-jun, you filthy insect who doesn't know his station. Sang-jun effortlessly sidestepped the frenzied assault. The attacker didn't stop screaming his lungs out. How dare you aim for the blood demon leader's seat? He attacked like a berserk machine. You low-born scum. I'll crush you so you never dream again. Sang-jun frowned slightly. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his blade backward. Boom! Two forces collided, shattering the air. The ground exploded, sending debris flying in all directions. Facing the man's rage, Sang-jun merely danced with his sword. I thought you might be strong since you talk so big, but you're too weak to even bother measuring. I'm short on time. Die. Before the giant swordsman could react, Sang-jun carved a brutal X across his massive frame. Blood geysered from the giant's body. A moment later, he collapsed onto the cold stone floor, utterly defeated. Boredom returned to Sang-gyun's eyes. He spoke one word. Next. One by one challengers ascended, and one by one they fell to his blade. Sang-gyun sent them on their way to the afterlife. Their faces held only one expression before the end, pure, unadulterated terror. Match after match, the result was the same. The arrogance on the spectators' faces melted into panic. It happened so many times the referee doubted her own eyes. The word next became a death knell that made her tremble. But Sang-gyun, he felt nothing. Only blood mist danced in the air, raining down pitifully. A suffocating killing intent wrapped around him as he scanned the crowd. Then that familiar sound. Next. In a flash, the arena was dyed crimson. The metallic stench of blood grew thick and heavy in the colossal hall. The administrator congratulates the challenger Sang-gyun. When the slaughter finally ended, even the referee's composure shattered. She looked at him with awe, mixed with primal fear, her voice trembling. This is truly overwhelming power. But in a flash, the referee's tone changed to shock. Jeom Do-jun has defeated all other succession candidates. In that silence, Cheon-gul's spirit quietly manifested beside him. She asked with genuine curiosity Sang-jun, "What triggered such rage in you?" Prompted by her question, he recalled the backstory. Based on the narrative so far, the original owner of this body had never stopped training, fitting the trope of a determined underdog in a leveling manhwa. Even though he was despised and ridiculed in his daily life, he still entered the blood succession ritual. Yet, his fate was to be the outcast, the abandoned trash of the blood demon sect. Sang-jun could feel the utter helplessness etched into the lingering soul of this man. He spoke, his voice heavy. No matter how hard he tried, all he received was scorn and contempt. It reminds me of my own days before I entered the tower, and it makes my blood boil. Sang-jun lowered his voice, explaining his motive. If this drags on, the original owner will only suffer more humiliation. That's why I intend to end this quickly. The sword in his hand flared with energy, two lights glowing like predatory eyes. Cheon-gul sighed softly. It is a tragedy to see the blood demon sect fall to such injustice. I apologize for what my legacy has become. Her words soothed his turbulent emotions. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Sang-jun reassured her, "Don't worry. I will restore the true blood demon sect, the one Jeom Do-jun dreamed of seeing." Finishing his conversation with the spirit, he turned to the referee and commanded, "Hurry up and continue." She stammered, flushed with urgency, "Understood." Visibly shaken by his overwhelming pressure, the referee nervously gestured to the side. "Everyone, we have arrived at the final match. In this final bout, the 14th leader of the blood demon sect, Jeom Seon-mook, will personally evaluate the candidate's fitness for succession." Following her introduction, a pair of steady feet stepped into the arena. "I have watched all your matches," the sect leader said. Under Sang-jun's skeptical gaze, the man questioned, "But I sensed something strange. Jeom Do-jun, you were frail and weak until yesterday. Yet today you display the skills of a master who has attained the realm of Swordheart." Seon-mook stared at him with cold, calculating eyes, before continuing. "Don't you find that odd? Those who reach the Swordheart realm are rare enough to be counted on one hand." His words surprised Sang-jun slightly. He widened his eyes, staring back at the old man. But in the next heartbeat, the sect leader lunged forward with terrifying speed. As their blades locked, Seon-mook asked bluntly, "You aren't Jeom Do-jun, are you?" Sang-jun stared into the man's blade, his eyes reflecting confusion at the accusation. Immediately following that gaze, sparks exploded between their clashing weapons. Sang-jun felt a chill run down his spine. An ominous premonition was rising within him. Seon-mook pressed the attack, raising his blade high, while pointing his free hand at Sang-jun. "But honestly, whether you are Jeom Do-jun or not, it doesn't matter." Seon-mook's blade danced wildly across the arena. To survive, Sang-jun had to push his agility to the limit. The position of sect leader is for the strong. If the sun is useless, handing it to a stronger usurper is fine by me. Sang-jun parried a heavy strike and slid back several steps. He shouted back, "Seeing you, this determined. Are you saying you'd let a stranger take the sect leader position just because your son wasn't strong enough?" Around the old man, droplets of blood essence began to float in the air. Deep in Seon-mook's eyes lay a sinister, ruthless calculation. "Before my eyes stands a warrior far superior to that useless piece of trash, Jeom Do-jun. Is there really a need to think twice?" With that, Seon-mook swung his sword again. This time, his blade traced a frantic circle, launching a devastating wave of energy towards Sang-jun. "I think you understand my intentions perfectly well." Sang-jun barely dodged, but even as he retreated, he analyzed every micro-movement of his opponent. A cold light flickered in Seon-muk's eyes. The sect leader sneered, "I just hope you aren't a piece of trash like Jeom Do-jun." The comment stunned Sang-jun into a momentary silence. He looked at the father with disbelief. The battle descended into chaos. The arena was engulfed in a blinding crimson light, accompanied by the deafening roar of colliding energy. As Sang-jun swung his blade, a massive shockwave blasted out like a storm. The spirit within his sword raged, whispering furiously, calling his own flesh and blood trash. "Is my descendant truly this rotten?" As he dashed past the attack, Sang-jun's eyes darted to the side, a frown creasing his forehead. Opposite him, Seon-muk slashed relentlessly, raining attacks without a second of rest. "Are you questioning your own morals? You are just like Jeom Do-jun." To survive the onslaught, Sang-jun was forced to push his body's flexibility to the breaking point, moving like water around the deadly strikes. He stuck the landing, his gaze razor-sharp and cold as ice. Beneath his feet, the ground scorched, erupting with a blazing orange aura. No time to breathe, he launched himself back into the storm. Steel met steel, exploding in a chaotic dance of azure and crimson energy. As they locked blades, the screech of metal against metal pierced the air like a scream. Sang-jun roared, "How can you treat your own kin like garbage? Is this how a sect leader acts?" But Seon-muk just flashed a twisted, grotesque grin. "A sect leader," the old tyrant sneered. "Why should I care? They are merely tools. Once they offer no pleasure or profit, they are worthless to me." Those words were the spark that ignited Sang-jun's fury. The callousness of, "Why should I care?" made his blood boil. Catching that look of disgust, the villain scoffed. "Oh, that naive face of yours." Their blades ground together, showering the arena in a fountain of sparks. "It's insane," Sang-jun spat. "A monster like you leading the sect. That's the real joke here." With a violent shove, the old man forced him back. Seon-muk didn't hesitate. His eyes bored into Sang-jun's soul. "No. In time, you will understand me perfectly. Once you take the throne, you will think exactly as I do." Even the sword in Sang-jun's hand seemed to groan in protest. "Great, my descendant is a lunatic, fighting a lunatic. What a headache." Tremendous pressure erupted from Sang-jun's body. His rage was no longer just anger. It was a physical force. "It is because of filth like you that the blood demon sect is in ruins." Sang-jun drove his blade into the earth, his voice thundering judgment. "Even if they are weak, even if they are useless, a true leader carries the weight of his people." Crimson energy swirled around him, twisting like ominous smoke, taking the shape of ancient spirits. Sang-jun declared his oath. "I will crush you and restore the blood demon sect's glory." He tightened his grip, the blade singing as he readied his strike. "I will rebuild it all." He raised the weapon, his expression shadowed by death. His eyes were cold, sharp enough to cut glass. "A cult leader, like you, you're obsolete." At that exact moment, the system signaled the activation of the Blood Heavenly Heart technique. For the first time, a flicker of shock pierced through Seon-muk's crimson eyes. He gasped. You've mastered our sect's secret arts. Are you a hidden disciple?" Sang-jun approached with heavy, deliberate steps. Seon-muk whispered, "Interesting. Show me what you've got." Instantly, a massive surge of power collided and detonated. The dimension itself seemed to warp the ground, screaming as it cracked open. System windows popped up frantically one after another. Mythic class False Savior activated. It was a classic leveling Manhwa power-up moment. With over 49,000 believers fueling him, his divine power skyrocketed. Roaring with fury, Sang-jun charged like a beast. Their powers crashed against each other again, sending a thunderous boom, echoing through the heavens. Seon-muk stared at his own blade, terror creeping into his gaze. He thought, what is this? This bone-chilling frost? It's unnatural. Sang-jun blocked the attack with a single hand, his expression cold as ice. Is this the entertainment you were looking forward to? Another system alert chimed. Divine power condensation, confirmed. In a heartbeat, the arena froze. Pure white snow began to fall, drifting through the thick, murderous intent. Authority Frost Monarch met all conditions and activated automatically. All stats boosted by 10%, and the user became immune to the freezing cold. Ice began to creep up Seon-muk's body, freezing his gloomy face. But instead of fear, he whispered, "Magnificent." The boredom vanished from his eyes, replaced by a twisted delight. Even as his face froze over, he cackled. Finally, a worthy opponent. This is the thrill I've been craving. The audience was in chaos, blinded by the flashing red and blue lights. The unnatural cold radiating from the stage made them shiver uncontrollably. This was the endgame. Both fighters were pouring their very souls into the next exchange. Suddenly, Seon-muk's eyes shone and a sly hidden smile curled on his lips. Sang-jun saw it mid-charge. Even the sword in his hand sensed the trap. The blade warned him, "Master, something's wrong. He's losing, so why is he smiling like that?" But Sang-yoon remained unfazed. He gripped the hilt tighter. "Then, I'll make sure he never smiles again." Sang-yoon lunged. As he pointed a finger at Seon-mook, a freezing ice chain shot out like a viper. The special effect of the SS rank item Bandit's Glove had triggered, piercing straight toward the old man's gut. The chain radiated a cold so deep it froze the air. System effect. Select one enemy skill to temporarily borrow for 10 minutes. Immediately after the hit, Sang-yoon attacked again. System alert. The SS rank skill, Invisible Sword, has been forcibly borrowed for 10 minutes. Suddenly, Sang-yoon froze, a spark of surprise in his eyes. The stolen Invisible Sword skill was mutating under his divine power. Because of his divine transcendence, the skill evolved to the mythic tier. The system's ear-piercing notification rang out again. The entire space was swallowed by an overwhelming aura. New authority divine intervention was ready to be unleashed alongside the sword energy. A pillar of godlike power slammed into the arena. The ground was obliterated. Seon-mook barely scrambled out of the destruction. Escaping death by an inch, he looked back at the explosion in horror. Thousands of Sang-yoon's invisible blades were now locked onto him. Even the main character was shocked. The synergy between the invisible sword and his divine transcendence was pumping out an insane amount of energy. But Seon-mook wasn't afraid. He was ecstatic. He roared, eyes bulging. "Who are you?" "A thief who steals martial arts." Sang-yoon charged through the smoke, screaming, "I don't owe a dead man any answers." Seon-mook didn't back down either. Covered in a dark aura, the cult leader rushed forward. "I know one thing for sure." His red eyes flashed with killing intent. "You possess so many skills." "It all started from a hunger for power, didn't it?" Sang-yoon glared at him, his voice sharp. "What are you talking about?" The old monster smirked. Surrounded by demonic energy, his expression twisted into something truly nightmarish. He stared right into Sang-yoon's soul. "I see it in your fighting style. You're smiling on the inside. You're just like me. Without that desire, you have no reason to live." The words cut deeper than any blade. Seon-mook pressed on. "If that hunger consumes you, what kind of monster will you become?" Sang-yoon's face darkened, barely containing the fury boiling beneath his skin. The old man stepped closer to the darkness he had provoked. Seon-mook was manipulating him. "The more you crave, the harder you'll crash. In the end, won't you just be mocking yourself?" Pushed to his limit, Sang-yoon roared, "Wrong." His eyes flashed with cold light, and the world fell deadly silent. In a split second, his blade slashed down. Hot, red blood essence sprayed into the air, turning the atmosphere crimson. Seon-mook stumbled back in shock. The entire arena was bathed in the color of blood. 4 distinct powers closed in on him from every direction. The system chimed again. Invisible sword replication increased. Explosions rocked the battlefield around the panic-stricken leader. Seon-mook spun around frantically. The invisible sword was multiplying, and the divine intervention authority was about to strike. Amidst his panic, a notification rang in his ears. The invisible sword now has authority over all divine power within a 50-meter radius. His jaw dropped. The red in his eyes trembled. He screamed internally, "Impossible, my power. It's being suppressed." System. The desired divine power of the 14th blood demon Seon-mook has been temporarily sealed. Facing the terrified old man, Sang-yoon looked down like a god and whispered, "Checkmate." 2 windows popped up. Authority treasure hoard activated. Consuming divine power for instant teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Sang-yoon was already standing behind him. Seizing the moment he swung, suddenly, the blue window appeared, a classic trope of this system. Manhwa, Legend of the Vampire Hunter activated. As the blade sliced into Seon-mook's back, the system text scrolled rapidly. Divine attribute detected. Recovery is impossible. Exorcism effect applied. All stats increased by 10. Damage against demonic entities amplified significantly. Suddenly, the tyrant cackled, his eyes rolling back into pure white madness. "You think killing me will save the blood demon sect? You will become just like me." Slash. Sang-yoon silenced him, forever cutting through the rot. Blood sprayed the air, but Sang-yoon's eyes held only pure loathing. The monster collapsed. As warm sunlight bathed the corpse, the fire in Sang-yoon's eyes finally began to cool. The bloodbath was over. Crimson pools rippled across the arena floor, and a heavy silence descended upon the world. Yet the dead man's curse echoed in his mind. "We are the same. Without hunger, without desire, there is no reason to live." That final deranged smile haunted him. "You will be just like me." Song Yoon's face hardened, his brow furrowing in rejection of that dark fate. Shaking it off, he shouted toward the debris. "Hey, referee, get out here and call the match." She emerged, trembling but plastering on a professional smile. Yes, right away, the verdict must be given. Her voice rang out through the silent arena. "The winner of the Blood Clan tournament is Lord Sang Yoon. Please give him a round of applause." Thud. Sang Yoon slammed his blade into the stone, making the referee jump. "Enough," he commanded. "As the new sect leader, I have words to say." He glared at the fearful eyes in the stands, his voice dripping with disappointment. "Look at you all. Quick to judge, quick to trample on the weak. I should thrash every single one of you. But out of respect for the 7 blood demons, I will hold back." His aura turned icy cold. "Here is the new law of the Blood Demon sect." Even the referee looked shocked as he spoke. "No more infighting. Focus solely on cultivation and strengthening the sect." His gaze swept the crowd like a scythe. "Anyone who defies this rule chooses death. Do I make myself clear?" he roared. The entire arena shook with their unified response. "Yes, Lord, we obey." Ding, challenge complete. The rewards flashed before his eyes. Special Authority SS Class Phantom Spirit Art acquired. Secret Shop unlocked. His message delivered. Sang Yoon calmly pulled his blade from the shattered earth. "You think we are the same?" A sneer of pure contempt curled his lip. "That I would ever become a monster like you?" He walked away, leaving the carnage behind, his spirit burning bright. "I am nothing like you." Later, in the waiting room on the 20th floor, Song Yun sat with Chung-gu, tinkering with the system settings. Suddenly, the silence was broken. "Thank you, Sang Yun," she said softly. "Thank you for promising to rebuild the Blood Demon sect properly." She lowered her gaze, her voice trembling with guilt. "But I can see his poison words still trouble you. I am truly sorry for that." Sang Yun blinked, surprised. Chung-gu continued firmly. "Do not let his darkness in. You are not him. In the eyes of this sovereign, you are completely different." A radiant smile bloomed on her face, her words washing over his soul like healing water. "Sang Yoon is simply Sang Yoon. That is why you saved us." Ding. Administrator, Iron Bloodlord is watching you. Administrator, White Crane Sword Fairy is watching you. A genuine smile broke through his stoic mask. "You're right. Sang Yoon is Sang Yoon." He took a deep breath. "Thank you. I can't let a dead man's ramblings slow me down." The shadows in his eyes vanished. With renewed focus, his fingers danced across the system interface, ready for the next level. Time to assess the spoils of war. As his finger hovered over the holographic interface, a stray thought crossed his mind. That ghost arts technique he just acquired? The day would surely come when he'd need to unleash its full devastating potential. Withdrawing his hand, Sang Yoon's expression hardened into stone. He silently calculated his growth, satisfied with the stats he'd boosted through the Blood Clan's secret shop. A faint, confident smirk played on his lips. He turned to her, his voice low with anticipation. "Rumor has it, once we hit the 20th floor, the community channels for every dynasty in the tower merge into one. Anyone capable of reaching the 20th floor has survived hell itself. Surely the conversation quality will reflect that elite status. No more petty squabbles like in a low-tier leveling manhwa, right?" He tapped the screen, and the system chimed instantly. "You have joined the official challenge community. Difficulty hard. Floor 20th. Channel C, 172-14187 out of 5,000, but as the text flooded in reality, slapped him in the face. 71st Future Aura Swordsman typed out. "This is the official climbing community. Nothing but brainless trash here." Strongest 3 Talent Blade chimed in. "Agreed. You're all just insects beneath my boots." Even Manhwa Free Life joined the toxicity. What on earth were these idiots blabbering about? Sang Yoon slammed the window shut instantly. The air grew heavy with secondhand embarrassment. His mind reeled from the stupidity. I really wish I could unsee that." Chung-gu scoffed, her disdain palpable. "How utterly pathetic." She turned her gaze back to him, eyes sharp. "You look ready. Shall we dive into the next nightmare immediately?" Sang Yoon summoned a new holographic interface. Fingers dancing across the system settings, he shook his head. "No, the 20th floor is a unified trial. The danger level is about to skyrocket." As if on cue, a red warning flashed before them. "Notice, the 20th floor trial is not individual. It is a unified trial. Substitution is impossible." A strange, pulsating aura manifested in his palm. An artifact of immense power materialized from thin air. Sang Yoon explained his gamble. "Just in case things go south, while I wait for my deification skill to cool down, I plan to devour the holy power stored within the Light Sword Emperor's transmission necklace. The system window unveiled the item's legendary stats. Transmission necklace, rank 5+. Effect attack speed increased by 10%. A treasure granted by the Lightsword Emperor to bestow the harmony of holy power. Special effect preservation of holy power activated upon use. Chong-gu's eyes went wide with shock. She practically screamed. Wait, are you insane? You're really going to absorb raw holy power? Clutching the pendant, Sang-yun remained terrifyingly calm. Yes, he replied, his voice steady as a mountain. I believe my vessel is finally strong enough to handle it. Ding, the system announcement shattered the silence. The holy power was now stable and ready for absorption. A blood-red screen materialized in the air. Warning. Reckless absorption of this divine power carries a catastrophic risk. The Lightsword Emperor's lingering will may devour your very soul. Chu gripped the hem of her dress, her voice trembling. Sang-jun, do we truly need this harmony divine power? He stared at the pendant, his gaze hardening. To crush the fanatics threatening our lives, yes. We can't wait any longer. Shadows hid her eyes as she lowered her head. Is there really no other path? Sang-jun blinked, taken aback. Huh. Before he could react, the system laid out the grim reality mental corruption was imminent. Her small hand grabbed his arm tight. That light fanatic's mind was obliterated. You could lose your ego, your very self, in this dangerous awakening manhwa process. Her black hair veiled her anxiety, but her voice cracked with emotion. Please, Sang-jun, rethink this. I'm begging you. His resolve wavered for a split second. Seeing his hesitation, Chu screamed, What happens if the Lightsword Emperor takes over your body? What will you do then? She squeezed her eyes, shut a storm of emotions raging within her. If your soul vanishes. Her voice dropped to a terrified whisper. I'm scared you'll disappear. I can't go back to being alone in that cold, dark sword. Sang-jun froze. A sense of déjà vu washed over him, followed by a desperate memory echoing in his mind. Run, Sang-jun, no. Let's die together. I won't be alone again. He remembered cowering before a colossal monster weak and helpless in his past life. Snap back to reality. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. I told you before, didn't I? I'm not allowed to die without your permission. His gaze was unshakable, an anchor for her chaotic heart. I haven't asked for permission yet, so I'm going nowhere. I'll be right here. Chu's trembling ceased. Her eyes softened, and a small bittersweet smile touched her lips. Suddenly, she gripped his wrist. An overwhelming pressure exploded from her small frame. Sang-jun. He flinched, sweat forming on his brow. Is she going to hit me again? But then gravity shifted. Before he knew it, his head was resting on her soft thighs. Chu, what is this? He stammered. She looked down at him with an angelic smile full of comfort. I know I can't stop your stubborn will. So go. She stroked his hair. Your mind will be vulnerable during the link. I will guard your soul. He clutched the pendant tight. Understood. Lying there, comforted by her presence, he closed his eyes. Here goes nothing. A blinding light erupted. Ding, S-rank inheritance pendant activated. Harmony divine power detected. Commencing absorption. Synchronizing vestige of harmony with player Sang-jun. The spiritual link began to forge. The world dissolved into white. When he opened his eyes, he was drifting in a spiritual void. A gentle breeze brushed his face. Is this? A vast landscape stretched out before him. The memories recorded within the harmony power the Tower of Trials. From the ether, a woman appeared. Sisa. Tell me, she murmured. What is the purpose of a god? Sang-jun spun around, heart racing. When did she get behind me? He instantly triggered his admin authority to scan her. Error access denied. His blood ran cold. Blocked. That's impossible. My authority failed, he thought. Sisa ignored his shock. Gods are parasites. Drunk on worship, indifferent to the world, crumbling beneath them. Sang-jun's guard went up. To harvest faith, she continued, cold as ice. There is no line they won't cross. An illusion manifested, two wolves with eyes like burning coals snarling at each other. They forgot their duty long ago. Now they are beasts, fighting over scraps of power. Under a blood-red moon, one wolf fell its corpse, surrounded by the pack. Murderous intent saturated the air. False gods. They manufacture disasters just to play the savior, destroying the natural order. The wolf's eyes flashed with malice. Create the plague. Sell the cure. Harvest the gratitude. Sisa's eyes snapped open, freezing the very air in the dimension. That is why we need a predator. An omnipotent being. A god-killer who stands above them all. Fury surged through Sang-jun. I am not your weapon, he roared. I only kill those who threaten me. Blinding light exploded from his body. He shielded his eyes against the glare. Wait, stop. As Sisa faded, she whispered, May that wish come true. A sphere of light slammed into his chest. System alert. Synchronization with harmony vestige failed. Residue dissipating, converting into pure potential. Agony racked his skull. Achievement unlocked mental resistance. Sang Jun-chu screamed, rushing to his side. She cradled his head, terror in her eyes. Are you okay? Did the Emperor's will crush your mind? He panted, forcing a reassuring smile. I'm fine. Just need a minute to recover. My mind is intact. Back in the safety of the waiting room, I secured the harmony power. He rubbed his temples. Chu, how long was I out? A full day, she replied, relief washing over her. Perfect, Sang-jun muttered. That means my deification skills are finally off cooldown. He swiped open his status window. With the power of rules and harmony, I have 2 new authority slots. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Time to hunt. Activating S rank Transcendent Authority, Divine Power. The decision was made. System Transcendent State selected. Binding existing abilities with Holy Power, and removing all limiters. Selected skills are evolving into authorities. Skill structure limitations obliterated. An hourglass appeared, sand rushing down as the system searched for a match in this high-stakes system Manhwa trial. Current challengers matched 1,000 and 1 out of 3,000. Matching complete. Initiating entry to the Tower of Trials 20th floor. Difficulty hard. Trial theme roleplay combat. Time limit 30 days. Failure conditions death of the challenger or time expiration. Sang-yun stared at the bizarre objective, eyes wide. He couldn't help but blurt out, what the hell is this setup? Victory condition. Complete the mission assigned to your designated role within the time limit. The world shifted into a chaotic, war-torn hellscape. A cold blue window floated amidst the destruction. Mission Challenger Sang-yun will assist the demon race. Objective. Annihilate all enemies before the ancient castle. The system bestowed his title heavy with destiny. Designated role, the Demon King. A progress bar materialized, tracking his fate. Roleplay synchronization rate will determine the final rewards. Act your part well, or suffer the consequences. Warning, if synchronization is below 70% at the end, the trial is failed. In a dusty corner, a heartbreaking scene unfolded. A gaunt mother clutched her child, their clothes, nothing but rags. They trembled like leaves in a storm. From the shadows, a man named Lex approached, his voice dripping with drunken arrogance. Don't blame me for this mess. Blame the one cast as the Demon King. Selena, a demon warrior, glared at him with eyes of ice. Her fury was so intense, her teeth ground together. She spat out every word with venom. You trample on the pride of the demon race and insult our king. Do you really think you'll leave here alive? Lex laughed, a cruel, twisted sound. Shut your mouth. We just need to win this little game to clear the stage. Without hesitation, Lex brought his blade down. A strike, fast as lightning, tore through the air. Fire erupted, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Die. Selena squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the end. Blood stained her face, her expression one of utter helplessness. But death did not come. Instead, Sang-yun stepped forward, an aura of absolute frost around him. His deep voice resonated, soft yet crushing them with immense spiritual pressure. Suddenly, crimson tendrils burst from the castle spires. They descended like lightning, crackling with raw energy. The tendrils lashed out, ensnaring Lex's soldiers and crushing them into submission instantly. Sang-yun materialized behind them like a ghost. I have a question, he mused dangerously. Why are you targeting my subjects instead of coming for the Demon King himself? His eyes snapped open, darkness swirling within them like a black hole. In this scenario, protecting the demon race is the sole duty of their king. He turned his gaze to the demon warrior. You there, demon. She immediately dropped to one knee, trembling with reverence. Yes, my lord, he commanded softly. I will handle this trash. Explain the situation to me. Startled by his presence, she stammered. Why, yes, I will explain. Meanwhile, Lex struggled against the crimson stranglehold, gasping for air, but still defiant. Wait, Lex choked out. You think my team will let this slide if you kill us? Sang-yun's eyes flashed with a predatory light. His voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. Is that so? But whether they come or not, you won't be alive to see it, will you? Sang-yun raised his blade, stepping closer to the doomed man. Then die. A horrific shriek echoed through the ruins as Lex met his end. High above, a crow with burning red eyes watched the slaughter in silence. As the dust settled, Selena began her tale. In this world, the demon race was once peaceful. We lived in harmony, never seeking conflict with the other nations. But then, the tragedy began. A new saintess, a hero, and a pope descended upon us. They laid waste to our cities, plunging our people into an abyss of despair. Her voice trembled, but this time with rising hope. However, in our darkest hour, a new demon king Sang-jun descended from the heavens to save us all. She bowed her head low. That is the history leading up to your arrival, my lord. As she finished, the survivors gathered around their fear, replaced by fanatical devotion. All hail Demon King Sang-jun. Their cheers shook the very earth. It is the will of the heavens. The new king has come to deliver our salvation. He let out a helpless sigh, running a hand through his hair. To think the day would come when he'd be hailed as a savior by the demon race. Chu, hovering nearby, couldn't resist a playful jab. Doesn't the title fit you perfectly, Demon King Sang-jun? However, Sang-jun's voice cut through the celebration like a cold blade. You seem to be enjoying this little scenario, aren't you? Selena approached the obsidian throne, bowing with absolute reverence. As expected, the will of the heavens is never wrong. We all believed that the new Demon King would be our salvation. She wiped away tears of anguish, her voice trembling with raw emotion. If you hadn't descended when you did, my lord, our entire race would have been eradicated by those invaders. A heavy silence fell over him as he sank into deep thought. Wait a minute. Killing me should end the scenario. So, why is a full-scale massacre necessary? Chu muttered softly beside him. Battle completion rate. 70%. Distracted on his throne, Sang-jun blinked. Huh. What was that? Chu sighed, and clearly repeated the condition that had sparked her suspicion. The tower's clear condition requires a battle completion rate of 70%. Think about it. What is the easiest path for the other players to achieve that victory? Sang-jun frowned the realization, hitting him cold. They don't need to waste time fighting each other. They just need to raise the Demon King's castle to the ground to hit that completion rate. Exactly. She nodded grimly. The tower is using that 70% threshold to force a genocide. Suddenly, a holographic window popped up. This wasn't just a standard Manhwa recap moment. The system was revealing its true colors. Hidden condition met. You have uncovered the truth of this game. Warning. This is not a simulation. This is a reality that truly exists. Objective. Defend the Demon King's castle, or eliminate the players portraying the saintess, hero, and pope. Sang-jun's brow furrowed his gaze, drifting into the distance, as the gravity of this leveling Manhwa world settled in. So, this Demon King's castle? It's a real place with real lives. He scanned the grand architecture of the throne room, his mind racing to connect the dots. The demon race was living here, in peace. Yet the tower chose this specific location for a trial, inflicting meaningless suffering on innocents. Sang-jun gripped the armrest, until the stone cracked, rage boiling beneath his calm facade. Is this what the system calls entertainment? Another system update flashed before his eyes. The demon god's avatar gritted its teeth, trembling with suppressed fury at the injustice. The demon god desperately pleads for player Sang-jun to save the demon race. He abruptly rose from the throne, his aura flaring. I have a task for you. Chu jumped, startled. Me? Just say the word. Sang-jun looked down at his trembling subjects, his voice deadly calm. Just do what you do best. Chu tilted her head, confused. What kind of crazy scheme have you cooked up this time? His fist clenched so hard, it shook his knuckles, turning white. A dark realization solidified in his mind. So this is how the tower wants to play it. Fine. Sang-jun's rage blazed so hot, his eyes sparked with fire, his body taut as a snapping bowstring. Suddenly, a crow crashed through the window, interrupting this Manhwa recap with its chaotic shrieking. What is that beast saying? Catherine asked, her voice a flat, emotionless bass. Her sharp gaze pierced through him as she translated. It says every player we deployed has been wiped out. Gloria smirked, her tone dripping with apathy. I told you so. She narrowed her eyes, the corner of her lips curling into a smile loaded with hidden meaning. This player Sang-jun is currently the obsession of the gods and admins in this leveling Manhwa. Rumor has it he rivals a deity, yet you sent weaklings to fight him. How could they possibly win? The hero sighed, his voice heavy with helplessness. That's why I suggested all three of us go, but the saintess refused. Do you have a better plan? Gloria spoke in a low, sultry whisper, emphasizing every syllable. Actually, there is another way. But if that method fails, her eyes, one shrouded in shadow and the other glowing with mystery, matched her sinister grin. Her voice turned ghostly. Then, the only option left is to kill him. High above, Sang-jun looked down, weighing his options. Leaving the sword training to Gu was the right call. He felt a sense of relief watching manager Chu work. When other players attack, he can defend himself. She sat alone amidst a sea of demons, scoffing at the scene. Is that all you've got? The The soldiers groaned as they trained their bodies pushed to the brink. 16 hours of non-stop drilling. We're going to die of exhaustion. Hearing their whining, Chu exploded in anger. You call that tired with those pathetic skills? She paced around barking orders. Don't even dream of sleeping tonight, Selena asked awkwardly. Is it really okay to let a child be the head instructor? Sung-jun replied with swelling pride. Don't let looks deceive you. That kid is a legendary master. He introduced her enthusiastically. If you learn from her, your survival rate on the battlefield will skyrocket. Down below, Chu was ruthlessly correcting their forms. Your stance is wrong from the very foundation. Sung-jun glanced over and asked a terrifying question. Once the front row is done, you're up for training too, right? Selena was so terrified sweat poured down her face. She stammered why, yes. Suddenly, a loud report shattered the atmosphere. Demon King Agard rushed in gasping for air. Disaster. At the city gates, outsiders are slaughtering our forces. Gloria appeared out of nowhere, her hand clamping onto the guard's face. Poor little demons, she sighed with mock pity. She crushed his skull, lifting him up as her voice dripped with provocation. Just because this place was chosen as a trial stage, you have to be sacrificed like this. The tower really goes too far sometimes. She shot a glare sharp as a razor toward Sang-jun. Isn't that right, player Sang-jun? She held the guard's head effortlessly, with one hand, her cold demeanor chilling the air. In the distance, Sang-jun locked eyes with her, his aura flaring, as the tension in the air became thick enough to choke on. He frowned, his expression darkening. You know who I am. Gloria tossed the guard aside and sauntered toward him, her voice light as the wind. My god told me you are a very dangerous player. Veins bulged on Sang-jun's neck as his fury peaked. His voice dropped to a growl. Hey, after brutalizing my army, do you think you're leaving here alive? In contrast, she remained perfectly calm. She threw her hands up with a shrug. Don't make such a scary face. Calm down. I'm only here to negotiate. Sang-jun repeated the word, his tone calculating. Negotiate. Gloria instantly switched to a cutesy pleading act to persuade him. Yes. As you know, in this world we only need a 70% combat rate to clear the stage. But there is a way to finish this game without a single player dying. She laid out her demand without a shred of hesitation. You just need to slaughter the civilians of your own nation. Sang-jun's brow furrowed in shock. What Gloria explained with chilling nonchalance. And we will kill the demons. That way we both reach the 70% threshold. The corner of her mouth twitched upward, her voice dropping to a savage whisper. No conflict needed. Everyone completes the trial. She cupped her face looking up at the sky, laughing maniacally. Well, isn't that a happy ending, God? I feel like such a genius. A system notification flashed before Sang-jun. The demon god is watching player Sang-jun's choice. Sang-jun stepped forward, his voice grinding like gravel. Fine. I will kill. Gloria urged him on frantically. Yes, you've thought it through. In a flash, Sang-jun launched himself at her, his fist clenched with the force of a meteor. He glared straight into her eyes and hissed. Scum like you. Daring to think such disgusting thoughts. His face went pitch black as his fist drove upward with apocalyptic power. But suddenly, Sang-jun froze. His eyes narrowed, his body seizing up as he stared ahead. Gloria faded away with a contemptuous smile, leaving behind parting words. How disappointing. I thought you wouldn't make such a foolish choice. The system pinged again. Player Gloria looks at you with scorn. Her voice echoed in the empty space. I will make you regret this refusal. I'll return in 3 days, player Sang-jun. The system window flashed with a new update. The demon god is moved by player Sang-jun's choice. Selena rushed over, frantic. Demon King? Are you all right? But as she got closer, she froze. Her eyes widened in shock, her body paralyzed by the pressure. Sang-jun was trembling with pure rage, teeth clenched, his mind flooded with hateful thoughts. Kill the innocent, the tower, and all of you. I will destroy everything. Later, Chu and Sang-jun sat on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. Far away, the battlefield awaited. The entire demon army shifted into combat formation. On the enemy side, the invaders scrambled into position, screaming, all forces attack. Selena asked anxiously, there are about 3,000 enemies. If we count the civilians, maybe more. Can we do this? Sang-jun bowed his head slightly, his voice low. I'm not entirely sure. That is why I trained the demon army. On the battlefield, Selena, acting as commander, tried to hype herself up. Thanks to Chu's hellish 3-day training, when I face the hero, the Pope, and the Saintess, my troops will actually be able to support me. She laughed triumphantly. Of course I am their master after all. Sang-jun stood up, his presence commanding. Now then, let's move out. A notification window popped up. Divine Authority deification activated. He thought grimly. Just wait, Gloria. The system listed his stats. Latent divinity, transcendence, death, immortality, defiance, observation, discipline, harmony. The Pope hovered above the battlefield, looking down with arrogance as his forces and the demons clashed in a chaotic bloodbath. Golden light radiated from the Pope's body as he screamed with dangerous fanaticism. Fight, you filthy barbaric challengers. Meanwhile, the Pope's voice boomed across the battlefield, his eyes burning with fanaticism and a cruel smirk on his lips. For the victory of the Saintess, his personal system interface materialized in the air. Skill activated incomplete divinity of domination. Effect forced mythic sacrifice. He burned his own divine power to warp reality through his spoken words. On the front lines, the clash of steel was deafening. Selena moved like a whirlwind, fighting to hold back the enemy tide. She spun, unleashing a devastating circular slash. Even heavily armored soldiers were tossed aside like ragdolls by the impact. Her eyes blazed with sheer determination. Her teeth grit against the physical strain. She didn't stop there. Channeling mana into her leg, she stomped down with earth-shattering force. The ground groaned, and friction ignited crimson sparks around her boots. The solid earth buckled and rose like a tidal wave, spiderweb cracks, spreading instantly. The shockwave blasted the encircling soldiers backward, clearing the immediate area. Now Selena roared, her voice piercing the chaos. On the ridges above the demon army, locked into position, hundreds of bows drawn in perfect unison. A young soldier released the signal shot. The arrow streaked through the air, trailing a brilliant flash of azure energy. Following the signal, the sky turned black as a torrential rain of death descended. The Saintess's troops stood frozen in shock, unable to evade. Selena watched breathless. It worked. We actually followed the Demon King's plan, and it worked. Before the first horn had sounded, Sung-jun had surveyed the battlefield. Listen closely, he had warned. When the enemy invades the Demon King's castle, their numbers will completely overwhelm us. Our only chance is to weaponize the terrain itself. Selena had looked at him puzzled. The terrain, my lord. He had knelt, running his hand over the crumbling earth. This ground can support standing weight, but a concentrated shockwave will cause a collapse. Place the archers on the high ground. Sang-jun's orders were absolute. First, we cull their numbers. Returning to the present, Selena smirked as she recalled his confidence charging back into the fray. We can actually win this high above. The Pope hovered, witnessing the slaughter. Those filthy demon scumbags set a trap. He screamed, his face twisting in rage. What is this mockery? His eyes bulged, veins popping, as he bared his teeth like a rabid beast. The Saintess said these demons were weaklings. What the hell is going on down there? The Pope raised his golden spear, gathering swirling energy at its tip. Those who follow the path of righteousness shall be granted the power they crave. Under my gaze, evil shall not flourish. As he chanted, fallen soldiers began to twitch and rise. System alert, divinity of domination activated. Effect mythic logic reversal, turning black into white. A grotesque grin stretched across the Pope's face. The Demon King will meet his end, torn apart by the very heroes he seeks to destroy. Broken bodies of fallen heroes clawed at the dirt, forcing themselves up. System alert. Divinity of domination creates forced causality. His voice thundered like a distorted decree from heaven. O brave heroes who yet live, rise, rise, and slaughter the despicable demon filth. The system scanned the battlefield, locking onto the targets. Divinity of domination forced activation, mythic skill. War director. As long as a breath remains, the hero shall fight. The corpses surged, with temporary explosive power. Selena watched in horror as the fallen enemies reassembled. They're standing up again. That shouldn't be possible. What kind of monster creates power like that? The Pope's command echoed with sadistic glee. Make them suffer. Tear them limb from limb. From the castle walls, the Demon King watched cold-bloodedly. Don't leave a single one alive. Suddenly, a pillar of blinding light pierced the battlefield, announcing the descent of the true ruler. Selena looked up, shielding her eyes, her lips trembling in disbelief. My lord, her shock turned to pure elation as she realized who had joined the fray. Clad in impenetrable steel armor, Sung-jun stood like a god of war, his eyes glowing with a terrifying golden aura. Opposite him, the heroes, pinned like pincushions with arrows twitched and jerked, forced to stand by the Pope's dark magic. Sang-jun gripped the hilt of his blade, his hand trembling not from fear, but from sheer rage at the sight. He looked up at the floating Pope, his voice deceptively calm, yet laced with biting provocation. Hey, look at them. Your challengers are practically corpses already. Is forcing dead men to fight part of your holy justice? The Pope glared down his lip, curling in utter disdain. "You are gravely mistaken, demon." He glanced at the struggling broken puppets below and scoffed. "Whether they all die or not means absolutely nothing to me. To me and the Saintess, these lives are nothing but fuel for the fire, mere sacrifices for a greater cause." The Pope sneered at Selena, his voice dripping with venom as he mocked her. "Do you not realize your demon army is merely a slaughter sacrifice?" Then he turned his arrogance toward the Demon King. "Am I wrong?" Demon King Sang-gun didn't roar. He simply whispered a truth that cut deeper than a blade. "You are pathetic, standing there barking orders like a coward." The Pope froze his mind, struggling to process the insult. "What did you say?" The Demon King raised his blade high, his voice thundering across the battlefield. "Let me show you the true weight of command." He turned to his legion, eyes burning with resolve. "My brethren, do you trust me to end this eternal war?" Roars of absolute faith erupted from the demon ranks. "We believe in you, my lord," they cried in unison. Sang-gun drove his sword into the earth. "Good." Suddenly, the blue windows of this system Manhwa flickered to life. Myth rank skill Messiah activated. Salvation effect engaged. With over 54,000 faithful followers, divine power surged like a tidal wave. Frost exploded from his blade, turning the battlefield into a frozen wasteland. He unleashed the sword's true form. The system chimed again. Conditions met. The authority of the Winter King has descended. All ally stats increased by 10%. Complete immunity to frost damage granted. The tide of battle was turning. The Pope's champion screamed in terror. "My legs, they are frozen solid. I cannot move." It was not just ice. It was divine frost, infused with godhood. The eyes of the armor glowed as the Demon King issued his decree. "Now, my children, grant these challengers a swift death." The demon army charged, sliding along the ice paths their king had forged to entrap the enemy. Selena led the vanguard, a whirlwind of death. Her blade danced, carving a path of destruction through the enemy lines with lethal precision. Hovering above the Pope, ground his teeth in fury. "You insignificant pests," he dove from the heavens, screaming. "As long as I hold the sky, the demon shall know only ruin." He hurled his sacred chains down. The system flashed a warning. Myth rank skill, black and white reversal. The demons were branded as absolute evil. The golden chains snaked around the Demon King's neck, choking his power. The status window blared a critical alert. Challenger Sang-gun's stats reduced by 80 points. Holy and demonic energies collided, erupting into a pillar of blue light. The system screamed again. Warning. Challenger Sang-gun is now vulnerable to extra damage from heroes. The power of false causality spiked the failure rate instantly. Ethereal chains coiled tight around his throat. The system screamed a red alert warning. The Mythic War Director invoked a ban on all mental interference. The system window flashed with a sudden update. Sang-gun's wide-area destruction skills were being suppressed. The Pope roared with arrogant fury. "A single word from me seals your skills and stats." He threw down a haughty challenge. "Go ahead. Try to shatter my frozen domain." The Demon King looked up with absolute contempt. "Is cowering in the sky the only thing you're good at?" His mockery hit the mark, making the Pope tremble with explosive rage. "Do you not realize how pathetic you look?" The Pope stood high and mighty, declaring his judgment. "I will show you the miserable end awaiting a coward like you." A notification popped up before Sang-gun's eyes. Divine law had rewritten reality within the sanctuary. High above the Pope yanked hard on the binding chains. The system began to unveil the constraints. Rule number 1. Challengers within the sanctuary are forbidden from destroying the terrain. Rule number 2. Challengers are bound to their roles from the 20th floor trial. The chains constricted digging into the Demon King's neck. The system continued its list, defining the logic of this system Manhwa world. Rule number 3. The sanctuary is impervious to all external interference. But with a simple flex, he snapped the chains like wet paper. He launched himself skyward straight toward the shocked Pope. The feedback shattered the links in the Pope's own hands. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull in sheer disbelief. He bit his lip until it bled, desperately trying to reassure himself. Impossible. How could a divine command be nullified so easily? The Demon King gripped his golden blade, his aura darkening, the authority to turn speech into reality. Truly a terrifying power. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, his voice dripping with disdain. "But your fatal flaw is announcing your every move beforehand." The system flashed a critical warning. Holy light authority activated, imbued with the divinity of death terror, finally cracked the Pope's mask as he shrieked. "Wait, stop right there." But the Demon King offered zero mercy. He swung his blade, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of purple energy. The blast swallowed the Pope whole. His agonizing scream tore through the sky. Even while disintegrating in the light, he tried to voice his despair. Why? You're a challenger just like us. How is this power gap possible? The Demon King answered by pouring even more power into the beam. The Pope's wails were drowned out by absolute hopelessness. Why me? The system displayed the final clause. Rule number 4. All martial arts skills within the sanctuary receive a 100% damage boost. The Pope was reduced to ash, his raspy voice fading. Impossible. The kill log began to scroll rapidly. Challenger Saphir Negron holding the hero role has been eliminated. Challenger Sang-gyun achieved victory through divine power progression toward transcalence, increased by 4.7%. Absorption of accumulated points complete. Due to the spike in divinity, a new special effect was unlocked, acquired passive persuasion rank C+. His words would now carry supernatural weight and influence. Divinity of the language god J-bar absorbed. System reward divinity, word soul, converted into raw potential. Sang-jun's roleplay synchronization rate surged by 40%. A dark smirk played on the Demon King's lips. Time to test this new toy. Upon his command, the system responded instantly. Authority Iron Wings activated with explosive force. He analyzed the buff calmly. Designating a target boosts flight speed by 400%. He triggered the enhanced skill immediately. Another notification chimed. The word soul divinity has amplified the efficiency of Iron Wings. He shot through the air like a missile toward the remaining signals. Only 2 role holders left on the board. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming for you. Meanwhile, in the freezing peaks of the snow mountain, the warrior trudged through the drifts, his footsteps heavy with dread. It's over. There's no way to win. He muttered, eyes hollow with despair. I can't take down Sang-gyun by myself. The warrior picked up the pace, desperate to flee the zone. The hero is dead. The saintess is nowhere to be found. Survival is the only thing that matters. No one will care if I just disappear. He desperately engaged a system function. Authority teleport activated, consuming holy power to warp to a visible location. But he didn't even make it a few steps before Sang-gyun descended. Going somewhere, you little worm? A brutal kick slammed into the warrior's ribs. Panic seized him as he was launched several meters back. The impact shook the ground, kicking up a blinding cloud of snow and dust. Sang-gyun stepped through the haze like a reaper. Across the arena, countless challengers were being slaughtered. He leveled his blade at the cowering man. You call yourself a warrior, yet you abandon your team to save your own skin. The sheer killing intent paralyzed the warrior. He trembled violently, stuttering out a pathetic plea. Please, just listen to me for a second. This vessel serves the god of banishment. He desperately tried to leverage his patron. Right now, the god of banishment is furious with you. If you let me live, I can help appease his rage. At that exact moment, a system window materialized. The god of banishment reveals open hostility toward the challenger. A divine warning echoed. Harming his apostle will lead to a catastrophic fate. The god of banishment fixed a burning gaze upon Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun read the threat and sneered at the sky. You dare glare at me? Lower your eyes, mongrel. He activated Special Authority A9871. The visual link with the gods and administrators was instantly severed. The warrior sat there dumbfounded by the audacity. I couldn't care less which pathetic deity you worship. Sang-gyun looked at him like he was trash. A coward who leaves his allies to die doesn't deserve to draw breath. The massive blade plunged straight through the warrior's chest. Die. The system confirmed the kill. Challenger Clip Series holding the king role has been annihilated. You have absorbed the challenger's soul. Item, acquired banishment. Ticket rank A+. By defeating a divine apostle challenger, Sang-gyun has advanced 11% on the path of ascension. Divine growth triggered acquired effect, snake tongue rank D. Suddenly, the sound of slow clapping broke the silence. A girl emerged from the shadows applauding. As expected of challenger Sang-gyun, she purred. Truly magnificent. It was Dian the Saintess. She laughed lightly, her eyes curved into crescent moons. I never imagined you'd slaughter both the hero and the Pope. No wonder the constellations are so obsessed with you. Her voice dripped with poison. Truly those useless tools stood no chance against you. She sauntered closer to him. Because those incompetents died such pathetic deaths, I have to clean up the mess myself. She prepared to cast her spell, so allow me to. But before she could finish, a bloody hand snatched her ankle. Nearby, a fallen hero crawled toward the Saintess, begging for his life. Saintess, please, save me. But Dian looked down at him with eyes colder than the abyss. He whined, I am dying. He pleaded for a potion, a heal, anything. But before the words left his lips, Dian's boots slammed into his ribs. The sound of breaking bone echoed, shocking both Sang-gun and the battlefield. Her speed was blinding. The hero flew backward, crashing into the dirt. She sneered. Still alive. How dare a filthy, useless tool touch my robes? She beat him mercilessly. You are garbage. You cannot even handle a single challenger, yet you dare cling to me. Broken tools deserve only the scrap heap. Blood sprayed across the stone walls like a macabre painting. She dragged him to a cluster of jagged ice spikes and stomped down hard. Sang-gun could only watch from afar as the saintess lost her humanity. When the deed was done, Dian smiled a look of pure, twisted satisfaction. Why is everyone so annoying today? She fixed her hair amidst the carnage. It matters not. Tool or human, I will exterminate every last one of you. Now, challenger Sang-gun, it is your turn. Dian turned her bloodlust toward him. You will regret refusing my offer with every fiber of your being. The system announced a catastrophe. Challenger Gloria activates Divinity of Balance. Under this influence, all power within the 20th floor is forcibly equalized. Debris floated around her as gravity warped. Across the field, Sang-gun's pitch-black armor, his pride and joy disintegrated into smoke. Alerts flooded his vision. Divinity of Discipline interrupted. Divine Domain collapsed due to the overwhelming force of balance. Direct use of divine power is sealed for all challengers. Attempting to manifest godhood is strictly prohibited. The system was locking him down. All divine manifestations were blocked. Sang-gun gasped as his defenses vanished. Even the heaven-breaking sword was sealed away. All challenger stats are locked at 150. Natural recovery for stamina and mana is disabled. It was a death sentence. He stared at the notifications in disbelief. What is this madness? Everything sealed, except basic skills, he cursed internally. Damn it all. Is this the result of conflicting divinities? Her balance is strong enough to crush your power. Dian shook her head, feigning pity for the fallen king. Surprised. Your magic, your godhood, all gone. But what will you do now? I am just a weak girl. To fight a monster like you, I needed to level the playing field, didn't I? Her expression shifted instantly from innocent to psychotic. Now, let us fight fair and square. Dian launched herself forward, taking the initiative with terrifying speed. Sang-gun gripped his sword, his warrior spirit unbroken. Even without powers, I am a king. He swung at her, shouting, What can a fragile saintess do without magic? Dian smirked. You underestimate me. She didn't dodge. Instead, she drove a fist straight into his gut. Sang-gun's eyes bulged the air driven from his lungs. The impact launched him backward like a cannonball, trailing a streak of light. Dian laughed. Did I mention close quarters? Combat is my specialty. She flashed in front of him instantly, looking down with mocking pity. Oh, Sang-gun, you look so pathetic right now. Her hand reached out to caress his face. If you had just joined me, none of this would be necessary. She gripped his skull, slamming it into the rock behind him with earth-shattering force. Then she dragged him across the jagged ground. She was enjoying this. The thrill of domination. With a grunt of effort, she hurled his broken body across the arena. Sang-gun lay still, blood masking his face. Dian stood over him, arrogant and untouched. Do you know why you lost today? Sang-gun quietly grasped his hilt, listening. You are a challenger of the tower, yet you reject its nature. He struggled to stand, ignoring her venom. The tower made me strong. If you had walked my path, you could have transcended. Sang-gun's expression darkened as he looked at the monster in human skin. The tower commands us to fight, so I fight. It demands slaughter, so I slaughter. It is the most efficient path. Why do you deny the tower's truth, Sang-gun? Dian drew the blade from her back while running her mouth. All right then, I will give you one final opportunity. A crimson demon manifested behind her, amplifying her threatening aura. Will you accept my offer now? She hissed. The system flashed a warning. Danger enemy level exceeds current capacity. Dian's eyes glowed with a venomous evil light. Think carefully, she tempted. Accept, and you shall transcend your limits. Sang-jun spat back with fierce defiance. Never. If power requires filth like you, I'd rather die weak. She raised her sword high, ready to force his permanent logout. In any other leveling Manhwa, you might be the hero, but here you are pathetic. Dian slashed down. Farewell. The challenger Sang-jun froze death inches away, but the blow never landed. Selena appeared like a phantom. I am here to assist. Sparks flew as she blocked Dian's lethal strike. My lord, Sang-jun gasped, shocked to see Selena intervene in this desperate crisis. Dian refused to back down. Gritting her teeth, she pushed forward, trying to crush the interloper with raw strength. but her malice was no match for Selena's power. Pushing the enemy back, Selena spun around concern, flooding her eyes. "Demon Lord, are you unhurt?" Seeing a streak of crimson on Sung-jun's face, panic seized her. She frantically whipped out a handkerchief. "Blood, you are wounded." He brushed it off. "It is nothing." Her voice trembled with rage. Who dared mar this handsome face with blood? Sung-jun stood frozen, thinking, "You idiot." Selena turned her aura flaring. She is not an enemy you can face alone. While they were distracted, Dien launched a sneak attack from the shadows. Balanced Selena spun, instantly parrying the blade with terrifying precision. The rules of balance bind challengers, but they are useless against the demon race. She unleashed a devastating punch. The impact caught Dien completely off guard, staggering her. Dien's face darkened, a storm brewing in her eyes as she glared coldly. Sung-jun watched, awestruck by Selena's prowess. She is not a challenger, so how did she know how to counter that? Ignoring his confusion, she turned to him. Selena's smile shined, as bright as the sun. "Please stop fighting alone. Just this once, place your faith in the demon race." Her words struck a chord deep within him. He smiled, his resolve hardening. "Fine. We stand together. I will trust you." She replied with supreme confidence, "Leave everything to us." But Dien remained arrogant. A lowly demon thinks she can change the course of fate. "Challenger Sung-jun, once I kill her, you are next. This ends now." Sung-jun's eyes burned with cold fire. "Lowly underestimate us, and you will pay the ultimate price." Selena moved with the phantom of Jum Chung-gyu guarding her back like a guardian spirit. Though her training under the master was brief, her movements were lethal. The three collided in a chaotic melee, an even match of terrifying power. Steel sang against steel, as sparks erupted like fireworks in the night. Selena's gaze locked onto her prey, sharp as the blade she wielded. She slashed horizontally, but Dien evaded the lethal strike with supernatural grace. The Saintess scoffed. "You trained a demon to this level in such a short time." Dien pivoted off the ground, her expression darkening. "How annoying." Sang-yun seized the opening, launching a ferocious assault, but Dien's deadly focus shifted. "I need to silence you first." She commanded the space to warp, hurling her blade toward him. Dien slid across the battlefield to a vantage point, watching with glee as Sang-yun fell into her trap. "If you had just harmonized with the tower, you could wield power like mine. Instead, you debase yourself by conspiring with filthy demons." In a heartbeat, Dien materialized directly behind him. "That rotten mindset of yours will be your tomb." Sang-yun's eyes darted sideways. He blocked the strike just in time. The skill counter shield activated with a resounding clang. Dien's lips curled into a grotesque smile. Another trick. Suddenly, the system intervened. The mythology of selfish balance overcoming sacrifice has selected challenger Sang-yun. Most of his skills would be sealed for 4 agonizing minutes. Dien lunged, exploiting his vulnerability. The skill Tear of the Desperate One took hold, slashing his movement speed by 40%, dragging him down like he was wading through a swamp. Then came the flow of the lowest place, cursing Sang-yun to take double damage from every hit. She carved a brutal line across his chest with her blade. "Farewell, challenger Sang-yun." But instead of fear, a provocative smirk played on his lips. "You think this is enough to break me?" Crimson light suddenly erupted around them. The ominous energy lashed out, coiling around Dien's sword arm. The tendrils of light tightened, locking her body in an iron grip, paralyzing her completely. Dien roared in fury. "Magic, I sealed your mana source." Sang-yun turned away with a triumphant swagger. "You think I'm the only one here who knows how to play? A demon trained by a master can manipulate mana to fuel the blood demon divine art." The seal on his power shattered into a million pieces. The special authority, Fire Dragon Man, ignited within him. Sang-yun burned with overwhelming intensity. "Now let us discuss the details of your demise." For 10 minutes, his total mana capacity doubled. His control over energy surged to godlike levels. The tables had turned, and Dien trembled with rage. "You damn wretched brats, I will slaughter you all." Sang-yun snatched her face, mirroring the humiliation she once dealt him. He put a finger to his lips. "Screaming won't save you now." It was his turn to look down on her. "Do you realize why you lost to me?" The answer was simple. Sang-yun effortlessly hoisted her into the air with one hand. "Because you are nothing but an obedient puppet dancing on the tower's strings." Selena watched in awe. If the tower says fight, you fight. If it commands slaughter, you slaughter. It is certainly an efficient way to power up in this leveling manhwa reality. But did you really think that filthy method would last forever? His gaze seemed to pierce through her very soul. "You cannot even choose your own destiny." The limit skill, Contempt for the Strong, roared to life. All stats and skill effects doubled instantly until the battle's end. his voice dripped with disdain. I do not live as a dog of the tower like you. It was time to close the curtain on this battle. Let us end this. The skill immortal mortal flame erupted, wreathing his arm in terrifying purple energy. Sang-gyun looked like a demon of vengeance. I will extinguish you. Die in agony, just like the innocents you butchered. Diane struggled to raise her blade, but it was futile. His roar of judgment echoed through the night sky. Challenger Gloria's soul has been absorbed. Challenger Gloria, the Saintess, has been eliminated. Demon King role completion rate has reached 100%. Hidden rewards acquired. With Dian finally defeated, exhaustion crashed over Sang-gyun. With the death of Gloria, the divinity of balance faded into nothingness. Selena rushed to his side, panic in her eyes. Demon King, are you all right? He steadied his breathing. I am fine. Do not worry. Selena exhaled the tension leaving her body. Thank goodness it is finally over. Sang-gyun went silent before speaking. I have one question. Suddenly, the corpse of Dian twitched, fueled by a vengeful will. Before Sang-gyun could finish, a massive explosion detonated behind him. An overwhelming power surged. Sang-gyun froze, unable to believe his senses. He never imagined the defeated enemy could still rise. Dian's body twitched, gasping for air. The god of balance consumes divine power to descend upon the lower realm. Sang-gyun grit his teeth. It still isn't over. He and Selena immediately braced themselves for another hellish clash. The system's voice boomed. Challenger with transcendent holy power. I am not here to fight. I merely wish to speak. It is shocking you possess such might. At only the 20th floor. You have shattered the balance. They didn't listen, rushing toward Dian. They could not let this entity escape the server. Her crimes against this world were too heavy to forgive. But Sang-gyun halted at the system's words. Is it so strange that I am this powerful? Correct. No one has ever reached your state. Not even the candidate sealed within your blood sword. Sang-gyun narrowed his eyes. You speak as if you know my history. The system's voice turned eerie. Indeed, I know you. You once tried to destroy the balance, yet failed to grasp the tower's ultimate mystery. You are merely waiting for the moment of choice. Jeom Chung-yu, even with a second chance at life. Sang-gyun cut him off, fury blazing. You had better shut that useless mouth of yours. A heavy silence hung in the air as Sang-gyun glared. The system seemed to accept his defiance. Very well. I do not hate your selfish choice, for even selfishness is part of the balance. Dian's body was engulfed in flames. Challenger bearing the transcendent holy power. I wish to tear you apart right now, but I will show restraint and depart. When we meet again, I will grind your bones to dust. Dian's face vanished into the inferno. Sang-gyun stood silent, watching the spectacle. The system left a final warning. Prepare yourself. The scene shifted to a small town erupting in joyous celebration. Residents cheered with all their might. Long live Lady Chu. Lady Chong-gu is the greatest. She sipped her drink, basking in the adoration. Lady Chong-gu is number one. She laughed, soaking in the atmosphere. This victory festival is absolutely magnificent. Chu waved her hand excitedly. Hey, bring me more wine. Sang-gyun watched her from the shadows. I was worried after yesterday's chaos, but seeing everyone smiling, it puts my mind at ease. Though he mocked her, his guard remained high. The scene shifted, the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats echoed through the silent night. Sang-gyun rode on his sharp eyes, scanning the path while his mind drifted. The atmosphere remained heavy, weighed down by the god of balance's words about Jung-gu. The system flickered to life, addressing him. It appears you are waiting for another chance, Jung-gu. However, even if you obtain it, Sang-gyun cut the voice off before it could finish. What other chance is he talking about? Chu awoke, her voice cutting through the silence. Sang-gyun, I know exactly what you are thinking. He listened intently. Curiosity is natural, she whispered. Chu's voice was laced with deep sorrow. But I must apologize, Sang-gyun. Now is not the time. He offered a gentle smile. If you are not ready to speak, I will not force you. Chu blinked, surprised by his kindness. There was a reason this secret had to remain buried for now. She glanced at his back. Their eyes met in the reflection. Tell me when you are ready. His grin turned playful. I do not know when that will be, but I will always be waiting. Sang-gyun shifted the mood instantly. We cleared the 20th floor, so, instead of moping, let us throw a feast and celebrate our victory. His words worked like magic. Jung-gu beamed like a sunrise. As long as there is alcohol, she chirped. But wait, Sang-gyun, can you even hold your liquor? Just a little, he lied, feeling called out. Suddenly, he stared into a dark alley. I saved the demon realm as you requested. Come out now, demon god. Selena stepped from the shadows, amused. Sharp senses, challenger. When did you figure out my true identity? The handsome challenger replied calmly. I suspected since you first mentioned the demon realm. But do you recall your words when we fought the Saintess? He recalled the battle with the god of balance. Since he only cares about challengers, his power has no effect. Selena finished the sentence for him. On the demon race like us, correct? Sung-jun nodded. Exactly. If you were not a challenger, you would not be able to see the status window. You shouldn't have known the divinity was activated, yet you saw it and knew how to counter it. That was the moment the puzzle pieces clicked together. But I am curious, he asked. Why did you decide to help me? Selena clasped her hands, her expression turning contemplative. You, Sang-jun, raged against the tower for creating such a cruel trial. She leaned against the balcony, looking out at the night. I felt that same rage. Even risking punishment, I had to protect the innocent demons who had no part in this game. Her emotions swirled between joy and sorrow. Even now, I want to burn this tower to the ground. But my powerlessness, it drives me mad with anger at myself. Sang-jun fell silent, absorbing her pain. Then worry no more, he declared firmly. If a trial like this dares to appear again, I will crush it. I will ensure no demon or innocent soul is sacrificed for the tower again. He scratched his cheek, embarrassed. Though I will still destroy anyone who tries to kill me. He panicked, fearing he sounded too heroic. Do not misunderstand, I will not touch any good demons unconnected to the tower. Hearing this, Selena burst into laughter, the sound like wind chimes. The more I know you, the more fascinating you become. Her voice turned soft. Challenger Sung-jun, she reverted to her true majestic form. Once again, thank you for saving the demon race. His eyes went wide at her ethereal beauty. He smiled, satisfied. Together, they watched the festival lights. Let us not speak of it again. Scene shift. A massive serpent hissed, fangs dripping with venom. Skill Abyss Descent activated. Ancestral Calamity summoned. Chaos erupted in the Floor 21 lobby. Jong-gu screamed as the serpent's tail coiled tightly around her. Sung-jun was not spared. A massive coil tightened around his waist. Sung-jun, what is happening? Do something, she shrieked in terror. But Sung-jun remained ice-cold, analyzing the beast with a smirk. This snake is insanely strong. Perfect. Time to test the new skills I fused from the 20th floor. A playful smirk touched his lips as he patted her head. Not only had his divine power reached A+ rank, but his attributes had skyrocketed beyond imagination. He scanned his status window. Name Sung-jun. Strength 387. Stamina 379. Agility 384. Magic power 408. Durability 381. Trait Necromancer, Class A. Combined Authority. Unique Divine Skill Transcendence, SSS+. Primary Divinity Apotheosis, SS+. Authority Holy Power, A+. Supreme Blood Technique, C+. Hero's Grace, C+. Unshakable Heart, C-. Faith Harvest, C+. Blink, B+. Strong Sword Intent, S+. Evil Spirit Domination, B+. Sky Demon, S+. Iron Wing, C+. Iron Blood Sword. See more in the Skill tab. Meanwhile, Jong-gu was getting thrashed by the snake's tail in the background. After moments of pure torment, she finally escaped the serpent's coil, looking utterly ragged. My head is spinning like a top. Therefore, let us move quickly to the public area of the 21st floor. Sang-jun felt a pang of guilt. He had been so absorbed in self-improvement that he completely forgot about Jong-gu. He returned his focus to the matter at hand. All right. The god of verification said he waits at the Temple of Verification in the public zone of floor 21. He promised to explain the remaining rewards and even reveal the secrets of my future. I must meet him without delay. Sung-jun let the python coil around him again and spoke with renewed excitement. Then let's go, Jong-gu. He pressed the transport button, teleporting to the 21st floor public area. The teleportation light faded. They stood in a forest before a towering castle. Jong-gu transformed into a blade hanging ready at his waist. Sung-jun observed his surroundings as he walked. If we keep following this path, will we actually reach the public area? She snapped back in irritation. Of course. Do you not trust me? He broke into a cold sweat, quickly denying it. It is not like that at all. She cut him off. We are almost there, just look ahead. But what awaited Sang-jun was the sight of an orange cat being bullied by two guards. They were demanding his belongings. The little cat trembled, clutching his pack tightly. He begged them pitifully, please just let go. Those guards were shamelessly bullying the weak. This tiny guy is surprisingly strong though. Won't you let go? He stood on the sidelines watching. I have arrived just as you said. Chew, a cute cat, fighting to protect his bag. She observed the scene too. I see now. It truly is an adorable cat. One guard noticed his presence. He called out aggressively. Hey you, are you the challenger trying to enter the public area of the 21st floor? With overflowing arrogance, the guard blocked their path. Listen up, we're the elite patrol for the 21st floor's public zone. If you want to pass, hand over your challenger ID and the admin contract you signed. Sung-jun raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. What's the deal with these guys? Sung-jun asked. The guard smirked, explaining that an entrance fee was mandatory, but Sung-jun refused flat out. A dangerous light began to flicker in his eyes. This rule applies to you too, rookie, the guard warned, his voice dripping with menace. If you don't want a world of pain, I suggest you do exactly as we say. Suddenly, a harsh shout pierced the air. Stupid furball, let go. A small, fragile figure was kicked aside like trash. It was a cat person sent flying by the brutal impact. The cat dad hit the ground hard, limbs sprawling. A guard with a blue tuft of hair loomed over him, barking furiously. This is exactly why we told you to hand it over quietly. You dare defy us, his partner sneered. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Even though he was trembling from the beating, the cat dad refused to back down, desperate to reclaim his goods. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Give it back. I need to sell those. My family is starving. I need the money for food. Sung-jun's expression turned pitch black as he watched the cruelty unfold. Hey, don't get distracted by that trash, the guard ordered. Let's keep moving. But Sung-jun ignored him, completely walking straight toward the fallen merchant. Panic flashed in the guard's eyes. Hey, where do you think you're going? He stepped in to block Sung-jun. If you keep acting tough and refuse to cooperate, we'll treat you as a hostile enemy. You have no other choice. The guard threatened, but before he could attack, a suffocating killing intent exploded from Sung-jun's body. The guard recoiled as if burned, snatching his hand away. He froze in terror. What the hell? Can a human even release an aura this heavy? Chu watched from the side, a helpless look on her face. Oh boy, she sighed, shaking her head. You idiots just flipped his berserk switch. Her voice made the terrified guard flinch. She smiled, amused by the situation. Even though he's my disciple, he physically can't stand by and watch injustice. The guard spun around, bewildered. Who is this chick? The blue-haired guard ignored them, barking orders to handle the cat dad. Check him again. If he's hiding anything else, take it. If not, get lost. But his partner stammered, pointing ahead. Captain. What now? The captain spun around, only to meet a fist, flying at Mach speed. Boom! Sung-jun's punch, connected directly with the helmet, warping the steel instantly. The guard stumbled back, legs turning to jelly before collapsing completely. Silence fell over the plaza. Onlookers' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The remaining guards stared at Sung-jun, trembling with a mix of fear and confusion. Are you insane? One screamed. You just attacked a patrolman. But Chu was pumping her fist in the background. That's it. Show them who's boss. Her eyes burned with intensity. Prove your justice. Sung-jun's voice, however, was deadly quiet. You were bullying him. His cold gaze pierced through them like a blade. How dare you torment such an adorable cat? Chu facepalmed hard. She let out a dry chuckle. Of course, that's the reason. Chu had to admit. Okay, fair point. It is hard to resist a cat that cute. Sung-jun's voice rose, laced with fury. You harass weak challengers and loot their inventory. The Iron Man guard, now bound tight, stammered out excuses. You've got it wrong. We were just doing our lawful duty. Sung-jun tilted his head, feigning confusion. A misunderstanding, huh? His draconic eyes of truth activated instantly. The lie shattered. The Iron Man bowed his head, terrified. No. You're right. I lied. Sung-jun held up a confiscated item, his tone threatening. So, logically speaking, since you tried to rob us, it's not a crime if I rob you back. Right, the guard screamed in protest. You bastard, that ring is for my proposal. It's for my fiancé. Sung-jun squeezed the ring in his fist. I'll give you a second to rethink your tone. Sweat poured down the Iron Man's face like rain. Actually, I think I can buy another ring. Sung-jun stood up slowly. Too late. Ding, the system chimed. Achievement unlocked, Genius Looter. Reward theft skill rank B+ has been generated. Meanwhile, the Abyss Snake nuzzled affectionately against Sung-jun's hand. This Abyss Descendant is surprisingly docile and cute, Sung-jun noted. The system flashed skill Abyss Descendant activated. Suddenly the snake froze its pupils, vibrating with fear. Chu was staring daggers at it, her entire body engulfed in flames of rage. She glared at the creature with her crimson eyes, asserting dominance. The snake's eyes widened in shock. It went stiff, then cheekily stuck out its tongue at her, a clear provocation. Chu gritted her teeth so hard they audibly cracked. She pointed a shaking finger, yelling, "Sang-gyun, did you see that? That wretched snake just smirked at me." Sang-gyun blinked, completely lost. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Sang-gyun looked at the snake, which had instantly reverted to its innocent act. "Look at those puppy eyes. He's harmless." Chu shook his arm, violently frustrated. "No, I'm telling the truth." The cat dad watched the chaos, his face long with exhaustion. "These humans are so loud." Sang-gyun finally turned toward the town. The cat dad took the lead. Sang-gyun stepped up to walk beside him. "Thanks for taking the time to guide us to the shrine." The cat smiled warmly. "It's nothing, nya. I can feed my family thanks to you saving my goods. Plus, you gave me some of their gear, so I'm coming out ahead." Sang-gyun glanced at him, a question forming in his mind. "I've been wondering. You're a challenger. Why work as a merchant inside this hellish tower?" The cat dad looked back. "Because no matter how hard I train nya, my stats are stagnant. It's like being stuck in a broken leveling Manhwa, where the EXP bar never moves. My attributes are for trade, not war." His paws patted softly on the stone path. "That's why I decided to wander and earn as much gold as possible within the system." Images of his wife and kittens filled his mind. "I just want them happy and full." Sang-gyun paused, the word echoing in his soul. "Family. If the tower was destroyed and you lost your job." Sang-jun's question made the cat's ears twitch. "Would you survive?" The cat gripped his backpack straps. "I would." Terrifying memories of the past flashed through the cat dad's mind like a reel of film. "I've seen the catastrophe this place brings. The suffering isn't a game. It was a living nightmare. I truly believe the world would be a better place if this tower vanished." He turned his eyes burning with resolve. "It might make my situation harder, but I believe in hard work. I'd find a way to survive and provide no matter how tough the world gets." Sang-gyun was stunned into silence by the small creature's immense will. The cat dad looked ahead, brightening up. "Oh, we're already here, nya." They stood before a majestic, glowing temple. "This is the shrine you were looking for." The cat dad held out a cloth-wrapped bundle. "And this is a thank you gift. It will definitely be useful." Sang-gyun took it, feeling the weight of the moment. "The tower is complicated, but I know when the time comes, you'll make the right choice." Sang-gyun's hands hesitated for a brief second before he firmly grasped the item. The two looked at each other, emotions swelling in the silence. "Thank you." The wooden gate groaned, and the double doors slowly creaked open. Sang-gyun walked in with his head held high, waving a final goodbye to the cat father. He moved forward without a shred of hesitation. Indeed, dooming had also become stronger thanks to the tower. The noise of the world could not break Sang-gyun's train of thought, but there was no denying the truth. Everyone suffers to survive here. What I can do is. Before he knew it, he had entered a void of absolute darkness, devoid of any sign of life. Suddenly, red sparks ignited above Sang-gyun's head. As the flames illuminated the room, a figure sitting in wait became visible. Kanan spoke slowly, enunciating every word. "I did not expect to meet such a special guest." Sang-gyun watched him warily. "Congratulations on reaching this place, transcendent candidate, chosen by the tower." He introduced himself with a voice full of gravity. "I am the fourth disciple Kanan." The hero's emerald eyes trembled slightly. He placed his hands forward with solemn grace. "You seem confused, because the god of verification has not appeared." Sang-gyun did not hide his thoughts, speaking with blunt honesty. "If the fourth disciple is here, it means I still have unfinished business, correct?" Kanan narrowed his eyes mysteriously. "Correct. To meet the god of verification, who lost his faith, 2 divinities are the price required. But since most challengers dislike that option, you may replace it with your destiny." A window flashed with a request typical of a system manhwa. "The fourth disciple Kanan has asked you to enter the verification land." His posture remained statue still. The god of verification is also quite curious about how you will overcome your fate. The progress bar showed that Sang-gyun was still missing 1 stage. "So I just need to complete the intermediate steps to reach the destined result. I accept." Upon approval, the system shifted the scene to a sky of brilliant blue. Challenger Sang-gyun has been chosen and may enter the verification land. Kanan slowly faded away with a final reminder. "Yes, please complete the process to achieve your destined fate." The system provided additional data. "You must clear all 4 floors of the verification land." Before his lips vanished completely, he left one last cryptic message. "You simply need to prove yourself, Challenger Sang-gyun." In an instant, a deep canyon appeared before him. "This is what the god of verification desires." A wooden stick materialized with a note. "The trial at the Sacred Land Verification Land Floor 1 has begun. Trial explanation. Use the weapon you are least proficient with to defeat an enemy who has mastered that very weapon. Sang-yun gripped the wooden stick tight. All other weapons will be moved to your inventory. Completion condition. Use your worst weapon to defeat 10 disciples who match the trial requirements. Limit 10. Floor 1. Completion reward. All stats plus 10. Skill enhancement potion B+. A blue magical aura shimmered around the stick, catching his eye. So I must use a weapon I am bad at to beat a master of that weapon. Chu suddenly appeared beside him, sighing. 10 people, this is going to take quite a while. Sang-yun smiled calmly. Not at all. He spun the stick lightly in the air. It will not take long. It seemed things were not going smoothly for Sang-yun. Finding opponents in the verification land was not too difficult. He went to a town to ask around. I have gathered a few people who specialize in only one weapon. Those with physical prowess receive scrolls hanging before their doors and letters left at their training grounds. A person quickly opened the letter and read the contents. The words were written in bold black ink, highlighting the message within. Basically, it challenged them to bring their newly discovered weapon and test their strength against him. Upon reading, their eyes lit up with impatient fire. They were easily baited. Sang-yun began swinging his stick for battle. The result? He moved like a gale of wind, crushing his opponent with a single strike. The large man collapsed instantly unconscious before he even knew what hit him. Sang-yun calmly scanned his surroundings, assessing the battlefield. Many were lying in wait, waiting for the chance to rush in and take him down. The long-haired warrior gripped his axe, rage burning in his eyes. Do you have a death wish humiliating us like that? The blonde thug ground his teeth, murderous intent exploding from him. We are going to crush you into dust. Sang-jun casually reached into his blue interface, searching for an item with total indifference. You think you're experts with such pathetic skills? His gaze turned ice cold. Let me show you the true definition of weapon mastery. He summoned a great bow, the string pulled taut with terrifying force. The moment Sang-jun released his grip, a barrage of arrows rained down like a meteor shower, engulfing the enemy in an instant. Stray arrows pierced the earth with such devastating power that the ground itself shattered. Watching from the sidelines, cold sweat trickled down Chu's spine at the sheer destructive force. You so-called elites are absolute fools for falling for such a cheap taunt. His voice dripped with disdain. The one who spoke those low-level words, and you idiots who believe them, you're all beneath me. A mysterious smirk played on Sang-jun's lips as he called out. Chu, it's over. The surrounding mob lay prostrate on the ground, their wills completely broken, unable to lift even a finger against him. He looked down at his work with grim satisfaction. I told you it wouldn't take long. Suddenly the interface chimed. You have completed the sacred ground. Verification area first floor complete. The rewards for overcoming the trial materialized. Permission granted to enter the second floor of this leveling Manhwa system. The scenery shifted violently, transforming into a labyrinth swallowed by eternal darkness. You have entered the sacred area verification grounds, second floor. Mission objective: survive for 100 days in this living maze filled with murderous intent. But Sang-jun didn't wait. He immediately launched an assault on the writhing tentacles. Mission complete. Reward random rank B to C+ skill book and stat potions. The challengers stared at his retreating back, trembling with curiosity. Who exactly is that monster leading the charge? Standing inside the sanctuary created by Sang-jun, emotions ran high among the survivors. He didn't just fight. He actually activated a protective barrier for us. As he triggered the ability, the system interface flashed a detailed description. Skill Guardian has been activated. A magical barrier now surrounds the target area, boosting all stats by 1. Sang-jun ignited a violet flame that incinerated everything daring to approach. The survivors whispered, hope blooming in their eyes. Is he actually trying to save us from this hellish maze? He unleashed a torrent of different abilities. Skill, Indestructible, Mortal Flame. Activated violet fire cloaked Sang-jun's body, radiating an oppressive aura that made the very air heavy. The monstrous tentacles lay motionless, accepting their fate as they turned to ash. You have completed the mission in the sacred area verification grounds, second floor. Chang-gu covered his face, unable to hide his exasperation. In the history of this living maze, never had there been a maniac who incinerated absolutely everything like you just did. He merely offered a smirk of supreme confidence. As long as the chain of causality is completed, the method is irrelevant. Besides, isn't total simplification much more efficient? A pillar of light erupted, pulsing with urgent notifications. The core of the living maze Lotron had been consumed. Challenger Sang-yun was victorious, and his transcendent stat climbed by 0.4%. a classic moment in this leveling manhwa world. A special blessing from the divine nature descended. The unique effect Fortitude E+ was now unlocked. From this moment on, Challenger Sung-jun's physical durability would far surpass mortal limits. With every ping of the system, his grin widened. For a behemoth of a living maze, the rewards were truly magnificent. Behind him, the two surviving challengers bowed deeply, their heads nearly touching the ground. "Thank you for saving our lives." The terror of their confinement rushed back to them. "We were drained of all hope, trapped in that hell for 3 endless days." They stepped closer, with trembling reverence looking at him, as if he were a god of war. "Just when we stood at the precipice of death, you descended." Burned into their memories was the image of Sung-jun, an immovable fortress against the darkness. He didn't just shield them. He obliterated the very maze that sought to consume them. The entire group bowed in unison, their gratitude overflowing. "Thank you, truly." And in response to this fleeting moment of humanity, the system's pillar of light blazed with intensity. Main mission complete, second floor of the Verification Land Sanctuary area. Reward processed. A random skill book, rank B+, has been transferred to your inventory. Additional reward. A random stat potion, rank B+ acquired. It was then that the truth finally clicked for Sang-jun. The hidden objective of Phase 2 wasn't merely surviving the maze, it was preserving these lives. Sang-jun felt a surge of satisfaction. Fortune was smiling upon him today like a guardian angel. But the journey was far from over. His reward granted him the right to ascend straight into the 3rd floor of the Verification Land. While Sang-jun reveled in his victory, a higher being watched from the shadows. The god of verification sat atop his throne, eyes fixed on the screen. "Challenger Sang-jun, at last you are flowing with the river of destiny." Yet, a shadow of anxiety marred the deity's face. Could this truly be the only path written in the stars? The scene shifted instantly. He now stood within a sprawling ancient city, the 3rd floor sanctuary. Mission parameters updated. This kingdom is under the iron rule of an emperor who worships a chaotic demon. Objective: escape the city safely. Sang-jun began to prowl through the alleyways. The clear condition seemed simple enough: just walk out the gates. His eyes darted around, senses on high alert. Something was wrong. If escape was the only goal, why was the village completely void of human presence? Chong-gu sighed. Well, maybe a quick run is better. Suddenly, a herald's voice shattered the silence. "His Majesty arrives. All citizens show yourselves immediately." Sang-jun vanished into the shadows of a narrow alley with the speed of a phantom. He watched with narrowed eyes. What is this madness? The streets were suddenly packed, with citizens bowing to the figure approaching. Are these people starving to death? The king rode in on a magnificent chariot, barking cruel orders to the emaciated crowd. "Subjects, bring your grain to the wagon behind me. It is a tribute for the evil god." His eyes bulged with madness. "Refusal means death. Do you understand your duty?" The trembling citizens formed a line, clutching meager offerings. An old woman offered a small bundle with shaking hands, but the bald soldier snatched it violently. Without a shred of mercy, he tossed it into the collection cart. Through their mental link, Chong-gu realized the grim reality of this dimension. This is a city governed by a fanatic, devoted to a darker power. This isn't just a simulation, it's a real world. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Sang-jun's mind. He recalled the name from the 2nd floor of the Great Tree Maze. The system had whispered it then. "You have entered the domain of the evil god's murmurs." Back then, Sang-jun had cleaved a monster in two with a single strike. That creature was an ancient demon, a direct envoy of that very same evil god. His brow furrowed in calculation. If I intervene here, if I unleash my power, catching the eye of the evil god is only a matter of time. Sang-jun made his choice. Special authority, divine stealth activated. His presence was completely erased from the world. But then, a frail, desperate voice pierced the air. "Please, I beg you, stop." The soldier loomed over the civilian, shouting, "This is food for the Great One. Consider your starvation an honor." The old man slammed his head on the ground. "If you take this, my family will starve." The king strolled over, his voice dripping with venom. "What is this delay?" The soldier held the food tight, devoid of pity. "Your Majesty, this peasant refuses to pay, claiming his family will perish." The king stared at the old man, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. "Is that so?" The king drew his blade with a sinister grin. "Then there is a very simple cure for hunger." Flash. Cold steel sliced through the air, decapitating the old man in an instant. Gasps of absolute horror rippled through the crowd as the head rolled across the cobblestones. The tyrant wiped his blade, laughing. If the population decreases, we save food. And that means more tribute for the evil god. He leered at the terrifying masses. No reason to starve now, is there? It was a massacre. Innocent heads flew as the king danced in a storm of blood. If you die, we save grain. His sword plunged into another chest. And you. Another slash across a fleeing back. And you. The citizens scattered like ants in the face of a calamity. Why do you run? We must be efficient for our god. He spotted a sobbing little girl paralyzed by fear. Ah, our little princess. Standing so still. You wish to sacrifice yourself for the evil god. He pressed the cold blade against her tiny neck, whispering a twisted comfort. Do not worry, child. I will make it quick. You won't feel a thing. High above the god of verification, watched the tragedy unfold through his crystal lens, analyzing the challenger's next move. Excellent challenger Sung-jun. You have erased your presence completely. You are nowhere near the slaughter. It seems you are heading straight for the city gates. The god tapped the screen. He killed the strongest subordinate of the evil god Knizzle back in the maze. If he causes a scene here, the evil god's wrath will be absolute. The lens focused on Sang-yun standing before the exit. To avoid a catastrophic war, you have chosen the path of wisdom, walking through the gate of indifference. It is the logical choice. The bodies of the innocent litter, the streets, the people will starve, and this kingdom will crumble into dust. This is the tragic destiny this kingdom was bound to suffer in the cruel flow of causality. The god of verification closed his eyes, accepting the grim reality. I can't blame you, though. This was all written in the stars. His internal monologue turned philosophical. All I had to do was fill in the missing links of causality. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He sensed it, a malice directed at the king and the little girl. In a blur of motion, a fist flew toward the tyrant's face. It was destiny. Sang-jun shattered the skill limit, lunging forward with a devastating punch. The special authority hidden god's art was instantly nullified. The soldier's jaws dropped completely, flabbergasted by the scene. The god of verification watched with a grin of unprecedented excitement. Chu looked at Sang-jun with unwavering trust, ready to stand by his side against the world. Sang-jun's punch didn't just tear through the wind. It carried the weight of countless lives. With this single rebellious act, the preordained future was violently rewritten. Everything had changed. The shock silenced the little girl's tears as she stared at Sang-jun with wide, innocent eyes. The soldiers were too terrified to speak, their voices caught in their throats. The king lay sprawled on the ground, his face a bloody mess from the impact. Your Majesty. A soldier frantically rushed past the protagonist. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Meanwhile, Sang-jun knelt to comfort the child. Hey kid, let me handle the mess here. Sang-jun handed her a bag of supplies. Take this food and find somewhere safe to hide. Tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sang-jun pushed off his knees slowly, rising to his full height. He knew he could just walk out the city gates without a second thought to complete the mission. Anyone else would have chosen the easy exit, that was their assigned fate. But he stood tall, his voice booming with authority. If that's the path, then you've got it wrong, god of verification. Sang-jun's eyes burned with unshakable resolve. Even if I have to wage war against an evil god, I refuse to live with regret in a situation like this. The god of verification roared with laughter, unable to hide his delight at the challenger's declaration. So I will rewrite the destiny of this kingdom myself. Meanwhile, the bald subordinate screamed in terror. Your Majesty, the soldier checked for a pulse, his face draining of color. He's not breathing. The king is dead. High above, a tense conversation unfolded between two deities. The evil god glared at the god of verification. What the hell is the meaning of this? The verification god shrugged nonchalantly. It's not a major loss anyway, he said, offering a half-hearted excuse. The evil god was having none of it, vowing to make Sang-jun pay for his insolence. The verification god just smirked. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. Laughter shook the very dimensions. You refused to be oppressed, and you refused to regret. You even threw away a chance to befriend the evil god. The verification god beamed. You've made things incredibly interesting. The evil god's mood was the complete opposite. He rubbed his temples in frustration, groaning at the headache this mortal caused. Sang-jun, however, looked annoyed by the divine interference. They're absolutely insane, Chu chimed in with a sharp retort. They set the stage and then make a fuss when we change the script. Suddenly, the evil god invoked a dark skill upon the battlefield. The evil god upgraded his broken toy, promoted from reserve apostle to official apostle grade 4. The king snapped upright like a puppet, a twist worthy of a chaotic manhwa recap. The evil god commanded his broken toy to annihilate Sung-jun. The soldier watched in stupefied horror. His Majesty, he's moving again. Two twisted horns erupted from his skull, and his limbs warped into monstrous shapes. Official Grade 4, Apostle Rajan von Tamian, has awakened as an ancient demon. The soldier rushed forward, groveling blindly. Your Majesty, you've finally been chosen by the evil god you've awakened. But mid-sentence, the king's monstrous hand punched straight through the soldier's chest. Congratulations. The soldier's blood drained from his body, turning into crimson threads that burrowed into the king's flesh. But, Your Majesty, why? The monster replied coldly. Trash that can't even handle a single surprise beast deserves to die. The king tossed the corpse aside like garbage and marched toward the bald subordinate. The bald man collapsed in terror, begging for his life. Your Majesty, I did my best. Please spare me. I even agreed to convert the national religion to the evil god sect. Before he could finish, a massive hand crushed his skull. So please. Crack. The king slammed the man's head into the ground with bone-shattering force. The king bared his fangs in fury. Enough. From now on, I will handle everything myself. All you useless insects need to do is offer up your lives. The subordinate's head was buried deep in the earth, sending him straight to the afterlife. The king absorbed the blood with sickening pleasure. Magnificent. Finally, I have been chosen by the evil god to wield true power. Static electricity crackled violently as he clashed his fists together. A cruel grin spread across his face. Now, let's test this out. The king channeled every ounce of his tyrannical might into his right arm, unleashing a cataclysmic strike that tore through the very wind, pulverizing the adjacent wall into dust. His eyes burned with a crimson monstrous glint. This is the absolute power I've craved. Entire buildings had been erased by a single blow. With this strength, I am a god. The king's face had withered away, leaving only a terrifying skeletal visage. I will put this gift to good use, O vile deity. Sang-gyun furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the hellish landscape surrounding them. A child wept uncontrollably over the crushed body of a mother buried under rubble. Mom, please don't die. An old man discovered his son impaled by a jagged iron bar. My son. Oh God, my son. The protagonist stood frozen amidst a symphony of heart-wrenching screams. Please spare me. I don't want to die. Someone save us. Sang-gyun looked up, his eyes blazing with the fires of unadulterated rage. Hey, you piece of trash, the king sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. The one chosen by that so-called god of proof. How dare a bottom feeder like you lay a finger on my noble body? The more the tyrant spoke, the darker Sang-gyun's expression became. The atrocities committed here could only be atoned for with death. A sinister purple aura exploded around the king. You and everyone who refuses to bow, prepare to perish. He extended his claws, launching himself forward. Make your peace with the afterlife. Skill activated. The evil god grants permission for official apostle rank 4 Dragon Vam to initiate apotheosis. Sang-gyun, engulfed in crimson flames, spoke with bone-chilling coldness. Interesting. In the next second, a pillar of cerulean light pierced the heavens, slamming into him. The authority of divine apotheosis was now online. Sang-gyun emerged clad in abyssal black armor, wreathed in roaring red flames. But for you, that future will never come. Divine authority executed, based on latent divinity. 2 glowing eyes shone from beneath the helmet. I hereby sentence you to an eternal demise. His physical stats began to skyrocket through continuous reinforcement. Latent divinities unlocked. Transcendence, death, immortality, defiance, observation, discipline, harmony, and command. The king roared, flexing until his muscles threatened to burst through his skin. A mediocrity like you dares. The king focused his energy, shattering the ground beneath them with sheer pressure before launching himself at Sang-gyun. What gives you the right to look down on me? The MC simply flicked his wrist, and a miniature galaxy manifested in the air. Let me show you. A beam of red light shot forward, piercing through every celestial sphere in that illusionary galaxy. Activating divinity transcendence. All abilities under this domain are released from their fixed limits. Activating divinity death. From this moment on, every strike from Sang-gyun was draped in the suffocating aura of death. He triggered the divine command, burning his divinity to warp reality itself through sheer will. As he crushed the light in his palm, the deed was done. The king stood frozen, a manic grin still plastered on his face, even as his body slid apart, cleaving perfectly in two. In his final moments, the tyrant's mind shattered before his body did. How? He gasped. How can a mere mortal wield the power of a god? The helmet dissolved, revealing Sang-jun's cold, determined gaze. You ask how I wield this power? He extended his hand, his voice thundering like absolute judgment. Because I am a god. The pillar of light receded, having devoured the life force of the fourth apostle dragon Vamian. The battle was over, but the harvest had just begun. Defeating an apostle was a massive feat for this leveling Manhwa protagonist. His synchronization with divinity jumped by 1.4%. Reward unlocked. The ability to generate demon energy. Now Sang-jun could burn mana to forge pure demonic weapons. The king's remains lay scattered on the ground, a gruesome puzzle of flesh that no longer resembled a man. The god of verification danced with joy, celebrating the spectacle. You defied the script, you spat in the face of destiny, and carved a new path against the evil god. Sang-jun gripped the edge of the altar, his knuckles white. You are evolving, challenger Sang-jun. The god grinned widely. At this rate, the 27th floor will be a walk in the park for you. But the evil god would not accept defeat so easily. Rage boiled from the abyss. Space tore open beside Sang-jun, a jagged rift, bleeding darkness into the world. Burning a massive amount of divine power, the evil god forced an avatar into the pendulum dimension. A colossal unholy eye glared through the crack. You, the chosen toy of that verification brat. You slaughtered my elite ancient demon in the tree maze. The voice shook the earth. And now you've turned my playground into a chaotic mess. Sang-jun ignored the cosmic tantrum, calmly rummaging through his inventory. I will make you suffer for eternity, the entity roared. But Sang-jun just gripped a small ticket in his hand. The cross-dimensional banishment ticket. A holy relic crafted by the god of exile to remove unwanted guests. Once infused with divinity, it triggers an absolute forced ejection. Sang-jun didn't hesitate. He ripped the ticket in half, aiming it straight at the abyss. This item could banish any target, even a god, to another dimension one time only. As the rift began to seal, panic flooded the evil god's eye. The god of exile's relic. How did an insect like you get your hands on that? Sang-jun just shook his head and smirked. Before you start flexing your divine power, maybe check your enemy's inventory first. The entity stuttered in disbelief. You, I will never forgive you. Suddenly, Sang-jun lowered his voice to a chilling whisper. By the way, his tone dripped with mockery. That apostle you sent, considering your effort, he was pathetically weak. The evil god's eye distorted as space collapsed around it. You bastard. Before vanishing into the void, it screamed one final curse. Kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Someday I will rip you apart. Sang-jun waved goodbye with a cheerful smile. See ya later. The air still vibrated with the deity's impotent rage. So annoying. With the evil god's avatar banished to who knows where, silence returned. The citizens flooded the streets surrounding their savior Sang-jun. With the tyrant emperor dead, those who lived in fear stepped into the light. Cheers erupted, praising the hero who brought true peace to the kingdom. New data flooded the interface like a digital river within this system Manhwa. The survivor's gratitude transformed into pure faith points. His efficiency in harvesting belief skyrocketed. However, the foundational legends were still incomplete. The light absorbed into his body, storing the faith to build his future mythology. Once the legend matches the faith, a new myth will be born. Sang-jun walked deeper into the fog, his steps heavier, more assured than ever before. Breaking through the mist, he finally reached stage 4. He couldn't help but sigh. Despite all the hell I went through, I actually made it. Sang-jun stood before a mysterious, egg-shaped gate. It was time to meet the true body of the god of verification. The system chimed, and a pillar of light teleported him instantly. He arrived in the Holy Land, the 4th floor verification zone. But when he looked up, Sang-jun was stunned. Where is this? Endless darkness surrounded him, punctured by floating portals of blue and gold. Was this an empty universe? Suddenly, the system interface flashed the rules. Mission: the Holy Land verification has commenced. Objective: prove to the god of verification that you are worthy of the power. The conditions were vague, but the host was ready. The god of verification waited for him. You arrived faster than I, calculated challenger Sang-jun. The deity sat casually on a divine throne, one leg crossed over the other. Welcome to my sanctuary. Or perhaps I should say, you worked hard to get here. Sang-jun stared at the entity, his focus razor sharp. Due to causality, I put you through some unnecessary bureaucracy. The god smiled. Reward for clearing stage 4 prize upgrade authority. The mirror of faith. The god lavished him with praise. You crushed the 3rd stage beautifully. You shattered a destined fate and wrote your own script. Truly astonishing. But Sang-jun didn't care for flattery. He glared at the deity with intensity. Don't you have something to discuss with me first? The god closed his eyes, nodding. Correct. The reward upgrade can wait. As promised, you may ask the question that haunts you. Outside the trial, the chat room exploded. Administrator Blood Iron Guan was dying of curiosity about Sang-jun's future. Administrator White Crane Sword Immortal leaned in, glued to the screen. But Sang-jun tapped the interface with a meaningful look. Privilege activated privacy mode. The screen went dead static, turning a dull gray. The view for all constellations and administrators was cut instantly. One administrator slammed the table in fury. Hey, where did Sang-jun go? White Crane panicked in front of his crystal ball. Is the system broken? But Sang-jun had his reasons. Sorry you peeping toms, but this conversation is for my ears only. Sang-jun forced himself to stay calm, his heart pounding. Then, I will ask the thing I need to know most. The memory of himself, holding that blood-soaked sword. It refused to fade. In the 11th floor trial, I saw a different version of myself. But in that fragment of memory, Sang-jun's voice trembled slightly. He was a monster who slaughtered thousands for power. A version of me that crossed dimensions just to continue the massacre. That Sang-jun killed the Pope's people. He was cursed, yet he went to the Beast Kingdom and wiped them out while they begged for mercy. The look in their eyes when they saw him, it was pure terror. Sang-jun's expression hardened into stone as he interrogated the god. Tell me the truth about him. What? What kind of power is that? The god of verification rubbed his chin in deep thought. Right, that must be the question burning in your mind. Suddenly, the scene shifted as the god lowered his hand, presenting a scenario. Very well. Let us discuss your fate. Specifically, when you reach the 27th floor. Suddenly, the vile voice of the evil god cut through the conversation. You will slaughter the administrators. The words hit Sang-jun like a physical weight crushing his chest. What? His eyes widened, refusing to process the horror of those words. I'm going to kill the admins. The vision played out. Sang-jun's sword plunged into the blood-soaked earth, marking the grave where Canaria drew her final breath. He stood petrified, blood tears streaming from his hollow eyes. The white crane lay motionless, her feathers stained crimson, struck down by Sang-jun's own blade. He clutched his face, a primal scream tearing from his throat at the thought of harming those two women. Sang-jun was spiraling into a pit of absolute despair. Blocking the managers from viewing this conversation was a wise choice, the god noted. The images of his two precious companions materialized before him. Challenger Sang-jun. At the 27th floor trial, you will execute the managers, not just one, but both. Sang-jun's face was already drenched in tears. I have to kill them. In stark contrast to their warm smiles, the system delivered a cruel, non-negotiable decree. Correct. The content of the trial is the assassination of the administrators you are contracted with. There are no other conditions for victory. In the vision, the two women smiled gently, willingly welcoming Sang-jun's blade. Once they learned the victory conditions, they did not resist. They chose to die by your hand. The sword, now drunk on the blood of friends, remained planted in the earth. You vowed never to live as a dog of the tower. You swore to do anything to become strong, to protect the innocent and the weak. But the white crane lay cold, void of all life. Crimson tears carved paths down Sang-jun's cheeks, his expression shattered into a mask of trauma. Canaria's snow-white hair was now speckled with the red dots of her own blood. He had crushed every enemy, but at what cost? Even grounded Sang-jun's sword radiated a killing intent, so potent it seemed to freeze the air. He stood paralyzed before the corpses of the women he loved. But that very compassion is your Achilles' heel. The path of growth you are walking is not what this cursed tower desires. The fragments of Sang-jun's memories began to crack and fade. The tower designed the 27th floor specifically to force you onto the path it wants. In that moment, he truly broke down. The result: you couldn't protect those who mattered most. You'll blame your own weakness. Sang-jun's eyes were bloodshot, realizing that the moral path of a leveling Manhwa hero he believed in had led to this tragedy. His body trembled as if it were about to fracture. You have completely collapsed mentally, just as fate ordained. The shards of memory felt like accusations. Sin, madness, rage. Sang-jun fell to his knees in total defeat. Slowly, he lifted his head. I thought my choices. I caused this ending. I thought I just needed to be stronger. Before Sang-jun's eyes lay a silent, dark void. Even if I have to slaughter the world, he roared in agony, blood pouring faster from his eyes. I will become a monster that the tower cannot defeat. Sang-jun's voice trembled, barely a whisper. No. Tell me this is a lie. This can't be real. The god of verification stared deep into his soul. No, I do not speak falsehoods, possessed of divine authority. I have the power to read causality. I have seen the future. Sang-gyun gasped desperate. Why? Sweat drenched his body as he struggled to stay upright. Why show me this nightmare? What is it? The golden pupils of the god suddenly sharpened. He declared with conviction, because I refuse to let everything play out according to the tower's script. Sang-gyun's eyes widened in confusion. You refuse? What do you mean? The god frowned in irritation. I detest seeing the story flow exactly as the tower dictates. Seeing your proof of existence crushed by a system manhwa mechanic that is not beautiful in the slightest. Suddenly, red warning windows popped up, screaming alarms. He lowered his voice, retreating. It seems I've angered the tower. I cannot say any more. But etch this into your soul. The god of verification laid the truth bare for Sang-gyun. The tower hasn't just rigged the 27th floor. It designs every trial to force you into becoming its puppet. How you decide to act in those moments is entirely up to you. Before the dimensional shift took him, Sung-jun clung to the deity's final words. I look forward to it. Will you carve out a new destiny when that time comes? This is the final piece of your proof. It will be entertaining. The god of verification offered a benevolent smile. But knowing you now, I believe you will transcend even that. Leaving behind a lingering promise, I will await you here. The connection severed. Sang-jun tried to respond, but his physical form began to dissolve. Wait, hold on. A vortex of mana erupted. The challenger vanished into the void. In his place, a pillar of golden light descended, bestowing a mystical mirror. System message trial of the divine sanctuary. Phase 4 complete. Reward granted. The item Mirror of Faith has been added to your inventory. Reward for success special authority unlocked. All rewards can now be upgraded to a higher tier. He materialized within a colossal ancient structure. You have entered the Hall of Proof first floor. Current location tower middle layer floor 21. The gates opened to reveal a sleeping town draped in the cloak of night. Suddenly, Sang-jun froze. His head lowered, shadows veiling his eyes. His teeth ground together like millstones before he slammed his fist into the wall. Damn it, the god's words echoed in his mind. The tower had rigged the 27th floor's trial solely to force him onto its desired path. Sang-jun's brow furrowed in deep contemplation. They engineered that scenario to ensure he wouldn't stop growing or hesitate to slaughter the gods. He ground his fist against the stone knuckles, turning white. Damn it. Damn it all. He struggled to keep his legs from buckling under the weight of the truth. What the hell do you want from me now? Suddenly, the system reconnected. Administrator Manager of Blood and Iron asks why the feed was cut. Administrator White Crane Sword Immortal looks at her disciple with deep concern, noting your pale complexion. Sang-jun forced a mask of calm. The god of verification must have jammed their signal. I'm fine. There's no need to worry. But his shifting eyes betrayed his words. No need to worry. Chong-gu materialized behind him, her voice sharp. You lie so easily without a shred of emotion. Chong-gu. He turned, stunned. Her eyes were rimmed with red tears. Like a sudden gale, she rushed forward and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Sang-jun's eyes widened in shock. The sudden embrace froze him in place as Chu whispered softly into his ear. It is agonizing, knowing the tragic path I have chosen. He stood silent, accepting her warmth. It is okay to fall. It is okay to despair, no matter how many times. Chu pulled away, resting a hand on his shoulder. Even if you shatter completely, remember your promise to stay by my side. Her smile radiated pure light. And I will always be with you. His pupils trembled. The words caught in his throat, unable to break free. Sang-gyun gazed at her, his voice grave. Chu. She responded instantly. Why do you call me? Suddenly a low voice sliced through the air. Hey, you two over there. Their guard went up instantly. A squad of ironclad soldiers was closing in. You were the trash that attacked our patrol unit. I heard everything. The soldier dangled Cat Dad helplessly in his grip. Assaulting patrols and looting items. You will pay for that. Right here with your blood. The soldiers walled them in against the edge. The leader tossed Cat Dad aside, like garbage. Just like this filth. The small body rolled across the dirt before coming to a heavy stop. Rage flickered in Sang-gyun's eyes like a dormant volcano. Cat Dad. The creature struggled to rise. Challenger. I am sorry. Chong-gu rushed to check the injuries. Damn it. They beat you until you are soaked in blood. The pain was so intense, he could not even lift his head. Yet Cat Dad rasped out, I leaked your location. Forgive me. Sang-jun's face was already swallowed by shadow. Remember this well. Witnessing his friend's agony, the darkness around him deepened. The tower does not just test you on floor 27. It engineers suffering to force your evolution. Crimson mana began to bleed from his body. How you respond is your choice. The leader flinched at Sang-yoon's terrifying aura. Hey, Sang-yoon stared daggers straight into his soul. Did you really have to go this far? The leader scoffed arrogantly. Just a fitting punishment for defying the patrol. If you had obeyed, it would not have ended like this. Sang-yoon's brow furrowed tight. Challenger. He knelt to hear the weak whisper. There are too many. Run, Sang-yoon whispered gently. It is okay. Just rest now, Cat Dad. His hand crushed his own knee in fury. Is this the tower's twisted way of forcing me to grow? A pitch-black entity, clad in gleaming scales, materialized behind Sang-yoon. Abyss bloodline scale activated. The ancient curse of the Abyss awakened within his veins. He pulled a hidden item from his sleeve, resolve hardening like steel. Come and get it. He recalled Cat Dad's gift. This is my way of repaying you. It will save you. A silver ring crowned with a golden gem. Moonlight protection ring rank A. Infusing mana triggers the barrier. The shield's strength scales directly with the mana poured into it. With Chong-gu and the serpent by his side, fear vanished. If this is the fate the tower wants, I will crush it into dust. The serpent struck like lightning. It clamped its fangs onto a soldier, drawing a blood-curdling scream. Kill that damn snake. Now. Sang-yoon watched in cold silence. I did not expect the Abyss Bloodline Serpent to be this powerful. Surprisingly useful. System audio alert: Abyss Bloodline, skill active. Before the echo faded, the remaining soldiers lunged at Sang-yoon in a wave of steel. Where are you looking? They roared, bringing their blades down. But the moment they struck, a massive explosion rocked the ground. Their smug grins turned to horror instantly. Their blades had stopped dead, blocked effortlessly by Sang-yoon's defense. Not a scratch on him. Sang-yoon held the dual blades overhead, his eyes pools of calm water. Then, with a single motion, he unleashed a devastating counterswing. White sword Ardoshan. Slash. The armored squad was sent flying, crashing into the earth like broken dolls. Sang-yoon stood panting, gripping his sword's head bowed. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Sang-yoon looked up. What is wrong? Out of breath already. An ironclad knight stood tall, backed by a formidable army that stretched endlessly. The knight narrowed his eyes, amused. Makes sense. We have hunted countless experts to catch you. Even for a challenger who cleared the 21st floor. The giant serpent lunged for the knight's blind spot. But, with a casual flick of his finger, surviving among us is impossible. The system interface turned blood red. Unique characteristic Knight's Duel activated. A fair fight until death. No outside interference allowed. Suddenly, an invisible force crushed the serpent into the dirt. It howled in agony. System alert. During the duel, identical skills or authorities cannot be reused. The serpent's body dissolved into nothingness. A massive circle of light entrapped them both. Abyss Bloodline skill nullified. The Iron Knight laughed, giving a thumbs up before twisting it down. Looks like your pet snake is gone. Just accept your death. I need to finish you quickly, so I can go collect tolls from other challengers. He rambled on without a care. Sang-yoon remained stoic. I should have slaughtered half of them from the start. He asked coldly. Why are you so obsessed with stealing from others? The knight paused. He stared dead at Sang-jun. Because that is the easiest way to climb the tower. Challengers from other dimensions. Dead or alive, you are all just stepping stones for us. So be a good little stepping stone, and die. Sang-yoon's grip on his sword tightened. Yes, embrace your demise. Sang-yoon ignored the taunts. Is this really what this leveling Manhwa world demands? Is the tower the root of all this evil? For a split second, Sang-yoon's focus drifted. Memories of the past flooded back. As long as the tower stands, parasites like them will breed, and the innocent will bleed. But even if the tower falls, the monsters will just find a new way to hunt. The cat merchant's ears twitched as he asked, will you truly be all right? Shouldering a pack as big as himself, he waddled forward. It will be fine. The merchant walked on a solitary figure against the world. Images of the tower's brutality and endless wars superimposed over his retreating back. I have watched the tower grind people into dust for too long. If this hellish structure is destroyed, perhaps the world can finally heal. He paused. Gripping his bag straps, the cat merchant looked back at Sang-jun with a warm, hopeful smile. Survival will be hard, but together we can build a new future. Back in the cold reality, Sang-jun looked up at the azure sky, steeling his resolve. Standing amidst the breeze, Sang-jun broke the silence. Those who use filthy tricks to control their own destiny have no right to preach about the fate of others. The armored knight across from him tilted his head. What are you babbling about? Sung-jun's grip tightened on his blade as he stepped forward. Let me make it simple for you. You call yourselves knights, yet you act like vultures. Stealing the fruits of another's labor is pathetic. Sang-jun's gaze was steady burning, with killing intent. And people like you deserve only one fate: death. System alert passive effect. Guardian of the Moonlight activated. A golden halo manifested, bathing him in radiant lunar energy. Moonlight synergy detected. All stats increased by 10%. The air around him shimmered with amplified power. Hearing the insult, the Iron Knight's eyes bulged with rage. You dare mock the Imperial Knights. In the name of the 67th Sword, Saint, I will mount your head on a pike. Kill him. At his command, the Legion charged like a tidal wave. Sung-jun's expression didn't waver. Skill activated one-man army. It was time to show them the true power of a system Manhwa protagonist. The mob descended upon him, but to Sung-jun, they were moving in slow motion. His blade danced, weaving through their defenses effortlessly. Slash slash. Blood sprayed as the soldiers were sent flying like ragdolls. Sang-jun paused for a split second, glancing upward with annoyance. Ambush from above. Two heavy infantrymen plummeted down, swords raised for a crushing blow. Sang-jun leapt, evading the impact by a hair's breadth. He spun in midair, defying gravity. With the grace of a predator, he unleashed a devastating volley of strikes upon the hapless troops below. They didn't stand a chance. In a blink, the squad was annihilated, their bodies hitting the dirt. Sung-jun landed softly, surrounded by carnage. Screams of terror echoed through the town. Monster! Who said he was this strong? Someone stop him. Captain, save us. The Iron Knight watched in horror, his arrogance shattering alongside his army. He couldn't process the scene before him. The elites of the Ares dimension, wiped out in a single breath. He stood frozen as Sang-jun finished off the last of them. The carnage ended. Sang-jun straightened up, locking his predatory gaze onto the trembling commander. Looks like it's just you and me now. Fear took root in the knight's heart. He raised his shaking sword. Don't get cocky. I am the 67th Sword Saint. I will end you. Skill activated flash step. Consuming holy power to instantly traverse space. Whoosh! Sung-jun vanished, reappearing instantly in the knight's face. Sword Saint. That title means nothing to me. Boom. His fist connected with the force of a cannonball. The impact was deafening, sending a shockwave that made the knight cough up a fountain of blood. He didn't stop. Punch after punch rained down like a meteor shower. I told you, your only fate is death. Battered and broken, the Iron Knight could no longer fight. Wait, please. Through the cracks in his helmet, he raised a trembling hand, begging for mercy. Strike me down, and the Empire will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Sung-jun's voice was ice cold. Do you think I care about your threats? With the force of a cannonball, his fist threaded the needle, smashing right through the helmet's visor. The armored warrior crumpled, and Sang-jun's impact cratered the earth beneath them with a deafening boom. Metal shattered like glass, exposing a face now masked in crimson ruin. As the enemy gasped for air, choking on his own blood, Sang-jun stared down with eyes devoid of mercy. Destiny is absolute. No mortal can rewrite the stars. His eyes snapped open. The battlefield was gone, replaced by a lush forest, echoing with the groans of the injured. Danger! We're in danger! Papa Cat bolted upright, screaming in pure panic. Challenger! His cry made Jonggu and Sung-jun snap their heads around instantly. A holographic blue window chimed in the air. Skill Steel Gluttony is now active. The creature blinked, realizing he was sitting before a mountain of loot sacks with the two humans. Papa Cat stammered, his brain short-circuiting. Challenger! What is all this treasure? And where are the vigilantes? As his mask dissolved into mist, Sang-jun offered a chilling smirk. Forget them. They weren't vigilantes. They were Imperial dogs from the Ares dimension. They were just thugs using force to lock down the zone. His voice was terrifyingly calm. I slaughtered every last one of them. A shiver ran down the cat's spine. He wiped out an entire army, by himself. Sang-jun's gaze softened slightly. I've restored your vitality as well, Papa Cat. You should be able to move freely now. The creature flexed his paws, eyes widening in disbelief. Incredible. I feel lighter than air. Sang-jun tossed a heavy sack at the creature's feet with a solid thud. And don't leave without your property. Papa Cat stared at the sack, his cheeks flushing with emotion. This is my precious inventory, the very bag those bandits stole. But before he could grab it, Sang-jun cast a long shadow over him. Listen closely, Papa Cat. I have a warning for you. The creature froze. What is it? Sang-jun paused, the weight of the world in his eyes. The path ahead will be hell. But I've made my choice. He locked eyes with the creature, his killing intent flaring. I am going to destroy this tower. The air grew heavy, suffocating Papa Cat's response. Sung-jun finally voiced the heavy thoughts weighing on his soul. The cat sat in silence, offering a gentle smile, listening as he vowed to end the cycle of suffering so peace could reign across all dimensions. Standing tall before the feline guardian, his voice resonated with the steel of a true warrior. I will rewrite this destiny completely, no matter how treacherous the path ahead becomes. Sang-jun's expression remained solemn, yet his voice carried a warmth that defied the darkness. I believe that, brick by brick, we can construct a new future together. Father Cat gazed at him in silence, eyes shimmering with unshed emotion. Then, pressing his lips together, a proud smile finally curved upon his face. With a serene expression, the cat closed his eyes and tilted his head, his voice echoing with infinite trust. I also hope to see the day that world arrives. Wherever I am, I will always cheer for the challenger. The scene shifted as the city materialized under a haze of neon lights, where ancient majestic castles stood defiant amidst the bustling urban sprawl. A holographic system window popped up, signaling that the legend of Challenger Sang-jun was spreading once again, a classic moment for any awakening Manhwa protagonist. As he stepped out of the forest, he made his way to a waiting room on the 21st floor. Sang-jun opened his status panel, tapping away as he muttered, "Good. This upgrade has skyrocketed my stats and skill proficiency." However, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a small, unassuming mirror. Holding it up, he declared with intensity, "But this is the real game changer right now." The server system flashed, displaying the lore of the item. Mirror of Faith. A special artifact crafted by the God of Proof, designed to plant the seeds of belief within a chosen challenger. It resonated deeply with Challenger Sang-jun's emotional state. The system explained that once his faith reached perfection, this mirror would awaken into a complete divine artifact. Furrowing his brow, he stared down at the glass, calculating his progress. The battle against the Imperial challengers on the 21st floor only raised the Mirror of Faith's completion rate by 3%. Sang-jun visualized standing before a colossal version of the mirror, representing two polarizing extremes. This means if I face trials that force my spirit to evolve, the completion rate will continue to climb. The system notifications chimed relentlessly, but he simply looked up, staring into the void in silent contemplation. Administrator Ironblood Sovereign is watching Challenger Sang-jun. The Ironblood Sovereign wishes to discuss the hidden desire with you. The electronic panel flashed persistently before his eyes. Administrator Ironblood Sovereign invites you to the manager's territory. Sang-jun's eyes went wide with surprise. He stared at the flood of messages, realizing there was no escaping this summons. His voice dropped an octave, solemn and low. She wants to talk about the hidden desire. Moving with purpose, he arrived at the coordinates and stood before a rustic wooden cabin. The system announced, entering the realm of iron and blood. Without wasting a single second, Sang-jun pushed the door open. The moment he stepped inside and gently closed it behind him, he saw a figure sitting there, legs swinging playfully in anticipation. "It's been a while, Challenger Sang-jun." He turned to face her, his gaze softening with respect. "Long time no see, Ironblood Sovereign." She sat arrogantly on her crimson throne, chin resting on her hand as she scrutinized him. "You know, as a contractor, you really ought to show your face around here more often." The hand gripping his sword stiffened instinctively. Sang-jun snapped to attention, not daring to move a muscle. "It will happen soon. I promise I will definitely visit more." Hearing this, the Ironblood Sovereign's eyes widened in shock. She immediately sprang up from her chair and dashed straight towards Sang-jun. She lunged, seizing him by the collar, her voice booming with concern. "Sang-jun, did something happen at the Temple of the God of Proof?" He bowed his head in heavy silence, offering no defense. Seeing his reaction, she fell silent, a flush of color creeping up her cheeks. Sang-jun stood frozen like a statue, unable to meet her gaze. Glancing downward, Sang-jun thought, "Just as I expected." Then with a sudden gentleness, he reached out and enveloped her small hand in his, as expected of someone who conquered the 40th floor. "Your intuition is terrifyingly sharp." Sang-jun lifted her hand, and the Ironblood Sovereign looked up at him bewildered. "Something did happen," he admitted. "But it is a burden I must carry alone. When it is all over, I will explain everything." His grip on her hand tightened reassuringly. Sang-jun flashed a confident, toothy grin. "Until that day comes, will you just watch over me and see what I can achieve?" Her face exploded into a bright red blush, rendering her speechless. But just as quickly, she shook off the embarrassment and regained her composure. Her gaze turned steely, and serious. Right. Observing your journey is, after all, one of my duties. She pulled her hand back and turned away, but her voice carried a trace of longing. But I hope you can promise me one thing. Sang-jun stood behind her confused. A promise. When you feel like you are shattering and can no longer stand, rely on me. Am I not your manager after all? She spun around, suddenly a radiant, sunny smile lighting up her features. If you have anything weighing on your heart, don't bottle it up. Share it with me, okay? Sang-jun stared, mesmerized by her dazzling expression. He bowed slightly, a perfect, genuine smile curving his lips. You're right. Keeping it inside won't change anything. In that moment, a memory of White Crane flashed through his mind. Both of them shared that same blindingly bright smile. With managers this good, what am I even worried about, he thought. Even if I struggle or fall, I have to get back up. His mind filled with the images of his comrades. His face brightened with renewed resolve. Because my managers and teammates are always watching over me, I absolutely cannot collapse. For their sake, and for my own. This time, it was the Iron-Blood Sovereign who was left stunned. Her eyes glowed red as she stared at his smile. Flustered, she began pacing back and forth restlessly to hide her shyness. Right, hearing you think like that? It actually makes me really happy. She turned to leave, but suddenly stopped, remembering the main topic. That's right. I promised to tell you about the hidden desire. She put her hands on her hips, her expression turning grave as she faced Sang-jun. Listen well, chosen one, Sang-jun. If you wish to challenge my hidden desire, you will have to face a living godship. That deity is an evil god. Sang-jun listened in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, which evil god? She nodded slowly, her gaze darkened by the past. Correct. I don't know why, but ever since the tower interacted with my desire, the intervention of a deity became possible. The world where I once lived. Horrifying images manifested towering skeletal giants standing amidst the ruin. It was annihilated by the invasion of an evil god from another dimension. Flashback. The evil gods descended in a storm of divine wrath, leading legions of nightmares. Their power was absolute, defying all logic of this leveling Manhwa. If you proceed, you will face the true body of a god. An eye of cosmic horror opened in the vision, promising eternal torment. The Iron Blood Monarch's shadow materialized, her voice trembling with rare fear. This isn't an avatar. It is the end of all things. The wish can wait. If you enter that sanctuary now, the evil god will erase your existence. Her explanation trailed off into a desperate silence. But Sang-jun realized the truth hidden in her panic. She couldn't meet his gaze, her voice cracking with desperate hope. Please, Sang-jun, for once, just be selfish and live. Sang-jun didn't answer. His mind raced back through the blood and fire of his journey. The evil god. Memories of every boss, every dungeon, flooded his mind. That entity I fought in the ancient labyrinth. It wasn't just a monster. It was the World Eater that destroyed the manager's home. His relaxed hand clenched into a fist of iron. The tower orchestrated this. It sacrificed the Iron Blood Monarch just to force me into a deathmatch with a god. Shadows veiled his face, but his eyes burned with apocalyptic fury. Unforgivable. Seeing his aura darken, the monarch reached out. Sang-jun. He didn't flinch. His voice was absolute steel. Iron Blood Monarch. My decision is final. She froze, stunned by the sheer pressure radiating from him. I need more power. His mind was a singularity of hatred aimed at the tower and the god that toyed with him. His eyes shone with the resolve of a demon king. I will grind the tower and that god into dust. Without looking back, he stepped through the warp gate. System message. You have entered the waiting room of the 21st floor. The ego sword in his hand vibrated with concern. Master, I sense your rage. But rushing the sanctuary is suicide. You must cultivate your strength first. Sang-jun stood like a statue in the void. You're right. As I am now, I cannot kill a god. Holographic screens cascaded around him. I need to break the limit. I must evolve my necromancy to the next tier. Ding skill summon undead has leveled up. Warning, trait evolution failed. Hidden conditions not met. A rift in space tore open before him, swirling with chaotic energy. He stared into the abyss. The answer lies in blood. Welcome to the 21st floor of the Tower of Trials. As he crossed the threshold, the system unveiled the nightmare. Difficulty hard theme, the necromancer's path. Sang-jun and his spirit partner Chu materialized on a jagged cliff, overlooking a dead wasteland. Time limit 30 days. Objective, eradicate the apostles of despair, corruption, and madness. Quest markers flooded his vision, painting a grim picture. Success reward, scabbard of the mystic swordsman. Failure. Penalty permanent death. The wind howled as he surveyed the desolation. Apostles of madness. Chu materialized, crossing her arms with a scoff. Great. Another cult of lunatics. Master this trial. The stench of true death is everywhere. Sung-jun raised an eyebrow. Explain. True death. These are just apostles. They aren't gods, they hold no divine throne. I'll crush them like insects. Chu didn't smile. Her spectral eyes burned crimson. Do not be arrogant. We are dealing with the concept of fanaticism. Her voice rose, commanding his attention. Listen to me. Centuries ago, I faced a mere second-rank apostle of the demon god. A memory of a sky-covering hand crushing the earth flashed before them. The apostles of the ancient gods were truly in a league of their own. The very dimension where the battle took place had been utterly obliterated. It was a catastrophic sight. As Sang-gyun listened intently to Chu's explanation, his gaze wavered. Brows furrowing in disbelief, he thought. To possess enough power to shatter an entire dimension, she replied with a calm, deliberate pace. That is correct. Chu didn't pause, continuing to break down the reality of the situation. The god of madness possesses terrifying power, so it stands to reason his apostle would be a monster. It means they wield strength that borders on the divine realm itself. Sang-gyun fell into a heavy silence, glancing down at her. Dealing with an apostle of madness required absolute caution. We better pray to the heavens that our opponent isn't a second-order apostle. Lifting his head, Sang-gyun regained his composure, his expression unshakable. Even so, tracking down an apostle of madness on this vast planet within a month? That's looking like a mission impossible. The conversation faded into a heavy silence. Side by side, they stood amidst the ruins, gazing out over the scarred and desolate landscape. Suddenly, the familiar chime of a system interface pierced the quiet. Special quest generated. It was a classic trope of this system, Manhwa, and both Sung-gyun and Chu locked eyes on the floating blue screen. Feigning surprise, he muttered, "A special quest already, we just got started." But as Sang-gyun focused on the mission details, his body went rigid. A flicker of genuine alarm flashed in his eyes. High above, a massive waterfall suddenly burst forth, sending torrents of water crashing down with violent force. "Chu, get ready to move," Sung-jun shouted. From the spray, a grotesque monster materialized, its jaw unhinging to reveal razor-sharp fangs as it let out a blood-curdling shriek. A group of armed figures was hot on its heels, their voices booming with menace. "You vile, low-tier beast. Do you not recognize the worshippers of death when you see them?" A red-haired man stepped forward, barking orders at a skeletal warrior. "In the name of the necromancer, protect our sorceress." On the ground, Mia knelt, hands clasped in trembling prayer. "We must safeguard the prophecy of our clan." The blue beast spun around, towering over them as it unleashed a deafening roar at the crowd. "Incoming attack," the leader screamed. The undead knights instantly raised their weapons, locking their hollow gazes on the rampaging monster. Charge knights shield the sorceress, but the behemoth swatted the defenders away like flies and lunged straight for where Mia was kneeling. The red-haired guardian was blown back by the impact. Desperation clawed at his throat. As he screamed, "My lady witch," the beast charged a juggernaut of death. Fear locked her in place, but then a voice shattered the chaos. "Danger!" Sang-jun descended like a meteor from the heavens. He slammed his foot down, crushing the beast into the earth, causing it to howl in agony. Mia couldn't believe her eyes. Her jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Sang-jun stood victorious atop the fallen behemoth. Silence reigned as she stared at him. A monster of that magnitude, destroyed in a single strike. To her eyes, he was the picture of majestic valor. A flush rose on her cheeks. More than just power. This man risked his life to save me. Meanwhile, Sung-jun was fighting for air. Sweat poured down his face like rain, his expression dark with exhaustion. But Mia's imagination was running wild. Is he a prince sent by fate just for me? She clasped her hands in prayer, eyes sparkling with adoration. This must be destiny. She remained kneeling, captivated by his presence. Sang-jun stomped the ground in frustration. He descended from the corpse of the beast and walked toward her. Just in time. 1 second later, and things would have gotten ugly. Mia didn't move a muscle. Her mind was racing with romantic fantasies. Anyone with such overwhelming power must possess a face carved by the gods themselves. Sang-jun loomed over her, his lips moved. Witch. Her eyes filled with anticipation. She looked up to meet the gaze of her savior. But reality was a cruel slap. He looked like a demon from the abyss. Sweat drenched his forehead, his face twisted in a gruesome scowl as he gasped for breath. "I've scoured this entire dimension looking for you. Now, I start talking. I need information about this world, and I need it now." Mia's fantasy shattered instantly. She stared blankly, her brain short-circuiting. Terror seized her heart. Her hands flew to her face, a scream trapped in her throat by his terrifying aura. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface materialized. Ding special quest. Complete rescue. The endangered witch. Reward unlocked information regarding the 21st floor trial will be provided by the witch. Jong-woo glared at him, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You idiot. Completing the quest is fine, but look at the poor girl's face. Sung-jun blinked, completely clueless. Her face. What about it? Mia. Mia was trembling violently. She looked exactly like a frightened rabbit, frozen in fear. Jong-woo sighed. She's shaking because you look like a murderer. Sung-jun shrugged it off. She does look like a rabbit. But it's not a big deal. Jong-woo's aura flared with irritation. She had to spell it out for this dense meathead. Not a big deal. In what dimension do you speak to people making a face like a constipated ogre? Sang-jun paused. Dimension. He muttered the word, but Mia's ears perked up. Shock replaced her fear as she looked up again. That's just how we do things in the Earth dimension. Mia stared intently at him. Her voice trembled. The Earth dimension. Then, you must be. Whoosh. The red-haired warrior dashed between them. My lady, stay back. This man is dangerous. Sung-jun felt unjustly accused. He tried to force a friendly smile, but it looked like a grimace. The warrior shouted. Did you see that demonic expression? He is clearly a threat. Sung-jun stammered, waving his hands. Hey, come on, I'm not that bad. Mia stepped forward, her voice shaking but firm. Stop. Everyone just stop. The warrior looked back concerned. My lady Mia. Mia rose to her feet. This is him, the one mentioned in our tribe's ancient prophecy. She clutched her robe tightly, her face solemn. When the apocalypse draws near, a deity who commands death shall arrive from a place known as the Earth Dimension. Mia pulled back her hood. Her eyes shone with renewed hope as she locked gazes with Sung-jun. We have been waiting for you. Oh, great deity. Ding special quest, initiated savior of the tribe. The system window flashed, detailing the path ahead. The Hermaean tribe worshippers of death have pinned their hopes on the prophesied deity. They believe the one bearing the mark of death will save their tribe and the world. Sung-jun absorbed the system notifications. His gaze drilled into the two natives. Objective: earn the recognition of the Hermaean tribe and be worshipped as a true god. The carriage ground to a halt. The door creaked open. Sung-jun stepped out and froze. His mouth hung open in shock. A nightmare unfolded before him. A village shrouded in ominous mist. The withered trees bore a gruesome fruit, the corpses of children. Below them, the villagers writhed in agony. Is the situation really this dire? It was worse than he imagined. System alert. You have entered a magic zone. Domain of the death worshippers. Outside Mia's subordinate sat guard. His expression was grim. He frowned, straining to listen to the conversation inside the carriage. Forgive my lack of manners. She sat upright, her large eyes filled with resolve. I am Lucia Mia, the witch who leads the Hermaean tribe. She didn't mince words. I have a favor of the utmost importance to ask of you. Sung-jun sat opposite her, raising an eyebrow. Speak. The carriage wheels clattered rhythmically against the road. She explained, once we clear this forest, we will arrive at the main settlement of the Hermaean tribe. As you have witnessed, this land has been defiled. Mia's voice trembled with grief, her gaze falling to the floor. My territory is no exception. My people are suffering, tormented by this vile corruption. Sung-jun tilted his head, intrigued. Pollution, you say? It was a strange term for this world. Yes. Mia clenched her fists on her lap, her knuckles turning white. The land itself has been poisoned. It drives men to madness. They are consumed by incurable diseases and endless agonizing pain. Her memory drifted back to the beginning of the nightmare. A silhouette in a black cloak, unleashing ferocious beasts upon the innocent. The mastermind is a fanatic, serving an ancient god. A peerless genius of the Hermaean tribe. A necromancer of terrifying power. Mia shuddered as she recalled his cruel smile. His name is Lucia Sis. The revelation hung in the air like a curse. He is my younger brother. A heavy silence filled the carriage. Sang-jun and Jong-woo exchanged glances of pure shock. Her brother Mia couldn't meet their eyes. She bowed her head, tears threatening to spill over. The entire tribe tried to reason with him, but it was all in vain. Her voice broke. Please, I beg of you, save our tribe, and save my brother from himself. As the scene unfolded, the system window flashed again. Quest: rescue the Hermaean tribe. Reward: the sorceress will reveal the necromancer's location. Sang-yu knew exactly how this leveling manhwa scenario played out. So that's how it is, he thought. This explains the sudden special quest. He lifted his gaze, his expression hardening into serious determination as he looked at Chu. Step 1. Save the tribe to extract intel on the necromancer. As the flashback faded, the reality of the village came into focus. An elder mere skin and bones spoke with a raspy, labored voice. Saintess Chong-gu stood nearby, unable to hide her shock at the wretched sight. This is grave. To think human beings have been reduced to such a state. Sang-jun took a knee to inspect the villager. It's bad, but critical condition hasn't set in yet. He glanced over his shoulder, scanning the environment with his analytical vision. Look closely, he noted. Corrupted divinity and demonic energy are radiating from the very soil. Anyone without resistance is being drained until they collapse. The system provided a diagnosis. Current zone land of the death worshippers. Status encroached by corrupted divinity and demonic miasma. Sang-yun remained unfazed. He quickly summarized the situation. If the corruption deepened, they would be forced to witness a living hell. Madness took hold. Beneath a withered tree, a robed figure threw his arms up, screaming death. Sweet death is approaching. It is the will of the gods. The crowd responded with chilling cries of ecstasy. Amongst the chaos, a mother knelt before the tree, speaking to her child. Oh, my precious one. Mommy is so happy. Through death, you get to meet the gods first. Tears streamed down her face as she clasped her hands in a twisted prayer. Don't worry, Mommy will be right behind you. Just wait a little longer. Sang-jun analyzed the scene coldly. The infection is severe. If we leave this unchecked, this entire village will be wiped off the map. Mia's face felt sorrow etched into her features. She knew this place better than anyone. It's true, my tribe worships death. But not because we seek to die. We simply choose not to fear the inevitable. She finally revealed the root cause. This nightmare. It began with an unwanted alliance. Not long ago, my brother formed a pact with a certain deity. Since then, this foul energy has choked our land. That single handshake had birthed a legacy of endless corpses and war. Our people fell ill or lost their minds. Our noble philosophy of accepting death was twisted into a fanatical craving for slaughter. Chong-gu broke her long silence, her voice cutting through the air. Then the solution is clear. Sorceress, you know where your brother is hiding. It is time to make a choice. Mia froze confusion, clouding her eyes. A choice. Chong-gu crossed her arms, tilting her head with a piercing gaze. Correct. The fastest way to end this madness is to give us his coordinates, Chong-gu stated flatly. And let us handle him. Terror flooded Mia's face, her eyes widening in panic. Handle him. Do you mean kill him? Cold sweat dripped down her neck as she stumbled toward the Saintess. You can't be serious. Please, Saintess, we can't kill him. I know I can talk him down. She clung to a blind, desperate hope that her brother could still be saved. Chong-gu's expression darkened, her brow furrowing in irritation. Do you have a single shred of proof that words will work on a monster? Mia's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. But in that moment, Mia's face hardened with resolve. He's my little brother. We've been together since the beginning. I know his heart. Her mind drifted back to the past. She remembered two small children standing before their parents' graves. Orphaned at a young age, they had only each other to rely on in a cruel world. No matter how dark the road got, he always smiled for me. Whenever she cowered in the shadowy corners of their room, terrified and alone, he was always there to hold her hand. Even when I struggled with the burden of becoming a sorceress. When the elders bullied and belittled me, he was the one who stood up and fought back. He was my shield. He always comforted me. Always protected me from the dangers of this world. In Mia's memories, he was a beacon of light, a smiling, gentle soul who treated everyone with kindness. It was the heartbreaking testimony of a sister who loved too deeply. She forced a bright smile, though her heart was shattering inside. That is the boy he truly is. So please, let me speak to him. If we just talk, I know everything will be okay. Chong-gu cut her off instantly, her gaze ice cold. She wasn't having any of it. With a sharp look, she slammed Mia back to the harsh reality. Your brother is nothing but a twisted fanatic now. A puppet dancing on the evil god's strings. Look around you, there is no redemption for a monster like that. Mia clung to a shred of hope, desperate to save him, but Chong-gu snapped. Her face darkened with fury as she roared, no more excuses. It doesn't matter who he used to be. He is a demon now. That is the cold, hard truth. Mia froze, tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a single word in defense. Sang-yun watched the drama unfold in silence. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierced the air. Saintess, a figure cloaked in black, rushed toward them in a panic. Disaster. Absolute disaster. The messenger gasped for air beneath his mask as Mia turned, panic rising in her chest. What happened? You need to see this. Now. The gravity of the situation hit them like a truck. Fear gripped Mia's heart as the trio leaned in to listen. The corruption was spreading fast, and the condition of the infected was critical. Without wasting a second, the group followed the messenger to a quarantine shelter. Heart-pounding, Mia threw the doors open. Is everyone LR? Her voice died in her throat. The sight before her shattered her soul, leaving her eyes empty with shock. Even the awakened guards were collapsing, foaming at the mouth in agony. Saintess, please, save us. My skin. It burns like hellfire. Screams of pure torture filled the room. The despair was suffocating. Please save my father. Just kill me instead. Mia's legs gave out. She crumbled to the floor as voices cried out her name in alarm. Changgu assessed the horror with cold logic. The dark mana was too strong. They were rotting from the inside out. Sung-jun narrowed his eyes. Was this truly the end? Every scream felt like a dagger in Mia's heart. She was breaking apart, unable to bear the weight of their pleas for death. Just let me die. Saintess. One of the victims dragged his broken body toward her, across the floor. Living like this, it's meaningless. With his final breath, he begged for the sweet release of death. He voiced his last wish and slumped over. Kill me. Mia trembled, guilt crushing her spirit like a mountain. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mia sobbed, her apology broken and desperate. This is all my fault, because of my brother. The guide recoiled at her confession. Mia's voice shook, barely a whisper through her tears. Please, don't hate my brother. I'll take the blame for everything. Changgu had seen enough. She stepped forward, her patience completely evaporated. Saintess, look around. We are past the point of mercy. You need to reveal his location right now. But Mia remained stubborn, clinging to a jagged hope. Never. Changgu ground her teeth, rage finally exploding. Are you insane? People are rotting away right in front of our eyes. The pressure broke her. Mia screamed, her voice cracking with raw hysteria. No, no, no. The room fell into a heavy silence. The others didn't move. They just stared at her. Sang-jun looked down, listening intently to her next words. If it were you. She turned to them, eyes red and wild with grief. Could you just stand there and execute your own flesh and blood? If you plan to kill my brother, she shrieked, baring her neck to the world, then you'll have to kill me first. Sang-jun simply frowned, his expression unreadable. Without a word, he turned his back on the drama. Changgu blinked, confused. Sang-jun, where the hell are you going? He didn't look back. I'm prioritizing the survivors. His voice was calm, commanding. While Mia sat paralyzed by grief, Sang-jun was already taking action, barking out orders. I'll deal with the plague. You figure out your loyalty. Changgu leaned against the railing, skeptical but hopeful. Do you even have a plan for this mess? I can't cure them instantly, but I can buy time. Sang-jun's aura shifted. I'm going to purify this entire cursed land myself. Determination hardened his features. He slammed his palm against the ground, and a shockwave of mana erupted. I will flood this place with my divinity and rewrite reality. Ding, a notification flashed. Creating transcendental divine domain. Crackling arcs of lightning surged from his body. The air pressure dropped, whipping up a violent storm of energy around him. The sheer power snapped Mia out of her trance. She gasped as the golden text hovered in the air, consuming player Sang-jun's divinity to construct the sanctuary. His hand glowed with blinding light. The evil god's corruption is burning my skin, he thought. Overriding a domain like this isn't child's play. But Sang-jun didn't flinch. His eyes burned with the indomitable will of a true ruler. Even if it drains every drop of my power, I will take this land back. This was the peak of a system Manhwa power fantasy. The interface chimed stamina and mental degradation, negated within the domain. With a roar, he poured his very soul into the earth. Golden energy geysered upward, triggering a cascade of system alerts. Growth rate increased by 100%. He gritted his teeth against the backlash, refusing to yield until the transformation was complete. All injuries will regenerate rapidly. The pressure was immense. Stones pulverized into dust as his aura expanded explosively. A pillar of holy light pierced the gloom, shattering the darkness. The brilliance swept across the town like a cleansing tidal wave. Where the light touched, life returned. Dead soil cracked open as fresh green sprouts burst forth, fueled by his spiritual pressure. In seconds, a lush forest bloomed from the ashes. Crystal clear water began to flow. Ding, transcendental divine domain successfully established. The dying victims drew deep, healthy breaths. Color returned to their faces. Mia stared, trembling, unable to comprehend the miracle before her eyes. The pain. It's gone. The crowd erupted in tears of joy. My illness. I'm healed. A true miracle. Changgu grinned, watching the life return. Looks like we just pulled off the impossible. Saintess, I understand your heart. You want to shield your village and your blood. Who would ever willingly discard their own family? She watched silently from the shadows, her resolve wavering. Sang-yoon knows that agony better than anyone. Chu didn't hold back the truth. He lost his entire family to the monster wave. That's why he chooses to save others even if it costs his own life. That is a decision heavy enough to crush a normal soul. He truly is extraordinary. Mia listened, terror and realization dawning on her face as the weight of the truth hit her. Chu watched the tears and smiles returning to the village and spoke from her soul. Saintess, etch this into your memory. Every person here is someone's precious family. I pray your stubbornness won't bring more tragedy to these innocent lives. Ending with a heavy sigh, she offered a sliver of praise to Mia. You are the saintess. The fate of this entire village rests on your shoulders. Mia looked up, bewildered. Suddenly, a wet hacking cough broke the silence, snapping her to attention. Sang-yoon was in critical condition. He coughed up blood, barely forcing his trembling legs to stand. When he turned around, blood was streaming endlessly from his eyes like tears of death. Chu reacted instantly. She sprinted to him, screaming Sang-yoon's name. Panic gripped her heart as she caught him in a desperate embrace. But the whispers in his mind were screaming louder. Divine Spirit Chu shook him violently, trying to snap him back to reality, but the cursed audio kept looping. Divine Spirit Mia stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide with crushing guilt. Because of my stubbornness. He is. In the darkness of his mind, ghastly voices chanted his name over and over. Han Sung-jun. His face pale with terror, he stumbled back. Two figures emerged from the mist. White Crane spoke. What are you doing? Master Ironblood stood beside her, urging. You need to decide quickly. Their faces were twisted nightmares, empty sockets where eyes should be leaking black ichor. They leaned in close to Sang-yoon, grinning like demons from the abyss. She looked at him and whispered, We'll be fine. Ironblood's voice dripped with sick anticipation. So, just kill us, and keep moving. Her hollow eyes seemed to suck him in as she shrieked. Hurry up, kill us and survive. White Crane narrowed her eyes, tilting her head with a chilling demand. That's right, Sang-yoon. Make the smart choice, won't you? Kill us. Sang-yoon's face darkened with pure horror. Confronted by his past, he stood paralyzed while the voices drilled into his skull. Kill us. He couldn't speak, only scream, summoning every ounce of strength. Sang-yoon spun around and bolted, fleeing from the ghosts of his guilt. A primal roar escaped his throat. He ran and ran, tearing through the void. Sang-yoon sprinted blindly, paying no mind to the world around him. Suddenly, his foot caught on a rock. Gravity took him, slamming him hard into the dirt. Sang-yoon grimaced in pain, bowing his head as he struggled to rise from the dust. I can't go on like this. Sang-yoon stopped moving his hand, clawing into the earth. It can't end this way. He looked up, rage burning in his gaze, teeth gritted in frustration. I won't be able to save anyone, but then, a voice chilled his spine from behind. His eyes went wide with shock. You must make a choice. The Spirit Lord Mia appeared, a twisted horror version. Her eyes glowed crimson, holding him in her palm with sadistic delight. Spirit Lord, surely you can kill your precious comrades, right? Suddenly, deep in the haze of his subconscious, a voice tried to pull Sang-yoon back. Chu stared intently, screaming to wake him up. Her hands shook as she gripped his shoulders. Sang-yoon slowly regained consciousness, whispering weakly, blood still weeping from his eyes. Chu's face lit up with relief. Yes, it's me. Are you okay? Sang-yoon managed a faint smile, holding her hand. I was exposed to the Apostle's divine power too long. It caused temporary mental corruption. Sang-yoon straightened his posture, patting her head to comfort her. A little rest will restore my HP. Don't worry so much. The cloaked figure stepped in. Then I shall escort the Spirit Lord to rest. As they helped Sang-yoon away, Mia collapsed on the nearby steps, watching them go. Her eyes were filled with admiration, a blush dusting her cheeks. The sky darkened, casting a somber mood over the old wooden house. Inside the small room, Chu rested in the corner. Meanwhile, Sang-jun sat by the window, gazing out. Below, the villagers were celebrating their joy, echoing in the night. Children ran and played, cheering loudly. Spirit Lord, the pain is gone. The Spirit Lord saved us. Sang-yoon couldn't look away, a sense of accomplishment filling his chest. It seems the Hermian tribe is fully restored. The mission is a success. The moment he finished, the system interface chimed a classic reward moment for a leveling manhwa. The Hermine tribe worships you fervently. Sang-gyun clenched his fist. Now we hunt the dark mage. Deep in thought, a knock interrupted him. He turned his head toward the sound. Spirit Lord, may I have a word? The voice asked for permission. The door creaked open slowly. I have something to tell you. The figure stepped into the room, approaching him. Sang-gyun sat still, hands on his lap, looking up. Coming this late, it must be urgent. It was Mia who had knocked. She didn't rush to answer, just locking eyes with Sang-gyun. Her next words made the air in the room freeze. Inspired by the Spirit Lord's resolve, I've decided. Her gaze was steel, her tone calm. I will reveal my brother's hidden location. Then we leave at dawn. Sang-gyun didn't trust her blindly. He secretly activated the system, his eyes glowing with azure energy. Skill Fire Dragon's eyes activated morning came in a blink. Two massive steeds thundered across the rugged stone path. Sang-gyun rode behind Mia. She led the way on her mount, shouting back. Once we cross this forest, we'll reach my brother's sanctuary. Chu rode with Sang-gyun clinging to the horse. She glanced back. You seem so attached to him. Why the sudden change of heart? Sang-gyun held the reins, staring straight ahead in silence. Mia didn't answer. In no time, they arrived at their destination. We are here. He pulled the horse to a stop beside her. Mia looked up, her voice solemn. This is where he hides. The border of the corrupted lands, once the gathering place of primordial spirits. Before them stood a colossal stone pyramid, dwarfed by wild peaks. The sealed tomb of the primordial spirits. Sang-gyun gazed up at the tomb. Primordial spirits, Mia turned to explain. I see. Spirit Lord, perhaps you don't know, because you descend from a different dimension. Primordial spirits are like administrators bound to the tower. They guard specific zones, acting as artificial gods. Chu stood amidst the desolate wasteland, arms crossed in dominance, while strange entities crawled at her feet. I will hold the line here. A massive abandoned tower pierced the sky. Chu closed her eyes, channeling a crimson sphere of energy, a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa. These beings wielded divine, might yet remained unbound by the tower's laws. Demigods. That is what the Gamcheon Dakgui called them. The trio descended upon the ancient mausoleum where Mia barred their path to speak. Long ago, the primal spirits perished, their essence entombed within this earth. Her hand pressed against her heart, her expression heavy with grief. It is both a sanctuary and a graveyard. Sang-gyun stepped forward, his aura sharp. This battle will test us like never before. Chu watched from the rear with a calculating gaze. Using a tomb as a base, it means they possess the forbidden power to resurrect the primal spirits. Mia shrank back, but he closed the distance with heavy steps. Challenging god-tier entities is a suicide mission. Sang-gyun towered over her, his gaze piercing through her soul. Do you truly possess the resolve to follow me into the abyss? Mia faltered. How could I? Chu observed silently. Sang-gyun cut her off cold. I cannot promise you will survive. Do you still wish to walk this path? Under the weight of his interrogation, Mia bowed her head, whispering, I understand the risks. Her voice hardened with conviction. My arrogance nearly doomed my people. The sudden confession caught Sang-gyun off guard. She looked up, eyes shining with absolute trust. Spirit Lord, even when your body was engulfed in flames, you fought to save us. Her hand tightened over her heart. I know the burden you carried was unbearable. Spirit Lord, your strength has awakened my own resolve. A confident smile broke through her sorrow. Even if death awaits, I must witness the end with my own eyes. Please lend me your strength. Sang-gyun stood frozen, eyes wide as the weight of her determination struck him. If I turn her away now, the memory of a desperate hand reaching out flashed through his mind. Shadowy figures loomed, but her grasp was real. Mia reached out in desperation, but her arms closed around nothing but empty air as he collapsed. He dissolved into particles of light, leaving her clutching his clothes, sobbing uncontrollably. Sang-gyun couldn't bear the sight, looking up at the sky to suppress the storm of grief within his heart. He parted his lips, but only a whisper came out, swallowed instantly by the heavy silence around them. Sang-gyun made his choice. Fine, but if you become a burden, I'm sending you back. Jang-gu yelled from behind. Han Sung-jun, have you lost your mind? Suddenly, the tomb gates groaned open. The interface chimed, signaling a twist worthy of a top-tier awakening manhwa. You have braved the trials without fear. You have arrived. Sending you back now would be rude. Instantly, a violent vacuum began to pull them inside the abyss. Sang-gyun braced himself against the gale, shocked by its power. But Mia couldn't hold on. She screamed as the darkness swallowed her whole. Damn it, Sang-gyun cursed. Without hesitation, he and Jong-gu dove into the shadowy maw after her. The gates slammed shut, sealing them in. After a long silence, voices echoed in the void, and Mimia jolted awake. Sang-jun knelt beside her. "Saintess, you're awake." She sat up slowly, eyes scanning the gloom. "Where are we?" Sang-yun stood tall. "It seems we've been dragged into the tomb." They stood in a massive, shadowy expanse, facing an ancient, decrepit temple. "This is where the primal souls rest." The system voice returned. "Welcome to the Sanctuary of Despair." A chilling voice cut through the air. "Welcome." A figure emerged from the sanctuary shrouded in a terrifying violet aura. "Shall I call you the tower's hunting dog? No matter what you are called, your fate is sealed." Mimia froze in terror. The figure proclaimed, "I am the apostle of despair, the bringer of ruin, and the god of madness." He stepped forward, clad in obsidian armor, radiating immense pressure. "I am Lucius Saxus, and I am the one who will end you right now." Sang-yun glared, his grip tightening. The system interface flashed a crimson warning. "Warning. You are facing an entity beyond your current classification." Seeing Sang-yun's expression, Saxus chuckled darkly. "You look nervous." The dark energy around him began to boil, suffocating the area. "Understandable. My god is displeased that I haven't killed the challenger Han Sung-jun sooner." Red screens multiplied, filling Sung-jun's vision. Saxus gathered a sphere of chaotic energy in his palm. "I must answer my lord's command. I intended to finish this quickly anyway." Sang-jun narrowed his eyes, his focus sharpening into a razor's edge. "Challenger Han Sung-jun, die here and serve me forever." Saxus raised his hand and spoke the command, "Arise." Darkness exploded from the sphere, wrapping Saxus in a cocoon of pure malevolence. While the men watched in shock, Mimia collapsed to her knees. "Impossible. Has he revived the souls?" Monstrous silhouettes emerged from the shadows. Jong-gu trembled. "This energy. Can you really protect her and fight these things?" Sang-yun stepped forward, casting a barrier around Mimia. "I just need to kill the summoner. Then the puppets fall." Skill, activated Guardian. A magical barrier formed, boosting all attributes by 100 points. Sang-yun's aura shifted. "Time to end this." Skill activated Deification. Hidden authorities unlocked. Black armor materialized, and the True Blood Demon Sword appeared in his grasp. Potential divinities unlocked. Transcendence, Death, Immortality, Defiance, Observation, Law, Harmony, and Command. A giant skeletal gorilla lunged its massive fist, shattering the earth, sending light fracturing from the ground below. Saxus watched calmly. "You are merely delaying the inevitable by stepping into my domain. Challenger, accept your demise in silence." Sang-yun burst from the rubble, dual swords gleaming. "Not a chance." He unleashed a flurry of slashes against the beast, vaulted over its head, and declared, "I don't care about your grudge. I won't die easily." Sprouting wings of light, Sang-yun rocketed past the monster. "The one who will die today is you, Saxus." Saxus gritted his teeth in rage. "Arrogant brat. If you want death, I will grant it in the most painful way possible." A spectral dragon materialized behind Sang-yun. Before he could react to Saxus's scream, the beast unleashed a torrent of hellfire. A massive explosion rocked the air. Mimia watched the fireball, screaming in terror. "Savior." System alert skill, instant step activated. Cooldown 10 minutes. In a flash, Sang-yun appeared directly behind a horrified Saxus. "I told you, you're the one who will suffer." Sang-jun swung the blood sword. Skill, true engraving of the heavenly blood demon sword with blood chi C+ amplified. Skill stack perception B+. Skill stack divinity amplification B+. The blade bit towards Saxus's neck. This is the end, yet Saxus's expression remained terrifyingly calm. Suddenly, the gorilla soul roared, eyes burning red. The Guardian of Souls had activated the ultimate curse, the spell of oblivion. Suddenly, the scene shifted. They materialized behind Saxus, the air vibrating with bestial roars. Sang-yun's blade sang through the air, but his instincts screamed danger. Darkness swallowed his vision. "What is this? My body. It won't move." His strike froze. Saxus vanished into the void. In that split second, the demonic gorilla launched a cataclysmic punch directly at Sang-yun. Crushed into the earth, he coughed up a fountain of blood. "Gam Xiongui," he wheezed. A crimson system interface manifested in the air. Immortal mantra activated. Immediate death negated. Recovery protocols initiated. But a counterforce exploded. Warning, oblivion mantra has nullified immortality. The gears of fate began to turn. SSS rank regressor's watch activated. Unique attribute regression initiated. The world dissolved. Reality rewound like a broken film reel. dragging him back through the river of time. The fatal blow, the moment of hesitation, the blade at Saxus's throat, events flashed backward in a dizzying blur. The clockwork of destiny spun wildly, returning to the instant he burst from the debris. The regressor's watch blinded the world with white light. Time regression. Complete 10 minutes prior to death. He was back in his black armor. Skill cooldown. 30 days. This was a classic leveling manhwa twist. The skill faded, leaving him trembling. Damn it all. The specter of death still breathed down his neck. I have one trump card left. One mistake, and it's game over. Saxus's voice cut through the tension. Impressive. The antagonist grinned with malice. A tower climber who can manipulate time itself. Your power. I must devour it. Saxus summoned a sphere of dark energy. You will make the perfect puppet for my vengeance. Suddenly, Mia broke her silence. Her gaze was cold. Who is the target of this consuming hatred? Saxus gnashed his teeth, his aura flaring. Do you truly not know? He roared. The Herman clan. Your people, you all cast me aside like trash. Mia froze, her voice trembling. What are you talking about? Saxus's face twisted in fury. Feigning ignorance. Then let me carve the memory into your soul. The past resurfaced. The primal spirits were our guardians. Until the tower slaughtered them, branding them as false idols. Without their protection, our world fell into ruin. Nature rebelled and humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction. Saxus's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Do you not remember begging me to use forbidden arts to revive them? But the ritual failed. In the village hall, an elder slammed his fist on the table. This is a disaster. Why have the spirits not returned? Despair choked the room. We are dying. You promise salvation, yet you bring only disappointment. Young Saxus stood outside in the rain, listening to the tribunal. Someone must pay for this failure. Our world is ending. The one who promised hope must bear the sin. Inside me, Mia sat in silence until she finally spoke. I understand. I will place the blame on my brother. The words struck Saxus like a physical blow. Heart shattered, he fled into the night. Memories of their childhood mocked him. You would sacrifice me? After everything. He could not believe the betrayal. I gave everything for you. I was your shield. I trusted you, Mia. I thought we were bound by blood and destiny. The foundations of his world crumbled. That was the moment Saxus died inside. He collapsed into the abyss of despair, his heart turning as cold as the void. He dragged himself up, muttering into the void with a twisted grin. That's right. Those trash will never acknowledge my greatness. He roared at the sky. This rotten world is destined to end anyway. I pledge my soul to the god of madness. In that instant, an abyss of pure darkness swallowed Saxus's mind, consuming his humanity completely. With eyes void of emotion, he declared his massacre. I will slaughter every last member of the Herman clan with this divine power. Mia screamed in desperation. No, you've got it all wrong. Just listen to me. But the villain sneered. I have no ear for your excuses. He raised his hand, commanding the colossal serpent spirit to strike. The ancient serpent, an entity of pure gluttony that once devoured mountains, activated its insatiable curse. It unhinged its titanic jaws, creating a vortex that began sucking the entire world into its gullet. The barrier Sung-jun created to protect Mia shattered like glass. Her scream pierced the air as her body was helplessly dragged toward the beast's gaping maw. Sang-jun slammed his twin blades into the earth, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it. He lunged forward, straining to grab her hand, his mind racing. Is he truly going to murder his own flesh and blood? With a roar of exertion, Sang-jun threw Mia backward to safety, sacrificing his own footing as the vacuum pulled him straight into the serpent's throat. Mia crashed near Cheonggu and looked back in horror. Han Sung-jun, what are you doing? He glanced back, his expression icy calm. I entrust the saintess to you. As he fell into the darkness, Sang-jun focused his rage, cursing the villain with every breath. That bastard. That absolute bastard. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface flashed. The holy light skill had ignited. Moments before, the abyss claimed him, a deadly crimson aura erupted around his hands. He made a silent vow that shook his very soul. I will kill him. The giant snake snapped its mouth shut, swallowing Sang-jun whole. Beams of excess energy leaked from its fangs. Cheonggu yelled his name in panic while Mia wept, crying out for her savior. System alerts flooded his vision. Salvation activated. With 81,990 believers, praying his holy power was being amplified to god-tier levels. The brilliance of his divinity overwhelmed the death curse. Explosions began to rupture the serpent spirit from the inside out, turning its body into a chaotic battlefield. Saxus stood there, arrogant and unbothered, until the beast's belly began to glow. With a deafening boom, Song-jun burst forth, unfurling magnificent crimson wings as he obliterated the spirit. The legendary snake spirit took critical damage and was violently banished from this plane. Sang-jun floated there, addressing the stunned villain. I understand the rage burning within your soul. But to slaughter your last remaining kin, that is unforgivable. Sang-jun, his scarred face half revealed, raised an arm in absolute judgment. There will be no peaceful end for you. With that, he launched himself at Saxus, landing with a devastating impact that shattered the earth beneath them. The enemy regained his composure in a heartbeat. Acknowledging the threat, he averted his gaze and muttered, truly magnificent power. Chunks of the serpent deity crumbled away its charred flesh, smoking in the wind. Saxus lowered his voice to a menacing growl. To think you could face 3 indigenous gods and steal the power of one. But for this insolence, I will make you pay the ultimate price. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface materialized, flashing a crimson warning of impending doom. The guardian dragon of herbs had been corrupted into a vengeful deity. A colossal white worm materialized behind Saxus, unleashing a breath of pure, destructive energy. The blast roared towards Sang-jun. He struggled to hold his ground against the torrent, but then the energy stream split. Like living tendrils, it bypassed him completely. His eyes went wide with horror. The attack wasn't aiming for him. It was curving back toward Chu and Mia. Realizing the trap, he gritted his teeth and dashed to intercept. Just before the strike could annihilate them, Sang-jun threw himself in the line of fire. He took the full force of the blast, swallowed instantly by a catastrophic explosion. Dust and debris choked the air. Chu and Mia watched in terror until the smoke cleared. There stood Sang-jun, his shield raised miraculously unharmed amidst the destruction. His eyes burned with fury as he stared down Saxus. Ding, the system chimed. Skill shield counter has been activated. Saxus let out a chilling chuckle, looking down with pity. You walked right into my trap, challenger. Instantly, a crushing pressure slammed Sang-jun into the dirt. The ground cracked as his knees buckled. The system flashed red again. Warning, the vengeful divinity has struck the target. Sang-jun gasped, his eyes wide. It felt like the weight of the world was crushing his spine. His mind began to fog over, senses dulling. He barely noticed the new threat approaching. From the shadows, a colossal ape deity lunged forward like a natural disaster. Sang-jun tried to summon his aura, but the beast's power was overwhelming. With a single brutal kick, the monster launched him into the canyon wall. Boom! He slammed into the rock face, coughing up blood as the stone shattered around him. But deep within his subconscious, his mental world began to fracture like broken glass. The system announced a cruel fate. Under the deity of Oblivion's influence, memory fragments are shattering. Powerless Sang-jun began a free fall into the abyss. The great ape didn't hesitate. Sang-jun's face was a mask of blood. His eyes rolled back white. The enemy was moving in for the kill. The beast dove after him, winding up a punch that could pulverize mountains. Sang-jun was still plummeting, seemingly unconscious. Suddenly, clarity returned. He clenched his jaw and moved. In a split second, Sang-jun regained his senses and flashed out of the strike zone. Killing intent exploded from him. He sprinted up the beast's massive arm, reclaiming the battlefield. With a roar, he drove a fist straight into the ape's face. The titan stumbled back. Sang-jun unleashed a barrage of strikes, turning the monster's face into a punching bag with god-slaying force. He cocked his fist back, eyes glowing with a mysterious light. But a question lingered. Why? Still, he delivered a devastating direct hit. What am I fighting for? The ape froze after the impact. But Sang-jun's strength was fading. The memories, they were slipping away again. The beast's face was caved in a gruesome sight. But as Sang-jun tried to retreat, the monster's hand twitched. It wasn't finished yet. It snatched at him. Sang-jun vaulted upward, but the deity had evolved. It was faster now. A storm of blows rained down on him. He couldn't evade. The blows shattered his defenses, compounding his injuries. The ape-black smoke, pouring from its wound, wound up for a finisher. It struck without mercy. Sang-jun's small frame was launched, like a ragdoll, feeling as if every bone in his body had been pulverized. Blood masked his vision, consciousness fading. He slammed into the cliffside with a sickening crunch, unable to lift even a finger. He lay motionless in the crater, then slumped to the ground, a broken heap. Chu and Mia screamed, rushing to his side. His vision swam, darkness closing in. He could vaguely see them approaching. Chu fell to her knees before him, tears streaming down her face in agony. With his last ounce of strength, he reached out. Trembling, he gently patted her head. a silent comfort that froze her in place. Her eyes widened in shock. Sang-yoon's hand slipped away. His body went limp, tipping forward as the life left him. Panic seized her soul. He collapsed face first into the dirt, cold and still. It happened so fast, she couldn't even catch him. Her hands hovered in empty air. Then the merciless announcement: the challenger Sang-yoon is dead. Chu shattered her body, trembling uncontrollably. Sang-gun, stop joking around. Mia recoiled in disbelief, while Chu frantically shook his lifeless body, wailing in grief. Wake up, use a skill. Anything but Saxus approached, his voice dripping with arrogance. Save your breath, the rat is dead. Wrapped in a purple aura, he sneered. After a direct hit from the Titan ape, did you really think a mere human could survive that? The system bled red once more. The god of despair and collapse is laughing maniacally at the challenger's demise. Chu bowed her head, but sorrow was replaced by pure, unadulterated rage. Her eyes glowed crimson, as Saxus mocked. What a boring form of entertainment. The dragon deity loomed over them, jaws gaping. Saxus stood proud before the beast. Now, it is your turn to join him. The dragon charged a massive beam and fired. Become spirits in the afterlife. But then, a miracle. Behind the weeping girls, a figure stood tall. Sang-yoon had risen. Chu felt the shift in the air. She spun around. Impossible. Sang-yoon was walking calmly, but his mind was wandering through a void of absolute darkness. He strode through the abyss, gazing into the nothingness. Where am I? No matter how far he walked, the black silence was infinite. But suddenly, reality shifted. A shadow appeared behind Sang-yoon, whispering into his ear. Have you forgotten that you're already dead? The figure stood with hands in pockets, head bowed low. Sang-yoon spun around, demanding, who are you? The figure looked up, revealing Sang-yoon's own face. Me. The doppelganger smirked, walking up to him. Wait, am I dead? Sang-yoon asked. The clone draped an arm over his shoulder. Seems your memory is foggy. Let's take a walk. It'll all come back to you. The clone's expression hardened as he looked up at the sky. Let's go back to the starting point. Sang-yoon blinked and the battlefield vanished. They were standing in a desolate alleyway facing a rundown building. This is the hunter's dojo I used to attend. The clone sat on a pile of old sandbags, eyes drifting upward. Exactly. The place you lived before entering the tower. This is the origin of your awakening. Manhwa journey, isn't it? The clone's eyes held a deep, abyssal darkness as he asked, do you remember why you started climbing the tower in the first place? A spark of memory ignited in Sang-yoon's mind. He muttered, stunned by the realization. Back then, he had stood tall and shouted without hesitation. I want to be strong. I refuse to be oppressed. I hate their scornful eyes. The clone leaned against the wall, smiling with satisfaction. What was that? I shouldn't remember anything, Sang-yoon thought, yet the words poured out of me. This was undeniably the training ground where his legend began. The scenery warped again. The clone laughed heartily. Good. You remember now? You climbed the tower solely to seek absolute power. Suddenly, film strips of his life began to unravel around them. As they floated in the void, scenes from this Manhwa recap flashed by, climbing floor after floor, confronting administrators and gods. They look so familiar, Sang-yoon whispered. He saw himself crushing every threat to Earth, annihilating anyone who dared endanger his home. He saw himself standing atop the world. The clone narrated. After those brief but brutal wars, you became stronger than anyone could imagine. At the world level, no one could match you. So why did you keep climbing? Sang-yoon floated in the void, confused. Climb? For what? He plummeted toward another door, the clone chasing him. I'm no longer weak. No one looks down on me. If I stop climbing now, I never have to kill again. The door slammed shut behind them. With my current power, I could live as a wealthy hunter for the rest of my life. The clone landed gracefully on a ledge above him. Then what is the reason you persist? His gaze was piercing. Are you trying to play the hero? The film strips spun faster. The clone continued, voice dripping with malice. Or like my future self, have you awakened a twisted joy in the slaughter of a leveling Manhwa? Sang-yoon stuttered, horrified. No, that's impossible. Me enjoy killing. He clutched his head, grimacing in pain as he tried to force the memories to surface. I can't remember. He stood frozen as the film of his life wrapped around him like a cage. Why on earth do I keep climbing? I just wanted to protect everyone. He covered his eyes, but a noise from behind made him freeze. Why did I think that? He spun around, staring into the encroaching darkness. Out of the shadows, the ghostly forms of his companions began to materialize. They emerged from the gray smoke and film strips, The Iron Blood Empress, face obscured, shouted in anger. Why do you want to protect them? You only care about your own growth. Sang-yoon looked at them in terror. The accusations bombarded him. Why do you keep seeking power? Isn't this enough? Sung-hun stepped out of the gloom, his voice low and heavy. Why do you continue to climb the tower? Even the cat dad appeared. It echoed the same haunting question. Why won't you stop? Dozens of mouths formed in the darkness, all screaming at Sang-yoon. Why? The words suffocated him as the film strips tightened their grip. Sang-yoon screamed, "Stop it, I just wanted to become stronger." The bindings left him no escape. Tears streamed down his face as he broke down, sobbing the raw truth. I just wanted to be strong. The doppelganger watched in silence as the agony took hold, motionless in the shadows. But looking at these souls tormented by the dimensional rift, a realization struck. They were mirrors of his own tragic history. In this manhwa recap, a torrent of memories surged like a breaking dam. Sang-jun reached out, his grip tightening around the past. He could not turn a blind eye. He understood their despair better than any living soul. Head bowed, crushing the ribbon in his hand, the weight of failure bore down on him. The searing pain of failing to protect the precious, the crushing weight of absolute powerlessness. I know this darkness too well, Sang-yoon hissed through gritted teeth. His expression darkened, then blazed with fierce resolve. To change fate, he had to ascend beyond his limits. With a feral roar, he tore the bindings asunder. Only absolute power can shield them. As he screamed, the darkness receded, replaced by fragments of radiant memories. He raised his head, eyes burning with blue fire. I will grant happiness to those I cherish. One by one, the faces of his precious comrades manifested, circling him like guardian spirits. His voice thundered like a vow. I will become a monster to save them all. The moment those words left his lips, the shell of darkness began to fracture. The shadows fled before his will. Azure light erupted from the fissures. Sang-yoon crushed the orb of traumatic memories in his palm, obliterating the nightmares. Shards of the past rained down like stardust. Bathed in that holy brilliance, his teammates smiled warmly at him. Sang-jun clenched his fist, raising it towards the heavens with unwavering conviction. I will shatter this damn tower, he roared, his motivation peaking. The dimension flooded with light, and suddenly, the familiar chime of the system manhwa interface rang out. Notification conditions. Satisfied. Player Sang-yoon, you have reclaimed your reason for climbing the tower, at the very threshold of death. Blue status screens surrounded him. The doppelganger stood on the precipice, staring back with a knowing gaze. The choice is yours. Embrace the Reaper, or continue the impossible challenge. Will you smash the gate and return, or fade into oblivion? As the question hung in the air, the ground beneath his feet began to crumble into the abyss. Panic flickered for a heartbeat, but steel instantly replaced it. He looked up, his voice resonating with authority. I am going back. The clone remained suspended, untouched by the destruction, a faint smile playing on his lips as the floor vanished into a massive crater. Then I shall witness your journey. As Sang-yoon plunged into the void, the system delivered a legendary notification. Congratulations. You have achieved the minimum requirements for divinity. Power surged around the villain like a chaotic storm, his eyes colder than absolute zero. He stood there, bearing the terrifying temporary title of the God of Death. The system chimed, delivering a verdict of absolute despair. Challenger Han Sung-jun, status deceased. Beside his still body, Chu crumbled, her world shattering into dust. Her hands trembled violently as she reached out, touching skin that had lost its warmth. Han Sung-jun, hey, stop messing around, she whispered, voice breaking. A choked sob broke from her throat, turning into a scream. Get up, use a skill, use your divinity, just do something. But from the sidelines, Sis delivered the cold truth. It is useless. He is gone. The villain sneered, basking in his cruel victory. He took a direct hit from a titan. Do you honestly believe a mere human could survive that? In this twisted manhwa recap, even the gods of despair, ruin, and madness roared with laughter, mocking the fallen challenger from the shadows. It seemed miracles were forbidden in this domain. Saxus's arrogance ignited a blaze of fury within Chu. But before she could move, he bellowed, "What an entertaining game this is! Now, it is your turn. Die, and serve me as eternal undead." His command was punctuated by the ear-splitting roar of the colossal dragon looming behind him. A wave of pure darkness blasted toward the two girls. Saxus smirked with utter contempt. Say your goodbyes, little insects. As the dragon's breath closed in, Chu's rage reached its zenith. Her eyes glowed crimson, staring directly into the annihilation. Who gave you permission to do that? Boom! An explosion of crimson energy erupted. crashing against the darkness and pushing it back with overwhelming force. It was a scenario Saxus had never calculated. For the first time, a flicker of true panic darted across his eyes as he witnessed the impossible. Chu's gaze didn't waver. It intensified, filled with a venomous hatred that promised nothing but suffering for her enemy. The sheer pressure made even the local deities tremble in instinctive fear. The gods of despair and madness suddenly found their own minds flooding with terror. Suddenly, flames from the depths of hell swirled around the girls. Chu blinked, realizing something or someone was taking shape within that inferno. He stood tall, rising like a phoenix. The man thought dead had returned in this leveling Manhwa. The system flashed. Conditions met. Necromancy skill is evolving. You have returned from the abyss. He gently patted his little partner's head. Tears of relief instantly welled up in Chu's eyes. Han Sung-jun said nothing else. He stepped past the girls, his body wreathed in undying flames, walking straight toward the enemy with calm purpose. The system announcements flooded in unique attribute necromancy has evolved to rank S. Effect added. Challenger Han Sung-jun has ascended to the position of Death God. Pitch-black armor materialized, draping him in darkness like a tailored suit. Through the mask, one eye shone with a piercing light, locking onto the villain like a predator. Now, let us play. A tornado of crimson energy erupted, swirling violently before the colossal beasts. From within the storm, a silhouette shot out like a bolt of lightning. Han Sung-jun launched himself straight at the target. Saxus grit, his teeth trembling with rage. Your existence was erased. You were dead. How dare a lowly human try to climb to the realm of gods? Han Sung-jun's voice was ice-cold. I don't think you have time to chat. Or are you, perhaps? Trembling Saxus nearly shattered his teeth in anger. You dare defy me. I will not forgive this insolence. This time I will obliterate your soul, so you can never revive again. While the villain screamed, his beasts roared in frenzy. But to the main character, they were nothing. He charged forward without hesitation. The guardian giant infused its fist with the divinity of oblivion. But Han Sung-jun was a ghost weaving through the deadly strikes with impossible speed. Too slow, he scoffed. Enraged, the Dominator Dragon unleashed its divinity of vengeance, firing a beam of pure death. The massive ape lunged to crush him. Han Sung-jun spun mid-air, dancing between physical blows and dodging streaks of lightning with godlike reflexes. After throwing them into chaos, he landed gracefully, creating distance to prepare his counterattack. But a surprise awaited him. A sphere of destructive energy hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Boom! The impact was direct. A massive explosion shook the sky. Saxus laughed maniacally. That is the price of your arrogance. Be crushed under my vengeance. But as he spoke, crimson lights began to pierce through the thick smoke. The system windows multiplied, activating Divinity of Death. This was the peak of an awakening Manhwa moment. All things touched by death are now under my absolute command. The crimson energy didn't just glow. It erupted. It surged upward and expanded, forcing the terrified beasts to recoil in fear. In the gloom, sapphire eyes blazed with life. Han Sung-jun stood in his obsidian armor, his power having multiplied exponentially since his resurrection. He gave a single chilling command: devour them. Tendrils of red energy shot from the ground, binding the colossal monsters instantly. The fires of hell scorched their flesh, drawing out pathetic screams as the shadows swallowed them whole. The smirk vanished from Saxus's face, replaced by pure horror. What is this magic?" he stammered. The system mercilessly announced Guardian Giant Force Death executed. Dominator Dragon Force Death executed. His mind couldn't process it. How could a local deity be extinguished in the blink of an eye? Only now did Saxus realize the magnitude of his mistake. He wasn't fighting a human, he was facing a monster. But it was far too late. Murderous intent rolled off Han Sung-jun in waves. The victor's smile had officially changed owners. Saxus stumbled back frantically, trying to deactivate his sanctuary to flee. But reality was a cruel mistress. Nothing happened. Command: deactivate Sanctuary of Despair. Error. He tried again. Error. The exit was sealed. Silence answered his pleas. What is happening? He shrieked. The system interface before him reached its limit and shattered into a million digital shards. The Sanctuary of Despair has been encroached upon by the Divinity of Death. Purification is impossible. The domain has been overridden. Saxus stood, frozen eyes rolling back in sheer terror. His throat constricted, choking on his words. He could feel it, the icy scythe of the Reaper resting against his neck. Is this the power to manipulate the concept of reality? Panic surged. If he didn't act now, his existence would be erased. Trembling hands clasped together in a desperate prayer. Oh great One lord of despair, sovereign of ruin and madness. He screamed, like a lunatic. I sacrifice my very being. Grant me the power to slaughter this dog of the tower. The ancient entity answered, pouring a cascade of dark energy into his vessel. The god of madness accepted the flesh of his apostle. From the swirling dust, a new monstrosity emerged. First-class apostle Lucia Saxus locked eyes with the challenger Han Sung. A voice not of this world scraped through his throat, chilling the air as it hissed a lethal threat. Insolent challenger. You dare damage my vessel? Saxus roared, unleashing his aura. Your life ends now instantly, the Hellstar attribute activated. The dimensional gate behind him tore open, unleashing a torrent of infernal flames that hungered for destruction. The boundary between the living and the dead had shattered, opening the maw of the underworld. Saxus cackled with manic glee. I will cast you into the deepest abyss of despair, burn in eternal torment, and rue the day you served the tower. The black flames obeyed his will, morphing into a colossal demonic hand that snatched at the protagonist. Facing this apocalyptic pressure, Han Sung remained cold as stone. He watched the approaching inferno with bored eyes. To me, the boundary of death is merely a suggestion. He uttered a single word. Close. Instantly, the authority of death, a power that governs the demise of all creation, roared to life. Divine command activated, a skill that bends reality through sheer will. Though it drained his divinity reserves rapidly, the laws of the world began to rewrite themselves. The space warped. The hellfire was violently dragged back into the void, and the heavy stone gates of the underworld slammed shut with a deafening boom. Saxus staggered, his mind breaking. He nullified a divine authority impossible. He screamed into the void, but reality offered no logic for this anomaly. Not only did his escape route vanish, but the very fabric of his attack shattered into meaningless dust before his eyes. The Hellstar had been extinguished by the ruler of death. Saxus shrieked in agony and confusion. It cannot be. What kind of monster are you? What is this absurdity? He turned his contorted face toward Han Sung, eyes bleeding with resentment. I sacrificed everything. My body, my soul, my future. I gave my total devotion. So why? Why does a piece of trash like you possess the power of a god? Han Sung watched the tantrum with pity, strolling closer. Is that it? When your schemes fail, you resort to whining, he sneered. Truly pathetic. But enough talk. Your time is up. Words turned to action. Before the sentence finished, his fist was already breaking the sound barrier. Wait, stop, Saxus begged. But mercy was not an option. The fist connected with his chest, unleashing a shockwave that threatened to tear the cavern apart. A critical hit. Saxus was ragdolled across the arena, crashing into the earth. As he lay broken, the cold truth settled in. I am going to die. This is the end. But then survival instinct kicked in. Through the excruciating pain, he clawed his way up. No, I refuse to perish here. His body convulsed in agony, yet his obsession with life burned brighter than ever. His mind screamed a single command. Survive. I must live. At any cost. As he dragged his broken frame across the ground, a familiar footstep echoed nearby. Saxus froze, then slowly lifted his gaze. Standing there was his salvation. His eyes lit up. Mia, sister. Like a drowning man catching a rope, relief flooded his veins. Sister, please save me. He clutched at her hem, babbling in desperation. The gravity of his sins finally crushed him. I was wrong about everything. Please tell that monster to spare me. I swear on my life I will never walk the path of evil again. But Mia knew better. Having witnessed the depravity of her own brother, she knew these desperate pleas were not born of remorse, but of terror. When she remained silent, Saxus slammed his head into the dirt. Why won't you speak? Save me, sister. Finally, she whispered. At last, you are actually looking at me. Mia knelt, her gaze heavy with sorrow, as she looked at the wretch before her. That day at the clan gathering, it was natural for you to misunderstand my intentions. Memories of that fateful meeting flooded back. Under the crushing pressure of the elders, Mia had stood tall and declared, I understand. I will bear the full weight of my brother's crimes. But Saxus, lurking in the shadows outside, heard only fragments. Blinded by foolish pride, he fled before hearing her vow to protect him, sealing his own tragic fate. Back within the council hall, a smug voice had sliced through the tension the moment she accepted the blame. As expected, the elder sneered, but Mia's voice turned to ice. Punish him if you must, but do not pretend your silence makes you innocent. You all watched it happen. Her eyes blazed with defiance. My brother strayed, yes, but are you claiming that standing by with indifference is not a sin in itself? Back in the cold reality, Mia revealed the final truth to Saxus. Those who once condemned us, the ones who stood against our blood, there have all withdrawn their accusations. Her eyes held the warmth of 1,000 suns, filled with infinite love for her fallen sibling. It is okay to fail. Even a genius is not a god. No one is perfect, my brother. Her words pierced through his fear, leaving him trembling. He looked up, voice cracking. Sister. But her hands tightened around the hilt of her blade. It is too late for redemption now. With a grief-stricken whisper, she drove the cold steel through the heart of the brother she loved. Time seemed to freeze. The world fell silent as Saxus's breath hitched. In his fading violet eyes, confusion swirled as the light began to dim. Why? His eyes seemed to ask. Tears streamed down Mia's face, yet a smile of relief graced her lips. Let the nightmare end here. Let us finish this. Saxus slumped lifelessly into Mia's embrace. Nearby, Han, Sung-jun, and Chu stood like statues, silent witnesses to her heart-wrenching goodbye. Mia clutched her little brother's cold body, burying her face in his chest as she sobbed over the last fading warmth of his existence. Witnessing this scene of absolute devastation, even the stoic Han Sung-jun felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. After watching them for a silent moment, he decided to turn away, unwilling to intrude. But suddenly, his massive arm was halted by the trembling small hand of Chu. He looked back to see the petite girl standing silently beside him. She knew he intended to leave, but she shook her head firmly, her eyes pleading with him, "Don't do this." Han Sung-jun glanced toward the grieving Mia. Mia inside, shouldn't we just give her some space? But then his gaze sharpened. Mana coalesced in his palm, forming a swirling sphere of energy. Understood. Then let's bring this to a close. Corresponding with his will, holographic notifications flashed before his eyes, a classic trope of the system manhwa genre. Soul fragment of the earth god, absorbed. Consume fragment to select and acquire a hidden divinity. Without a shred of hesitation, his finger pressed the selection on the floating screen. Instantly, a pale blue energy sphere materialized from thin air. The system chimed, "Selection complete. The guardian deity divinity has been successfully converted into potential." The process concluded with a final status update. Absorption of First Apostle Lucius Axis complete. Consuming a fresh soul meant inheriting new traits and devastating power skills. However, the reward waiting for Han Sung-jun this time was something that even caught our protagonist off guard. It was an exclusive effect, a true game-changer necromancy. As a special reward for Divinity Ascension challenger Han Sung-jun could now burn mana to resurrect the dead. Blinding light erupted from his chest, blazing like a miniature sun. The system announced that his transcendence had skyrocketed, shattering past limits to reach a perfect 100%. Condition met. Even Han Sung-jun was taken aback by the sheer speed of his growth. 100% transcendence. Already. The mechanical voice continued, "Challenger Han Sung-jun. You qualified for a supplementary title at 1%. Now you may officially inherit your true divine title." A confident grin spread across his face. So sublimation was just the gateway to becoming a true god all along. Another notification flashed. Beginning ascension to godhood. In a heartbeat, the radiant light intensified, swallowing his entire form in a cocoon of raw power. The energy discharge was so violent that Chu, standing nearby, had to shield her face from the sheer crushing pressure of his aura. Her brow furrowed as she realized the truth. His soul is evolving to match his divinity. He is absorbing every drop of power without wasting a single speck. Chu couldn't tear her eyes away from Han Sung-jun's metamorphosis. The overflowing power had solidified around him, forming a colossal golden egg floating in midair. A question formed in her mind. Is the energy gold because it's stained with transcendence? Suddenly, the system declared, adjusting the laws of causality for challenger Han Sung-jun. Right on cue, spiderweb cracks began to spread across the surface of the golden shell. As the timer hit 0, the golden egg shattered. A reborn, infinitely more powerful Han Sung-jun descended from the heavens, landing softly before his stunned companion Chu. Surging with this new alien power, Han Sung-jun remained silent, searching for the right words. But the system wasn't done with him yet. Challenger Han Sung-jun. Official divine title confirmed transcendental god. A 5-colored halo bloomed behind his head, casting a majestic radiance over the entire world. But this title carried a heavy burden. The existence of a transcendental god was immediately broadcast to every divine entity across all dimensions. In an instant, this earth-shattering news reached every powerhouse residing within the tower. Expressions of shock and fear rippled through the realms. From this moment on, the transcendental god was bound by causality, and the Tower of Trials had turned its gaze upon him. The scene shifts to the Herman village. Under the ancient boughs of the sacred tree, Mia laid her brother to rest in the earth. As she prayed, the villagers gathered behind her. The masked guard stepped forward, his voice somber. Saintess, the fate of Saxus is tragic. He paused, then added coldly, but do not forget who you are. We are the Herman tribe's servants of death. To stop the calamity on this land and find peace, our duty is absolute. We must resurrect the earth god. Hearing those words, Mia snapped out of her grief. She stood up abruptly, her voice ringing out to summon the tribe. She walked toward her people, her eyes burning with a sincerity that commanded silence. Please listen to me. From this day forth, our tribe is leaving this land. The crowd erupted in shock. What? One shouted. Another protested desperately, but we have an obligation. We must revive the god. Mia didn't flinch. She looked them in the eye. Exactly. That is why I am saying this. My brother embraced death, chasing that desire to revive the earth, God, to ensure such a tragedy never repeats. A true God has promised to protect this world. Her words clearly pointed to the man standing in the distance, Han Sung-jun. Mia's message was clear. Thanks to the power of the god she now believed in, the darkness plaguing their world was already being purged. It made sense. He was the one who had burned his own divinity, and faith points to expand the domain of his transcendence. She commanded her people, we will march to the Holy Kingdom in the West. We start over from nothing. Mia declared with the authority of a queen, we no longer rely on the earth god. This is the moment we carve our own path. She affirmed once more that this was the will of the true god. Memories of Han Sung-jun's valor flooded her mind, the battles they fought, the courage he displayed, and she shared them with her people. That god faced death for strangers like us. Even when I was stubborn, he reached out his hand to save me. My brother is gone, but that god gave us a future. So I will keep going. She paused, turning her gaze toward Han Sung-jun with unwavering determination. No, I will make it happen. For him. Until that day comes, please wait for us. Her vow carried a weight that surprised even Han Sung-jun, stirring something within his heart. With absolute devotion, Mia proclaimed to the world, I will turn this land into a legend of his glory. Until the day he returns as our god, we will wait for him. And so the Herman tribe followed the words of Saintess Mia, embarking on a journey to write a new chapter in history. This act of blind faith triggered Han Sung-jun's passive skill, propagation of hope, causing the legend of his name to spread like wildfire. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a realm of blood and despair. A crimson eclipse choked the sky, raining red lightning upon a cursed fortress in a terrifying display. A colossal arena carved from the teeth of demons stood amidst boiling magma. The earth itself screamed in agony, setting the stage for a battle of legends. The god of war moved like a calamity, his fist connected with earth-shattering force, and the enemy howled as bones turned to dust. No mercy. A flurry of kicks shattered the target's chest. Blood sprayed like a fountain as the body was torn asunder by overwhelming power. The crimson aura of the god of war dominated everything. One final devastating strike crushed the opponent's skull, silencing their desperate scream in an instant. He sneered at the carnage. Is this the limit of your pathetic existence? The blood-red sun highlighted his cruel judgment over the battlefield. You dare challenge a god with such fragile power? Wreathed in hellfire and lightning, he towered over the arena. Prove your worth, and perhaps I shall let you serve me. But his mind was already plotting. Damn it, he thought. I am harvesting faith from this leveling Manhwa slaughter. Yet my divine power remains drained by the tower. His eyes narrowed in calculation. That challenger, he will come for my head. I must crush him before he ascends any further. Even the arrogance of the god of war could not hide the truth. The prey he hunted possessed a strength that defied logic. If only that fool hadn't overstepped his boundaries, he raged inwardly. None of this would be necessary. He crushed the corpse beneath his heel, killing intent exploding. Han Jung, you are a dead man walking. A dark plan formed. Let him achieve godhood first. Then I can devour him directly without wasting my own essence on a pointless duel. Suddenly, a dimensional rift tore open above him. Golden light blinded the hellscape. What is this? A new divinity being born. He could not look away. A twisted grin spread across his face, the hunger for battle igniting in his eyes like a wildfire. So, it is you. The system rang out. Challenger Han Sung has awakened as a transcendental god in this system Manhwa world. His gaze burned with ecstatic madness. Then the scene shifts seamlessly from the burning hell to the serene embrace of a clear blue sky. Gentle waves kissed the shore, foam white as silk. Under the golden sun, an ice-cold drink waited to be enjoyed in paradise. A sea breeze whispered, but the tranquility was murdered by the screeching ring of a cell phone. Unfazed Han Sung-jun answered without looking away from the ocean view, his voice calm. Speak. The voice on the other end was hysterical. Han Sung-jun, we have a code red situation. Answer me. A new gate opened. Destruction is everywhere. Click. He hung up mid-sentence with zero hesitation, ignoring the panic. To him, the call was just static. But as the screen went black, his aura shifted slightly. The vacation was over. Chu looked toward the city annoyed. Who is making all that racket? Han Sung-jun sighed. Seems like trouble has found us again. Can't we have one day of peace? Chu groaned, sipping his drink. The scene jumps to the gleaming skyscraper of the Hunter Association HQ. Away from the chaotic main entrance, Han Sung-jun and Chu lurked in the shadows of the glass building. He opened his status window. Scanning the data, he realized he had unlocked a new authority designate believer. The awakening Manhwa interface was clear. Though the skill was active, his believer count was 0. Yet the potential candidates numbered over 92,000. But the system delivered a slap to his face that stung. You must acquire at least 300,000 believers before you can grant authority. A ruthless condition typical of a broken system. Manhwa. Han Sung-jun waved his hand, dismissing the holographic screens with a sigh of resignation. The path to power was a marathon, not a sprint. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind, shouting his name. Rapid footsteps clicked against the stone pavement. Hyun approached her chest, heaving from the sprint. She glared at him, not with anger, but with the frantic worry of someone whose calls had gone unanswered during a crisis. Han Sung-jun dodged her, interrogating gaze, offering a flimsy excuse. I ran into some trouble. Hyun knew it was a lie, but right now, she didn't have the luxury of calling him out. Her eyes shifted to Chu, standing beside him. But who is this little one? He is absolutely adorable. Han Sung-jun's mouth twitched as he scooped little Chu up to eye level. Ah, my cousin. He says he wants to be a hunter, so he is tagging along to learn. Hyun nodded, accepting the story. Is that so? We need to get inside the association first. The three of them hurried inside. Hyun took the lead, her heels clicking as she briefed him. I already gave you the rough details over the phone. Right now, unprecedented orange gates are manifesting across the globe. Her voice dropped an octave heavy, with dread. Monsters are pouring out of them like an unstoppable tsunami. It gets worse. Hyun emphasized every word. Demons monsters only ever seen inside the Tower of Trials are among them. The destruction isn't just local. Nations everywhere are crumbling. She stopped before the heavy doors of the conference room, finally revealing the true reason for summoning Han Sung-jun here. The International Hunter Association has issued an emergency summons for the highest-ranking challengers to devise a strategy. She turned her eyes, locking onto his, with intense seriousness. If Han Sung-jun participates, they will grant almost any request as a reward. Faced with such a tempting offer, he remained silent, neither nodding in agreement nor shaking his head in refusal. Han Sung-jun pushed the doors open. As he stepped through, he tilted his head back toward her, his voice low and steady. Do not worry. No matter what happens, because you are my teammate Hyun, I will protect you. Hyun froze. Heat rushed to her cheeks, and her eyes wavered, caught off guard by his sudden sincerity. Unable to speak, she simply gave a small, shy nod. Understood. Stepping inside, Han Sung-jun scanned the vast hall. The ceiling was high and cold artificial light bathed the rows of empty leather seats. This room is big enough to hold over 100 people, he noted. Beside him, Jom Chung-gyu crossed his arms, rolling his eyes as he mocked the situation. It is huge, sure, but look at the turnout, not even double digits. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. So you finally decided to show up. Han Sung-jun raised a brow, turning toward the sound by reflex. Catherine stormed over her tone, dripping with accusation. You climbed the tower without a word, completely ignoring your promise to me. Not even a single phone call. He laughed, nervously, scratching his cheek. Ah, well, about that. But before he could explain, a voice from behind sliced through the tension. Ha-yun smiled, but that smile was colder than a winter blizzard. Her voice remained soft, yet it hit 1,000 daggers. It seems you have a rather intimate acquaintance from inside the tower. Ha-yun added fuel to the fire. You really are a celebrity. Han Sung-jun's mouth twitched. You have got a sharp tongue, kid. Nobody dared to speak. The silence was heavy, as if someone had slammed the brakes on reality itself. While Han Sung-jun stood bewildered between the two glares, Ha-yun crossed her arms, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. She looked like she was watching her favorite romantic drama unfold. They took their seats, Ha-yun on the right, Catherine on the left, trapping our poor Han Sung-jun in the middle. Jom Chung-gyu, enjoying special privileges, sat comfortably in his lap. The ladies beamed with flowery smiles, while Han Sung-jun sat stiff as a board, paralyzed. Catherine fired the first shot. I have never heard Han Sung-jun mention a challenger named Ha Yun before. Must be my imagination. I did not expect to meet a so-called celebrity of the exploration world here. Her eyes darted toward Ha Yun, filled with open provocation. Catherine pressed on. And yet you chose to sit right next to Han Sung-jun. The remark stung, but Ha Yun forced her smile to remain fixed, refusing to break character. Her expression was so intense that even Han Sung-jun felt a chill. She wanted to let it slide, but her twitching eyebrow betrayed her. She had to return fire. I never expected to see Catherine Bennett here either, and I certainly did not expect to see you acting like an impulsive puppy following its master. Catherine was fuming, a vein popping on her forehead as she struggled to maintain her image in front of her crush. Seizing the momentum, Ha Yun continued, I will support Han Sung-jun so he does not get entangled with people like you. Her voice grew sharp. So Catherine, there is really no need for you to be here. Invisible lightning crackled between the two beauties, and the only casualty was Han Sung-jun caught in the crossfire. He was utterly lost, his mind racing in a panic. What on earth am I supposed to do in this situation? To make matters worse, the entire room had turned their attention to the quartet. Whispers of envy began to circulate among the other hunters. Damn it, I have lived too long to see this. Lucky bastard. Out of options, Han Sung-jun whispered to his small companion. Jom Chung-gyu, please save me. But the little creature replied coldly, this is entertaining, but it does not suit my style to intervene. Why should I help? He grinned mischievously. In times like this, staying silent means you have already won half the battle. The useless advice only made Han Sung-jun more anxious. He sighed internally. Scaling the tower was easier than dealing with this. Just then, the chairman of the Assassin Association arrived. He stood at the podium, his voice deep and commanding. Thank you all for answering the association's summons. We will begin immediately. He activated a screen displaying footage of the chaos. I assume you have all heard the situation on your way here. According to our intelligence, the source of these orange gates is... His voice dropped again, the gravity of the situation etched into his grim expression. A black gate, hovering over Las Vegas. That is the origin point creating these orange gates across the world. Just as he was emphasizing the generous rewards for closing the gate, the massive screen behind him suddenly distorted with static, causing the chairman to spin around in shock. What the hell is this? The static cleared to reveal a recorded message. A figure resembling a tribal warrior appeared wearing an arrogant smirk. I am Grama's Lucas, third apostle, serving the god of war. You foolish mortals, which gods do you worship? This ominous introduction felt like the climax of a dark awakening manhwa. The god of war, Han Sung-jun thought. Is the tower really allowing a war god to interfere like this? He focused intently, waiting for the apostle's next words. I will keep it brief. The god of war demands you sacrifice your deities. He pointed to a gate swirling like a black hole behind him, issuing a formal declaration of war. This is a one-way ticket to hell, signed by the war god himself, and you have zero say in the matter. You have 2 days. Summon the deity you worship, or prepare to pay the ultimate price. And his final words before the screen faded to black sent shivers down everyone's spine. I will wait right here for your so-called god to show their face. Chaos instantly swallowed the entire assembly hall. What was he talking about? Do divine beings actually walk this earth? Is he referring to the Almighty or the Enlightened One? Or perhaps he means the entities bound to the tower. Catherine tapped Han Sung-jun, a spark of intrigue dancing in her eyes. First the dark god, and now a god of earth. Things are getting strange. I wonder who this earth deity is. I'm dying to know. He stayed silent, but his mind raced. It made sense. Catherine had ties to the divine, so her curiosity was only natural. Suddenly, Ha Yun's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper beside him. Just imagine the fallout if a god falls today. It is the perfect stage for a new deity to ascend. Her words struck him like a lightning bolt of realization. Without hesitation, Han Sung-jun raised his hand, commanding attention. Chairman, I have a proposal to discuss. May I take the floor? The chairman nodded instantly. Of course. We were just about to deliberate on the crisis. But before the old man could finish, the protagonist cut him off. There is no need for debate. I will handle this catastrophe personally. Han Sung-jun and Jom Chung-gyu stood up, their faces radiating an aura of absolute confidence. But before I go, he added, I need you all to do me one huge favor. The scene shifts to a social media forum where the screen displayed only the chaotic static of signal interference. The comment section was already exploding with activity. Only 1 minute left until the broadcast goes live. Anyone else see that? Apostle in Las Vegas, raise your hand. Just hearing his voice gave me literal chills. Another typed frantically. Is the world seriously ending today? Are there no hunters in this chat to save us? Suddenly, the screen flared to life. Han Sung-jun's handsome features cut through the static broadcasting to the world. This was officially the live raid broadcast of Hunter Han Sung-jun. The viewer count rocketed to nearly 3 million instantly, with comments flooding in by the tens of thousands. Confusion swept through the audience. Is that really him? Is that Han Sung-jun? No way. I thought he went missing in action. Is he back to save us from this mess? I thought this was a raid stream. Yet the man himself was calmly adjusting the camera angles and instructing his assistant. Make sure you get a good angle, he said. Seeing him approach, the enemy scoffed with disdain. So the nameless trash finally decided to show up. I am Gromazilnes, the third apostle serving the great war god. Enough. Sung cut him off mid-sentence, leaving the apostle stunned. What? I don't have time for speeches. Let's wrap this up quickly. Divine authority deification initiated. Violent, purple energy swirled around him like a storm, looking exactly like the climax of an awakening manhwa. He stood clad in obsidian armor, his status window glowing with transcendent divine skills. Death, immortality, heaven, defiance, observation, law, harmony, command, blessing. The entire internet froze in shock. Then the livestream exploded with virtual screams. Viewers breached 6 million. Comments hit 500,000 in a heartbeat. Every soul on earth watched with bated breath, pouring their faith into him. What the hell is happening? Is this real? A transformation skill? We trust you, Han Sung-jun. Don't you dare lose. On the battlefield, he clenched his fists, sensing the surge. The conditions have been met. His eyes blazed with light as he locked onto his enemy. Perfect. Right here in front of the whole world. I will ascend as the new god of earth. Gromaz roared in fury. Stop your delusions. You are nothing but a petty demigod, a mere guest. You are nowhere near strong enough to challenge me. Sung's voice dripped with absolute contempt. Is this arrogance all you have to show for ruling some tiny backwater dimension? How pathetic. Humiliated, Gromaz ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. He unleashed his latent power, shaking the very fabric of space. Debris floated into the air as he snarled a threat. A mongrel like you dares to look down on me? I plan to bring you to the war god in one piece. But now I will teach you the despair of absolute power difference. The chat went wild with terror. Did you feel that earthquake just now? Is this really the apocalypse? He just took a hit. Suddenly, a voice echoed from his black armor, urgent and clear. Han Sung, look up. Hanging in the sky was a colossal meteor descending with apocalyptic force. Realizing death was inevitable, the keyboard warriors typed their final words. Some gave up, others begged for salvation. Goodbye, cruel world. Goodbye to my comfortable life. Han Sung-jun, please stop it. It's the end. I don't want to die. This calamity was the apostle's ultimate art, the Hell Meteor Strike. As the light of destruction bathed the city, Gromaz laughed maniacally. If you want to blame someone, blame your own arrogant mouth. The entire world seemed to scream in unison, drowning in despair. We're all going to die. The meteor loomed closer, scorching the air. Their only hope lay on the shoulders of one man. Hurry, do something, Han Sung, move. The collective belief of humanity coalesced into raw power within him. His eyes shone like stars as he faced the war god's gift with terrifying calmness. Sung spoke, his voice freezing the air. I actually wanted to test something out. Gromaz paused, confused. What? He didn't explain. He simply raised his hand toward the heavens. Staring deep into the enemy's soul, he whispered, I want to see just how strong the local deity's power is that I just absorbed. Exclusive effect distortion. Activate burning. His divine points, he twisted the very fabric of reality to delete the threat. In the blink of an eye, a massive spectral compass materialized in the sky. It opened wide, swallowing the falling catastrophe whole. Gromaz stared his mind, refusing to process the sight. He stood frozen like a statue, stammering. What? What is that? In less than 3 seconds, the meteor vanished, leaving only a pristine, peaceful blue sky. It happened so fast the human brain couldn't keep up. Is the meteor gone? Did Han Sung-jun just delete it? Realizing they weren't dead, the world erupted in euphoria. Han Sung-jun, you legend. I knew he could do it. We survived. Long live Han Sung-jun. Gromaz stood paralyzed, watching the impossible unfold. No, that can't be. A netizen joked. See, he just took a little nap, that's all. Suddenly, a sharp voice sliced through his shock. Gromazilnes. The apostle flinched, but it was already too late. The hunter was already standing right in front of him. His voice cut through the air like a final judgment bell. Do you finally comprehend the heaven and earth gap between our powers? Grama stumbled back in terror. He tripped over debris and crashed to the filth, panting like a dying dog while trying to maintain his arrogant facade. How can a newbie deity possess such force? Sung cut him off cold. Silence. If you cause chaos, you pay the blood price. The exclusive authority of the death list ignited. It locked onto 100 targets within a 1,000-meter radius. Those named began to wither, inching closer to the grave with every ticking second. Panic seized Gramas. The price. Did the god of war summon you for this? The name, Apostle Gramas Elnis, was burned into the death list. In this brutal system Manhwa reality, the divinity of death began its invasion. Han Sung-jun roared, "Die, just die." Reality itself shattered. A column of black and crimson flame, thick as blood, erupted from the abyss beneath his feet. The gates of hell threw themselves open. Before Gramas could even scream his last words, his flesh and bones were ground into dust. The power of death and command had spoken. The cameraman stood frozen, a statue of disbelief. His eyes were glued to the monitor, hands trembling uncontrollably. He was broadcasting a miracle the world wasn't ready to believe. Millions of souls watched in silence. The moment Gramas was incinerated, the viewer count went nuclear. Global servers crashed under the weight of humanity's collective shock. From lowly hunters to world leaders, jaws hit the floor. At the Hunter Association headquarters, the High Council chairman couldn't blink. His face, usually as stoic as a mountain, began to quake. The shock was impossible to hide. Within minutes, the news detonated across every major city like a mana bomb. Yet denial spread just as fast. Impossible. What is this nonsense? Killing a rival with one word. Don't be sheep, it's just CGI. Even on the official channel, that is some insane special effects. Back in the office, the chairman leaped from his seat. His knuckles turned white. Could a true god actually walk among us? His mind raced with electric possibilities. If gods exist, candidate Han Sung is destined to rule the tower. The world order has just been rewritten. Thanks to the livestream, his follower count skyrocketed. Countless beings across the Earth dimension began to worship him. Faith harvesting rates pierced the heavens. Collect enough belief from Earth, and you will ascend as the god of this world. Become the Earth's deity, and gain the divinity of the planet. The notifications flooded in as he absorbed the corpse of the third-rank apostle. A thought echoed in his mind. Is this it? Am I truly becoming the god of Earth? The system updated his status after the victory. Defeated an apostle. Ascension Phase 2 increased by 2%. The black armor marveled at this peak-leveling manhwa progression. I thought the path to transcendent godhood was closed. But the road to the ancient god rank has opened. He pondered deep in thought. Ancient god rank. The mysterious voice returned with a warning. Listen well, Han Sung. If other deities discover this, both your life and Earth face extinction. He answered with steel in his voice. I will prepare a countermeasure before that happens. He activated sanctuary creation. Spiritual power swirled in his palm into a vortex of light. High in orbit, a spherical energy construct manifested. A divine barrier wrapped its protective arms around the entire planet, consuming the saint power and faith of dualist Han Sung, constructing the transcendent and death sanctuary. Inside the sanctuary, growth speed multiplies by 1,000. All wounds regenerate instantly. But in the death zone, unauthorized power is annihilated on contact. In mere seconds, he achieved planetary protection. The Special Authority Sanctuary Creation B evolved to rank A. Sung swore a silent oath. I will never let my precious comrades be harmed again. To ensure their safety, I must crush the god of war. Without hesitation, he marched toward the dimension gate. He stepped into the Hell Arena Sanctuary. The heat of the battlefield was suffocating. The god of war stood waiting, as if he knew destiny would bring Sung here. The war god greeted him with a twisted grin. You finally arrived, mortal. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association stared at the big screen in dead silence. One man forced the words out through a dry throat. Unbelievable. That thing is no longer human. Another nodded, terrified. Agreed. No skill or authority should possess that level of pressure. Could it be a mass hallucination skill? Catherine snapped, her patience gone. Are you blind or just stupid? You think this is an illusion? The man's ego flared up and he lunged at her. What kind of conspiracy is that? So you're saying Han Sung is a literal god? Just as he raised his hand against her, a blinding golden light pierced the windows. The Transcendent and Death Sanctuary was fully active. The crowd gasped their eyes, locking onto the phenomenon outside. It is a sanctuary. Do gods truly walk the earth? Golden energy flooded the city, fueled by the absolute faith of the people in Han Sung. Back in the arena, the brawl exploded into violence. The Hell Arena's trap effect triggered. Once inside, there was no escape. They blurred into motion, chasing each other around the holy temple, exchanging devastating blows. The god of war laughed. "Foolish mortal, you killed my apostle and dared to enter my domain. Are you brave or just brain dead?" Sung didn't back down an inch. "I knew it was a trap, but when prey comes to me, I don't run." His voice dropped to a lethal whisper. "Only one of us is leaving this place alive." The war god's pride was shattered and rage boiled within him. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Just you wait." With killing intent exploding from his eyes, he charged at Sung like a raging bull, screaming, "I will end you." His fist collided with the earth, triggering a cataclysmic boom. The ground shattered into dust, shockwaves tearing through the air, sending Sung flying back from the sheer pressure. Recovering instantly, Sung flipped midair. In a flash, he summoned an ancient tome, the exclusive authority of a deity. The death list was now active. Those inscribed upon these pages face imminent doom. A crushing weakness began to take hold as the Reaper's power leached into the war god's very soul. Anyone named in this system, Manhwa-style curse, would be consumed by divine death after 44 minutes of combat. Oblivious to his fate, the enemy pressed on. But the moment Sung touched down, before the dust could settle, he spun around. Invisible sword activate. This skill fused with his transcendental divinity, triggering a legendary stacking effect that defied the laws of physics. Mythology itself became the ultimate counter. The death god's authority hacked into the enemy's power source. Suddenly, the sky darkened as Sung unleashed a torrential rain of divine force projectiles straight at the war god's head. "You filthy mortal," the deity roared, blurring across the battlefield. He weaved through the destruction, desperate to escape the bombardment that was vaporizing everything in its path. But there was no escape. An invisible impact slammed into his face with the weight of a mountain. Killing intent sharp as a razor sliced the air, crashing down like a thunderbolt from the void. His reflexes were god tier. A last-second twist saved his life, the invisible blade grazing his cheek and drawing a thin line of ichor. But Sung gave him zero room to breathe. Instantly, he triggered the authority of holy light. Starlight drenched in transcendental divinity erupted, wrapping him in a blinding aura of infinite energy. The starlight coalesced above, forming a galaxy of destruction. 1,000,000 points of light locked onto their target. The second strike was ready to launch. This wasn't just an attack. It was total annihilation. The area of effect was massive, leaving the war god absolutely nowhere to hide. The war god howled in agony as the transcendental bombardment pulverized his flesh. He couldn't process it. How could a mere human possess such world-ending power? Boom! His colossal frame was smashed into the earth, the impact sounding like a nuclear detonation. A tsunami of dust and debris swallowed the entire arena. Amidst the chaos, Han Sung stood unmoving, a statue of cold determination. His eyes sharp as steel, scanned the smoke, hunting for his prey. Suddenly, a massive hand burst from the rubble. It clamped around Han Sung's throat in a split second. The war god emerged from the haze, body mangled, but eyes burning with undying rage. Blood dripping from his grin, his breath heavy like rolling thunder, he sneered. "Got you now, you little brat." The war god loomed over him, tightening his vice-like grip. He hoisted Han Sung into the air, looking at him like an insect about to be squashed. Muscles rippling with explosive power, he roared and slammed Han Sung into the ground with catastrophic force, shattering the bedrock into powder. It wasn't over. Two grotesque giant arms sprouted from the war god's back. They rained down a barrage of punches, each hit striking like a meteor, pounding Han Sung without mercy. He screamed, unleashing every dirty trick and dark power in his arsenal, obsessed with crushing this indomitable mortal into paste. System alert, divinity absorption active. The war god is temporarily siphoning player Han Sung's stats. As the war god drained Han Sung's holy power, he felt victory within his grasp. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his hand still crushing Sung's throat. "Fighting you has taught me one thing," he rambled on, his voice dripping with arrogant triumph, completely ignoring the shift in the air. "I will kill you right here, ensuring no one like you ever rises again. Then, I will obliterate your precious earth. Mere insects don't deserve to exist." Skill divine counter activated. The war god grinned savagely, raising his fist as chaotic divine energy gathered for the final blow. All accumulated damage was reflected back at Han Sung with 4 times the power. The fist descended, triggering a crimson explosion that consumed the arena in hellfire. The earth cracked open, the sky trembled, and the world seemed to tear apart under the sheer force of the blast. Thick smoke choked the battlefield. Through the drifting ash, the war god's smug smile emerged. He was certain the pest was dead, but his grin froze. His eyes darted around nervously. Through the haze, the atmosphere shifted. Something impossible had happened. Beneath his massive fist, nothing. Just empty ground. Where is he? A chill crawled down his spine. Did he vanish? Suddenly, the war god's world turned gray. Color drained from reality as his body locked up. Behind him, Han Sung stood blazing with fury, eyes igniting with blue fire. Skill, flash, step. He glared at the frozen deity. You bastard. Only now did his consciousness register the horror. His body refused to obey. His joints were locked as if turned to stone. What is this? Why can't I move? This was the legendary power of the S+ rank item, the black and white hourglass. Effect final time activated. Time itself was frozen for 4 seconds. In this suspended reality, the user is immune to all external forces. With a 7-day cooldown, this was his trump card. In this frozen world, only one king was allowed to move and bring about the end. Han Sung stood ominously behind him, dual blades, radiating a bone-chilling cold. His gaze pierced the war god's neck. So you want to destroy Earth? As long as I draw breath, no one touches my home or the people I love. I won't let you destroy a single pebble. Han Sung stared daggers into the immobilized god. I'm taking back my divinity and your stats. Instantly, the system window flashed. Blessing used. Divinity consumed to negate battle state. Blessing unavailable for 12 hours. The war god's eyes shifted, filled with helpless terror and rage. You scum! Han Sung didn't hesitate. Don't be in a rush, he whispered, as red flames erupted from his body. I'm going to tear you apart so you never look at Earth again. Wait, the war god pleaded. But mercy was off the table. A pillar of light shot up as the system announced the end. Battle acceleration active. Time acceleration active. Han Sung became a blur, delivering a devastating slash before the god could even blink. Vitality exploded like a volcano. Unleashing a storm of high-speed skills, Han Sung buried the war god under a barrage of attacks that gave him no chance to recover. At that moment, the system interface displayed nothing but a desolate neon green void. Zung pressed the attack, granting his opponent no quarter, every strike landing with the weight of a fatal blow. The interior became a slaughterhouse. The so-called god of war, buckling relentlessly under the protagonist's overwhelming suppression. Moments later, the interface finally rebooted. As expected of a high-tier system Manhwa, the S+ rank monochrome hourglass effect shattered and time began to flow once more as the interference immunity faded. Skill cooldown 7 days. Han Sung locked eyes with the deity and delivered his verdict. Perish beneath my blade. No sooner had the words left his lips than the system flared to life. Divine word death activated. The power to govern mortality itself was now his. The god of war took another direct hit, sent flying by the sheer force of a command that could rewrite reality itself. On Han Sung's side, a new authority awakened, cracking the very bedrock and sending debris floating toward the heavens. The holy light skill erupted, blinding him in a thick veil of dust. Han Sung stood amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. As the smoke cleared, the god of war's face emerged, bruised, but burning with a terrifying, unyielding resolve not to end here. I will end you. The deity glared with pure hatred, roaring his ultimatum. I will shatter this planet and exterminate every last mortal vermin. An explosion rocked the dimension, turning the world crimson and chaotic. In that frenzy, the enemy triggered a cascade of abilities. Divine War Intent met the conditions and automatically engaged. This Divine War Intent granted buffs proportional to his battle rage. A monstrous transformation took hold: crimson skin, radiating a suffocating murderous aura. However, the system flashed a warning: buffs will invert into debuffs should the user's will falter. The god of war sensed the intense fighting spirit radiating from his challenger Han Sung. He emerged from the light, a true monster, with 4 arms burning, red eyes, and hair bleached bone white. A halo of light spun violently behind him as his stats were laid bare. Every attribute multiplied by 100, accompanied by a massive speed boost. Gazing down at the hero, the god of war spoke with chilling slowness. Chung, I acknowledge your might. He scowled, eyes narrowing as he declared, I shall no longer treat you as a mere mortal, but as a rival, transcendent god. Give me everything you have, transcendent one. Facing Zung's calm demeanor, the war god threatened. If you fail, your comrades and your precious earth are dust. Chung did not disappoint. He instantly triggered his trump card, Transcendent Divinity activated. All capabilities broke through their limiters. Staring down that divine arrogance, he simply replied, You will regret those words. The system chimed in, echoing a classic leveling Manhwa trope. Growth speed increased by 27 times based on the level gap. The atmosphere fell dead silent. Two colossal power sources escalated wildly, forming twin pillars of radiant energy that pierced the sky. The God of War charged. The ground behind him detonated with every step. Two titans collided, shockwaves rippling endlessly. Shang was forced on the defensive, barely parrying the relentless barrage. The Special Authority Battle Hunger activated skill proficiency gain increased by 300% until the combat concludes. Under the God of War's crushing assault, the system board flashed a frantic red. Divine Combat was allowing Zung to slowly adapt and convert every stat. As they clashed, Zung realized the terrifying truth: my stats and divine power are leaking into the God of War. While blocking giant fists that rained down like meteors, he thought, but not yet. Suddenly, the God of War lunged with explosive speed, sending Shung's body flying backward. Sensing the tide, turning the deity, scoffed arrogantly. Your movements have dulled Transcendent God. His taunts grew more vicious. Is it because I've drained your stats and power dry? As the deity's scornful voice echoed, the earth trembled. He bellowed, let us end this meaningless struggle. The Transcendent Xung launched himself into the air, but the God of War instantly snatched his ankle. Like a feral beast, the deity rushed him, sneering. You are destined to die regardless. Following that, a barrage of punches rained down on Sung's abdomen, each strike heavy enough to shatter mountains. Shung grunted in pain, his mind racing. Can he not see it yet? The next instant, a massive force blasted outward, like a cannon pulverizing the boulders, blocking his path. The system suddenly pinged, Blood Shadow Remnant activated. Shung reappeared from the fading smoke, slowly rising to his feet. The deity's voice turned grim. You move this fast after I stole only a fraction of your stats. Meeting Zheng's cold gaze, the God of War continued. I have already absorbed your divine power and attributes. Transcendent God. He stepped forward with the swagger of a victor. From this moment on, all your struggles are futile. The God of War glared, a challenging grin spreading across his face. Why, you ask? Because I hold the high ground. With that, the God of War charged again, hammering Zung with relentless blows. He gripped Sung by the throat, lifting him high with terrifying ease. Struggle until your final breath. His face twisted into a mask of cruelty as he shrieked. Delay it all you want. There is only one ending for you, destruction. Suddenly the God of War froze. Shangdan replied with chilling calm, no. Looking down at the deity, he delivered the verdict. You are the one who dies today. The moment he spoke, the system notifications began to chime like a funeral bell. Time condition met combat duration exceeded 44 minutes against a target marked in the Death Note. According to the Book of Life's effect, the God of War is now being corroded by the divinity of death. Without warning, the God of War vomited a mouthful of blood, eyes wide with shock. He couldn't comprehend reality, screaming like a madman. What is this sorcery? Feeling his demonic aura rapidly draining, he shrieked in panic. My divinity! It's collapsing. Standing aside as a spectator, Shung Dan explained nonchalantly. The Book of Life causes permanent corrosion by the divinity of death. Every second that ticks by your very godhood is being erased. The God of War shot a look of pure venom at him, wheezing weakly. You, wretched bastard. Ignoring the insult, Shung continued. You said my team and my planet would die. The body held in the deity's grip began to radiate a golden aura. Now is the time for your repentance, God of War. In a flash, Shung Dan slashed a single powerful arc, forcing the deity to release his throat. Looking at the arm that had just been struck, the God of War's expression froze in horror. Strength abandoned the God of War's body. He collapsed to his knees, wailing. My arm. Zung cut him off instantly. Stand still. The God of War paused, looking up with eyes full of terror. Shung's voice remained terrifyingly flat. The more you struggle, the faster death eats you alive. The deity had been driven completely into madness. The God of War's face twisted in pure agony, his pride shattered into a million pieces. He roared, I am the God of War. Like a cornered beast facing its end, he charged recklessly. I will not perish in vain. In a final gambit, he locked his arms around the protagonist. The system chimed instantly. Condition met. Divine extinction activated. An apocalyptic energy detonated. The crimson sky fractured like glass. The earth crumbled, sending massive debris floating into the trembling void. Skilled divine extinction has triggered a 10-year cooldown. Warning. This cooldown cannot be bypassed by any means. Despair clawed at the war god's sanity. If I cannot win, then we shall burn together, die. Yet the transcendental god Sung-jun watched this leveling manhwa spectacle with cold indifference. He whispered 3 words. Attack. Attack is invalid. A cascade of system windows erupted. Effect QSS plus Old Watch activated. Skill nullification has been triggered. Divine extinction is cancelled. Time state reverted to pre-activation status. Nullification cooldown, 30 minutes. In a heartbeat, the cataclysm vanished. Only a harmless swirl of wind remained in the silence. The war god screamed in disbelief. That is the relic of the time god. How do you possess such a thing? But Sung-jun only answered with a terrifying surge of aura. Sung's voice was absolute zero. Silence and perish. The system flashed a lethal judgment. Divine command is accelerating the corrosion of divine death. Even as the void devoured his face, the fallen god stared back with defiance. Transcendental god, do not think this ends here. Sung-jun gave no reply. He simply unleashed his final combination. Passive mythical nemesis activated. The predator of all things awakens. Destruction energy now dominates the battlefield. The cold steel plunged downward. The god of war howled in agony. Forced to his knees, he groveled in the dirt, screaming at the heavens. Impossible, my divinity. It is shattering. Sung-jun twisted the blade deeper into the giant's flesh. Disappear. System, the power of divine death, is consuming the target. As his physical form disintegrated into particles, he could not accept this nightmare reality. That mere mortal from years ago. He faded into nothingness, leaving one final question behind. How? How did you become such a monster? As the dust settled behind Sung-jun's cold silhouette. Notification, the soul of war god Asura has been absorbed. He looked up at the vast sky, and for a moment, his expression softened. Bathed in the iridescent light of victory, he exhaled. I have protected everything. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning in the city of skyscrapers. Inside a luxurious suite, Sung-jun watched the news, while Jung Chung-gyu happily devoured his breakfast nearby. The screen displayed the hero's face for all to see. The conqueror who saved the world Han Sung has declined all interviews. Official statements will only come through his contracted guild. The camera panned to a massive crowd below. They held signs reading, Han Sung is God. The cheers were deafening. Those hailing him as Earth's savior were multiplying by the second. To many, this awakening manhwa protagonist was no longer just a hunter. He was a deity. Jung Chung-gyu chewed his food noisily, side-eyeing his partner. You look awfully pleased with yourself. Sung-jun smirked, with a touch of arrogance. The people are safe, and I harvest more believers. It is a win-win. Jung Chung-gyu looked at him thoughtfully. Fair point. The status window popped up. Current believers worshipping the transcendental god, 96,762. Believer cap 2,729,811. Sung-jun furrowed his brow. Note: believers exceeding a specific power threshold may be designated as apostles. Listing grade 1 believers: 1 Catherine Burnett, 2 Leon, 3 Lucia Minia, 4 Katya. System granting divine authority, rank F to all grade 1 believers. A brilliant golden aura enveloped his body. He picked up his coat, lost in thought. Since my divinity level is still low, the power I can share is limited. As he donned his trench coat, his resolve hardened. Back in the tower, they were my lifeline. To grant them true power, I must ascend even higher. Jung Chung-gyu paused mid-bite. You are leaving already. Sung-jun adjusted his collar. Yes, I have a meeting with the iron-blooded monarch. A dimensional barrier materialized. It is time to return to the tower. Loading. Entering the domain of iron blood, he materialized before a humble, weathered cottage. A voice called out from within. You actually came, Han Sung. He stepped forward. I did not expect to see you again so soon. He greeted her formally. Iron-blooded monarch. She maintained a frosty expression. I assumed you would reject my invitation. You are surprisingly obedient today. He scratched his cheek, looking awkward. I do not refuse that often. She shot him a glare and stood up abruptly. Do you have any idea how many times you have ghosted me? He offered a sheepish smile. My apologies. Her cheeks flushed a distinct shade of pink. She playfully punched his shoulder. You really enjoy teasing me, do you not? Is that how it looks? Suddenly, her voice softened. Yes. The shift in her tone caught him off guard. She lowered her gaze, eyes shimmering with unshed emotion. If I had met you back when you were just a conqueror, we might have been friends. Perhaps even best friends. Sung-jun fell silent, the weight of the moment hanging in the air. He spoke with unexpected tenderness. We are close enough now. From the moment I met the iron-blooded monarch until the end of time, that bond will never change. She froze, wide-eyed. His expression was stone-cold serious. We are comrades who walk the same path. Therefore, I will make your wish a reality. Her hand trembled as it brushed his arm. She bowed her head, fists clenching tight. The path. It will be agonizing. He did not hesitate. Hardship is nothing new to me. She gripped his coat fabric desperately. But you might be disappointed to see how weak I truly am. A gentle smile touched his lips. I could never be disappointed in you. Her voice cracked. You could die. He placed a firm hand on her shoulder. I have crawled through hell to get here. I do not die easily. His eyes burned with the fire of a system Manhwa legend. I will prove it to you. He made his declaration. I will show you a world where the iron-blooded monarch stands amidst peace, not ruins. Tears welled in her eyes. He raised his fist. This is my promise. The tyrant wiped her eyes and bumped her fist against his. Thank you, Han Sung. As he stepped into the dimensional rift, the system began to calculate. Admin Authority G. 8,717 engaged. The iron-blooded monarch's deepest desire has birthed a transcended trial. Han Sung smirked the weight of his promise, fueling his determination. Ping. The system announced entering the abyss of the iron-blooded monarch. His expression hardened into a mask of resolve. I will shield this world. The evil gods end here. System alert trial theme. Iron-blooded monarch. Difficulty hard. Time limit 1 year. Mission objective prevent the apocalypse driven by diviniality. Failure condition. Death of the challenger or time expiration. Reward calculation. Based on the monarch's emotional resonance. Whoosh. He plummeted from the heavens toward the chaotic realm below. Warning. Failure equals absolute erasure. As the system faded, the drums of war thundered from the base below. Slaughter them all. Imperial soldiers roared, clashing against the twisted followers of the evil god. The battle had begun. Han Sung checked his status like a pro in a leveling manhwa. Gear sealed. Stats locked at 700. Suddenly, a soldier screamed, Sir, are you the Decurion? Han Sung glanced at the interface. Identity confirmed. Han Sung, Decurion of the Imperial Army. The soldier looked panic-stricken. Sir, why haven't you retreated? Han Sung narrowed his eyes. What are my orders, soldier? No time to explain. A tactical map materialized. The vanguard is being overrun by a massive wave of fanatics. They're being wiped out. The soldier clenched his fist. We are the rear guard. We must pull back immediately or face execution for violating military law. I understand, Han Sung interrupted coolly. But where is the silver-haired woman with the crimson eyes? The soldier blinked. You mean the centurion? She stayed behind at the front lines, he stammered. She's buying time for our escape. The image of the iron-blooded tyrant flashed in his mind. Before the soldier could finish, Han Sung was already a blur of motion. That reckless fool. Rage blazed in his eyes. Does she plan to die a martyr's death? He tore across the battlefield, debris exploding under his feet. I made a vow to the iron-blooded monarch. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. I will show you a future where this world survives. You are not dying on my watch. He became a gale of destruction, vaulting over corpses to reach the front lines. His hunter's eyes scanned the chaos. Where are you? Adrenaline spiked as he searched the sea of blood and steel. He wove through the carnage, where the battlefield was a meat grinder. Then, through a gap in the soldiers, he froze. There, the iron-blooded monarch brought to her knees. A massive blade was descending to end her legend. The sword was seconds away from cleaving her in two. No system command Grace of the Wind activated. Movement speed increased by 80%. He became a streak of lightning, steel met flesh, a spray of crimson, and the giant assailant howled in agony. My arm, the monarch stared bewildered. Who? Han Sung stood like a guardian deity. Stay back. His blade slammed into the earth, erupting with crimson mana. You dare lay a hand on the Empire. His killing intent suffocated the air. Now witness true wrath. Holy Light Authority unleashed astral divinity, flooded the battlefield. With a single masterful stroke, the cultists were annihilated. The iron-blooded monarch watched in disbelief. Impossible. Her eyes widened as the enemy forces crumbled before him. Is he really one of us? The surviving soldiers stood silent, awestruck by the display of godlike power. The imperial banner rose high, cheers erupted like thunder. Victory, we're actually alive. She approached him, eyes sharp. Identify yourself. Who are you really? He replied coolly, just a humble Decurion of the Empire. He turned a knowing smile playing on his lips. I'm just here to keep a promise to my centurion. Inner monologue. We finally made it. Later that evening at a quiet tavern. Bam, she slammed her tankard down. Not a regular soldier. And your name is Han Sung. She leaned in, resting her chin on her hand, eyes gleaming. Deceiving the Empire is a crime, but you did save my life." A faint blush dusted her cheeks. She looked away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "So, as your commander, I'll overlook this transgression." Han Sung held her gaze, his voice smooth. "I appreciate that. My only goal is to repay a past debt and earn your trust." She straightened up her aura, shifting from commander to ally. "Your words ring true." She extended a hand. "I am Canaria Luful." He tilted his head, a charming smile appearing. "Then, from now on, I'm in your care. Use me well." He took her hand, a spark of alliance forming. "I will protect you with my life, Commander." Meanwhile, in the shadows, cloaked figures gathered around a cauldron of dark fate. "The prophecy is clear," a voice hissed. "The world falls to the evil god." But a hand rose, silencing them. "There is still one variable." Visions of the 7 ancient dragons manifested in the smoke. "Only the one acknowledged by the 7 dragon guardians can save us." The vision shifted, sealing into a mirrored gateway. It revealed the iron-blooded monarch wielding her blade, striving to become that hero. Back in reality, Canaria beamed. "Thanks to you, Han Sung, I survived the ambush." They rode out, leaving the field of corpses behind. "To reach this point without spilling a drop of your own blood, your skills are terrifying." She pulled the reins, gazing at the horizon. "We're here, the domain of the Dark Elves, and the sanctuary of the Black Dragon." The duo halted their steeds at the edge of the great forest and dismounted. The ancient woods loomed ahead, a labyrinth of shadows. Canaria, walking beside him, broke the heavy silence. "I will handle the negotiations myself. The Empire has already prepared a diplomatic strategy, so there is no need for violence." Hearing this, Han Sung's lips curled into a smirk of absolute confidence. "I just need to plant a few fists in that dragon's face, and it'll be over." Canaria could only laugh helplessly at his arrogance. "Please be serious. As long as no threats come my way, stay your hand." The moment the words left her lips, a shadow tore through the air. With godlike reflexes, he snatched the deadly projectile inches from her face before it could strike. A flush rose to her cheeks as she witnessed his overwhelming martial prowess, her eyes wide with admiration. "That arrow. I didn't even sense its bloodlust before it arrived." She gazed up at him, eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank you." Han Sung, gripping the arrow with lethal intent, replied coldly. "It doesn't look like they have any intention of negotiating." He stepped forward, shielding her with his broad back, his eyes narrowing with dangerous intent. "From here on out, we do things my way." Suddenly, the forest erupted into a symphony of violence. The sounds of impact echoed through the trees until a massive fortress revealed itself in the distance. A small obsidian dragon lay on the ground, murmuring lazily. "Seems the Dark Elves are chasing some uninvited guests." Ignoring the chaos, the creature drifted back to sleep. Time for another nap. But suddenly, Han Sung's face loomed over it like a nightmare. "Found you." The dragon shrieked in terror, scrambling back against the cold stone wall. "How did a filthy human maggot find his way into my sanctuary?" He pointed a thumb at the battered pile of elves behind him. "You dared threaten someone precious to me. So, I educated your minions until they gave up your location." The beast's jaw dropped, but shock quickly morphed into blazing fury. "You trespass on my land and assault my subjects." In a flash of mana, the tiny creature erupted into a colossal, terrifying dragon. "Today you will pay for your insolence with your life." It stomped a massive claw, shattering the earth and sending debris flying in a display of raw power. Despair. Lowly human. The shockwave whipped Canaria's hair and cloak violently. She looked up, trembling. "This situation has escalated far beyond my calculations." Yet Han Sung remained an unshakable mountain in the face of the storm. "Do not worry. I will protect you." A divine chime rang out, a classic trope of a system Manhwa. Skilled divine command activated. His eyes glowed as he ground his teeth and barked the order. "Sit down and submit." System-consuming divinity to manipulate reality via voice. The dragon's rage boiled over at the command. "How dare you? Do you take me for a common mutt? I will never obey such trash." Boom. An invisible force crashed down like the sky, falling, slamming the beast's head into the dirt right before them. The black dragon was paralyzed, pinned by absolute power. It roared in confusion. "What sorcery is this? Why can't I move my body?" Canaria watched in horror as he wiped a trail of crimson from his lips. Is his body breaking down from the sheer pressure of channeling such divinity? System alert penalty. Crimson sacrifice activated. Panic seized Canaria as she rushed to his side, dabbing his mouth with her handkerchief. "Are you all right? Why are you coughing up blood?" Han Sung glanced at her, masking his pain. "I've already regenerated. It's nothing." He strode toward the fallen beast, eyes burning with dominance. From this moment on, you are my companion. The black dragon jerked its head up, incredulous. What kind of insanity are you spouting? Its eyes burned scarlet as it thrashed against the invisible chains. Oh, dragon god, grant me the power to obliterate this insect. The heavens responded instantly to the desperate plea. The prayer of believer level 4, Tamian Edness, has triggered the dragon god's gaze. The dragon god has acknowledged the request. Han Sung looked up at the sky, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as the system chimed. The dragon god peered down, locked eyes with Han Sung, and smiled warmly. System alert. The dragon god has rejected the request of believer Tamian Edness. The black dragon froze its world, shattering into pieces. The dragon god commands you, serve Han Sung with your life. A spectral projection of the deity manifested in the air. The black dragon trembled in awe and fear. O Divine One. The deity ignored the beast and waved cheerfully at the human. Long time no see, Han Sung. He nodded back casually. Been a while, hasn't it, dragon god? The dragon's brain short-circuited. It leaned in, bewildered. Who exactly is this human? Han Sung answered the foolish question with icy authority. Who am I? His aura darkened, pressing down like a tyrant. Starting today, I am your absolute master. Overwhelmed by his sheer presence and the god's betrayal, the dragon's jaw hit the floor. Moments later, the black dragon spread its massive wings, soaring through the azure sky. Perched atop the dragon's head, Canaria cleared her throat awkwardly. Now, surely, you can answer my questions. How on earth did you tame a catastrophic tier beast so easily? Han Sung glanced at her, remaining stoic despite her probing. If you keep secrets, you'll never earn my full trust. He sighed. Fine. I will answer. Within acceptable parameters. Then tell me, she pressed, what is your true identity? He gazed at the horizon like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. I am simply a challenger from the tower. A magic tower. She refused to let up. Next question then. Are you an apostle or priest of the dragon god? He recalled the goofy face of the dragon god and let out a confused, huh? Canaria winked playfully. Going by that reaction, I hit the bullseye. I'm right, aren't I? Han Sung, cold sweat trickled down his neck. How does she have such sharp intuition? He decided to drop the bomb. Actually, from the start, every single one of your deductions was completely wrong. Her smile vanished. Wait, I got 0 correct. But you are from another world, correct? He nodded. That is the only thing you got right. Suddenly, the black dragon interrupted their banter. Master, I also have a query. Han Sung raised an eyebrow at the mount. Speak. We dragons serve the god, but we know of the tower. Is it possible? The dragon's voice turned grave. That this entire world is nothing but a falsehood. Hearing this, Canaria froze in terror. Is this a lie? She spun around, eyes wide with shock, questioning his sanity. Are you telling me this entire world is fake? Sung's gaze didn't waver as he replied, no, it's real. So put your mind at ease. Canaria fell silent, studying him, thinking, what else are you hiding from me? The black dragon glanced up once more. Closing its eyes tight, it scoffed. Good. Since there are evil deities here, this reality is definitely authentic. It brought them before a colossal fortress and roared, protect this world from the evil gods. Boom. The dragon slammed down, sending debris flying. We have arrived. As they hopped down, Sung nodded. Thanks for the lift. But the beast snapped back, irritated. My name isn't Long Yong, it is. Sung's expression darkened, killing intent, rolling off him as he glared back. Planning to betray your master? Instantly, the dragon's courage crumbled. No, I'll change my name right now. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. A blond man approached, wearing a wicked grin. I heard the report via the mana communicator, but to think you actually brought a dragon back. He walked toward them with his soldier's voice dripping with sarcasm. As the eldest daughter, you've certainly struggled. He stared at Canaria, a sneer curling his lips. My dear sister. Sung and Canaria stood frozen. He glanced at the trembling woman beside him. A sister. Is this some twisted royal family drama? The moment he got close, she bowed, her head voice shaking. Long time no see, Brother Glios. He extended a hand offering poison-laced praise. Seeing it in person is quite impressive. I didn't expect you to tame a beast so quickly. She shrank back in fear. You praise me too much. Glios leaned in, whispering in her ear like a serpent. At this level, having a capable dog is also a talent. Watching you thirst for the throne so pathetically? It's actually quite entertaining. He smirked, shifting his gaze to the man behind her. Glios stepped up to pat Sung's shoulder, acting the main character in his own play. A pleasure. I am an imperial prince and a member of the royal army. Glio's Lufer. Sung glanced at Canaria. So the Iron Blood Monarch is an imperial princess. The pieces of this manhwa recap puzzle are finally fitting together. Han Sung-jun swatted the prince's hand away. Coldly he stated, I am Han Sung. Glio's narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. What a unique name. Glio's pulled out a white handkerchief, wiping the hand Sung had touched, and smiled aggressively. No manners yet, you don't hide your intent. You seem mysterious. He looked Sung up and down, like someone from a hidden clan, masking their identity. You're clearly strong. But I don't understand why you'd help my lowly, pathetic sister. Glios leaned in closer, teasing. Or were you seduced by the beauty of the so-called flower of the empire? He placed a hand on Sung's shoulder. Her personality is terrible. Why not ditch her and follow me? Suddenly, Sung grabbed Glios's wrist. Excuse me, I have a question. The prince blinked. Yes, Sung crushed his wrist, lifting it up as he growled. Do you have a death wish? You look desperate to end your life. The overwhelming aura shocked even Canaria. Allow me to use my specialty and end you painlessly. While the soldiers stood frozen in stupidity, the prince gasped. You dare speak like that here? Han Sung-jun's eyes went dead. I'll keep it short. He tightened his grip, towering over the royal. I am about to crush your skull. Glios trembled, stammering about his status. I am a prince of the empire. Sung didn't blink. So what? The murderous intent was suffocating. Do you want to live or die? For the first time, true terror gripped the prince's heart. Glios stuttered, his pride shattering into dust. I want to live. Good choice. Sung released him. If you seek revenge later, I'll take it as a request for death. He grabbed Canaria's hand. Let's go. They walked away in silence. One leading, one following. Like a loyal knight guarding his true princess. Suddenly, she stopped, her shoulders shaking. I'm so sorry. She kept her back to him, voice trembling. I was useless. I was too terrified of him to stop his insults. She shook her head. No, I was actually terrified of losing you. She recalled her past trauma. He is closest to the throne. Since childhood, he took everything from me. My treasures, my people. All gone. Sung realized the truth. Everything stolen for the sake of power. Does he plan to steal me too? Canaria clenched her fists. I thought I could surpass the heavenly leader one day and claim the throne myself. But I have no right. I can't even protect a single person close to me. Her voice broke. I am not worthy of your trust. Sung froze his eyes, widening at her vulnerability. She turned, tears streaming down her face. It's pathetic, isn't it? Sung watched her, his heart heavy. Then he spoke words that would change everything. The heavenly leader once told me, when you fall and cannot stand, you can lean on me at any time. Han Sung-jun dropped to one knee. Canaria, to me, you are the emperor. You are one of the few people I cherish. Her eyes widened, shimmering with tears. Rely on me. I swear I will place you on that throne. He expected joy. Instead, she sniffled louder. Sung blinked, completely lost. As she buried her face in her hands, wailing, Sung panicked. Did I say something wrong? Is this too intense? Ding, a system window appeared. Canaria sobbed. I don't know why you go this far, but I know your heart isn't fake. The system manhwa interface updated. The Iron Blood Monarch's feelings are shifting toward the challenger Han Sung. She flashed a dazzling smile, her cheeks flushed with the warmth of her devotion, and made a vow that would shake the heavens. If his heart truly desired the throne, then she would be the one to crown him emperor of this world. No sooner had the words left her lips than the interface chimed. The rewards for the hidden quest, deepest desires, and the iron-blooded monarch path were instantly boosted to legendary status. Hearing this, Han Sung-jun rose to his feet, his voice barely a whisper, as he thanked her. But their tender moment was shattered as a catastrophic explosion of purple light erupted in the distance. The shockwave hit them like a physical blow, forcing them to dig their heels into the ground just to stay standing. Sung narrowed his eyes, sensing the chaotic energy. Was this the pressure of a divine sanctuary? Suddenly, the black dragon descended from the sky with urgent news. The evil god was initiating the apostle descent, throwing the dragonflight into chaos. Without hesitation, Sung leaped onto the dragon's back. They had to move now. Canaria looked up, her eyes filled with determination. Taking his hand, she climbed up behind him. She had promised to answer his expectations, and she wasn't about to abandon him now. The black dragon looked to its master, awaiting orders. Sung simply smirked, confidence radiating from him like a sun. This would be easy. Instantly, an overwhelming aura burst forth from his body. The interface flashed, signaling the activation of divine authority deification. It was the ultimate power-up, the kind you only see in a top-tier system Manhwa, granting him godlike abilities proportionate to his hidden potential. With a roar that shook the clouds, the Black Dragon charged forward, carrying Sung's burning obsession. Their target was clear. Today, the evil god would fall. The system cascaded with a list of his awakened traits: transcendence, death, immortality, defiance, observation, order, harmony, and command. Sung stared into the violet abyss consuming the sky. It was time to end this nightmare. Moments later, they breached the perimeter of the evil spirit's sanctuary. There, standing amidst his legion of darkness, was the apostle Baza, barking orders like a tyrant. Baza looked up, spotting the intruders, and let out a mocking laugh. He pointed his weapon at the sky, screaming for his minions to crush the fool, daring to fly above them with demonic energy. The demonic army went into a frenzy. The Black Dragon flinched as crimson energy began to swirl around them, worried that their ally Israel down below wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. But Sung was ready. The system activated the word of power. Instantly, he was clad in majestic iron armor, his voice dropping to a register that sounded like a demon king rising from hell. He commanded them to be torn asunder and perish. Baza watched in horror as his army was instantly obliterated, a massive explosion of divine judgment crushing them where they stood. The system noted the consumption of divine power to rewrite reality itself. Canaria gasped, her eyes wide with shock. What kind of impossible power was this? Sung merely glanced back, cool as ice. He told her there was no time to explain. The truth would have to wait until the dust settled. She paused, blushing furiously, and nodded. She had already given him her heart and soul. She would trust him to the end. The system went into overdrive, absorbing the souls of the fallen and racking up kill counts faster than the eye could see. His ascension into the second stage skyrocketed thanks to the myth-tier event. His transcendence evolved rapidly, sucking in the red spiritual energy into a sphere of power hovering in Sung's palm. The Black Dragon dove through the purple storm, spotting the evil god's apostles below. From the heavens, Sung unleashed a beam of crimson devastation, sending the monsters into a panic. The system relayed Baza's sarcastic taunt, calling them cute little pests. The villain raised his weapon, barely blocking the attack with a look of utter disdain. To him, they weren't even worthy of being toys. But then, the system flashed a warning. The evil god had officially descended into a grade 4 apostle. Baza was trembling with ecstasy. As the smoke cleared, Baza scoffed at the pathetic insects, daring to challenge him. The system confirmed the worst. The evil god had fully possessed Baza, and the grade 4 apostle was drunk on his new overwhelming power. The other dragons watched in disbelief. How was it possible? A full descent, this early in the invasion, defied all the laws of their world. Baza, floating opposite them, grinned wickedly. It was simple. He had struck a deal with the tower. This was a playground designed specifically for him, and he intended to start the game early. With arrogant flair, Baza commanded the purple lamp at his side to flare up, saturating the air with toxic energy. The explanation was over. It was time for them to die. But Sung was already there, appearing out of thin air, with a blinding sword of light. He looked down at the villain. He asked if those were his final words. The system triggered the Holy Light Authority, wreathing his blade in starlight. In the blink of an eye, a slash of divine punishment came crashing down on Baza's skull. Sung retreated, watching the devastating impact turn the area into rubble. The dragons gathered, gazing at his small figure with awe. The human acknowledged by the Black Dragon had finally arrived. They hovered above him, recognizing him as the guardian deity who would save their world. Sung watched the smoke silently, but a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the debris, calling out to the challenger. Baza was still alive. His face split in two. He emitted a grotesque gurgling sound. He swore that he would never forgive Sung for this humiliation. His body began to warp and twist, transforming into a gigantic floating skull. The monster roared its declaration. He would kill Sung no matter the cost. The system warned that the descent state was being amplified by pure rage. The dragons felt the crushing pressure of the aura and froze. It was terrifying. Yet they looked toward Sung. That human. He stood tall, head held high, staring directly into the face of that nightmare without a shred of fear. The white dragon felt a pang of shame. A mere human was outshining them. If the dragon race couldn't fight, there was only one option left. It flew behind Sung and spoke solemnly. It addressed him as the chosen one of the Black Dragon, and declared that it would transfer the qualification of World Guardian to him. A brilliant golden energy flowed from the dragons into Sung. It was their last hope. Only he could stop the evil god now. The white dragon stepped back, watching the purple storm clash with the golden motes of light. At that moment, the sphere of golden spiritual energy at Sung's feet began to pulse, with life reacting to the sacrifice. Sung questioned the strange energy. The system chimed in, marking the peak of this awakening Manhwa arc. The conditions were met. Challenger Han Sung-jun was officially crowned the Guardian of Alium. Sung looked at the notification, understanding dawning in his eyes. He had obtained the divinity of Alium, granting him the right to protect and bless this entire world. However, there was a catch. This divinity didn't grant control over the world and wasn't orthodox. Once this special contract trial ended, the power would vanish without a trace. He held the glowing sphere in his hand, feeling the weight of it. The will of the world had been passed to him. He accepted the burden. The dragons rallied around him, ready to fight by his side until the bitter end. Sung clenched his fist, his eyes glowing with ethereal light. But then heavy footsteps echoed through the void. The monster growled, its voice dripping with venom. It called him the God's Tester. Ever since that day, Baza had never forgotten him, not for a single second. The monstrous Baza, now a horror of twisted flesh and bone, let his hatred explode. The time for reckoning had come. Unable to hold back any longer, he unleashed a wave of energy that threatened to tear the world apart. The enemy rushed in blindly, like a moth drawn to a flame. With death inches away, Han Sung-jun finally raised his blade. A single strike shattered that overwhelming aura. The enemy froze, unable to comprehend how his divine power was nullified so easily. Was his holy authority destroyed in just one hit? His presence dominated the battlefield as he commanded, "Get the hell out of my world." System alert. Through divine nature, the will of the world has been bestowed upon Han Sung-jun. Golden energy erupted like a supernova. Baza looked up at the incoming barrage, confused. What kind of cheap trick is this? Before he could blink, the blazing orbs slammed directly into him. A cataclysmic explosion shook the very foundation of the realm. System. The vile deity's possession of the level 43 apostle has been forcibly dispelled. Han Sung-jun winced as the backlash of forced expulsion flooded his mind. But the Tower of Trials paid a heavy price in divine power to the vile deity. Because of this massive transaction, the system authorized the evil god's true incarnation. A blood-red tear ripped the earth asunder. The vile deity emerged with a savage grin, his voice dripping with malice. "Found you, challenger." Two massive horns crowned his head as crimson aura exploded outward. His killing intent was absolute. "I will personally end your existence." In a flash, a dark spike launched forward. It punctured Han Sung-jun's golden defense barrier like it was made of paper. System divine nature Alium has suffered damage from a foreign deity. Han Sung-jun's expression darkened. Just his mere presence is crushing the world's dignity. The deity cheered like an excited child. "I crushed your little divinity. Pretty cool, huh?" His sycophantic minion instantly agreed. "Incredibly cool, my lord." The vile deity pointed a clawed finger. Han Sung-jun, you arrogant trash. Allow me to teach you the despair of a true gap in levels." Han Sung-jun only tilted his head, eyes burning with defiance. The god spread his arms, summoning a legion of nightmares. "Minions, wipe out the dragons while I slaughter this human." Death itself seemed to radiate from him. "Oh, and bring them back alive," he sneered. "I need new toys to break." The white dragon roared in fury. "Who are you calling a lizard, you monster?" Ignoring the beast, the deity ascended to the sky, taunting, "Let the games begin." The dragons clashed with the shadow army, turning the battlefield into a chaotic war zone. Han Sung-jun stood firm, amidst the chaos, his mind racing. It really has come down to this scenario. Suddenly, the deity dove with a massive death hammer in hand. "Hey challenger, no time for daydreaming." System mythology. Pest control activated. Attack power increased by 600% against weaker entities. Han Sung-jun instantly summoned his weapon, blocking the hammer swinging toward his skull. Boom! The collision blinded the world in white light. System mythological skills and special buffs activated. Yet even with the leveling Manhwa system boosts, Han Sung-jun felt the weight of the difference. He was losing the contest of raw firepower. Seeing him struggle, the vile deity smirked. "I was right. You're not a toy that breaks easily." In a blur of speed, the entity vanished and reappeared behind Han Sung-jun. The hammer was raised high, ready to crush him flat. "Challenger," his maw opened wide, eyes bulging with madness. "Don't die yet. I want to savor this game." The hammer crashed down. Thanks to his maxed-out agility, Han Sung-jun dodged by a hair's breadth. But anxiety began to take root in his heart. "If I can't overpower him, I need to control the terrain." System conditions met. Authority Winter King activated. All stats increased by 10%. User is now immune to frostbite. But the vile deity was already looming above him again. Struggling only makes your death more pathetic. Blow after devastating blow rained down from the sky. Run, little mouse. Let's see how long you last. Still alive? Challenger. As Han Sung-jun retreated, the system pinged frantically. System Divinity Rulemaker is rewriting sanctuary laws. Rule 1. The weak gain power inversely to their dignity. Rule 2. Skill potency increased by 100%. Rule 3. The frozen domain shall be sustained by devouring all divine nature. While flying and strategizing, a shadow eclipsed the sun. The deity was too fast. His massive hammer blocked Han Sung-jun's path instantly. System Authority Canaria Sword, fully awakened. Han Sung-jun raised his blade, clashing head-on against the god-slaying weapon. So fun. This is so much fun. The deity cackled. His face twisted into a grotesque jester's mask. System Mythology. The jester activated. Player speed reduced by 40%. The jester avatar unhinged its jaw, screaming as giant crimson hands manifested. They plummeted toward Han Sung-jun like a meteor shower of fists. The vile deity landed a sadistic grin on his face. I'm not done yet. I'm going to break every bone in your body. Boundless energy erupted, pulverizing the bedrock beneath them. We still have plenty of time to play, don't we? He mocked. Seeing Han Sung-jun endure the chaotic energy, the gods scoffed. This new toy is surprisingly durable. How annoying. Warning, divine armor is beginning to fracture. This is even better than toying with a whole world, he roared with laughter. Han Sung-jun was buckling under the relentless assault. Maybe I'll destroy this realm first, then finish you off. Crack. Han Sung-jun's defense finally gave way. System divine armor has been completely shattered. Through the gap in its crossed weapons, Han Sung-jun stared at the monster. My armor, forged from divine nature itself. It crumbled just like that. A catastrophic fist filled his vision before he could react. Impact. He took the full force of a god's blow. Han Sung-jun was launched backward like a cannonball, slamming into the ruins. The vile deity paused, satisfied. I've decided. The old toys are boring. You are my new favorite source of entertainment. Suddenly, a calm voice pierced the dust cloud. Is that all this world is to you? Just a toy? The deity watched in disbelief as Han Sung-jun rose from the debris. I break the old to make room for the new. Isn't that the law of nature? Han Sung-jun stepped forward, wiping blood from his lip. You might be a high-ranked deity, but you're not invincible. The monster froze his smile, vanishing. What did you just say? A crimson aura erupted from Song's legs like a volcano. With a voice deeper than the abyss, he declared, this is a barrier I was destined to shatter. Terrifying energy surged from every inch of his being. Sung stepped forward, a walking inferno of battle spirit, ready to face the evil god head-on. Staring into those sinister eyes, he vowed, right here, right now, I will surpass you and engrave fear into your very soul. An oppressive aura detonated from Zheng's body. Battle intent triggered a cascade of awakening authorities. Recovery, holy power, attack speed. Everything skyrocketed by 100-fold in this leveling Manhwa spectacle. Witnessing Sung's power climb to the heavens, the deity gritted his teeth in disbelief. What kind of absurdity is this? How does a mortal possess such strength? This is blatant cheating. But faster than light, a foot appeared before his face, accompanied by a cold decree. Cut the chatter. Sung closed the distance instantly, driving his leg straight into the enemy's torso. His voice was ice cold. Are you ready to accept your punishment? The system engaged Holy Destruction Force active. The evil god grimaced as the blow connected, grinding his teeth in pure fury. Notification. Due to the massive level, gap growth, speed has accelerated by 84 times. The two titans collided, sparking a cataclysmic shockwave. He swung his massive hammer, roaring like a beast. You filth. Even with high-tier holy power, do you honestly think you can rival a god? The evil god lunged, aiming to crush him flat. But Sung ducked with supernatural reflex, chambering another devastating kick. And that chubby cheek took another direct hit. The impact was so violent it sent the deity flying backward, crashing into the earth with a thunderous boom. Seizing the momentum, the protagonist charged. I do not care for your delusions. Sung thrust his blade downward, emphasizing every syllable. Take. Another. Hit. The system chimed. Holy Light Authority activated, forging a star of pure death energy. Facing the Reaper, a foul energy suddenly interfered, forcing Sung to retreat. A scream tore through the air. Updated info. Holy attacks now inflict permanent, unhealable damage. The evil god emerged from the debris, shadow dancing around him. A mere insect like you. He rose, bellowing at the heavens. I am the evil god. Do you understand? System alert. Malicious. Holy power online. All stats and demonic energy dramatically upgraded. The devouring evil attribute began swallowing all light, infusing his attacks with darkness. Void-like black holes ripped open in the air. Rage contorted his face. I will show you the true hierarchy of power through death. He raised his hands, summoning bolts of tribulation, lightning. With a mocking sneer, he taunted, "Watch your step." In a flash, the lightning coalesced into savage beasts, thunderhounds materializing from thin air. "Be warned," the god laughed. "My pets bite hard." The system Manhwa log updated. Corrupted Sky Myth has summoned the Lightning Hound Pack. At his command, the beasts howled and charged "Feast, my darlings." The situation had turned critical in a heartbeat. Sung retreated the pack, snapping at his heels. Suddenly, he vaulted into the air, spinning around to unleash a sword slash. Activating the authority of command, he roared, "Sit." But the evil god dangled a key, smirking. "My hounds do not obey strangers." A coffin erupted from the ground, sealing Jung inside instantly. The lid slammed shut, locked by a heavy seal, leaving even the beasts momentarily confused. Is this child's play? He shattered the prison in a nanosecond, but a grim notification awaited him. Effect of God-mocking myth. All holy power and authorities sealed for 1 minute. Shung paused, eyes narrowing in this awakening Manhwa twist. "My power, completely suppressed." The enemy gloated. "Without your precious energy, you are nothing." He pointed a finger. "Go devour his hope." The pack lunged from all sides, a wall of fangs and lightning. Their gaping maws inched closer to tearing him apart. Boom! Zhang leaped, cratering the ground beneath him. He extended his weapon, chanting a forbidden spell. Twist. System alert. Exclusive skill twist. Activated. Consuming energy to warp reality itself. Instantly, the beasts were mangled into grotesque spiraling shapes. Notification. Through the distortion effect, control over the devouring evil lightning hounds has been usurped. Shung declared with absolute dominance, "I hold the leash now." The evil god's eyes nearly popped out. "You stole control. How is that possible?" A sly grin formed on the MC's face. The god stammered. "It took me eons to master that dark art. How dare a lower lifeform steal it?" Shung simply stood there, letting the silence amplify the humiliation. Only an ancient god should wield such power. "Your arrogance blinded you." Ending the debate, Shung waved his hand. Manifest. The lightning hounds reformed, but this time, their hungry gazes were fixed on their former master. The deity pointed a trembling finger. "What is the meaning of this? That power devours divinity. How can you possibly resist its corruption?" Standing amidst his new army, the protagonist spoke calmly. "It is simple logic," Sung explained, with the casual air of a Manhwa recap expert. "This skill consumes divine force, but its origin is far beyond your understanding." His eyes flashed cold. "Now perish." The evil god's mind broke. He stared at the approaching pack. You insignificant worm." As the beasts pounced like starving wolves, he bluffed. "Do your worst. My own power cannot harm its creator." But Sung delivered the final mental blow, cold as the grave. "Then allow me to shatter that delusion." Ding, the seal of authority has expired. Full power restored. Zhang smirked. "You have lost control over your own fate." Authority of command reactivated. A sphere of azure dominance materialized. The god stood frozen, even as his own creations sank their fangs into his arms. ARG pain finally registered. "What is this?" he screamed, blasting energy at the wolves. "Useless curs. Get off me." The evil god unleashed his spiritual pressure, roaring for the tower to crumble into dust. However, the system announced that his divine energy was being devoured by a mortal force. A crimson aura ascended to the heavens, and silence fell upon the battlefield. Han Sung-jun approached the fallen deity with the weight of judgment, whispering a single chilling word. "No." The once mighty evil god scrambled up, his face a ruin of terror and wounds begging for mercy. "Please stop. I admit my mistakes." Seeing Han Sung-jun pause, the deity clung to his leg, weeping like a desperate child. "I swear, I will never interfere again. The destruction of this world. I will cancel it all." The air turned heavy with killing intent. Han Sung-jun gripped the god's head, lifting him effortlessly as he growled. "Cancel." His eyes narrowed in cold disbelief. "What exactly can you cancel?" The god trembled, stuttering in fear. "I mean..." Memories of the fallen flashed in Han Sung-jun's mind. "To you, this world is nothing but a toy." Visions of her haunted him, fueling his rage into a blazing inferno. "But to us, it is a precious reality. A place where dreams are woven into existence." His helmet dissolved, revealing eyes burning with bloodlust. Saying, "You will cancel it now," changes absolutely nothing. A mystical tome materialized as the system confirmed the timeline conditions. A vortex opened, dragging the screaming deity into the abyss of the pages. Han Sung-jun's voice echoed with the weight of 1,000 souls. Now you shall feel the despair of a world lost forever. The system Manhwa interface updated 44 minutes of combat logged. The god shrieked in denial as the aura of death consumed him. No. As the last red ember faded, the deity's final curse rang out. I will not perish by the hands of a mere mortal like you. But the system was absolute. The soul of evil god Frit vom Birium was successfully absorbed. Meanwhile, the black dragon and Canaria watched the purple barrier swirling outside. Confusion clouded her eyes. What is happening in there? The dragon frowned, sensing the clash of titans. Master is facing the evil god head-on. The dragon looked up baffled. He could have escaped the calamity alone. Why would he gamble his life just to save you? The question lingered. Then a gentle smile graced Canaria's lips as she clutched her heart. Even I do not understand why he cares, but Han Sung-jun has always believed in me. Radiant joy illuminated her face, blurring the lines between deep loyalty and blossoming affection. And if he places his faith in me then, as the heir to the throne, I must return that trust with my life. Suddenly, the system announced the consumption of divine power. The challenger, Han Sung-jun, initiated the domain of destruction, sending a pillar of golden light piercing through the heavens. The purple barrier shattered into dust. Canaria gasped, heart racing. Is that him? She looked up, eyes wide with awe at the pristine blue sky. The devastated land was miraculously restored. Then a warm, familiar voice drifted on the wind. I promised I would show you this view. Emerging from the fading energy, Han Sung-jun smiled with effortless charm. A world that has not been destroyed. Her long hair danced in the breeze. Overcome with emotion, Canaria rushed forward, burying her face into his broad, dependable chest. Han Sung-jun stood silent, letting her embrace him as long as she needed. Even the dragons hovered nearby, forced to watch this display of public affection. The scene shifts to a golden afternoon. Han Sung-jun sat on the terrace, a cup of tea in hand watching the gentle wind caress the city. He took a sip, savoring the tranquility. Imagining the bustling streets below, he mused, is a world without an evil god truly this peaceful? Summoning the leveling Manhwa interface, he muttered. It is completely different from when I first arrived. The system chimed, you have reached a transcendent realm by defeating a high deity. Han Sung-jun smirked. Excellent. This achievement exceeds all my expectations. This battle forced an evolution. He realized that upgrading his S-rank divine authority also fortified his very soul. New data flooded his mind. The S-rank authority was the key to a true awakening Manhwa experience, leading the user's spirit to a transcendental state. Han Sung-jun crossed his arms, analyzing the stats. The transcendent mythos adjusted his spiritual status, fusing all his spirit skills into one singular force. The panel flashed red with a groundbreaking revelation. Challenger Han Sung-jun's skills were no longer bound by the system. He had made the tower's power his own. He chuckled at the mental image of running off with a loot bag. To put it bluntly, I am basically stealing the tower's power for myself. He visualized himself standing at the summit of the tower's stairs. At this point, I might just be the strongest challenger in existence. Suddenly, Canaria's voice broke his concentration. I have something to tell you. She boldly grabbed his hand, pulling him along. But first, let us relax and talk properly. Twilight descended upon the city. The black dragon lay fast asleep, unbothered by the children using him as a playground. Mischief danced in Canaria's eyes as she slapped a fake nose and beard onto his face. Han Sung-jun never said he liked it, but he endured her antics with saintly patience. Seeing his ridiculous expression, Canaria burst into laughter. His eyes softened with indulgence as fireworks began to paint the night sky above the castle. Han Sung-jun finally asked Archangel, what was it you wanted to discuss? She turned sharply, an amused glint in her eye. Oh, she wagged a finger scoldingly. Did I not tell you to drop the formal titles? He stammered, caught off guard. Ah, right. Canaria. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, beaming. That is better. Then her gaze drifted to the horizon. As I said, there is something vital I must tell you. She looked deep into the eyes of the handsome man before her. I have been chosen as the successor to the throne. But without you, I would never have become queen. She shook her head, voice trembling. No, this world would have perished long ago. I truly love this world that we fought so hard to protect. She reached out toward the fireworks, her body tense with anticipation. That is why I must ask you this. She pulled her hand back to her heart, whispering his name. Han Sung-jun. She turned to face him, her eyes shining with hope. Will you stay in this empire by my side? I want to be with you. Protect the future we fought so hard to save. Han Sung-jun flinched, completely blindsided by the sudden request. His lips trembled as he lowered his head, stammering I. Suddenly, an ominous violet energy began to rise from the floor. He furrowed his brows instantly, sensing the raw power swirling around him. Han Sung-jun's eyes glowed with that same intense purple hue. The interface chimed. System notification. In a classic system Manhwa twist, you have completed the hidden contract, deepest desire, of the iron-blooded monarch. The data stream continued to flow. The reward would be determined solely by the emotions of the administrator Canaria. A suffocating violet aura instantly flooded the entire dimension. The system updated breakthrough reward transferred to inventory. In the blink of an eye, their consciousness shifted inside the storage space. Canaria smiled warmly and announced, "You have arrived. I have been waiting for this moment, Han Sung-jun." Canaria narrowed her eyes, recounting their shared destiny. "You stopped the apocalypse, slew the evil god, and placed me upon the throne." Memories of their victory celebrations washed over her. She smiled softly and said, "You became the sharpest blade in my arsenal, my most trusted right-hand man." It was true happiness, yet perhaps a luxury I did not deserve. Canaria pictured Han Sung-jun's refreshing smile and hesitated. If only we had met without this false guise." Her tone dripped with bitterness. "But I know the truth." Flames of reality seemed to burn away the peaceful illusion as her voice dropped to a whisper. "It was a dream that could never become reality, yet I could not stop myself from dreaming it." She placed a hand over her heart, her expression sorrowful. "But now the time for dreaming is over." Suddenly, he cut her off. "So please wait for me just a little longer. I will reclaim the happy world of the iron-blooded monarch." Canaria was struck silent, deeply moved by his resolve. She pursed her lips and stepped closer to Han Sung-jun. "My dear, no one has ever seen the true top of the tower." She brushed past him, whispering into the air. "Whether it is real or fake remains a mystery." As her silhouette drifted further away, she added, "But you always bring me hope." She turned her head back for one final promise. "I will be waiting right here." He glanced sideways, absorbing her words in silence. "Until the day you reach the pinnacle." Canaria pressed both hands to her chest, her voice gentle as a breeze. "I will watch your journey, for you are the last hope I have left." The scene shifted to a blinding white void. The system announced, "You have entered the waiting room." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the silence. Shung pointed a trembling finger at Han Sung-jun and yelled, "What the hell happened? Your divine power stats have exploded." She floated around him in disbelief. "Did you seriously kill the evil god?" He casually downed a potion flask and replied, "That's right." The system chimed. Consumed growth elixir. Reward from Administrator Canaria SSS, plus rank. Authority skill Chaos Demon Sword. SSS minus rank has increased by 2 stages. Zheng hunched over, smirking in disbelief. "You really are a monster. I'm out of words." He listened silently as she continued. "The day you surpassed the limits I had when I was alive. It's not far off now." She landed softly on the ground, rambling on excitedly. "So I've decided I'm going to stick around and see exactly what's waiting for you at the end of this road." Shung shrugged. "Not that it's any different from what I've always done." She closed her eyes and turned away. "This way or that way, it's all the same to me." He set the empty flask down. "The chat is over." Han Sung-jun looked forward, unleashing a terrifying wave of crimson energy. "Now, let's head to the top." His face hardened with resolve. "No matter what trials lie ahead, it doesn't matter. I finally have a reason to climb to the peak." Suddenly, the system spammed him with notifications. "You have entered the 22nd floor." He looked up in panic. "Wait, what the hell is this?" Chung gasped. The challenger's power level completely outclassed the floor's difficulty, a broken mechanic often seen in a leveling manhwa. The tower immediately began recalibrating. Authority of the tower activated, triggering special floor, merging floors 22 through 25 into a single unified world. The space warped around them. System update. You have entered the special floor trial of the demon realm. He stood there, stunned. It merged 4 floors into one. The announcement rang out. The theme of this trial is the demon world. Before them lay a landscape of abyssal darkness and treacherous terrain. Could they actually survive a difficulty spike this insane? Meanwhile, down on the surface, chaos reigned supreme. A pack of demons was hunting down a lone figure named Castra. Explosions rocked the ground behind them as they closed in grins of sadistic victory plastered on their faces. The purple-skinned demon and the cloaked figure shouted in unison, "You think you can run forever?" Suddenly, Castra skidded to a halt. The friction was so intense that sparks flew from the ground. He spun around his hand, already curled into a tight fist. His voice was steady as steel. "This is the abandoned Holy Land." The clash began instantly, a violent collision of overwhelming force. Castra unleashed a barrage of punches, sending the lesser demons flying like ragdolls. He gasped for air, exhausted from the relentless assault. But suddenly his eyes widened in shock. The purple demon had closed the distance. He struck with blinding speed before Castra could even react. In a split second, Castra was blasted backward. The purple demon loomed over him, arrogant and domineering. "You are a subordinate of the First Lord Ban, aren't you?" The demon's face twisted into a mask of pure hubris. "I will kill you, and then I will slaughter the First Lord too." He grinned, savoring the moment. He lunged at Castra with killing intent eye. But suddenly a young man materialized out of thin air, leaving Castra frozen in disbelief. The newcomer unleashed a devastating blow, smashing the demon away. His voice cut through the chaos, cool and collected. "I am here to save you." It was none other than Han Sung-jun. He had obliterated the purple demon in a single heartbeat. The system chime rang out immediately. "You have rescued a demon from the threat of a special assassin lord." Castra scrambled to his feet and bowed low, his voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you for your salvation, O Transcendental God." The system flashed a new title. First-rank Apostle Castra offers his deepest reverence. Han Sung-jun looked down at him, his tone serious but caring. "Did you search for me at the request of the First Lord?" He didn't have to wait long for an answer. Castra replied instantly, his loyalty absolute. "The First Lord, Lord Ban, has begged for the guidance of the Transcendental God." Castra stood like a statue, his expression grim. Memories of the demon race flooded his mind like a relentless tide. "By crushing the 62nd Lord, you have claimed his throne." A figure cloaked in blood-red majesty now stands at the summit of the demon world. A divine emerald aura bathes him while countless desperate hands claw upward from the abyss, begging for salvation. This grants you entry to the selection trial for the Supreme Overlord, hosted by Lord Ban himself. "I am here to guide you." Han Sung-jun stood tall, his gaze cutting through the air like a blade. His voice dropped to a chilling temperature. "What is the prize for conquering this trial?" Castra's answer came swift as an arrow. "You earn the right to challenge the First Lord Ban." The words struck Han Sung-jun like a physical blow. His eyes widened in shock. The truth of the tower was finally within reach. "You may refuse." Castra added, his gaze fixed on the destiny ahead. "An outsider in the demon realm is forbidden from slaying a lord and usurping their seat. Yet you have shattered that ancient taboo." Countless demons materialized around Han Sung-jun, their killing intent flaring in a kaleidoscope of deadly colors. "Now, every lord will hunt you down." The two stood locked in a suffocating standoff. However, Castra continued, "My master had this to say about you." Han Sung-jun's brow furrowed, a fire of irritation igniting within him. "That you will take the trial and grasp the tower's truth." Suddenly, the system chimed. "The Supreme Overlord selection trial begins now." The mechanical notification echoed through the dead silence. Time remaining, 14 days. Victory condition: claim the title of Supreme Overlord. Failure condition: death of the challenger or time expiration. Reward: SSS rank. Ancient demonic sword of a nameless god. Penalty for failure: immediate elimination. Whispers erupted like a swarm of insects. "So a new 62nd Lord has risen. I heard he's a filthy outsider, daring to join the selection." A horned demon sat with eyes like ice, commanding silence with a single glare. "He has arrived." Thousands of blood-red eyes ignited in the shadows. The challenger from the Tower of Transcendence, Han Sung-jun, stepped into the lion's den with Castra guarding his rear. His footsteps halted. From the abyss, glowing red eyes pierced the gloom, accompanied by a voice dripping with malice. "Welcome." Han Sung-jun asked coolly, curiosity masking his tension. "And which demon is that?" Castra answered instantly. "That is the second lord of the demon realm, the demonic return god." The entity sat motionless, radiating a suffocating demonic pressure. Suddenly, a gray demon lunged from the void. It roared, startling even Han Sung-jun. "Second Lord, leave this trash to us." The creature smirked, oozing arrogance. "Challenger Han Sung-jun, we are the apostles and lords serving the path of fanaticism." Han Sung-jun frowned, clearly unimpressed. He analyzed his opponent with cold calculation, while the demon continued its rant. You will perish here. The gray demon preened before the watching audience. Crushed beneath the might of the lords, Han Sung-jun's voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh, you mean I'm going to die by all of your hands? I thought this was supposed to be a one-on-one duel. The gray demon burst into maniacal laughter, raising a hand in threat. You think we offer fair duels to filth who insult our lord? We shall judge you with our ultimate technique. Instantly, the surrounding demons summoned mystic black orbs. The energy coalesced, fusing into a massive sphere of destruction hovering above. Han Sung-jun whistled impressed. A demonic civil war. This twists the plot of a typical leveling manhwa nicely. Even the demon god must have a headache. He turned away, a smirk playing on his lips. Beside him, Castra bowed with profound respect. Transcendental God, do not forget the art I taught you. Han Sung-jun remained silent, his eyes swirling with enigma. Suddenly, System Divine Apotheosis is activating. The gray demon cackled, pointing a claw. Hey, is that technique just some cheap trick using demonic energy? It grinned wickedly. Correct. As the black sphere expanded to blotting out the sky, the demon explained. Only the chosen elite among demons can wield this. Dark magic. Han Sung-jun's smile turned predatory. How incredibly convenient, he mocked. Under the gray demon's control, the sphere of annihilation swallowed the entire chamber. In the distance, pitch-black armor manifested over Han Sung-jun's body. He wasn't backing down an inch. He began to weave his own sphere of chaotic energy. His voice rang out with satisfaction. I also happened to pick up a little dark magic. The system notification chimed in his ear. Exclusive effect demon circuit activated, converting users' mana into temporary demonic energy. Memories of the dark training nights surfaced. Castra's voice echoed in his mind. If you master this technique, it will be your greatest weapon against the lords. A sphere of black void materialized in his palm. Dark magic, a power capable of altering the very nature of energy. It shot forward with blinding speed. Most lords use dark magic for raw destruction or sealing skills, Castra had explained. The training dummy imploded upon impact. But its true potential lies in self-augmentation. Castra conjured a second sphere, his lesson continuing. For example, amplifying your divine power. A crimson orb flared to life. System Divine Power of the Reaper is being amplified by the dark halo. Back in reality, gravity distorted as debris floated around Han Sung-jun. The gray demon roared. You talk too much for a corpse. Castra bellowed. Unleash it. Han Sung-jun whispered. The incantation sanctuary rejected. The sphere of absolute power was ready to launch. The atmosphere grew heavy, suffocating under the weight of impending doom. His gaze pierced through the gloom like a blade locked onto the target, while the system chime echoed in his ears. The power of death warped and twisted, amplified by a pitch-black halo. A sphere of chaotic mana formed above, terrifying the demons below. They screamed in disbelief. How can a mere human wield such forbidden dark magic? In a heartbeat, the entire arena was swallowed by a blinding violet eruption. A cold, distorted voice sliced through the air, sending the gray demon into a spiral of pure panic. It shrieked in despair. This is impossible. Meanwhile, Han Sung stood his ground, his expression grim and unyielding. He didn't hesitate to press the attack. Is that the extent of your dark magic show? A mocking smirk curled the corner of his lips. Pathetic. Are you truly the apostles of the fanaticism sect? His taunt struck a nerve, igniting a fire of rage in his opponent. The demon roared back, how dare you blaspheme against our Lord and us? But suddenly, a deep resonant voice cut through the chaos. That is enough. Han Sung unleashed his ultimate move, drowning the world in a sea of blood-red energy. He declared his verdict coldly. It is time for you to vanish. The system announced the judgment. The god of transcendence looks down upon the lowly creatures and sentences them to death. Crimson and violet energies collided, swirling together in a deadly dance within the silent void. The power of death surged, supercharged by the dark arts. Yet, amidst the carnage and spraying blood, the god of regression watched with an eerie, composed stillness. But for a split second, a flicker of uncertainty rippled through his gaze. Blood splattered across the god's face as he locked eyes with Han Sung's unwavering determination. The Transcendent One stared back. As the enemies fell, a notification popped up. Divinity has been converted into potential. Dark magic continued to condense in Han Sung's grip. He narrowed his eyes, shifting his focus upward as a voice descended from the heavens. Surprisingly, mana began to rise from the fallen demon corpse. The god of regression spoke, his voice dripping with arrogance. I never expected my pawns to perish so effortlessly. He frowned, looking down. And it seems you have reaped some rewards from this slaughter. The god of regression smirked casually. No matter, I can easily crush you myself. Han Sung crushed the monosphere in his hand, his brow furrowing. You must know our power levels are nearly equal. Where does this unearned confidence come from? The question made the god pause for a moment, his gaze still fixed on the mortal below. Han Sung's eyes flashed with intensity as the god of regression finally answered. Simple, he replied. I have faith in my absolute divinity. Instantly, a massive clock materialized before him, radiating a mystical blue-gold energy. Warning logs flooded the vision. The condition for regression divinity has been met. Automatic activation sequence initiated. The domain of failure descended, manipulating reality itself. Han Sung's demon armor shattered instantly. The god of regression leaped down to the arena floor, growling, "Witness true power." His aged, bearded face began to warp and shift, his voice swelling with triumphant pride. This is the true worth of a god. I regress you to the moment before you possessed any divinity. In this match, Han Sung's appearance flickered, reverting to his state before he cut his hair. The system blared, "Challenger Han Sung has been regressed to the timeline prior to acquiring divinity." The god continued. Your stats, your skills, your authority, and your items. Even I have returned to that state. However, my base stats far surpass yours, human. The god pointed a finger at him. Do you still believe you can win? Han Sung smiled enigmatically. I know I can. Instantly, he triggered the soul layer refinement skill. The usage of divinity was now linked to the divine effect unyielding soul. Your power and the target's power have been equalized via the heart of regression. Energy threads exploded outward, their ends firmly grasped in Han Sung's hands. A new notification flashed. Challenger Han Sung is now granted the divine effect free manipulation. You may now control your soul layer without restriction. He grinned. Now, the playing field is level. He used his soul layer to seize the invisible force, infusing his very spirit into it. The god of regression froze. His brow twitched, and for the first time true fear crept onto his face. Han Sung taunted. Is this truly the limit of your power? It cannot be. The god laughed nervously, cold sweat pouring down his skin. They stood nose to nose as the god whispered, Do you wish to call this a draw? Then, he panicked, screaming a different offer. Wait, don't you want to uncover the secrets of the tower? Let me tell you. Han Sung coldly drew his blade. You are lying. Thick waves of mana erupted around him as he prepared the triple slash skill rank A- with 0% proficiency but enhanced by magic. The next 3 sword strikes would be catastrophic, their power amplified beyond limits. Description: each consecutive strike multiplies the cutting force 1.52, and finally 2.5 times the damage. The blade aura surged, piercing straight through the god's chest. In a flash, Han Sung appeared behind the god of regression, completing his lethal art. He stated flatly, Did you really think I would trust a fanatic of the god of rage? Dark red and golden energies swirled together as the system announced. You have absorbed the soul of the god of regression. Regret. Special conditions have been met. The twin energies flowed into his divinity sphere. The power of regression was now added to his growing potential. Han Sung stood amidst the aftermath, calmly absorbing the god's entire soul into the orb in his hand. A satisfying smile appeared as he listened to the final tally. Mythical ability Transcendence has reached 100%. This was the peak of a true leveling Manhwa legend. Second Ascension complete. Challenger Han Sung, you have earned the right to become an ancient god. The arena floor began to crack under the pressure. The sound of reality shattering echoed through the void. 2 overwhelming energies radiated outward, weaving together and wrapping around Han Sung's form. The system prompted, You may now harmonize your god name with your second ascension. A pillar of divine light erupted from where he stood, piercing the heavens. The divinity of transcendence and the divinity of death merged to birth a new power. The energy column burned crimson at the base, ascending into a brilliant, blinding gold. The official god name of Challenger Han Sung has been adjusted. He stood suspended in the sky like a blazing sun, his eyes glowing with terrifying authority. He was now the god of transcendence and death. You can now interact with these divinities on a profound level. But the story was far from over. System alerts flashed. Along with the radiant glow of his blade, the notification was absolute. You may now wield the titles God of Transcendence and Death without divine transformation. Han Sung-jun's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Could it be? Was his very flesh and blood evolving into divinity itself? So this was the true terrifying weight of an ancient god. Moments later, Castra guided him toward a palace shrouded in ominous shadows. His voice echoed, I offer my congratulations. You have ascended as the second lord. Castra's tone dropped to a solemn whisper. This is the Demon Lord's sanctuary. Here your final battle for the title of Greatest Lord begins. As the massive gates creaked open, he bowed. You may enter. The moment they stepped across the threshold, the heavy doors slammed shut behind them, sealing their fate. As they peered into the gloom, a female voice pierced the silence. Oh, you have finally arrived. A figure cloaked in darkness, crowned with horns, descended from the air and landed gracefully before them. A playful smile curled her lips. Welcome to my domain. This was the ruler of this realm, the Demon Lord herself. I knew a Manhwa recap-worthy hero like you would make it this far. She radiated pure delight at the sight of the god of transcendence and death. But Han Sung-jun's expression remained cold as ice. So are you the one claiming to be the greatest Lord Demon King? The Demon Lord replied with eerie calm, Indeed, and once again I find myself in your debt. For purging the demon realm of the god of rage's disciple, you have my gratitude. She turned her burning gaze to her apostle. You have done well too. Castra placed a hand over his heart and bowed deeply. I am unworthy of such praise, my lord. Her eyes locked back onto Han Sung-jun. However, gratitude is one thing. Before the sentence even finished, her fist slammed into his face. It was a lightning-fast strike that caught him completely off guard. The impact was devastating, launching him backward like a cannonball. As he smashed through stone pillars, shattering them to dust, the Demon Lord smirked. If you seek the truth of the tower, you must survive me first. Dust swirled around the destruction as she raised a hand, taunting him. Surely you don't plan on dying so easily. Suddenly, a blinding blue aura erupted from the rubble. Han Sung-jun's voice cut through the debris, resolute and calm. I understand now. Words are useless. I must prove my worth through absolute power. The system chimed instantly, target designated. Soul layer manipulation initiated. Adjusting stats of user and target to a perfect equilibrium. A radiant ring of soul energy manifested, tethering their very essences together. For the next 4 minutes, every single stat between the hunter and the Demon Lord would be perfectly equalized. Gripping the raw energy strands, Jung's resolve hardened into steel. Let's have a fair fight. His gaze locked forward, burning with absolute focus. Suddenly, his knees buckled, agony tore through his chest as the system flashed red warnings. The massive surge in stats was crushing his mortal vessel. He realized with horror his body couldn't handle the Demon Lord's aura. It felt like being incinerated alive. Yet with blood dripping from his lips, he gritted his teeth and refused to yield. A smirk cut through the pain as he wiped the crimson stain away. His voice remained unshaken. But this is nothing I can't handle. The Demon Lord smiled amused. Oh, I didn't expect you to bridge the gap like this. Impressive. Instantly, reality warped into a blinding white void. Her voice boomed with authority. Challenger Han Sung, you have earned the right to face me. The divinity of self-destruction activated, she sneered. You wanted to prove your strength, now is the time. The essence of pure ruin flooded the arena. Shang's body began to glitch and fade into nothingness, yet her taunts continued to echo through the dimension. The divinity erased anything it touched from existence. The Demon Lord donned her abyssal armor, throwing down the ultimate gauntlet. One strike, that is all I ask. Land a single blow on me, and I will acknowledge you. So you better not miss. The leveling Manhwa system screamed in panic. His spirit bodies were absorbing the fatal damage. Notification. First rank Apostle Lara. Destroyed. Notification. First rank Apostle Mam. And destroyed. Panic set in. He realized his physical form was literally crumbling into ash. To survive this god-tier monster, he triggered his ace burning divine power to cast a blessing he sought to nullify the outer divinity for just one moment. Bathed in the protective light, Zhong's body knit itself back together instantly. He scoffed. Is that the best you've got? The Demon Lord's eyes lit up with genuine curiosity. Oh, a divinity capable of neutralizing another. How terribly interesting. Grip-tightening Sung launched his assault shadow authority activated. He closed the distance and unleashed his ultimate art. 100 swords. Heaven Breaker. She deflected effortlessly, arrogance intact. You resort to martial arts now. She created distance, her voice dropping to a growl. It is still far from enough. He couldn't waste this opening channeling transcendental divine power. He forced every single stat to break past its absolute limit. The interface exploded with notifications. Growth speed multiplied by 27 skill starlight. Activated. A triumphant grin touched his lips. Got you. But his blood ran cold. The smoke cleared, and the Demon Lord had evaded the Heavenbreaker completely. She stood there, mocking him. Did you truly believe that slow attack would land? his confidence shattered into an awkward grimace. I can't win this, the thought crossed his mind. Bam! A fist to the face interrupted his doubt. But he refused to stay down. He triggered Unique Authority, A107, Transcendental Skill active, but before it could land, she turned him into a punching bag, battering him left and right. Reeling from the impact, Sung desperately cast Black Magic to accelerate his cooldown timers. Skill created cooldown acceleration S. Sent flying by a death-dealing kick, he burned every remaining cooldown just to survive the onslaught. Skill Death's Resolve, critical damage nullified. Gritting his teeth, he let his body move on pure survival instinct. With godlike reflexes, he neutralized her lethal kick. Authority Blessing of the Wind. His tactical brilliance finally earned a nod of approval. Using black magic to fuel a unique authority, she mused. You managed to loop your cooldowns infinitely. A clever strategy. Her eyes narrowed, piercing through his trick. But infinite attacks mean nothing if you cannot land a single one. The system ominously began a countdown. Effect expired cooldown acceleration S. Penalty applied. 10-year cooldown duration set. The bloodthirsty demon lord decided to end this game. The very laws of the tower began to crumble under her pressure. System alert. Mythical Judgment of Destruction activated. Any hit taken now will permanently strip the victim of their divine power based on rank. 30 seconds remaining. Death approached fast. He had 0 time left to synchronize his spirit body. If I hesitate, I learn nothing. He gripped his sword until his knuckles turned white. Focus. Become the blade. Just like the White Crane Swordmaster taught. Jung steeled his heart. I will pour my soul into this strike. Unique Authority A107 Transcendental Art. 7 forms of the 100 swords. In just 5 fleeting seconds, the deadlock shattered. He was turning the tide against the impossible. The power of the 7 forms skyrocketed. He dashed into point-blank range, weaving through waves of suffocating demonic aura. His blade painted the air with fluid rhythmic strikes. 20 seconds left. Jung accelerated into a head-on collision, delivering a razor-sharp slash. The sudden shift in pressure shocked her. What is this power? Locking on Exung, planted his feet, gathering explosive force. 15 seconds. He rocketed into the sky, bursting with divine will. 10 seconds remaining. The demon lord fired her signature black orb, spitting a curse at his audacity. She was forced to retreat. 5 seconds. Her landing shook the dimension, creating a massive shockwave. 4 seconds. Skill Abyss Bloodline activated. But Sung suppressed her black orb completely with a single overwhelming sword stroke. 2 seconds left on the clock. The tension snapped like a wire. He had finally cornered the Demon Queen. 100 Swords Ocean Light. The strike descended with only 1 second to spare. The entire demon realm trembled under his might as he tweaked the skill for maximum impact. Time is up. Spirit Resonance ended. The indomitable spirit buff faded from his status window. But her voice pierced the silence, dripping with arrogance. Is that truly all you can show me? Sung stared in frustration. She was still standing there, without a single scratch. Cracks began to spiderweb across her demonic armor. Her eyes narrowed. Impossible. Han Sung-jun retorted with a smirk. Didn't you claim I wouldn't leave a single scratch? You call that an attack? Despite her words, her face twisted into an expression of pure thrill. Even if only for a moment, you actually managed to shatter my defense. Han Sung-jun slumped to the ground, exhausted as the demon lord's voice softened. That feat alone is enough. You have proven your worth beyond a shadow of a doubt. Acknowledged at last, he let out a long breath of relief. Then, let's call an end to this qualification test. The demon lord gazed down at him, her eyes now filled with newfound respect. A wise decision. The challenger glanced around the magnificent hall as the demon lord nodded. You have earned the right to uncover the dark truths of this system Manhwa world. With the trial officially concluded, the demon lord herself acted as his guide, leading him deeper into the sanctum. As a newly ascended ancient god, you must have sensed it, she explained slowly. We are bound to our very concepts. As long as those concepts exist, our nature is true immortality. Han Sung-jun frowned. What are you implying? Then, like a bolt of lightning, the realization struck him. Don't tell me. Even the tower itself cannot erase an ancient god. She confirmed his suspicion instantly. Correct. As long as the concept of death exists in the universe, you cannot be destroyed. She led him into a private chamber and dropped the final bombshell. However, there is an exception. To truly obliterate an ancient god requires the power of a transcendent being. Han Sung-jun stood frozen. A transcendent being. The demon lord nodded gravely. Yes. An entity capable of wiping out the very conceptual existence of a god. The surreal nature of it made Han Sung-jun hesitate. Erasing a fundamental concept. How is such a thing even possible? Her voice was steel. The possibility exists, and that fear is exactly why the ancient gods united to construct this tower. Han Sung-jun reeled from the revelation. What? The demon lord placed her hand on a grimoire bound in heavy chains. Think of the tower not as a building, but as a form of ancient god itself. She glanced over her shoulder, her eyes gleaming with amusement. You are wondering why a divine entity like the tower seeks to erase other existences, aren't you? Your face betrays your curiosity. Without hesitation, she handed the heavy ancient tome to him. Take this. Within its pages lie the answers to the questions burning in your mind. She offered a final piece of guidance. You will witness the genesis of the tower and the source of all things. You won't just read it, you will experience it personally, just like the trials you have faced. As the scene faded, the system interface materialized. Congratulations, you have cleared the special floor trial, the trial of compression. Completion rewards have been transferred to your inventory. In a flash of light, Han Sung-jun returned to the waiting room on the 26th floor. But his mind drifted to one name: Lemon. The book he held was a singularity, a unique artifact containing the Akashic records of the entire universe, perhaps even the history of every god in existence. Gu shifting into human form offered a pragmatic assessment. Master, in your current state, your mind would shatter if you tried to absorb all that knowledge at once. Han Sung-jun gripped the book tighter, undeterred. It's just like climbing the tower. Over time, I will unlock the clearance levels. Eventually, all its secrets will be mine. But time is a luxury we don't have. As he prepared for the 27th floor, a system alert pinged. New message from Challenger, the Clock Tower Mage. Wasting no time, Han Sung-jun teleported to the rendezvous point, the colossal skyscraper, known as the Clock Tower. Sitting across from David, Han Sung-jun pieced together the disturbing rumors. So the pontiff of the Church of the Heavenly God is claiming I am merely one of his faithful servants. His gaze hardened, sharp as a blade. Is it true? Has he really been spreading such lies across the world? David took a slow drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. It is. They are bullying guilds globally, forcing them to bow and worship the Church of the Heavenly God. Han Sung-jun's eyes narrowed in calculation. Of course. The fastest path to accumulate divinity and faith is through the blind devotion of religion. Curiosity burning in his eyes, he interrogated David. Who is the puppet master behind this shadow play with decades of experience? The veteran calmly laid out his theory. It is highly likely their headquarters are hidden within Korea. David, with his scholarly wisdom, proposed a deduction. Since the apostle Han Sung-jun is of Korean descent, they are likely using that land as their nexus. His gaze hardened with absolute resolve as he made the call. The clock tower will withdraw from this matter. David lowered his voice, speaking gravely to Han Sung-jun. Someone from your side will explain the details. The protagonist stood there stunned. Someone from my side, David clicked his tongue, taking another long drag from his cigarette. It is a religion, focused entirely on you. Apostle Han Sung-jun. David dropped the bombshell that shattered the silence. The Transcendental Church, a cult that worships you and you alone. Apostle Han Sung-jun. Even the man himself was left dumbfounded, his expression a mask of pure shock. Han Sung-jun's inner thoughts screamed in chaos. Impossible. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, amidst her busy schedule, Hee-yeon noticed her phone vibrating incessantly. The moment she saw the caller ID, a bright cheer escaped her lips. After receiving the call from Han Sung-jun, she sprinted toward the door. Hee-yeon burst into the room, gasping for breath, her face pale with panic. Hunter Han Sung-jun. But the scene before her froze her blood. Han Sung-jun was effortlessly holding the bald thug in the air by his head. She frantically waved her hands, trying to stop the madness, her voice dripping with desperation. Han Sung-jun, please don't tell me you came here to slaughter members of the Hunter Association. He replied instantly, his voice calm yet commanding. Can you wait a moment? He turned his cold gaze back to the captive. Hey, I will ask you one more time. You better answer properly. The thug stuttered in pure terror. Yes, why? Yes. Images of mysterious figures in cloaks flashed through Han Sung-jun's mind. The Church of the Celestial God, an organization that worships a different deity. They are impersonating me for one singular reason. After analyzing the threads of fate, he realized their goal to wipe out all faith in him on Earth and render him powerless. Returning to reality, Han Sung-jun pressed the blade of his words deeper. So, where is your cult leader? The thug answered immediately, fearing for his life. London. The words plunged Han Sung-jun into a heavy silence. He said he was going to convince David Taylor. The scene shifts to London, where skyscrapers pierce the clouds. But in a dilapidated house near the coastline, the sound of a conversation drifted through the air. After all, Han Sung-ju is nothing more than a minor dimensional deity. Strip away the faith he gathers on Earth, and he becomes powerless. Cielo stood there, a mockery painted on her lips. Even if he is a lowly god, he is still worthy of becoming one of my precious apostles. She faced the trembling group, her voice dripping with malice. Make your choice. Challenger Han Sung-ju is destined to serve the angelic church. You should all bow and join us too. Catherine couldn't hold back her disgust. She shouted, if Sung-ju were here right now, you cowards wouldn't dare breathe a word. Her companion quickly chimed in. You think capturing a few ranked challengers makes you formidable? Do you really believe that is enough to defeat us? Cielo's eyes narrowed as her tone shifted. Pathetic. With a wave of her hand, energy blasted outward, knocking Catherine to the ground. She screamed in agony, but Cielo looked down with cold dissatisfaction. Cielo muttered with utter contempt. Foolish. You reject my grace when you should know you have been blessed. She strutted forward, arrogance radiating from her. I will become the sole immortal ruler of Earth, and ascend to become an ancient god. The thought made her cackle with glee. I even grant mercy to weaklings like you. Suddenly, a shadow loomed from the broken rooftop, a voice echoing down that made her freeze. An ancient god, you say? It was none other than Han Sung-ju. He scoffed you. His sudden appearance sent a jolt of fear through Cielo as she whipped around. Her mind raced. What is this overwhelming pressure? Meanwhile, Sung-ju stood above them, looking down with terrifying calmness. Voices from below cried out his name, but his gaze remained locked on Cielo. The scene beneath was pure chaos, his allies pinned under the claws of a massive beast. Cielo stammered her, composure cracking. Han Sung-ju. What do you mean? She scanned him again, desperate for answers. I never heard rumors of him becoming an ancient god. The apostles froze in shock, trying to reassure themselves. This cannot be real. He only recently reached the level of an official god. There is no way he ascended to the realm of an ancient god so quickly. Sung-ju dove from the roof. With a single slash, he tore through the enemy lines, sending earth and debris exploding into the air. His voice cut through the dust, cold as ice. Enough. He glared at Cielo with burning hostility. You dared to touch my allies. I assume you are ready to pay the price. Instantaneously, he activated his transcendent deity skill, and the avatar of death manifested its supreme wrath. Terrified, Cielo watched as he unleashed the authority of divine law. Die right here and now. The moment the command fell, she turned and fled for her life. Sung-ju watched her retreat, a dark amusement dancing in his eyes. How interesting. But running will change absolutely nothing. The remaining lackeys stood paralyzed, unable to process that their leader had abandoned them. She ran away. What the hell is going on? Sung-ju didn't even touch them. A single punch into the empty air sent a shockwave that blasted the apostles backward. This shouldn't be possible. Catherine turned her head, tears welling up. Sung-ju. Is that really you? He softened his expression immediately. It is. He crouched beside her, his voice gentle but firm. Stay here and recover. I will handle the rest. David nodded resolutely. Understood, we will. Far away on the coastline beneath the shadow of a palm tree, Cielo cowered. She gasped for air, her mind shattering. Why is this happening? How can such a monster exist in this tiny dimension? Panic consumed her, but she desperately pulled up her interface, acting just like a typical system Manhwa villain looking for an escape. Even if he is an ancient god, there must be a way out. If I call upon them, surely they can intervene. A shadow fell over her. Is that so? Sung-ju's voice whispered from right behind her. And who exactly are they that you are so desperate to reach? He stepped into the light, his gaze piercing. You are an apostle of an ancient god, aren't you? His sheer presence sent her spiraling into hysteria. Cielo scrambled backward, trembling. How? How did you find me? No, I'm warning you. Sung-ju simply took another step forward, closing the distance. She screamed, if you know who I serve, then you know harming me is useless. Suddenly, her fear twisted into a maniacal grin. You better understand your position quickly. The entity I serve transcends fate itself, and will soon hold absolute dominion over the entire tower. Sung-ju tilted his head unimpressed. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? But she ranted on. Neither the seven gods of light, nor the darkness can touch them. They will become the absolute being of this universe. She dropped into a combat stance, beckoning him. I will spare you if you submit now. Sung-ju sighed, genuinely disappointed. If you only intend to spew delusions, then I have no reason to listen. His expression hardened, hand drifting to his blade. The moment you dared to set foot on Earth, your death became an absolute certainty. Cornered and trembling, Cielo clicked her tongue. TSK. Then you leave me no other choice. Witness the power of the Supreme Being. I burn my divinity and causality to trigger the ritual. Descent. Sung-ju's eyes sharpened. The ritual was complete. The consciousness of an ancient god now hijacked her body. The entity possessing Cielo spoke with an unnatural calm. Such blind fanaticism. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, suffocatingly dangerous. I can wield 40% of my total power in this vessel. Her face darkened, a twisted interest sparking in her eyes. It has been a long time. Her eyes glowed a violet hue as energy surged. She threw her head back and laughed. You pitiful, ignorant mortal. The god of despair and madness locked its gaze on Han Sung-jun. The entity taunted him. Here, there is no tower system to protect you. There is no shelter that can hide you from an ancient god. Yet Sung-jun remained completely unfazed. I am well aware. With a smirk, he unleashed his true power. One move was all it took to change everything. Activating the authority of the divine domain, consuming divine majesty and faith points to construct a transcendental sanctuary. A massive explosion rocked the very foundation of the area. The space was instantly bathed in a blinding golden light. Han Sung-jun looked at his opponent, his voice echoing with power as he explained the technique he just unleashed. Now, my stage is finally set. The woman Cielo seethed with rage at his arrogance. You, lowly creature. She didn't let him speak another word, launching a devastating attack. Countless tentacles erupted from the void to crush him. For your arrogance, I will strip away your divinity to atone for your sins. The divinity of despair activated, weakening all divinity-related attacks, yet Han Sung-jun showed zero fear. He taunted her, his eyes blazing. If you think you can, then try it. The divinity of regression activated, ceaselessly analyzing the opponent's strikes. It began to interfere with the past, manipulating the very concept of time. However, if the effect is not related to the user, it is nullified. A large crab on the distant shore froze in place. In the sky, a white bird hung, suspended, its wings motionless. Everything was frozen in a temporal lock. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Cielo stumbled, struggling to face Han Sung-jun in the present moment. Her pathetic state made him smirk with satisfaction. Can you do it? While Han Sung-jun stood in silent contemplation, a voice echoed through the void. Time has stopped. But isn't this on a completely different level from what we saw in the demon world? The demon sword in his hand vibrated, recalling the memories of that era. Back then, I simply turned back time to before I attained divinity. As the sword spoke, the image of Han Sung-jun's past self flickered into existence. The challenger Han Sung-jun had returned to his state before ascending. The system suddenly flashed a new notification, a twist straight out of a leveling manhwa. Divinity of Regret, level 15. Enhanced by the Transcendental Legend Resonance Adjustment, Cielo stood there paralyzed, shivering in disbelief. You can control the concept of time. How can a lowly wretch like you possess such a critical power? Seeing Han Sung-jun approach with his sword, she began to scream in madness. I will not accept this. A stray dog like you daring to wield this power. I absolutely forbid it. He didn't care about her tantrum. I don't need permission from your kind. It seemed Cielo was losing her mind as his words cut deeper than any blade. And you? Didn't you climb to this position by borrowing power from the tower without paying any price? She grit her teeth and screamed you. While Cielo was still consumed by rage, Han Sung-jun's sword thrust forward. He looked at her with eyes full of killing intent. Get out of my sight. But clearly, she wasn't ready to give up. She let out a cold, chilling laugh. In your dreams, the system chimed again. Divinity of Frenzy activated. It began to corrode everything it touched, and Cielo's body started to mutate grotesquely. Seeing her transformation, Han Sung-jun didn't flinch. Come forth. At that moment, wolves of ice lunged forward, tearing into Cielo with savage fury. Simultaneously, a barrage of system notifications flooded his vision. Divinity of Predation activated. It began to devour the Divinity of Frenzy. The sight left her frozen in shock. It is overwhelming my divinity. Han Sung-jun shot her a glance. You wonder why? With a cold fluid motion, his sword sliced her body in two. His eyes burned with absolute certainty. Because I am stronger. Cielo grit her teeth, her anger choking her words. Han Sung-jun prepared the finishing blow while she continued to scream. You useless mortal. In this duel, Cielo had become the loser. Whether in the tower or on Earth, I will hunt you down and kill you. Again and again. I will never give up. With those final curses, Cielo vanished into nothingness. Han Sung-jun was unfazed by her threats. Be my guest. The system displayed a new message. Guelo, god of the sky, has been absorbed. Text lines cascaded before his eyes. The final condition has been met. Reading the notification, a spark of surprise lit up his face. Following that, a series of messages flooded in. The hidden potential of divine ascension within the mythical transcendence had finally evolved into its ultimate form. Golden beams of light pierced through the atmosphere, striking the earth and transforming the planet into a magnificent gateway for the transcendent. The challenger, Han Sung-jun, had stepped 1% closer to absolute godhood by shattering a divine apostle. The shimmering lights of the aftermath left him momentarily stunned. Even Junggu, the only other transcendent being in the entire universe, broke his silence. His expression remained unshakable as he faced this new reality. A being capable of surpassing even the ancient gods, that was the ultimate destination, the final endpoint of this potential-filled myth. Time flowed like water, and the scene shifted to Sung-jun's room. A voice buzzed from the TV as news reports filled the silence. Challenger Han Sung-jun was revealed as the hero who thwarted the heavenly god Sek's terror plot. The Hunter Association announced a massive compensation package for his legendary feats. This left Sung-jun deep in thought. According to the articles, it seemed Ha-in had pulled some strings to handle the public relations nightmare. Rewinding to the day before, Ha-in had suddenly shoved him into the room, leaving him completely bewildered. Ha-in. She flashed a playful smile as she stepped out, leaving a strict command. Stay put until I say you can leave. Before Sung-jun could even protest, the door clicked shut, locking him in. The reporters are swarming like vultures looking for you, Sung-jun. No reason to paint a target on your back, right? Remembering her words, he let out an exasperated sigh. I have things to sort out anyway, so this works. Suddenly, a system window popped up. He had received a divinity held by the soul angel CL. He stared intensely at the azure energy swirling in his hand. The divinity of luck was being converted into raw potential. He immediately analyzed the situation. This was arguably the most useful buff. After all, fortune favors the bold in countless battles. The room was suddenly flooded with a barrage of alerts. The divinity of luck met the hidden conditions and automatically activated. Sung-jun sat in silence, reading the mechanics typical of a broken system. Manhwa increases luck in specific situations, bending reality to favor you. The skill spreading hope triggered instantly. His expression twisted in confusion as he asked himself, did everything unfold this abruptly just because of this divine luck? Luck was never a factor he relied on. While Han Sung-jun was lost in thought, his phone buzzed violently. Lee Hyeon, 4 new messages, and then a cascade of system notifications flooded his vision. Achievement unlocked. Powerful entities now worship you. A new skill emerged from the void. The kind of power spike you only see in a top-tier system. Manhwa. Faith conversion rank S-. The scene shifted rapidly to the Hunter Association the very next morning. As Han Sung-jun descended the stairs with a stoic expression, another digital message pinged. Mr. Han Sung-jun, do you have a moment? His eyes scanned the text instantly, his interest piqued. I prepared something special. I think it will help. You will love it when you see it. What do you think, Mr. Han Sung-jun? The next line made him freeze in his tracks. Thanks to the divinity I received earlier, I finally understand what you need. Han Sung-jun found himself standing before a massive imposing set of double doors. Her words echoed in his mind. I will be waiting. A headache throbbed in his temples. If this was about the divinity he had granted her. That day, he had simply smiled and spoken, and power had flowed from him to her. The system had exploded with notifications marking a turning point in his destiny. Disciples crossing a power threshold were designated as apostles. Rank 1 disciples included Catherine Bennett, Leon, and Lucia. He had granted divinity power rank F+ to all rank 1 disciples of the transcendental god. He calculated the timeline with cold precision. This must have been right after he crushed the war god in that legendary battle. Deciding he had wasted enough time, Han Sung-jun pushed the handle. Let's see what this is. His eyes widened as they landed on a massive sign. May the Transcendental Church reign eternal. Dozens of fanatical eyes locked onto him instantly. Nope. Unable to handle the sheer intensity of their gaze, Han Sung-jun slammed the door shut. He stood there completely dumbfounded. What on earth was that? Why were there so many people? As his mind raced, Haeyeon's voice chimed from behind like a bell. Han Sung-jun, you made it. She smiled warmly, her eyes sparkling. I was coming to find you. I am so glad I can show you the results so quickly. Startled, Han Sung-jun whipped around. Haeyeon, what is the meaning of this? He was still processing the shock when voices erupted from behind the doors. O Supreme, One Lord Han Sung-jun is here. Kneel and worship. Grant us your power. Seeing his stunned expression, Haeyeon let out a soft giggle. Please do not misunderstand. This is not a cult. I discovered something profound when you granted me your divinity. She stepped closer to explain. Your power stems from faith. Just like the apostles we saw in the tower, you have the authority to grant divinity. The pieces of the puzzle began to click for Han Sung-jun. It means you possess the same class of power as the gods residing within the tower. Haeyeon sighed, searching for the right words to explain the complexity. In truth, most do not worship out of pure faith. They simply crave your divine power. Han Sung-jun nodded slowly, his gaze shifting to a system window. In that case, I understand. He made his move. Disciple designation activated, granting divinity power rank F-. As he pondered his next move, thunderous cheers erupted from the room behind him. Lord Han Sung-jun has blessed us with new power. He turned back to Haeyeon. Divine power has been given to those deemed worthy. This should make your missionary work significantly easier. Quite a bit. Her face lit up like the sun as she leaned in closer. Really? Haeyeon clenched her fist, eyes burning with resolve. I will do everything to support you, Han Sung-jun. I will make the Transcendental Church flourish. System alerts flashed before his eyes. Skill faith conversion rank S-. Proficiency 0%. Basic effect. Temporarily convert or boost abilities through faith. Detailed effect allows for a temporary enhancement of desired stats using accumulated faith. Then he stepped into the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. The world shifted to a massive river, bordering a sprawling ancient forest. Trial theme battlefield of the gods hard mode. Objective conquer. At least 2 battlefields before time runs out. Time remaining. 1 year. Han Sung-jun surveyed the terrain, a frown creasing his brow at the unfamiliar energy. Battlefield of the gods. Jung-gu looked completely bewildered. Only the 26th floor. A trial of this magnitude appearing already. Sensing the anomaly, he glanced at her sharply. Wait, do you know this place? Her expression turned deadly calm. Yes, I know it. Memories flooded her mind, a brutal, blood-soaked clash between humanity and monsters. The battlefield of the gods. A slaughterhouse for high and low-ranking divine entities. A place where supernatural wars erupt, without end shaking the very foundations of the world. If you emerge victorious here, you could claim the title of true god, or even an ancient god. But the atmosphere grew heavy with complication. The field is split into 3 zones. To advance, you must force the divine entities to their knees. Han Sung-jun fell silent, his tactical mind already at work. Jung-gu looked up, her calm face cracking with concern. But something is different from my memories. Both of them locked eyes on a dark presence in the sky. A colossal black sphere hovered ominously above. Her eyes widened in genuine shock. I have never seen a sphere of that magnitude before. Elsewhere, a figure named Sully dashed frantically through the woods. As she tore through the underbrush, rage boiled over. Why? Why is someone like me trapped in this hellhole? She felt helpless. I never expected this place to be crawling with high-ranking god monsters. The system identified her. The incompetent god of wrath. Pain shot through her wounds like fire. She gritted her teeth. I need to heal. Now. At that moment, Han Sung-jun stepped out from the shadows. You are just walking in circles again. His voice cut through the air, seizing her attention instantly. He continued calmly. That is because you have 0 sense of direction. Sully stared at him silently. Pray. He had no idea of the danger he was in. First, I need to figure out what that black sphere is. Seizing the moment, she lunged at Han Sung-jun with killing intent. I will devour you and use your life force to heal these wounds. But Soliet was drunk on her own arrogance. Sung-jin didn't even flinch, stopping her attack with a single hand before tossing her aside like a rag doll. Before Soliet could even process the counterattack, Sung-jin slammed her body into the earth with catastrophic force. Heavy injuries compounded by the relentless assault caused Soliet's sanity to fray from the agony. Sung-jin's voice cut through her haze. You're interesting. He glared coldly at the fallen deity. Was that threat aimed at me? The god of transcendence and death stared down the pitiful minor god like a predator. A vision manifested before his eyes, an ominous black sphere known as the Dark Globe. Its description was clear. It was designed solely to eradicate challenger Han Sung-jun. It was an object of pure dread, capable of feasting on the remnants of fallen gods to fuel its power. Naturally, this abomination was linked to him creating an ancient god that mirrored Han Sung-jun's traits. Back in reality, Soliet was kneeling with her hands raised in surrender, or at least, that was the rumor. Sung-jun looked at her completely dumbfounded. What but Soliet had already pieced together the horrifying truth. I get it now. They decided to discard you. She realized the intent of the demons pulling the strings. In this twisted awakening manhwa scenario, the tower had raised him like a hunting dog, solely to slaughter the gods. But instead of obeying, Sung-jun bared his fangs at the tower, choosing to forge his own destiny. Her voice trembled as she contemplated that terrifying future once more. What's about to be born inside that sphere is a broken, soulless, ancient god, a puppet created to replace you as the tower's obedient hound. Sung-jun instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. If that creature awakened, they would face a nightmare scenario, the total annihilation of the world. The thought made his blood boil. He clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. I won't let that happen. Pure, unadulterated rage burned in Sung-jun's eyes. Seeing that terrifying aura, Soliet fell silent, realizing the shift in the atmosphere. We're out of time. Sung-jun stepped up to Soliet and called out, "Hey, you clumsy god of wrath." He stared her down and made an offer. "I'll help you conquer this battlefield, and you'll lead me to the next one." As this manhwa recap continues, the scene shifted to the forest, where explosions ripped through the trees. The monsters, under relentless attack, roared in a cacophony of agony and fury. "You bastards, who dares desecrate the battlefield of the gods?" Soliet launched herself into the air, obliterating the beasts, one by one. She performed a lethal pirouette, slaying 2 giants in the blink of an eye. Sensing her power surging beyond its limits, she felt a rush of euphoria. Yes, thanks to that guy, everything is easier now. She glanced back at Sung-jun, who stood like a statue in the distance. "Once I master the divine realm, you're next on my hit list." But the moment she witnessed his true power, she froze in sheer terror. Soliet's confident smile cracked, replaced by a look of disbelief. "Well, I'll deal with that later." Meanwhile, Sung-jun walked casually amidst the tangent-sized monsters, checking his interface like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. The tower wants a god massacre. Waiting for the swarm to converge, he unleashed a single slash that decimated everything. His eyes were cold as steel as he looked ahead. But things won't go according to your script. He continued to slaughter the giant beasts standing in his way within the forest. "After purging all these gods, I'll stack up a mountain of skills." As he fought Sung-jun set a ruthless goal: crush them all and convert their essence into divine power. After the brutal onslaught, the colossal monsters crashed to the ground, and the sweet sound of system congratulations rang out. Their abilities were harvested and stored within his body. His authority of power rank shattered its limit, upgrading from S- to S rank. A new notification flashed before his eyes. The authority now allowed the user to infuse divine power into items of appropriate grade. Sung-jun looked at the item the system presented, momentarily confused. "What is this?" But confusion quickly faded, replaced by a wicked, satisfied grin. "If I can seal this divine power into an artifact, I can unleash it whenever I want." Sung-jun tapped the interface of this leveling system. Time to start the harvest. Soliet had already annihilated the surrounding monsters. Impossible. Even when facing high gods, he always seems to have a master plan prepared. But to pull this off, I need high-tier artifacts that match my level. After a long march through the wasteland, Soliet broke the silence. "Master, we have arrived." A colossal wall loomed before them, blocking out the sky. Sung-jun reached out his hand, brushing the cold stone. Just one more zone left to conquer. He stepped through the barrier, eyes burning with resolve. "I'll end this nightmare right here." The system window flashed with a cascade of alerts. Battlefield of the Gods, C900. Conquered. Transferring to Battlefield C9001. The air reeked of blood and divinity. A new brutal quest appeared. Slaughter the gods or force them to their knees, and erect a temple in their place. The monstrous deities glared at the demon walking among them. "My power. He's draining it." The gathered gods froze in sheer disbelief. "A insignificant insect who has barely lived 400 years. You dare challenge the god of harvest?" Botani, arrogant as ever, sneered at the hostile gazes. "You crawling maggots. You have no right to look down on me." "Listen well, you trash-tier deities," his voice boomed. My power now rivals even the ancient gods. He activated Divine Harvest, ripping shreds of energy from the gods around him. Just as Botani reveled in his stolen glory, a shadow materialized behind him. Sung-jin's voice was cold as ice. Is that so? A weakling like you? Botani whipped around his face, twisting in disgust. Who the hell are you? Which rock did you crawl out from? Filthy insect. He prepared to strike, mana flaring wildly. Do you wish to be erased by a future ancient god? Sung-jin didn't flinch. He just watched, analyzing. That divine power. It's interesting. A plan formed in his mind. If I can take that power for myself. He ignored the fool in front of him and turned to the crowd of terrified deities. Hey, you gods watching from the back. His voice dripped with arrogance as the command cut through the air. I will dispose of this trash for you. In exchange, build me a temple worthy of a god. The crowd stood frozen, their minds unable to process such audacity. Botan's patience snapped. He launched a devastating fist, straight at Sung-jo's face, roaring. Insolent brat, do you have any idea who you are talking to? The MC didn't waste breath on words. He simply threw a counterpunch. I will send you on your way. The impact unleashed a shockwave that threatened to tear the very earth apart. The massive deity doubled over as Young's fist buried itself in his gut. A smirk played on our hero's lips. Get out of my game. At that instant, Zung triggered the divine skill, Death. Notifications flooded his vision. Anything touched by death faced total erasure. He unleashed another strike, and the giant Botan was shredded into 100 pieces before the eyes of every watching god. Needless to say, the expressions on the gods' faces shifted from shock to absolute terror. Shun gripped the fallen god's soul. The system Manhwa interface appeared to confirm the absorption of Botaniac, the god of harvest. But instead of a reward, a cascade of red error windows popped up. Confusion flickered in his eyes. The Tower of Trials has activated code A049. Error prevention protocol initiated. The system refused to yield. Soul returning to original position. Shung watched the energy dissipate from his grasp, his irritation spiking. You're telling me I don't get to keep the loot. But giving up wasn't in his vocabulary. If you won't give it to me, I'll take it. Rage flared. Come forth. Sung-jo activated the divine skill, the Call. Chaos erupted. Crimson light flooded the arena, swirling into a chaotic storm. Sung-jo stood silent amidst the maelstrom, waiting for the inevitable clash. He reached into the void, his hand closing around invisible threads. To the horror of the other gods, Sung-jo was physically grappling with the soul strings themselves. His smirk returned sharp and dangerous. It was as if the entire cosmos was dancing in the palm of his hand. Red warnings flashed frantically. Code A049 active. Returning soul. Shung scoffed internally. You really think a few lines of code can stop me? He roared at the invisible judges. Shut your mouth. He punched the empty air, shattering the logic of the tower. Transcendent myth activated. Soul resonance adjustment initiated. From this moment on, Han Sung-jo's divine authority was dictated by his indomitable soul. He designated an opponent to balance all levels for 4 minutes. Automatic adjustment granted a divine effect. He now had total freedom to manipulate the soul resonance. The rules had changed. He stood firm, clutching 2 strands of red energy. His eyes blazed with unwavering confidence. Crushing something like this is child's play. Sung smiled at the orb forming in his hand. The notification changed, absorbing Botaniac's soul. The harvest power converted into potential. In a heartbeat, the orb solidified, blending perfectly with his status window. To the spectators, it looked as if Sung was being swallowed by a massive surge of spiritual energy. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the arena, sending everyone flying. Screams of terror mixed with the roar of raw power. He emerged from the smoke, raising a hand to the sky. Divine Power Harvest activated. The orb turned pitch black as it began extracting a fraction of divine authority. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Error detected. A change occurred in the growth limit of his unique trait, necromancy. Sung-jo focused on the gear spinning in his hand. The ground beneath him trembled violently. A new message appeared. Proficiency of unique trait 4x has increased by X%. Gazing at the gear, he chuckled darkly. Now I get it. This is why you didn't want me to have the divine harvest. Red alerts screamed again. Tower activates code A002. Patching growth threshold. The error messages looped endlessly, trying to contain him. He gently placed the gear into his core. Golden light bathed his face. With a smile that challenged the heavens, he commanded the mysterious golden energy. Transmute. The path to SSR, rank for his necromancy trait, shattered its chains. Proficiency increased by another 1%. This was the peak of a leveling Manhwa evolution. The gears of fate began to turn. Zhu appeared screaming in disbelief. Is this actually happening? That trait was ranked S by the tower itself. Sheng-jo confirmed the suspicion. The tower is desperate to stop me from absorbing the black orb. He raised his hand, his voice dipping low. If I destroy the orb, I can deal a blow to the tower itself. He crushed the red energy in his fist. The scene shifted to a barren desert, where a figure knelt coughing up dust. She burst from the sand, her crimson hair wild as she gasped, I'm alive. Solely recalled Sheng-jo's demonic face. He had told her, I'll buff you with some effects. See you later. She muttered. I almost died a dozen times. All thanks to that transcendence and death lunatic. What a mess. Solely clenched her fist. But thanks to those buffs, I slaughtered countless divinities. My divine state has been sharpened to a razor's edge. She let out a manic laugh. Just you wait. Transcendence death. I'll get stronger, and then I'll use you as fuel to kill you. Why are you so fired up? All of a sudden, Zung's voice appeared right behind her ear. Solely froze. Her face went pale as a sheet. She whipped around in sheer panic. When did you get behind me? Her eyes widened in horror. The pressure radiating from him. She thought, trembling. It's suffocating. He's a monster. What happened to him? His divinity level has skyrocketed again. The god of transcendence and death stood before her. Soli's bravado crumbled into stuttering fear. She forced a terrified smile. High. Her status window popped up as she analyzed the beast in human skin. Zhongzhou stepped closer, resting a heavy hand on her shoulder. Don't worry about the details. His tone was dismissive. That's not important. You have a critical mission to finish. The onlookers whispered pity in their eyes. Another poor soul added to his slave list. A majestic temple materialized in the vast desert. An eagle soared overhead as the quest updated condition met. Destroy or submit divinities. Build a temple. Typical awakening Manhwa logic. Zung nodded, impressed. You built that fast. I almost feel bad. Soliet grit her teeth internally. Bastard. One day, I swear I'll kill him. The condition was clear. The god of transcendence and death had obtained authority matching his rank. He looked down at the followers, kneeling in the sand, absolute power in his hands. The system revealed his true status. Class Divine Apostle. Grade Ancient Rank SSS+. A title reserved only for those worshipped by the gods themselves. Effect 1. Designate other deities as apostles. Effect 2. Grant divinity to apostles, forcing evolution. Effect 3. Consecrate mortals into divine beings. The aura of a true ruler crushed down on them. They immediately understood who stood before them. We did not recognize your greatness, Ancient One. Please take us under your wing. Sung-jin blinked, confused. What the hell is going on? Jung-hoo whispered. If you choose them, they ascend to high god status instantly. A sly grin spread across Sung-jin's face. Is that how it works? He glanced at Soliet. So you're asking to become my subordinate too? She bowed instantly. It would be my honor, my liege. Sung-jin raised a hand. Fine, I allow it. As the gods began to cheer, he cut them off coldly. But my standards are high. There is only one spot. First come, first served. The crowd froze, panic setting in. First come. Sung-jin's eyes glinted with greed. Show me your sincerity. Make it worth my while. Now, which artifact should I use to store all this delicious divine power? Skill Divine Authority S activated. The gods scrambled, pulling out their greatest treasures. Take this holy relic. No, mine is superior. I offer you everything. I offer a relic from the 7 supreme gods, but Soliet would not be outdone. She stepped forward, an item glowing in her hands. I present the Ring of the Time God. It was the Guardian Jewel SS, plus a masterpiece crafted to preserve the power of a cherished comrade. And this, she revealed, the Space-Time Telescope SSS+, created by the God of Time to gaze into the River of Destiny. It allows the user to see a parallel future and siphon power from it. Sung-jin's eyes widened. This was it. Now that is interesting. Nothing else compared. He looked down at the desperate gods. Soliet, you win, she roared in triumph, shaking the ground. I am the apostle of an ancient god. The system announced her ascension. The god of transcendence and death has designated Soliet as a divine apostle. As they ascended the temple steps, Sung-jin whispered, "Show's over. Let's move." Soliet fell into step behind him. As you command. She couldn't resist one last jab, sneering at the losers. Eat your hearts out. I belong to him now. The other gods gnashed their teeth in envy. Damn it. My insides are twisting with jealousy. How did that petty goddess win? Condition met. Battlefield C9001 cleared. Entering C9002, they stepped into a desolate wasteland, a graveyard where countless gods had perished for their foolish ideals. The massive gates groaned open. Sung-jun and his team marched forward, 2 battlefields down. Do you wish to halt the trial? Not a chance, Sung-jun scoffed. I'm not leaving until that thing is destroyed. Suddenly, Young-hoo grabbed his arm. We finished the 26th floor. There's no profit in going further. Sung-jun looked at her amused. Are you suggesting we run away? She gripped his sleeve tighter, her voice trembling. Please be rational. The entity ahead, it's practically a true ancient god. The odds of defeat are too high. Sung-jun gently placed a hand on her head. Delaying the inevitable isn't a strategy. His eyes hardened. Even if we retreat now, I'll have to face it eventually. Running only puts a target on our backs later. I'm taking it down. Right here. Right now. To protect you and to protect the guild. His conviction sparked a reaction within her, her energy flaring up. Sung-jun looked at her, puzzled by the sudden surge of mana. Jung-hoo clasped his hand with both of hers, her hesitation vanishing. If you are this determined, then I have no choice. A sharp, dangerous smile cut across her face. I will fight by your side until the end. Sung-jun grinned back, the thrill of battle rising. Good. Let's finish this. A pitch-black abyss manifested behind him, taking the shape of a man. It whispered with a voice from the void. You belong to me. Sung's eyes narrowed as the system window flashed. A new deity, the god of struggle, victory, and death, had descended, shaking the foundations of this leveling Manhwa world. Let us applaud his birth. Debris rained down like meteors. He instantly triggered his guardian skill to intercept the blast. As the barrier shattered and dust settled around him, Sung exhaled sharply. That was too close for comfort. Truly dangerous. The Tower of Trials initiated Protocol B008, broadcasting the ordeal to the outer realms. The God of Light watches with burning curiosity. The God of Darkness gazes affectionately and waves a hand. The God of Appraisal peers through the veil, barely able to see you. The Demon God grins, eager to see the carnage you unleash. The Storm God glares, demanding you pay more attention to her. The Iron-Blooded Monarch Administrator silently roots for your victory. Administrator White Crane watches intensely, hands clasped in prayer. Sung scanned the flood of notifications and scoffed. So, you plan to publicly execute me? Soli frowned, confusion written on her face. My lord, what is happening? The shadow materialized before them, its voice dripping with malice. Are you my original version? The newly created god of struggle, victory, and death stares at you, his eyes trembling with raw emotion. Overwhelmed by the shadow's terrifying aura, Soli stood frozen. Sung barked a command. Take the gods and evacuate immediately. Find the safest zone. She blinked, confused. Where is that? I will fight beside you. He spun around, his eyes blazing. Grasp the situation. If we fall here, it is not just me. You will all perish. Soli bit her lip, but Sung placed a heavy hand on her shoulder. This is my first command to you, as an ancient god to his apostle. His expression hardened. Evacuate the deities, now. Soli's eyes widened. The weight of his order silenced her protests. She turned sharply, marching toward the other gods. Did you hear him? We are leaving. Move. She pointed a trembling finger back at Sung. God of transcendence and death, do not dare die here, because one day I will be the one to take your life. He offered no reply, only a smile of serene confidence. Sung shifted his focus to the monstrosity. Look at him, bigger and uglier than before. A crimson warning, flash divine giant trait activated. The clone spoke, his voice like grinding stones. I can feel it. The air grew heavy as the creature voiced its deepest desire. I am merely your reflection, but I crave to become the truth. Sung-chan unleashed a devastating slash with his sword. Katmo roared in defiance. I will usurp your existence and become the true body. The system chimed with a grim reminder. The gods of hardship, victory, and death were watching with ravenous eyes. Yet the enemy remained arrogant. I am the warrior of prophecy, born for absolute victory. Sung-chan weaved past the massive frame, raining down a torrent of blows. Katmo screamed, I will slaughter you and ascend as the new god of death. Sung-chan just smirked, finding the threat ridiculous. You become the god of death. That is a fantasy you will never realize. Staring into that grotesque face, Sung-chan pierced through his soul with the truth. You merely copied my divinity. You are nothing but a cheap counterfeit. Blocking the strike, Katmo unleashed a massive wave of aura. The tower will acknowledge me as an ancient god. Divinity of death activated. Let the energy of demise consume everything. Sung-chan's eyes sharpened like daggers. You dare use the very power I bestowed upon you to attack your master. As the clash intensified, the constellations watched in shock. The gods of transcendence and death were speechless. The god of darkness decreed, "Such trash deserves divine punishment." The appraiser god looked down with scorn while the dragon god roared in fury. Sung-chan bellowed, "Get this filth out of my sight." Divinity, command, activated. He launched himself from the ground, sword raised high, ready to deliver a catastrophic blow to Katmo. The impostor scoffed with sickening confidence. "Is that all? Then taste true despair." Divine power binding light engaged. The opponent was trapped. Thunder crashed as divinity lightning, descending rained down like a storm, and a sphere of golden lightning crackled in his hand. Suddenly, Katmo froze in terror. Sung-chan danced through the lightning storm like a phantom. He smiled. "Did you really think this light show could stop me?" Divinity blessing unleashed. Consuming his divine power, he conjured an impenetrable barrier to nullify the external attack. Katmo stared at the crackling cube of golden lightning in his hand. "You arrogant fool. Do you believe a shield can save you now?" Divinity victory activated. The concept of failure was erased from reality. Instantly, Sung-chan's blessing was shattered into nothingness. As his barrier disintegrated, Sung-chan's expression darkened. He can manipulate causality itself, but the system-worn divinity of victory is now on a 12-hour cooldown. Seizing the moment, Katmo threw a punch so powerful it pulverized the bedrock, sending debris flying into the sky. Divinity conflict, activated cooldown for victory, reduced by 100%. The impact launched Sung-chan, like a ragdoll, smashing him deep into the cliffside. Katmo sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "Do you realize why you are losing? Because you are just a stepping stone in my leveling Manhwa story." The god of hardship and death gloated, certain of a flawless victory. "You rely on administrators and other gods. That dependency is why you remain weak." But amidst the rubble, Sung-chan rose, arms crossed defiantly. While the protagonist stood in silence, the villain continued his foolish monologue. "I will not share your pathetic fate. The great purge begins now." Their eyes locked, burning with murderous intent. Katmo roared, "I will end you here. I will crush every obstacle until I become the tower's most prized hound." That declaration made Sung-chan burst into laughter. He summoned a SS+ rank gem, his eyes gleaming. How amusing. Divine authority activated. He engraved his battle spirit into the SS+ gemstone. Ignoring the aura, Katmo launched another devastating punch. But when the dust settled, Sung-chan was gone. Only a blinding flash of light remained where the fist connected. A counterattack of mythical proportions, Katmo's arm didn't just break, it disintegrated. This was the power of the artifact sacrificed by Solis. Inscription complete. The gem now held a SS+ rank. Battle Spirit Divinity Fighting Spirit stacked. Sung-chan swung his blade, summoning a swirling vortex of crimson and black energy. Staring at the stump where his arm used to be, Katmo screamed in pure horror. What? What kind of power is this? How can power be amplified to this extent? Sung-chan's voice cut through the chaos. "You haven't seen anything yet." He stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. In the blink of an eye, Sung-chan vanished. He became a blur of death, hurtling straight toward Katmo for the final collision. The monster didn't back down. "Fool, if I seal your divinity, it's over." The golden sphere flared as divinity victory activated again, erasing the path to defeat. But Sung-chan shattered the golden sphere with his bare hands. A crimson system window popped up, flashing a massive glitching error message. Katmo's body began to disintegrate into data, his screams echoing in the void. The gods of transcendence and death possessed high resistance, but even they trembled. Divinity fighting spirits stacked again. Every ability was supercharged. The numbers on the roulette wheel spun wildly. The wheel stopped. On number 1, Sung-chan gritted his teeth, unleashing an attack magnified 10,000 times. Scene transition. Meanwhile, at Divine Battlefield C9001, Solis led the group, but the other gods grumbled. "Why does he always hoard the glory we can fight too, you know?" The crowd buzzed with disbelief. If Solis, the master of combat, couldn't win, how is this even possible? He is just grinding for points. Solis is a beast. Solis flipped her hair, smirking. "Well, I suppose I am pretty formidable." She smiled arrogantly. "Even that so-called god of victory couldn't handle me." Suddenly, a blinding light on the horizon stole their attention. What in the world is that? Solis's face twisted in shock. That energy, it's abnormal. Even from this distance, the pressure was suffocating. A silhouette shattered the mountain peak, A pillar of light pierced the heavens. This wasn't divinity or mana. It was the raw, unadulterated power of physical stats. Solis watched with starry eyes, clasping her hands together in worship. How is such power possible? Oh my God. The other deities stared at Katmo's broken form. The ancient god's jaws hit the floor. The god of darkness wanted to offer praise, while the god of light wept with emotion. The god of appraisal stands paralyzed in shock. The demon god throws his head back in laughter. Now this is entertainment. The dragon god roars his approval. Truly worthy of being my successor. Sung stood his ground. Do you sense the disparity between us now? This is the weight of true existence. You are nothing but a counterfeit fabricated by the tower. A wretch like you, dependent on the system, can never hope to replace me. The clone lay there seething with indignation. How dare you speak to me that way? Sung listened quietly to the creature's inner scream. I am the warrior of prophecy. I am not a fake. I am not. As the scream faded, his body began a grotesque metamorphosis. A pillar of obsidian light erupted, fueled by his conviction. I will become the true self. Warning, Tower of Trials Protocol, A047 activated. Adjusting difficulty. System interference granted for the 26th floor trial. From the dissipating black smoke, a sinister silhouette emerged. The system declared coldly, the god of struggle and death has been designated as the tower's vessel. Entity will inherit a portion of Challenger Han Sung's attributes. A corrupted, malevolent version of Sung stepped forward, eyes burning with ice-cold murder. Sung met the gaze without flinching. Are you prepared to sacrifice everything to destroy me? In a heartbeat, the doppelganger warped directly in front of him. Yes, your flesh and blood are already mine. He threw a punch, carrying the weight of a mountain. The tower bestowed this upon me. The god of struggle laughed maniacally as he looked down on you. His laughter echoed with arrogance. With the system's blessing, every skill you possess is now mine to command. The clone unleashed a barrage of attacks. I am the apex predator. Sung weaved through the assault, like a phantom dodging every strike. He pivoted, driving a brutal kick into the clone before spinning away. But the clone only sneered. Let me educate you, Han Sung. This is your true nature. I have finally surpassed the original. He launched a devastating punch. Skill activated false starlight of the god of struggle. The impact triggered a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the very foundations of the arena with overwhelming power. The world drowned in chaos. As the dust cleared, the silhouette of the corrupted Sung emerged from the haze. He stood tall, mocking his opponent. Do you finally understand your place? He stared at Sung, who remained shrouded in smoke. Even if I am a counterfeit, if I wield your true power, am I not the real one? Sung wiped a trail of blood from his lip, listening to the rant. You still fail to grasp the truth, don't you? Let me spell it out for you. Sung furrowed his brow as the mockery continued. You are no different from me. You gorged yourself on the tower's rewards. That is an undeniable fact. The clone grinned, savoring the moment. In the end, you are just a parasite like me. He pointed a finger of judgment at Sung. Without the system's power, you are nothing but an insect. Sung lowered his head as notifications cascaded before his eyes. The administrators watch with bated breath. The ancient gods gaze upon you with anticipation. The tower observes silently. Sung finally broke his silence, his voice cold. Perhaps, you are right. The clone's smile vanished instantly. Sung took a step forward. Just as you said. Without the tower, I might be a bug. I cannot deny that reality. Sung stood face to face with his dark reflection, radiating unshakable confidence. But that does not mean my efforts were in vain. I clawed my way up. I claimed everything this hell had to offer. He poured his heart into the words. I bled for this power. I will never say it does not belong to me. The clone grimaced, confusion clouding his face. What kind of nonsense is this? Sung's eyes turned into glacial shards of ice. Shut your mouth. I will entertain your delusion one last time. Transcendental mythology. Activated, adjusting soul grade. Transferring all skills to the soul core. Challenger Han Sung's abilities are no longer bound by the system. Azure mana erupted around him, swirling in a violent vortex of pure energy. He declared with the voice of a sovereign, I will show you. This is not the tower's strength. This is my power. The god of transcendence and death has fully descended. The original and the copy locked eyes. The atmosphere screamed as dense mana collided, signaling the climax of this awakening Manhwa battle. Demonic circuits ignited. The user's mana twisted, transmuting instantly into raw dark energy. Katmo, wearing the visage of the wicked, stared in disbelief. This aura. It didn't come from the tower. Was this raw, unadulterated power? How is this even possible? Before his words could settle, a titan's arm forged from demonic energy materialized. Katmo stood frozen, his mind reeling as Songdo's voice cut through the air. Did you truly believe that without the system, I would be nothing? He raised his hand high, his gaze sharp enough to sever steel. High above the ancient gods, watched awestruck by his technique. But Katmo, stung by the insult, ground his teeth in fury. You are merely a lucky dog, chosen by the tower. He charged, his fist cocked, and eyes burning with malice. I am a warrior chosen by destiny, he roared. I am nothing like a mongrel mutt like you. A red warning window flashed. The god of war, victory and death, is channeling false starlight. Katmo's fist thundered closer, yet Songdo remained calm, the blade steady in his grip. I rely on nothing but myself, Songdo declared. Let me show you the terror of true physical might. His hand snapped forward. The ocean of 100 lights erupted. Waves of sword ki wove a net of destruction, crashing toward his enemy. Transcendental divine power took effect. The blinding aurora of blade energy left Katmo bewildered. His abilities had shattered the calculated parameters of this system Manhwa world. The closer he edged to the extreme, the faster Songdo broke every known limit. Threads of multicolored mana danced before his eyes, reflecting his unyielding resolve. His growth rate skyrocketed 72 times, widening the gap between him and his rival in an instant. Katmo's eyes widened in horror. The sword ki and demonic energy were inches from his skin. I cannot lose, he screamed, unwilling to accept his fate. A slash encircled Katmo's red core. Immediately, a warning blazed. The god of war, victory and death attempts a final desperate resistance. But Songdo's thrust was unstoppable. The sphere shattered into dust, his blade piercing straight into the heart of Katmo's dark energy. After delivering the killing blow, he spoke coldly. While fighting you, I thought long and hard about how to stop the tower from ever pulling this garbage on me again. Songdo raised his hand, the air trembling, as he began the absorption. This is the answer I have chosen. Divine Power Harvest, activated. Staring at the remnants of Katmo clinging to his blade, his voice dropped to a whisper. I will devour everything the tower gave you, and I will become a legend. The skill harvest tore through the essence of the gods of war, victory and death, draining every last drop of their power. As Sung-ju sheathed his blade, the chaos in the sky cleared. Radiant golden spheres descended, the stolen divinity of fallen gods, embedding itself into the very soul of challenger Han Sung-jun. His voice cut through the silence, a final warning. Stop these petty tricks. The concepts of transcendence and death broadcasted a declaration of war to the tower and every entity watching. Sung-jun gazed at the orb pulsing in his palm, a smirk playing on his lips. I'm going to savor devouring this necromancy art. A demonic mask materialized alongside a flood of notifications. You have consumed the souls of war, victory, and death. The unique trait necromancy has instantly reached 100% mastery. This leveling Manhwa logic had just been shattered. The unique trait necromancy surpassed the system's growth limits, permanently binding its catastrophic power to Han Sung-jun's soul. His sharp gaze locked on to the ominous red warnings flashing in the air. The Tower of Trials had initiated a purge sequence to eliminate the unauthorized anomaly. Administrator Authority A002 activated, attempting to patch the system error. Witnessing this, Sung-jun's expression darkened. I told you, stay out of my way. But the skill absolute transcendence of the immutable instantly countered. Han Sung-jun's existence became a divine singularity, completely immune to system corruption or deletion. No external force could touch him now. The penalty effects were nullified instantly, and the very warning screens hovering in the air began to fracture. They shattered into pixels right before his eyes. The tower realized that no authority could replicate or restrain his declared power without his express permission. Sung-jun glanced upward, his voice low and dangerous. This pathetic charade ends here, tower. Pull a stunt like this again, and I won't be so merciful. That single sentence forced the tower into a terrified silence. Light enveloped Sung-jun as the teleportation sequence began. Congratulations. You have cleared the 26th floor. Points and rewards have been distributed. Force transfer to the waiting room initiated. As his boots hit the floor, the reality set in. They weren't going to let him roam free anymore. Sung-jun swiped his hand, summoning his personal status window. Doesn't matter, he scoffed. I struck the tower's weak point and gained more power than I ever imagined. He stared at his new stats. Unique trait, necromancy, rank SS. He grinned at the 13 new sub-effects. I'll test these out later. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He was being watched. A system notification popped up. Administrator Sword Fairy White Crane is observing you silently. Then, a new message. The Sword Fairy politely requests your assistance. Realization hit him. Right. I still have a promise to keep. Without hesitation, Sung-ju stepped into the administrator's private domain. Peeking from behind a pillar, White Crane spoke softly, her voice filled with longing. You actually came. It's been so long. Han Sung-ju. The formality caught him off guard. In the serene garden, Sung-ju laughed, breaking the tension. What's this? Just because I'm an ancient god now, you can't act normal around me. White Crane blushed, averting her eyes. No, it's not that. He looked at her warmly. God or not, we are still master and disciple. So please just treat me the way you always have, master. His words struck a chord, melting her hesitation. A playful smile returned to her lips. You're still calling me master. She giggled, the sound like wind chimes. Even with all that power, you still respect me. Does that mean I'm the most special person to you? Sung-ju stood tall, his answer instant and firm. Extremely special. He turned to face her, his gaze intense. Because you never gave up on me. You were always there. You are the greatest master I could have ever asked for. Tears shimmered in White Crane's eyes. She whispered the word best, softly savoring the title of master. She chuckled through her emotions. So, I really am special to you. Her expression turned serious. I knew it. You are the only one who can fulfill my final wish. She stepped closer, placing a trembling hand on his shoulder. My clan, the Bake family, was slaughtered when I was just a child. Her voice cracked with suppressed grief. My only desire is to resurrect my family's legacy in the Murim world. That is my one true regret. Visions of fire and ruin flashed through Sung-ju's mind. Sung-ju frowned, sensing the depth of her pain. A total massacre. She took a deep breath, preparing to ask the impossible. Go back. Find me when I was a child. Raise me to be strong so that I can restore the clan with my own hands. Tears streamed down her face, hitting the floor, as she begged him. Please. She clung to his arm, her voice breaking into sobs. I am begging you, Sung-ju. Sung-ju's body began to dissolve into light. I won't keep you waiting. System Alert Administrator Sword Fairy White Crane has activated exclusive authority G0778, the final wish. His voice echoed with absolute confidence. I will give you the ending you deserve. Master, wait for me right here. As he vanished, she echoed his promise. Right here. She looked up at the sky, hope rekindled in her heart. I will wait for you. Notification. Entering the trial of the final wish. Instantly, the serene garden was replaced by a hellscape of fire and smoke. The mission details materialized. Difficulty extreme. Time limit 10 years. Objective. Using only martial arts, avenge the Bake clan and restore it to glory. Scenario. The origin of the Sword Fairy. He stood in a feudal era, surrounded by ancient architecture, engulfed in a raging sea of flames. Black-clad assassins swarmed the compound, slaughtering everyone in sight. Kill them all. Wipe out the Bake bloodline. Sung-ju materialized, disguised as a clan guard. What is this chaos, he thought. The system resonated with the challenger's will. Suddenly, blades flashed from behind. Find the clan leader now. System Alert Challenger. Han Sung-ju has been assigned the role Guardian Warrior of the Bak clan. He dodged and countered, but a restriction window popped up. Equipment sealed. All stats limited to level 80. The system was forcing him to rely on pure skill. Sung-ju crushed an assassin's throat in his grip, lifting him off the ground. Start talking, he growled. What the hell is going on here? The estate was burning to ash. Another killer lunged out of the smoke, screaming, don't let a single one escape, slaughter them all. The scene shifts to a burning nightmare. A man sprinted through the flames, clutching his daughter tight. Manhwa. Hold on, father will protect you. Just bear the heat a little longer. He tried to find an exit, but the ceiling groaned. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone and burning beams plummeted. Assassins burst in, only to be blocked by the falling debris. Looking at the terrified girl, the father forced a smile. Don't worry. He used his own body as a shield against the fire. I will protect you with my life. Pain seared his back, but a chilling voice echoed from behind the flames. Finally caught you, clan leader of the bitch family. The assassin raised his blade high. Die bitch Cheon-hee. But in that split second, a shadow leaped from the darkness, intercepting the killer. Song-do crashed onto the scene, shattering the crisis, and dropping an assassin in one blow. He looked at the thugs with a confident smirk. Who decided that clan leader Cheon-hee stared bewildered. Are you a bodyguard? Song-do frowned, answering briefly. Talk later. He scooped the little girl into his arms and signaled the father. We need to vanish from here. Immediately, the girl in his arms was frail, barely clinging to consciousness. But looking past her hood, Song-do smiled internally. I have come for you. Future Sword Fairy White Crane. This child was the legendary White Crane before her ascent. It was the tragic backstory of a classic awakening manhwa, seeing her clan on the brink of ruin. Her size was different, but those eyes, they were unmistakable. Sometime later in a quiet alley within the city walls, a familiar voice broke the silence. This is just a temporary shelter, but please make yourself comfortable. The bitch clan leader bowed low, hands clasped in deep respect. Once again, we owe you our lives, hero Han Sung-do. Song-do waved it off instantly. Think nothing of it. As a bodyguard, it was simply my duty. Seong-do looked at the pair, a question lingering in his mind. Strangely, this place looked identical to the administrator's residence from the future. Standing in the courtyard of a bamboo forest, the girl's innocent voice rang out. I will wait. The sound of those words froze him in place. It was the exact image of White Crane from the day he left her in the previous timeline. She had said those same words back then. I will wait for you. Standing there waving goodbye to her father. Be careful out there. I will be waiting. And her father had smiled back. All right. Stay close to hero Han Sung-do. I will go find us some food. Song-do lowered himself to her eye level, speaking softly. Excuse me, little miss. She responded with a cheerful yes. Song-do got straight to the point. I need to know exactly what is happening. What is the status of the bitch family? A shadow fell over White Crane's face, but she answered with steely resolve. It has collapsed. They sat together as he probed further. Collapsed, she answered with the brutal honesty of a child. I don't know the reason, but the Martial Arts Alliance declared our expulsion. She looked down at her small hands. So, it is very likely the Bish family will vanish from this world. The news made the stoic Song-do pause. He remained silent, letting the weight of history sink in. But the girl hopped off the bench, offering him comfort instead. But you don't need to worry, mister. She began to recount the glory days of the past. Long ago, the Mount Hua sect received a great favor from my family, the Divine Sword Bitch. Father said he would ask them to accept me as a nominal disciple. He's going to ask them now. She spun around, her eyes sparkling with determination. I will definitely meet the greatest master under the heavens and become strong. An innocent smile bloomed on her face, unaware of the cruelty of the world. She clenched her small fist. And then I will restore the glory of the Bish family. Song-do recalled her plea from the future. Meet me when I was young. Help me become strong. Guide me to restore my clan with my own hands. His gaze focused intensely on this miniature version of the legend. A gentle smile softened his face. That won't be necessary. He stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. The little girl looked up in surprise. Seong-do knelt on one knee, speaking with the gravity of a blood oath. No matter what happens, I will become the greatest master you could ever wish for, little miss. The scene shifts to the bamboo forest days later. Attack there, she shouted. Her target was Seong-do. He pivoted smoothly, dodging the clumsy strike with ease. Suddenly, her foot caught on a stone. She stumbled, crashing face first, right at her master's feet, her sword clattering away. Chung-do gazed down, hesitation flickering in his eyes as he called out to her. Young miss. The name Baek Seonhwa echoed in his mind, the true identity of the White Crane. He stood there, lost in a labyrinth of thoughts. He mused. I can mimic the Sword Fairy White Crane's technique with ease, but for a child, this path is a tangled mess of confusion. Seonhwa whipped around, anxiety written all over her face. She cried out, please don't look at me with those eyes. No matter how hard I try, there are limits I just can't break through yet. Chung-do thought to himself, is this really how you used to lecture me? But he buried the sarcasm, maintaining a calm exterior, as he responded with gentle encouragement. At least you aren't critically injured. He knelt to meet her eye level. Seonhwa sighed, her voice heavy with regret. Even if I were the greatest genius under the heavens, without the legendary elixirs of the 9 great sects, I'll never reach your level of power. Chung-do's interest piqued. Elixirs, you say? Seonhwa nodded vigorously. Exactly. The plum blossom pills of the Mount Hua sect. She began circling him, her excitement bubbling over, as she described the miraculous medicine. If I could just consume one, I bet I could become as powerful as Master Han Chung-do. My 5 senses would sharpen, and my internal energy would skyrocket. Chung-do stood motionless, a plan forming. Did you just mention Mount Hua? That's right, the Mount Hua sect. The moment the words left her lips, the scene shifted, blurring into a high-speed dash through the wilderness. Chung-do carried the girl on his back, tearing through the wind like a phantom. His voice turned ice cold. In that case, we'll simply take every pill they possess. After all, by their own admission, they owe us a debt. Night fell over the majestic Manhwa sect. 2 guards blocked their path, barking insults. Get lost instantly. You trash from the Bake family? Do you have any idea where you are standing? Chung-do remained unfazed. I heard rumor that Manhwa received grace from the Bake clan. A single plum blossom pill should be sufficient to settle the score. The guard sneered. Grace, you should be groveling in gratitude that Manhwa hasn't sought vengeance yet. Suddenly, a gravelly voice thundered from the shadows. That is enough. A middle-aged man emerged, commanding immediate respect as the guards gasped, sect leader. He offered a thin, practiced smile. It seems we have guests from the Bake family. Please follow me inside first. Chung-do narrowed his eyes, sensing a trap, but followed in silence. Moments later, deep within the sect, the morning dew clung to the leaves heavy with tension. The sect leader led the way, his voice conversational yet sharp. When you arrived at Manhwa, claiming to be of the Beck bloodline, I assumed you had finally lost your mind. Chung-do questioned. What are you implying? The sect leader threw open a set of doors, turning to face him. Precisely what I said. Being from the Bake family means you've come here for revenge, does it not? Chung-do looked genuinely baffled. Revenge? The old man stepped forward, his eyes suddenly flashing with murderous intent. Yes. The Bake family once recovered a lost martial art for our sect. At the time, we were overwhelmingly grateful, he asserted coldly. However, the Manhwa sect remains a pillar of the martial arts alliance. As he spoke, shadows flickered, and figures emerged to encircle the protagonist. The sect leader's eyes glowed crimson with bloodlust. We didn't raise our hands to destroy the Beck clan, but we stood by and watched them burn. In my eyes, that inaction canceled out any debt we owed. Fear gripped little Seonhwa. After all, she was still just a child. Her small hands clenched tight onto Chung-do's robe. Hearing the leader's twisted logic, Chung-do finally grasped the situation. Chung-do's expression darkened into a void. He simply uttered, "Oh." Scores of warriors now hemmed him in. The sect leader continued his arrogant speech. I heard someone suggest using the plum blossom pills to settle old scores. I am Chung-gun of Manhwa. If you can defeat my disciples one by one, I shall grant any request you desire. Chung-gun's smile was as cold as steel. That is, of course, if you survive. Chung-do gently set the girl down, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Young miss, the technique I am about to unveil is the 7 steps white sword. He drew his blade, crimson energy surging around it. Watch closely. Even observing this will be a lesson in itself. His gaze turned razor sharp, radiating pure intimidation. This is getting tedious. Don't bother with turns, come at me all at once. The Manhwa disciples roared, charging with drawn swords. You arrogant little brat, do you really think a puppy can challenge a tiger? Chung-do raised his blade. A crimson vein of energy pulsed down the center of his face. With a cold swing, he unleashed the first form white sword art sea of light, flowing shadow. The vanguard was instantly blasted away. Blood sprayed into the air, accompanied by a chorus of agonizing screams as their formation shattered. Amidst the carnage, Chung-do remained the picture of composure, lecturing Seonhwa. That was the sea of light flowing shadow, a sword technique designed to be virtually unavoidable. Next, he unleashed a flurry of devastating thrusts. And this is the white strike piercing heaven, a powerhouse thrust developed specifically to penetrate absolute defenses. The girl's eyes were glued to him, absorbing every nuance. She marveled internally. Incredible! He is executing the Bake family sword arts with absolute perfection. Suddenly, a desperate disciple snatched Seonhwa, clamping a hand over her mouth. He screamed, "You wretched Bake filth! Make one more move, and this girl dies." The moment the threat left his lips, the Abyss bloodline activated a classic awakening Manhwa turn of events. A colossal hammer of energy descended from the heavens, crushing the fool into the dirt instantly. Seonhwa found herself levitating in midair, her eyes wide as saucers, completely unable to process the divine intervention. Chung-do stepped through the settling dust, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. You dared to touch the young miss with those filthy hands. The sect leader watched in horror, thinking, impossible. I summoned the absolute elite of my disciples. In the blink of an eye, Chung-do was nose to nose with the old man. Hey listen, you did say you'd give me anything if I won, correct? Chung-gun tried to pivot into a stance, reaching for the blade at his hip. His mind raced. When did he get so close? But before his fingers could even graze the hilt, Chung-do blasted him backward with a single strike. Chung-do stood tall, a towering figure of doom, before the terrified eyes of the Manhwa sect leader. For the next 40 years, Manhwa closes its gates. As he delivered the verdict, a system window materialized beside his icy expression. Achievement unlocked, the one who crushed Mount Hua. This is the satisfaction of a true system Manhwa. Morning light filtered through the secret bamboo forest. Master, look at this, Xianhua giggled, flipping through the air with acrobatic grace. My body feels as light as a goose feather. He sat watching her frolic, lost in thought. I knew they were good, but I didn't expect the elixirs to be this potent. He recalled the previous night in the treasury, where sect leader Chonggun had groveled at his feet. I will give you every pill we have. I beg you, please just release the seal on my cultivation. Chengdo had stated his terms. Hand over the entire supply, and I'll reduce your sentence to 10 years. Back in the present, seeing Xianhua's explosive growth, it was clear this was a perfect leveling Manhwa moment. Her internal power and stats had skyrocketed. He chuckled to himself, figuring the sheer amount of spiritual elixir she consumed was the cause of her energy. Time for the next mission. Han Sung-jun looked up at the roof. Young lady. She instantly popped her head out with a loud response. Xianhua leaped down, landing right in front of him. You called master? He looked her dead in the eye. Time for the next phase of hell training. Xianhua's voice trembled slightly. Next phase. Han Sung-jun's expression darkened into a serious frown. In the martial world we call this dojo destruction. Chaos erupted instantly. Master and disciple unleashed a symphony of slaughter. The air filled with the stench of death and agonized screams. Only one terrified disciple remained backed into a corner, shaking with fear. Han Sung-jun's voice cut through the noise. Too many flies. It took longer than expected. Without hesitation, he delivered a devastating punch straight to the coward's face. But one observer still lurked in the shadows. Han Sung-jun's tone turned ice cold. The trash has been taken out. He stared at the distant silhouette. Now it's just you. The leader of the Zhongnan sect grabbed his weapon, his aura exploding. You think the Martial Arts Alliance leader will sit idly by while you commit these atrocities? Venom dripped from the sect leader's voice as he cursed them. Pathetic scum of the Bish clan, you are nothing but trash. Han Sung-jun ignored the insults entirely. He turned, tossing a blade to his student. Here, take this sword. It's your stage now, young lady. She tilted her head, peeking past him at the menacing enemy. The sect leader looked like a demon, teeth clenched, and eyes glowing blood red with murderous intent. Xianhua trembled, tears welling up. Do I really have to fight him? But I'm just a child. Han Sung-jun cut her off with a command that struck her soul. You must restore the honor of the Bish clan. His words anchored her, even as tears streamed down her face. He pushed her further. Are you really going to stand there and watch the Martial Alliance wipe your family from history? Xianhua stammered, paralyzed by fear. Han Sung-jun's gaze pierced through her. The choice is yours. But run now, and you won't be able to protect a single thing. That was the breaking point. The Zhongnan leader lost his patience, roaring as he charged in to crush them. He screamed, "What are you lowly rats whispering about?" But inside Xianhua's mind, her master's words echoed like thunder. If you run now, you protect nothing. The image of the Bish clan head flashed before her eyes, followed by Han Sung-jun's rare warm smile, the man she called master. The faces of her family. Everyone was waiting for her, waiting for the moment she would finally awaken. The leader's blade slammed down. A blinding light erupted, sending debris flying everywhere. Through the chaos, her voice rang out clear and strong. I won't let that happen. The dust settled, and the sect leader gasped in shock. Standing amidst the smoke was the little girl, radiating an aura of defiance far beyond her size. Master was right. Running means losing everything. In a flash, Xianhua appeared behind Han Sung-jun, parrying the sneak attack intended for him. She unleashed a horizontal slash, forcing the giant to stagger back. Then came a flurry of strikes, the signature style of Han Sung-jun, overwhelming the sect leader. But a veteran's experience is no joke. He managed to block the onslaught with the massive battle axe in his hands. Xianhua's eyes glowed, a mystic violet matching the aura on her blade. Steel clashed against steel, sparks flying. It was a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa, the weak overwhelming the strong. The sect leader stumbled back, fear creeping into his eyes. Xianhua leaped into the air, sword raised high for the finishing move. A thrusting strike, the legendary white sword sky pierce. But the impact wasn't what she expected. Her eyes went wide in shock. The blade hit true but lacked the power to penetrate. As her small sword trembled against his defense, the leader's eyes lit up with malicious glee. The counterattack was instant. Your blade is too shallow. A heavy fist slammed into her, sending Xianhua flying backward. She hit the ground hard, eyes wide as the world spun. Her memory dragged her back to the bamboo forest. Han Sung-jun's warning echoed. Listen well. Your next opponent is the Zhongnan leader. According to the Manhwa records, he is a walking fortress. Massive body, impenetrable armor. Even the white sword Sky Pierce, capable of piercing anything, struggles against solid rock. He had demonstrated the flow of ki. Remember this feeling. Back in the present, Seonhwa sprang up. Blue energy surged around her legs like a protagonist in an awakening manhwa. She recited the mantra, focus on speed. Pour every ounce of ki into the blade. Hearing the shift in her breathing, the sect leader froze in confusion. The tiny warrior stood tall, determination burning in her eyes, her sword humming with dense energy. She charged. He raised his axe in a panic to crush her. He roared. You think a wretched brat like you can break my absolute defense with that weak power? She didn't listen. With a dancer's grace, she spun past his axe, closing the distance. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed the final strike. White sword. Sky Pierce. This time the impact was catastrophic. The giant toppled backward. She landed softly. The impenetrable armor shattered into dust, where the ki had struck. The enemy crashed to the floor. Seonhwa dropped her sword, her voice trembling. Master, I won. Her demeanor was colder, sharper than ever before. I didn't run. She closed her eyes, whispering, if I had fled, I would have lost everything. Her tiny body collapsed from exhaustion, but Han Sung-jun was there to catch her. He smiled, proud of how she added a rotation to amplify the Sky Pierce. That was a magnificent strike. He patted her head gently. Congratulations. You've survived the training. Young lady, you've truly evolved. And just like that, the system confirmed his master instructor achievement. Seonhwa finally drifted into a deep sleep. Scene shift to later that night. A hidden pavilion by the Lotus Lake. Shadows gathered around a long table as the silver-haired elder spoke. Thank you all for attending this emergency summit. He introduced himself with authority. I am Jang Gang-gun, representing the Martial Arts Alliance. As you know, his voice darkened. The Bish clan, the very family we voted to erase, is now causing the collapse of our allied sects. Gang-gun furrowed his brow, his eyes cold. To punish this insolence, a judgment duel will be held at the Bish residence in 10 days. The scene shifts to the inner courtyard of the Bish clan, a circular arena stained with the memory of countless duels. Standing in the corridor, the clan leader turned to Han Sung-jun, his voice heavy with regret. Forgive me, Han Sung-jun. I should have found a way to stop this trial by combat. But the main character barely acknowledged the apology, his expression cold as ice. He methodically wrapped cloth around his fists, preparing for battle. I am merely fulfilling my duty as the guardian of the Bish clan. Seonhwa mirrored him, binding her own hands in preparation for the fight. Han Sung-jun's voice softened, offering reassurance to the trembling girl. There is no need for fear to cloud your heart. Young mistress, he said, pride swelling in his voice. You have grown strong enough to earn my recognition. The clan leader watched them, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and newfound trust in this unwavering guardian. Looking down at his daughter, the patriarch's lips trembled, words failing him for a moment before he whispered, if that is so, I wish you the best of luck, my child. Master and disciple stepped boldly onto the arena, walking into the jaws of the unknown. From his high seat, the elder Gang-gun raised his hand, his voice booming like thunder. Let the trial by combat begin. He looked down with a sneer, adding, the Bish clan must answer to the strict laws of the martial world before this court. The decree was absolute. If you can defeat all 5 representatives of the Martial Alliance, your crime shall be washed away. As 5 legendary masters descended, a voice echoed across the arena, but the defeated shall be condemned. The first challenger stepped forward, his opening words dripping with venom. You filthy, low-born scum. The swordsman stood there radiating arrogance as he issued his challenge. I do not know how you blockaded Manhwa, but mark my words well. His face twisted in rage, spitting out every syllable. In the name of the Manhwa sect, every single member of the Bish clan shall have their limbs severed and their dantians shattered. Your martial roots will be destroyed forever. Before the horrified crowd, his cold verdict rang out. And I will not stop there. I shall personally behead the Bish clan leader, and your martial arts legacy will be burned to ash. His provocation successfully ignited a firestorm of rage within Seonhwa. Han Sung-jun glanced at the girl, who was now radiating intense killing intent. His eyes sharpened a faint smile, playing on his lips as he recognized that familiar energy. The majestic image of the white crane materialized, shimmering clearly around Seonhwa's aura. On the stage, the confrontation reached its boiling point with Seonhwa's spirit blazing like a sun. Han Sung-jun's eyes widened, a look of sharp concern cutting through his composure as he thought to himself, "Don't tell me this sensation is." Seonhwa interrupted his thoughts, her eyes cold as steel sword in hand. "How troublesome. Why don't you all just attack me at once?" The opposing sect leaders gripped their unsheathed blades, spitting insults with venomous rage. "You filthy vermin, how dare you open your mouth in this sacred hall?" They scattered, launching a coordinated counterattack, their voices booming with arrogance. "You will pay a heavy price for your insolence." But Seonhwa crouched low, coiling her muscles like a predator, ready to pounce. With a single sweep of her blade, sword chi exploded outward. A crescent of pure energy tore through the air, blasting the sect leaders back, like leaves in a hurricane. Watching from the sidelines, Han Sung-jun analyzed the move. That technique requires chi control at the absolute pinnacle realm. Yet, she remained in a defensive stance and declared coldly, "The duel is over." Seonhwa stepped up to Gang Gun, her voice ringing with authority. "You stated clearly that the loser is the sinner, did you not?" The alliance leader choked on his words, his knuckles white as he gripped his throne in humiliation. She pointed her blade directly at his throat, her aura threatening to crush him. "So tell me, alliance leader, who is the true sinner now?" Even outside the hall, the chaotic shouting was deafening. "It is not over yet. This trial will not end until every crime has been judged by the heavens." Gang Gun ground his teeth, barely containing his fury at the humiliation. "We will set a proper date for judgment. Prepare yourselves to face the ultimate punishment." Chan Hee-hyuk erupted like a raging inferno, unable to hold back. "Gang Gun, you despicable dog. You call yourself the leader of the martial arts alliance, yet you cling to power so shamelessly after defeat." Gang Gun lowered his voice, his eyes dark with malice as he stared down. "Listen well, patriarch of the Bio clan. Do you still not understand why the alliance seeks your annihilation?" He scanned the crowd below, twisting logic to regain control of the narrative. "You hypocrites whine that we do not act like the orthodox sects. You complain we have abandoned the way of the true warrior." Han Sung-jun and Seonhwa listened to every poisonous word from the distance. The martial arts alliance became a titan only through the necessary sacrifices of the few. But your clan preaches protection of the weak to gain strength. Gang Gun hissed, spitting out his twisted justice while destroying the very unity he claimed to uphold. "In the name of the alliance and all its sects, I solemnly vow, we will eradicate the Bio clan from the face of the earth." He paused for dramatic effect before delivering his final blow. "I will show you the meaning of true power. It lies in absolute unity." Seonhwa's voice trembled, choking back a sob. "So that is it." Tears streamed down her cheeks, a heartbreaking contrast to her earlier strength. "So that is the reason my entire family was slaughtered. Just for a twisted logic like that?" Han Sung-jun glanced over, seeing the young girl breaking down in despair. A memory flashed in his mind, the words of the White Crane echoing from the past. "My clan was wiped out when I was just a child. To restore our honor in the Murim world. That is my only wish." Han Sung-jun watched the girl in silence, the weight of history pressing down on him. He remembered the tears falling at his feet, back then, and those pleading words that haunted him. "Please." In Han Sung-jun's eyes, the image of Seonhwa crying overlapped perfectly with the shadows of the past. That day the White Crane had stood behind him, begging through her tears. "Please, I beg of you." Han Sung-jun shook his head, forcing himself back to the grim reality. "No. I cannot let this slide any longer." He turned his gaze away, trying to detach himself, but the rage was already boiling. Gang Gun stood up, descending from his throne. "Then, until the next trial." Suddenly, a cold male voice sliced through the air. "Did you say true power?" Faster than the eye could follow, Han Sung-jun's sword flashed. The blade pierced down, pinning Gang Gun's hand to the armrest. The alliance leader screamed in agony. Han Sung-jun gripped the hilt, his eyes burning with blue fire. "You use power as an excuse, but you are nothing more than a coward hiding behind a title." He leaned in close, his killing intent suffocating the older man. "You do not even have the qualification to judge her clan." Suddenly, the blue holographic status window materialized. The transcendent god and death itself look upon this mortal drowning in his own delusions with eyes full of pity. Gang Gun, his voice raspy with pain, tried to argue back. "Do you think the sects of the alliance will just stand by and watch this?" Han Sung-jun replied, with bone-chilling indifference. "Oh really?" He slammed his palm into the old man's face, roaring. "I do not care." Keeping his hand crushed against Gang Gun's face, he declared, "If I take down the head, the body will rot and collapse on its own." His eyes were colder than the deepest winter. "The original plan was not for me to strike you down. It was for the young miss to defeat you with her own hands." Han Sung-jun's voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. But my patience has run dry. The interface flashed, resembling the mechanics of a system Manhwa coming to life. Mythological incarnation. Apocalypse activated. Consuming all creation. Draining life force. Within range. Gang-gun stuttered in terror, his face pale as death. My internal energy, it is being drained from my dantian. Watching the tyrant wither away, Han Sung-jun spat out a curse. You do not even deserve a warrior's death. His eyes filled with hatred as he pronounced the verdict. Rot away slowly and die in excruciating misery. Gang-gun screamed into the void, reaching out in vain. Give it back, the system chimed with a new notification. Achievement unlocked, Conqueror of the Murim. Later, in the serene depth of the bamboo forest, Cheon Hee-hyuk bowed deeply. I apologize for relying solely on you and Seonhwa Master Han Sung-jun. He expressed his profound gratitude. Now that the corrupt alliance has fallen, the Bio clan will finally know peace. Han Sung-jun replied, politely maintaining his distance. I only did what was right. The clan's business was my business as well. Amidst the quiet rustling of leaves, Chon Hee-hyuk asked the difficult question. You will be leaving us, won't you? Han Sung-jun nodded solemnly. Yes. My mission here is complete, so I must move on. And what of the young Miss Chon Hee-hyuk smiled bitterly. Sanhwa. Upon hearing you were leaving, she locked herself in her room in a fit of anger. Han Sung-jun's expression grew complicated as he bowed his head. I see. He opened the system interface, typing a mental note. Then please give her my farewells. He reviewed the glowing blue screens one last time. Before I depart, there is one last thing I need to verify. Perhaps I should check the arrangements left by the sword demon. But I cannot access my inventory here. After a moment, he dismissed the window and clicked his tongue. Let's just keep moving. Well, nothing can be done about it now. Suddenly, footsteps frantically chased after him. Master Seonhwa grabbed the hem of his robe, panting. Han Sung-jun froze at the familiar voice. Through her tears, she asked, Can you not stay? Han Sung-jun replied with cold detachment. No. She gripped his clothes tighter, her knuckles turning white. Please live happily and peacefully here with us. Seonhwa began to list the memories they could make, her voice trembling. We could eat breakfast together every morning. We could train together every single day. She bit her lip, pouring her heart out. And when I grow up, I want to stand by your side. She looked up at the back of his head, waiting for an answer that didn't come, so she continued. As a martial artist worthy of you, please stay by my side. Han Sung-jun imagined a future where she stood beside him as an adult and thought to himself, that is dangerous. He turned around, gently patting her head while manifesting a soft sword chi. He looked at her with a warmth he rarely showed. I have already become far too attached to this world. Moments later, Sung-jun spoke, his voice filled with awe. I never taught you how to manifest sword ki, yet you grasped the concept all on your own. He slowly withdrew his hand from her head, even as tears streamed down Seonhwa's face. Sung-jun lowered his voice, regret coloring his tone. This is the only farewell I can offer you. He smiled warmly, offering one last encouragement. You did well, young mistress. Sung-jun turned to leave his body, dissolving into pixels by the system. Even without me, you are destined to become a legendary martial artist. Seonhwa reached out to grasp him, but her hand found only empty air. His voice echoed one last time. You will restore the Bitch clan to a glory greater than ever before. Alone in the silent bamboo forest, she listened to the fading words of her mentor. I will always be watching over you, cheering you on. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Update complete. A reward has been granted based on the emotions of Administrator, the White Crane Sword Fairy. Sung-jun's image flickered into view, alongside the system message. The reward for completing the trial has been sent to your inventory. Time passed, and Seonhwa stood there now, a fully grown woman. She gazed at him with tender affection. You have finally returned. Sung-jun, his face lighting up with joy, replied, I have returned safe and sound. Sung-jun looked into her shimmering purple eyes, whispering gently, Young mistress. Her cherry-red lips trembled words, fighting to escape. Tears finally spilled over as she cried out, I have been waiting for you. Seonhwa threw herself into Sung-jun's arms. My greatest master. Later, master and disciple sat on the porch, catching up on lost time. Sung-jun teased her. So how does it feel to be the one teaching your master for a change? Seonhwa pouted, side-eyeing him. Wait a minute. Are you making fun of me? Sung-jun laughed. I am just joking. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of solemn focus, his gaze drifting to the horizon as he listened to her heart's desire. She looked up at the night sky, happiness radiating from her. I wish I had a partner like you always by my side. Seon-hwa smiled, a beam of pure sunshine. That means you, Sung-jun, are an indispensable disciple to me as your master. You understand that, right? She looked at him with wide, expectant eyes. If you climb to the highest floor of the tower, even the wish of an administrator can become reality. The night wind blew around them as Seon-hwa watched him in silence. I will make that happen for you. I promise, young mistress. Sung-jun looked at her, the memory of that day vivid in his mind. The scene then shifted to the waiting room on the 27th floor. Sung-jun stood in the room with Jong-gu. She shouted in exhilaration. Finally, that damn long and hateful patience test is over. Sung-jun shrugged, unbothered. I don't feel like I had to be that patient, honestly. Jong-gu grit her teeth, glaring daggers at him. What did you just say? Ignoring her, Sung-jun focused on the control panel, his fingers flying across the screen. If I use the reward from the White Crane Sword Fairy here, 2 items appeared. The summoning item Abyssal Divinity, rank S, and the Mirror of Faith, rank SS. As they fused, a new item emerged, Pure Black Mirror, rank SS+. The exclusive effect Pure Despair could now be triggered, allowing him to select a target and forcibly seal their divine power for 10 minutes. However, the user's divine power will also be sealed for 10 minutes. He smirked, intrigued. Bold. This will be my ace in the hole for critical situations. Sung-jun thought to himself as he checked his inbox. Hyen had sent a flood of messages, which quickly transitioned into a long, detailed report. His friend was incredibly dedicated. A new notification popped up from his friend Seon-hwa on the 25th floor. Due to a tower event, challengers from other dimensions can now set foot on Earth. The mighty Murim challenger, Pa Chun-wong, has dispatched his subordinates to Earth. Our world is facing a catastrophic disaster. Curiosity piqued, he tapped the system panel. An event, a Murim invasion. Challengers instantly holographic information windows materialized around them. The Tower of Trials was hosting a massive linked event across all official climbing dimensions, a classic twist in this kind of system Manhwa. According to the data, a space cradle would appear in every dimension. Participation was mandatory, and the outcome would directly determine the survival or extinction of Earth. If we are defeated in the space cradle, Earth's protective barrier will vanish. Sung-jun frowned, a wave of displeasure rising within him. While I was busy with my trials, that bastard Pa Chun-wong must have obtained a special reward, allowing interdimensional travel. His resolve hardened into steel. Was the tower playing its filthy games again? Suddenly, the ranking board materialized before his eyes. First place, SSS class, Earth. Second place, Pa Chun-wong SS-, Murim. Third place, the Ashen Knight SS+, Aries. Fourth, Guardian of Light SS, Syrian. Fifth, the Prince of Hell SS-, also Syrian. The scene shifted to the exterior of a massive skyscraper. Gusong stared blankly, his lips trembling with disbelief. Hey, are you truly the one they call Earth's strongest challenger? The man rested his feet on the table with supreme arrogance, looking down at the visitor. In this world, they call you the Sword Demon, or perhaps the Sword God, one of the apex predators. He sneered at Sung-jun and his entourage with undisguised contempt. Well, with that level of power, you are at least worthy of becoming my underling. He puffed out his chest, announcing his status like a king. Etch this into your memory. I am Jong-woong, the vice leader of the Pa Chon Alliance. Remember the name of the man you will soon bow down to. Sung-jun barely lifted his gaze, his eyes cold as ice. Is that all? The man burst into raucous laughter. Of course not. I come bearing the will of Lord Pa Chun-wong himself. We offer a generous alliance with Earth. Sung-jun's allies erupted in fury. Bullshit. Just moments ago you mentioned the Emperor. You threatened to burn Earth to ash. Jang Woong snapped, stomping his foot on the table. Filthy trash. Relying on dirty tricks. Murderous intent exploded as he reached for his blade. You are too weak to even realize your place, yet you act so high and mighty. He launched himself forward like a cannonball. Despair before the absolute gap in our power. Take this. But before he could land a hit, boom, Sung-jun didn't even leave his seat. The divine skill words of command activated instantly. He tilted his head, looking down on Jang Woong like a god. A power gap, you say? You dare speak of strength with such pathetic ability? Even the system chimed in with a mockery. The god of transcendence and ego is laughing at the mortal's logic. In this system, Manhwa arrogance is fatal. Sung-jun grabbed the man by the throat. Go deliver a message to your emperor. Crack. He snapped the man's arm like a twig. The hunter challenged him to a duel in the dimensional cradle. Then he cast the art of torture upon his victim. The lackey bandaged himself in a panic and fled to his master, the wild troll. The massive figure received the news with terrifying calm. After being humiliated by a mere hunter, you think he dares challenge me, Troll Hoang. Inside the dimensional cradle, Troll Hoang smirked, a sinister light dancing in his eyes. How amusing. He lounged on his throne, muttering into the silence. Challenge me. Far below the massive vessel the crowd gathered. The limit for Earth's participants in the space cradle had reached its cap. 30 out of 30. A woman stepped forward, her voice ringing out to the crowd. The space cradle is a battleground for challengers only. Make no mistake, this is a life-or-death struggle, the kind you'd see in a brutal awakening manhwa. The participants hung on her every word. Thank you to the 30 brave souls who answered the call. With burning fighting spirit, they marched behind Sung, their unstoppable leader. It was time. Let's move. They stepped into the abyss, beginning their descent into the space cradle. Sung focused on the gate, his expression steely, as the interface chimed. Adjusting Challenger Han. Sung's power levels, temporarily sealing the majority of equipment and abilities. He let out a weary sigh, shifting into combat mode as he walked straight through the red warning panels. Who gave you permission for these dirty tricks? Blue text suddenly cascaded, overriding the restrictions. Transcendent Mythical Absolute Rank activated. From this moment, Challenger Han Sung's actions are granted the Divine Resistance effect. All external negative interference is nullified. Leaving the group in the dust, he charged ahead alone, smashing through obstacles as he entered the floating space cradle. Hey froze, calling out to John. What was that just now? Sung didn't have time for explanations. Forget that. Look ahead. A shadow suddenly blocked their path. Sung's eyes narrowed. One look is all I need to know exactly who you are. Troll Hoang rested his hand on his blade, an aura of dominance surrounding him. Behind him stood elite martial artists, who had slaughtered countless demons. So you are the hunter. You look like nothing more than a lowly pawn. Red alarms blared. The god of void is watching you. In a blur of motion, he appeared right before Sung's face. Truly, just a pawn. Preparing to fight like a cornered dog. How arrogant. Wow, you're an archaic idiot. I suppose I can be generous and understand your stupidity. Sung didn't hold back his mockery. Your empathy is truly touching. But you touched Earth. Your death at my hands is now an absolute certainty. Troll Hoang laughed, a booming sound draping an arm around Sung's shoulder. A friendly gesture, but the air turned frigid. You dare speak of my death? Impressive. It makes me want to gouge your eyes out with my own bare hands. He leaned in, whispering into Sung's ear. With so many witnesses, why not have the representative of the martial world face the representative of Earth? Let's settle this. 1-on-1. They found their arena instantly. Two figures standing on a mountain peak that pierced the clouds far above the ground. Troll Hoang laid down the law. A single combat. You and me, hunter. If I lose, I withdraw with my honor. He smirked, his robes flapping in the wind. But know this, you cannot defeat me here. Troll Hoang assumed his stance. Why? Because right now, I am drawing power directly from the tower itself. Red warning screamed immediately after. The Tower of Trials is channeling power to Challenger Troll Hoang inside the space cradle. The sword at Sung's waist rattled. So this entire event was a trap designed specifically for you. The enemy stood tall, his voice dripping with condescension. I consider you a talent too precious to destroy. Change your mind now. Help me climb the tower. Excitement twisted Troll Hoang's face. Stand with me at the pinnacle. You will help me realize my grand ambition. This is not an offer. It is a command. Sung's patience snapped. His voice cut through the air like a blade. You talk in such complicated circles. I was wondering what you wanted. It turns out, your request is simple. Troll Hoang looked pleased. Yes, you've made the right choice. Before he could finish, Sung launched a surprise attack, driving a fist straight into that smug face. In other words, you're begging me to end you, right? Sung's face darkened with fury. No need to speak. I understand perfectly. The system narrated the clash. The god of transcendence and death emits sky-shattering killing intent toward the pathetic supreme god. With a mere wave of his hand, Sung generated a shockwave so terrifying, it shattered the surrounding mountains into rubble. Debris choked the blue sky, blotting out the sun. Sung didn't stop. Divine skill will activated. Physical stats multiplied by 10,000. He dove downward like a hawk. I'm not done. You need another beating. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from the abyss. Sung froze, his eyes widening. Sung took the full force of Troll Hoang's strike, his body pierced. Red text flashed, Divine Skill Void activated, sealing all divinity within a 100-meter radius. Huang roared, charging head-on. Trash, you only know how to rely on that fake power you call divinity. Troll Huang, driven to madness, swung his sword wildly. Stop depending on that deceitful strength. Sung dodged, finding a split second to retort. Sung countered with a question. So you dumped all your stats into physical strength, except for void. Like a broken build in a leveling manhwa. The enemy didn't hide it. Correct. I sacrificed everything for the path of martial arts. Huang slashed furiously. A wretch like you, relying on the system's gifts, can absolutely never defeat me. Sung smirked, a look of genuine amusement on his face. Huang gritted his teeth, eyes bulging. You're laughing. You think my words are a joke. Before the sentence ended, Sung planted another fist in his face. This time, the impact was heavier. A single punch sent the god flying into the rocks. Skills flared to life. Unique effect, Demon Circuit activated. Sung looked down from high above, his gaze filled with contempt. Of course it's funny, isn't it? He fluidly manipulated his energy, converting the user's mana into demonic chi to fuel his next move. Sung stared at the bruised face below. Even though they know divinity corrodes the mind, do you know why gods refuse to give it up? His arm began to mutate, turning into razor-sharp claws. Because divinity is the proof of a life beyond mortality. It is the evidence of their very existence. System alerts chimed constantly. Special Authority Dragon Transformation activated. Mana capacity doubled for 10 minutes. Troll Huang snarled, listening to Sung's lecture. And yet, you abandoned it. Refusing to listen, he charged again. How long do you think you can rely on cheap parlor tricks? This time, Troll Huang unleashed Special Authority Samadhi Evolution, aiming to destroy Sung from the inside out. But Sung raised a hand, diverting the flow. He knew exactly how to counter this. Unique skill counter activated. Even unavoidable attacks can be returned to sender. The counterattack began. Starlight Authority activated. Sung-jun gathered energy in his palm, his mercy gone. Do you truly not understand what divinity is? Bam! He slammed his fist into the enemy. Ignoring the pitiful screams, Sung-jun's voice turned cold. You have no idea of the hell I walked through to attain this power. Blood sprayed from the wild troll's mouth, his body broken. In his final moments, he heard the ultimate insult. Thank you for delivering yourself to Earth, you weakling. Sung-jun delivered the finisher. Two opposing energies clashed, shaking the very fabric of the dimension. Starlight mixed with the aura of death, creating a terrifying spectacle. A figure named Redden watched, eyes shimmering with awe. Sung-jun cast a terrifying glance backward. In his hand, he dangled the limp corpse of the wild troll like a ragdoll. Ding, the system announced conditions met. The island of abundant dimensions is secured. Thud. Sung-jun hurled the corpse onto the ground as notifications flooded his vision. Winner, Challenger, Hound. Sung-jun frowned, his voice dripping with ice as he addressed the enemy faction. Did you really think such trash could challenge Earth? Listen well. If I see you on Earth again, I will slaughter you all. The survivors stared at their fallen comrade, then looked at Sung-jun with absolute terror. A female voice pierced the silence. Him, she screamed with joy. He won. Sung-jun won. Across the planet, humanity erupted into a deafening roar of victory. The system flashed. You are being praised by Earth's strongest warriors. If these conditions persist, you will acquire the divinity of Earth. Sung-jun smirked. The right to become the god of Earth. Not bad. Splash. Splash. His footprints rippled and vanished upon the water's surface. Deep inside, a thought haunted him. Sometimes, I wonder, am I walking the wrong path? Ding. You have entered the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. If I had just lived as a faithful dog of the tower, maybe things would be different. He watched the black fog dissipate. The administrators might all be dead. Difficulty level hard. He recalled the firm words of the God of Witness. This is all part of proving your worth. It will be interesting. But I am certain you can overcome this. Now Sung-jun stood before a colossal gate pulsating with ominous red light. The system announced the trial's theme, Betrayal. I will await your decision here. Sung-jun reached out his hand. My choice remains absolute. It will never change. Golden light erupted. Skill activated. Transcendent Mythical Soul Adjustment. You may select a target to equalize levels with for 4 minutes. Sung-jun stood at the center of the golden storm. I command you. Stop this trial. Divinity of Command activated. A system message flashed. You may consume divinity to manipulate the world's laws. The gate began to close. But then a blood-red warning materialized. Error. Sung-jun froze. The Tower of Trials has detected a critical error. It was trying to interfere. Out of nowhere, crimson threads manifested. They coiled around Sung-jun's arms and body like vipers. Seconds later, more threads shot up, binding his legs tight. The system droned on error correction in progress. Sung-jun was completely immobilized, suspended in the air by the red webs. The gate, that was closing, began to creak open. Horror filled his eyes. Why is it opening? He struggled to lift his bound hand. Stop the system. Repeated error correction in progress. The gate widened. Helplessly, he screamed. Stop it. His mind flashed to Sea's smiling face. If this continues, she will die. The gap grew larger. Error correction in progress. He thought of Canaria. Stop. At this rate, the administrators will be wiped out. I have to save them. Sung-jun gritted his teeth until they nearly cracked. Why? Why do I care? Because they matter to me. When the world mocked me, they were the only ones who believed. He gripped the crimson threads, his knuckles white. So please, I beg of you, even if I have to burn every ounce of my divinity, he roared. Stop. He had to end this trial. Somewhere in the void, the ancient gods chuckled. Ding. Many ancient gods applaud your desperate struggle. A swirling red vortex manifested before his eyes. System alert error correction failed. Sung-jun gasped as the binding threads began to dissolve. The notification continued. Many ancient gods deem your trial unfair. Multiple ancient gods have forcibly intervened in your trial. A crimson warning flashed furiously. The Tower of Trials strongly warns all deities to cease their interference immediately. The screen flashed with an ominous azure light. The ancient gods decreed that this twist of fate was justified by the laws of causality. But then a crimson warning blared from the system. The Tower of Trials bowed to the logic, though it hesitated. Sung's physical form began to dissolve into mist. Emergency code C192 initiated. The trial was forcibly aborted, sealing the gateway shut. The tower etched his reckless defiance into its memory, promising consequences. In a flash of warping light, Sung rematerialized in a completely different dimension. The system chimed. You have entered the sanctuary of the divine. Welcome. His eyes darted around, razor-sharp with caution. The hierarchy of ancient gods had assembled for the 27th floor. The god of darkness smirked. You certainly have guts. I like that. The system designated the god of darkness as the presiding administrator. Sung paused, his gaze steady. It's been a while. Goddess of darkness. She nodded, a playful glint in her eyes. Relax, mortal. As I told you during our first encounter, I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Sung didn't drop his guard. I have one question first. Why go to such lengths to assist me? A mysterious smile graced the divine beauty of the dark goddess. She leaned in, her voice a velvet whisper. The pantheon of 10,000 gods. Sung's eyes widened. The pantheon, she nodded. Indeed, little one. I hold a seat at that table. The elders of the temple have a request. Retrieve the stolen relics and deliver divine judgment upon the parasitic god. That wretch stole everything we value to sustain his pathetic life. We want our treasures back, but he has cloaked himself from our gaze. Sung froze as the ultimatum dropped. If you fail, your administrators face erasure. Rage boiled in his veins. The thought of his loyal subordinates perishing made his fists clench until they turned white. I'll do it, he growled. The goddess gestured. Then go. Hunt him down on the peaceful world he has infested. Scandia. The scene shifted to a pristine sky. System alert. You have entered the 27th floor. This was the peak of a system Manhwa challenge. Difficulty hard. Objective execution of the parasitic god in Scandia. Sung stared ahead, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Failure was not an option. If he fell here, his people would pay the ultimate price. Back in the viewing room, Jungu trembled. That goddess is terrifying. I barely breathed, so I wouldn't offend her. Han Sung-jun tried to stay positive. At least a deity of that caliber is backing us. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air on the planet. You must be the executioner sent by the temple. The target stepped forward. Listen well. I am the 7th servant of the god of pride. Lian stared directly at Sung. I am here to supervise your mission, so you will follow my lead. Han Sung-jun glanced sideways at her. So, what is the play here? Lian dropped her backpack with a thud. Glad you asked. I have a strategy. Jungu looked at him with curiosity. Lian continued camouflage. Moments later, Jungu and Han Sung-jun were transformed, vanishing into the bustling sea of outcast deities. Jungu crossed her arms, skeptical. Is this really necessary? We look ridiculous. Lian snapped back instantly. You are wrong. If they catch wind, we are from the temple. We are dead. Jungu scoffed. You are overreacting. Lian could not believe her ears. Excuse me. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind. Hey, you noisy brats. An older man glared at them. You act like the invited gods, don't you? If you plan to serve under the parasitic god with us, keep your mouths shut, the man sneered. Sung raised a brow. Work under the parasitic god, is that the deal? The man nodded. That is right. He took us in when the temple rejected us. He even promised us divine relics. Silence fell over Sung Lian and Jung-gu. Han Sung-jun scanned the crowd. I see. So this is the dumping ground for all the gods discarded by the temple. He frowned. Then, where are the stolen relics? The man shrugged. Who knows? He said he would distribute them after he consumes the power of Scandia. Han Sung-jun mused darkly. Consuming the planet Lian pointed to the left. There he is. The massive temple gates groaned open. A voice echoed, Welcome rejects of the temple of 3,000 gods. Thank you for gathering. I shall grant you relics to ascend as ancient gods. The parasitic god emerged from the shadows. The crowd below roared in ecstasy. All hail the parasitic god. We too can become ancient gods. But the deity froze mid-step. His gaze darkened as he scanned the crowd. However, I smell a rat among you. His eyes locked onto Sung-gu and Lian, the god of transcendence and death. Sung went silent, his guard up. The crowd gasped, looking around wildly. A rat from the temple. Who? Where is he? Sung gripped his cloak. It seems he has already figured it out. Jung-gu's killing intent flared like a storm. I told you this disguise was useless. Sung tossed the cloak to Lian. Handle the trash down here. He launched himself into the sky toward the parasitic god, leaving Lian in shock. Me, take on all of them. Above, Sung landed with a heavy impact in front of the enemy. Yo, parasitic god. He smirked. I knew they would send a rat, but I did not expect one so soon. Sung's kick flew toward his forehead. Whatever. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, forcing the god to block. Sung's eyes were cold as steel. I have people to protect. That means you have to die. The parasitic god caught Sung's leg in a rage. Insolent bug, I will tear you apart. He shoved Sung back his other hand, charging a red sphere of destruction. The system flashed. Berserk divinity activated. Attacks enhanced by vitality. He threw a divine punch, aiming to obliterate Sung. But the blow stopped abruptly. Interesting, Sung muttered. He raised his left leg. Unique skill counter-strike has been activated. Sung's eyes overflowed with murderous intent. He taunted his foe. Try dying to this bug then. System. You can unleash an absolute counterattack. Limited to the first strike. Sung unleashed a devastating blow. Boom. The temple wall crumbled into dust as the impact reverberated. The parasitic god was flung to the ground but shot back up trembling with humiliation. You little worm. He hovered in the air, activating a skill. System Berserk, Divinity, fully active. A massive vortex swirled in the parasitic god's hand. You can enhance attack power with your life force. He attacked Sung with manic excitement. Be crushed. A beam of annihilation rained down on where Sung stood. Seconds later, the parasitic god froze. He could not believe his eyes. Below, Sung had blocked the attack with his sword. System, unique skill. Counter-strike, activated. You can deflect even the impossible. Sung slashed, sending the magic beam flying off course into the distance. I have fought gods that could end a leveling Manhwa in one chapter. Sung scoffed. But never one as weak as you. The parasitic god stuttered in rage. You dare. The sky cracked open. I will make that mouth of yours shut forever. Black fissures tore through the heavens, dropping stolen relics. The system screen turned blood red. Mythology Parasitic Sanctuary activated. A separate domain has been created. Divinity, Parasitism, active, absorbing life force. Sung took flight. Jung-gu, residing in the blood demon sword, cheered. Awesome. No wonder the temple could not find them. He hid the relics in a dimension that does not exist. Red light erupted from the parasitic god. Space twisted and warped as hundreds of relics rained down like meteors. The parasitic god declared, as long as this planet breathes, my life is infinite. The crown of pride glowed. He grinned savagely. You will be pulverized. Facing an unstoppable force, the god's face warped into a monstrosity. Twisted pride activated. Divinity imbued with corruption. On the ground, debris rained down. Purple sparks flew everywhere. Lian gritted her teeth. She danced between the falling monsters to survive. The outcasts felt the earth shudder beneath their feet. Suddenly, gravity shifted. What the? The ground collapsed. Lian looked up to see a red pillar piercing the sky, draining the planet dry. High above Han Sung-jun, summoned white wolves cloaked in crackling blue lightning. The parasitic god snapped his fingers. Know your place, corrupt and vanish, purple magic twisted Sung's wolves. Twisted pride corruption active. He laughed maniacally. This power comes from the planet's very lifeblood, you cannot harm me. Why? Because I have become a true immortal. Sung's eyes narrowed, analyzing the aura. This monster had drained an entire planet dry just to survive. A troublesome foe. Sung scoffed. You look pathetic. The parasitic god's expression turned icy. What did you say? Sung smirked. You call yourself immortal, yet you steal relics just to keep your rotting soul from fading. Sung raised an artifact high. The system announced the Mirror of Black Purity activated. The target's divinity is sealed for 10 minutes. Seeing the panic on the god's face, Sung's voice dripped with disdain. Now that I've stripped away your divine cheat codes, I'll give you a new name. You weak little trash. Warning. The user's divinity is also sealed for 10 minutes. The false god trembled, his power vanishing. My divinity. Gone? What kind of sorcery is this? Sung vanished, reappearing instantly behind him. His leg whipped out like a guillotine slamming into the god's neck. Boom. The deity crashed, face first into the dirt. Sung planted his boot firmly on the god's face. The parasitic god glared up bloodshot and confused. Your power should be sealed too. How do you still possess this strength? Curious, Sung asked coldly. It's because of this. A golden sphere materialized in his palm. The system identified it as the mark of living will. I can force the activation of any divinity, ignoring all restrictions. Sung crushed the orb, and a terrifying blood-red aura exploded from his body. The system roared. Divinity battle will forcibly activated. All stats amplified by 100 times. The god's jaw dropped. Impossible. How does a mortal possess such an item? Sung cut him off with a low growl. Let me give you some advice. He stomped down, crushing the god's head into the soil. Clench your teeth. Sung's fist descended like a meteor. I'm going to pummel you until the seal breaks. System alert. Instant acceleration activated. A barrage of punches turned the god's face into mush. You claim immortality. Good. Let's see if you can survive the rage of a man fighting for his friends. Blood sprayed into the air. Sung's eyes were void of mercy. Witness what a human can do to a god. The system counted down. Time remaining on seal. 8 minutes. Lu sprinted onto the scene, screaming. Han Sung, her fury was palpable. You put me through hell, I'm going to kill you myself. But she froze mid-step. Sung was systematically dismantling a deity twice his size, the god kneeling in defeat. Liu blinked, stunned. Am I hallucinating? That was the parasitic god, a being even the temple elders feared, and Sung was beating him with his bare hands. Chu materialized beside her. Most high gods wouldn't stand a chance against him now. Liu flinched. When did she get here? Chu watched the brutality with awe. He isn't just a human anymore. He has become a calamity that hunts gods. The system announced the crown of twisted pride had been shattered. The parasitic god roared his aura, returning as the timer hit 0. The seal is broken worm. Do not think this is over. He pushed himself up, wounds knitting together. I will regenerate endlessly, and then I will tear you into ribbons. System alert. Divinity parasitic host activated. User can absorb life force and control biomass. Sung didn't flinch. He walked forward, darkness swirling around him. Is that all? Sung's eyes glowed with predatory hunger. Then I'll just have to eat you. Divinity of death, amplified by harvest. Harvesting all divine essence. Nightmare jaws erupted from the shadows, clamping down on the screaming god. The system flashed. Achievement unlocked, Slayer of Ancient Gods. I have consumed your soul. Your divinity has upgraded from rank S to S+. Unique trait necromancy fused with divinity transcendence. The crimson magical energy dissipated into the wind. Unique trait necromancy mastery has reached 10%. Sung exhaled the tension leaving his shoulders. It's over. I erased the future where you all died. The spirits of the sword, fairy, iron blood, monarch Sequa, and Canaria appeared smiling softly. They placed comforting hands on his back. You went through hell to save us. Sung faltered for a second. The terror of that lost timeline still haunted him. You fought with the weight of our lives on your soul, Sequa whispered. You carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. But because you did, we are here. We are alive. Their smiles were brighter than the sun. Thank you, truly. And for the first time, a genuine smile touched Sung-jin's lips. He acknowledged the victory with a simple nod. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface materialized before him. Congratulations. You have conquered the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. The red notification pulsed with ominous importance. The tower had run its calculations. It determined that the challenger Sung possessed the potential to reach the absolute final floor. As reality shifted around him, a new invitation flashed on the screen. The Pantheon invites you to enter. Inside his blade, the spirit of Chu trembled with excitement. Oh ho, the Pantheon itself. Sung-jun ignored the chatter, lifting his gaze to the magnificent expanse above. He had achieved the impossible, an invitation to the realm of gods. Staring into the infinite void, he felt the weight of the cosmos. It wasn't just a sky. It was a universe contained within a single space. Truly breathtaking. Suddenly, a voice dripping with reverence broke the silence. Oh, exalted one. It has been an eternity since we last gazed upon an existence as great as yours. Sung-jun turned to face the speaker. It was Arya. She lowered her hood and placed a hand over her heart, bowing in absolute submission. It is the highest honor to once again serve one of the universe's absolutes, Lord Han Sung. Sung-jin couldn't hide his surprise at her words. Moments later, they walked side by side beneath a canopy of swirling galaxies. Overwhelmed with emotion, Arya buried her face in her hands, her voice trembling. To think a lowly being like myself is still remembered by your grace. I am moved to tears by your boundless benevolence. Meanwhile, inside the true supreme blood demon Sword Chu muttered greedily. Heh, the harvest from this cycle is going to be insanely rich. Sung-jin offered a faint knowing smile. So, you appeared to guide me to the Pantheon, but you have a message to deliver first, don't you? Arya's expression instantly turned serious. Precisely. After you annihilated the trash that dared to defile the Pantheon's holy artifacts, a new legend regarding Lord Han Sung-jin has begun to spread across the realms. Hearing this, Sung-jin's guard instantly went up. A new legend, he asked. Arya conveyed the Pantheon's divine will. The Pantheon desires Lord Han Sung-jin to ascend as one of the new chief gods. That was the offer laid before him. However, Arya stopped and turned locking eyes with him. But whether or not you claim that throne, that will only be decided after you face the ancient gods. A gentle smile returned to her lips. I, the goddess of fragrance and shadows, will always respect the will of the Great One, so please, return safely. Sung-jin smiled silently, thanking her for the blessing. The scene shifted abruptly. Countless eyes began to open within the encroaching darkness. The god of light is watching you. The god of darkness is watching you. The demon god and dragon god have fixed their gaze upon you. Sung-jin felt a chill run down his spine as the heavy pressure of their stares bore down on him. Standing before the god of transcendence and death, he found himself in a chamber lined with doors, every single one covered in dozens of unblinking eyes, watching his every move. A white-haired deity wept openly, overwhelmed by the sheer majesty of Sung-jo's aura. It was a power unlike any other, the absolute terrifying beauty of death itself within this universe. System, the heavenly angel, sheds tears of shock, trembling before your overwhelming might. Another god with crimson hair laughed in disbelief. To think a mere mortal could elevate their divinity to such a legendary realm. System, the god of severance, bows in respect to your supreme divinity. System, countless high-ranking deities watch you with a mix of awe, terror, and reverence. The god of darkness descended the steps, walking straight toward him. Kid, you've endured hell to reach this place. I won't waste words. You surely heard Arya's message on the way here, so I'll cut straight to the chase. She offered him a seat in the divine hall of music. Become one of the new chief gods. You could rule over Earth or manage entire worlds as you see fit. Will you live a life of eternal peace under our absolute protection? The god of darkness's gaze grew heavy with solemnity. Or will you risk throwing away everything you've built in this Manhwa recap just to chase the uncertain path of a transcendent? Inside the tower, Zhong Yo fell silent, ready to answer. But I object. The god of arrogance cut in sharply. What kind of absurdity is this, the god spat? He is nothing but a hound leashed by that accursed Tower of Trials. A wild card that cannot be controlled. The god of pride stood beside him, sneering. That monstrous tower bred this filth into our universe. He must be executed immediately. Suddenly, a young man nervously stepped forward. Lord Arrogance, I Lian beg your pardon and ask permission to speak. He glanced fearfully at the god of darkness, the very embodiment of transcendence and death, who had retrieved the holy relic for their temple. From what I witnessed, he does not deserve such hostility. Please show him Mur. The god of arrogance silenced him with a single brutal stroke to the neck. You dare, a member of a lowly inferior race, interrupting the conversation of gods. Pay for your insolence with your life. Lin's head tumbled from his shoulders. Sung-jun watched the blood spray in shock, his shock quickly boiling into rage. You! The god of darkness stepped forward, her aura freezing the air. Who gave you the right to execute someone under my grace? You are not the masters of this hall. Do not test my patience with your self-imposed rules. System. The god of darkness issues a bone-chilling warning. Instantly, terror gripped the hearts of both the god of pride and the god of arrogance. The god of darkness continued, "Step back before I let this child devour your very divinity." The demon lord behind them cackled, interrupting. "That doesn't sound too bad, does it? Think of it as a gift to help him ascend as a new god." Meanwhile, the dragon god leaped over to whisper to her, "Can't we just decide what to do with him? Let me speak to the successor already." The dragon god urged the god of darkness, barely containing his excitement. After a moment, the god of darkness turned back to face Sung-jun. "So kid, I want to hear your answer. Make your choice." Sung-jun hesitated for a split second, but deep down, he knew there was only one path. The administrator, and all the precious companions Sung-jun had met along the way. This was for them. Sung-jun's voice rang out, with steel-like resolve. "I will climb the Tower of Trials to its absolute peak. I will become a transcendent, so that no being in this universe can ever look down on me again. That is the only way to ensure no one can ever touch the people I cherish." The demon lord burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. For someone who became an ancient god, you didn't lose your mind to corruption. Turns out you're just completely insane to begin with." The dragon god eyed him with regret. "If you had become a new chief god, it would have been magnificent to have you as my successor." The god of darkness, however, looked incredibly pleased. "Indeed, that is the answer worthy of you, kid. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. You were never born to be caged in a tiny well like this divine hall." Sung-jun turned his back, walking toward the exit gate. "Oh, and you lot better stick together," he said, casting a murderous glare over his shoulder. "Because next time we meet, I will tear you apart. Look forward to it." System. You have cleared the 27th floor. Returning to the leveling Manhwa, Tower of Trials. The divine hall granted a breakthrough reward. An item shaped like an imperial seal materialized. Reward granted for fulfilling the dying wish of the Iron Blood Monarch. Seal of Divine Copying allows the user to replicate and acquire one specific divine power. Along with it came the Universal Light Divine Power, an ancient approval scroll used by emperors, awarded for conquering the 27th floor. A catalog appeared listing countless divine powers in intricate detail. Sung-jun opened the book. He didn't need to browse. He already knew exactly what he was stealing. He slammed the seal of divine copying down onto the page. A glowing magic circle began to form on his chest. Copying divine power. Successfully engraving onto Challenger Han Sung. He grinned triumphantly. Perfect. Then red warning messages flooded the system interface. The Tower of Trials praises the achievement of Challenger Han Sung. The tower judges that Han Sung has the potential to reach the final floor. Challenger Han Sung selected as the final candidate. All restrictions lifted. This was the peak of an awakening Manhwa moment. Sung-jun turned his head, slightly scoffing. "Hey, tower. It's a little late to try and get on my good side. My rage isn't going to vanish just because you threw me a bone." He glared at the structure with eyes colder than the void. "So shut your mouth and don't get in my way." System. The Tower of Trials. Remain silent. Scene shift. Back at the Pantheon. A male voice trembled with pure, unadulterated fury. "Damn it. Damn it all." The god of arrogance ground his teeth. That god of transcendence and death. He slammed his fist repeatedly against the floor. That filthy, low-born piece of trash, daring to humiliate us in front of the other gods. The god of pride stood behind him, arms crossed. "But with the system Manhwa protection of the tower blocking us, we can't easily touch him." From the doorway, the god of eternity called out. "Pride. Arrogance." He glanced at the two fuming deities. "It isn't just the tower stopping us. It is the newly formed law of causality that truly binds our hands. But do not worry," he said smoothly. "We already have a solution prepared." The god of arrogance looked up startled. "A solution?" The god of eternity explained. "Although he was exiled from the tower, and his power is a shadow of what it once was, there is still one who can twist causality, even if only a little." He grinned, a vicious expression baring his teeth. "The god of despair, destruction, and madness. He has given us an opening." System, the god of eternity, smiles overflowing with confidence. Scene transition. A desolate, snowy mountain range. Giant monsters lay sprawled across the freezing snow, their bodies covered in gruesome wounds. He exhaled a breath that looked like smoke in the cold air. The trials have become a joke since the system restrictions were lifted. Gripping the true supreme blood demon sword, his eyes narrowed. This means I'm finally approaching the highest floors. He leaped from the 35th floor's dimension. You have entered the waiting room of the 36th floor. Beside him, Jinho gasped in awe. That was incredible. Reaching the 36th floor in less than a month. But Sung-jin didn't celebrate. With the tower's restrictions gone, speedrunning this leveling manhwa became much easier. Suddenly, the warp gate behind them turned a blood-curdling red condition met. Confirmed. Over 1,500 participants have cleared the 35th floor. Sung-jin spun around his instincts, screaming danger. The Tower of Trials glowed crimson as the system began a massive overwrite. Access authority is now expanding. Initiating new trial based on your unique keyword. Jinho trembled as he watched the chaos unfold. The rules. Everything changes once you hit the high-rank floors. Trial theme established via unique keyword. Before they could react, massive chains erupted from the portal. They wrapped tight around Sung-jin and Jinho, binding them instantly. The system voice boomed without mercy. Forced activation private authority 61047. The selection hall is extracting necessary components from Challenger Sung-jin's inventory to construct the trial. Text scrolled rapidly before Sung's eyes. It felt like the moment the tower first appeared yet. It felt like an origin story, far older than that. You shall witness the truth firsthand. Sung's eyes widened in shock. Wait, is this the Metatron item I got from the demon god? The chains retracted violently, dragging Sung-jin and Jinho into the gaping maw of the gate. They were being forcibly pulled into the 36th floor. What the hell? Sung shouted, as a purple vortex swallowed them whole. A new objective flashed before his consciousness. Clear condition. Survive until the War of the Gods concludes. Failure condition. Death of the Challenger. Trial theme. The Primordial Era. Inside the 36th floor, a guardian deity stared in bewilderment. How strange, he muttered, scrutinizing Sung-jin. He possesses no divinity, no mana. I can't even tell if he is truly alive. A completely unidentified existence. Why has such a thing appeared here? State your faction and your divine domain immediately. You have some explaining to do. The guardian's voice turned ice cold. Answer, or I will classify you as a hostile god and execute you on the spot. The deity raised a hand in warning, but Sung-jin just looked back in sheer disbelief. Impossible, Sung thought. This entity is too perfect, too real to be a mere construction of the tower. He clenched his fist, realizing the truth. This guardian is likely a living echo from the distant past. Sorry, Mr. Guardian, Sung thought. But in a situation like this, it's safer to keep my true identity hidden. He instantly triggered his skill, blue magical energy flaring around him. That sounds like a death threat, Sung said calmly. But are you certain you have the power to kill me? The guardian recoiled in shock. It can't be. The deity's eyes trembled. Do my eyes deceive me? An ancient god? A short while later, the hostility had vanished, and they walked side by side. The guardian nodded, seemingly understanding Sung's fabricated plight. I see. So you were forcibly dragged here by some unknown system. And you awoke right in the middle of this divine battlefield. Sung-jin played along smoothly. Exactly. I need to understand the situation. Enlighten me. The guardian began his tale with a heavy sigh. For over 10 years, this planet has been consumed by a catastrophic holy war. Simply put, it is a cosmic war involving every deity in existence. The faction of order versus the faction of chaos. We are locked in eternal combat, and until one side falls, no one can escape this realm. He pointed a trembling finger toward the sky, where a massive barrier shimmered. That divine barrier was forged by the three ancient gods. It is an impenetrable wall. Not even the god of darkness, or the demon god, can breach it. Sung-jin's mind raced. So, the dark god and demon god are physically present here. That means the dragon god must be somewhere nearby too. Sung asked the critical question. What about the Tower of Trials? Does it not intervene in this war? The guardian looked at him with genuine confusion. The Tower of Trials. What is that? Sung-jin felt a jolt of surprise. You don't know about the tower. Sung looked around at the prehistoric landscape. This confirms it. I've been sent back to a time before the awakening Manhwa system even existed. The guardian suddenly halted. We have arrived. This sacred sanctuary is protected by the Great Barrier. It is the dwelling place of the three ancient gods of order. They stood before a colossal gate that dwarfed them both. The guardian turned to Sung-jin, his expression solemn. We have journeyed too far to turn back now. Allow me to propose a solution. If this war of gods can end even one day sooner, it is worth the risk. That is where I stand and why I seek your aid. Jinwoo offered a cryptic smile, his eyes gleaming. The overseer deity reassured him quickly. Fear not. I never ask for charity without payment. The ancient gods of the Order faction will craft whatever you desire equal to your contribution. Jinwoo turned back his expression, calm. Rest easy. I had already decided to accept your offer. Then, move forward. Make haste. Since I have stepped onto this battlefield, I must confront the ancient gods myself. The overseer felt a flicker of surprise at his boldness. You have my gratitude. But he left him with one final warning. Beware the ancient gods of Order. You never know what schemes lie behind their divine masks. They may be better than the Chaos faction, and I may stand with Order, but that does not mean I hold affection for them. As they spoke, they approached a blinding source of radiant light. Jinwoo shielded his eyes from the glare. The overseer continued his grim explanation. Driven by impossible ambitions, they were the ones who ignited this catastrophic war of gods. The system interface flashed a notification. Entering the divine domain, the Garden of Origins. Through the altar of creation, abandoned divinity and lingering souls shall flow into the user. Jinwoo stared at the golden tower, radiating overwhelming aura. You have to be kidding me. Is this another tower of trials? Suddenly, Sisa extended her hand toward him. So an uninvited guest has arrived. Unless it is a matter of life and death, entry is strictly forbidden. Jinwoo gazed warily at the woman before him. And who might you be? Memory sparked. He had seen this mysterious woman before. Sisa's voice was cold as ice. The gods are blinded by their hunger for worship. Not a single one of them cares for the fate of this world anymore. That is why we require a god slayer. A transcendent, omnipotent entity. One who stands high, above the gods themselves. Jinwoo observed her in silence. This felt like a classic scene from a leveling manhwa where fate intervenes. He recalled meeting her while gathering divine power from the island's artifacts. Sisa turned her gaze toward the entrance. Overseer deity. You likely have no desire to face me, do you? However, since we have a guest, proper introductions are in order. She placed a hand on the cloak, concealing her face. Among our faction exist the gods of creation, law, and miracles. She pulled back her hood, revealing her visage with pride. Among them, I am the god of creation. Jinwoo silently processed the information. Creation, law, and miracles. He had seen their divine powers listed within the tower's sacred registry. The divinities possessed by the tower perfectly mirrored the three ancient gods. Could identical names really be just a twist of fate? Sungwoo gazed up at the Tower of Trials, his mind racing. The statue standing beside him was far too specific to be a fluke. His eyes suddenly blazed with realization. No, this was absolute. There was no way to write this off as a simple misunderstanding. Sisa, the god of creation, looked at him with a probing gaze. Hey, I heard from the god of verification that we owe you for helping our faction. But what exactly are you doing here? The god of creation stared at him, her voice laced with irritation. Sisa was clearly annoyed that Sungwoo had completely ignored her question. Can you explain this quickly? Before she could finish, Sungwoo's arm shot out his hand, clamping around Sisa's throat. Her eyes widened in shock. Sungwoo replied with a provocative edge, and if I don't, what will you do? Sisa gritted her teeth, struggling against the iron grip, crushing her windpipe. Do whatever you want, she choked out. Sungwoo frowned, his expression turning ice cold. I have no intention of answering you. Faced with a sudden threat, the power of the transcendent god and death erupted, revealing his full divinity. Sungwoo watched, stunned by the pressure. This level of divinity. You are an ancient god. His voice remained steady. That's right. So shall we test each other in battle? The god of creation, sensing the danger, quickly changed her tune. Or perhaps we can reach a compromise. She coughed violently as Sungwoo released his grip. He looked down at her. A compromise, Sisa smirked from behind him. All right, I understand now that you are an ancient god. First off, your appearance is bound to make my allies sensitive. I hope you understand that. She smoothed her dress and continued. No, actually, since the god of verification brought you here, I suppose we can relax. I suspected that guy planned to kill me. He is notoriously diligent after all. The god of verification ground his teeth in anger. Don't delude yourself. He turned away, annoyed, walking out of the chamber. I simply chose the most efficient method to escape this cage, known as the War of Gods. I never agreed to any of this. It's disgusting. Only Sisa and Sungwoo remained in the room. This time, Sisa spoke with a newfound respect. Well, then now that even the observer is gone, shall we continue our chat? You seem to have many questions. I will answer exactly 2 of them with total honesty. Sung-woo began coldly. God of creation, God of law, and God of miracles. What is the relationship between you three and the Tower of Trials? Sisa narrowed her eyes at him. The Tower of Trials. What is that? She probed him carefully. Why do you need to know about this tower? Before she could give a proper answer, Sung-woo silently activated his power. A blue light flickered deep within his pupils. The skill Fire Dragon's Eye confirmed it. She was lying. Sung-woo steadied himself. Don't panic. Stay calm. He spoke to Sisa again. I want to hear about the original purpose of this war of gods. The god of creation answered bluntly. Myself, the god of law, and the god of miracles. We simply wanted to become the rulers of this universe. Nothing more, nothing less. She clapped her hands together. All right, that's it. That answer should suffice. Sisa stepped down toward Sung-woo. Let's get back to the main point. You said you would fight for our faction of order, correct? She laid out her conditions. If you accumulate enough victories. A sly smile touched Sisa's lips. We will create a holy relic or an item of your choosing as a reward. The scene shifts to the clock tower of the god of time. Below the structure, a brutal battle was raging like a scene from a violent manhwa recap. The god of time stood in a high chamber gazing down through the window. He asked himself, how could such a strange anomaly occur? A power that defies heavenly reason. He muttered, in the countless futures I predicted. Not a single one included an event like this. I don't know where it came from, but something has gone seriously wrong. The god of time looked down at the base of the tower with cold eyes. The timeline itself has been twisted. He adjusted the hat on his head, sighing deeply. It's been a long time since I had to deal with the dark god and the demon god. And now I have to figure out how to persuade the dragon god too. How exhausting. Cutting to the battle beneath the time tower. Mages clashed in the sky with explosive spells, while warriors on the ground unleashed a storm of steel. Sung-woo charged into the battlefield from the flank. His first strike was devastating, cutting down waves of enemies in an instant. He had come to this chaos because of Sisa's command. The Western Front is struggling. Lead that battlefield to victory. If you succeed, I will create anything you desire. Sung-woo felt a twinge of annoyance. I don't like being ordered around. But just like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, he knew securing the divinity of the tower required clearing the quest. A voice resonated from the Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Oh, Sung-woo, it is time to awaken. His eyes widened in shock at the spectacle unfolding before him. Boom! A massive explosion tore through the earth, obliterating a long stretch of the road. As the smoke cleared, a girl with glowing eyes emerged from the debris. The system flashed a notification: Special Authority Incarnation Body has been activated. The Dragon God opened her eyes, burning with pure rage. The Dragon God had appeared on the Western Front. In a flashback to the endless void of darkness, she walked alone. She muttered, I feel like a prisoner. She dropped to her knees, questioning her existence. What am I really? Her eyes were heavy with exhaustion. The Dragon God whispered, I don't want this anymore. She curled up, placing her hands on the cold floor of the void. Lying in that infinite emptiness, she murmured in despair, I don't want to be the Dragon God. Back in reality, the Dragon God radiated overwhelming killing intent as the mist faded. Sung-woo observed the girl with extreme caution. Dragon God. She glanced at him with a chilling stare. So it's you. That which belonged to this universe has vanished, and something that does not belong has taken its place. A distortion of fate. That damned fortune-telling time god was actually right. Sung-woo frowned internally. The god of time. The Dragon God looked at him with disdain. Whatever. You look like you're with the Order faction, but I'll spare your life this once. Never appear before me again. You, who are nearly immortal. Sung-woo steeled his resolve. No, I cannot retreat here. He stepped closer to the entity. I have a proposal for you. He looked straight into her eyes. Please tell me your purpose for being here. If our interests align, there is no need for us to fight. The Dragon God eyed Sung-woo, warily assessing the threat. Sung-woo held onto his strategy. I just need to clear this Western Front. There's no reason to engage the Dragon God in a deathmatch. The Dragon God spread her wings wide. Her right hand began to mutate, transforming into the scaled claw of a true dragon. She clenched her fist, aiming a devastating blow straight at Sung-woo's jaw. He threw himself backward in shock. Sung-woo stared in disbelief as the punch grazed his face. What? The Dragon God's voice thundered. There is no moment in any timeline where our interests align. Why, you ask? Because in this entire universe, there is absolutely nothing that can satisfy my desire. She shouted, her voice booming. So move aside, you are in my way. The Dragon God spread her wings and ascended. Blazing lightning crackled ominously around her form. Divinity Thunder Rain has been activated. A storm of lightning descended, distorting the very concept of divinity itself. Bolts of destruction slammed into the earth, obliterating everything they touched. Jinwoo was forced to dodge in a blur of motion. The dark clouds parted above. The dragon god declared that this foolish war of gods was finally at an end. She touched down, her presence heavy. The god of darkness and the demon god have already annihilated the northern, eastern, and southern fronts. Do you understand the gravity of this? They will exterminate everyone, regardless of their faction. Jinwoo furrowed, his brow silence his only answer. The dragon god's rage boiled over. It is because of the Order faction that this entire war began. If you do not vanish from my sight this instant, I will slaughter you where you stand. Ominous clouds gathered once more, suffocating the sky. Jinwoo locked eyes with the dragon god, his senses on high alert. It seems a battle is inevitable. I have my own reasons for standing my ground. With a thunderous impact, he drove the true high-blood demon sword into the earth. Sparks flew like scattered stars. Divinity Battle Will has activated. The challenger's power now scales with his fighting spirit. All attributes amplified by 200 times. A terrifying aura erupted around him. You claim nothing in this universe can satisfy your thirst. Jinwoo clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. Then, let me make you a promise. Divinity Transcendence activated. Attribute growth rate increased by 712 times. The power scales in proportion to the gap between user and opponent. Light exploded as he clashed his fists together. I will give you the answer you have been searching for. Skill Starlight Expansion unleashed. Stellar energy detonated outward. Maximum combat efficiency amplified fourfold. His gaze hardened, burning with resolve. To repay the debts I owe. A crimson aura erupted, twisting the very fabric of space around him. The dragon god's eyes widened in shock. Is this a dream? Authority, Grace of the Wind, activated. Speed increased by 170%. His fist appeared inches from her face in a heartbeat. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is there another in this universe capable of manipulating holy light? She stared at the crimson streak, tearing through the air. To think someone can manipulate it with such freedom. The dragon god stared into his soul. Who are you? He frowned, as gray smoke hissed from the impact. But she merely smiled, catching his devastating strike. Who in the world are you? Jinwoo grinned. That is a secret. Suddenly, a fist flew toward his face. He reacted instinctively. Unique skill deflection activated. The system Manhwa interface flashed. Perfect counter initiated. Applies only to the final attack received. He unleashed a surprise blow, sending the dragon god staggering back, but she only laughed. Hee hee. She caught his follow-up strike with ease. Her manic laughter echoed across the shattered battlefield. Ha ha ha. Under his bewildered gaze, the dragon god questioned her reality. This isn't a dream, is it? Her eyes locked onto him with intense fascination. At long last, I have found a successor. The dragon god realized the truth. He was the one she had been waiting for all this time. Flashback to the depths of her mind. She heard the endless chanting, progenitor dragon. Prayers filled with greed and selfishness. Bless me. Grant me the power to slaughter the demon god and his minions. A warrior. I only ever wished to be a warrior. Yet she looked down coldly at their groveling submission. The entire dragon clan shall kneel and worship you, Lord of the universe. The dragon god whispered into the void. I feel imprisoned. Her mind drifted in an endless abyss. What am I truly? Why does no one ask for my name? Is dragon god all I am? Is that my only worth? She whispered, trembling. I want it. The thought looped endlessly in her mind. I want it. Her fists clenched until they shook. She gritted her teeth, eyes wide with desperate longing. Not this hollow title. A single tear traced her cheek. The dragon god wept. I want a name of my own. I no longer wish to be the dragon god. She yearned to cast aside this heavy fate, to shed the crushing burden of her divinity. She craved a life that was truly hers. The golden vortex swirled violently, and the sound of falling tears echoed in the silence. The dragon god emerged from the void, peering down at a destined successor kneeling before the god of time. She watched the elder bestow a crimson sphere upon his heir. Was he passing down his divine essence? Could she do the same? A wild hope ignited in her gaze, driving her from the endless darkness. It wasn't impossible. She could find an heir. Someone to call friend. Returning to reality, the dragon god descended to the earth. A bond like family. She locked eyes on Sung. I will claim you, she thought, desperate to end her solitude. A feral grin spread across her face. Even if she lost this war of gods, she would possess him and him alone. The system interface flashed a warning. The dragon god's possessiveness was spiking. Sung realized this situation was spiraling out of control. She loomed over him bearing razor-sharp fangs. "Don't be afraid." Bam! She seized his face and slammed him into the dirt. "I told you I'd let you live," she laughed, crushing him beneath her heel. "In fact, I will never let you die." Red alerts blared. Her eyes burned with madness. Yet Sung just smiled. "Then I have a promise for you too." System alert skill. Instant step activated. He warped to safety. "Since you're just a clone," he scoffed. "Dying here won't matter, right?" He dug his heels in, readying for impact. "This body feels no pain," she roared, charging forward. Killing intent exploded from both as they rushed to collide. The clash shook the very heavens. Shockwaves ripped through the air as their techniques slammed together. Sung's fist connected, snapping her head back, but she didn't falter, gathering raw energy into her palm for a counterstrike. With a wicked grin, she uppercut him. Sung went flying backward as the dragon god savored the hit. "You arrogant fool. Do you really believe you can stand against me?" In a duel, Sung dashed backward, a feral grin tugging at his lips as he whispered, "Not bad at all." In response, Long then summoned a sphere of pure annihilation in her palm. But how will you handle this? In this brutal system, Manhwa world hesitation meant death. The skill Holy Light activated. Sung slammed into the ground, the bedrock shattering beneath his boots as he channeled every ounce of power into his left hand, swinging violently at the dragon god. The unique authority Holy Light erupted. It birthed a blinding starlight, infused with the very essence of death itself. Their fists collided in a cataclysmic boom. The impact unleashed a tsunami of magical energy, shaking the very fabric of the dimension. Long then gritted her teeth, forcing raw power into her razor-sharp claws. A deafening roar tore through the air as the energies detonated. A massive explosion engulfed the battlefield, drowning the world in a sea of scorching flames. The shockwave sent Sung flying, struggling to find his footing amidst the chaos. Yet through the thick smoke, Long then remained standing, immovable, untouched like a statue of absolute power. She flashed a manic smile and rushed toward him. "Come here, my successor. Embrace your destiny and join me." But Sung refused to yield. Magic swirled around his arms as the system flashed. Transcendental myth-class skill soul synchronization initiated. He condensed a sphere of energy and fired it point blank. The notification rang out. "Your entire level and status will be equalized with the target for 4 minutes. Long then bared her fangs in a sneer of pure contempt. "You think you can drag my divinity and soul down to your level? A mere mortal dares to stand as my equal. Are you truly worthy of inheriting my power?" she screamed, launching herself at him. Her legs swept through the air like a guillotine, but Sung ducked the wind of her kick, slicing the air above him. Seizing the opening, Sung leaped backward, creating distance before she could follow up. Long then slammed her hands onto the earth, her gaze locking onto him like a predator. "I will not surrender you to anyone else." Her voice dropped an octave, dripping with sinister obsession. "If you won't come obediently, you leave me no choice." Patience evaporated. Her eyes rolled back in madness. "I will take you with me, even if I have to crush every limb in your body to drag you there." The ground beneath Sung convulsed violently. System alert. Divinity Dragon's Eye activated. The earth cracked open as massive wooden pillars erupted from the stone, encircling him in a cage of nature. This divinity consumed godhood itself to rewrite the laws of physics within her domain. Sung vaulted into the air, kicking off the rising stone slabs to escape the encirclement. Wherever he landed, the wood surged to meet him, hungry to imprison him. Sung clenched his jaw, pushing his agility to the limit to stay one step ahead of the encroaching trap. Suddenly, he froze. A spike shot straight up from his blind spot. Sung arched his back, barely dodging the lethal strike. But Long then wasn't finished. She summoned bolts of lightning to rain down upon him. Divinity Thunderstorm. Dance activated. Long then descended into total madness, throwing her head back in laughter. "It is over. I have won." Sung spun in mid-air, stomping on a twisting pillar to kill his momentum. His voice was ice cold. "Not today." Using the very cage she created as a launch pad, he dove straight down. He plummeted like a meteor toward the ground, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. In his left hand, he clutched a hidden trump card. System alert. Divinity Blessing activated. Consuming divinity to nullify one external divine attack. Sung moved so fast the air ignited around him. Skill Grace of the Wind activated. Speed increased by 180%. He crashed into Long then, with the force of a falling star, the earth shattering under the impact. His strike drilled into her solar plexus, a spiral of devastating energy. She howled in agony as blood sprayed into the air. Sung furrowed his brow, his voice a low growl. Checkmate. Divinity of Death activated. The Divinity of Death seized control over the mortality of its victim. A sickly green aura suffocated Long Than. Immediately following up, Divinity Parasite activated. It began to devour and manipulate her life force. Magic coiled around Xung's arm as the ultimate authority of the pure Death Seeker god roared to life. Anyone touched by this power suffers the total corruption of life force, mana, and divinity. Sung clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking ominously. I acknowledge your strength, Long Than, but even you cannot halt the march of death. He looked down at her broken form on the ground, his voice devoid of warmth. Once the seed of death is planted, your soul, divinity, and mana will wither. There is no escape. Long Than managed a pained smirk as purple corruption spread across her skin. This is quite different from your promise. You said you would give me a peaceful end. This is agonizing. Sung approached her, thinking, as expected, of a goddess. He spoke softly. The enemy I faced was too powerful. I had no other option. He took a knee beside her fading body. I wanted to grant you a swift death, but mercy is a luxury I cannot afford. Long Than chuckled weakly. How rude of you. The arrogance had vanished from her eyes, replaced by a strange clarity. I know you are an ancient god, yet your pride is your greatest sin. She looked at Zung and continued. If my true self were here, you would have been erased in less than a second. She gazed up at the dark sky and the bright moon. But even though this body is merely a clone, this is the first time I have ever tasted defeat. A smile of genuine satisfaction graced her lips. I don't understand why, but losing to you doesn't feel terrible at all. In fact, it feels like liberation. The divinity controlling death continued its work. She struggled to raise her hand. It would be a tragic waste to let a warrior of your caliber rot in a place like this. She reached out to him, her fingers trembling. Will you come with me? Zung grasped her hand as it began to dissolve into particles of light. No, there is something I must finish here. I cannot go with you. Long Than's eyes widened in surprise, but then she closed them, accepting his answer with grace. Very well. I do not know what you seek in this battle, but once my true form recovers, I will come find you again. She vanished completely into the ether, her voice echoing one last time. I hope you remain safe until then. Chu materialized behind him. Shung, did you sense anything strange during that battle? Shung glanced at her. No, I didn't just sense it. I was certain. He brushed his fingers against the scarred earth. The god of time has likely realized that this world is a fabrication. He recalled Long Than's cryptic words. That which belongs to this universe has vanished, and that which should not exist has appeared to twist fate. With that thought, Sung summoned a crimson sphere in his palm. This is the first step I must take. The majestic silhouette of a dragon manifested within the energy. System alert, dragon soul absorbed. The divinity of the dragon god has been secured as a new, overwhelming power. Zung's eyes widened in shock as he experienced a true leveling Manhwa breakthrough. Conditions satisfied. The ground beneath him glowed as a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Regarding the dragon god, the battle he just fought replayed in his mind. The dragon god's divinity was attempting to fuse with his very ego. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed Sung, transporting him to a new dimension. The scene shifted to a lonely throne. How many eons had passed? The dragon god's eyes were heavy with ancient fatigue. The answer was always there, she whispered. She had wandered the cosmos, seeking a soul worthy of her power. She reached into the void. Truthfully, she never wanted this god-tier power. Tears stained her face. She thought an heir would be her ticket to freedom. She wept in silence unseen by the universe. Enough, she choked out, her heart shattering. It's fine, she lied to herself, curling up on the throne. No one can handle the dragon god's might anyway. I've been alone since the dawn of time. She didn't notice Sung standing beside her in this memory. A sad smile touched her lips. But I can still dream, can't I? Sung bowed his head in solemn understanding. I dream of the day I'm just me. Called by my own name. Sung listened to the wish that never came true. She waited for a voice that never came. Sung sat beside her phantom. You must be exhausted, he whispered. Though she couldn't hear him, he spoke to her soul. So lonely. With no one to share the burden. He understood her pain. In this silent void, she had endured eternity by herself. His eyes burned with resolve. You won't be alone anymore. I will make your dream a reality. Back in reality, Sung checked his status. The dragon god's divinity required a class upgrade, classic leveling Manhwa mechanics. He looked to the sky. I will be your successor. Achievement unlocked, heir of the dragon. Suddenly static cut through. Mic check. Sung turned around. Can you hear me? It's too dangerous to stay there. Return to the Order faction. Sung recognized the voice. God of creation, what's happening? The Chaos gods have allied with time. Sung was stunned. The neutral gods were shifting the balance. The transmission crackled with urgency. If you don't return now, the world will end before you fulfill your promise. Sung's expression darkened. I'll hold the line. The call ended, leaving him with a gnawing sense of dread. As Sung rushed to leave, the god of witness spoke up. The time god was right about you. Floating beside him, the deity mused. A warrior of your caliber might actually defeat the dragon god's avatar. Flashback to the ruined Eastern Front. Witness recalled meeting a supreme being with the gift of foresight. The figure in the wizard hat, the god of time. I see the future too, he had said. A pleasure. The time god reached out. Tell me, he thought, is your death approaching? To the witness's shock, the time god touched his forehead. Use your power. Show me what lies ahead. Back in the present, Witness explained, I used my conceptual divinity to view the future. That's how I survived. His voice dropped to a whisper. But something was wrong. Sung glanced over, as rage filled the god's eyes. I couldn't see anything. Just infinite darkness. The memory of the time god's maniacal laughter echoed in his mind. When I described what I had witnessed to the chrono god, he laughed like a madman, clutching his temples. Just as I suspected, space and time had been grotesquely warped. This entire war was meaningless. The old deity continued, his voice dripping with irony. The war of the gods ended ages ago. The god of testimony froze, the thought echoing in his mind. Ended. Had we been fighting a ghost all this time? Suddenly, the chrono god retreated, ominous mana swirling around him like a cloak. It was all a charade, a fabricated stage play orchestrated for the amusement of a single entity. He spread his arms as a demonic shadow manifested behind him, marking the ground where victors and losers were preordained. The seed of ascension would devour everything forged in chaos to become the vessel of a transcendent being. Sung-jun turned his gaze to the god of testimony, his eyes sharp. Have you revealed this truth to the ancient gods of the Order faction yet? The god of testimony furrowed his brow, his answer cutting through the air. Of course not. I have no intention of casting pearls before those blind fools. Sung-jun leaped from the stone dais, landing lightly. Thanks for the answer. It's time I paid a visit to the god of creation. Testimony nodded solemnly. Understood. I have my own role to play here. With a look of steely determination, the protagonist marched forward. He stepped into the divine realm, a model of Genesis itself, where three powerful figures stood waiting. Rogue divinity and spiritual energy surged toward the caster. The deities turned to face him. I expected you to be delayed by your duel with the dragon god, one intoned. Sisa offered a calm, knowing smile. Yet you arrived far sooner than my calculations predicted. Beside her, the god of creation wore a smile tinged with bitter resignation. The god of law spoke, his voice absolute zero. So this is the intruder who shattered the great divine barrier. He glared, while the god of miracles stood silently nearby. I hear your ambitions align with ours, the god of miracles murmured, clasping hands in prayer. From this moment forth, let us strive for harmony. Sisa flicked her hand, and instantly the gods of law and miracles were forced to their knees by an invisible pressure. I'd love to have a tea party, but we are out of time. Sisa narrowed her eyes at Sung-jun. You are aware, aren't you, the divinity and souls being harvested right now. They can be recycled. She channeled raw power into the pillar of light. The war between order and chaos. A convenient lie. This slaughter exists solely to harvest fuel for the tower. Sisa's voice dropped an octave, adding weight to this dark manhwa recap. But even that cycle is reaching its finale. Jung-hyuk's eyes widened in shock as the revelation hit him. Sisa extended her hands, summoning blinding ribbons of light to dance around her. We are just one step away from realizing our impossible dream. For a fleeting moment, Jung-hyuk stood frozen in disbelief. His mind raced, trying to process the absurdity. What kind of nonsense is she spouting? Sisa continued her chant, transcendence and death, before gliding swiftly to hover right before his eyes. The culmination of countless souls and divine power is stored within this very tower. She stepped closer, tilting Jung-hyuk's chin up with an arrogant grace. I will grant you the reward you so desperately crave. However, there is a price. I need a favor. Sisa leaned in her face inches from his, a sinister smile curling her lips. Slaughter the god of time for me. Her fingers traced the line of his lips seductively. In return, I will grant you power capable of shattering even the immortality of the ancient gods. Well, does that sound like a fair trade? Her eyes burned with a drunken lust for absolute dominion. Help me forge the paradise everyone dreams of. You will become a godslayer, the one who obliterated the very concept of eternal life. Jung-yuk's eyes widened as the realization hit him. He recalled the God of Witness's words. This entire war was just a scripted leveling manhwa scenario, designed to farm divinity and souls. Is this truly the nature of this world? After a beat of silence, a cold smirk played on Jung-hyuk's lips. A transcendent Yusei Sisa pulled her hand back, confused. Jung-hyuk spoke slowly, his voice dropping an octave. In other words, suddenly his hand lashed out in a vicious strike, forcing Sisa to recoil in shock. He glared at her, his aura flaring. You just want me to dance on your strings like a puppet? His expression darkened, shadows casting over his eyes. A transcendent puppet. Isn't that right? The god of transcendence and death stood paralyzed by his brazen defiance. The god of miracles stepped in, voice trembling. Saint, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Please retract your divine energy. Jung-hyuk didn't even look at him, scoffing derisively. A misunderstanding. Cold sweat trickled down the god of miracles' face as the sanctuary was bathed in the crimson glow of Jung-hyuk's rage. You secretly plotted to erode my ego and sanity using that overwhelming divinity. You offered me a poisoned chalice disguised as ultimate power. The god of transcendence and death glared at the three ancient gods, killing intent exploding from her form. Jung-hyuk stared Sisa down, his voice low and dangerous. So you plan to turn me into your slave? Sisa locked eyes with him, dropping the act. Fine. I won't make excuses. But don't you find it strange? She stepped toward him again, her presence oppressive. Until you appeared, no one knew the god of transcendence and death even existed. That got me thinking. Under Jung-hyuk's furious gaze, she began her interrogation. Perhaps the source of every anomaly in this war is standing right in front of me. Isn't that right? When Jung-hyuk remained silent, Sisa screamed, her voice cracking the air. Answer me. I am the god of transcendence and death. Answer me. Jung-hyuk finally broke his silence. I'll make you a counteroffer. Sisa blinked, stunned. What? He extended his hand, his eyes void of emotion. I will drive the god of time to the brink of death. But I want double the rewards you promised. Jung-hyuk surged forward like a gale, stopping mere inches from her face. And I want the payment right now. He added a final threat. And, if you even think about refusing my terms. Sisa's eyes widened in genuine shock. Jung-hyuk mirrored her earlier intimidation, pressing his face close to hers. I will expose every single one of your dirty schemes, and ally with whoever I please. So, decide wisely. With that, he turned and strode out of the chamber. Outside, the god of witness was waiting. You're finally here. He crossed his arms, studying Jung-hyuk. I've been expecting you. Jung-hyuk frowned. Expecting me? The deity leaned casually against a pillar. Who knows what could have happened in there? Those delusional fools might have tried to persecute you. If that had happened, even in my weakened state, I would have helped you escape. He turned to leave, shrugging. Though it seems my help wasn't needed. Jung-hyuk thought to himself, I've always wondered about this. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he spoke up. I don't understand. He internalized the question. Why are you so kind to me? Even though I am just a mortal. Jung-hyuk voiced his suspicion. Why go to such lengths for my sake? He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the god of witness. You were even willing to sacrifice your life to assist me. There is no logical reason for the god of witness to care for someone like me. The deity chuckled softly. I'm not entirely sure myself. He looked up at the silent night sky, a melancholic expression on his face. From the very first moment I saw you, I felt a strange sense of dissonance. It's as if you know me yet I know nothing about you. Isn't that true? Jung-hyuk was baffled. What are you talking about? The god of witness turned back to him. You don't know. You of all people should understand this best. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. So I'm asking you now. His gaze became razor sharp. What exactly is the relationship between us? Jung-hyuk stared back, searching for answers. The god of witness held his gaze burning, with intense suspicion. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have unlocked the Desperate Crisis achievement. Meanwhile, deep within a rocky cavern, a voice echoed from the shadows. The brat who couldn't even read his own future has grown up quite a bit. The god of darkness sat with legs crossed, looking down at the figure before her, the god of time. She smirked at the arrogant youngster. From her throne, she analyzed him from head to toe. Why doesn't that arrogant brat just step aside? If you keep provoking me, don't expect a shred of mercy. The god of time, after a moment of heavy silence, finally spoke. I didn't come here without a plan. I've prepared countermeasures specifically for this moment. A commanding voice cut through the tension. That is enough, darkness. The god of light entered, and the gloomy cave was instantly bathed in brilliance. No matter how pathetic the god of time may be, I ask that you stay your hand. The god of light sought to prevent further violence. Darkness scoffed, maintaining her nonchalant posture. You made a promise to me, the demon lord and the dragon god. If we lent you our power, the war of the gods would end. But you broke that vow. A terrifying aura of darkness began to flare around her. And now, you dare beg for mercy. The god of time interrupted calmly. No, the war of the gods ended a long time ago. Darkness fell silent, listening to his words. This world is merely a simulation, a construct created by the seed of ascension. It's just like the setting of a system Manhwa. The god of time furrowed his brow, speaking slowly. Or perhaps you, the demon lord, the dragon god, and even I, are nothing but fabrications. He stared intently at the god of darkness, his voice solemn. In short, he suddenly recalled Jungyak's transformed state. All of this is a play orchestrated to steal the potential for transcendence through the seed of ascension. The god of time raised a finger to his lips. I won't speak in riddles anymore. I have a proposal. He pointed his finger toward the ceiling energy gathering at the tip. Let us ascend together to the real world above. Whether that so-called reality exists or not, we are leaving this place. The old man's sole obsession is Sung-jun. Once the seed of ascension fulfills its purpose, it will purge this entire dimension and us along with it. The chrono god devised a mad scheme to capture him. But if we hijack the vessel, the seed inhabits escaping to the real world isn't just a fantasy. If the three ancient gods, myself, and the god of light combine our essence, could we force our way through the heavens and ascend to reality? His resolve was unshakable. Meanwhile, the god of testimony stepped closer, his aura rippling as he addressed the protagonist. Let me rephrase that. He stared directly into Sung-jun's soul. Why would a supreme ancient god show such profound respect to a lowly existence like myself? Before Sung-jun could reply, testimony pressed on. And why do I sense the undeniable trace of a divine relic? One that I created lingering upon your soul. Aura of a divine relic. The realization struck Sung-jun like lightning. He must be sensing the black obsidian mirror. Testimony caught the flicker in his eyes. That residue isn't a coincidence. Sung-jun smirked, dropping the act. I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore. To the god's surprise, Sung-jun finally spoke up, his voice calm yet commanding. First, let's relocate. This isn't a conversation for prying ears. Time seemed to blur until they stood in a desolate forest at the foot of a looming mountain. Sung-jun broke the silence, his voice carrying the weight of history. Even when I was powerless, a mere mortal, the god of testimony favored me, granting me aid time and time again. He met the deity's gaze with unwavering confidence. In short, you are my savior. Sung-jun opened his palm, and the ancient mirror materialized. You asked about the aura I carry. He held the relic aloft. This is it. You entrusted this to me, preparing me for the catastrophe to come. The god of testimony nodded slowly. I see now. So I extended my grace to you even before you ascended. That explains your strange reverence for me. He gazed intently at the mirror in the mortal's palm. This world is a fabrication, and I am nothing but a counterfeit construct. A dimensional door materialized before him. I suspected as much after the chrono god's ravings. Why did I deny it? He stepped toward the abyssal gate. But looking at that relic, I can no longer run from the evidence. Sung-jun lunged forward, screaming his name. Wait, god of testimony. But the god raised a hand to stop him, cold sweat beating on his divine brow. I am the god of testimony. My very existence is defined by proving reality, so admitting I am fake was difficult. I pretended not to see the cracks in this world. His voice trembled. But thanks to you, I found the courage to face the truth. He turned to Sung-jun. Will you lend me your shoulder one last time? I want to witness the truth you fought for, what lies beyond that door. Sung-jun stood frozen, overwhelmed by the deity's resolve. Moments later, Sung-jun supported the fading god as they stepped into the infinite cosmos, diving headfirst into the core of reality. Visions flashed before the god's eyes. I see it now. You threw yourself into hellish battles with a single goal to become stronger, like a true leveling manhwa hero. You faced the soul-crushing reality of loss, yet you defied destiny itself to rewrite the ending. They arrived at the Pillar of Light, where the mirror rested the ultimate undeniable proof. Because of you, the god whispered, I finally understand my purpose. His decision was set in stone. Though his breath came in ragged gasps, he approached the mirror. Even if my existence is a fleeting dream, I will fulfill my duty. He reached out his reflection, staring back. I shall bestow my power upon the one who has proven his worth against all odds. This is my chosen path. He turned to Sung-jun with a serene smile. Just as my true self aided you in reality, I shall do the same in this fabrication. He thrust the mirror toward the protagonist. This artifact is forged from my very divinity and soul carved to match the shape of your destiny. Accept this legacy. Sung-jun's voice trembled as he grasped the weight of the sacrifice. Your divinity and soul. He gazed into the mirror, where runes of unyielding faith burned bright, a divine artifact forged from the sheer will of an ancient god. Its unique effect: to steal a conceptual divinity from an opponent for 10 minutes, a staple mechanic in any good system manhwa. However, there was a fatal restriction. It could not activate unless the user's soul and divinity were on the exact same level as the target. Shung realized the truth instantly, and rage exploded in his voice. Did you trade your very soul and divinity for this artifact? Have you lost your mind? Shung rushed toward the god of testimony. This will kill you. The deity crumbled to the ground. I refuse to live as a god who survives through shameful acts any longer. Shung stood frozen in shock. The god of testimony's face was pale as death, yet he smiled gently. There is no time. The time god is coming for you. The dimensional barrier shattered, returning Shung to the foot of the mountain. The god's voice echoed one last time. Do not fear. He looked straight into Shung's soul. You have earned the right to dream of becoming a transcendent. Behind Zheng, the time god emerged from the mist, but the god of testimony tapped Zheng's chest. O transcendent possessor of both qualification and will, go forth. His eyes were exhausted, yet burned with resolve. Show them. The god placed his absolute faith in Zheng. Show them you grew strong for your precious comrades. Show them exactly what you have proven to me. A brilliant smile lit up his fading face. Isn't that the true meaning of becoming a transcendent? The words struck Sung like lightning. He knelt before the fading god, silent, stretching before he finally spoke. You were never a fake. Even if this was all a dream. The courage you showed, the life you lived, and the choices you made. Those were the truest form of faith. The god of testimony's eyes widened. Deep within his core, he felt the sincerity of Zheng's heart. He closed his weary eyes. What a lucky day. Thanks to you, I end my life not as a fake, but as something real. His body began to dissolve, his voice lingering like a melody. You gave me the will to move forward. Sung-jin watched him vanish into the void, his voice trembling with emotion. Thank you. Sung-jin stood up, knees shaking. The time god sneered. Is the chat over? You've kept me waiting for an eternity. Seed of transcendence. The old man's voice was a void stripped of all emotion. You are aware I have come to collect you, correct? Sung-jin turned his gaze, cutting through the air like ice. Is that a fact? However, I have absolutely no intention of becoming a prisoner to the likes of you. The god of time smirked a cold, thin smile. And what exactly does that mean? Faster than a heartbeat, Sung-jin drew his blade and flashed before the god of time. Madness swirled in Sung-jin's eyes. He unleashed a frenzy of attacks, his blade descending with the weight of an executioner. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the earth as the magic from Sung-jin's sword erupted into a massive shockwave. As the dust settled, the god of time stood there, smiling unscathed. Sung-jin's blade had struck his side, but an invisible wall halted it dead. System: the first divine defense has been activated. Absolute immunity against the first strike was now in effect. The god of time glanced down with utter contempt. Seed of transcendence, did you honestly believe I would fall to such a pathetic strike? You act like the hero of some generic leveling manhwa, but reality is cruel. Sung-jin remained silent, his expression darkening like a gathering storm. System: divine authority of death and wicked gluttony activated. Instantly, his magic corrupted the space, commanding the very concept of death, while devouring the enemy's divinity. Hatred burned in Sung-jin's eyes. He growled, "This ends now." But suddenly, a colossal force crashed down from the heavens, shattering the fangs of energy Sung-jin had manifested. The god of time knew the moment had arrived. Is that so? You thought my destiny was to suffer defeat. I prepared a contingency for this exact variable. Lightning tore the sky apart behind Sung-jin. Someone is approaching. And because of that, victory is impossible for you. A wave of suffocating mana descended. In the center stood a figure cloaked in mystery, motionless. A voice rang out, commanding Sung-jin's instant attention. You. The sharp click of heels against stone echoed as the figure spoke. A presence unlike anything he had ever encountered. A child bearing power and talent unseen in any awakening manhwa history. The goddess of darkness had arrived. She walked forward slowly. So this is indeed a fabricated reality, and not the true world. She looked at the boy with a bitter, knowing smile. Beside her, the god of light clawed his way up from the ground. I want to live. He glared at Sung-jin, his eyes burning with venom. No matter what happens, I refuse to die. The god of light stared at Sung-jin with pure hostility. Sung-jin let out a heavy sigh, feeling the crushing tension on the battlefield. He locked eyes with the goddess of darkness, thinking, "You've already stepped into the swamp of death." Suddenly, she spoke, spiking his anxiety. "How peculiar, little one." She continued walking toward him. "Even while trembling in fear of us, you refused to flee." The goddess of darkness extended her hand, a soft smile playing on her lips. "Answer me." Sung-jin furrowed his brows, his guard raised to the max against the woman before him. He tried to steady his racing heart by recalling the message from the god of testimony. "Oh, transcendent one with your status, and will forge ahead." He began to internalize those words, using them as armor against these deities. "Show them. I must show them." The god of testimony had said, "Prove what you are." Sung-jin repeated the mantra to validate his existence before them. He raised his sword, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. "I cannot retreat." The transcendent god and the authority of death entered a combat stance. As soon as he spoke, the goddess of darkness clapped her hands, magnificent, staring death in the face, without taking a single step back. "I cannot recall the last time I witnessed a child as extraordinary as you." She paused, her voice dripping with regret. "You possess the talent to become an ancient god, yet you remain so pure. What a tragedy." Zwoosh. In a blink, she teleported from in front of him to directly behind his back. "If all of this were reality, I would have quietly watched your legend unfold with anticipation. But alas, that is impossible." The goddess of darkness placed a hand on his shoulder. "If this is all just a dream that vanishes upon waking, then there is no reason to hesitate." She smiled wickedly, channeling terrifying power into her palm. "The only option is to ensure you live with me from now on." The darkness surged, revealing a desperate, twisting desire to possess him completely. From where she stood, a tornado of magic erupted. System Divine Authority of Darkness activated. The divinity formed a cage of pure shadow, swallowing the target whole. Sung-jin gripped his sword and launched himself upward, barely escaping the vortex of shadows. The goddess of darkness floated in the air, calling out, "Do not worry, little one. When you open your eyes, a new world will be waiting for you." She smirked, her tone mocking yet laced with a terrifying threat. "Just relax and rest." Sung-jin sprinted, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. Fighting 3 ancient gods at once. This is insanity. As the thought crossed his mind, a glowing finger appeared right before his forehead. The magic from that finger locked his body in place. "It might sting a little, but you'll be fine." The god of light looked at Sung-jin with cold indifference. Death is a concept that does not apply to gods like us. He bared his teeth in a manic grin. "Rest for a while in the twilight between darkness and light." System Divine Authority of Light activated. The holy light burned to erase both divinity and soul. Cold sweat poured down Sung-jin's face as he froze in helplessness. Is this really the end? But suddenly out of nowhere, the dragon god descended. "No death for the gods, you say?" She slammed down between Sung-jin and the god of light. "Step back and stop harassing my successor." The god of light looked visibly disgusted and annoyed by this interruption. Seeing he still hadn't released, Sung-jin the dragon god roared, "I am seconds away from killing you." A bolt of lightning crashed from the heavens, tearing the very space apart. The god of light was blasted backward, crossing his arms to block as his feet carved deep trenches into the stone floor. He frowned, scanning the surroundings. A mere shockwave extinguished both the darkness and the light. The god of light scoffed at the petite figure before him. "Ridiculous." Sung-jin stared, stunned by her sudden arrival. "Dragon god," he stammered. "Dragon." Before he could finish, the dragon god sprinted over and tackled him into a hug. She buried her face into his chest. "I told you. I said I would come for you the moment I recovered my power." Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "My successor." She beamed at him. Sung-jin broke into a nervous sweat. "She actually said she would come find me. And she did. The dragon god had promised, 'I will come to pick you up as soon as I recover.'" He looked at her with genuine gratitude. "I really thank you for coming to save me." The dragon god looked up, eyes sparkling. "If you are grateful, will you finally agree to be my successor?" Sung-jin let out an awkward laugh, pointing a finger behind her back. "Of course, but..." Behind her, the 3 gods stood grouped together, emitting waves of suffocating, killing intent. The goddess of darkness sighed heavily and spoke first. "Dragon god, just what do you think you are doing? Barging in from nowhere and interfering in our business. Isn't that a bit rude?" The goddess of darkness stepped forward, her aura flaring. "And keeping that child under your wing is a mistake." Her words struck a nerve. The dragon god glared back, her voice low and dangerous. To you, does this child mean nothing more than a tool for succession? Suddenly, the goddess of darkness froze. I can fully awaken his potential. She ground her teeth, power erupting around her. So get out of my way. She looked at the dragon god with pure loathing, but he simply smirked with icy calm. That won't happen. She reached out to touch Sung's face. I have no intention of handing my successor to you. The dragon god interjected. Why don't you step back instead? A vein popped on the goddess's forehead. I actually pity you, dragon god. You don't even realize I've been going easy on you. He shot her a challenging glare. Why don't you try forcing me to move and see what happens? A suffocating silence fell as their killing intent clashed. In an instant, the dragon god and darkness goddess shot into the sky. As they prepared to clash, the dragon god called out, Successor, this will be a short goodbye. He looked down at Sung. I'll return for you once I'm done with her, so stay put. Sung nodded, eyes burning with confidence. Understood. I will face the gods of time and light. The time god clicked his tongue. What rotten luck. Some pest has ruined our plans. The old god stepped toward the god of light. Light god, we must accelerate the plan. Hold the seed of ascension here so he cannot escape. He turned to Sung. I will see you later, seed of ascension. Magic circles ignited, and the time god vanished. A cold wind howled as the god of light spoke slowly. Now, it is just you and me. He addressed Sung with utter disdain. If you surrendered, we could discuss your fate, but that won't happen, will it? Blinding power gathered in his palm. Then I have no reason to keep you alive. Divinity of light. Activated holy light of soul destruction. He whispered, rest in peace before the speed of light. The beam of destruction tore toward Exung. Yet facing that impossible speed, Jung merely scoffed. Is that it? That is your speed of light? A shadow surged toward the god of light, moving faster than the magic itself. The god frowned. What? Before he could react, the strike was already at his throat. The god of light gasped. Sung flashed behind him instantly. Half of the god's torso was already gone. Sung glanced back over his shoulder. This is what the true speed of light looks like. The god of light collapsed, his body incinerated. Eyes bulging, he stared at Sung in horror. Impossible. I didn't even see you move. How can you be faster than me? Sung held up a gem. Item SSS plus rank battle spirit orb. Effect increases abilities by 10,000%. He crushed the orb, smiling triumphantly. With this physical level, I move faster than you. Achievement unlocked, faster than light. The fragments turned to dust in his hand. The SSS plus orb has shattered. Good thing I prepared it beforehand. The god of light wheezed, unable to comprehend reality. Sung stepped closer. Still alive. You seem weaker than when we met in the great tree maze. The true blood demon sword glowed crimson. It looks like you were overwhelmed by pure physical might. Sung's face darkened as chaotic magic swirled around him. Let's see this through to the end. Divinity of death. Activated devour evil and parasite. Sharp fangs erupted from the earth, pinning the god of light. He screamed in agony, feeling pain for the first time in eons. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Sung flinch. I only came to observe, just in case. But to think I'd witness such an amusing spectacle. Sung whipped his head around, shock plastered on his face. The figure stepped closer. High-tier concept. Transcendence and death. Destruction, divinity, activated. A wave of magic blasted out, threatening to blow Sung away. Devastating energy surged, wiping the entire area off the map. The deity unleashed true divinity. Just witnessing that face caused reality to distort. In this brutal awakening, Manhwa, any conscious entity facing such destruction, energy faces instant erasure. I can't believe you're entertaining someone else. The demon lord descended with a pout. Raising my fist against such a weakling. It truly breaks my heart. She smiled, her eyes burning with a competitive thrill. With a casual swing, she punched Sung. He couldn't even lift a finger to resist as she watched him fly away with amusement. I owe the light god a favor, so I can't let you die just yet. The demon lord surged forward, her fist colliding with his defense in midair. Play with me instead, I'm much more fun. But the moment her fist grazed his arm, Sung felt a terrifying sensation wash over him. He looked down. His hands were gone. My arms. He gritted his teeth as his flesh began to dissolve. Under the divinity of destruction, existence itself is wiped away. Desperate Sung encased himself in a massive sphere of magical energy to buy a second of time. System alert, divine blessing activated. It nullified the external attack instantly, but the cost was steep. The blessing would now be locked for 12 hours. Peering through the cracks, the demon lord scoffed. A force that resists divinity, I'm glad I descended to this realm. Sung burst from the sphere, throwing a desperate punch. The demon lord merely chuckled. Such unbelievable luck you have. But his attack froze in midair. His body locked up, paralyzed by her pressure. In a flash, a brutal uppercut sent him flying backward. He twisted in midair. Unique skill reflection erupted with power. He aimed a kick straight at her head, an absolute counterattack, valid for only the first strike. The kick connected perfectly with her skull, yet she didn't move an inch. She simply whispered, "Is that it?" Manic laughter filled the air. My turn. She channeled catastrophic force into her fist, launching a blow filled with boundless internal energy. Sung crossed his arms to block, but the force tore right through him. He slammed into the earth, shattering the bedrock beneath him into dust. He gritted his teeth through the pain. My physical stats increased by 10,000%, yet I'm still being pushed back. Victory seemed impossible in this scenario. As the demon lord dragged him into breathing range, Sung desperately sought a way out. Words. Words were his only weapon left in this hopeless manhwa recap. His voice dropped low, trying to diffuse the killing intent. Demon lord, why target a small fry like me? Can't we just take a breath and talk this out? A cruel smile curled her lips. And deny myself this pleasure. She slammed her hands down, pinning him to the earth, her eyes burning with predatory hunger. Facing you excites me more than the dark god or the dragon lord combined. I finally found a worthy prey in this mediocre war, and you want to talk. Her next words froze the blood in his veins. Relax. I already know this world is nothing but a fabrication, a lie destined to crumble. Her form twisted, morphing into a true monstrosity. Before this illusion shatters, shouldn't we taste the sweetness of a real battle while we still can? Warning crimson alerts flooded his vision. An overwhelming entity has been detected. Skill, indomitable, will activated. Authority, King of Winter engaged glacial frost, exploded outward, turning the air brittle. But in that frozen second, a memory forced its way into his mind. It was the warning Chu had given him not long ago. Do you honestly believe they won't realize this world is a fake? Back then, he hadn't grasped the gravity of it. Chu continued, sure, the ancient gods of the real world maintained a fragile peace, but once the gods of this false reality discover the truth, I wonder will they still be our allies? The horrifying realization finally clicked for Sung. That's right. The god of witnessing realized his own existence was a lie, yet he sacrificed his very concept to save Sung in the end. He remembered looking Jom Chung-gyu in the eye, his voice steady with conviction. I choose to believe in them. But Jom Chung-gyu had warned him of the worst-case scenario. Sung's eyes had been firm then. If that happens, I'll try to solve it with words. He had prayed that nightmare would never come to pass. But here in the brutal present, the demon lord's malice shattered that naive hope. Did you think the time god was the only one with eyes? Sung triggered the ice system, blasting himself away from her grasp. She watched him scramble, mocking his effort. Such limited imagination. Eventually, every higher being will pierce the veil of this system Manhwa. Her voice chased him. The time god already sensed it. Space-time is distorted because of a foreign impurity lurking somewhere. Sung planted his feet, aiming a desperate strike at her jaw. She ignored it completely. A fake world, built by a creator. Bam. A fist slammed into his face before he could connect. Standing there in her demonic glory, she pointed a claw. And that contaminant is you, the intruder from the real world. Energy surged. Explosions engulfed Sung's body, but a shimmering barrier flared to life just in time. Skill last stand. Activated critical damage nullified. As her boot smashed into his chin, the authority of victory rewrote fate, deleting the path to defeat. Sung skidded backward, gasping for air. The demon lord merely shrugged, her interest peaking. None of that matters. Her gaze locked onto him like a laser. What matters is that a supreme being from reality stands before me. Memories of a dying world flashed through her mind. Beauty exists only because life ends. She remembered sitting on her throne of ash. Once clashing with the strong was enough to make her feel alive. But the thrill had faded. Eternal war had dulled her soul. After eons of conflict, the adrenaline vanished. Existence became nothing more than a tedious broken game. That was the moment she understood the cruel joke of her existence. That was when the madness truly took hold. For an ancient god, a death match is a lie. She stood amidst the rubble, burdened by the terrible truth. They were cursed with immortality. She stalked toward Sung, her aura suffocating. No matter how we fight, as long as our concepts remain, we cannot truly be destroyed. Sung watched her, analyzing the threat. But in your aura, she whispered, I see the power to shatter that curse. You can kill a god. A twisted, ecstatic grin split her face. And that possibility alone makes this a battle worth dying for. Sung stood his ground silent. She didn't hesitate. A massive haymaker crashed into him. Laughter erupted from her throat, her eyes glowing with bloodlust. A true duel only ends when a heart stops beating. Her cackle echoed like the screams of the damned. Sung dug his heels into the dirt, cursing under his breath. He composed himself. The SSS rank clock of the returner offered no escape. Retreat was impossible. His eyes hardened. The hesitation vanished. It was all or nothing now. He drew his blade, attack nullification ready. Fear was replaced by cold resolve. There was only one objective now, slay the demon lord. His grip tightened on the true blood demon sword. He launched forward. Faster skill heroes reversal activated. The demon lord unleashed a devastating kick, expecting another hit. But suddenly her limb froze in midair. Shock widened her eyes. Sung hadn't just dodged. He had countered. A slash tore across her torso. All stats increased by 2,000. He skidded to a halt, burning rubber, and instantly pivoted. Focus absolute. Mana poured into his blade until it hummed with destruction. The sword erupted in blinding radiance. Sung's eyes were those of an apex predator. Technique super light speed. The world turned white. He tore through the fabric of reality, moving faster than physics should allow. His vision tunneled on a single point. A massive pillar of energy pierced the heavens as he collided with the demon lord. Boom! The earth cracked in two. Dust and fire consumed the arena. Sung stood behind her, his expression ice cold. But victory didn't come. Cold sweat drenched his back. Through the smoke, the sound of wings flapping. It wasn't over. Sung stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Shock paralyzed him. The demon lord didn't have a single scratch. She loomed over him like a mountain. She observed her prey with cold eyes. Not bad. You possess the pure power to rival me, but this is where your story ends. Opponent found. A barrage of purple slashes materialized. Divine damage activated. A judgment from the gods rained down, targeting every living soul in the vicinity. Sung coughed up, blood fury burning in his chest. I won, the enemy declared. His knees buckled. He fell to the ground, the word loser echoing in his mind. He laughed bitterly through the pain. I know. Compared to the three ancient gods, he was nothing. He was still just a novice in this world. He couldn't deny reality. Those ancient gods had accumulated myths, magic, and divinity over eons of time. Before such beings dying before he could even draw his sword. It wasn't surprising at all. But deep in his mind, shadows began to writhe. Even if he was erased without a fight, something within him refused to yield. Despair-filled violet aura wrapped around him. It was natural to feel helpless. But then a voice whispered, when an ancient god faces the truth, will they show you mercy? He clutched his head in agony. I want to believe there's no other way. Am I just making excuses for my own weakness? The voice roared back, wake up. Why do you hesitate now? You've earned the right to dream of the transcendent. Prove it to them. Fight for the teammates you cherish. Sung looked toward the voice. Fear vanished. He stood up, dusting himself off. That's right. I decided to prove my worth long ago. I won't accept defeat just because it's logical. He reached for the system screen. If death comes, I'll force him to use the concept of divinity. Skill activated unwavering faith rank S. The system glitched, evolving to rank X. The mirror of the prover was forged, combining his faith with stolen divinity. Effect plunder. 1 divinity concept from the target for 10 minutes. Warning. Activation failed. Soul rank must be equal to the target. Outside the interface, the demon lord closed in. What a pity, she sighed, reaching for him. I thought I finally found a worthy rival. But you are nothing. She paused, narrowing her eyes. Perhaps I should wait a few eons. Let you grow a bit more before I crush you. She grabbed him by the collar. But this is a simulation, and I don't have time to waste. She lifted Sung high into the air. Goodbye. Suddenly Sung smirked. He gripped her shoulder with arrogance. It's not over yet. Abyss adjustment. Equalize rank with target. The demon lord froze. Soul rank adjustment. She stared at him in disbelief. In an instant, you became my equal. For 4 minutes, the playing field was leveled. Sung tore himself free from her grasp while she was still processing the shock. Impossible, she gasped. As Sung landed, he drove a heavy kick into her side. He grinned at the stumbling god. The real battle starts now. The system flared. The transcendent god and death god smiled with twisted glee. Sung crouched low, feral energy radiating from him. I almost forgot about this little trick. Black magic lined with violet lightning erupted from his palm. This was a power designed to kill gods. Divine Registry activated. Condition met target, engaged in combat for over 44 minutes. The divinity of death shall now consume them. A spear of black smoke pierced straight through the ancient god. "What is this?" she screamed, clutching her chest. "My divinity. It's crumbling." "What is this?" Sung replied, cold. "This is your execution." Behind him, the shadow of a different ancient god loomed. Death, divinity, absolute creation, activated. However, the demon queen froze in place. This was not part of her calculation. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion tore through space, shattering the earth into dust. Sung crashed to the ground, his body a map of agony, crimson blood, dripping like rain. A female voice pierced the smoke. "Impressive. Shattering my divine concept was a bold move. But unlike others, my power is infinite, drawn from every servant I rule across the cosmos." She hoisted him into the air, impaled on her very blade. The divinity of the demon god meant absolute mana integration. Physical limits and destruction no longer applied to her. Furthermore, mana was forcibly siphoned from every demonic existence in the universe to fuel her. A malevolent crimson aura swirled violently around her form. She smiled with chilling arrogance. "In other words, no matter what underhanded tricks you use, my divine concept will never crumble." The demon queen glared at Sung. "Now rot in hell." But his voice cut through. "Finally, I can use it." Her eyes went wide as a pitch-black monstrosity with 100 eyes manifested before her. The system Manhwa interface. Flashed, conditions met. User refuses death. The demon god stared into the abyss, paralyzed by sudden confusion. "Is this the legendary system?" The notification continued. Unique trait, necromancy side effect activated. Death negated once per year. She clenched her fist in fury. "Is he resurrecting right before my eyes?" A radiant magic circle ignited on the ground. The demon queen scoffed. "Your will to survive is commendable, I'll admit. But I've already pierced your heart. We both know how this ends. The winner is decided." She stared down at the circle, declaring, "This is nothing but a desperate delusion. Have you forgotten a battle only ends when one of us stops breathing? And that moment is closer than you think." She sneered, spouting arrogant blasphemies. Suddenly, a hand burst from the magic circle. "And I have no intention of explaining myself to a corpse." He crushed her shocked face in his grip. Sung hauled himself up, his other fist tightening with killing intent. "I just need to show you reality." The system announced undying faith. Activation, complete proof of belief. Effect, usurp. One divine concept from the opponent for 10 minutes. The demon queen was forced to her knees, pinned by his iron grip. However, the skill had a condition. User and opponent must possess equal divinity and soul rank. He hoisted the demon lord high into the air, her dark magic violently siphoning into his own body. "I'll be borrowing your divine core for a moment," he declared. The cooldown timer set for 1 year. She struggled to force words through her strangled throat. "What are you doing?" Agony ripped through her, as a fragment of her very soul was torn away. Suddenly her eyes widened in sheer terror. A devastating punch connected with her face, sending shockwaves through her skull. Sung-jun grinned, baring his teeth in savage excitement as he cocked his arm back for round 2. This stolen divinity shared the same essence as pure mana, shattering the limits of physical enhancement. The ceiling for destruction had just vanished. He unleashed a barrage of strikes against the paralyzed demon lord. The system materialized with a ruthless notification. Divinity and mana were being forcibly drained from every demonic existence in the cosmos. The absolute dominance, typical of a system Manhwa. Sung-jun raised his left leg and delivered a thunderous kick straight to her beautiful face. She was launched backward, crashing into the ruins, with enough force to pulverize the stone debris into dust. His expression darkened instantly. So this is the power of a demon god. But as the arrogance returned to his face, something even more shocking occurred. His own divine name began to expand after the theft. The stolen divinity was causing Sung-jun's title, the Challenger, to evolve. He muttered under his breath, unable to fully grasp the metamorphosis happening within his soul. "Expansion complete," the system announced. Sung-jun focused, "I need to make the most of this stolen power while I can." 3 glowing orbs, crimson and gold, now rested in his palm. The system flashed a new title. Sung-jun's divine name had evolved into the Transcendent Death God. Amidst the smoke of the battlefield, the demon lord's voice rang out, dripping with malice. "That's a sacred relic, isn't it?" She emerged from the dust. "An item capable of stealing conceptual divinity. A forbidden tool that requires a high god to sacrifice their very existence just to forge it." I wonder where a rat like you found such a treasure. She smiled dangerously. However, you haven't completely stolen my authority yet, have you? The demon lord blurred into motion, rushing toward Sung-ju. If I can create even a split-second opening before you take the rest, I can reclaim control over my divinity. That is how I win. She lunged with killing intent. Sung-ju parried the strike, and the two titans clashed once more, the demon lord grinding her teeth in desperation. She's right, Sung-ju realized. I haven't fully absorbed it. There's still a gap where the divinity of death is trying to corrode her resistance. Meanwhile, her power keeps flowing into me. Sung-ju smirked. Reclaim control, you. He delivered another crushing kick, sending her hurtling into the distance again. She roared in fury, losing her composure. So what? If I knock you down and seize that chance, the power returns to me? Sung-ju narrowed his eyes, his gaze heavy with murderous intent. Don't you see? The winner of this round will be me, she screamed as they took to the sky, two beams of catastrophic light colliding in the heavens. Far below, a figure on the ground clutched his head in confusion. What in the hell is going on? While I was knocked out, did the demon god start a war against the gods of transcendence and death? He looked up at the sky, trembling. And the weirdest part is, why do I sense two distinct signatures of the demon god up there? He stood up, grabbing his jacket. Whatever. I'll let the demon lord handle that mess. I need to focus on my job. He stomped the ground, flaring his mana, and rocketed into the air. The god of light narrowed his eyes. I will assist the god of darkness in the battle against the dragon god. On the battlefield, Sung-ju noticed a streak of light ascending rapidly. Is that the god of light? Sung-ju's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Is he heading toward the dragon? And darkness god's panic set in. I have to stop him. The demon lord screamed, frantic for his attention. Where are you looking? You said this wouldn't end until one of us died. She unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. This nightmare isn't over yet. Suddenly, she froze, realizing one of her arms had just been severed instantly. Sung-ju gripped his blade, his voice cold. Sorry, something came up. I need to end this now. But in that split second, he froze, his eyes widening in horror. The demon lord smirked, blood dripping from her lips. You finally noticed. Sung-ju felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What just happened? She effortlessly dodged his next slash. She landed gracefully. It must be this thing, right? She held up a golden object. The ultimate grade sacred relic. The very thing that allowed you to defy me. In her hand was the golden mirror. You used this to steal my conceptual divinity. Eternal faith. It was a pain to snatch it from you, but holding it now? It feels exquisite. Sung-ju frowned deeply. So that was your plan all along. You recklessly charged in just to pickpocket me. She gripped the mirror tight. You stole my concept. Cracks began to spiderweb across the glass surface. Her eyes went wide with madness. Did you really think I'd just let you keep it? Before Sung-ju could react, the mirror shattered into dust. Yes, a masterpiece created by a high god's sacrifice, destroyed in an instant. She laughed triumphantly. The durability of these relics is pathetic. But at least the effects of an ultimate relic don't vanish immediately after activation. However, take comfort in knowing you will never be able to use this cheat item again. The demon lord looked at him, cackling with pure delight. She snapped her fingers. And looks like your time is up. She watched as Sung-ju coughed up a mouthful of blood. You were using the relic's power to suppress the backlash, weren't you? But the moment it broke, my demon divinity started eating your insides. She smirked with satisfaction. Now, you can't use any divine power at all. Moving a single finger should be impossible for you now, let alone moving faster than the speed of light. Is that your final answer? A flash of light tore through the air. His sword slashed clean through the demon god's torso. She stood there, stunned, as Sung-ju spoke. You said I can't use power, can't move at light speed. Sung-ju looked at her, his eyes burning with blue fire. Let's test that theory. The system roared to life. The demon god of transcendence and death unleashes a cold burning rage. Forced mythic acceleration is now active. Sung-ju's movements defied the laws of physics, transcending light itself. He activated forced super light speed. The demon lord stared in disbelief as the system announced, Awakening Divine Battle Will. User capability allows for near light speed movement. Sung-ju became a blur of death, slashing the demon lord 1,000 times in a heartbeat. She screamed in denial. You shouldn't be able to move. Your body is being corroded by my divinity. What of it? Sung-ju didn't stop. That garbage doesn't affect me, the system declared. From this moment on, challenger Han Sung-ju receives the forced divine effect. Sung-ju raised his sword high, his voice echoing like thunder. If I can't do it naturally, then I will force reality to obey my will. The system warned forced activation permitted. Price violation of natural order. The demon god's divinity was ripped away. In this leveling manhwa climax, Sung unleashed a storm of slashes upon her. Divinity, demonic nature. Physical limiters released. Destructive capacity, infinite. The demon queen collapsed, golden particles of magic bleeding from her form. Sung perched on a rock opposite her, panting. Now, the divinity of the demon god is under my command. He stared into her emotionless eyes. That means the immortality you possessed through your conceptual existence is gone. You will be swallowed by the true divinity of death. The demon queen murmured, "Well, I certainly didn't foresee this outcome. A truly perfect defeat." Sung offered a cold comfort. "You were simply unlucky. If you had fought the god of darkness or the dragon god instead of me, victory might have been yours." She chuckled softly. "How irritating. Is that the winner's pity for the loser?" She bowed her head, her physical form beginning to dissolve. "I've been stripped of my divinity. I will die and I will not return." Sung asked. "Are you afraid?" She replied. "Not really. I roamed the cosmos and did as I pleased. I fought the strong until I grew sick of it. Yet, none of them could compare to this magnificent battle." She looked at Sung's faint smile. "I am satisfied. Farewell, my most formidable rival." And with that, the demon queen faded into the void, erased from existence. As for Sung, he attempted to absorb the demon god's core, but it rejected fusion. He glared at the holographic screen. Is it still impossible, even now? He could use transcendent myth forced acceleration to rip it out. But his warrior's intuition screamed, no. An overwhelming sense of dread and primal fear washed over him. Sung realized he had to stop immediately. Dark blood trickled from his lips. As he wiped it away, he realized the terrifying truth: the demon divinity was corroding his own soul. "I've triggered forced acceleration too many times. The price for violating the laws of power is catching up to me." Sung frowned, his body heavy. "Even maintaining undying faith without support is draining my life force. I need to finish this before the demon divinity consumes me." The scene shifted to a desolate wasteland where the god of darkness stood mocking a fallen figure. "Heh. Dragon god, my poor child. You've become so frail that the very foundation of your conceptual existence is crumbling. A pitiful sight for an awakening manhwa legend. Is this all the strength you have left? Ah, I remember. Back when I fought the transcendent god and the avatar of death, in the West your divine concept was shattered, then wasn't it?" She noticed the golden crest on the dragon god's forehead had faded by half. The dragon god struggled to rise. I weakened myself for the sake of my successor. Yet blood stained her teeth as she grinned savagely. "But even so, I will absolutely never lose to the likes of you. God of darkness, cease your play." The god of light emerged from the void. The darkness god grit her teeth in annoyance. The god of light approached, basking in the chaos. "This feels exquisite," he smirked. "I didn't expect to land such a critical hit with my very first strike." He wore a smile of pure malice. The god of darkness whirled around. "God of light, why are you here? I don't recall giving you permission to interfere in my hunt." "Don't misunderstand," the light god reasoned smoothly. "While the transcendent god and death are busy with the demon god, I thought it prudent to eliminate the dragon god immediately. After all, since the dragon god named that human her successor, he's bound to become a thorn in our side later, isn't he?" He gathered a massive concentration of mana, aiming directly at the fallen dragon. Besides, her divinity is already fading. That makes her a valid target for elimination in this manhwa. Recap, don't you agree? The dragon god cursed internally. "I hate being this pathetic." Her thoughts drifted to Sung. "I just wanted to look cool in front of my student." She steeled herself to face the incoming annihilation. "My successor. I must protect his future at all costs." Ka boom. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. The god of light's eyes widened in shock. She vanished. He stared at the empty space where she had just been. Behind him, Sung stood tall, cradling the dragon god in his arms. He looked down at her with intense worry. "Did you do this? Because of me? You ended up in this state. All because of me, didn't you? Please stop forcing yourself to fight for my sake." Longden's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "My successor?" Suddenly, a terrifying surge of magic erupted from Sung's body. "Leave everything to me from now on." He gently lowered Longden to the ground, kneeling with the grace of a king before his subject. "Rest easy now, Longden. From this moment on, I will be your shield." As he tenderly patted her head, Long then looked at him with absolute faith. Understood. My successor. Watching his silhouette fade into the distance, she felt a wave of peace wash over her for the first time. Long then pressed a hand to her heart, her face glowing with relief. Perhaps, resting for a while wouldn't be so bad. Meanwhile, the god of light barked out a rude command. Hey Shung, why do I sense the demon god's vile aura reeking off of you? What have you done? Where is the demon god hiding? Shung's expression darkened into a mask of death. Silence. In a blink, he lunged, driving a devastating fist straight into the deity's face. The god froze, realizing his face was being crushed in a vice-like grip. What the hell is this power? He raised a trembling hand in panic. Wait, hold on. Quiet. Shung's eyes were cold as steel. Wasting words on trash who doesn't even realize I already slaughtered the demon god. He crushed the god's skull tighter. It is time for you to perish. Activate infinite death. Parasite? And devour all. A grotesque eldritch energy coiled around the god of light like a serpent. Terror seized him. My physical form is dissolving. The realization hit him like a truck. It wasn't just his body. No, even my very divinity is being erased. The system announced judgment. The demon god of transcendence and death has declared a final execution on the target. The light god incinerated instantly into a wisp of black-purple flame. Sung spoke without emotion. Now that the small fry has been deleted, let me ask you, goddess of darkness, will you stop aiding the god of time and consider an alliance with me instead? I don't know what promises you made to that ancient fossil. Mana began to pool ominously in Chung's palm. But surely you have your own reasons for standing in my way. If our ultimate goals aren't so different, why not become allies instead of enemies? A heavy, suffocating silence descended upon the battlefield. Chung stood his ground against the encroaching shadows. The goddess finally spoke, her voice weary. Little one, your efforts are wasted. Our paths are parallel lines, destined never to meet. If I abandon that fool, now my deepest wish will never come to fruition. She stepped closer to Shung, her presence overwhelming. This world is nothing but a fake, which makes my desire all the more necessary. She observed Exong with a melancholic smile. I only wish to witness the glory of the brilliant light reaching its absolute zenith. For eons I have searched endlessly for that radiance. I once wondered if the god of light could become my beacon, but that radiance was far too weak to shake the foundations of the cosmos. The god of time possessed the innate gift to grasp the conceptual divinity of time itself. Yet his ending was nothing short of an absolute disgrace. The goddess of darkness paused before her voice dripped with disdain. No, across this entire universe they are all the same. Trash, filth, arrogant fools driven by ambition who could never become a true brilliant light. But finally, one being has emerged. An existence that shrouds the entire universe, wielding two transcendental divinities and the power of death itself. A soul unlike anything ever witnessed. One possessing true qualification and talent. She gently placed her hand on Zung's face. If there ever was a light to illuminate this pitch-black cosmos, that light is you. She wrapped her arms around his body, leaning in close as she whispered the truth. This is the gift your soul has carried since birth. An existence destined to attain the divinity of death. No matter what variables or chaos attempted to intervene, it wouldn't matter which world you were born into. The moment you awakened your mana, you were bound to become a mighty ancient god. Shung gasped in shock. What did you say? The goddess explained. Simply put, you possess the innate talent to awaken the divinity of death, all on your own. Shung's eyes widened in pure horror. From the very beginning, Sung-jun possessed a soul capable of unlocking the power of death. I was born with this soul talent, he thought. Does that mean I was fated to wield the divinity of death from the start? The goddess chuckled softly. Now then, little one, let us become one. I will do whatever it takes, just to remain by your side. Zung's consciousness began to drift into his inner world. Transcendental divinity is the power I gained by climbing the tower, but the divinity of death is a power I possessed without ever stepping foot inside. He felt like he was plummeting into an endless abyss. Why? Sung asked himself. Why did it feel like I could never truly get stronger? Suddenly, the crimson vortex around him began to churn violently. Sung clawed his way out of the current, gasping for air. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Is this my inner world? Before him lay a vast reddish-brown dimension. In the center raged a golden tornado. Sung-jun analyzed quickly. This is completely different from the inner world I saw on the 11th floor of the tower. That shimmering vortex? It must symbolize the divine power I gained through necromancy. But then he spotted a sinister purple mist, like a darkness devouring the starlight itself. "That is the divinity of darkness," the goddess's voice echoed. She stepped toward Sung-jun. "I have passed on my conceptual divinity fused with my very own ego directly to you." Sung-jun froze. "You passed on the divinity of darkness." He clenched his fists as the realization hit him. "That means the divinity of darkness has dissolved into my inner world. It's fusing to become a single true world." Precisely. To an ancient god, their conceptual divinity is their very self, their ego. The ego is the inner world, the realm of the mind, the darkness swallowing the light. It meant the conceptual divinity Sung-jun received was now clashing violently with his own divinity. The two inner worlds were forcibly merging into one. Sung pushed himself up, ready to unite both realms and step into the true world. He stared at the goddess of darkness standing opposite him. "Have you lost your mind?" Yet she simply stood there, watching him with eerie calm. The goddess replied, "My dear child, to you this may seem insane, but for me, there is no path greater than this." He narrowed his eyes in suspicion as she continued, "Petty battles do not matter. Becoming one, ascending to the real world together, that is the only way I can witness the brilliant light that is you." Sung-jun took a determined step forward, realizing this was the climax of his awakening Manhwa journey. Aiding the god of time was never my priority. Being near him simply made it easier to find the perfect moment. To carve the divinity of darkness into your soul. She brought her face inches from his, smiling with joy. "Yes, my beloved. I never intended to give strength to the god of time from the start." It was quite the successful performance, wasn't it? Sung scowled deeply. "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" He countered sharply. "Invading my mental world to hitch a ride to reality. You know the catastrophic consequences of this. Two existences, sharing the same conceptual divinity, cannot coexist. One will be defined as real, the other as fake. Or worse, both could merge and face total annihilation." Chung glared at the silent goddess, his mind racing. If the divinity of darkness, one of the three ancient gods, disappears, the balance of power in the universe will crumble. Gods hostile to the pantheon, or even traitors within, they will use this chaos to strike. I must stop this at all costs. Even putting politics aside, Sung-jun resolved himself. I cannot let the original divinity of darkness die. He cut her off. "So, what is your plan?" The goddess smiled softly at his words. "Variables. Of course they might occur." She didn't stop there. "But, compared to rotting in this place, I would rather gamble my entire existence." Terrifying purple mana erupted around the goddess of darkness. "So let us not waste any more time. Let us become one. And cross over to the other side." She was absolutely certain of her victory. A massive wave of violet magic surged forward, aiming to crush Sung-jun. He flinched, barely dodging the strike. The goddess taunted him. "The mental world is not a place for physical brute force. Here, we battle with the weapon of spiritual resilience. My consciousness is engraved into the divinity of darkness itself. Whichever side bears the greater weight of time possesses the stronger spirit. Therefore, the victory is already mine. I am an entity who has endured an eternity." Purple magical chains manifested from thin air. They coiled around Sung's face, gagging him instantly. The goddess looked down at Sung, who was bound and helpless. She cooed softly, "Do not worry, my child. I will end this carefully, to ensure you feel the least amount of pain. Against such an overwhelming gap in power, you only need to blink, and it will all be over." She leaned into Sung-jun. "Now become one with me. When we meet again, we shall talk properly." Suddenly Sung-jun's voice cut through the silence. "I wouldn't be so sure about that." Snap! The magical chains shattered, falling harmlessly into the water below. Sung let out a dark chuckle. "Whichever side bears the greater weight of time has the stronger spirit. Who decided that rule?" His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. In the mental world, victory isn't decided by something as vague as spirit or age. It depends entirely on conceptual divinity. Boom! An explosion of energy erupted. Sung planted his feet firmly, completely free of her bindings. "Let me make this easy for you to understand, like the rules of a system Manhwa. You possess only one conceptual divinity, darkness." Hearing this, the goddess ground her teeth in frustration. Sung smirked, his aura flaring. "But I possess two conceptual divinities, and that creates an overwhelming gap in power." Sung pressed his palms together, a smirk playing on his lips. Then, "O darkness, to be gone." Two blinding beams, one gold, one crimson, erupted into the void. The goddess shielded her eyes from the searing illumination. The system chimed in. The divinity of darkness is overwhelmed by confusion and grits her teeth in frustration. Chung clenched his fist, controlling the realm. This mental world is a construct of pure spirit, held together by conceptual divinity. His gaze pierced through her. You cannot defeat me here. I possess two conceptual divinities. It is over. A vortex of crimson energy spun into a frenzy. The goddess of darkness could only watch in awe as the end approached. The red cyclone slammed into her, and she bore the brunt of it in silence. As she crumbled to the ground, Sung looked down at the fallen deity. Divinity of darkness. Do you have any final words? I will grant you one final request. The goddess groaned, looking up at him with fading eyes. Dragging you into the mental world was a fatal miscalculation. How heartbreaking. I thought it was the optimal strategy to ascend to reality with you. Yet a flawless ascension vessel like yourself has to witness such a tragic end. She reached out a trembling hand. My dear child, allow me to touch your face one last time. Shung stood silent as her fingers drifted upward. Her cold fingers grazed his cheek. I have no regrets about dying. My only sorrow is fading away before I could witness the birth of that true brilliant light. Zheng gently clasped her hand. I am sorry, truly. But even if you perish here, I cannot transport your consciousness to the real world. Her eyes widened in shock as he continued. If I brought you to the realm above, the divinity of darkness in reality would likely cease to exist entirely. So, that is how it is. She smiled, withdrawing her hand. She realized this child was bearing a heavy burden too. As an ancient god, she would leave with dignity. Gazing at Sung, her smile grew radiant, a stark contrast to her dark nature. Even so, my mood isn't terrible. She materialized a pitch-black sphere. You said you would listen to a dying wish, correct? Sung blinked in surprise. This is. She offered it to him. A fragment of my divinity. Could you deliver this to me in the real world up there? As her form began to dissolve into mist, the system flashed. The divinity of darkness has entrusted a request to you. Chung gripped the orb tight. I promise. It will be done. Thank you, my dear child. With those final words, she faded into the void. The system whispered, the divinity of darkness feels profound gratitude and closes her eyes forever. The scene shifted to the imposing clock tower. Blue mana exploded violently. Standing amidst the chaos, the god of time muttered to himself like a madman. Just a little more. Just a fraction more, and the ascension seed will be mine. Suddenly, Sung's voice sliced through the air. Are you planning to shatter the divine barrier erected on the battlefield of gods? Chung frowned, stepping out of the shadows. And you deployed this barrier just to claim me for yourself. The old god spun around his face, a portrait of shock. The ascension seed? How? How are you here? Before he could finish, Chung delivered a thunderous kick to his gut. The god of time was launched across the room. It's me, old man. Who else would it be? Chung narrowed his eyes into a terrifying smile. Long time no see. The system roared. The demon god of transcendence and death radiates extreme bloodlust and fury. Gasping for air, the god of time frantically scanned his surroundings. To the left, his divine domain, the clock tower. To the right, the sealing ritual, meant to capture the ascension seed. He looked back at Sung. It was all shattered. The system chimed in. The god of time realizes your strength has surpassed his imagination. True fear is taking hold. Sung stared him down, his voice dripping with disrespect. Hey, he took a menacing step forward. I said it's been a long time. Are you too scared to answer me? The system flashed. The demon god frowns in annoyance. The god of time froze, then shrieked in hysteria. What the hell is happening here? How could you possibly get this strong in such a short time? You were dying just moments ago. Even with the demon god's interference, you shouldn't even be able to stand. Suddenly, the god of time's eyes bulged. I see. I understand now. You couldn't have killed the demon god. You used a dirty trick like a glitch in a system, Manhwa, to escape. You damned ascension seed. He clutched his head, manic laughter bubbling up as he pointed a trembling finger at Sung. It won't be long now. The gods of darkness and light, even the demon god himself, will come to hunt you down. You are finished. Ascension seed. Shung delivered a devastating punch straight to the old man's face. In the blink of an eye, a follow-up kick sent the god of time flying backward. He slammed into the rear wall, shattering it into dust. Shung stood amidst the debris, his expression terrifyingly calm. They are not coming to save you. His voice was ice cold. Do you know why no one is coming? It is because I have already slaughtered every single soul that dared to stand in my way. Murderous intent radiated from Sung's face like a dark aura. The god of time let out a hollow laugh. Is that so? In the end, it seems even I cannot alter a destiny that has already been written. How truly pathetic. Sung glared down at him with eyes devoid of warmth. Soon the jaws of death will consume you completely. But before your existence ceases, I have questions. Will you answer? The god of time narrowed his eyes. The seed of ascension seeks wisdom from me. It is an honor. I do not mind. Ask away. Sung cut straight to the point. What did you witness through the heavenly eye that made you bestow the title of Seed of Ascension upon me? The god of time replied, so that is the truth you seek. I witnessed an ending, woven entirely from threads of deceit. The gods who fought in the divine war had vanished, leaving behind only their divinity and souls. And amidst that void, I saw you, locked in a cataclysmic duel with a transcendent existence. You emerged victorious. And amidst the world's destruction, your true path of ascension began. That is the reason. The old god looked deep into Shung's eyes. I named you the Seed of Ascension because I sensed your destiny. You are fated to become a transcendent being yourself. Shung remained silent, absorbing the weight of those words. The god of time's voice echoed one last time. However, all of that is nothing more than a fleeting daydream. You will remain a mere fragment of a dream that will never wake up. Farewell. His form disintegrated into particles of light, just like the demon lord and the god of darkness before him. The system window flashed urgently. Time limit expired. The stolen divinity of the demon god born from undying faith has dissipated. The divine title of Challenger Han Sung has merged, becoming the god of transcendence and death. Sung looked somber. It is finally over. He scratched his head, feeling a strange emptiness. There is no one left for me to fight. So I guess everything is fine now. Suddenly, the demon lord's voice echoed in the air. Goodbye, my rival. When Sung turned around, she had already vanished completely. He caught a floating orb in his hand. At least I can keep a souvenir, right? A notification appeared. You have acquired a fragment of the demon god's divinity. Sung smiled, satisfied. Now, it is time to meet the dragon god. Suddenly, he flinched. Something soft had just brushed against his cheek. The dragon god chimed in, her voice bubbling with joy. She giggled. Caught you. My successor, do you not think you dropped your guard too early just because the battle ended? He offered a weary smile. I admit your little prank actually startled me. The dragon god chuckled with sheer delight. See, my stealth skills are absolute top tier, aren't they? Then with a heavy sigh, she turned to Sung-jun. Though I can no longer sense the aura of the time god or those who stood with him. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing through Sung-jun. Killing low-tier trash like the time god or light god is one thing. But for the darkness god and the demon god to vanish completely. Now, that is truly strange. Sung-jun remained silent, his guard up as he studied her. After a few tense minutes, he finally confessed. You're right. I am the one who slaughtered them. The dragon god smiled softly, I see. She turned her back to him, her voice tinged with bitterness. I couldn't care less about the time god, but darkness and demon. I actually enjoyed chatting and laughing with them from time to time. A shadow of grief crossed her face. But don't worry, I bear no grudge against you, my successor. It's just, ancient memories are flooding back, that's all. Sung-jun's eyes sharpened. He stepped forward and placed a firm hand on her shoulder. Then, from this moment on, you will stay by my side. Sung-jun continued, his voice steady. You once said you wanted to choose me as the dragon god's successor, and I accepted that destiny. Shouldn't we walk this path together then? A confident spark lit up his eyes. As I said before, I intend to inherit the divinity. But listen, dragon god. As your successor, the laws of the universe forbid two identical divinities from existing at once. If I inherit the dragon god's power and return to reality, the universe will purge one of us. Either the real you or me will have our conceptual existence erased to prevent a paradox. The dragon god explained, her voice trembling slightly. That is why I plan to transfer all my divinity to you. I was ready to give up my eternal fate and the mark of the dragon god. I just wanted to live as myself. Yet here you are, asking me to continue existing as the dragon god, even though you've inherited the exact same power. Sung-jun replied with calm, absolute conviction. Because only then can we find the answer. We need to know if two beings bearing the dragon god's divinity can defy the laws of this universe and coexist. The dragon god stared at him in silence, the weight of his words sinking in. Suddenly overcome with emotion, she lunged forward and wrapped Sung-jun in a tight embrace. Fine, then I will try transferring half of my dragon divinity to you just as you asked. She pulled back, her eyes serious. But remember, once we start, there is no turning back, even if you regret it. Sung-jun clenched his fists. From this point on, it's an all-or-nothing gamble. I have to make this work. Behind him, the dragon god began to pour her immense power into his being. Sung-jun's mind raced. I will use the power of death to incinerate the seal of the unabsorbed dragon divinity within me. Then I'll fill that void with a new energy flowing from her. I'll use the skill gluttony to devour and suppress any rejection reaction from the system. Finally, I will engrave the power of transcendence and rewrite the very definition of the dragon body concept. Just a little more. I will make this power uniquely mine. Now, a divinity representing only the dragon god and a separate dragon divinity representing only me have been born. The system chime rang out. Conditions have been met. Thanks to the dragon god's divinity, the challenger Sung-jun's status screen shattered its limits, a true awakening Manhwa evolution. His divine title expanded, merging dragon god transcendence and death. The dragon god gasped in pure shock. Impossible. Is this real? Two dragon god divinities are existing in the same universe at the exact same time. Sung-jun explained, power radiating from him. By engraving my own conceptual divinity and altering its definition, I forced the universe to recognize it as a completely separate existence. He turned to face the dragon god. Now both of us bear the title of dragon god. Yet neither of us has lost our original divinity. We are both whole, Sung-jun declared with a triumphant smile. In short, we succeeded. He extended his hand toward her. I don't know when this war of gods will end, but one thing is undeniable. The time we can spend together has just been extended. The dragon god took his hand warmly. Sung-jun spoke now as a student to a master. You surely have much to teach your successor. Until the very end, I'll be counting on you. Suddenly, blood splattered across his face. Sung-jun's eyes went wide with horror. The creator god Sisa had driven her hand straight through the dragon god's chest. You've been through quite a lot, fighting those annoying old gods, haven't you? Sisa smiled with sickening delight. I figured you must be exhausted, so I came to visit you personally. So you really should be grateful to me. The creator god giggled, drunk on her own advantage. Truly amazing, she exclaimed. Two dragon god divinities in a single universe. And the world actually recognizes them as separate entities. She squealed in excitement. You really are a monster that transcends the category of an old god. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, I'm actually interested in you. Sung-jun caught the collapsing dragon god in his arms as the creator god continued her twisted pitch. I don't want a mere transaction with you. I want cooperation. No, even more than that. I want to build a deep personal relationship. So have you changed your mind? Sung-jun's eyes trembled with rage. Sisa reached out a welcoming hand. Will you join me on this journey? Suddenly, she froze. Sung-jun slashed her without hesitation. Sisa looked surprised by the sudden attack, then let out a low chuckle. Sung-jun stood behind her, trembling with fury. You. He grit his teeth and spun around, charging straight at her. I will kill you. The authority skill. Chaos Origin Demon Sword activated, multiplier effect engaged. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, burning his holy power to amplify the skill's damage by 12 times. A massive explosion rocked the dimension. Sung-jun clashed violently with the creator god, but then he froze. Ignoring the enemy, he turned and sprinted desperately back to the dragon god. Dragon god Sung-jun lifted her up, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Why, he screamed in helplessness. Why isn't it healing? A terrifying thought struck him. Did she lose her immortality when she passed the succession to me? The sphere of her divinity was beginning to fade into nothingness. Sung-jun clenched his jaw, panic rising. No time to think. I have to use blood command to repair her heart. A crimson vortex of magic swirled around them. I have to return her divinity to its original state. Suddenly, the dragon god grabbed his hand. Successor, she whispered weakly. Stop. Sung-jun stammered, his voice breaking. Stop. What are you saying? She stroked his cheek with tender affection. I've known for a long time that this place is just someone's dream. Sung-jun mumbled, stunned. But why? He screamed, tears forming in his eyes. You knew this was all an illusion, yet you sacrificed everything for me. You threw yourself away just to save me. The dragon god smiled peacefully. Even if it was just a fleeting dream, I was happy. She poured her heart out one last time. From the moment I was born, I was always alone. That's why I was always curious. What it felt like to be with someone. What it meant to have a companion. Perhaps this was a gift. A reward for all those long, lonely years. Her eyes began to close. In the end, I finally got to meet you, Sung, my successor. Her voice faded into a whisper. Even if it was only for a short moment, I got to dream of a future with you. And it was a truly bright and beautiful future. Her expression turned gentle. Successor, may I ask you for one final favor? Memories flooded her mind. A beautiful scene of majestic dragons soaring through the skies, one she had shared with Sung-du. In that moment, the dragon god had been truly happy. But now, part of her horn began to dissolve into light. She whispered earnestly, please let these memories of our time together be transmitted to my true self in the real world. I will put my trust in you. Sung watched her with eyes full of pain. The dragon god bared her sharp teeth in a final brilliant grin. Her body slowly began to scatter into the void. Goodbye for now, my eternal successor. Sung stood dazed as the dragon god faded away completely. Unconsciously, he reached his hand out toward the empty space. The system announced acquired fragment of the sacred dragon's divinity. Sung murmured to the silence. What words should I say? He clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. Should I express my gratitude? Suddenly, Sung-du punched the ground, the earth cracking beneath the impact. Or should I apologize for being too weak to protect her? He seethed with anger directed at himself. The answer was already decided within me. I am sorry, sacred dragon. Just then, the god of creation stepped toward him. Well, this is a surprise. She crossed her arms, commenting casually. To think the sacred dragon would voluntarily give up her life. Should I call it luck? How strange indeed. Regardless, the result is that only you and I remain. I suppose that counts as good fortune. Han Sung-jun instinctively leaped backward, his guard instantly raised to maximum. He furrowed his brows in confusion. What the hell is going on? I clearly saw you shattered into pieces. A realization flashed through Sung's mind. Or perhaps a memory of a system mechanic. The divinity of creation can generate something new by sacrificing the divinities of faith and legend. He accused her. Did you use your creation divinity to craft holy artifacts focused solely on survival? She let out a chilling laugh. Correct. Right now you look at me as if I am nothing more than an insect, do you not? That is why I could not face you without proper preparation. She flourished, her cloak revealing its hidden power. What do you think? These are ultimate holy artifacts, specialized in survival and defense. Even though you managed to destroy half of them already. Sung's rage boiled over. You better keep your mouth shut. Spouting nonsense will not save you. The god of creation smiled eerily. Will not save me, you say? Murderous aura exploded from Sung's body. Either way, you will die by my hand today. She chuckled softly, unfazed. I doubt that. You do not have the strength left to fight properly, do you? Clang. Sung's grip failed, and his sword hit the ground. He groaned as the pain of his injuries finally caught up to him. The god of creation looked down at him analytically. I have been observing your fighting style this entire time, and thanks to that, I have figured it out. She smirked triumphantly. Among the powers you utilized, there was forced super speed. Was there not? That kind of power demands a terrible price. The system had warned him back then. This effect inflicts a severe backlash for defying the laws of nature. My instincts tell me you are suffering right now. Sung could not deny it. He could feel the backlash tearing him apart from the inside. The status effect fear was spreading through his veins like poison. It felt as if he were staring into the abyss of a thousand-eyed monster. He gasped for breath, desperately trying to stabilize his mind. No. If I let the fear consume me, even my self-recovery abilities will be rendered useless. Stay calm. I need to buy time until the fear status wears off. The god of creation looked intrigued, as Sung forced himself to speak. What was your goal? Why slaughter the three ancient gods? And the others? What did you hope to achieve? She tapped her chin thoughtfully. The result I desire from their deaths is not something I usually share with others. However, since there is a chance you might become my companion, I suppose I can reveal it. A massive column of golden mana erupted behind her, piercing the sky. Sung narrowed his eyes against the blinding light. What the hell is it this time? Why does that structure look exactly like a trial tower? Before his eyes, a colossal golden tower manifested into reality. She extended her hand toward it, her voice swelling with pride. Behold, for the sake of a new world, from this moment on, I shall forge transcendent beings. She smiled, a twisted gleam in her eyes. It needs a name, does it not? The god of creation turned her cunning gaze back to Sung. How about we call it the Tower of Trials? Sung's voice cracked with disbelief. Are you insane? Did you dare to lay a hand on your own allies, the god of miracles and the god of rules? She chuckled darkly. Precisely. Thanks to you eliminating the 3 ancient gods, I was able to complete the tower's architecture using my creation divinity. Sung watched her every muscle tense. She continued, but with creation divinity alone, I could only build the shell. It lacked the power necessary to forge a true transcendent. So I had a thought. She flashed a grotesque smile, glancing at the tower's shimmering wall. If one divinity is insufficient, then I simply needed to add more. Embedded within the golden walls, the severed heads of the god of rules and the god of miracles appeared preserved in horror. She beamed at them. I am sure this is the ending they wanted too, right, boys? Sung ground his teeth rage, threatening to shatter his composure. He forced himself to breathe. Calm down. I still need more information. He spoke, his voice steady. No matter what variables occurred, you were the one inevitability who would seize the divinity of death. Regardless of which world gave you birth, you discovered how to awaken mana. You created the Tower of Trials and declared you would forge transcendent beings. Is your plan to gather souls with the potential for greatness and force them into the tower to undergo a brutal evolution, just like the plot of a twisted leveling manhwa? Sung's mind raced with a chilling realization. The tower wasn't just testing him, it was shackling him. He had to break these chains no matter the cost. The god of creation stared at him, eyes wide with twisted admiration. Sharp. Terrifyingly sharp, she purred. Precisely. I summoned the chosen few from across the cosmos, forging them into transcendence within this tower. All to create the ultimate weapon. A blade capable of slaughtering the countless gods plaguing this universe. Her expression hardened, the mask slipping. I cannot control fully ascended deities or high-ranking officials, so I seek the unpolished gem's raw potential, untouched by divine law. Realms oblivious to mana or divinity, yet teeming with latent monsters ready to ascend. She grinned manically. Your home, planet Earth. Sung couldn't believe his ears. Earth. Indeed, she sneered. Bursting with potential, yet rotting away as mortals, simply because the air lacks magic. But simply flooding your world with mana wouldn't work. You wouldn't know how to wield it. No, I needed a more direct method to force your evolution. The god of creation unveiled her sadistic blueprint. First, I tore open the dimensional fabric. Dungeons. Monster outbreaks. Hell on earth. The deeper the despair, the stronger the survivor. Just as you said. As she spoke, murderous intent exploded from Sung. Madness began to swirl in the goddess's eyes. For souls destined for greatness, I placed temporary seals. Leashes to ensure you didn't grow too wild too fast. She giggled. Simple, really. Don't worry about it. Her laughter echoed like broken glass. Then I just plucked the ripest fruit. Silence descended heavy and suffocating. Sung was trembling, barely holding back his urge to strike. His mind dissected the truth. I didn't get stronger because of the tower. I got stronger exactly how the tower wanted me to. It was the cruel logic of a system manhwa. It wasn't just a test, it was a mold. From the very start, I've been dancing on her palm. Sung's fist clenched until his knuckles turned white. I could have ascended without this damned place. His eyes snapped open. He was born with the soul of a transcendent. But realizing this, it brought no joy, only crushing despair. Sung took a step forward. The origin of the tower. The blood buried beneath the lies. It was repulsive enough to make him retch. Smash. He punched the ground, the earth cracking. My parents died in a dungeon break created for this. He glared at the puddle, reflecting his face, then shifted his gaze to the creator. I had never once truly escaped the stage set by the tower. Rage trembled through my very core. Thinking of her smug face, I realized I was nothing but a pawn conveniently moved and toyed with on the tower's chessboard. Under the silent observing gaze of the creator god, Seong broke the silence. From this moment on, countless worlds will drown in agony because of this accursed tower of trials. Innocent screams of "save me" echoed in his mind. He saw visions of endless lives perishing as dimensional erosion devoured their realities. And yet, you. He stared daggers at her. You feel absolutely no guilt, no sorrow, not even a shred of regret, do you? The creator lowered her gaze in silence as Seong pressed on. You are forcibly turning worlds into living hells. The tragedy of their deaths means nothing to you. Sisa simply smiled, her expression devoid of empathy. And so, she tilted her head, genuinely confused. What of it? Seong's fury spiked. What did you say? The creator spoke with arrogant pride. This is a magnificent crusade. We are eradicating the abominable outer gods who sow calamity across the universe. For such a grand purpose, a few sacrifices are inevitable. Someone must play the villain. Can you not perceive that this path is the only true form of salvation? Seong shook with uncontrollable rage. Someone must play the villain. You call this slaughter a righteous path? He gritted his teeth, his aura flaring. Don't spew that garbage at me, you hypocritical monster. Sisa paused, then sighed. In the end, you fail to grasp both my purpose and my mercy. She blurred forward, slamming her fist squarely into Xiong's face. She seized him by the throat, hoisting him up. No need to waste more time. The creator god's eyes widened, analyzing him. A rare anomaly who holds more than 3 conceptual divinities. Indeed, you are far too precious to discard. However, she hurled him across the void. If you will not submit to my will, then be absorbed by the tower and become its fuel. The transcendental dragon god, and the concept of death. As Song's body sank into the tower's wall, she declared, I will harvest your divinity shards and soul to forge a tower that finally approaches true transcendence. A voice resonated within the darkness. I suddenly remembered. You could have been a god ruling Earth, or lived peacefully in other worlds under our protection. Or you could gamble everything you've built, risking total loss just for a chance at becoming a transcendent, a path with no guarantee. Deep inside the tower's structure, Xiong murmured, I must become one. I have no choice. The voice of his past self echoed clearly in his memories. That young man pushed Song forward. You know exactly what needs to be done, don't you? Song's eyes snapped open, glancing toward the source of the voice. Then, show me. The Xiong of the past urged him on. Show me your resolve. Yeah, the present, Xiong agreed. He slammed his fist against the tower's interior wall. Learning the dark truth of the tower changed nothing. No, if anything, I thank you for telling me. That was the very reason. Outside, the creator god froze in shock as Xiong stepped out, his voice booming. It was a promise. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. For the enemy, who slaughtered my parents. For my homeland. And for my fallen comrades. Xiong made a silent vow to ascend as a transcendent. He smirked savagely. I will destroy everything. I will create a world where not a single one of my companions has to bleed. The creator gasped. Impossible. Wasn't this brat on the verge of death just moments ago? More importantly, destroy. Xiong bared his teeth in a feral grin. I am the living embodiment of your own desire. He struck the wall with earth-shattering force, the sharpest weapon ever forged by the tower. A godslayer capable of erasing even ancient divine existences. The creator god stammered in disbelief. You right here and now. Xiong smiled, activating his trump card one last time. He sacrificed the dragon god's divine power to pay the price for defying the laws of physics, triggering forced superluminal acceleration. She screamed, Stop system alert mythic transcendence. Forced acceleration activated. Your movements have acquired the divine property of superluminal speed. Xiong launched himself forward to annihilate the tower. With the divine power of sheer determination, he moved at speeds transcending light itself. The tower erupted in a chain of cataclysmic explosions. Song's sword striking point after point, with devastating precision. From mid-air, he roared down. From the very beginning, you were the one who started this. Xiong clenched his fist, his gaze locking onto the core of the structure. So let's end it. Boom. A pillar of golden light pierced straight through the Tower of Trials. Sisa stood below paralyzed, watching Xiong gather momentum and dismantle her creation. Moments later, the tower, her life's work, shattered into fragments before her eyes. Her eyes bulged in pure shock. Kaboom! As the thunderous explosion faded, the creator god watched the debris rain down in silence. She whispered, Why? Why did you sacrifice the dragon god's power just to destroy my tower? Why you call yourself a godslayer? It makes no sense. She turned to Xiong, desperate. You're lying, aren't you? If you were truly a godslayer created by the tower, you wouldn't destroy your creator. Why would you do this? Song's voice turned ice cold. If you want to believe it's a lie, be my guest. He stepped into her personal space. Whatever you say, the outcome remains the same. It's all over, Xiong declared the finale. Suddenly, the creator god understood. It was true. A golden pillar of magical energy erupted. She recalled her first meeting with Xiong. She had felt something was fundamentally wrong. If an existence this powerful existed, someone should have known. Yet no one did. It was as if you were a fictional character, an anomaly that didn't even exist in this universe. Realization washed over the creator. Even the 3 ancient gods. Even the god of light and the god of time. Now I understand why they were so obsessed with you. She looked up at him with trembling eyes. The truth is, you are the only one who is real. We are nothing but fakes. Xiong plunged his hand into her chest. He ripped it out, blood spraying just as it had when she killed the dragon god. Sisa gazed at Xiong, her life fading. You are the existence closest to a transcendent that the tower ever produced. Should I be celebrating? After all, the tower succeeded in nurturing a transcendent. She gritted her teeth, eyes rolling back. But answer me. How did you escape the tower's causality? She screamed, spitting blood. An existence qualified to be a transcendent. The tower should have placed restrictions on you. You shouldn't have free will. Why? If you harbor vengeance against the tower, then a critical error has occurred. Her body began to disintegrate into particles. Defective products must be disposed of immediately. The creator's voice echoed one last time. I refuse to accept a flawed creation. Xiang watched calmly as she faded into nothingness. To some extent, I thought I reached this height thanks to the tower. But the truth was the exact opposite. Xiang clenched his fist. So carve this into your memory. The day I challenge Ascension and fully become a transcendent, that is the moment the Tower of Trials will be utterly obliterated. Congratulations. You have cleared the 36th floor of the Tower of Trials. Scene shift to the 37th floor waiting room. Xiang Jihan sat in silence. System. You have absorbed the authority command, the power of the creator god. You have advanced 17% closer to transcendence. Xiang Jihan clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power. With this, the conditions for this leveling Manhwa legend were finally complete. System alert, mythological transcendence has reached 100%. Han Sung realized glowing runes were carving themselves into his very skin. The ancient script engulfed him. Is this the mark of a true sovereign? His mortal shell was cracking, his soul fusing with the cosmos itself. The key to ascension was being forged. But suddenly Sung froze. Something is wrong. A scream tore through the void. A sound of pure agony. Sung opened his mouth to shout, but the scream was silent. His mind felt like it was being incinerated from the inside out. I was arrogant. Through half-lidded eyes, he gazed at the sky. So that's it. The stars above weren't planets. They were manifestations of divine authority. Han Sung stood at the precipice of the ultimate path where the very concepts of the universe laid bare before him. This was it. He rose. I am touching the truth. To become a transcendent is to grasp everything omniscience, to wield everything omnipotence, to become a flawless god. But even the ancient gods, who carved their names into the stars, they are far from true perfection. He looked at a distant deity and felt a primal shudder run through him. That thing exists in a dimension beyond comprehension. He clutched his chest. If I continue this ascension now, my soul will burn to ash. I will die. So, stop. Not yet. Han Sung forced himself to stand the key, now permanently etched into his flesh. The mark is eternal. I will return to challenge the throne. He glared at the god one last time. Just you wait. Scene change. Slap. A stinging blow sent his head reeling. Ju screamed. You, lunatic. The war of the gods just ended, and you tried to force ascension. I nearly died trying to save you. My parents died because of this tower. My comrades are on the brink of death, and the ancient gods already want your head on a spike. Her voice softened. I know you're preparing for the day that fanatic monster returns, but this burden, it's too heavy for one pair of shoulders. She stepped closer. You always look like you're being hunted by a ghost. Ju grabbed his collar, desperation in her eyes. Please just change your perspective. The three ancient gods of the temple wouldn't ignore a plea for help. Stop trying to carry the sky by yourself. Relying on others isn't a sin. Han Sung remained silent. She wasn't wrong, but there was no other way. He had already chosen his path of carnage. Han Sung placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. To protect everyone. To build a world where happiness isn't just a dream. I am the only one who can do this. To grant even a fraction of their wishes, I cannot stop. Ju looked at him stunned, before lowering her gaze in defeat. If that is your true will, then I must respect it. System trial of the 37th floor commencing. System cleared. System trial of the 38th floor commencing. The crowd erupted. The transcendent god, the god of death system. Floor 38 cleared. The grinding never stopped. System trial of the 39th floor commencing. God of death. System floor 39 cleared. Han Sung panted heavily, sweat dripping as the blue screens flashed rapidly. System floor 45 cleared. He narrowed his eyes at the new title, Transcendent Death. The citizens of the tower roared his name. System, the concept of great death has evolved. You may now bestow a form of immortality upon mortals. Transcendent power, infused into ancient myth. Due to uniqueness, your status is elevated to celestial rank. Challenger Han Sung has received the celestial title Divine Idol. Han Sung muttered. What the hell is this? Ju smirked beside him. It seems the system is impressed by your sheer tenacity. More deities are worshipping the concept of death now. She squinted at the glowing aura. You're doing better than expected, aren't you? System faith from the celestial gods is accumulating within you. A massive surge of divine magic flooded his veins. I can feel it. The faith is far more potent than before. It's not just mana. With every prayer, my divinity and soul are expanding at a terrifying speed. System, you possess innate talent. You have reached power equal to the 3 ancient gods, the rulers of the universe. Han Sung looked at the power in his hands and smiled. If my rank keeps skyrocketing like this, the Ascension Challenge will be a walk in the park. The system flashed a command, warp to the 46th floor waiting room. Han Sung-jun leaped into the void without hesitation. Suddenly, a notification pinged. Conditions met. Han Sung-jun paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he scanned the empty space. The tower announced that over 100 challengers had officially cleared the 45th floor. Cute little animal spirits marched out with construction gear. It was time for a leveling Manhwa expansion. The dimensional floor was opening up. The barrier around the private waiting rooms shattered. From this moment on, the safety zone was gone. Challengers were free to leave their personal quarters and explore the vast, dangerous dimensional floor. Han Sung-jun stood before a massive gate, the roar of a crowd erupting behind him like thunder. System alert. You must undertake this trial with your contracted administrator. Interdimensional travel is now authorized. Han Sung-jun's eyes widened. Wait, I have to drag an administrator along with me. He furrowed his brow, anxiety creeping in. What kind of absurd rule is this? But as a mist materialized, he realized he had no choice. In this system, Manhwa, the bond between challenger and administrator was absolute. The stakes were lethal. If he made a single mistake, that gray mist would fade, and his administrator could die permanent soul-crushing death. The mist cleared. Han Sung-jun found himself standing among a group of warriors, each impaled by spectral weapons. The system boomed. You are one of the 10 pioneers chosen by the tower. Select a new authority to reinforce your current power. Comprehend the law of the pioneer. Han Sung-jun scowled. Another authority. It was the supreme power granted only to those who proved themselves superior after the 7th floor. It was how he got his unique fusion ability. Now, the system was offering him something even greater. Let's see what this pioneer law has to offer. He tapped the holographic screen. Option 1. The revelation of the end. Effect: gain omniscience and omnipotence equaling a transcendent for 10 minutes. It sounded godlike. But the cost. After 10 minutes, both the power and Han Sung-jun would be erased from existence. Option 2. Guidance. Allows up to 4 allies to share and utilize his full power. But the catch was brutal. They had to trust him enough to literally entrust their lives to him. Option 3. Sacrifice. Trade Han Sung-jun's own life to resurrect an unlimited number of people. He stared at the screen, muttering, "What is the tower thinking? Is this a manhwa recap or a tragedy? Is this really a power meant for a human challenger?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from his weapon. "Perhaps it is offered, because you have already surpassed even me. Your pioneer law is top tier. The foundation is exactly as I remember." Han Sung-jun spun around. Wait, did Jang Jom-chung-gyu receive a pioneer law back in his day too? Since we have reached the higher floors, the information restriction is lifted. The True Blood Demon Sword resonated. I will tell you the truth. In the past, achieving pioneer status early was possible. She also had 3 choices just like you. And the one she chose was the law of resurrection. Not long after, faced with inevitable death, she used that authority. Han Sung-jun looked at the sword, a cynical smirk playing on his lips. Resurrection sounds nice, but looking at your current state as a sword, it didn't seem to help much, did it? He stared at the blade in silence. Are you still salty about last time? Han Sung-jun was surprised by the sword's calm response. No, the sword reassured him. There was no mistake. Because now, the real story is just beginning. Ask the 2 behind you for the rest. Footsteps echoed from the gate. The sword introduced them. Both of them climbed higher in the tower than I ever did. They were pioneers as well. They possessed their own pioneer laws. Canaria and Siohua stepped into the light, their presence overwhelming. Han Sung-jun froze, staring at the 2 breathtaking women. Administrators in the waiting room. He thought to himself, this must be the system update at work. Sohua didn't waste a second. She launched herself at him, tackling Han Sung-jun into a hug. Finally, After all this time, you're finally on my side. She beamed, looking up at him with sparkling eyes. She snuggled comfortably against his chest. Just for this, haven't I qualified to be both your master and your companion? Han Sung-jun blinked, caught off guard. Companion, even master is pushing it. So-hwa whipped her head toward Canaria. See? Han Sung-jun said it himself. System, the White Crane Sword Fairy, is gloating excessively. She continued, chest puffed out. As his master and companion, I have full authority to do this. Canaria, on the other hand, looked ready to murder someone. What an interesting declaration. She placed a hand on Han Sung-jun's shoulder, her grip tight. This is getting entertaining. She rolled her eyes at Han Sung-jun. Don't you agree? Then she glared at So-hwa. Master and companion. Self-proclaiming titles seems to be your specialty. You're just a pitiful woman trapped in her own delusions, aren't you? So-hwa's aura flared. You're going to regret saying that. Canaria smirked, ice in her veins. Not a chance. Silence descended, heavy, suffocating silence. Then, boom. A catfight erupted right in front of Han Sung-jun's face. So-hwa and Canaria clashed with fury. Han Sung-jun panicked, waving his hands. Please, stop fighting. The two girls froze and shouted in unison. Then Han Sung-jun blinked. Huh, Canaria. Pressed her eyes sharp. Who will you go with? So-hwa leaned in. Who will you face the trials with? Their eyes glowed with dangerous intensity. Choose. Make your decision now. Han Sung-jun sweated nervously. Why were they acting like this? Was it rivalry? He stammered. Well, then Canaria's face lit up. Okay, I'm listening. So-hwa chimed in. Me too. Han Sung-jun raised his hand and declared with zero hesitation. I won't choose just one. I choose both of you. Smack. Two beams of energy flashed, hitting him simultaneously. Canaria looked at him with pure disgust. That's your answer. You've got some nerve. So-hwa buried her face in her hands. Choosing both. You're so indecisive. Han Sung-jun raised his hands in defense. Instead of arguing, there's actually something urgent we need to do. Canaria narrowed her eyes. If this is another stupid idea, prepare to die. So-hwa glared. Unless you want to taste pain again. A moment later, the girls went silent. Han Sung-jun stood behind them as they sat. Canaria chuckled softly. What is this? So-hwa asked cheerfully. Are you asking for another beating? Han Sung-jun crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. You are both precious to me, so I plan to take both of you out of this tower. I want you both to become my apostles and stay by my side forever. System, the Blood Monarch and the White Crane Sword Fairy feel a mix of overwhelming joy and confusion. The Blood Monarch and the White Crane Sword Fairy entities bound to the tower. The solution to their freedom had finally been found in this awakening Manhwa. The submission contract they signed with the tower, Han Sung-jun was about to overwrite it completely by making them his apostles. He was rewriting the rules of the game. As a divine reward, their very existence was elevated to a higher plane, inheriting a fragment of Han Sung-jun's overwhelming power. So-hwa stared at her hands, trembling. Was this truly the divinity of her liege? The White Crane Sword Fairy So-hwa had received the attribute of transcendence, albeit in a diluted form. On the other side, Canaria was equally shook. To think she would inherit such a specific aspect of his soul. Iron-blooded monarch Canaria had been granted the divinity of death. Han Sung-jun nodded in satisfaction. It was a success. Since these were merely echoes of his true power, they weren't perfect, but the surge in energy was undeniable. This upgrade would drastically increase their survival rate in the hellish battles to come. He muttered to himself. It's not total freedom yet, but it's enough to let them walk the path of carnage beside me. Canaria turned her eyes filled with questions. But why did I receive death, while she received transcendence? Han Sung-jun smirked. The system tailors the gift to the unique vanguard law that each of you possesses. In time, the truth will reveal itself. Trust me. The god of transcendence and the god of death watched in silence. Han Sung-jun stepped forward, his hand resting on the massive gate. The next trial is likely a unification mission, right? Challengers and administrators will be forced to team up. With a heavy creak, he pushed the doors wide open. We must be cautious to protect the administrators. The true high-blood demon sword remained eerily silent. Then the system's voice boomed, entering the 46th floor of the Tower of Trials. Victory condition. Capture 4 enemy flags within the time limit. Han Sung-jun's eyes widened as a barrage of holographic windows flooded his vision, typical of a high-stakes system Manhwa. What is this? The Vanguard Law of Resurrection had met its hidden criteria and automatically activated. Han Sung-jun whipped his head around, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Resurrection. The demon sword finally spoke. The path he chose was the law of resurrection. Facing his own demise, he triggered that dormant power. Han Sung-jun suddenly remembered the playful banter he used to have with her. Resurrection sounds like a divine healing ability, but since she was sealed within the blade, it never had a chance to shine. Ju's voice cracked with a strange emotion. No, something is wrong. Han Sung-jun looked down at his weapon with growing dread. The presence was gone. The system chimed coldly. Trial adjustment complete. Commencing the 46th floor trial. Han Sung-jun stared in horror at the true high-blood demon sword stabbed into the ground before him. Master, the difficulty has spiked. The system displayed the new theme, the loser's rematch. The completion condition was simple yet cruel. Hunt down the resurrected one. Han Sung-jun gripped the hilt, his knuckles turning white. The trial had warped because of that accursed resurrection law. Since resurrection implies a return to life, the implications hit him like a physical blow. Jeom Chung-gyu was no longer inside the sword. The system was forcing them to slaughter the very soul that had just been restored. Jeom Chung-gyu, a mocking laugh echoed through the chamber. Look at this administrator. A stranger walked toward Han Sung-jun. Seems someone hasn't met their partner yet. An old man beside the stranger spoke up. Roman, the 46th trial has been altered by an anomaly. This is no time to let your guard down. The system identified the newcomers as the wild beast of the wasteland, scolding his contractor for being distracted. Roman sneered. Yeah, I know. We just have to support this mysterious resurrected one, right, and slaughter 10 challengers and administrators while we're at it. The old man face-palmed. You fool, did you hear nothing? I said. Suddenly, the old man's eyes bulged. Han Sung-jun had crossed the distance in a blink, seizing Roman by the throat. Spit it out. Han Sung-jun's eyes burned with fury. Tell me everything you know. After a tense interrogation, Han Sung-jun summarized the situation. So one team must kill the resurrected, while the opposing team must protect them to clear the stage. He pointed a trembling finger behind him. Exactly like the massacre happening back there. Roman gasped, looking past the protagonist. What the hell is that? Co Wa and Canaria were obliterating the enemy forces. Canaria whispered, so this is the true weight of the divinity of death. It erodes their very essence, dragging them down to the grave. Co Wa followed up. And transcendence doesn't just boost my stats. It accelerates my techniques to the absolute limit. Han Sung-jun watched them with pride. It was only natural. Their shared divinity was amplified by the iron-blooded monarch's vanguard law, creating a unique domain of power, a staple progression in any leveling manhwa. Within that domain, ally resource consumption was slashed by 30%, while the enemy's mana and divine power were completely blocked from regenerating. Add the divinity of death to that equation, and everything within range was being painted in the colors of inevitable doom. Canaria triggered her death aura, every strike carrying the chill of the grave, perfectly syncing with the White Crane Sword Fairy's adaptive combat style. She slammed into the ground, creating a shockwave. Xiao Hua had already adapted to the incoming damage, unlocking a reflection capability. She analyzed attacks in real time to negate damage, but with the divinity of transcendence, that analysis happened in a fraction of a second. Before the terrified eyes of the enemy faction, Xiao Hua dismantled them without suffering a single scratch. She narrowed her eyes. With transcendence, my abilities are operating far beyond the laws of physics. Han Sung-jun glanced at the two Valkyries. I don't need to worry about them. Roman interrupted his thoughts. Please. He and the old man fell to their knees begging. Spare our worthless lives. Han Sung-jun turned his expression cold as ice. Get lost. Roman blinked confused. Han Sung-jun's aura flared. I said scram. He looked down at them with absolute indifference. I have no interest in dealing with trash right now. The two terrified challengers scrambled away immediately. Han Sung-jun turned his gaze back to the true high-blood demon sword, Jeom Chung-gyu. He stared at the blade, a wave of melancholy washing over him. They had been inseparable for so long, yet he realized he knew nothing about her true self. If not for the tower's restriction on information, perhaps. He pictured long black hair. Perhaps they could have understood each other. The image of a playful girl materialized in his mind. Her voice seemed to echo, pulling Han Sung-jun back to reality. Even in a hell like this, you prioritize others over yourself. You truly have a frustratingly kind heart. Han Sung-jun turned around. There she was, Jeom Chung-gyu, dressed in ancient robes, smiling softly at him. Han Sung-jun. The scene shifted to the distant past, revealing the origin of this manhwa recap. In a grand capital, a woman with flowing black hair displayed power that shook the heavens. Even if one were to search the entire history of the martial world, she was a talent seen once in a millennium. the seventh leader of the blood demon cult. She ascended the steps to her throne. Jom Chung-gyu sat upon the dais, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed down at her subjects. She had achieved this absolute authority at the tender age of 14. Yet, she sat alone in her chambers. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. How many seasons had passed in isolation? Finally, she looked up. The moment of destiny had arrived. The Tower of Trials had selected the worthy candidates from the martial dimension. Please select your difficulty. By becoming the seventh leader, Jom Chung-gyu had created a new paradigm of martial arts. She sought a duel where no one was oppressed, a battle dedicated solely to the perfection of the self. Jom Chung-gyu thought power alone would bring happiness, but the Tower of Trials changed everything. Wealth, violence, authority. It was an endless hunger that could never be fed. She was sinking into a swamp of greed, consumed by an addiction to this awakening Manhwa world. Her beautiful lips curled into a cruel, cold smile. She walked forward, leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. How entertaining, she scoffed. Congratulations, you have cleared the 10th floor, the system announced. She just sighed. 15th floor cleared. But it wasn't enough. She wanted to reach the absolute peak of strength. Who gets to decide who is superior and who is trash? Her eyes snapped open. Slash a single swing of her blade, and the mob surrounding her collapsed instantly. But what is the true price of becoming a monster? She grinned, addicted to the rush of dominance. Her feet crunched onto the white snow as she marched onward. But deep down, why did it feel like this? Getting stronger was supposed to be euphoric. Yet a strange emptiness began to rot her from the inside. How far must she walk to reach the end of this power? Why can this thirst never be quenched? She stared into the distance, her heart aching. Why does absolute power hurt so much? Seeking answers, she entered a mysterious tea house. The man across from her set down his cup. I see, he murmured. Life, wisdom, and strength. You think everything is bound by the chains of desire, the old master laughed. A journey without a destination. What a poetic way to describe your hell. She cut him off sharply. Save the philosophical bull and get to the point. The master narrowed his eyes. Fine. You are a frog in a well. She froze. A frog, the man continued, his voice heavy with authority. You must escape the narrow well of your own selfishness. Her eyes widened in shock. Escape, he pressed on. The power you gained climbing the tower? Have you used it for anything other than your own ego? Open your mind. Open your heart. True power isn't a trophy for one. It is a tool to protect others. That is the only way to truly grow. Jom Chung-gyu smiled bitterly and nodded. As long as you only chase power for yourself, the only thing waiting for you at the top is the void. Remember this well, he laughed, his presence overwhelming. There are some miracles you can never perform alone. The system flashed, signaling the next stage of this leveling manhwa. Congratulations, you have cleared the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. Congratulations on conquering the 34th floor. Then, let us begin. Jom Chung-gyu let out a heavy sigh. What a terrible mood I'm in. She looked up at the figure approaching her. Her body was paralyzed, pinned down by the forest of weapons impaling her flesh. The mysterious man in the tea shop smiled. So, have you found your answer yet? She shook her head. No. Even though I reached the 41st floor, nothing can fill this hollow void inside me. She gazed at the smiling man. But the time is coming. The system revealed a hidden condition. Jom Chung-gyu must look upon the man with genuine joy. I will find the truth no matter the price. The system interrupted. Special heavenly body art activated. As her physical form began to fade, the man watched her go. I wish you good luck. Until the loser's rematch begins. And so her wandering soul found a new vessel within the blade of a man named Han Sung-jun. The ego of the 7th generation blood demon Jom Chung-gyu was etched into the true blood demon sword. She observed Han Sung-jun. His goal was simple, to become strong enough that no one could ever oppress him again. In a way, he was a mirror image of her past self. She glanced at him. Indeed. Jom Chung-gyu watched him walk through the ruins of the battlefield, chasing a vague dream of power. Well, that hardly mattered now. Her mission was simple: guide him safely to the 46th floor's loser reincarnation match. Then she would use him as a sacrificial catalyst to resurrect her own body. Nothing more, nothing less. But why? Was there an unforeseen anomaly in the plan? Jom Chung-gyu wondered, why hasn't he collapsed yet? By all laws of this system, Manhwa, his stamina should be completely depleted. It defied logic. Yet she watched Han Sung-jun force himself to stand. What is this? What force keeps him from falling? Her gaze turned cold. This bastard is at his absolute limit. If he dies now, I lose my sacrifice. Suddenly, Han Sung-jun's voice cut through the air. Absolutely disgusting. Through the spiritual monitor, she saw Han Sung-jun cursing the creator god himself. If invaders like you hadn't trespassed here, the people below could have lived in peace, but you weren't satisfied with just consuming your own world. Watching you gain power through that filthy faith drives me insane. Jeom Chung-gyu felt cracks forming in her resolve. Han Sung-jun's voice echoed in her soul. I will tear you bastards apart, every single one of you. Jeom Chung-gyu felt like she was finally reaching the light. It was the birth of this man's true purpose, a conviction she had never possessed. Jeom Chung-gyu's vision expanded the path, becoming crystal clear. A definitive goal was taking shape, unmistakable and absolute. Han Sung-jun's determination roared within her mind. I will become a transcendent being. No one in this universe will ever look down on me again. Only then can I ensure the safety of those precious to me. In that moment, Jeom Chung-gyu realized her own purpose had finally materialized. She smiled softly. The old me would never have understood. She gripped the hilt. Climbing the tower, I was obsessed with power, blindly following the system without a reason why. Jeom Chung-gyu rose to her feet and drew the blade. In the pursuit of strength, I had forgotten the most important thing of all. But Han Sung-jun opened my eyes to the journey of a man with an unbreakable will. She continued, her voice gentle. Because I had nothing to protect and no comrades to stand by my side, I wandered in solitude, a mere puppet of the tower chasing a dream I couldn't define. But now, I want to witness the end of this story with Han Sung-jun. Just like when we first set foot on this path. Memories flooded back their first meeting. The playful banter, the bond forming between them. Fighting back to back on the battlefield. The way she comforted him, the way he smiled at her, worried about her. Jeom Chung-gyu placed a hand over her heart, a smile of pure happiness gracing her lips. With Han Sung-jun, I can go anywhere. The man in the tea shop spoke again. Have you found your answer? She beamed. Yes. I found it because I am no longer alone. And now, there must be an ending. The man burst into laughter. Ha ha, Jeom Chung-gyu turned in surprise. Why are you laughing? Because that is an ending I too wish to witness. She blushed and glared at him. As the man faded into mist, he whispered, Good luck to you. Jeom Chung-gyu looked up at the sky. Han Sung-jun, this is all thanks to you. I have finally shattered the material chains that bound my spirit. She turned back. You found the answer for me and taught me the value of fighting for those you hold dear. Han Sung-jun watched her in silence. Jeom Chung-gyu continued, while the true blood demon sword began to vibrate violently in her grasp. Now I must fulfill my final role. The blade pulled itself free, flying toward her hand. She caught it, and a single tear traced a path down her cheek. If I continue to exist here, I will be resurrected as a hound of the ancient god, a slave to the tower. And that would put your comrades in grave danger. Canaria and Se-ah watched on in silence. Jeom Chung-gyu trembled, her tears falling onto the cold steel. So come at me, for the sake of your goal, to protect your precious comrades. Jeom Chung-gyu raised the sword high. Han Sung-jun charged his blade, clashing against hers to stop her momentum. She screamed in fury. What are you doing, Han Sung-jun? Why? Why do you only try to stop me? Han Sung-jun clicked his tongue, delivering another heavy strike. His brow furrowed. Because you are my friend, my comrade, and the person I admire most. I wanted to keep moving forward with you. I wanted to see the end together. Jeom Chung-gyu lunged at him, attacking relentlessly. But if you cannot overcome me, you will die a meaningless death right here. Jeom Chung-gyu roared. Surpass me, move forward. She stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. For your goal, crimson magic swirled around the demon sword. For your precious comrades, she pointed the blade skyward, a blazing red dragon manifesting above her head. As long as I live, I will forever be a shackle on your ankles. Han Sung-jun stared in shock, her words piercing his heart. I refuse to be the one who breaks your will, the dragon roared, chasing after him. Jeom Chung-gyu screamed. I will not be a burden in your awakening Manhwa story. Suddenly, Han Sung-jun froze. A thought flashed like lightning. No. Turn around. You are not that kind of person. The red magic struck him, but instead of burning it wrapped gently around his entire body. Han Sung-jun broke free from the energy. In that split second, Jeom Chung-gyu was already there. She grabbed him, tears in her eyes. You pathetic, stupid fool. Han Sung-jun's eyes widened. Bam. A devastating punch connected with his jaw. She sent him flying back. Han Sung-jun crashed to the ground. Jeom Chung-gyu's voice was icy. If you hesitate here, she pointed the demon sword directly at his eyes. I will end that hesitation for you, thud. She drove her demon sword into the ground. At the same instant, the heavenly breaking sword pierced through her own chest. Han Sung-jun looked at her hand, gripping the hilt. He cried out in panic. Jom Chung-gyu. His eyes went wide with horror as the blade impaled her completely. Realization struck Han Sung-jun like lightning. The blood demon art binding him. She didn't trap him to hurt him. She set it up so she would die by his sword. Jom Chung-gyu's voice trembled. Han Sung-jun, you tried to stall the trial to save me, didn't you? Hoping to erase the penalty? That's why you held back. But in this system, Manhwa universe, the tower's laws are absolute. Even the ancient gods bow to the system. You would have lost. If you die here saving a villainess like me, how will you face the outer gods of despair and madness threatening our world? Those wretched gods are hunting you. She gently caressed his cheek. So don't waste your life on me. You must ascend. I am a transcendent now. Even if my body perishes, my consciousness will sleep in the concept of divinity. This isn't goodbye forever. She smiled through the pain. If we meet again, just promise me one thing. Her body began to disintegrate into light. Let's meet in a world without this cursed tower. A world where you won. At the final destination, Han Sung-jun's shoulders shook uncontrollably. Jeom Chung-gyu, you were my most precious partner. Jeom Chung-gyu looked surprised. Han Sung-jun continued, his voice breaking. Whenever I was in pain, you were there. You made me stronger not just in power but in spirit. I only understood the joy of this journey because you walked it with me. Tears streamed down his face. You were never a burden, Jeom Chung-gyu. Hearing his words, she gave a final, radiant smile. Thank you, Han Sung-jun, my precious friend. And then she shattered into stardust. The system flashed. Congratulations. Floor 48 cleared. But Han Sung-jun only saw the item she left behind. The true blood demon sword. A world without the tower. A world where my mission is complete. He gripped the sword. I promise, I'll show it to you. Rest now, my friend. A sad smile touched his lips. Back in the safe zone, Canaria and Sohwa looked at him with worry. Han Sung-jun, losing a companion who had survived this long in a Manhwa recap story, was devastating. Han Sung-jun, please, Canaria pleaded. You're in no state to continue. You need to rest. But he shook his head, his expression unreadable. I'm fine. He clenched the demon sword until his knuckles turned white. I was too weak to choose. That's why I kept failing. That's why I lost her. His eyes burned with a terrifying resolve. I won't lose anyone else. I will become a monster if I have to. I will reach the final floor that no one has ever seen. The system announced floor 55 cleared. The team moved with lethal speed. Canaria and Xiaohua dashed forward, fueled by his determination. Xiaohua moved so fast that blue lightning trailed from her boots. Monsters turned too late as she descended like a valkyrie, slicing through them with cold precision. But suddenly, her instincts screamed. An arrow grazed her shoulder. It was so fast, she barely saw it coming. Her eyes went wide. She tracked the trajectory. A glint of light in the distance. A hooded figure stood on the ridge, drawing another bowstring. A sniper. But Canaria was already airborne. She launched herself like a missile, closing the gap instantly and striking down the hidden archer. She landed, scanning for more threats. Cut to Han Sung-jun. He ripped the demon sword from a monster's corpse, gore dripping from the blade. His team stood ready behind him. The system boomed. Floor 59 cleared. The tower itself seemed to hold its breath as the greatest leveling Manhwa challenger approached the summit. Han Sung-jun stared at the notification in silence. Permission to enter the final floor granted. A massive, ominous gate slowly creaked open before them. Canaria gasped. This is it. The road to the end. Sohwa shivered. The spiritual pressure. It's crushing. Han Sung-jun frowned. I've felt this aura before. Sohwa forced a smile, trying to hide her fear. Well, let's go. I'm dying to see what's inside the final boss room. Han Sung-jun blocked her path. No. He turned to the two women who had fought by his side. I am entering the final floor alone. Seohwa snapped. What? Why? Canaria put a hand on her shoulder. Understood, Canaria said softly. Do what you must. We will wait for you here. Han Sung-jun smiled a true hero's smile. Thank you. He turned and walked into the darkness alone. Sohwa spun toward Canaria, her voice trembling with disbelief. Why on earth would you let Han Sung-jun face that nightmare alone? Canaria remained calm. Don't tell me you cannot sense the overwhelming pressure. Xiaohua's eyes snapped open in sheer shock. Canaria stared at the looming gate, watching the murderous aura bleeding through the cracks like a thick fog. Han Sung-jun always has his reasons. Xiaohua bit her lip, clutching her chest as a wave of anxiety washed over her. Inside the spire, Han Sung-jun moved with heavy steps, muttering into the void. This is absolutely absurd. Massive gears materialized from thin air, grinding against the fabric of reality in a deafening rhythm. He hesitated, his mind racing as he analyzed the mechanics. I knew this Tower of Trials was a master of imitation, playing by the cruel rules of a twisted leveling manhwa system. Standing before the inner gate, a scoff escaped his lips. To think it could replicate the blessings and curses required to become a transcendent. It even dared to copy the sacred ritual of ascension. His hand brushed the cold surface as he deciphered the code. These patterns represent the path through the ascension gate, while the gears turning in the void symbolize the absolute truths of the universe. There was no mistake. This final floor was nothing more than a counterfeit replica of the ritual needed to attain godhood. Han Sung-jun had pierced through the deception. So was this the so-called ultimate trial for those who reached the summit? He let out a sharp breath, a dangerous smile curling his lips. With the tower's stolen divinity of creation law and miracles, it can mimic reality to a frightening degree. In a flash, Han Sung-jun's fist collided with the gate, shattering the illusion with brute force. His voice thundered with rage. But that mimicry is exactly why its limits are so pathetic. A fabricated ascension could never give birth to a true transcendent. Blow after devastating blow rained down as he interrogated the void. Isn't that right? You intended to use this sham ritual to turn challengers into your mindless puppets. He delivered the final verdict with absolute conviction. In that case, this garbage deserves nothing less than total annihilation. Han Sung-jun stood amidst the debris, addressing the entity directly. Tower of Trials. In essence, you and I are two sides of the same coin. The only difference lies in the endgame we seek. I seek transcendence to protect my comrades and my homeland. But you hunt for transcendence only to erase the existence of the gods themselves. A familiar silhouette flickered in his memory, and the voice of Sung-ju echoed in the chamber. You know, a dear friend who gave his life for me once told me the truth. The image of Jung-woo manifested before him. He repeated the fallen hero's warning. Blinded by the tower's endless growth, they lost their own purpose, reduced to nothing but strings in a grand puppet show. Clenching his fist, he swore a blood oath. A new destiny was forged right there. A world liberated from the tower's shadow. Han Sung-jun had finally severed the tower's puppet strings. Touching down with feather-like grace, his gaze locked onto hers, a moment of pure, tender connection. A future they could witness side by side. Overlooking the horizon from the peaks, they envisioned a utopia where happiness wasn't just a dream, but a reality for all. Han Sung-jun summoned a violet flame, his resolve harder than diamond. And that is exactly why your ambition ends here. The system chimed, divinity of death has been activated. He crushed the violet flame in his palm, sparks scattering like broken dreams. Just as you ruthlessly trampled upon her hopes, I will utterly annihilate yours. As the system window flashed, reality itself fractured. The sheer pressure of the divinity of death pulverized the dimension, leaving only Han Sung-jun standing amidst the void. He turned his voice, dropping to a terrifying whisper. Tremble in fear and await your judgment. Han Sung-jun's eyes burned with vengeance. I will force you to pay the ultimate price. The illusion faded as his feet sank into dark waters. His body slowly submerged, yet his gaze remained fixed forward, unwavering and full of intent. The stage was set for the final saga of this manhwa recap. A system prompt materialized, consuming regression stone to permanently return to Earth. Scene shift. The city was a living hell, consumed by a sea of flames. Explosions rocked the foundations. A fallen camera lay on the asphalt, capturing the silhouette of Catherine amidst the chaos. Nearby, Lee Hyeon lay broken, her body riddled with wounds. An ominous figure approached. The lens caught the chilling image of a being draped in a tattered, ragged cloak. The figure knelt before the lens. Then the feed cut to black as a voice echoed in the darkness. He has arrived. Above a massive crater, Lee Sung-hun blurred into motion. He roared, there is only one target. Han Sung-jun grit his teeth, aura flaring. We take him down right here, right now. In perfect sync, they gripped their weapons and unleashed a downward strike. The enemy's voice dripped with disdain. Pathetic insects. Slaughter them all. Two spectral skeletons materialized, launching lethal slash attacks. Blood sprayed into the air as the defenders were knocked back, coughing up crimson amidst cries of agony. The enemy sneered, those who dare obstruct the fanatic lord shall face execution. But before he could finish, Seowa and Canaria burst onto the scene. Two overwhelming auras swept past, freezing the fanatic in sheer shock. He grimaced, his mind racing. Impossible speed. What just happened? The two heroines had successfully intercepted the fatal blow. The fanatic roared in confusion. What the hell are these mongrels? Suddenly, Han Sung-jun materialized, blitzing past him with a sword strike that shore through the air itself. Han Sung-jun glared back, cold fury in his eyes. "Shut your mouth and rot in hell." Amidst the rubble, he turned to his rescued allies. "Are you saying this fanatic invasion has already wiped out every nation on Earth?" They nodded, solely a heavy silence falling over the group as the grim reality set in. Han Sung-jun clenched his jaw. Is such a catastrophe even possible? It didn't add up. Earth, as the victor's prize, should have been under the absolute protection of the Dimension X barrier. "Seo-wa," spoke up, her voice grave. "Han Sung-jun, if this is the work of the fanatic, he has been plotting this invasion for an eternity." Canaria added a chilling theory. Or perhaps, awakening Manhwa, challengers born on Earth, chose to serve the fanatic, preparing the ritual from within our own borders. Without an insider shattering, the dimensional barrier is theoretically impossible. Han Sung-jun furrowed his brows, weighing the terrifying implication of betrayal. Han Sung-jun couldn't verify the method yet, but one thing was undeniably clear. The fanatic was waging a total war of annihilation against Earth. He snapped his head up. "What about the others?" The girls flinched. Han Sung-jun pressed on. "Where is the rest of our party?" Lee Sung-hun replied, voice trembling. Lee Hye-on headed to the Hunter Association with Catherine to beg for reinforcements. But it's been 24 hours and they've gone completely silent. A spike of anxiety hit Han Sung-jun. He barked orders using their full titles. White Crane Sword Fairy, Iron Blood Monarch. "We move now. Speed is everything." Instantly, the trio vanished, leaving only a streak of light and shockwaves. Lee Sung-hun stood frozen, stammering in awe. That overwhelming aura. And could it be? Meanwhile, Han Sung-jun and the two sovereigns tore through the concrete jungle at Mach speed, his sixth sense screaming warnings. "Faster," he commanded himself, panic rising in his chest. "I need to go faster." Nearby, the ragged figure raised a jagged blade, poised to strike the helpless Lee Hye-on. The blade descended in a blur of motion. Han Sung-jun's eyes widened in horror, a guttural roar escaping his throat. No. The tragic memory of Jom Chung-gyu flashed through his mind like a nightmare. As he blurred forward, he swore a silent vow. "Not again. I will not allow a single soul to perish today." As another cultist prepared a killing blow, Han Sung-jun bellowed, "Iron Blood Monarch." She surged forward like a missile, catching the enemy blade with her bare hand. Simultaneously, Han Sung-jun unleashed the leveling manhwa power of the divinity of death. The cultist froze, eyes bulging. Black fog. Where in the hell did this abyss come from? Die. A crimson wave of sword energy erupted from Canaria, cleaving the air. Ignoring the carnage, Han Sung-jun rushed to the fallen girl, shouting, "Lee Hye-on." Se-hwa supported Catherine's limp body, calling out with relief. "Han Sung-jun, she's alive. She merely lost consciousness due to mana exhaustion." Han Sung-jun assessed the battlefield. Catherine is safe, but Lee Hye-on, she's losing too much blood. He materialized a legendary artifact in his hand. No time for hesitation. "Initiate emergency healing." His brow furrowed in desperate concentration as the light enveloped her. "Please, open your eyes. Wake up." Lee Hye-on's eyelids fluttered open. She hacked violently, expelling a clot of dark blood. Han Sung-jun exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding. She shifted, grimacing, as pain racked her battered frame. Her gaze focused dimly on his face. Voice barely a whisper, she chided him. "Han Sung-jun, what took you so long?" Han Sung-jun's lip quivered, emotions threatening to break his stoic mask. He looked at her with profound sorrow. Lee Hye-on's voice cracked. "Do you have any idea how many times I cried out for you? So many coward hunters fled to other dimensions. The brave ones who stayed to defend our home, they were slaughtered one by one. I tried to hold the line without you, but it was impossible." Tears streamed down her face as she bit her lip to stop the trembling. "I was so terrifyingly afraid." Han Sung-jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had narrowly avoided losing a precious comrade in this brutal system, Manhwa. Yet the weight of the countless dead pressed heavily on his soul. Every single soul who stayed behind to defend our world has perished, leaving only us. Han Sung-jun's face darkened, the weight of survivor's guilt crushing him. "And it is all my fault." The name of the god of fanaticism seared itself into his mind, drowning out all else. The deity of despair, ruin, and madness. Murderous intent exploded from his eyes, sharp enough to cut glass. He swore a blood oath to the heavens. "Mark my words, I will tear you apart with my own hands and end your miserable existence."